This man was incredibly unlucky. Simply because he stayed up all night playing games, he inexplicably ended up being transported to another world. This is an interstellar world where an alien civilization is extremely advanced, with highly developed technology, numerous alien races, and is full of unknowns and dangers. As soon as Shen Tianyuan transmigrated, he was caught red-handed by the aliens and sent to an alien mine without any resistance, becoming a hard laborer in mining. In that dark and cold mine, he toiled day after day, mining for a whole year. Until one day, the human fleet launched a surprise attack and successfully liberated the mine. Just when Shen Tianyuan thought he had finally regained his freedom, he never expected that he would be chosen by a powerful family and forcibly taken in as a live-in son-in-law. From then on, he was once again trapped in endless constraints, and the so-called freedom became an illusion for him. Just as Shen Tianyuan was falling into despair, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Beep. Virtual game realization system has been bound. By simply linking your account to a game recommended by the system, you can materialize virtual items in the game into real objects and obtain rewards such as high-tech warships, god-level martial arts techniques, and special physiques. Shen Tianyuan realized that a turning point in his fate had arrived. He would use the power of the system to rise rapidly in this perilous world and uncover the secret behind the Ning family's forced marriage of him. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Can virtual game items be materialized in any game?" The system coldly replied, "Recommend binding to StarCraft 2 game." Guided by the system, Shen Tianyuan found an immersive gaming headband in the bridal chamber, put it on, and successfully logged into StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is a currently popular space-themed game, developed based on real-world technology. Most of the items in the game have corresponding counterparts in reality. After logging into the game, Shen Tianyuan began trying to collect some game items and perform materialization operations. However, all his attempts failed, and the system displayed only one reason: insufficient level. With a thought, the system interface appeared before his eyes. Name: Shen Tianyuan. Race: human. System inventory: 1 cubic meter. System level: level 00-100. Shen Tianyuan pressed. System: what can be manifested at level 0? The system only coldly replied, "Please explore on your own, Commander." Left with no other option, Shen Tianyuan had to continue trying to materialize more props. After several failures, he casually picked a wild tomato. Ding! Successfully materialized a tomato, gained 1 experience point. Exiting the game and returning to reality, Shen Tianyuan looked helplessly at the tomato in his hand, still glistening with dew. It turned out that at system level 0, he could only materialize ordinary fruits and vegetables. He returned to the game and continued collecting various fruits and vegetables to materialize. Through repeated experiments, Shen Tianyuan discovered the limitations of the system's materialization feature. Each materialization grants 1 experience point, and a maximum of 10 materialization operations can be performed per day. In other words, you can gain a maximum of 10 experience points per day, and it will take 10 days to reach level 1. However, Shen Tianyuan soon discovered that those seemingly ordinary fruits and vegetables were actually far from ordinary. In this new world, environmental pollution is also extremely severe. Vegetables that are truly grown naturally by sunlight and rain are extremely scarce. They can only be grown and transported from distant, low-pollution planets. The cost of that is unimaginable. Therefore, on Earth, natural vegetables are already a luxury, sold by the gram. However, the fruits and vegetables that Shen Tianyuan conjured through the system were of extremely high quality, perfectly meeting the standards of natural vegetables. This means that he can sell the fruits and vegetables he has. However, how to sell them without arousing suspicion from the Ning family is a problem. After all, he was currently confined to the Ning family mansion, and selling large quantities of vegetables would inevitably attract attention. Just as he was fretting over this, the system suddenly reminded him. The system inventory has activated the delivery function. It turns out that the system backpack is similar to a portable space ring, which can store items and access them at any time. The delivery function allows items in a backpack to be secretly transported out using special methods, and the entire process is highly confidential and will never be detected by others. This way, Shen Tianyuan could ship the goods with peace of mind. As for the customer's problem, since the Ning family didn't allow him to leave, conventional transaction methods couldn't be used. However, StarCraft 2 has a dedicated trading market where not only virtual transactions can be conducted, but real-world business deals can also be made. 10 days passed quickly after their marriage. Shen Tianyuan still hadn't seen his nominal wife. Although the Ning family had forced him to marry into their family, they hadn't mistreated him. On the contrary, they treated him well every day. However, this comfortable life did not make him lower his guard. He knew that in this complex world, he had to have the ability to protect himself. Beep. Time to harvest the vegetables. Time to harvest the vegetables. As the system alarm rang, Shen Tianyuan immediately logged into StarCraft 2 and skillfully harvested all 100 kilograms of vegetables he had planted yesterday. A game announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Tianyuan Difong for being the first to unlock the hidden achievement, planting 2,000 caddies of vegetables. With the appearance of this announcement, the StarCraft 2 World Forum immediately erupted in excitement. However, Shen Tianyuan didn't care at all. After finishing planting his vegetables, he switched the game to semi-immersive mode. His main view returned to the real room, but the virtual game interface still hovered in his field of vision. He walked to the table and said, "System, materialize the tomatoes, potatoes, and peppers from your backpack onto the table." The system's mechanical voice sounded on time. "Yes, Commander." The next second, the fruits and vegetables in the system's inventory appeared on the table one by one, as if they had been generated out of thin air. A system notification followed. Successfully materialized tomatoes 10 times. Gained 10 experience points. Ding, experience points reached 100, meeting the upgrade requirements. The system has been upgraded to level 1. The system's inventory space has been increased to 8 cubic meters, and the single-use materialization weight has been increased to 20 kilograms. Special upgrade reward, nanobody. 10 days of hard work finally paid off. Along with the system upgrade, a special reward also came along. Shen Tianyuan opened the nanobody in his backpack. A system prompt popped up. Install nanobody. Nanobody will replace some of the host's tissues and organs with super nanorobots, which can significantly enhance physical strength and have rapid repair capabilities. Shen Tianyuan took a deep breath, lay back on the bed, and decisively said, "Install the nanobody." "Yes, Commander." Installation begins. The next moment, a tingling sensation swept through his body, and Shen Tianyuan was unable to move as if he had been electrocuted. A few minutes later, he finally regained his mobility and found some foul-smelling, sticky substance on his body, which he guessed was the original tissue that had been replaced by nanobots. After showering and cleaning, Shen Tianyuan reopened the system interface. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Trait, nanobody. System level, level 1, 0 to 1000, nanobody. Installation complete. He picked up a knife, determined to personally test the strength of his new physique. Shen Tianyuan ran the knife across his finger, but the sharp blade only left a white mark, unable to pierce his skin at all. He applied more pressure, finally breaking the skin, and blood gushed out. However, the next second, the blood flowed back into the wound as if rewinding, restoring it to its original state. His self-healing ability has also greatly improved. He put down the knife, looked around, and his gaze finally settled on the housekeeping robot in the corner, Agua. The robot's head was round, resembling a watermelon rind, hence the name Shen Tianyuan gave it. Bang! Shen Tianyuan threw a punch, and Agua, who was in standby mode, screamed and flew out headfirst, rolling 7 or 8 times on the ground. Looking at the clearly visible fist imprint on Agua's metal skull, Shen Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction. His physical strength, self-healing ability, and power had all increased significantly. The nanobody is a good thing. The beaten Agua slowly got up from the ground, and the electronic screen on his face immediately switched to a crying expression. "Master, why did you hit me?" Shen Tianyuan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. "My hand slipped. My head has been ruined by my master," Agua said aggrievedly, shaking the metal head that had already become dented. Shen Tianyuan casually tossed a tube of new engine oil to it, saying, "Don't cry, this is your compensation." Agua took the oil, popped it into its mouth, and immediately beamed, its face displaying a cheerful expression on the screen. After dealing with Agua, Shen Tianyuan received a private message from his game friend Cuckoo. "Brother Tian, do you have any vegetables today?" Shen Tianyuan replied simply. "Yes, tomatoes, potatoes, and peppers, still 90 kilograms. Cuckoo immediately replied, "Brother Tian, I'll take them all. The price is still the same." "Yes," Shen Tianyuan responded. "Brother Tian is awesome. I've transferred the money, please check." As if afraid that Shen Tianyuan might change his mind at the last minute, Cuckoo decisively transferred the money for the food. Beep, 5,040,000 credits received. Shen Tianyuan checked his account balance. Money received. Will ship immediately. Okay, Brother Tian. This player named Cuckoo was a well-known wealthy woman in StarCraft 2, and was the client that Shen Tianyuan had contacted himself. 90 kilograms of natural vegetables sold for 5.04 million credits, which translates to a staggering 56 credits per gram. Shen Tianyuan found it unbelievable. This was blatant robbery. He couldn't help but marvel at how these wealthy people could spend millions every day just to buy vegetables. However, Shen Tianyuan was unaware that Cuckoo had already secretly made a fortune from the natural vegetables he provided. Initially, Cuckoo bought them out of curiosity to satisfy her cravings. But after eating them, she was astonished to discover that the quality of these vegetables was actually top tier. The so-called special supply grade represents the highest quality in the universe, usually supplied only to a very small number of high-ranking nobles and almost never circulated in the market. Therefore, Cuckoo's family immediately resold this batch of vegetables to a high-end interstellar hotel at a price 40 higher than the purchase price. With this single business, the family could net 2 million credits every day. As a result, grocery shopping became a fixed daily task assigned to her by her family. So, Coco would arrive at the grocery store right on time every day, afraid that someone else would snatch the produce if she was late. System, pack 90 kilograms of natural vegetables into the system backpack and then send them to QQ via express delivery, Shen Tianyuan ordered. The system's mechanical voice sounded on time. Yes, Commander. After sending the goods, Shen Tianyuan's stomach began to protest. He glanced at Agua, who was licking engine oil beside him, and casually ordered, Agua, make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and stir-fried pork with chili peppers for lunch today. Store the rest. Yes, master. Agua deftly opened his metal belly, carefully stuffed the remaining half-tube of engine oil inside, and stored it away, then picked up the vegetables and dashed off to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After finishing his meal, Shen Tianyuan logged back into the StarCraft 2 game. The system had now upgraded to level 1, increasing the variety of items he could materialize. He opened his inventory, which was already filled with high-value game items he had collected, items that were also extremely valuable in real life. Shen Tianyuan began to attempt to materialize the items one by one. Ding! Failed to materialize level 3 silver thread ore. It seemed that high-level items were still beyond his current capabilities. Therefore, he gradually lowered the item level. Drip! Successfully materialized level 1 ore. Yellow crystal ore. Gained 5 experience points. As a pale yellow ore appeared in his palm, Shen Tianyuan smiled. In this world, most things are classified into different levels, only the standards differ. Fleets are divided by generation and size, and individual combat capabilities are also meticulously graded. Ores, however, are graded based on market value. Yellow crystal ore was originally an anomaly among first-grade ores. Classified merely as ordinary first-grade ore, it was almost entirely ignored. However, the situation changed dramatically with the invention of an alloy called U-26. U-26 alloy is extremely strong and widely used in spacecraft construction, and one of its core raw materials is topaz. Since then, the value of yellow quartz has skyrocketed, making it a highly sought-after strategic resource. Moreover, its production areas have long been monopolized by several large conglomerates, resulting in a market where there is demand but no supply, and sellers have no worries about finding buyers. With the yellow crystal ore, Shen Tianyuan had the means to quickly accumulate credit points. Credit points were the universal currency of the entire Interstellar Federation. In this era, with enough credit points, one could even purchase a fleet, start a war, and perhaps even ascend to the throne. In the afternoon, the housekeeping robot Agua came to Shen Tianyuan's side to inform him, Master, Miss is coming back. Miss is none other than Shen Tianyuan's nominal wife, Ning Ying. As a husband, even though there are many doubts behind this marriage, Shen Tianyuan must go to welcome her. He went to the helipad in the garden to wait. Outside the garden, there were endless white clouds, stretching like a sea. The Ning family did not live on the ground, but on a sky island thousands of meters above the ground. The residences of the wealthy are all located above the clouds where the sun shines brightly and the air is fresh. At this moment, Ning family relatives gradually gathered from the surrounding floating islands to welcome Ning Ying's return. While waiting, Shen Tianyuan noticed many people staring at him, their disdain undisguised. A son-in-law who lives with his wife's family will never be welcomed. The most obvious one was his brother-in-law, Ning Qi. Standing next to Ning Qi was a pretty young girl, his twin sister, and also Shen Tianyuan's sister-in-law, Ning Ling. Unlike Ning Qi, this girl didn't seem to dislike Shen Tianyuan. Instead, she looked at him with interest, her eyes filled with curiosity. She saw things more clearly than Ning Qi. Although the elders never said it outright, She knew that the Ning family wouldn't just find a husband for her eldest sister casually. Minutes later, several spaceships emerged from the clouds and landed one by one on the tarmac. The hatches opened, and a crowd disembarked in an orderly fashion. Leading the way was a tall woman in a beige trench coat, her aloof and elegant demeanor making her stand out in the crowd. Young Mississippi. The servants in the manor bowed in greeting. That was Ning Ying, Shen Tianyuan's nominal wife. However, Ning Ying's appearance was beyond Shen Tianyuan's expectations. She was not the ugly woman he had previously guessed. On the contrary, she was stunningly beautiful. Ning Ying is tall and graceful, with an oval face and delicate features. Her long, black hair is neatly tied up, and her bright, expressive eyes seem to speak volumes. She exudes an aristocratic air. However, this beauty only added a heavy weight to Shen Tianyuan's heart. Such a beautiful, wealthy, and powerful woman actually wanted a son-in-law, like him who would believe there wasn't a conspiracy. When Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Ying was also looking at him. Although the two had never met, Ning Ying had seen Shen Tianyuan through photos and videos before, so she recognized him at a glance. Ning Ying's feelings towards Shen Tianyuan were equally complicated. This husband, who seemed to have fallen from the sky and was forcibly arranged for her, made her instinctively resentful. She had tried to resist the marriage, but ultimately only made up an excuse to leave home and hide. But after calming down these past few days, she has come to understand. Moreover, this was the grandfather's will, and no one could disobey it. Furthermore, since Shen Tianyuan had married into the Ning family, she didn't need to leave and could still remain in this center of power, which might not be a bad thing for her. Ning Ying exchanged pleasantries with her relatives as she walked up to Shen Tianyuan. She smiled and said, "Husband." Shen Tianyuan replied naturally, "Wife." The two exchanged pleasantries like a married couple who had been together for many years, leaving the surrounding crowd astonished. Ning Ying was also somewhat surprised, not expecting her husband to react so naturally, seemingly a very perceptive person. Big sister, Ning Qi and Ning Ling, the two siblings, also came forward. Ning Ying affectionately hugged the two of them and said, "You can't just call me that. You have to call me brother-in-law too." Ning Ling obediently called out, "Brother-in-law." But Ning Qi, with a cold face, crossed his arms, raised his head, and said arrogantly, "I won't call him that." This action made some relatives unable to help but show smiles as if they were watching a show. Ning Ying's face darkened. "Cheer, Tianyuan is my husband, and naturally also your brother-in-law. I hope you will call him brother-in-law." She added, "Cheer, are you not listening to your elder sister?" Ning Qi was stunned by Ning Ying's stern tone, lowered his head and hesitated for a moment, finally reluctantly calling out softly, "Brother-in-law." After exchanging greetings, Ning Ying began arranging for people to unload the gifts from the spaceship and distribute them to her relatives. Most of these relatives had come for the gifts, not for kinship. Ning Ling received jewelry and a bunch of alien snacks, all things girls like. Ning Qi's gift, however, was particularly special. Several robots worked together to lift down a huge iron cage, inside which slept a massive, black and white beast resembling a tiger but with a single horn and two wings, the snow-winged tiger. Upon seeing this, Ning Qi immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's a snow-winged tiger. Thank you, sister." Snow-winged tigers originate from giant snowstar and are an extremely rare pet species that Ning Qi had always dreamed of owning. Due to their rarity and difficulty in breeding, the trade in snow-winged tigers is strictly regulated. Ning Ying had gone to great lengths to obtain the permit for this gift. Ning Qi lay beside the cage, wishing she could crawl inside and hug it. Ning Ying quickly reminded her, "Cheer, stay away from the cage." Ning Qi waved her hand dismissively. "Sis, it's all right. It's been anesthetized and is locked up. What's there to be afraid of?" Before she finished speaking, the tightly closed cage door suddenly clicked open. The previously sleeping snow-winged tiger abruptly opened its blood-red eyes. Whoosh! With a deafening roar, it leaped out of the iron cage. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Ning Qi was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Ning Ying's expression changed drastically, and she shouted loudly, "Protect Cheer!" The two female guards behind her, Fu Zhan and Fu Min, reacted quickly. Fu Min rushed to Ning Qi like a streak of light and shielded him behind her. However, to everyone's surprise, the snow-winged tiger did not attack Ning Qi, who was closest to it, but instead suddenly turned around and pounced on Shen Tianyuan, who was further away. Shen Tianyuan coldly watched the snow-winged tiger pounce on him, his heart unmoved, only chilled. The danger facing the Ning family had arrived sooner than anticipated. He couldn't retreat. If he turned and ran now, and was scratched by the snow-winged tiger, his nanotech body would be exposed. He had no choice but to take the hit. Shen Tianyuan's cold gaze locked onto the snow-winged tiger, his body taut like a bow, his feet slightly shifted, and his fists clenched. He was ready to strike. Chapter 3: Rich Wife. The moment the snow-winged tiger pounced, many members of the Ning family around him sneered. In their eyes, this son-in-law was already terrified and could only stand there waiting to die, becoming food for the snow-winged tiger. Some even began to gloat. Shen Tianyuan didn't run away. To outsiders, it looked more like he was scared out of his wits. To them, the death of a son-in-law with no background was actually a relief, as it solved the problem and allowed them to rearrange Ning Ying's marriage. But Ning Ying reacted with unusual speed. Almost without hesitation, she immediately ordered the guards to protect Shen Tianyuan. She knew very well that this was no simple accident. Fu Zhan hadn't originally planned to intervene, as this marriage wasn't Ning Ying's wish. If Shen Tianyuan really got into trouble, it might not be a bad thing for Ning Ying. But since her mistress had spoken, she had no choice but to obey the order unconditionally. Fu Zhan raised her wrist, and the silver bracelet instantly unfolded, forming a cannon-like device that rapidly sucked in and compressed air. The next second, she threw a punch, and the compressed air shot out like a cannonball. The sonic booms rang out almost simultaneously, and the supersonic airflow struck the snow-winged tiger with pinpoint accuracy. The ferocious beast, weighing over 600 kilograms, was blasted dozens of meters away, tumbling and rolling upon landing, completely incapacitated. With the crisis averted, Shen Tianyuan slowly withdrew his fist, a sense of relief washing over him. He would naturally avoid revealing himself if he could refrain from action. The deeper he concealed himself, the more control he would have in the future. However, seeing the snow-winged tiger sent flying by a single punch, Shen Tianyuan became even more wary. If Ning Ying's bodyguard could deliver such a powerful blow with a casual strike, and the Ning family truly intended to kill him, he would have virtually no chance of survival. This intense sense of crisis made Shen Tianyuan even more determined to accumulate credit points as soon as possible. Only by having enough capital could he truly gain a foothold in the Ning family. When he turned around, his face was filled with a look of lingering fear. He patted his chest, repeatedly expressing his lingering dread, as if he had truly been scared out of his wits. Many members of the Ning family, seeing this, felt no sympathy, but rather even more disdain. In their eyes, this son-in-law was cowardly and incompetent. Even a ferocious beast could frighten him like this. Ning Ying walked up to Shen Tianyuan, gently comforted him, and characterized the incident as an accident. Shen Tianyuan understood the situation, but he cooperated without saying a word. He was then escorted back to his room to rest. After the crowd dispersed, Ning Ying's expression gradually darkened. She knew better than anyone that this incident was far from simple. In her view, the real target of this attack on Shen Tianyuan was actually herself. As long as this son-in-law was dead, the Ning family would have a reason to remarry her. She whispered to Fu Zhan to investigate the matter secretly and to keep a low profile. Fu Zhan nodded in agreement, but before turning away, he raised his concerns. Fu Zhan pointed out that when the snow-winged tiger pounced on Shen Tianyuan, his stance did not resemble that of someone who was stunned with fear. Instead, it was more like he was gathering strength to meet the enemy. Such details are hard to fool a real fighter. Ning Ying fell into deep thought after hearing this. She didn't believe Shen Tianyuan was merely reckless. She leaned more towards another possibility. This seemingly ordinary son-in-law might be hiding his true strength. Thinking of this, Ning Ying suddenly smiled. She realized that her nominal husband was far more complex than he appeared. Meanwhile, back in his room, Shen Tianyuan was also reviewing the whole incident. He recalled that someone had deliberately wiped his sleeve earlier, and afterwards smelled a very faint fishy odor. This smell was very likely the key to stimulating the snow-winged tiger. He quickly identified a servant's name, but before he could investigate further, news arrived. The servant died unexpectedly, and another attendant also died in an accident. The methods were clean and efficient, clearly a cover-up. Shen Tianyuan sneered, already having made his judgment. Only someone from within the Ning family could achieve such efficiency. Not long after, the real mastermind revealed himself. Ning Lianjun, one of the core figures of the fourth generation of the Ning family, visited with gifts. On the surface, he was warm and concerned, but secretly he kept probing Shen Tianyuan's background. When he couldn't get the truth out of him, his attitude changed. Before leaving, Ning Lianjun lowered his voice and threatened Shen Tianyuan to his face, telling him to be sensible and leave the Ning family voluntarily, or his fate would be even worse. Watching the other man's departing figure, Shen Tianyuan felt no anger, only coldness. He knew very well that the other man dared to be so arrogant because he was certain that he was powerless to resist. The feeling of being trampled underfoot made Shen Tianyuan clench his fists. But he also understood that just because it didn't work out now didn't mean it wouldn't work out in the future. Not long after, Ning Ying reappeared. She didn't press for details, but instead presented him with a gift, a spaceship, credits, and a priceless quantum watch. This woman, his nominal wife, was truly incredibly wealthy. Chapter 4 170 million. Although Ning Ying returned to the Ning family, she still slept in separate rooms from Shen Tianyuan, citing her busy work schedule. She was the CEO of the Ning Group, managing most of the family's finances and being the family's most crucial business pillar. This is also why some members of the Ning family were eager to marry her off, hoping to weaken her control through marriage. However, her living separately also suited Shen Tianyuan's wishes, preventing them from hindering each other and making it easier for him to secretly make his plans. The next morning, Cuckoo sent a message right on time, asking, "Brother, do you still have vegetables today?" Shen Tianyuan's reply surprised her greatly. "We won't be selling natural vegetables anymore." This panicked Cuckoo, who immediately asked if there was a problem with the price and said that it could be discussed. Shen Tianyuan directly denied it. "It's not about the money, it's about a job reassignment. I'm no longer in charge of this area." Previously, to make the transaction more legitimate, he had deliberately misled Cuckoo into believing he came from a powerful interstellar trading family. This avoided suspicion and made it easier for her to accept the source of those miraculous materials. Upon hearing that Brother Tian had been transferred, Cuckoo quickly asked, "So what business are you in charge of now?" "Currently, I'm in charge of first and second tier or sales." This news made Cuckoo's eyes light up. Her family was in the alloy business, or was something she was very familiar with. However, she was immediately disappointed. Her family already had stable suppliers and hardly needed to find new ones. Unless it was an extremely rare and almost impossible to buy mineral, such as topaz. But topaz was already monopolized, and she knew that even if Brother Tian was incredibly powerful, he couldn't possibly get his hands on that kind of mineral. But she still asked, just to try her luck, "Brother, do you have any yellow crystal mines over there?" This was exactly what Shen Tianyuan was waiting for. The reason he initially chose Cuckoo wasn't just because she was rich, but also because her family's business was exactly what he needed to connect with. After the system upgrade, he deduced that the most easily materialized rare resource was yellow crystal, so he had already laid out his customer base early on. Selling her natural vegetables in the early stages was merely paving the way for this moment. "Yes," Shen Tianyuan replied briefly. Cuckoo almost jumped up when she saw it, her hands trembling with excitement. "Brother, you're amazing. You even managed to get this." She immediately expressed her willingness to take it all. "How many can you provide?" Shen Tianyuan gave a direct answer. "For old customers, we'll go with the market price, 855 credits per gram. My daily limit is 200 kilograms. Hearing this price, Cuckoo was overjoyed. She recognized the market price, but there was simply no one who could supply this product. She immediately replied, "Brother, wait for me. I'll arrange it right away." Meanwhile, Su Kiki, whose real name is Cuckoo in the game, was currently living in the family mansion high in the clouds. Wearing slippers, she rode her family's personal transportation robot straight to her father's study. But she hadn't expected her stepmother, Kong Xiangqin, to be present, which made her heart sink. Sure enough, as soon as she brought up the matter of the yellow crystal mine, Kong Xiangqin immediately denied it, saying that those people online were all scammers. She resolutely refused to let Su Kiki participate in the transaction, and even scolded her as an elder for being young and easily deceived. After a barrage of suppression, Su Siyuan hesitated and ultimately chose not to support her. Su Kiki was sent away, and upon returning to her room, her emotions completely erupted. Closing the door, her expression shifted from aggrieved to furious, and she roared while kicking the wall. "You old hag!" She had long known that her stepmother had been suppressing her at every turn, claiming it was for her own good, but actually excluding her from family affairs. What was even more infuriating was her father, who completely believed Kong Xiangqin's one-sided story and treated her ideas as childish nonsense. The yellow crystal mine was a breakthrough opportunity she had been waiting for a long time, but it was rejected without any reason. After venting her anger, she slowly calmed down and paced around the room, thinking, "No, I must seize this opportunity." She gritted her teeth, returned to her bedside, and took out an emergency savings jar that her mother had left her before her death. After smashing it open, she took out several bank cards, her trump card, A moment later, Shen Tianyuan received a confirmation message from QQ. Brother, I want it. All of it. 200 kilograms. Shen Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Su Kiki quickly logged into the transfer platform and began the remittance. 855 credit points per gram, 200,000 grams, totaling 171 million credit points. This amount was 1/3 of her entire savings, and she knew the risk was extremely high. But she gritted her teeth and pressed the confirm button, muttering to herself, "Don't lie to me. Brother, the money's been transferred. Check it." Shen Tianyuan was slightly taken aback when he saw the amount in his account. This girl hadn't even checked the goods before transferring 170 million. Anyone else would have run away long ago. However, Shen Tianyuan had no intention of lying to her. He opened his StarCraft 2 warehouse. His game inventory contained a large quantity of topaz, or that he had acquired cheaply within the game. A few tens of thousands of credits could buy several tons of it. This, or worth hundreds of dollars per gram in reality, was practically unwanted in the game. Manifest topaz, or, as the system notification sounded, the manifestation process began. After the upgrade, his single manifestation capacity reached 20 kilograms, and he could manifest 10 times a day, totaling 200 kilograms, which was exactly the maximum. Each manifestation also granted him 5 experience points, 50 points per day, and 1,000 points were needed to level up, so he could reach level 2 in 20 days. Shen Tianyuan packaged the manifested yellow crystal, or, and sent it out using the system's secret delivery function. Here's the tracking number. Please check. On the other end, Su Kiki received the delivery notification, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. At least the other party wasn't a scammer, otherwise they would have blocked her and run away long ago. She also decisively closed the dark web tracking and commission page she had just opened. That evening, the package arrived. She carefully opened the box, her heart pounding. Only when she saw the pieces of topaz lying quietly in the foam did she finally relax. She had won her gamble. Her eyes gleamed, and she whispered, "You old hag, now it's my turn." Carrying the ore, she returned to the study. Upon seeing her, Kong Xiangqin preemptively said, "Kiki, you're not going to bring up that yellow crystal ore again. Are you Annie already said it's a scam?" Su Kiki didn't speak, silently opening her palm, revealing a piece of glowing yellow crystal ore. Kong Xiangqin's words trailed off, her face instantly contorted with embarrassment. This was the ore she'd claimed was impossible to obtain. Then, under Su Kiki's almost tearful accusations, her father, Su Siyuan, finally realized the problem. His daughter hadn't been fooling around. She was wholeheartedly trying to secure an opportunity for the family. She was even willing to risk her mother's savings for the family. Overwhelmed with guilt and shock, Su Siyuan offered Su Kiki an internship on the U-26 alloy project. Her initial goal was finally achieved. She could officially enter family affairs. Standing before the study door, her gaze calm, she thought, that old hag and her foolish father, it's time for them to step down. Chapter 5: Educating her brother-in-law. To achieve her goals, Su Kiki decided to continue to firmly grasp Shen Tianyuan as a treasure trove of resources. One day, Shen Tianyuan visited her game estate and casually remarked, "The estate is quite nice." Without even thinking, she directly gave him the tens of thousands of acres of game estate. Although it was just an asset in a virtual game, its value of 3 million credits still showed Su Kiki's generosity. This rich heiress's way of showing goodwill was truly simple, yet outrageously extravagant. Shen Tianyuan naturally understood her intentions, but he didn't refuse and easily accepted this generous gift with a smile. Shen Tianyuan's business progressed steadily, while Ningying saw him spending all his time holed up in his room playing video games. In her eyes, this was a classic case of wasting one's time on trivial pursuits, and although disappointed, she said nothing. The Ning family had neither money nor power, and didn't need Shen Tianyuan to strive for anything. After all, he was a son-in-law living with his wife's family. As long as he didn't cause trouble, that was enough. As for his career, let him be. Ning Ying's cold tolerance only fueled Ning Qi's growing dissatisfaction. Ning Qi always felt that this man, who spent all his time holed up in his room playing games, was completely unworthy of his older sister. Especially when he was exhausted from school and saw Shen Tianyuan's leisurely demeanor, he felt even more suffocated. So, he decided to make this live-in son-in-law look bad. That day at dinner, Ning Qi deliberately arrived late, and even used a projection tablet while eating. He was working on a simulation assignment for the Advanced Command Department, the topic of which was how to rescue the besieged asteroid harvesting fleet. The densely packed images of the fleet on the projection screen floated above the dining table, making it impossible to eat in peace. Ning Ling couldn't hold back any longer. Ning Qi, can't you just eat quietly? Ning Qi replied matter-of-factly. I'm doing tactical training exercises for the Federal University. What do you know? Ning Ying also chimed in. Studying is a good thing, but eat when you're eating. Ning Qi, however, became more and more agitated. You women don't understand. The human race is in a critical situation right now, and we, the command department, are the ones holding it together. At this point, he deliberately glanced at Shen Tianyuan, his tone full of sarcasm. Do you really expect gamers to protect the Federation? Ning Ying immediately stopped him. Sure, don't be rude to your brother-in-law. Ning Qi continued to provoke him. I'm just telling the truth. Is being able to play games a skill these days? He pointed directly to his homework and said to Shen Tianyuan, if you're not convinced, you can try answering this question. Can you answer this kind of question? To everyone's surprise, Shen Tianyuan put down his chopsticks and said calmly, since we're on the topic, I happen to have a different opinion. Ning Qi was stunned. This brother-in-law, who always stayed indoors, dared to contradict him. He was an elite student at the Federal University, a future pillar of the military. How could he be questioned, however? Shen Tianyuan didn't care about any of that. His focus wasn't on Ning Qi's identity, but rather on his tactical judgment in this question. It was indeed far too naive. Warfare is a matter of national importance. A single misjudgment could wipe out an entire fleet. He said seriously, from the moment you chose to rescue, the question was wrong. Ning Qi's face darkened. You dare question me? Do you know who I am? Shen Tianyuan ignored him and continued. Let me ask you first, what is the purpose of the enemy deploying 150 ships? Of course, it's to destroy our data collection ship. Wrong. Shen Tianyuan shook his head. Sending 150 ships to attack 20 unarmed resource ships is a serious waste of resources. This number is unreasonable, inefficient, and easily exposes the target, affecting the retreat. More importantly, they did not attack immediately, but chose to surround them without attacking. The enemy's real purpose is not to destroy the resource ships, but to besiege them and attack their reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Ning Qi fell silent. Although unwilling, he realized he had overlooked a crucial point. Shen Tianyuan continued, they intend to use these gathering ships as bait to lure in the support fleet, then ambush the support troops. If you actually deploy your troops according to the original plan, you will only fall into their trap, suffering heavy losses at best and complete annihilation at worst. Therefore, I say you've lost from the very first step. Ning Qi remained silent for a long time before saying, then what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch them die. Can we? Shen Tianyuan nodded. Of course we should help, but the method shouldn't be a forced entry. Now that we've seen through the trap, we should first analyze the enemy's ambush location in reverse, and then launch a counter-ambush. Tell me, where is the enemy most likely to be lying in ambush? Ning Qi carefully examined the star map and pointed to a region. It should be here. This asteroid belt provides both concealment and facilitates the deployment of firepower. Shen Tianyuan smiled slightly. Not bad. Your foundation is decent, but you need to apply your knowledge flexibly to truly master it. These words made Ning Qi's face turn pale, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He never expected that he would be taught a lesson by this son-in-law he looked down upon. Ning Ling, on the other hand, was very happy and said with a smile, brother-in-law, you even know about military affairs. Shen Tianyuan was stunned for a moment. In fact, he himself didn't know how he knew. In that instant, he made a judgment instinctively, as if some dormant consciousness had been activated. He guessed that this might be related to his predecessor. Although he hadn't inherited the memories, it didn't mean that those abilities and experiences had disappeared. He needed to find time to thoroughly investigate the true identity of Shen Tianyuan's previous self. On the surface, he calmly smiled and said, I don't know, just talking nonsense. Maybe I've seen similar analyses online. Ning Ling gave an, oh, and then lowered her head to continue eating. Ning Ying, however, gave him a meaningful look, already having made a guess in her mind. She was thinking that this husband was not only a gene enhancer, but also probably a former soldier. This wasn't the first time he had revealed his extraordinary intuition and analytical abilities. In one more day, Ning Qi and Ning Ling would be returning to school. Before boarding the spaceship, Ning Qi gritted her teeth and said to Shen Tianyuan, you got lucky this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. Ning Ling, however, still waved goodbye to Shen Tianyuan obediently. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Shen Tianyuan smiled faintly. Goodbye. Chapter 6 The Man in the Egg. 16 days later, Shen Tianyuan's account balance quietly surpassed 3.4 billion credit points. The vast majority of this money came from sales at the yellow crystal mine, the remainder from small earnings from selling vegetables in the early days, and a total of 10 million in pocket money from Ningying. To ordinary people, this amount of money would be more than enough to live a carefree life. But for Shen Tianyuan, that was far from enough. His goal was to build his own interstellar fleet. And those plans that involved spending in the tens of trillions were nothing more than an appetizer. Money received, shipping immediately. After he finished shipping the yellow crystal or for the day, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Experience points full, system upgraded to level 2. Immediately afterwards, his backpack capacity and materialized weight were increased, and he received an additional bonus, an S-rank combat unit. Looking at the system information, Shen Tianyuan's spirits lifted. His current status was as follows. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Trait, nanobody. System level, level 2 0 to 10,000. System backpack, 27 cubic meters. The upgrade conditions were the same as before, only the experience points had increased tenfold. However, what concerned him most was the S-level combat unit that was included this time. In the universe, individual combat strength is divided into levels, starting from E level and going all the way to SS level and SSS level. An E-rank unit is equivalent to a standard stormtrooper, possessing physical abilities far exceeding those of a human and equipped with full weaponry. A D-rank unit is equivalent to 10 stormtroopers, a C-rank to 100, and an S-rank unit signifies the combat power of 100,000 stormtroopers. Thinking of this, Shen Tianyuan's heart pounded wildly. A single S-rank combat unit was equivalent to an elite legion. Even Ningying's strongest guards, Fu Zhan and Fu Min, were only A-rank. He now possessed S-rank talismans, enough to easily defeat most of the Ning family's combat units. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement. Calmness was a survival rule Shen Tianyuan had learned from the game. Although he now had trump cards, he was still far from being able to go toe-to-toe with the Ning family. In interstellar civilizations, even the strongest individual soldier is merely a weapon for small-scale attacks. What truly changes the course of a cosmic battlefield is the fleet. For example, a large space mothership equipped with an anti-proton main cannon. One shot from it would annihilate even 1,000,000 stormtroopers. S-class soldiers would be nothing more than cannon fodder in the face of such an attack. The Chongning fleet under the Ning family's command is no pushover. Even with the strongest individual soldiers, it can't withstand the combined firepower of the entire fleet. Shen Tianyuan now understands. Now is not the time to turn against them. He must continue to play it safe, develop his strength slowly, and wait for the moment to break the deadlock. However, this S-class combat unit could be used to clean up some troublesome individuals. Shen Tianyuan immediately thought of one person, Ning Lianjun. System, can I command S-level units now? Yes, you can pause delivery and receive the mission immediately. Okay, then issue the mission. Target, Ning Lianjun. After issuing the order, he didn't rest and continued to log into the game to test the new abilities of the level 2 system. Failed to materialize type 5 neutron bomb. Failed to materialize level 3 silver ore. Successfully materialized level 2 iron ore. Experience plus 25. He quickly discovered that whether the system could materialize a certain item basically depended on whether it matched the system level. Currently, at level 2, the system could only materialize items below level 2. However, he didn't plan to switch minerals immediately, but instead continued to materialize level 1 yellow crystal ore. The reason was simple. Yellow crystal ore was more profitable and could continue to snowball his gains. However, he was still worried about one thing. Could materializing yellow crystal ore now still provide enough experience? He immediately conducted a test. Successfully materialized yellow crystal ore. Experience plus 25. Seeing the result, Shen Tianyuan was overjoyed. This showed that the system's experience points were unrelated to the quality of the items and were only linked to the current level. In other words, he could make money and level up simultaneously using the yellow crystal mine, having the best of both worlds. He then told Su Kiki something else. The family had increased his privileges, and he could now ship 300 kilograms a day. Su Kiki almost knelt down on the spot, inwardly screaming, "Isn't this the god of wealth himself?" After finishing his daily business, Shen Tianyuan opened the window, watching the sunset's afterglow spill onto the clouds. He whispered, "It's almost time." Looking into the distance, on a floating island to the southeast, a spaceship had just taken off. The ship's owner was none other than Ning Lianjun, the second son of the Ning family. Ning Lianjun was, in a way, a joke. He constantly talked about getting rid of Ning Ying and taking over the family business, yet he didn't learn a single proper skill. He lived a life of constant reversal, lying around all day and partying at nightclubs at night. It was evening, and he was about to set off for some fun. On the spaceship, Ning Lianjun leaned back lazily in his chair, his feet propped up on the control panel, and casually asked his attendant, "How's that country bumpkin doing?" The attendant replied, "Young master, he's been holed up in his room all day. It's hard to get a hold of him." Ning Lianjun sneered, "Find a way to get rid of him. If you can't, I'll get rid of you first." The attendant broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes, young master." But just as the spaceship was in flight, a silver-white figure silently approached the rear of the ship. It hovered outside the flight path, its armor flowing like liquid metal, and the main cannon on its back slowly charging. Inside the spaceship, Ning Lianjuan's A-level guards suddenly became alert, feeling a pressure from an energy that did not belong to conventional forces. His expression changed drastically. Damn it, an ambush! Before he could even put on his combat armor, the silver-white combat unit launched its main gun attack. A beam of pure white energy instantly pierced through the spaceship, vaporizing the ship and its crew in the light, turning them into metallic debris that scattered across the sky. The silver-white combat unit glanced silently at the wreckage before disappearing into the clouds. Mission complete. Delivery continues. The system notification sounded, and Shen Tianyuan's lips curled into a smile. Ning Lianjun, you want me dead, but I'll send you on your way first. That evening, Shen Tianyuan received a package. The package had no sender information, but the system had confirmed it was the S-level combat unit. The box looked ordinary, but he knew the Ning family had definitely checked it. The system also stated that the box itself had anti-scanning interference technology, so its contents wouldn't be discovered. Shen Tianyuan closed the door and carefully opened the package. Inside was a nearly 1 meter tall, silver-white, giant egg. The design was somewhat unexpected. It didn't resemble a combat robot, but rather an incubator. Just as he was thinking this, the eggshell suddenly cracked open with a crack. A crystal clear, white hand slowly emerged from the eggshell. Chapter 7 White Frost. Just as Shen Tianyuan was staring blankly at the delivery box, a tall, beautiful girl hatched from her shell and stood steadily in his palm, like a delicate doll. The girl's skin was so white it seemed to glow, her figure was slender and well-proportioned, her features were exquisite, her white hair was like snow, her ponytail fell to her shoulders, and she wore a white bracelet on her wrist. This moment made Shen Tianyuan's throat tighten, and he coughed twice. The girl showed no shyness, instead calling out expressionlessly, "Master." Shen Tianyuan quickly snapped back to reality. "Get down first." The girl landed lightly, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said again, "Master, I await your command." Before she finished speaking, a tight-fitting white combat suit instantly covered her. It was indeed high-tech. Even the clothes were made of nanomaterials. "You're an S-class combat unit?" Shen Tianyuan asked. "Yes, I'm an S-class combat type biomodified human," the girl explained. Her body was based on a human, modified at the cellular level, with some structures mechanized and equipped with a built-in super-energy reactor. "Let me see your mechanical parts," Shen Tianyuan said, then added, "Just look at your arm." The girl rolled up her sleeve, revealing her forearm. Her fair skin cracked open, revealing shimmering energy patterns and a metallic skeleton, exuding a strong sense of technology. Shen Tianyuan stared at it for a while, then nodded in satisfaction. "All right, restore it." The girl quickly closed her arms, her sleeves covering her again. "Do you have a name?" "No. Please bestow one upon me, master." Shen Tianyuan gazed at her frosty hair and casually said, "Then I'll call you by Shuang White Frost." "Yes, Brother Tian." She immediately changed her address. Shen Tianyuan coughed lightly twice. This felt more natural. It was awkward to keep calling her master. Her appearance was stunning, but Shen Tianyuan was more concerned with her strength. "Show me the replay of the mission where you eliminated the target." Bai Shuang's bracelet displayed the footage, showing a clean and swift battle. One shot, and Ning Liangjun, along with his ship, was gone. Truly genuine S-class combat power. Shen Tianyuan noticed the bracelet on Bai Shuang's wrist and asked, "Is that an armor bracelet?" Bai Shuang nodded. "Yes, the combat armor has been integrated here." As soon as she finished speaking, the bracelet quickly unfolded, transforming into a set of silver-white armor covering her entire body. This is the individual soldier auxiliary combat armor. Integrating attack, defense, mobility, and medical functions, it is an essential piece of equipment for individual combat. Without it, pushing the limits of human endurance is virtually impossible. Bai Shuang's S-class combat armor is named Drifting, and it not only boasts a sleek and exquisite design, but also possesses two terrifying skills. The first is gravity domain, which instantly increases the surrounding gravity, directly suppressing enemy movement. The second is absolute zero, which releases low-temperature rays to freeze everything on the battlefield. In addition, there are several other powerful but unrevealed abilities. After reading it, Shen Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Even 100,000 storm soldiers wouldn't be enough for you. Bai Shuang nodded silently, just standing there quietly. Shen Tianyuan pointed to the broken eggshell. Why did you come out of the egg? Bai Shuang explained that it wasn't an incubation device, but rather her functional maintenance unit. It could be used for repair and standby, allowing her to maintain a combat readiness at all times. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Brother Tian, can I come in? It was Agua. Come in. But as soon as Agua entered, the smile on his face suddenly turned into gibberish, as if he had been infected with a virus. Agua, what's wrong with you? Shen Tianyuan asked, puzzled. Bai Shuang calmly explained. Its energy level is too low. I affected it, and its program malfunctioned. Then lower your energy frequency. Bai Shuang immediately did as she was told. Agua quickly recovered and trembled as he hid behind Shen Tianyuan's legs. Little guy, are you afraid of her? Agua is scared. This sister's aura is too terrifying. Shen Tianyuan sighed and took out a bottle of engine oil. Go calm your nerves. Agua quickly took it, chugging it with trembling hands, spilling it all over the ground, and even licking the remaining oil off the ground. Seeing Agua's flustered appearance, Shen Tianyuan almost burst out laughing. However, he quickly realized a problem. Bai Shuang's energy was too strong, and it would be easy for the Ning family to notice. He didn't want to reveal his trump card so soon. Bai Shuang, can you hide your strength? Bai Shuang nodded. Yes, I can control the energy frequency. Unless I fight at full strength or the opponent's strength is far superior to mine, it will be difficult for them to detect it. Let's keep it at level D, just to be safe. Understood, set to level D. Bai Shuang's tone remained calm, yet gentle. Her address of Brother Tian finally eased Shen Tianyuan's awkwardness. But he knew very well that Bai Shuang wasn't a woman. She was his strongest combat unit. Soon after, Shen Tianyuan left the room with Bai Shuang, preparing to find Ning Ying. Chapter 8 The Clever Agua. When Shen Tianyuan arrived at Ning Ying's office, Ning Ying was engrossed in processing a pile of documents. One document on the table prominently displayed the words, Jinyuan Steel. Shen Tianyuan glanced at it, and his heart tightened. Wasn't this Su Keek's family company? Why would Ning Ying be paying attention to it? His first thought was, had they already discovered his sale of the yellow crystal mine? Ning Ying noticed his gaze and asked with a smile, Husband, are you also interested in business? How about I arrange a position for you at the company? Shen Tianyuan quickly waved his hand. No, I'm not good at these things. I'm quite comfortable staying at home. Ning Ying sighed silently. She had raised a lazy bum who only knew how to eat without asking for food. But she was too lazy to persuade him anymore and just wanted him to stay out of trouble. Husband, is there something you need today? Oh, it's like this. I bought a D-class robot today and thought I'd bring it to show you. Sure, let her in. Soon, Fu Min led Bai Shuang in. This is her, Bai Shuang, my new one. Ning Ying was slightly taken aback when she saw Bai Shuang's almost perfect face and smiled. She is quite pretty. Shen Tianyuan quickly explained. This is a combat robot, not the kind for entertainment. There are many types of humanoid robots nowadays, especially the good-looking ones, which often have complex uses. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan explained this in advance to avoid any misunderstanding from his wife. While Bai Shuang has a stunning appearance, her essence is far from that of an ordinary machine. In fact, Ning Ying already knew that Shen Tianyuan had received the package. She had someone inspect it, and they only found a metal egg-shaped object. The contents were unknown. Although she had considered opening it for inspection, she ultimately refrained from doing so, considering that Shen Tianyuan was someone arranged by her grandfather. Now that Shen Tianyuan had brought it himself, Ning Ying was relieved. It was just a Class D robot. There was no need to worry about it too much. She thought to herself, this robot is probably not for guarding against tigers, but for guarding against our Ning family. Right? Seeing that she didn't speak, Shen Tianyuan continued. After what happened last time, I thought we couldn't always rely on Madam for protection, so I prepared one for self-defense. Ning Ying nodded with a smile, her words gentle, but inwardly she was thinking, a mere D-level robot, trying to save his life. However, she didn't expose him, but just went along with the conversation. By the way, madam, I'd like to go out for a walk tomorrow. Where to see the underworld. Ning Ying chuckled. Husband, this is your home, so no one will stop you. But it's not very safe there, so don't go too far. Thank you for reminding me, madam. She paused, then instructed Fu Zhan. Transfer another 10 million to the son-in-law as pocket money. Shen Tianyuan was somewhat surprised, but Ningying was quite generous. Ningying waved her hand. This is an advance on next month's allowance. No need to thank me. Then, she handed over an exquisite badge. This is a symbol of the Ning family's status, and they will give you face in most situations. Show it when you encounter danger, and even if you can't save your life, you can still leave an image of the culprit. Shen Tianyuan nodded. Understood. Thank you, madam. After bidding farewell to Ningying, Shen Tianyuan left with Bai Shuang. Standing to the side, Fu Zhan's gaze was deep, and she felt a vague unease as she watched Bai Shuang's retreating figure. She could sense an inexplicable strange aura about Bai Shuang, but she couldn't explain it, and simply dismissed it as her own imagination. She asked Ningying for instructions. Should we send someone to follow the son-in-law? Send a few B-level protection officers tomorrow, just in case anything goes wrong. Yes. This part of the process was temporarily concluded. Ningying turned her attention back to her desk, her eyes falling on the information about Jinyuan Steel. This company was originally just a medium-sized enterprise, with no cooperation with the Ning family. But recently, they launched their U-26 alloy business, which is precisely the core material needed by Ning's heavy industry. Previously, this alloy had to be imported from other regions, which was expensive and slow to transport. Jinyuan Steel, as a local supplier, had lower transportation costs and more reasonable prices, so she naturally stepped in. She called the purchasing department, demanding that they secure the cooperation rights at any cost. Of course, her goals didn't stop there. This company's sudden entry into the U-26 market likely stemmed from strong resource support, such as suppliers of yellow crystal ore. Ningying was certain that this was the real prize. She secretly resolved to dig out this mysterious supplier. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyuan returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Agua kneeling on the floor, holding a tray covered with a red cloth, and slowly crawling towards him on his knees. Shen Tianyuan was completely bewildered. Has this guy been infected with a virus again? He reached out to take it, but Agua bypassed him and went straight to Bai Shuang. Sister Bai, this is my treasured 1982 engine oil. I wish to acknowledge you as my elder sister. Bai Shuang was expressionless, and Shen Tianyuan was speechless. He patted Agua. What are you doing? Chapter 9, Walking in the World. The next morning, before setting off, Shen Tianyuan did not forget to put on a loving performance with Ningying. Once on the spaceship given to him by Ningying, he took Bai Shuang and set off from high above, plunging into the layers of white clouds. This time, he is going to personally go to the underworld in order to better understand the true nature of this world. The structure of the future society is very clear. The powerful and wealthy live in the sky above the clouds, while ordinary people are suppressed in the dark underworld. To reach that densely populated area, one must pass through thick clouds. Shortly after the spaceship took off, Bai Shuang suddenly reminded us, Brother Tian, there's a spaceship following us. Should we deal with it? Shen Tianyuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Ignore them. He knew very well that being watched as soon as he left home was most likely due to Ningying sending someone to protect him secretly, so there was no need to pay attention to it. After emerging from the clouds, the appearance of the lower world came into view, a completely different world from the bright and clean sky. The rain was continuous, the sky was gloomy, and you could even see obvious pollution particles floating in the rainwater outside the window. Shen Tianyuan thought to himself, no wonder natural vegetables are so expensive. The spaceship traveled north for thousands of kilometers before finally arriving at Jinlu City, the capital of Linjiang Prefecture. The city is enveloped by a huge, semi-transparent dome, which from a distance resembles a giant crystal ball covered with a model. That semicircular structure is a rain shelter designed to protect against long-term acid rain erosion. Upon entering Jinlu City, Shen Tianyuan immediately felt a sense of oppression. The city is filled with skyscrapers, each towering over a kilometer high. The dense network of suspended tracks and glass walkways in the air transforms the city into a gray steel forest. The population density is equally suffocating. This city covers an area of less than 100 square kilometers, but is home to more than 40 million people. Similar situations are not uncommon on Earth. After all, pollution has rendered most areas uninhabitable for humans. People can only concentrate in big cities. With the population boom, problems have arisen. The first problem is traffic congestion. Despite the city having numerous spaceship channels and orbital systems, most of these channels remain cluttered with stacked spaceships, unable to move. The whole city was like a pot of traffic porridge that had come to a boil. Shen Tianyuan noticed that although the waterways were completely congested, Several channels were unusually clear. However, no one dared to approach those waterways. An experienced driver explained in a low voice that it was a special lane reserved for the wealthy and powerful, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Otherwise, not only will they be punished, but they will also have to go to jail for 3 months. Shen Tianyuan wanted to ask more, but the man pointed to the monitoring drone in the sky and then gestured with his hand in front of his neck, the meaning of which was all too clear. You can't just say anything here. Shen Tianyuan pondered. So it turns out they not only abuse their privileges, but also use violence to suppress public opinion. It's truly hard control. Traffic jams are a minor problem. The real problem is resource shortages. The experienced driver pulled out his lunch, which turned out to be a tube of green liquid and a bag of brown, muddy-looking food. When the two are mixed together, they become the daily source of nutrition for people at the bottom of society, nutrient solution and compressed meals. Regardless of the taste, just being alive is a blessing. Comparing the meals, Shen Tianyuan usually ate at the Ning family's house. He realized that what seemed like ordinary food in the upper district was a luxury in the lower district. Nutrient solutions and compressed foods are, at best, just a life-saving paste. He increasingly understood what control of resources meant. Besides the poor food, the environment is another major problem. Even with the canopy providing protection, the air quality inside the city is already severely polluted. Every breath is a mixture of industrial exhaust, spacecraft emissions, and artificial oxygen. Pedestrians on the street were wearing breathing apparatus, just like the gas masks of the old days. After making a round of trips around Jinlu City, Shen Tianyuan successfully shook off the tail that Ning Ying had arranged. Subsequently, on the rooftop of a secluded high-rise building, Bai Shuang disembarked from the spaceship, while Shen Tianyuan sailed away alone. The mission has begun. The scene in Jinlu City is just a microcosm of the new world. Despite advanced technology and the advancement of humankind into interstellar civilization, the lives of ordinary people do not seem to have improved. In some aspects, it's even worse than it used to be. And all of this is just the tip of the iceberg. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, an even darker scene is hidden. Inside the grand court of Jinlu City, the gavel fell, and the judge announced the verdict. Defendant Wei Liuhe is found guilty of murder and shall be executed immediately. The entire room was silent, and Wei Liuhe remained expressionless. He already knew the outcome. The trial was prearranged from the very beginning. The prosecutors, lawyers, and judges are all the same group of people. His death was merely the final scene of the play. He himself was nothing more than a pawn to be systematically eliminated. On the way away, he suddenly heard a familiar yet grating voice. You could have been an obedient dog, but you just wouldn't. Wei Liuhe suddenly looked up, glared at Jiang Bin in the audience, and struggled to pounce on him like a madman. As a result, he was firmly held down by the bailiffs. He roared, Jiang Bin, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Jiang Bin spat disdainfully. A dead dog, daring to bark? He then turned around with a flourish and waved his hand. Let's go, heaven on earth, it's on me. A group of sycophantic followers immediately cheered. Young Master Jiang is wise. Wei Liuhe was thus forced onto the spaceship, taken back to prison, and awaited execution. During the transport, his eyes were vacant, as if his soul had been ripped out. He had thought that loyalty to the country would bring him justice, but he never expected that reality would be so upside down. Chapter 10 Instant Kill. The spaceship escorting Wei Liuhe had just reached the corner of the high-rise building when suddenly 2 dazzling white lights streaked past. Boom! Boom! The escorting spaceships exploded almost simultaneously, bursting into flames and plummeting down, trailing thick smoke. A dull thud was heard. A silver-white figure suddenly descended from the sky and precisely stepped onto the escort spaceship. The combat armor was as cold as snow, gleaming with a chilling light, and exuded an imposing aura. Wei Liuhe looked up, and his eyes narrowed. It was her. Enemy attack, the guard shouted, raising their weapons. The other person tried to remain calm. Don't panic, she can't break this glass. Before he could finish speaking, a punch landed. The specially made glass, which should have been indestructible, shattered like scraps of paper. The silver-white armor probed into the spaceship like the Grim Reaper. The guard tried to fire, but his finger froze as soon as he pulled the trigger. Looking down, I saw that my hands were covered with a layer of white frost, as if they were frozen. They were unable to move, let alone resist. The silver-white figure ignored them completely, simply reaching out to grab Wei Liuhe, bursting through the window and instantly disappearing into the horizon. The prison break immediately alerted the city's alarm system. According to the information, the attackers use combat armor, and their combat strength is suspected to be as high as B level or even A level. This level of situation is beyond the capabilities of the police and requires the intervention of the city's guardians. The Guardians are high-end combat teams composed of individuals with combat strength of B level or higher, specializing in handling major emergencies. City surveillance cameras pinpointed the escape route, determining that the prisoner was fleeing eastward. The two B-rank Guardians stationed in the East District took the lead. Oh no, the game is about to start. It only takes a few seconds, so we can watch the game without interrupting. The two chatted and laughed, clearly feeling no pressure about the mission. In the distance, the target finally appeared. A silvery white spot of light was hurtling toward them at high speed. I'll try out my new weapon first. But before they could finish speaking, their expressions changed. That oppressive feeling, as strong as a mountain and as vast as the sea, came crashing down on us. The speed was outrageous, and the momentum was terrifying, like an avalanche. They realized that this was not someone they could mess with. The two immediately adjusted their armor posture and quickly created distance between them. Buzz! The silver-white armor swept past, and the two were directly blown off balance by the airflow. After regaining their balance, they watched the departing figures with expressions of relief. Fortunately, he didn't intervene, otherwise he would have lost his life. A few minutes later, the A-level Guardian and the East District squad leader arrived late. He had come to claim credit, but found only two subordinates standing there in a daze. Where are they? They ran away. The two whispered. You didn't even lift a finger? The two stammered. My system just malfunctioned. Me too. Fart. The squad leader was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Cowardice is a serious crime, and as the captain, he must also bear the responsibility. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and make up a reason to report this. System malfunction. Meanwhile, in a canyon 100 kilometers away, the silver-white figure led Wei Liuhe to a small, concealed spaceship, helped him into the cabin, and then quietly left. As soon as Wei Liuhe sat down, he saw a young man waiting for him in the spaceship. That person was Shen Tianyuan. Wei Liuhe remained calm as ever, straightening his collar. You saved me? Shen Tianyuan nodded. It's me, Colonel Wei. Please sit down. Wei Liuhe hesitated for a moment before taking a seat. Shen Tianyuan handed over a cup of tea, thorn cloud tea. Wei Liuhe was taken aback, took a light sniff of the familiar fragrance, and his emotions fluctuated. After taking a small sip, his gaze was as steady as a blade. Why did you save me? Shen Tianyuan held up two fingers. 2 reasons. First, I respect you as a person and cannot bear to see you die unjustly. Second, I would like to ask you to do something for me. Wei Liuhe smiled bitterly. By making this rescue, you've offended the Jiang family. Shen Tianyuan didn't take it seriously. Those families that rely on patronage to get by are not worth mentioning. Wei Liuhe looked at him earnestly. I'm grateful for your life-saving grace, sir. I cannot agree to that. Shen Tianyuan remained calm. You won't agree because you want revenge, right? A deep look flashed in Wei Liuhe's eyes. Yes. So, how confident do you think you are? Almost none. Since you know you have no chance of winning, why persist? Wei Liuhe clenched his fist. A true man knows what to do and what not to do. I would rather die than submit. I cannot do nothing. Shen Tianyuan's eyes shone brightly. This is what I admire about you. Your sense of responsibility. In today's world, far too many people have forgotten these 2 words. He smiled gently. So, I'm willing to lend you a hand. Wei Liuhe's heart skipped a beat. You could it be? Shen Tianyuan simply refilled his cup of hot tea. No rush, you'll find out soon enough. Wei Liuhe stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Paradise Bar in Jinlu City. Jiang Bin was enjoying himself with a beautiful woman when he suddenly received a phone call. What? Wei Liuhe has been kidnapped. In a fit of anger, he pinched the woman in his arms hard. Get lost, you rotten piece of trash. Enraget, Jiang Bin Huaret. Investigate. Investigate for me. Someone wearing silver armor thinks they can kidnap people? Useless. Just as he was shouting, he suddenly heard a commotion. I looked up. The air in the entire bar seemed to have frozen. A silver-white figure stood prominently in the hall. Jiang Bin was stunned. The 2 A-level guards beside him reacted immediately. As soon as they activated their armor, They felt a tremendous force, like a landslide or tsunami, pressing down on them. They paused, and before they could retaliate, a cold hand grabbed their necks. The next moment, his entire body was frozen solid. Even his armor was frozen into crystals. Two A-level fighters were instantly killed. Jiangbin stood there dumbfounded, sweat streaming down his forehead. The silver-white armor slowly turned around, its cold mask aimed at him. Chapter 11 Military Talents. What? The young master of the Jiang family has been arrested, and he's heading towards the East District. Upon receiving the news, the captain of the East District Guardians realized that this was an opportunity to redeem himself. If we can save the young master of the Jiang family, that would be a great achievement. He then shouted sternly at his subordinates. Wait, I'll go first. If you chicken out again, I'll kick your asses. Absolutely not. Anyone who backs down is a coward. That's right, this time I will fight to the death. The three maintained their armor's energy frequency at its highest level, ready for battle. But suddenly, the squad leader thought of something. Young Master Jiang has A-level bodyguards protecting him. If someone could be captured under the protection of A-level guards, then the kidnapper must be... No. How could someone of that level possibly be here? The squad leader struggled to suppress this terrifying thought. But as a silver-white figure appeared, the squad leader's heart sank to the bottom, because he clearly sensed that the silver-white figure was emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. That belongs to the S-level energy fluctuation. The squad leader couldn't help but swallow hard. Are you kidding me? It's really S rank. He had assumed the attacker was a B level, or at most an A level. I can still fight. But to my surprise, the other party was an S rank. What's the point of knitting this? He couldn't even stall for time, let alone fight. Going to be suicide. The two B-level teammates had intended to wait for the captain to lead the charge. But when the people arrived, the captain stood frozen in place, motionless. I was about to remind them, but then I realized what I had done. The captain chickened out. He didn't dare to go up. If even the captain wouldn't dare to go up against an opponent, then the two of them going up would just be throwing their lives away. So the three of them remained motionless in perfect unison. They watched as the silver-white armored figure grabbed Jiangbin and sped away. After she had completely disappeared, the squad leader said leisurely, "Was that her just now?" "Yes. That's an S-class car. It was the right decision not to include it." Upon hearing that the target was an S rank, the two team members breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it didn't go up. Otherwise, the family would have already been notified to carry them out. While feeling relieved, they also became worried. "Captain, even if the other party is S rank, the fact that the young master of the Jiang family has been captured from us means we're in deep trouble." The squad leader said with a long face, "Yeah, if we go, we'll just be throwing our lives away. It's the wise choice not to go. But the Jiang family doesn't care about any of that. They'll definitely take their anger out on us. If it weren't for the armor's remote positioning system, he would have run away long ago." The squad leader's mind raced, and he used all his wisdom to say, "At this point, the only option left is a self-inflicted injury." A self-inflicted injury ruse. The two team members quickly understood each other. That's the only way. The three then coordinated their attacks, fabricating injuries to create the illusion that the interception had failed. To make it realistic, the three of them were seriously injured in the fight. This is better than death. The captain lay on the ground, spitting out blood. This way, it shows we've done our best, and we shouldn't die, but other punishments are inevitable. Sigh, money is hard to earn, and life is tough. The three of them sighed in unison. Why are S-class warriors not fighting in interstellar wars, but instead kidnapping a spendthrift son? Oh, someone's here. Lie down. Ouch, that hurts. When the other guardians and police arrived, they found only 3 guardians lying on the ground, seriously injured. When the hot tea had cooled to lukewarm, Wei Liuhe saw the silver-white armored man who had saved him return, carrying someone. The armor retracted, revealing the beautiful face of Bai Shuang. However, Wei Liuhe's attention was entirely focused on the person she was carrying. Jiangbin. Wei Liuhe was stunned at first. Then his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Wei Liuhe, it's you?" Jiangbin was initially very scared. Upon seeing a familiar face, he immediately regained his fierce demeanor. "You dare kidnap me? I'll kill your whole family." Wei Liuhe rushed over and punched Jiangbin to the ground. With one punch, Jiangbin coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Wei Liuhe grabbed his collar and raised his fist again. But instead of falling, he turned to look at Shen Tianyuan. He knew what that punch meant for him, and Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan did not stop them, but said to Bai Shuang, "The pursuers are about to find us. Let's go set sail. We'll leave this place to Colonel Wei for now." "Yes." After saying that, he took Bai Shuang and left for the cockpit. Wei Liuha understood Shen Tianyuan's intentions, and his fist fell without hesitation. During this time, Shen Tianyuan vaguely heard a dull thud and a low roar. The sound didn't stop completely until more than 10 minutes later. A moment later, Wei Liuha, covered in blood, walked out calmly and knelt down directly in front of Shen Tianyuan. "From now on, my life, Wei Liuha's life, belongs to you." Shen Tianyuan helped him up. "Colonel Wei, there's no need for that. Go and wash up first." "Yes." Shen Tianyuan walked into the cabin and looked at Jiang Bin's unrecognizable corpse. "This kind of scum deserves to die so easily." Shen Tianyuan waved his hand. "It's been dealt with, leaving no trace." "Yes." While waiting for Wei Liuha to clean the bloodstains, Shen Tianyuan recounted the whole incident in his memories. The story begins a month ago. At that time, he was already considering the issue of building up his own power base. The most important things for building power are money and people. Because of the system, he has a stable way to obtain funds, and the funding problem is solved. As the saying goes, it's easy to get 1,000 pieces of gold, but hard to find a good general. Because of his status as a son-in-law, he could not lead this force for long. Therefore, he had to find a talented and, more importantly, loyal person to manage the organization for him. Shen Tianyuan wanted to create a diversified force. The most important of these is the private military organization that provides military support. Its manager must be a military expert. Soldiers are undoubtedly the most suitable. Furthermore, they must be high-ranking military personnel skilled in management and organization. Finding suitable military talent like this is extremely difficult. During that period, besides making money online through the system, Shen Tianyuan browsed various military forums and veterans' websites to find suitable talent. Finally, 2 weeks ago, he found the right person, Wei Liuha. Chapter 12 for the Human Race. Wei Liuha joined the army as a young man and served for 20 years, experiencing hundreds of battles. He fought bravely and achieved numerous military exploits, eventually rising to the rank of colonel. His resume is so perfect that it is extremely rare to see such a person in the entire human army. In fact, based on his military achievements, he should have reached the rank of general long ago. However, he has not been promoted to rank since he was promoted to colonel 5 years ago. The reason for this was simply because he was a reformed person. The term returnees refers to people who have returned from occupied territories controlled by extraterrestrial races. Wei Liuha's home planet was originally developed by the human race, but it was occupied by the true woman race decades ago. Wei Liuha's parents were later killed by the Zhennu clan. He went through countless hardships in his quest to return to the human race and join the army. He was determined to expel the Zhen woman and avenge his country's humiliation. And that's exactly what he did, although he devoted himself to the cause of humanity. However, his status as a reformed person led to him being constantly discriminated against and suspected. Despite his outstanding military achievements, he was suppressed for this inexplicable reason. And so it was Wei Liuha did not complain and devoted himself to serving the country. But misfortune struck him once again. The incident occurred more than a month ago. When Wei Liuha returned home after completing his mission, he was met with his wife's cold corpse. The body of Wei's wife had multiple wounds, clearly indicating that she had been tortured to death. They live in a military family compound, which is inaccessible to ordinary people. Despite his grief, Wei Liuha reported the incident to the authorities, hoping to seek justice for his wife. However, the higher-ups made various excuses to refuse to accept the task, which puzzled Wei Liuha greatly, until one of his subordinates secretly told him that his wife had been murdered by Jiang Bin, the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Bin saw Wei Liuha's wife by chance. Jiang Bin, who is known for being a good wife, took advantage of Wei Liuha's absence to harass and threaten him at his home. However, Wei's wife was strong-willed and refused to submit, and was eventually tortured to death by Jiang Bin. Afterwards, Jiang Bin arrogantly threatened the witnesses, telling them to shut up. But eventually someone was willing to take the risk and tell Wei Liuha the truth. Upon learning the truth, Wei Liuha was filled with grief and indignation, and immediately took out his gun to confront Jiang Bin. When questioned, Jiang Bin admitted it, but he showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he blamed Wei's wife for being unreasonable and not cooperating properly, thus spoiling his mood. Then, Jiangbin casually said that Wei Liuhe should just find another wife. However, don't go looking for that kind of blind woman again. Wei Liuhe never imagined that there could be such wicked people in the world. He immediately drew his gun to kill Jiangbin, but was subdued by Jiangbin's bodyguards. Because Wei Liuhe was highly respected in the army, he could not be killed without a clear explanation. Therefore, he was not executed immediately after being arrested. For the Jiang family, Wei Liuhe was a useful dog. But if a dog is disloyal to its owner, it should naturally be eliminated. Therefore, the Jiang family simply pinned the blame for the murder of Wei's wife on Wei Liuhe in order to get rid of him. On Jiang's territory, the procuratorate, the court, and even the defense lawyers colluded in the same way. They can easily distort the truth. Although the Jiang family holds absolute power, there are always people in the world who value loyalty and righteousness. Many of Wei Liuhe's comrades in arms worked tirelessly to seek justice for him. But without exception, they were all discharged from the military. News about Wei Liuhe has also been suppressed. However, one of the messages was seen by Shen Tianyuan, who was browsing the Veterans Forum that day. At that moment, Shen Tianyuan understood that Wei Liuhe was the person he was looking for. Not only did he possess outstanding military talent, but he also had a heart devoted to serving his country. Moreover, he was imprisoned at the lowest point in his life, and offering him help at this time would be most likely to win his loyalty. From that moment on, Shen Tianyuan began to make his plans. That's how things came to be today. After Wei Liuhe came out, the two began to discuss serious matters. As the boss, Shen Tianyuan first described the future plans to Wei Liuhe. First, they started by recruiting soldiers from a private military company. The ultimate goal is to become an independent military organization with an interstellar fleet. Wei Liuhe learned that Shen Tianyuan was actually planning to build an interstellar fleet. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be deeply shocked. After all, he had experienced it firsthand and knew the terror of Starfleet. The required manpower and resources are astronomical. However, no objections were raised to the merger of Weilu. While it sounds crazy, based on what he's seen so far, it's not entirely impossible. Moreover, Shen Tianyuan had done him a great favor. No matter how crazy the thing, he'll go all the way. After describing the future, Shen Tianyuan explained the reasons for forming a military organization. The reason is simple. 4 words: revitalize the human race. These 4 simple words left Wei Liuhe stunned, because this was his lifelong ambition. Thus, Shen Tianyuan was not only his benefactor and boss, they are also his partners in achieving their shared ideals. Shen Tianyuan said this not only to use the greater good to bind Wei Liuhe even more tightly, but also because he did indeed have plans to revitalize the human race. In this interstellar age, life is not easy for humans. In addition to its own internal troubles, it also faces serious external threats. Besides Wei Liuhe's hometown being occupied by aliens, another real-world example is Shen Tianyuan's personal experience. When Shen Tianyuan first transmigrated, his predecessor had been captured by aliens, which led him to mine in an alien mine for a year. Tens of thousands of humans were captured from that alien mine. Humans there live worse than animals. Eat the least amount of food, do the most work. Usually, a person can't last more than 6 months. They either die from exhaustion or get beaten to death. They would even be thrown to be fed alive to the slit-mouthed snakes if they were sick or had low work efficiency. The slit-mouthed serpent is a domesticated animal raised by aliens. Humans, on the other hand, are the food source for livestock. That place could easily be called hell. At that time, Shen Tianyuan vowed that if there was a future, he would definitely do something for the human race. Of course, before contributing to the human race, Shen Tianyuan must first eliminate his enemies. There are also bad people among the human race who also need to be eliminated. Chapter 13, Chongqing Prefecture Guard. After explaining his initial motivation for starting the business and making grand promises, Shen Tianyuan began discussing specific plans. The initial goal was to establish a private military company in order to legally amass military power. In the interstellar age, conflicts are frequent, greatly increasing the demand for military force. Therefore, the government also maintains an open attitude towards such private military forces. They even maintain cooperation with several private military organizations. Registering a legitimate private military company is not difficult. Shen Tianyuan took out a stack of documents and a bank card. These are the company's registration documents, and there is also 1 billion Xingyuan in startup capital. After speaking, Shen Tianyuan stood up and presented the 2 documents to Wei Liuhe. Colonel Wei, I hereby appoint you as the president and chief instructor of Baishui Company. Wei Liuhe stood up, bowed, and solemnly accepted the appointment with both hands. I accept the appointment. Boss, I'm no longer a colonel. From now on, please call me Instructor Wei. Okay, Instructor Wei. Shen Tianyuan said. Instructor Wei, the company is just a shell. We are not aiming to gain commercial benefits. Instead, the goal should be to build and develop a disciplined and combat-ready army. Clear. Then, the 2 discussed the company's specific development. Wei Liuhe asked, Boss, what are your plans regarding personnel? Wei Liuhe's years of military experience naturally led him to believe that Shen Tianyuan would not allow him to run the company alone. They will definitely arrange for some of their trusted confidants to check and balance him, lest he become too powerful to control. But to his surprise, Shen Tianyuan waved his hand and said, I have no other personnel arrangements besides you. You're the expert in this area, so I won't interfere. You have full authority to make personnel arrangements. Wei Liuhe has served in the military for many years and has both experience and connections. It is most appropriate for him to expand staff. Of course, there are also potential risks involved. If Wei Liuhe had selfish motives, he could take the opportunity to cultivate and install his cronies to sideline Shen Tianyuan. But if you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Since Shen Tianyuan has chosen him, there's no need to waste time on any kind of checks and balances that would hinder development. It's better to trust his character and your own choice. Shen Tianyuan's complete delegation of personnel authority shocked Wei Liuhe. Years of military service, a process of being suspected and ostracized. This made him feel even more deeply the profound trust Shen Tianyuan placed in him. He said earnestly, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Wei Liuhe, as expected of a professional, quickly came up with a recruitment strategy. First, he needs to recruit veterans. Because veterans have sufficient ability and experience, they do not need time-consuming training and can directly serve as the backbone of the team, quickly supporting an organization. Furthermore, their experience can be used to train new employees, thereby rapidly expanding the organization. Very good. Shen Tianyuan agreed with the idea and then added his own thoughts. Wei Liuhe can recruit his comrades. Many of Wei Liuhe's comrades in arms were forced to leave the army and are now unemployed at home because they tried to seek justice for him. They're skilled in their own techniques and have long service experience, making them outstanding soldiers. More importantly, they're not the kind of opportunistic slickmen who change their tune with the wind. They're willing to give their all, even sacrifice themselves for their comrades. This is absolutely the most valuable spiritual asset for the military. Similarly, by recruiting them, he also demonstrated his trust in Wei Liuhe. Veterans form the backbone of an organization, but they also need the replenishment of fresh blood. Shen Tianyuan also offered his own ideas regarding the recruitment of new employees. That means we shouldn't just recruit from Earth. We should also consider recruiting from the human-occupied territories. Because compared to young people living a comfortable life in a big city, they need to learn to be tactful and diplomatic. Under the oppression of the alien race, the people in the occupied territories have become more resilient and determined in their fighting spirit. They are clearly better suited to be soldiers, warriors. Wei Liuhe agreed, because he himself came from the occupied area. He knows it best. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The fighting spirit of the youth in the occupied territories was indeed stronger than that of people in big cities. However, he also raised a concern. Boss, I can send people to the occupied territories to find ambitious young people, but bringing these people out is not an easy task. But there are still ways, whether it's smuggling yourself across or bribing border officials. I have only one sentence. I will spare no expense for these ambitious young people. Yes, boss. The 2 then discussed and added to the details. Wei Liuhe discovered that his young boss was not just a big spender. His understanding of various fields, especially the military, is profound and unique. This gave him a feeling. The boss's crazy dream might actually come true. They might really be able to change the world. Time slipped by unnoticed as the 2 discussed. It wasn't until Bai Shuang came over and said that they had arrived in Ning'an City. Anning City is the capital of Chongning Prefecture and the location of Baishui Company. As this is Ning family territory, it's difficult for the Jiang family to interfere and Wei Liuhe is unlikely to be discovered here. Meanwhile, the airspace above Ning'an City is where the Ning family's aerial island is located. Shen Tianyuan arranged for him to stay here. In case of an emergency, we can respond immediately. To maintain secrecy, Shen Tianyuan stopped going to the company. He arranged in advance for a spaceship to take Wei Liuhe directly to the company base. Instructor Wei, I'm counting on you. Yes. Wei Liuhe saluted and watched Shen Tianyuan leave. Shen Tianyuan returned a perfectly standard military salute. When Shen Tianyuan returned, he found that the Ning family had many more soldiers in camouflage uniforms. Ning greeted him. My husband, you're back. Husband, where did you go today? Did you have fun? Faced with Ning Ying's obvious question, Shen Tianyuan played along. Go to Jinlu City. Jinlu City, that's not the capital of Linjiang Prefecture. It's so far away from here. What are you doing there, my husband? I heard there's a famous dish in Jinlu City called Looking Up at the Stars, so I made a special trip to try it, and it was pretty good. I also brought a box for my wife. As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan handed Ning a box. On the deep blue dough, there are several alien sardine heads looking up at the sky, their eyes wide open in death, and some shiny, celestial debris. Thank you, my husband. Ning took it and then handed it to Fu Zhan without making a sound. Shen Tianyuan looked at the soldiers around him and asked, Madam, who are they? They are from the Chongning Prefecture Guard. What are they doing here? Ning Ying's expression was serious. Second brother, something happened to him. Chapter 14, The Lucky One Was Me. Second brother, what happened to Ning Liangjun? Shen Tianyuan asked in surprise. Ning Ying said, my second brother went out yesterday and has not returned. We have lost contact with him. At noon, Dad sent the state guards to search along the flight path, and they found the wreckage of my second brother's spaceship along the way. It was determined that the spaceship was destroyed by an external attack. Based on the extent of damage to the wreckage, it's highly unlikely that the second brother survived. Shen Tianyuan covered his mouth. How could this be? Have you found out who did it? Ning Ying shook her head. Not at the moment. Shen Tianyuan raised his sleeve and touched his eyes. My second brother is a good person. Last time I was frightened, he even brought me gifts to visit me. You must find the murderer and get justice for my second brother. Must. Ning Ying looked at Shen Tianyuan, who was overwhelmed with grief and felt quite helpless. My dear husband, your acting is a bit over the top. Shen Tianyuan was grieving for a while before he could stop and asked, by the way, why did the guard come to the house when my second brother had an accident? Bai Shuang's expression turned serious. In this attack, the accompanying A-level guards didn't even have time to call for help, let alone resist. This is something that ordinary people cannot do. Who did that? To be able to kill an A-level unit with a single blow, one must be at least an S-level combat unit. S-class, how terrifying. Analysis of the wreckage indicates that the attackers used a different attack method than any known S-class combat unit. This means that an unknown S-class combat unit is lurking on Earth, or even around us. Because it was uncertain whether the mysterious S-rank would target the Ning family again. So my father sent his guards, and others who could match them, who would come later. Those who can rival S-class are none other than S-class individuals. Looks like I'll have to keep a low profile for the next few days. My lord, that's roughly the situation, so it's best not to go out anytime soon, Bai Shuang advised. Okay, nothing else. I'll go back to my room now. By the way, Dad will be coming over in the next few days. My father-in-law is coming? Okay, I understand. Father-in-law, Ning Ying's father, Ning Chinchuan, the current head of the Ning family, the governor of Chongning Prefecture, and in charge of the Chongning Prefecture Guard and the Chongning Fleet, two major military forces. He is the #1 figure among all human races. Shen Tianyuan had a deep impression of this man because it was he who forced him to become a live-in son-in-law. Should I see him this time and see if I can find out his reasons for doing this? No sooner had Shen Tianyuan left than the butler came over to report to Ning Ying. Miss, we just received news that Jiang Bin from the Jiang family has been kidnapped. What happened? This afternoon, Jiang Bin was attacked by a silver-white armored vehicle at the Heaven and Earth Bar in Jinlu City. 2 A-level guards were instantly defeated, and Jiang Bin was captured. Jiang Bin's whereabouts are currently unknown. Where did you say the incident occurred? Jinlu City. Ning Ying suddenly had a strong sixth sense. She turned to look at Shen Tianyuan's room. He went to Jinlu City today, and this happened just like that. Is it a coincidence? No. Ning Yingli immediately abandoned this absurd idea. The ability to capture Jiangbin and break through the defenses of Jinlu City must undoubtedly be that of an S rank. As for Shen Tianyuan, all he does every day is play games. How could such a useless husband possibly be associated with something as powerful as an S-class item? That's right, impossible. Continue to monitor this matter, with the key being to find out the identity of the S-class attacker. The strength of an S rank is terrifying, enough to pose a threat to them. Even more frightening is that the identity of this S-class individual is currently unknown. In that case, even if she stands right in front of you and brushes past you, you wouldn't even know it. That would be terrifying. Countdown: 37 days, 4 hours, 37 minutes, and 15 seconds. 37 days. Shen Tianyuan watched the countdown to the opening of the newbie gift pack. Although the system is a bit of a rip-off, it's quite generous when it comes to giving out rewards. For example, the rewards for the 2 system upgrades were nanobodies and S-level combat units, which are both fantastic items. Shen Tianyuan was really looking forward to this newbie gift pack, which would take 70 days to unlock, and he would look at it for a while every day. Your account ending in 991 has received a transfer of 256,500,000 star dollars, leaving a balance of 29. Shen Tianyuan glanced at his account balance and saw that it had increased by another 250 million. They immediately replied, "Received, will ship immediately." It's not hard work at all. It's my business. By the way, how's business at your place lately? Brother Tian, thanks to you, with the yellow crystal mine, we launched the U-26 alloy business. Now many large companies are seeking cooperation with us. Oh, I'm quite curious about which big companies are involved. If you'd like, could you tell me? There's nothing that's impossible for Brother Tian. Large companies like Luoding Company, Bosching Company, and even Ning's Heavy Industry have all sent letters of intent for cooperation. Oh, Ning's Heavy Industry. Could it be that Ning family? Yes, it's that subsidiary of the Ning family. The Ning Group, owned by the Ning family, is one of the top companies on the entire planet Earth. By the way, I heard that the president of Ning's Group is a woman. Have you heard of that, Brother Tian? I've heard a little about it. I heard that President Ning is only in her early 20s. How amazing must she be to be able to manage such a large company as Ning's Group at such a young age? And I've also heard that President Ning is a great beauty. Oh, really? Yes, Ms. Ning is talented, rich, and beautiful. Truly a perfect woman. I wonder which lucky man will be able to marry her. I'm a lucky one? But I don't think so. Shen Tianyuan asked this question in order to confirm a fact. He had previously seen information about Jinyuan Steel, also known as Cocoa Company, on Ning Ying's desk. At that time, he was somewhat worried that his sale of the yellow crystal mine might have been exposed. It seems I was overthinking it. Ning Ying just wanted Coco's U-26 alloy. But what he didn't know was that Ning Ying wanted more than just U-26 alloy. She also wanted a supplier of yellow crystal, or, that is, himself. Chapter 15: Bloodstained Military Uniforms. Have you found out genuine suppliers? Ning Ying asked the question in front of the projector of the purchasing manager. No, Mr. Ning. The supplier of Wang Jing or is directly handled by Su Siyuan, the owner of Jinyuan Group, so it's very difficult to trace. However, I received a strange anonymous email. The purchasing manager pulled up an email. Mr. Ning, please take a look. The email was brief. Jinyuan Steel supplier of yellow crystal or is a guy named Tian Gu in the StarCraft 2 game. Is this an email leaking secrets about a topaz or supplier? But who would do that? The manager said, I had someone check the IP address, and it came from the Su family's residence, but I don't know exactly who it was. The Su family. Ning Ying frowned slightly. This was somewhat unexpected. The supplier of yellow crystal or is a secret of the Su family. So why would someone leak it? Could it be internal strife? Ning Ying had encountered a similar situation before. Simply put, it refers to the internal power struggles within a family, where individuals are willing to betray intelligence to their enemies in order to bring down their rivals. Perhaps the Su family is currently engaged in this internal strife. Ning Ying looked at the email. Jinyuan Steel's yellow crystal or supplier was a guy named Tian Gu in the StarCraft 2 game. There are 2 keywords, StarCraft 2 game and Brother Tian. Could it be that the Su family established a yellow crystal or trading channel through the game? In this information age, such a transaction method is not impossible. StarCraft 2, Tian Yi. Ning Ying kept repeating these 2 terms, feeling that they were somewhat familiar. One day later, Ning Tianyuan arrived as scheduled. Several days later, Shen Tianyuan met his father-in-law again. Ning Tianyuan was of medium height and wore a sharp suit, giving him a refined appearance, but the scars around his eyes seemed out of place. The scars were left from Ning Tianyuan's early years in the army. The Ning family has been able to maintain its position among the four major families because of the Chongming fleet, which has been passed down through generations. With a knife in hand, the world is at your command. The Ning family understood this principle very well. To ensure the continuation of the Chongming fleet, all male heirs of the Ning family will serve in the Chongming fleet. Ning Tianyuan served in the Chongming fleet for as long as 15 years. The scars on his face were from an interstellar war. Father-in-law. Ning Tianyuan nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Shen Tianyuan. Son-in-law, has your memory returned any better? Shen Tianyuan shook his head. It's still the same. I can't remember. Because Shen Tianyuan did not inherit the memories of his predecessor, Hu Bian's identity would be easily exposed. So when the Ning family inquired about his identity, Shen Tianyuan made an excuse that he had hit his head while mining and lost his memory, unable to recall the past. And there is indeed a scar on the back of his head. I thought that Ning Tianyuan had no choice but to accept this explanation. Unexpectedly, he waved his hand and said, Son-in-law, I brought back some things that may help you recover your memory. After saying that, he had someone bring over a spherical device with a modeled exterior. This is an old-fashioned space escape pod. Upon seeing the space escape pod, fragmented images and sounds suddenly flashed through Shen Tianyuan's mind, accompanied by a sharp pain and dizziness. Shen Tianyuan swayed, but Ninging caught him in time. I'm Yufine. Shen Tianyuan looked at the space escape pod again, feeling short of breath, and as if his heart was being squeezed by a pair of giant hands. Such a strong reaction confirmed to Shen Tianyuan that the space escape pod was indeed connected to him. Or rather, it is related to his predecessor. Father-in-law, may I ask where this came from? When you were first taken to work as a miner at the mine, they would create some simple files on the miners, such as where they were taken from. After we wiped out that mine, we found your file. According to the records, you were captured by a pioneering team on a nearby planet designated Pix 991 and then taken to a mine. After that, I sent people to Pix 991 to capture that pioneering team and get the location where you were discovered from them. Near that location, we found the space escape pod. I thought this might be related to you, so I brought it back. Now it seems there is indeed a connection between you two. Pix 991 star, Shen Tianyuan had no recollection of it. What's inside? Ning Tianyuan shook his head. I don't know. The safety device of this escape pod is very peculiar. Even with our technology, we can't unlock it. Forcing it open would likely only damage what's inside, so it wasn't opened. Since this item has a connection to you, perhaps you can open it. I'll give it a try. Shen Tianyuan went to the escape pod, touched it for a while, but there was no response. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I need to think about this carefully. Ning Tianyuan glanced at Shen Tianyuan. You can continue reading. Inger, come here, I have some questions for you. Yes, Dad. Ning Tianyuan left with his men, leaving Shen Tianyuan alone in the room. He stepped forward again and pressed his hand on the hatch of the escape pod. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the escape pod, and a voice sounded intermittently. Welcome, officer. Then the hatch slowly opened. Dad, is something the matter? Ning Tianyuan shook his head. It's nothing, just giving Shen Tianyuan some space to be alone. Why? He must have discovered how to open the escape pod, but he just didn't want to do it in front of us. Ninging straightened her fair face. This guy just likes to keep things to himself. How so? Dad, let me tell you. Ninging recounted all her suspicions about Shen Tianyuan over the past few days. Dad, this guy definitely has something going on. Ning Tianyuan smiled. Actually, it's reasonable for there to be problems. Your great-grandfather wouldn't just randomly choose anyone to be your husband. Dad, I've never understood. Why did Grandpa want me to marry him? I don't understand either. I asked my grandfather, but he wouldn't tell me. He just kept crying. After a moment of silence, he said, However, your great-grandfather will never harm you. I know, otherwise I wouldn't have come back. The hatch opened, and on the oval-shaped cabin, there was only a bundle of clothes. Shen Tianyuan picked up the clothes and unfolded them. This outfit features a dark blue base color and a fitted design, with a blue planet and dragon pattern on the left chest. Judging from its style, this is a military uniform. Strangely, this uniform lacks shoulder and collar insignia indicating rank, which is unusual. Moreover, the uniform was severely damaged, with multiple tears and dark stains covering the torn areas, dried bloodstains. Given the extent of the damage to the military uniform, it's easy to imagine that its owner must have suffered a very serious injury. Suddenly, Shen Tianyuan touched something. He turned over his left inner collar, and his pupils contracted immediately. How is that possible? Chapter 16, Recruitment. The inner collar was embroidered with 3 familiar characters. Shen Tianyuan. This is my own name. But how did it end up here? Shen Tianyuan was certain that this military uniform was the predecessor. His body had multiple scars, and the location of the scars matched the location of the tears in his military uniform. This is enough to show that this uniform is from the previous one. But the question is, why is his name embroidered on the clothes of his predecessor? Then, Shen Tianyuan took out a small box from the inner pocket of his military uniform. Upon opening it, I found a medal. The medal features a dragon with 9 stars above its head. 9 stars encircle the dragon's head, resembling a star crown upon which it is crowned, exuding extraordinary domineering power. The medal bears an inscription on the back, dedicated to Shen Tianyuan, the lamplighter who led humanity out of darkness. The name Shen Tianyuan appears on both his military uniform and medals. This all points to one possibility. That was the predecessor who shared the same name as him, Shen Tianyuan. Apart from having the same name, Shen Tianyuan had long noticed that the appearance of the predecessor was very similar to his original appearance. This cannot be described as a coincidence. Shen Tianyuan vaguely sensed that there must be some secret behind this similarity. He just hadn't realized it yet. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to speak, the light in the escape pod suddenly flashed. A recording is playing. Do you want to play it? Play. Start playing. Rumble. Amidst the extremely noisy background, a female voice came out. Commander, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you to the end. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. The luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. Goodbye, Commander. You must live well. The lights went out, the recording ended, and Shen Tianyuan stood there motionless. He felt terrible. His heart felt like it was suffocating. An indescribable, immense sorrow enveloped him. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, soaking through my clothes. What's wrong with me? Shen Tianyuan tried to wipe away his tears, but the more he wiped, the more tears he shed. He didn't know what was wrong, but he was really sad. After a long while, Shen Tianyuan gradually managed to control his emotions. He quietly hid the clothes, medals, and other items. He didn't want others to see these things. This overwhelming and uncontrollable grief made Shen Tianyuan realize that there were some things he had to find out. When Shen Tianyuan saw Ning Qianchuan again, his emotions had returned to normal, and there was no sign of anything unusual on his face. Son-in-law, has the escape pod opened? Shen Tianyuan shook his head. No, not open. Ning Qianchuan gave Shen Tianyuan a meaningful look. Shen Tianyuan's expression remained unchanged. Yes, it's not open, but I can sense that this escape pod is indeed related to me. I hope my father-in-law will keep it so I can study it for some time. I should be able to open it. Ning Qianchuan nodded slowly. That was originally meant for you. Ning Qianchuan left, but he left behind one person, a person with S-level combat power. He was there to guard against the unknown S-class who had killed Ning Liangjun. Meanwhile, outside, the guards were also conducting a full-scale investigation into the unknown S-class. But they never imagined that the person they were desperately searching for was under their protection, within the Ning family home, in an egg-shaped maintainer in a corner of Shen Tianyuan's room. It was quietly dormant. Shen Tianyuan caused a stir, but it didn't affect his ability to make money. He now ships 300 kilograms of yellow crystal or every day, earning over 250 million Singapore dollars daily. That's a lot of money, but he will have to spend even more money. In the past few days, Wei Liuhe submitted a budget report. The total budget reached 3.58753 billion Singapore dollars. The initial funding of 1 billion star coins was simply not enough. Shen Tianyuan carefully reviewed the budget, which included vehicles, training equipment, weaponry, combat armor, medical equipment, and personnel salaries and subsidies. Although there are many kinds, they're all necessary items. If we subtract it, there will be a corresponding deficiency. Having finalized the budget, Shen Tianyuan didn't waste any words and transferred the money directly. However, these 3 billion star coins are only the initial expenses. As personnel arrive and equipment is upgraded, the cost will increase exponentially. Just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly stressed. But if you've decided to do it, don't do it half-heartedly. In short, just do it. After discussing the money, Shen Tianyuan and Wei Liuhe talked about recruitment. First, the recruitment of veterans went more smoothly than expected. The current social environment is not friendly to soldiers. The reformed people are the most obvious example of this. Like Wei Liuhe, who returned to join the army with a heart full of patriotism, but what he got in return was doubt and exclusion. Even Wei Liuhe, with his high military rank, was treated this way. As for the other lower-ranking reformers, needless to say, their situation would only be worse. This was the case during military service, and the situation was even worse after discharge. Because they came from occupied areas, they had nowhere to live after being discharged from the army. What's even more infuriating is that the already meager veteran allowance is often withheld under fabricated pretexts. The reason is that the reformed people have no powerful backers, so they can just deduct money from their accounts. This results in a significant proportion of former juveniles becoming homeless after their military service. During his service, Wei Liuhe repeatedly appealed to higher authorities, demanding improvements to the unfair treatment of reformed citizens, but to no avail. Wei Liuhe could only do his best to help them. For many years, Wei Liuhe has maintained contact with these comrades and done his best to help them. Therefore, Wei Liuhe was very familiar with their situation. Wei Liuhe first selected over 100 comrades with excellent character and abilities and extended invitations to them. The veterans saw what Wei Liuhe did and remembered it. Without exception, they all accepted his invitation. According to Wei Liuhe's estimate, he should be able to recruit more than 5,000 qualified veterans in the next few months. The recruitment of new soldiers is also underway simultaneously. Wei Liuhe contacted his friends in his hometown, which was under occupation, through special channels, and asked them to secretly recruit ambitious young people from his hometown. It is difficult to estimate the exact number of new recruits, but conservatively speaking, it shouldn't be a problem to have tens of thousands of people. Chapter 17, Gene Enhancement. As mentioned before, there's a price to pay for rescuing people from occupied areas. For each person sent out, the smuggling fee or bribery fee plus transportation costs amount to approximately 100,000 Singapore dollars per person. Although it cost a lot, Shen Tianyuan thought it was worth it. Some people are used to a comfortable life. Joining the army was just a way to make a living. It was just a job. How can you expect someone like that to fight desperately in a war? As they chatted, the two started talking about combat armored units. Combat armored forces, as the name suggests, are a branch of the armed forces composed of combat armored soldiers. Those who can wear combat armor are at least F-level combatants, representing elite units in the military. Combat armored forces composed entirely of such elite units possess characteristics such as flexibility, stealth, and strong combat capabilities, making them the spearhead of the military and occupying an important position in interstellar warfare. Combat armored troops are formidable fighters, and their training is certainly not easy. First of all, the amount of combat armor that soldiers are equipped with is not small. For example, the cheapest general-purpose F-class combat armor costs over 6 million star coins per set. A 500-person D-level combat armored battalion requires 3 billion star coins. The price of the D-grade general-purpose combat armor has increased by 35 million star coins. The price of combat armor at later levels also increased several times over. This is just the initial purchase cost. Subsequent maintenance and repair costs for the armor will be calculated separately. Besides the cost of combat armor, the training of combat armor soldiers is also very expensive. Combat armor is extremely powerful, but also places extremely high demands on the user's physical fitness. Even the lowest grade F-level combat armor is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Gene enhancement technology was developed to enable humans to pilot combat armor. Gene enhancement, simply put, is the process of modifying human genes to significantly increase a person's physical abilities. Strength, speed, reaction time, and physical strength all exceed their limits. Only a body like this can handle the lowest level F-class combat armor. Like combat armor, genetic enhancement is also graded. After completing F-level gene enhancement, one can pilot F-level combat armor. After completing D-level gene enhancement, one can pilot D-level combat armor, and so on. Therefore, in order to improve the combat effectiveness of an individual soldier, in addition to improving the combat armor level, it is also necessary to improve the human's gene enhancement level. Upgrading gene enhancement levels not only means increased costs, but also represents risks. Each gene enhancement has a chance of failure, and the higher the level, the higher the failure rate. Starting from rank B, the failure rate for advancement becomes so high that it's practically gambling with your life. besides the enormous costs associated with combat armor and genetic enhancements. Another important point is inhibitors. Gene enhancement that can significantly improve physical performance naturally has its drawbacks. There are two main drawbacks. Firstly, it can shorten lifespan. While genetic enhancement can significantly improve physical fitness, it will also greatly shorten lifespan, at most allowing one to live to 60 or 70 years old. It is important to know that with modern biotechnology, human lifespan has long exceeded 100 years, and some people can live to 130 or even 140 years old. This essentially reduces one's lifespan by half. The cost was considerable. Therefore, the powerful and wealthy did not undergo genetic enhancement. Besides shortening lifespan, there is another hazard. Gene enhancement technology is not perfect. It has flaws. Gene enhancement disrupts the original stability of genes, making the gene chain more susceptible to mutations. Inhibitors can suppress this mutation and maintain gene stability. However, the inhibitor's effect only lasts for 1 month. So after gene enhancement, the inhibitor must be taken every month. Once the inhibitor is stopped, the genes will mutate and various diseases will appear in the body. If you don't take it for a long time, it can even cause genetic damage and death. To become a combat armored soldier, one must undergo genetic enhancement. And once genetic enhancement is achieved, one can never live without inhibitors for the rest of one's life. This is a sacrifice they made for the army. Correspondingly, the military has a responsibility and obligation to ensure their supply of inhibitors. This applies not only during their service, but also after their discharge, ensuring they receive lifelong inhibitors. This is not a small amount, and it will be a long-term expense. After a deep conversation with Wei Liuhe, Shen Tianyuan became even more aware of how heavy the burden on his shoulders was. This is pressure, but is also a driving force. From now on, he will continue on this path, for himself and for those who follow him. For a period of time afterward, business and company development remained stable. However, Shen Tianyuan's investigation into his predecessor yielded no results. He searched for the military uniforms, medals, and even escape pods he found, hoping to trace their origins and then follow the clues. But they gained nothing. He couldn't trace its origin. These things seemed to exist as if they didn't exist. This caused Shen Tianyuan a great deal of distress. It seems I need to find an opportunity to visit Planet Pix 991. However, before that, Ningying assigned him a task to attend a parent-teacher meeting. Chapter 18 University on a Satellite. At the end of June, it was time for schools to conduct their end-of-term summaries. The Federal Interstellar University, where Ning Qi and Ning Ling study, held its end-of-term parent-teacher conference. It was called a parents' meeting, but it was actually a social gathering. Because 90% of the students at the Federal Interstellar University are children of the powerful and wealthy. Parent-teacher meetings serve as a networking platform for parents to build connections, facilitating future collaborations, collusion between government and business, and mutual protection among officials. The reason it was Shen Tianyuan's turn was because Ning's mother had passed away and Ning Qianquan and Ningying were both too busy with work to go. Those uncles and elders are also not suitable. Ningying figured that since Shen Tianyuan had nothing to do all day, attending the parent-teacher conference was just a formality, so she gave the task to Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan didn't want to go, but considering that I get 10 million in pocket money every month, since he had accepted the bribe, he agreed. 3 days later, Shen Tianyuan set off in the early morning. The spaceship tilted its head up and took off, because the Federal Interstellar University is not on Earth, but on one of its satellites. Blue Star has 2 moons. It's just that Ganymede is too small, with a diameter of only a few hundred kilometers, so it looks about the same size as a star. Therefore, it has never received much attention. What people don't know is that the federal government built 2 important facilities on Serpentis. First, the Blue Satellite 2 military base houses this small joint fleet. Secondly, it is the location of the Federal Interstellar University. All enrolled students will be required to sign a confidentiality agreement to keep the location of the Federation Interstellar University confidential. Soon, the spaceship passed through the atmosphere and entered interstellar space. Looking at the blue planet, Shen Tianyuan thought to himself, it looks just like Earth. When a spaceship reached 500 kilometers outside a blue star, Bai Shuang said, Brother Tian, the spaceship is about to enter the interstellar route from Blue Star to Blue Satellite 2. Please take safety precautions. Shen Tianyuan pressed the button next to the seat, which activated the safety device and secured him. All right. White Frost begins its countdown. The laser thruster is about to activate. The countdown begins 10-9. As the countdown began, a soft blue light illuminated the cabin, and Shen Tianyuan felt his body sink as the air pressure inside the cabin changed. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, the spacecraft's laser thrusters activated. The scene outside the window became blurry for a moment, but only for a few seconds. Upon arrival at the destination, the groundbreaking system is activated. Immediately afterwards, the cabin pressure returned to normal, the blue light disappeared, and the scenery outside the window became clear again. Driven by laser thrusters, the spacecraft can accelerate to near the speed of light. The distance between Blue Star and Blue Satellite, which is 200,000 to 400,000 kilometers, takes only a few seconds. Laser thrusters are too fast to avoid obstacles, so they're generally only allowed to be used on open interstellar routes and are prohibited on Earth. A gray celestial body came into view. It was Europa. The spaceship has entered orbit around Titan and is en route to the Federal Interstellar University. The spaceship flew westward along the blue moon, and all it could see was the gray, uneven, rocky surface of the moon. Brother Tian has arrived. The spaceship arrived at a huge impact crater on the back of Ganymede and began its descent. As the altitude decreased, the spacecraft quickly reached the bottom of the impact crater, but instead of stopping, it continued its descent through the rocks. The spacecraft moved through the rock layer. But upon closer inspection, one will find that the rock layers have an ethereal quality. Some circular devices can be vaguely seen floating in it, and if the angle is right, you can also see the light rays shining from the circular devices. The rock layers seen from the outside are not real. They are merely a holographic projection disguise. That circular device is the projection equipment. This is also a major reason why the Federal Interstellar University has remained undiscovered by outsiders. After passing through the projection camouflage, we arrived at the outskirts of the Federal Interstellar University, in an area called the Defense Zone. Here, you must pass identity and security verification before you are allowed to enter the campus. But Bai Shuang was stopped. According to regulations, weapons are not allowed on campus, and armored wristbands are no exception. If you want to enter, you have to take it off. Otherwise, you can only stay in the Defense Zone. Even with Bai Shuang by his side, her combat effectiveness was greatly reduced after she removed the armor bracelet. It will be better to let her stay here, wearing the armored bracelet and waiting for orders. After temporarily bidding farewell to the White Frost and passing through the Defense Zone, a bright and cheerful scene unfolded before our eyes. Under the bright artificial light, a magnificent university comes into view. At the school gate, Ning Qi and Ning Ling were eagerly waiting. But when Ning Qi saw that the person who came was Shen Tianyuan, her face fell immediately. "How come it's you? Where's my older sister?" "Your sister was busy with work, so she asked me to come instead." You're just a son-in-law who married into the family. You have no right to represent our family." After saying that, he turned around and left. Shen Tianyuan decided not to argue with him, considering the 10 million. Compared to Ning Qi's rudeness, Ning Ling's attitude was much better. "Brother-in-law, don't take Ning Qi's words to heart. That's just how he is. He's not very mature. Besides," she lowered her voice, "he recently broke up with his girlfriend, so he's not in a good mood." Shen Tianyuan was delighted to hear that Ning Qi had been humiliated, but he couldn't show it. So that's how it is. That's really pitiful. There's nothing to pity about him. His attraction is just lust. He'll be fine in a couple of days. Shen Tianyuan took out a tote bag. "All right, I accidentally bought the wrong thing a few days ago. I don't need it, and neither does your sister, so I just brought it to you." After saying that, he handed the handbag to Ning Ling. Ning Ling opened it and found it was a newly released limited edition snack gift pack, which she hadn't been able to snag before. Ning Ling, holding the snacks, beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Catering to someone's preferences is the simplest way to build a closer relationship. I had previously learned that Ning Ling's hobby was that she was a glutton, so he specially hired scalpers online to help him buy it. As expected, the results were remarkable. Ning Ling offered, "Brother-in-law, the parent-teacher meeting is about to start. Let me show you around the school first." "Good." Ning Ling summoned a service robot and instructed it to carefully deliver the snack gift pack back to her dormitory. Chapter 19, My brother-in-law's rival in love was me. Upon entering the school gate, there is a straight avenue with neatly trimmed flower beds on both sides, planted with exotic flowers and plants from different planets. At the end of the avenue is a huge fountain, surrounded by 4 statues. Ning Ling introduced, "Brother-in-law, these are statues of the 4 founding fathers of the People's Republic of China. Humanity was ruled and oppressed by alien races for hundreds of years. More than 100 years ago, the human rebels finally overthrew the rule of the alien races and established the Human Federation. At that time, the 4 leaders of the uprising army became the 4 founding fathers of the nation. He was also the founder of one of the 4 major families." Ning Ling arrived at a statue and said with pride, "This is our Ning family's ancestor, and the only one of the 4 founding heroes still alive." Shen Tianyuan looked at the statue and felt that it looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered, when he first arrived on Earth, he was taken to meet a mysterious old man. The old man's appearance was clearly that of the statue in its old age. In other words, the old man he met back then was the ancestor of the Ning family. "I remember the Ning family patriarch cried when he saw him. After that, he was forced to marry into the Ning family." Shen Tianyuan finally understood. It wasn't Ning Qianquan who had arranged for him to marry into the Ning family, but rather the Ning family's ancestor. But why would he do that? "No matter how handsome I am, I wouldn't ask my great-granddaughter to marry me after just one meeting. It seems I need to find an opportunity to have a chat with this ancestor of the Ning family." "Ah Ling, so you've been here all along." A sweet-looking girl appeared. "What's wrong, Coco?" The girl looked around. "Ah Ling, wasn't your sister supposed to be here? I don't see her." "My sister couldn't come because she had something to do." "What a pity." The girl looked a little disappointed, but then looked at Shen Tianyuan. "And who is this?" "He's my brother-in-law." The girl blinked. Brother-in-law? Which of your sisters got married?" "My older sister." "Is she my older sister, Ninging?" "Of course, I only have one older sister." "Ah." The girl covered her mouth in surprise. "Ninging got married?" "Shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear." Ningling put her index finger to her lips and blew on it. Ningling whispered, "I'll tell you a secret. My sister just got married, but she hasn't announced it to the public yet. Coco, you have to keep it a secret." "Okay, I promise I'll keep it a secret." The girl nodded, feeling dizzy. This news had a significant impact on her. After all, Ninging has always been her idol, the perfect woman in her eyes. She even felt that no man was worthy of Ninging. But unexpectedly, Sister Ninging got married quietly. After a while, the girl calmed down. Her gaze lingered on Shen Tianyuan. A man who could marry Sister Ninging must have some extraordinary qualities. She extended her hand. "Hello, I am Ailing's classmate. My name is Su Kiki." "Hello, Su. My name is Shen Tianyuan." Tianyuan. Upon hearing this name, Su Kiki suddenly thought of someone, her god of wealth, Brother Tian. After all, Tianji's game name is Tianyuan Di Fong, which is quite similar to the name Shen Tianyuan. However, that was all. I didn't think much of it. Su Kiki didn't recognize Shen Tianyuan, but Shen Tianyuan recognized Su Kiki. She's his client, QQ. Unexpectedly, they actually met in real life. Suddenly, Ning Qi returned and said to Shen Tianyuan, "Hey, let me tell you, you're not allowed to." Halfway through his sentence, Ning Qi saw Su Kiki. Su, what are you doing here?" "Ning Qi, I came to see Kiki, and I just happened to run into your brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Ning Qi's face darkened when he heard Su Kiki mention her brother-in-law. He returned, but without reminding Shen Tianyuan not to spread the word about him being his brother-in-law, lest he embarrass himself. But they arrived too late, and Su, the classmate they least wanted to know, found out. As the 4 of them walked together, Shen Tianyuan noticed that Ning Qi was acting strangely. He glanced at Su Kiki from time to time, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Shen Tianyuan asked Ning Ling in a low voice, "Little Linger, is there a story between Ning Qi and Su?" Ning Ling nodded and replied in an even softer voice, "Yes, Ning Qi has a crush on Coco recently, and he's already preparing to confess." But he failed before he could even confess his feelings. Shen Tianyuan's gossip-loving spirit ignited. Oh, why? Having accepted Shen Tianyuan's snack gift pack, Ning Ling felt obligated to help, so she didn't hide anything. A few days ago, Ning Qi was preparing to confess his feelings, but when he found Coco, Coco was on the phone. Then Ning Qi heard Coco repeatedly mention a man named Tian Ge. According to Ning Qi, Coco's words were full of joy when she mentioned Tian Ge. Needless to say, that brother Tian is the one she likes. And so he broke up with his girlfriend. Shen Tianyuan was sweating bullets after hearing this. She had inexplicably become the rival in love that caused her brother-in-law's heartbreak. Although it made Ning Chi happy to suffer a setback. But he was actually innocent. Although he was Su Kik's brother Tian. And to some extent, Su Kiki does indeed like herself. But Su Kiki didn't like him as a person. She liked the money he brought her. Ning Chi has misunderstood. Although I understand it in my heart. But Shen Tianyuan will not clarify this misunderstanding. First, clarifying the situation would expose one's true intentions. Second, it's quite enjoyable to see Ning Chi suffer a bit. Chapter 20. The competition is more than just fighting. Out of curiosity, what kind of person is Shen Tianyuan, who married his idol? Therefore, Su Kiki kept asking Shen Tianyuan all sorts of questions. But this led Ning Chi, who had been secretly watching her, to misunderstand. You ignore me, a promising young man, but chat and laugh with a live-in son-in-law. Ning Chi was consumed by jealousy. He immediately shouted from the side. That guy looks so smug, but don't forget he's a son-in-law. Not only that, after marrying into the family, he did absolutely nothing productive all day but play video games. Tell me, what normal person plays video games all day? People who play video games all day are useless. Ning Chi spoke recklessly, completely unaware of Su Kik's slowly clenching fist and her gradually cooling gaze. You bastard, what do you know? What give you the right to look down on people who play games? Su Kiki also plays games, so Ning Chi's words were also an attack on her. As if afraid Su Kiki wouldn't hear, Ning Chi raised his voice and continued. What I said is true. He plays a game called StarCraft 2. I remember the name is something like Heaven is Round and Earth is Square, and he even added his name to it. It's really hilarious. Sukike suddenly felt youth. StarCraft 2, with its flat Earth and round heaven. Isn't that just like the Heavenly Emperor? She reached out and grabbed Ning Chi's shoulder. Ning Chi, what did you just say your brother-in-law's game was called? Say it again. Ning Chi felt that Su Kik's grip was quite strong, and his shoulder ached from being gripped so tightly. He quickly said, I've seen the concept of a round heaven and a square earth with my own eyes. It's true. Su Kiki slowly and stiffly turned her head to look at Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Ning Chi, that bastard. If I were exposed because of him. Shen Tianyuan insisted that he be reborn into an alien mine, mining until he dies. Shen Tianyuan remained outwardly calm. Su, is there something on my face? Su Kiki grinned. Brother Shen, what a coincidence. I also like playing StarCraft 2. My game name is Cuckoo. Have you heard of it? QQ? Never heard of it. What's your game name? I typed a bunch of random letters and can't remember them. Okay, let's add each other as game friends and play together in the future. Forget it. I'm a pretty boring person. Add one. Never mind. Let's add one. Let's forget about it. Ning Chi was stunned as he watched the two of them struggling. Hey, what's going on here? He said this to expose Shen Tianyuan's true colors and to keep Su Kiki away from him. But unexpectedly, Su Kiki was also a game enthusiast. By saying this, he actually brought the two of them closer. Isn't this a case of being too clever for one's own good? They lifted a rock only to drop it on their own foot. Ning Chi felt his blood surging and felt like he was about to vomit blood. After that, Su Kiki failed to add Shen Tianyuan as a friend. She looked at Shen Tianyuan with a resentful expression. Man, it's no use you rejecting me. How about my eye on you? I won't budge until I figure out who you are. You'd better be prepared. Shen Tianyuan noticed Su Kik's sharp gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. They've been targeted by troublesome people. This is all Ning Chi's fault, you brat. Just you wait. The campus tour ended in an awkward atmosphere, with the parent-teacher meeting about to begin. Upon arriving at the parent-teacher meeting venue, I found it filled with fine wines and food, with waiters serving us. The parents, dressed smartly and holding wine glasses, acted like respectable people, talking about multi-million-dollar deals and national politics all the time. The scene was a glittering spectacle of lights and revelry. It was hardly a parent-teacher meeting, but rather a social gathering for the upper class. Shen Tianyuan had no interest in joining them. He grabbed a plate and started eating. But people still bother you when you're eating. During this time, several ladies dressed in evening gowns approached him and gave him their contact information, saying they would like to exchange ideas on raising children when they had time. Shen Tianyuan said okay, but then turned around and threw it into the trash can. After all, he doesn't have any children, so how would he know anything about children's education? The principal took the stage to speak an hour later than expected. Shen Tianyuan realized that the principal was the most active person in the room just now. That old guy really knows how to get things done. After the principal finished speaking, Shen Tianyuan got up to leave. Unexpectedly, the principal asked everyone to move aside as the grand finale was about to begin, watching this year's Federation Interstellar University Annual Commander Finals. On his way to the simulation training hall, Shen Tianyuan learned about the Federal Interstellar University Annual Commander Competition. Simply put, it's a simulated space war competition for advanced command students. The reason for watching the one-on-one advanced command department competition is very simple. Because those who can be admitted to the advanced command department are all the children of the Federation's top elites. This is the most valuable second-generation system. It's another arena of fame and fortune. Not long after Ning Qi arrived at the training hall, Ning Ling and Su Kiki also arrived. They were there to cheer him on, because Ning Qi was one of the four who made it to the semifinals. This made Shen Tianyuan very suspicious. After all, he had witnessed Ning Qi's level of skill. With his coaching skills, how did he even make it to the semifinals? This school isn't very good either. But soon, Shen Tianyuan changed his mind, because he saw the list of participants for the competition. The four shortlisted individuals are surnamed Ningjiang, Zhao, and Kong. It turns out that all four major families have made it to the semifinals. Shen Tianyuan didn't believe it was based on merit. However, upon reflection, the reason becomes quite clear. Students graduating from the Advanced Command Department have a high probability of joining the fleets of the four major families in the future. The four major families will be their future superiors. There's a saying that goes, the world of martial arts is not just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social interactions. This applies to the world of martial arts, the workplace, and competitions alike. Every match is a testament to human relationships and social dynamics. Therefore, it is reasonable for all four major families to advance to the semifinals. Chapter 21, The Foolish Brother Who Trips His Sister. There are 10 minutes left before the match starts. Ning Ling pulled Shen Tianyuan to the players' lounge to cheer on Ning Qi. As soon as they arrived at the door of the lounge, they heard the sound of things being smashed coming from inside. The two quickly pushed the door open and went in. Inside the lounge, cups were shattered on the floor, and Ning Qi was panting heavily as he kicked the table. Ning Ling asked with concern, Ning Qi, what's wrong? But Ning Qi turned his back and sat in the chair without saying a word. Ning Qi, say something. Ning Qi remained silent, but Shen Tianyuan noticed something was wrong and asked, Ning Qi, where is your adjutant? According to the competition rules, each participant may bring one adjutant, ostensibly to simulate real combat. However, considering the skill level of the signs of the four major families, if only they themselves were to participate, they might end up playing some low-level matches. If we lose face, it will defeat the purpose of the competition. Therefore, the rule allowing participants to bring their adjutants to the competition was established. To put it bluntly, they want to find a high-level substitute player to avoid embarrassing themselves in the competition. However, considering their status, they could easily find a general with decades of military experience to serve as their adjutant. That would change the nature of the competition. Therefore, it is stipulated that the age of adjutants must not exceed 25 years old, and they must not have military experience. The competition is about to begin, but Ning Qi is the only one in the rest room. There is no sign of his adjutant. Yeah, Ning Qi, where's your adjutant? You can't compete alone, can you? Ning Ling asked as well. Faced with persistent questioning, Ning Qi, who had remained silent, finally broke down and revealed the whole story. He was tricked. Before the competition began, a man named Lu Xianming approached Ning Qi and volunteered to be his adjutant. Lu Xianming is a senior student in the Advanced Command Department of a Federal Star University and is actually the top student in his grade. Since his abilities were not an issue, Ning Qi agreed to his request. But little did they expect that Lu Xianming was actually an undercover agent sent by Jiang Wenxing. Jiang Wenxing is Ning Qi's opponent in the semifinals. When Jiang Wenxing saw the schedule, he knew he would run into Ning Qi. Therefore, he arranged for Lu Xianming, who had joined his ranks, to apply for the position of adjutant to Ning Qi. Then, 10 minutes before the start of the match, Lu Xianming was recalled, so Ning Qi didn't have time to find someone else. Then he would have a sure win. What's even more infuriating is that Jiang Wenxing just called specifically to first explain the plan triumphantly, and then to mock Ning Qi mercilessly. This caused Ning Qi to completely lose her temper, and she started throwing things. I understand the reason for this. Ning Ling patted Ning Chi on the shoulder and comforted him. All right, all right. Losing once is nothing. Just consider it a lesson learned. Ning Chi lowered his head. But Jiang Wenxing and I made a bet before. Whoever loses this round will grant the other a request. What did he ask for? This. Ning Chi looked at Ning Ling with a face full of guilt. Ning Ling sensed something was wrong and pressed him for an answer. Hey, what exactly did you promise him? After being pressed repeatedly, Ning Chi finally stammered. He wants you to go on a date with him for a day. Huh? What did you say? Upon hearing this, the usually mild-mannered Ning Ling flew into a rage and kicked Ning Chi hard. Ning Chi, you bastard! How could you use me as a bet? Ning Chi knew he was in the wrong and obediently accepted the beating. I was tricked by him. He only said he would agree to one request from the other party, and then he provoked me. I couldn't resist and agreed. He only told me about this request afterward. If I had known he would make this request, I would never have agreed. Ning Ling was on the verge of tears. You bastard! How could you do this? Ning Chi shrank back. Ning Ling, I'm sorry, hit me, hit me. Seeing the brother and sister with snot and tears streaming down their faces, Shen Tianyuan said with some confusion, Anyway, it's just a verbal agreement, so it's fine if we don't keep it. But thinking about it, Ning Ling, who was the most angry, shook her head. No. Although that idiot Ning Chi is hateful, he is still a member of our Ning family, and our Ning family cannot break its promises. Ning Chi echoed. A person cannot stand without integrity. How can one go back on their word? The two's stubbornness struck Shen Tianyuan as somewhat unbelievable. In this era, where deception is the norm and warfare and self-interest is paramount, going back on one's word has long been common knowledge. Upholding promises, however, makes one an outlier. These two siblings are such outliers. This surprised Shen Tianyuan, but also filled him with admiration. After all, this kind of quality is very precious. At the same time, there was also guilt because I had long since become the kind of person who puts profit first. Ning Chi, I'm telling you, you can't lose this match, you know. Ning Ling shouted, pointing at Ning Chi's nose. Ning Chi lowered his head. Winning will be quite difficult. Ugh, you idiot. I don't care if you lose, you have to dress up as a woman and go on a date with Jiang Wenxing. Shen Tianyuan carefully examined them. Ning Chi and Ning Ling were twins and looked quite similar. If Ning Chi dressed up carefully, she might actually be able to fool everyone. No, I'm taller than you. People will notice. You caused this trouble, so you have to figure out a solution. I don't know either. Ning Ling really wanted to punch him, but just as she was getting annoyed, she suddenly saw Shen Tianyuan. At this point, we have no choice but to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Ning Ling grabbed Shen Tianyuan's sleeve. By the way, brother-in-law, you're not even 25 yet, and you know a bit about military affairs. Why don't you become Ning Chi's adjutant? Shen Tianyuan initially wanted to refuse, as he consistently adhered to the strategy of not revealing his talents and focusing on developing his abilities. Reason told him he shouldn't agree. But humans are not plants or trees. How can they be without feelings? Putting aside what others might say, Ning Ling treats him quite well. Besides, she's still his sister-in-law in name only. Isn't it said that a sister-in-law is half his wife? Are we just going to stand by and watch Ning Ling go on a date with Jiang Wenxing because of Ning Chi's stupidity? Of course not. In short, Shen Tianyuan nodded. Okay. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're so kind. But Ning Chi objected. No, he's an amateur. How can he? Before he could finish speaking, Ning Ling interrupted him. Shut up. It's about to start. Who else can you go to? Ning Chi was speechless. Ning Ling continued. Regardless of your brother-in-law's abilities, as a family member, he at least won't abandon you. Ning Chi thought for a moment, but couldn't find anyone else, so he could only say, all right, but he has to follow my orders. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Tianyuan interrupted him. I will be in charge of this match. What gives you the right? Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi, let me ask you, are you confident you can win? Ning Chi certainly lacked confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been signed just now. I don't have it, do you? Have. Shen Tianyuan didn't know where his confidence came from, but he was confident nonetheless. Ning Chi was about to refute Shen Tianyuan's arrogant words when she suddenly froze. Because at this moment, Shen Tianyuan seemed like a completely different person. The carefree atmosphere of the past is gone. Instead, it exudes a calm, confident, and unquestionable aura of a king. Ning Qi was stunned by this aura and couldn't utter a single word. Shen Tianyuan continued, "From now on, I am the commander, and you are the adjutant. You're only allowed to execute my orders, and you're not allowed to question them. Do you understand?" Ning Qi subconsciously replied, "I heard clearly." Chapter 22, Is This Still a Useless Brother-in-Law? Jiang Wenqing was somewhat surprised to see Shen Tianyuan entering with Ning Qi. Ning Qi actually had time to find someone. "Do you know that person?" Lu Xianming, standing behind him, said, "I don't know him, but he's definitely not from our school. If it's not from our school, then it doesn't matter." As a student at the Federation's top university, he considered all other schools as garbage. "We must not only win this game, but we must completely dominate it. Young Master Jiang, rest assured, I know Ning Qi's abilities very well, and the result will definitely be as you wish. Then it's up to you, Lieutenant Colonel Lu." Lu Xianming was delighted. "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your guidance." The match begins. With the host's command, the competition officially began. The game is set in a remnant of an interstellar battlefield, where the presence of numerous electronic debris prevents radar from detecting the opponent's location. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan dispatched a large number of reconnaissance ships to investigate the movements of the enemy fleet. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Shortly thereafter, the reconnaissance ship detected the location of the enemy space carrier, and at this point the space carrier had become separated from other fleet units. Ning Qi exclaimed excitedly, "Great! The enemy mothership has become separated from the fleet. As long as our fleet launches a quick surprise attack and captures the enemy mothership, we will win." Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. "No way, you actually fell for this. Unless the opposing commander is an idiot, he won't allow the mothership and fleet to become separated, unless he has other intentions." A quick glance at the terrain reveals that the other side is clearly using the mothership as bait to lure them in. Shen Tianyuan was too lazy to explain, and only said, "Adjutant, you only need to carry out orders, you don't need to offer opinions." Although the enemy's objective was obvious, Shen Tianyuan still had concerns. The other party is a top student from a prestigious university. Surely they can't be that bad. Could it be a multi-layered trap? Possibly. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan arranged both a counter-ambush and a backup plan. On the other side, Lu Xianming was very confident in his plan. Because I had been by Ning Qi's side before, I knew him quite well. Ning Qi isn't calm enough. If the bait is good enough, he'll definitely take the bait. Once you lure him into the ambush zone, you can easily defeat him by taking advantage of the terrain. What awaits him afterward is a promotion and a raise, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Buzz, just as Lu Xianming was waiting for the fish to take the bait. But suddenly the screen flickered, and a red alert window popped up. The fleet was under attack. In an instant, dozens of ships were destroyed, and their crews continued to dwindle rapidly. Only then did Lu Xianming realize that a fleet had appeared behind the ambush force at some point and was opening fire on them. "Damn it, how did they get behind us?" Startled, Lu Xianming quickly directed the fleet to move and evade the attack. But the terrain they had previously relied on for an ambush had now become a death knell hindering their retreat. Unable to escape, Lu Xianming attempted a counterattack. But they soon discovered, to their despair, that the enemy was holding them back with a near-perfect formation, giving them no chance to retaliate. Under the fierce and precise firepower, their fleet was annihilated in just a few minutes. The remaining space carrier, which had been used as bait, and a few scattered escort ships were destroyed without much resistance after losing the protection of the fleet. The match is over. Ning Qi wins. As the match results were announced, and the applause outside filled the air, Lu Xianming's face turned ashen. The match ended in a crushing defeat, just as he had hoped. However, it was he who was crushed. At that moment, every round of applause felt like a slap to his face. Waste. He glared at Lu Xianming fiercely, then turned and left. "Young Master Jiang." Lu Xianming's face turned pale. He wanted to stop him, but didn't know what to say. After all, the crushing defeat was already a fact. He forced himself to stand up and looked at Shen Tianyuan. He knew that his complete defeat was all because of this man. Although, tactically, he underestimated his opponent. Just considering the encirclement and annihilation of him, the enemy's command of formation, artillery fire, and evasive maneuvers were almost perfect, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Such a level of command is far beyond what even the school's instructors can achieve. Just who is this man? Well, although Shen Tianyuan won, he sighed. Previously, Shen Tianyuan had prepared contingency plans in case the other party was setting multiple traps. But as it turned out, he overestimated the other side. There were no multiple traps at all. It was all pushed through in one go. Shen Tianyuan found the match utterly boring. It's so boring. Ning Qi stood motionless to the side because he was still deeply shocked. This match profoundly overturned his understanding. The reason this match turned into a one-sided victory was because Shen Tianyuan's tactical arrangements and command were almost perfect. It should be noted that, in addition to the anti-ambush plan, Shen Tianyuan also prepared 3 backup plans to deal with other possible situations. Such abilities are beyond the reach of Lu Xianming alone. Even if those generals were sent, they would likely meet a bitter end. But in his own mind, he was clearly just a useless person addicted to games. When did you become so powerful? Just as Ning Qi was completely baffled, Shen Tianyuan patted him on the head. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Okay, sure. Ning Qi quickly followed. Congratulations on your victory. Brother-in-law is awesome. Back in the lounge, Ning Ling immediately sent a congratulatory telegram. Thank you. Ning Ling nudged Ning Qi, who was still in a daze. Hey, Ning Qi, aren't you going to thank your brother-in-law? Ning Qi came to his senses, and his gaze towards Shen Tianyuan was complicated. But I still said, thank you. It's nothing. Ning Ling seemed very happy and asked, Ning Qi, what were your demands in the bet you made with Jiang Wenxing? Make him bark like a dog 3 times. Ning Ling was speechless. You childish brat. Ning Qi jumped up. Right, now that he's lost, it's time to make him keep his promise. Let's go find him and make him bark like a dog. Shen Tianyuan agreed. That's right. Since we keep our promise, he must also keep his. After all, today's trouble was caused by Jiang Wenxing, and we have to take it out on him. Chapter 23, Brother-in-Law, Good or Bad? When everyone rushed there, they ran into Jiang Wenxing, who was about to leave. Jiang Wenxing acted as if nothing had happened. Brother Ning Qi, sister Ning Ling. What a coincidence. Who said brothers and sisters? The brother and sister retorted simultaneously. Jiang Wenxing ignored him and went straight to Shen Tianyuan. Hey, you're quite capable. Come with me, and I'll promote you to lieutenant colonel in the Jiangbei fleet. Seeing Jiang Wenxing openly poaching her brother-in-law, Ning Ling couldn't stand it. You want to steal my man? Dream on. Sister Ning Ling, are you dreaming? As the saying goes, people strive for higher positions. What your Ning family can give, my Jiang family can give as well, and even better. Ning Ling crossed her arms, looking very confident. Humph. What our Ning family gives you is something your Jiang family can't compare to. Tell me about it. Humph. He's my brother-in-law. I gave him my sister. Brother-in-law? You said he's Ning Ying's? The young girl stood tall and said confidently, That's right. Does your Jiang family have anyone more outstanding than my sister Ning Ying? This news truly surprised Jiang Wenxing. He realized that it was impossible to win Shen Tianyuan over, so he didn't waste any more time. Since we're not destined to be together, I will take my leave. But Ning Qi stopped him. Jiang Wenxing, you lost, and you kept your promise. What promise? You lost. You have to bark like a dog 3 times. Hee hee. Jiang Wenxing smiled and said, Brother Ning Qi, that was just a joke. You actually took it seriously. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Since you promised, you must keep your word. Ning Qi, you're taking this too seriously. I have something to do, so I can't play with you anymore. Ning Qi blocked Jiang Wenxing's path. If you don't keep your promise, you're not leaving. Humph. Jiang Wenxing waved his hand, and a tall man walked over. Ning Qi had seen this man before. He was Jiang Wenxing's 11th bodyguard. Jiang Wenxing, you coward. You actually brought your guards in. What's the problem? He wasn't wearing the armor bracelet, so he didn't violate any rules. Even without the armor bracelet, this A-level guard is not someone an ordinary person can handle. With an A-level bodyguard by his side, Jiang Wenxing felt confident. Brother Ning Qi, you should save your energy for the match and move aside. Ning Qi stood firm. You must keep your promise today before you can leave. Jiang Wenxing snorted and then gave a look to the A-level guard. The A-level guard immediately stepped forward and shoved Ning Qi away. The immense force caused Ning Qi to stagger backward. If Shen Tianyuan hadn't caught him in time, he probably would have split his buttocks in 2. Jiang Wenxing shook his head. Why bother? As he lifted his foot to leave, a hand landed on his shoulder. Young Master Jiang, it's not right to just walk away after hitting someone. Jiang Wenxing looked at Shen Tianyuan, who was pressing on his shoulder, and said impatiently, "Is this ever going to end?" He then gave the A-level guards a meaningful look. The A-level guard understood immediately and threw a punch at Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan raised his left hand and easily caught the punch. "We're all civilized people. Why do we have to resort to violence?" Before he could finish speaking, Shen Tianyuan retaliated with a powerful punch, striking the guard hard in the face. With shattered teeth and splattered blood, he was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the wall beside him. Shen Tianyuan had previously experimented with Bai Shuang and found that his nanobody was no weaker than an S-class physique. The only thing he lacked to reach S-class combat power was experience in armored vehicle driving and combat. This A-level guard isn't wearing armor, and in terms of physique, Shen Tianyuan completely outclasses him. Shen Tianyuan flicked the blood off his fist. "Isn't it better to prioritize peace? Why does it have to come to bloodshed?" Jiang Wenxing was horrified to see his guards killed instantly and turned to run away. But Shen Tianyuan grabbed his shoulder again. "Young Master Jiang, you think you can just leave after hitting someone?" Jiang Wenxing wanted to retort, "It was clearly you who hit me." But circumstances forced him to force a smile and say, "You're right, this guy is so insensible. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. There's no need for you to go through all that trouble to teach Ning Qi a lesson." "What for? If someone hits you, don't you know how to fight back?" "Of course it should be returned." Ning Qi realized what was happening and went over to kick the A-level guard twice. Shen Tianyuan turned his gaze back to Jiang Wenxing. "Young Master Jiang, we still have a match to play later. Can you hurry up?" Jiang Wenxing retorted, "You want me to bark like a dog? No way. Young Master Jiang, as expected of a man of the Jiang family, you are truly courageous." As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan gradually increased the pressure on his hands. Jiang Wenxing was spoiled since childhood. He couldn't bear to suffer. Even a small scratch would prompt him to call a doctor, for fear that it would heal if he came too late. With Shen Tianyuan's force, Jiang Wenxing's toughness vanished instantly, and he screamed in agony. "Ouch, it hurts. I was wrong. I imitated a dog's bark. I imitated. Please." Jiang Wenxing, enduring immense humiliation, opened his mouth. "Woof, woof, woof." Ah. After Jiang Wenxing finished speaking, Shen Tianyuan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "As expected of a man from the Jiang family, you imitated him so well." These words, which sounded like encouragement, made Jiang Wenxing so angry he felt like vomiting blood. "Can I go now?" "Of course, young Master Jiang. You have other things to do, so I won't bother you any longer. Take care, and don't see me off." Jiang Wenxing took a few steps, getting angrier the more he thought about it, and turned back to say, "Have you thought about the consequences of how you treat the Jiang family?" Shen Tianyuan smiled. "I heard that your Jiangbin was kidnapped not long ago, and his fate is still unknown. I haven't heard anything about what happened to the kidnappers." "Okay, you're very good." Jiang Wenxing gritted his teeth, plotting how to get revenge on Shen Tianyuan. Unexpectedly, Shen Tianyuan suddenly took out his phone. "By the way, young Master Jiang, I've got something good for you." Next, a projected video played. Woof, woof, woof. This is the scene of Jiang Wenxing barking like a dog. Jiang Wenxing was shocked. He had actually recorded it. "You recorded it." The scene was so beautiful that I couldn't resist recording it. "Of course, we only keep these for our collection. As long as young Master Jiang doesn't cause trouble, no one else will be able to see them." A blatant threat. Jiang Wenxing was furious, his eyes blazing with anger. He had just been thinking of finding someone to teach Shen Tianyuan a lesson. But to his surprise, Shen Tianyuan recorded a video and got hold of his weakness. Now he dared not act rashly. "Okay, you're great." Jiang Wenxing could only leave in a fit of rage. Watching Jiang Wenxing's retreating figure, Ning Ling beamed with joy. Jiang Wenxing's face turned green with anger. "Brother-in-law, you're so mean." Chapter 24, My husband, how many things are you still hiding from me? Treat the kind with the kind, and the wicked with the wicked. Being nice to that kind of person will only embolden them. After saying that, Shen Tianyuan waved his hand. "Go back, the competition is about to begin." "Okay, brother-in-law." The two responded in unison. Shen Tianyuan turned to look at Ning Qi, wondering if he had misheard, but it seemed that Ning Qi had also called him brother-in-law just now. Ning Qi noticed Shen Tianyuan's gaze and immediately lowered her head. "Why are you looking at me?" Shen Tianyuan smiled. "It's nothing." Indeed, shared hatred of the enemy can increase mutual connection. Ning Qi seems to have changed her opinion of him quite a bit. Just as Shen Tianyuan had expected, Ning Qi's opinion of him had undergone a complete transformation. Ning Qi's dislike for Shen Tianyuan stemmed partly from her resentment that her sister had been married off to a complete stranger. On one hand, she felt that Shen Tianyuan was incompetent and unworthy of her sister. But today's events made him reevaluate Shen Tianyuan. He not only possesses superb command skills, but is also a high-level gene enhancer. Ning Ling didn't understand, but Ning Qi understood perfectly. Being able to defeat an A-level guard with his bare hands, Shen Tianyuan must be a gene enhancer, and his level must be no lower than A-level. Ning Qi has always had a dream of gene enhancement. After all, he longs for that kind of superhuman power. But his identity meant he was destined to be excluded from gene enhancement. After learning that Shen Tianyuan was an advanced gene enhancer, he developed a sense of admiration for him. Moreover, Shen Tianyuan's act of standing up for him made him feel the warmth of family. Humans are not plants or trees. How can they be without feelings? Ning Qi's attitude towards Shen Tianyuan is subtly changing. Annual Commander Finals. Before the game started, Shen Tianyuan asked, "Our opponents this round are the Zhao family. What is your relationship with them?" "We're just ordinary friends." "If that's the case, then there's no need to crush the opponent. You'll be in charge this round." "But This had previously made Ning Qi lack confidence. "Don't worry, you have a good foundation. You just lack experience. I believe that with more practice, you will definitely achieve great things in the future." Shen Tianyuan's words of encouragement rekindled Ning Qi's confidence. "Okay, watch me." As it turns out, growth doesn't happen overnight. Ning Qi's command still has many problems. Finally, under Shen Tianyuan's guidance, they barely managed to win. This was also the result Shen Tianyuan wanted. As mentioned before, competitions are about interpersonal relationships and social interactions. Since the relationship is still acceptable, there's no need to crush the competition and embarrass the other side. After the competition ended, the principal came to find him. He first congratulated Ning Qi on winning the championship, praising him as a talented young man, a young hero, and a pillar of the nation, leaving Ning Qi dizzy with admiration. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Shen Tianyuan. As the head of a school, he is not only adept at social maneuvering, but also possesses genuine talent and learning. He could see that Ning Qi's victory was entirely due to Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan's command skills were exceptional. "Mr. Shen, I wonder if you would be interested in working at our school. It would only require teaching a few classes a month." Shen Tianyuan waved his hand. "Principal, you flatter me. I'm used to being free, and I'm afraid I'm not up to the task." That's a real shame. No sooner had the principal left than people from the Zhao and Kong families arrived one after another. They had the same goal, to win over Shen Tianyuan. Everyone likes a capable person. What they didn't know was that Shen Tianyuan was not only Ning Qi's helper, but also his brother-in-law, so their attempt to win him over was destined to fail. Ning Ling was very happy. After all, she was proud to have such a capable brother-in-law. While Ning Qi felt proud, he was also somewhat frustrated. After all, he had looked down on Shen Tianyuan before. Now that so many people are trying to win him over, it's quite embarrassing. The parent-teacher meeting is over, and Shen Tianyuan is leaving. Ning Ling was going to see Shen Tianyuan off on the spaceship, and Ning Qi, though silent, came along as well. When they arrived at the school gate, they saw Su Kiki. Although Su Kiki said she was waiting for Ning Ling, but Shen Tianyuan could sense that she was waiting for him. Su Kiki didn't speak until she was put on the spaceship. Shen Tianyuan wondered if he was overthinking things when he heard Su Kiki say to Ning Ling, "Ah Ling, the holiday is coming soon. Can I come to your house during the holiday?" "Of course, you're welcome anytime." Su Kiki looked at Shen Tianyuan. "Brother Shen, do you welcome me?" Shen Tianyuan's eyes twitched. "You're Xiaoling or his classmate, so of course you're welcome." This Su Kiki is really persistent. Just now, Su Kiki remembered that Brother Tian had sent her a voice message once. She logged into the game and found that voice message. By comparing the voices, they seemed very similar. This deepened Su Kiki's suspicions about Shen Tianyuan, making her determined to find out the truth. As his own god of wealth, Tian Gu couldn't be let go. Su Kiki had always been worried that her relationship with Tian Gu only existed in the game. If Tian Gu dumps her one day, there's nothing she can do. Therefore, she had to find a way to establish a connection with Brother Tian in real life. This is an opportunity, and she won't let it go. Looking at Su Kiki waving at him from below, Shen Tianyuan felt a bit overwhelmed. If Su Kiki continues to persist, it might lead to the exposure of her selling of yellow crystal and further expose the system. Then I'm really not far from my death. This made Shen Tianyuan have a dark thought. Should he kill her to prevent future troubles? But then, Shen Tianyuan shook his head violently. I'm not a serial killer. Besides, things haven't gotten that bad yet. However, Su Kiki should know when to stop. If his own safety is truly threatened, Shen Tianyuan will have no choice but to be ruthless. My dear husband, you've had a long day. Upon returning to the Ning family, he was surprised to find Ning Ying personally coming to greet him. Linger told me everything that happened today. You helped Chi win the match. I never knew my husband had this kind of talent. Should we consider him for a position in our family's fleet? Shen Tianyuan laughed it off. I only know a little bit, so I won't embarrass myself by going there. Ning Ying smiled and said, my husband is clearly very capable, yet he is always so humble. Madam, you flatter me. This is all the little trick I have. Not only that, Linger also said that you defeated an A-level opponent with your bare hands. Shen Tianyuan was speechless. Ningling's mouth was too fast. Ning Ying continued, it seems my husband is also a gene enhancer, and at a fairly high level. I think you should need a set of armor. Our family makes these kinds of products, so we can customize one for you. How could Shen Tianyuan possibly agree? Custom-made armor requires a thorough physical examination. Upon investigation, it was discovered that his nanobody had been exposed. Who knows, they might dissect themselves for research. Shen Tianyuan looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. No need. My greatest ideal is world peace. Fighting and killing are really not for me. All right, since that's how my husband feels, I won't force him. He can live according to his own wishes. Thank you for your understanding, madam. I'll go back to my room now. Watching Shen Tianyuan's retreating figure, Ning Ying revealed a dangerous smile. Husband, how many things are you still hiding from me? Chapter 25 Reunion with the Ning family ancestor. Ning Ying told her father, Ning Tianyuan, everything that had happened that day. Ning Tianyuan pondered. Could it be that Grandpa had already recognized Shen Tianyuan's military talent, which is why he recruited him? But Grandpa had only met him once and hadn't even spoken a word to him. Ning Ying chimed in. Could it be that Grandfather already knew Shen Tianyuan? Ning Tianyuan shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Grandpa hasn't left the house for decades. How old is Shen Tianyuan? How could they possibly know each other? He paused for a moment, then continued. But what is certain is that Shen Tianyuan is a useful person. Inger, appropriately increase Shen Tianyuan's treatment. Even if we can't truly become family, we should maintain a friendly relationship. I understand, father. Later that evening, Ning Ying came to find Shen Tianyuan. He once again praised Shen Tianyuan for his actions today and announced that Shen Tianyuan's monthly allowance would be increased by 5 million. Regarding the wealthy and powerful Ning family, Shen Tianyuan could only say, Madam is very generous. Later that evening, Ning Ling messaged him saying, my older sister just informed Ning Qi that his monthly allowance will be reduced by 5 million as punishment for gambling with his family. Ning Ying also posted a photo of Ning Qi at that moment, showing Ning Qi's bitter face in the photo. Wow, this is much happier than getting 5 million. After that, things returned to normal. As usual, yellow crystal was sold to Su Kiki every day. During this time, Su Kiki seemingly unintentionally told Shen Tianyuan something. Their family selected Ning's group from among several companies and sold them the U-26 alloy. This was both a test by Su Kiki and a gesture of goodwill. Shen Tianyuan is, after all, Ning's son-in-law, so we can take this opportunity to observe his reaction. If the two are the same person, then this is a gesture of goodwill. We are only cooperating with the Ning family because of you. Su Kiki's words reminded Shen Tianyuan of something. In the military equipment procurement budget that Wei Liuhe had previously submitted to himself, a considerable proportion of Ningxi heavy industry products were purchased. Wouldn't this create a cycle? I first sell raw materials to Su Kiki's family, who then produce semi-finished products and sell them to Ning's family. Finally, Ning's family produces the finished products and sells them back to me. It's important to know that military products are extremely profitable. With orders worth billions placed by themselves, the Ning family's profit margin is at least several billion. In the end, all the money he earned was taken back by the Ning family. Ning Ying took 1% of the billions she earned from her own pocket as pocket money. Damn it, it's such a waste to only use it as raw material. Shen Tianyuan also wanted to get into arms dealing. That day, Ning Tianyuan suddenly arrived. Without saying a word, he said directly, "Come with me. Grandpa wants to see you." Ning Tianyuan's grandfather was the ancestor of the Ning family and the only surviving founding father. The last time I was taken to see the Ning family patriarch, I was blindfolded. This time, Shen Tianyuan was not fooled. He then realized that the Ning family's ancestor did not live on the Ning family's aerial islands, but on a spaceship. There were only 3 crew members, a doctor, a nurse, and a housekeeper on board, making it seem rather deserted. In a room at the top of the spaceship, Shen Tianyuan met the Ning family patriarch, Ning Xingho, once again. He lay quietly in the sealed medical pod, just as he had last time. His hair was gray, and his skin was covered with wrinkles. He looked very old. And he was indeed very old. After all, the Human Federation had been established for nearly 100 years, and he was probably 140 years old. Taigong. Shen Tianyuan bowed respectfully to Ning Xingho. The medical pod's auxiliary devices supported Ning Xingho's upper body as he looked at Shen Tianyuan, his cloudy eyes welling up with tears again. He cried again. The same thing happened last time. A moment later, the robotic arm helped Ning Xingho wipe away her tears. Ning Xingho finally spoke, but his voice was so weak that it could only be heard through a sound transmission device. "Young man, I'm sorry, you must have found this amusing." Shen Tianyuan was somewhat surprised that this Kaiyuan's son was so approachable. "I wonder what business grandfather has with me," Ning Xingho said with difficulty. "Young man, the main reason I'm seeing you today is to apologize. Some time ago, I made a willful decision to let Xiaoying marry you. I know this decision must have troubled you a lot. It turns out that this really was Ning Xingho's idea. As he said, this decision did indeed bother him. But Shen Tianyuan wasn't naive. He wouldn't be so foolish as to bluntly say, "At first, I did feel a little out of place, but everyone has been so kind to me, making me feel very warm. You've given me a home. I should be thanking you." "That's good. Ning family, this is your home from now on. Live a peaceful life. Grandfather, I've always wanted to ask you, why did you do this? We've only met once." Ning Xingho shook his head. "Sorry, young man, I won't tell you the reason behind this willful decision. I will keep it until I take it to my grave." This puzzled Shen Tianyuan. To put it bluntly, Ning Xingho is not far from death. What secret could possibly be so important that he would risk his great-granddaughter and take it to his grave? After a moment of silence, Ning Xingho asked, "By the way, young man, I still don't know your name." "My name is Shen Tianyuan." "Shen." The moment Shen Tianyuan uttered the name, Ning Xingho's expression froze. He opened his mouth, his throat moving, but he couldn't utter a single word. A few seconds later, his body began to convulse. Doo-doo. The life support equipment emitted a piercing alarm. Ning Tianyuan and the others outside the door broke down the door upon hearing the alarm. The doctor immediately performed first aid on Ning Xingho. After emergency treatment, Ning Xingho's condition improved. Ning Xingho recovered, and her first words were, "Get out. I want to talk to him alone." However, Grandpa, Ning Tianyuan was worried about his health and wanted to persuade him otherwise. "Go out." Ning Xingho roared with all his might, startling everyone present. Chapter 26, A single spark can start a prairie fire. After the others left, Ning Xingho asked in a firm tone, "Say your name again." "Shen Tianyuan." "Shen Tianyuan." "Shen Tianyuan, haha." Ning Xingho paused, then chuckled a few times for no apparent reason. Then a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. "Did you think I was about to die and couldn't kill anyone anymore? How dare they use this name to deceive me? Unforgivable. If you reveal who ordered you, you may be spared death." The undisguised killing intent in Ning Xingho's tone made Shen Tianyuan clearly feel that he was on the verge of life and death. If he doesn't answer this question well, he will definitely not be able to leave here alive today. Shen Tianyuan wanted to cry. How did things suddenly come to this point of life and death? How unlucky he is. I was inexplicably dragged into this deadly situation. I was not instructed by anyone. Then why is your name Shen Tianyuan? The real answer to this question is, it was named by the parents. But he couldn't tell the truth because it was his original name from the world he came from. Shen Tianyuan decided to continue with his explanation to Ning Tianyuan and the others to see Ning Xingho's reaction. "To be honest, I have amnesia, and the only thing I remember is this name." A clumsy excuse for amnesia. As he spoke, Ning Xingho raised his hand as if to press a button to call someone. Shen Tianyuan's body tensed up. He really wanted to kill him, and he would never sit idly by and wait to die. But Ning Xingho's hand stopped halfway through the air. After a moment of silence, he said to Shen Tianyuan, "Take off your clothes." Shen Tianyuan was taken aback. What is this old man trying to do?" Although he was very reluctant, he still took it off. Shen Tianyuan was prepared to fight to the death. But life is precious. Shen Tianyuan was truly unwilling to risk his life unless absolutely necessary. Shen Tianyuan took off his shirt, revealing his strong and smooth body. Ning Xingho stared at it for a while. "You can't even fake it properly. You're courting death." Then he raised his hand to call for someone to deal with Shen Tianyuan. At the critical moment of life and death, Shen Tianyuan suddenly had an epiphany. Ning Xingho was so angry because his name was Shen Tianyuan. This means that Ning Xingho must also know Shen Tianyuan. Could Shen Tianyuan, whom Ning Xingho knows, be his predecessor? There are two reasons. First, appearance. Ning Xingho had only met him once and hadn't even spoken to him, yet he decided to marry his great-granddaughter to him. In such a short time, the only deciding factor is probably appearance. Furthermore, there's the name. Ning Xingho became so excited after hearing the name, Shen Tianyuan. Based on the military uniforms and medals found in the previous space escape pods, it is speculated that the predecessor's name was also Shen Tianyuan. His appearance and name match, so perhaps he is him. Although Shen Tianyuan was not entirely confident. But we have no choice but to take a gamble. Wait a moment. Shen Tianyuan shouted loudly. "I don't know what you're looking for, but if you're asking me to take my clothes off to see scars, I can tell you I have them. Here is a 20-centimeter long laceration, a fist-sized penetrating wound. And here," Shen Tianyuan gestured across his smooth body, pointing out the location of the scars. These scars weren't made up by Shen Tianyuan. They were indeed present on his body in the original body. However, after obtaining the nanobody, its self-healing ability made these scars disappear. As Shen Tianyuan explained, Ning Xingho's expression turned strange. "Stop! Why don't you have any scars?" Shen Tianyuan really didn't know how to explain this. "I don't know what happened, but they all disappeared one day." This far-fetched reason is clearly not convincing. "Oh, by the way, I have a birthmark here." As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan revealed a birthmark on the inside of his arm that resembled a flame. "Come over." Shen Tianyuan went over and, after being disinfected, put his arm into the medical pod. Ning Xingho touched the birthmark with trembling hands. "Exactly the same. How could it be? How could it be?" As Ning Xingho spoke, tears streamed down her face again. He then excitedly asked, "Is there more? Is there more?" Shen Tianyuan moved his hand and remembered the metal he had placed in his system inventory. Shen Tianyuan put his hand in his pocket, and with a thought, the metal appeared in his hand. He took it out and said, "You might recognize this?" After disinfecting the robotic arm metal from the medical pod, Ning Xingho looked at it. Ning Xingho touched the metal, tears streaming down her face. "It really is it. It's it. How could it be? How could it be?" Seeing Ning Xingho sobbing uncontrollably made Shen Tianyuan feel very sad, and for a moment he wanted to tell him the truth. But soon, reason prevailed over emotion. He cannot. Looking at it now, the person Ning Xingho is looking for is very likely his predecessor. If he were to speak out of turn, it would reveal that he was a time traveler who had taken over the body of his predecessor. Ning Xingho would have no choice but to have him chopped up. Ning Xingho asked again, "Do you know the meaning of my name? If you were him, you would definitely know." Ning Qingkuo. "Spark," Shen Tianyuan blurted out. "Is it because a single spark can start a prairie fire?" Yes, a single spark can start a prairie fire, you know. Ning Xingho's expression was very strange at that moment. He was laughing, but he was laughing so hard he was sobbing uncontrollably. Ning Xingho was so emotional that he was in a state of agitation. Could his predecessor have been Ning Xingho's illegitimate son? But the two are more than 100 years apart in age, so it's unlikely. With tears streaming down her face, Ning Xingho asked Shen Tianyuan, "You really don't recognize me? I don't know him. Has the past been completely forgotten? How could this be?" Ning Xingho lay dejectedly on the bed, and after a while said, This is fine. Then, Ning Xingho said, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Not a single word can be spread outside. Remember this." "No. Okay, you can go now. Goodbye, grandfather." After Shen Tianyuan left, Ning Qianchuan came in to say goodbye. Ning Xingho instructed, Qianchuan, treat Shen Tianyuan well. Treat him as your closest family member. I understand, Grandpa. Go ahead. After Ning Qianchuan left, Ning Xingho summoned the butler. Instruct Pan Geng to secretly protect Shen Tianyuan and not to disturb him. Yes. After everyone left, Ning Xingho's eyes were unfocused, as if she were lost in memories. He murmured, 100 years have passed. Could he really be you? Chapter 27, Evil Spirit, Rakshasa. On the way back, Shen Tianyuan felt that something was wrong. He took out his phone and looked up the phrase, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Search results showed, no relevant content found. Shen Tianyuan was shocked to realize that the saying, a single spark can start a prairie fire, didn't actually exist in the New World. No wonder Ning Xingho was so excited when he answered the question. But Ning Xingho knew this statement, which is problematic. Could it be that Ning Xingho is also a time traveler? Or perhaps he had contact with time travelers. What you think about during the day, you dream about at night. In the middle of the night, Shen Tianyuan sat up in bed with a start. In the corner, Bai Shuang poked her head out from the eggshell retainer. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Shen Tianyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's nothing, just a dream. Brother Tian, you just called out a name repeatedly in your dream. What's the name? Ayul. Oh, I understand. Sorry to bother you. You can continue to rest. Yes. The white frost retreats into the eggshell to hibernate. Shen Tianyuan couldn't sleep. He just dreamed about Ning Xingho. However, Ning Xingho in the dream did not appear as an aged woman. In my dream, he looked very young, even somewhat naive. And that Ahua was what he called him. But Ahua clearly doesn't address elders. He addresses peers or juniors. No matter how bizarre a dream may be, it always has a basis in reality. So why do I have this impression of Ning Xingho? I thought that meeting Ning Xingho would clear up my doubts. But after going there and coming back, I had even more doubts. Despite the many doubts, life must go on. Time quickly came to an important day. Today is the day the system levels up to level 3, and it's also the day the newbie gift pack is released. The newbie gift pack will be available in the evening. Before that, let's upgrade the system first. Successfully materialized yellow crystal, or gaining 25 experience points. After completing the delivery of 300 kilograms of yellow crystal, or today, the upgrade will proceed as scheduled. Once you accumulate 10,000 experience points, you meet the upgrade requirements, and the system will be upgraded to level 3. The system's backpack space has been increased to 27 cubic meters, and the weight of a single manifestation has been increased to 40 kilograms. Special upgrade rewards. S-Rank Armored Bracelet Rakshasa, Super Nano Bug Healing Ball X2, Super Healing Potion X2, Life Enhancer X2. Shen Tianyuan was taken aback. The system was really generous this time, giving him 4 items at once. Then I looked at the descriptions of these items. Super Nano Bug Healing Ball heals 99.99% of external injuries. Super Healing Capsules cure 99.99% of diseases. Life Enhancer activates cell activity and extends lifespan by 1 minute to 10 years, depending on individual circumstances. Holy crap, these are all great stuff. For example, Ning Xingho desperately needs life enhancers, and I believe he's willing to pay any price for them. However, Shen Tianyuan did not intend to take it out. First, the source cannot be explained. Secondly, it is still uncertain whether Ning Xingho's existence is beneficial or detrimental to them. Further observation is needed. Store these items in your system inventory. Shen Tianyuan's gaze fell on the S-Class armor bracelet. With his nanobody, his physique is no weaker than that of an S-Class, and he has long met the requirements to wield an S-Class armor. Although he has the protection of the white frost, if he is strong enough, he will be able to handle things more easily. Shen Tianyuan had long wanted to get a set of S-Class armor. However, the S-Class armor is too expensive, so I haven't been able to get it yet. Unexpectedly, the system upgrade reward gave him a set of S-Class armor. Shen Tianyuan picked up the armor bracelet and put on his wrist. The combat armor is controlled via brainwaves. It can be controlled simply by thinking without needing to speak. The armor is deployed. Shen Tianyuan thought to himself. In an instant, the armored bracelet unfolded, covering the entire body. The pupil projection in the helmet projects the armor panels directly into Shen Tianyuan's pupils, allowing him to see the armor's various values in real time. Shen Tianyuan tried moving his hands and feet and found that he felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he felt even lighter and faster. The armor seemed like an extension of his body, fitting him perfectly. Shen Tianyuan walked to the mirror and began to examine the combat armor. The armor was entirely black, the pupils were dark green, and the helmet had a crimson tassel, giving it a sinister look. Black armor, red hair, green eyes. This is exactly what the legendary Rakshasa demon looks like. No wonder the armor is called Rakshasa, it fits perfectly. Shen Tianyuan raised his arm, the armor on his hand sharp and pointed, like a pair of ghost claws. Shen Tianyuan picked up a diamond ornament, grabbed it forcefully, and crushed the diamond with his 5 claws. What terrifying power! Shen Tianyuan pulled up the armor data and started reading. The Rakshasa armor skills include Ghost Claw and Ghost Domain. Ghost Claw releases energy to form a giant ghost claw to attack enemies. Ghost Domain releases special energy to form a domain that suppresses targets within the domain. Weaker targets will be directly deprived of their lives. There are also some special skills, such as Demon Mode, etc. Shen Tianyuan liked the Rakshasa armor more and more, and really wanted to go and destroy a few cities for fun right away. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Tianyuan put the armor away. This is at the Ning family's residence. Any commotion would disturb others. We can only be patient for now and get used to it gradually later. After calming down, Shen Tianyuan opened the system interface. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Characteristics, nanoscale. Title, none. System backpack, 64 cubic meters. System level, level 3, 0 to 100,000. Sure enough, the upgrade experience increased tenfold. I wonder how much my experience in materializing items has increased. Shen Tianyuan logged into the game and began to materialize. Successfully obtained yellow crystal ore with the dropper, gaining 125 experience points. The score increased from 25 to 125 as expected. In this way, you can gain 1,250 experience points per day. In 80 days, you can get 100,000 experience points and level up to level 4. Then, Shen Tianyuan took out a piece of ore with silvery white patterns and materialized it. Successfully obtained the level 3 silver wire ore by dripping, gaining 125 experience points. Silver thread ore was a mineral that Shen Tianyuan had long coveted. As mentioned before, the value of yellow crystal ore can surpass that of level 3 ore and rival that of level 4 ore. Besides this silver thread mine, in recent years, due to declining production, the price of silver wire ore has reached the level of grade 4 ore. Currently, the market price of silver wire ore is 861 yuan per gram, which is 6 yuan more expensive per gram than yellow crystal ore. Don't underestimate this 6 yuan. Considering Shen Tianyuan's daily output of 300 kilograms, no, it will be 400 kilograms in the future. It costs 6 yuan more per gram, so 400 kilograms would cost an extra 2.4 million Singapore dollars. This is not a small amount. However, buyers for silver wire are not easy to find. So until a buyer is found, they will continue to sell yellow crystal or to Sukiki. Once you find her, you can dump her. Chapter 28, Super Reward. Shen Tianyuan will tell Sukiki that the shipment volume of yellow crystal ore has increased to 400 kilograms, and Sukiki is overjoyed. Shen Tianyuan thought ominously, "Enjoy yourself to the fullest. These days are numbered. It's late at night, and there are only 10 seconds left before the newbie gift pack is activated. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the timer reached 0, Shen Tianyuan pressed the start button. A flash of light. Successfully opened the newbie gift pack and obtained a reorganized Tier 5 fleet. Upon seeing the reward, Shen Tianyuan was stunned. After a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap." This startled Bai Shuang awake. She poked her head out of the eggshell and asked, "Brother Tian, what's wrong?" It's okay. I'm sorry, you can continue to rest." Good. White Frost closed the eggshell and continued its dormancy. No wonder Shen Tianyuan was surprised. Before this, Shen Tianyuan had thought about all sorts of possible rewards in the newbie gift pack, and had even dared to think of the most outrageous ones. But I never expected the reward to be so amazing. The reward is an entire interstellar fleet. It should be noted that Shen Tianyuan's ultimate military goal is to build an interstellar fleet. Achieving this goal will be a long process, requiring countless human, material, and financial resources, and success is not guaranteed. But a wave of newbie rewards helped him realize his dream. Moreover, this is not an ordinary interstellar fleet. This is a level 5 interstellar fleet. In the modern universe, Interstellar fleets are divided into 6 classes, with huge differences in standards between each class. For example, the lowest level of fleet only requires that the number of carrier-based aircraft carried by the space carrier reach 1,000, and the total number of other ships reach 50. The 5th level fleet requires more than 100,000 carrier-based aircraft, more than 10,000 ships, and must also be equipped with Level 5 Combat Artificial Intelligence. Level 5 Combat Grade AI, capable of effectively controlling the entire interstellar fleet in combat. In other words, the Alpha-class fleet can operate and fight independently, without crew members. This move freed the fleet from dependence on personnel, representing a significant technological innovation and a key differentiator between Tier 5 and lower-tier fleets. In today's universe, there are only a handful of forces that possess Level 5 combat-grade artificial intelligence technology. Currently, most factions only have Level 4 fleets, and only a handful of top factions possess Level 5 fleets. As for the higher Level 6-tier fleet, it is still only in the conceptual stage, and there is no news of any faction creating it. A 5-tiered fleet represents the highest level of combat power in the universe today. Therefore, the moment Shen Tianyuan acquired a Level 5 fleet, from a purely military perspective, he was already on par with top-tier powers. At that time, Shen Tianyuan was far behind in other aspects, such as territory, population, and economy. But once we have a fleet, everything else will follow. The system says, beep, now connecting you to the Fleet Management Command AI. A second later, a completely different voice rang out. Commander, this is the Fleet Management AI. Please name the fleet and this AI first. Name. After a moment's thought, Shen Tianyuan had his answer. From now on, the fleet will be called the First Galaxy Fleet. Shen Tianyuan comes from the Milky Way galaxy, so let's name it after the Milky Way. Naming successful, Galactic First Fleet. As for you, your name is Wudong, right? The name inexplicably popped into Shen Tianyuan's mind. It sounded natural, so he just went with it. Naming successful, Wudong reporting to you. Wudong, report on the fleet's organization and current location. Commander, this fleet currently has 1 Alpha-class space carrier carrying 120,000 carrier-based aircraft, 35,000 war robots, 3,120 frigates, 4,170 attack ships, 10 giant industrial ships, and rescue ships. To everyone's delight, the size of the Galactic First Fleet has reached and exceeded the standard of a Level 5 fleet. The fleet is currently anchored at the following interstellar coordinates, XXXX. Shen Tianyuan checked the coordinates and found that it was in a star field of the Shenluo galaxy, more than 20 light-years away from Earth. Distance wasn't a problem. Shen Tianyuan checked the flight path to the Shenluo star system. There were multiple stargates along the way, and it would take about 2 days to arrive. Once he rejoins the fleet, he can get rid of the Ning family. Thinking of this, Shen Tianyuan became excited. Although the Ning family treated him well, he hated being forced and controlled. Moreover, he still doesn't know the Ning family's purpose in doing this. Who knows what kind of conspiracy is behind this? Therefore, he must be looking for an opportunity to regain his freedom. But there's a problem. How do I leave the Ning family? Although the Ning family said they wouldn't restrict his freedom, if he wanted to leave Blue Star and completely break away from the Ning family, they probably wouldn't agree. As one of the 4 major human families, it was virtually impossible for Shen Tianyuan to leave Blue Star without the Ning family noticing. It was even less realistic for him to try to escape by force, even though he had White Frost and he himself had S-class armor. According to estimates, the Ning family should have not only S-rank members, but also SS-rank members. Therefore, if he tries to escape by force, he will likely only face certain death. Therefore, he needs to come up with a suitable reason to leave Earth. Later, during his conversation with Wudong, Shen Tianyuan obtained intelligence that the fleet had taken 70 days to reach the Shenluo star system. This explains why it takes 70 days to unlock the new player gift pack. Although the question of where the fleet came from remains. Due to system limitations, Wudong cannot disclose further details. But this is enough to show that the fleet did not appear out of thin air, but had a source. So, other items obtained through the system might also be in the same situation. Shen Tianyuan had been pondering the existence of the system. Rather than seeing the system as magic that can create things out of thin air, Shen Tianyuan was more inclined to believe that it was some kind of unknown high technology. It's just that current technology can't explain it, so it looks like magic. One day, he will unlock the secrets of the system. Chapter 29, This is my brother-in-law's last act of tenderness. The 2429th World Energy Congress will be held on the first star of the Eurome Federation. This Congress is jointly hosted by the Interstellar Federation, the Interstellar Energy Council, and the Eurome Energy Committee. Upon seeing this news, Shen Tianyuan realized he had an excuse to go out. The Interstellar Energy Conference is a grand event, so it's reasonable for him to want to go and take a look. However, it would be quite difficult for him to go alone. He would need to bring along more people. Soon, Shen Tianyuan thought of Ning Qi. I remember, he's about to have his vacation. 3 days later, Ning Qi and Ning Ling were given a holiday. Shen Tianyuan deliberately mentioned the Interstellar Energy Conference to Ning Qi, praising it as a grand event and a stage for elites from all races in the universe to compete. Ning Qi is at an age where she is very curious. Shen Tianyuan's mention piqued Ning Qi's curiosity, and she immediately went to find Ning Ying. Later that evening, Ning Ying came to find Shen Tianyuan and said that Ning Qi wanted to attend the Interstellar Energy Conference, asking him for his opinion. Shen Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. It's good to go out and broaden one's horizons. Ning Ying nodded. I agree. However, he is still a minor and in a hot-blooded age, so we need to have someone keep an eye on him. Husband, who do you think would be suitable? That is entirely up to the lady to decide. I heard that it was the Interstellar Energy Conference that you and Ning Qi mentioned. It seems that you are also very interested in the Interstellar Energy Conference. You must really want to go, right? Ning Ying looked at Shen Tianyuan with a smile, like a cunning little fox. Shen Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that Ning Ying had figured out the truth. It was he who wanted to go to the Interstellar Energy Conference, and thus encouraged Ning Qi. These days have been too smooth for Shen Tianyuan, making him a little arrogant. He was too direct in encouraging Ning Qi to go, and Ning Ying noticed it. Indeed, he underestimated Ning Ying. Ning Ying is so young, yet she can manage a large company so well. How could she be stupid? On the contrary, she must be very smart. Now that things have come to this point, it would be suspicious if we didn't admit it. Shen Tianyuan said casually, yes, I've heard that the Interstellar Energy Conference is quite spectacular, so naturally I'd like to go and see it. My husband is right. If it weren't for work, I would also like to go and see it. What does the lady mean? What I mean is, I would feel much more at ease if my husband were willing to take cheer with him. Well, it will be hard on you, my husband. I wonder what you think. Of course I'm willing. Then I'll have to trouble you, my husband. However, the journey to stardom is long, so for safety's sake, we should bring a few more people with us. That is, Shen Tianyuan knew that the extra men he brought were both to protect their safety and to monitor him. However, Shen Tianyuan still admired Ning Ying's magnanimity. Knowing full well that he was the one who did it, he still did as he pleased. Ying earnestly instructed him, my husband, safety is the most important thing this time. No matter what happens, don't worry. We are family, and we will always support you. Ning Ying's clear eyes were full of sincerity, which made Shen Tianyuan feel a sense of guilt and gratitude. But I'm sorry. Regardless of whether Ning Ying's words were sincere or not, Shen Tianyuan would not change his mind. Even though this is a haven of comfort, he longs for a haven of freedom. After finalizing the itinerary, Shen Tianyuan contacted Wei Liuhe. Wei Liuhe first gave a brief report on the recent situation. Boss, the personnel and equipment configuration is initially finalized. Training is progressing steadily, and we will soon be able to conduct actual combat. Instructor Wei, you did a good job, but the training needs to be put on hold for now. I have a task for you. Boss, as the person in charge, I have a responsibility to explain that the training course is not yet complete, and the equipment configuration is not yet fully integrated. If we go on a mission now, the combat effectiveness may not be ideal. It's all right. You're only assisting in the attack this time. I'll arrange another force for the main battle. There are 2 reasons why I sent you this time. Firstly, it's to let the newcomers experience the hardship, and secondly, it's to officially let Bai Shui step onto the stage. I understand, boss. I'll send you the mission plan later. Mobilize immediately, assemble, and depart for the Shinra system. Yes, boss. There is a small mishap at the Ning family's place. First, after learning about their itinerary, Ning Ling strongly expressed that she wanted to go too. Shen Tianyuan asked Ning Ling, is she also interested in the Interstellar Energy Conference? Ning Ling shook her head. Not interested. Then she honestly said that she just wanted to eat something delicious. Although Ning Ying has brought him a lot of alien food over the years. But it certainly can't compare to eating authentic food directly from the place of origin. Seeing Ning Ling's gluttonous appearance, Shen Tianyuan knew he couldn't refuse. It was good that Ning Ling came, but Su Kiki also came. Su Kiki had mentioned before that she wanted to come and visit during the holidays. So Ning Ling mentioned it to Su Kiki before this trip. After learning that Shen Tianyuan was also coming, Su Kiki subtly expressed that she also wanted to come. Ning Ling, with her straightforward personality, immediately asked Shen Tianyuan if she could bring Su Kiki along. Although Shen Tianyuan knew that Su Kiki would cause trouble, he couldn't resist Ning Ling's big, watery eyes and agreed. Brother-in-law, you're so kind. Watching Ning Ling's cheerful figure, Shen Tianyuan thought to himself, Little Linger, this is your brother-in-law's last act of tenderness. The journey takes a day and a half, plus time for sightseeing. So, 3 days before the Interstellar Energy Conference, the group prepared to depart. Today, Ning Chi was wearing a sharp suit and had his hair slicked back, looking very serious. But the way he kept glancing at Su Kiki gave him away. Clearly, he hasn't given up on Su Kiki. Seriously, this guy should wear sunglasses. His sneaky glances are a bit too obvious. No wonder. Today, Su Kiki wore a fitted white dress that showed off her beautiful figure, and the slender white legs below the dress further highlighted her youthful vitality. Su Kiki is indeed quite good-looking. No wonder Ning Chi's hormones were surging. Su Kiki's outfit was especially prepared when he set. She was initially very confident that she would leave a deep impression on Shen Tianyuan. But ideals are lofty, while reality is cruel. Shen Tianyuan only glanced at her, and then even had time to kick the robots, but called Agua, without looking at her again. Originally, Su Ku thought Shen Tianyuan was just pretending to be calm. But with the appearance of Bai Shuang, Su Ki's confidence and her perky little chest deflated. Hey, are you kidding me? How could a robot be so beautiful? That's a foul. Chapter 30, The Shinra Empire, The Elector. Because I was going to be away for several days, I brought Agua, who is a housekeeping robot, with me. The reason Shen Tianyuan kicked Agua's butt, it was because he saw Agua stuffing all the engine oil he had collected into his stomach. Because it was stuffed too full, the belly lid couldn't be closed. It was still banging and banging as it pressed the lid shut, which annoyed Shen Tianyuan. So he kicked Agua's, but, hey Agua, why are you carrying so much engine oil? Agua scratched his head. I'm afraid the housekeeping robot from a Dai Ningchi house will steal and eat me. I was missing 1 gram of engine oil before, and I suspect a Dai did it. I have to be careful. As he spoke, Agua continued to try to stuff the engine oil into his stomach. I finally managed to close the lid and then patted my belly with relief. It's safer to leave it here. Shen Tianyuan was speechless. This was like Agua moving house. Didn't he find it tiring? On the other hand, he himself had nothing. Of course, this is only the surface appearance. He did bring something else with him. Apart from some everyday items, he only brought the space escape pod. All of these items were placed in the system inventory, so it looked like he had nothing in his hands. After all, once they leave, they may never come back. You should always bring what you need with you. Sister, I will bring you a gift. Yes, I'll listen to my brother-in-law the whole way. No, my lord, have a safe journey and return home safely. Ning Ying instructed Shen Tianyuan. I will, madam, goodbye. Shen Tianyuan waved goodbye, silently apologizing in his heart. Watching the spaceship take off, Ning Ying felt uneasy. Fujian, do you think Shen Tianyuan will come back? Miss, are you worried that your son-in-law will run away? No way. Miss, the Ning family has treated Shen Tianyuan very well these past few days. He has no worries about food or drink here, and his life is carefree. With such a comfortable life here, why would he run away? Ning Ying gave a bitter smile. Shen Tianyuan, although he seems to be pleasure-seeking and lacking ambition, I always have a feeling that this isn't the real him. This carefree life probably can't hold him back. Miss, even if he wanted to run away, he couldn't. We sent an S-class officer with him. Too. Although Ning Ying thought so too, she still felt a little uneasy. After spending these days together, Ning Ying's opinion of Shen Tianyuan has changed considerably, and she has gradually accepted him as her husband, although they are far from being in love. Of course, she didn't expect to find someone she liked. As long as the person accompanying you isn't too unpleasant, that's fine, and Shen Tianyuan has already barely met the requirements. She had finally accepted Shen Tianyuan and didn't want to switch to someone else. Therefore, Ning Ying did not really want Shen Tianyuan to leave. However, when Shen Tianyuan asked her for it, she thought it over and over again and finally agreed. Ning Ying hadn't reached the point where she would need to cage a man. I hope everything goes well. Ning Ying gazed at the sky and murmured to herself. When Ning Ying lowered her head, the hesitation in her eyes had disappeared, and she regained her usual confident demeanor. She put aside her distractions and threw herself back into her work. On the spaceship, Shen Tianyuan looked thoughtfully at the people accompanying him. This trip will take the safer star-rated route. But after all, this time it was Ning Qi and Ning Ling who were the direct descendants of the fourth generation of the Ning family. Safety measures are absolutely essential. The successful spaceship was manufactured by the Ning family themselves and is of the highest safety standard. In addition, they brought several A-level guards, while the leader was an S-level guard. They also became obstacles on Shen Tianyuan's escape route. S-rank bodyguard by Shuang is a match for him, and although he possesses an S-rank physique and S-rank armor. However, he lacks S-level training, so his strength does not reach S-level. But it's definitely better than grade A. If they wanted to run, the guards would have absolutely no chance of stopping them. However, Shen Tianyuan did not want to have a violent conflict with them. The Ning family hadn't mistreated him after all, and he didn't want to fight with them or even become their enemy. Moreover, Ning Qi doesn't care about the injury to the guards, but Ning Ling's safety will inevitably be affected. This is something he doesn't want to see. Once we reach the first star of the Eurome Alliance, we can find a chance to slip away and then head to the Shinra system to rendezvous with the fleet. Then, birds will be free to fly in the sky, and fish will be free to leap in the sea. The Shinra galaxy is named after the vast empire that rules it, the Shinra Empire. The Holy Roman Empire was originally a feudal empire in which the emperor held real power. However, as time went on, imperial power waned and the power of feudal lords rose. The emperor could no longer control the feudal lords under his rule. Instead, the selection of the emperor depended on the opinions of the feudal lords. Later, the 47th emperor of the Holy Roman Empire sought the recognition of his son's succession to the throne from the feudal lords. Thus, the famous election of the emperor was formulated, formally confirming the independence of the great feudal lords and the legitimacy of electing the emperor. Thus, the empire evolved into a confederation that recognized the emperor as the supreme authority. Those feudal lords who had the right to elect the emperor of the empire were called electors. There were originally 15 electors, but the number changed over the course of 1,000 years. 8 of the electors were killed by the other electors. Currently, the Holy Roman Empire has only 7 official electors left. But war never stops. Not long ago, Elector Rheinfall produced a document from 1,000 years ago claiming that he had legitimate sovereignty over Lannas and demanding that Elector Bodebden immediately return Lannas, or he would seize Lannas by force. Lannas has belonged to the electors of Bodebden for over 2,000 years. The document issued by the electors of Rheinfall is a unilateral declaration by the Emperor of the Empire 1,000 years ago in an attempt to sow discord between the two sides that the planet Lannas belongs to the electors of Rheinfall. However, they are essentially a federal state, and the Emperor's actions constitute interference in the internal affairs of another country. Therefore, this document has no legal effect. Elector Rheinfall didn't take it seriously at first. However, with the expansion of the Rheinfall elector's power in recent years, coupled with the important natural resources and strategic location of Lannas, the situation has changed. This aroused the covetousness of the contemporary elector of Rheinfall. Therefore, Elector Rheinfall found that document, which was essentially worthless, and demanded sovereignty over Lannas. But this is utter nonsense. How could the elector of Bodeborn possibly agree to it? Immediately, tensions rose, and war was imminent. In a remote star region of the divine Luo system, a massive fleet lay silently anchored in the starry sky, like a colossal beast slumbering beneath its surface. Suddenly, the lights of some ships lit up like the open eyes of a giant beast, and then hundreds of ships left the fleet and sailed into the dark starry sky. Chapter 31, Exploiting Freebies. Rheinfall Electorate Direct Territory. Standing atop the high platform of the enormous circular plaza was the contemporary elector of the Rheinfall, Nizaronten. Nizaronten was short and stocky, with a sharp snout and fangs like a wolfhound and green skin, making him look extremely ugly. Any enemy who dares to stand in our way will be torn to pieces. Let the war begin. Va? Va? After Nizaronten finished his fervent declaration of war, millions of blue figures in the square waved and shouted, like waves of blue. Looking at the surging crowd, Nizaronten felt very satisfied. Indeed, All living beings love war, blood, and death. And by initiating this war, I truly am a great lord who follows the will of the people. Haha. Nizarontan was engrossed in his own fantasy and didn't notice the anger and resentment in the eyes of the blue figures as they left. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Great spirit of ice, when are you going to send someone to take those damned green-skinned ghosts away?" The person next to him quickly covered his mouth and pointed to the armed military police around him. "Shoo, are you out of your mind? If the military police hear this, they'll drag you out into the sun and melt you." Recalling that horrific way of dying, he could only shut his mouth in resentment. The people under Nizarontan's rule outwardly obeyed him, but in reality, they harbored deep resentment towards him. The reason for this is largely because the two come from different races. Nizarontan and his family's forces are all of the Tark beast race. The Takorflings are a special race. Their genetic material is composed of both plant and animal helices, which gives them both a hard, green skin capable of photosynthesis and the ability to move freely like animals. The people ruled by Nizarontan, however, were the ice spirits. The ice spirits are tall and slender, with translucent blue bodies that resemble blocks of ice. The Shinra Empire was originally a nation with a mix of races. Such situations, where one tribe rules over another, are not uncommon. However, the Tak beastmen and the ice spirits are inherently incompatible. Because the Turks have half-plant genes, they are naturally fond of sunlight, so their city construction style is all about facing the sun. However, the ice spirits prefer shade, and prolonged exposure to the sun will cause their bodies to melt. Such urban architectural style makes their daily lives miserable. To make matters worse, the Takorflings are fond of war. They are happy as long as there is a battle to fight. On the contrary, the Ice Spirit clan is peace-loving. But they were ruled by a warmongering lord who led them to wars all day long, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The resentment in their hearts had accumulated to an immeasurable degree. However, the Nizo family possesses an interstellar fleet. Those who dared to resist the Ice Spirit clan before would not only die themselves, but also have their entire city razed to the ground by the fleet. Nizarontan also established a gendarmerie department specifically to monitor the people. The military police have the right to execute any Ice Spirit who criticizes the Lord without trial. Such bloody methods left the Ice Spirit clan angry, but unable to speak out. But once the seeds of hatred are sown, they will only grow bigger and bigger. It will eventually erupt. Meanwhile, Nizarontan's cousin, Viscount Nizabet, was also preparing for war. He was also a fanatic about war. However, unlike his cousin, he did not have a large fourth-level fleet. He only had a first-level fleet. In order to preserve what little he had left, he decided to repeat his old tricks, recruiting mercenaries to fight. The universe is rife with conflict, and where there is demand, there is supply, which has led to the emergence of a large number of mercenaries. Now that the two sides are at war, they will not only use their own military forces, but also often hire mercenaries to participate in the war. Nizobird has used this method many times, and it works very well. Not only can it avoid casualties among our own people, but it can also save certain costs. Because after each battle, he would deduct a portion of the small mercenary group's wages, leaving them with nothing, and they might even have to pay out of pocket. He was certain that these small mercenary groups were weak and had no background, so they couldn't do anything to him. And that's exactly the case. Mercenaries risk their lives for money, and when they find out their wages have been maliciously withheld, they're so angry they're ready to fight to the death. However, even the lowest-ranking fleet is beyond their capabilities to handle. Moreover, Nizobird also has the support of the Elector Rheinfall, but he has a level 4 fleet. This was something they simply couldn't handle, and in the end, they could only swallow their pride and bear it. Nizabet always admired his own cleverness, which saved him a lot of money. This method worked well the first few times, but as he used it more often, his notoriety spread. In recent wars, he has found it increasingly difficult to recruit mercenaries. In order to recruit people, he began to issue hiring missions to more distant star systems. There will always be suckers. Take advantage of whoever you can. Sure enough, this time, 3 mercenary groups accepted the job. Nizobert looked at the list and saw that 2 of the companies had some connections, so he could only cut corners. But there is one, Waterstar Military Services Company. This is a newly established company, and it's not very large. They're practically the perfect template for easy prey. Nizabet grinned. This time I'm going to fleece you. Chapter 32 Interstellar war. Brother-in-law, what are you laughing at? Shen Tianyuan only snapped out of his daze when Ning Ling leaned over behind him and asked a question. I was so focused on my thoughts that I didn't even notice Ning Ling coming over. Ning Ling peeked at Shen Tianyuan's tablet. It showed a picture of a green-faced, fanged creature. Brother-in-law, he looks like a bad guy. Shen Tianyuan coughed. Little Linger, it's wrong to judge a book by its cover. At the same time, he thought to himself, he's not just a bad guy, he's also bait. It was my fault. Brother-in-law, who is he? I don't know them, just browsing. Shen Tianyuan calmly closed the tablet. After shooing Ning Ling away, Shen Tianyuan put on his earphones and connected to Wei Liuha's communication. Wei Liuha had already led the Bai Shui group to the Shenluo star system, currently on standby in the outer star system of Lannis. Instructor Wei, how is the situation? We have reached our designated position and are waiting for the employer to issue the order to attack. Well, you and Wudong can discuss the specific battle command. Yes, we have reached an agreement, Wei Liuha replied crisply. As one of the two participants in this operation, Shen Tianyuan had already established contact between Wei Liuha and Wudong. This facilitates pre-battle communication and the development of operational plans. However, Shen Tianyuan had Wudong contact Wei Liuha using a virtual avatar. Therefore, Wei Liuha did not know that Wu Tong was not a real person, but an AI. It wasn't that Shen Tianyuan didn't trust him. After all, Shen Tianyuan had delegated full authority over the management and operation of Bai Shui Company to Wei Liuha. But aside from Bai Shui Company, Wei Liuha should not interfere in other matters. You must know that power is a poison. It can breed ambition and turn good people into bad ones. Cao Cao was the same back then. He was initially a patriotic and passionate young man. He initially wanted to restore the Han dynasty. But once you hold on to power for too long, you can never let go. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan made Wei Liuha believe that Wudong was a real person. Make it clear to him that he is not the only one in the organization. Thus, the sycamore tree is both his companion and a constraint. This can effectively curb the emergence of negative thoughts. He can trust Wei Liuha, but he will also leave behind his own methods. Subsequently, Shen Tianyuan contacted Wudong. Wudong connected him to the camera on the warship so he could watch the battle. Outside of Lannis, the two fleets had been facing off for some time, beyond the range of their naval guns. During this period, both sides were deploying combat formations, expanding the attack area, and reducing the attack density per unit space in preparation for the subsequent war. At this moment, the two leaders are still conducting their final negotiations. Nizarongton addressed Elector Bodebden on the screen in a deep voice. Elector Bodebden, this is your last chance. Withdraw from Lannis Star voluntarily, and I will allow your safe evacuation. Otherwise, my troops will launch an attack and leave no one alive. Elector Bodeborn gritted his teeth at this shameless demand. You dream of Lannis. You'll pay with your life. You want war? I'll grant your wish. Nizarongton snorted and shut down the communication. Then, the order was issued to the fleet commander. Attack. Leave no one alive. Yes, sir. With the order to attack issued, the fleet launched an attack on the garrison of Lannis. The Rheinfall fleet advanced in an umbrella formation. The first layer of the canopy consists of energy attack ships. Energy weapons are highly lethal, have a long range, and a wide coverage area, making them the first combat units to engage in combat. With the first laser cannon shot fired, the war officially began. The dark universe was instantly illuminated by countless shimmering energy rays, like grid lines drawn across the night sky. The energy cannon fire is extremely fast, and it is very difficult to dodge unless you dodge in advance. Therefore, the energy cannon has a high hit rate, but most of the ship's hit will not explode. Energy attack ships are usually positioned at the very front of the formation, launching the first attack and also being the first to be attacked, so their hull armor is quite thick. Energy cannons are unlikely to penetrate armor in a single hit. Only continuous attacks can. And so the fleet advanced while fighting. During this period, energy attack ships began to succumb to the attacks and explode in space. When a ship explodes, the crew members are either killed by the blast wave or instantly frozen to death by space control. Soon, the distance closed to the range of physical weapons. The heavy gunboats and missile ships located on the second layer of the canopy were already eager for action. In an instant, thousands of cannons fired simultaneously. A barrage of shells and missiles rained down on the enemy, like a shower of flowers from a fairy maiden. Physical weapons, although their range and rate of fire are not as good as energy weapons. However, it was loaded with explosives, making it even more powerful. Destroying the ship in one strike is certainly possible. Artillery combat at this distance puts a great test to the commander's artillery command, formation command, and evasive command. In this context, a skilled commander becomes extremely important. It is also one of the most interesting parts of the war. But Shen Tianyuan yawned. To be honest, the commanders on both sides in this war were really not very skilled. As for the skill levels of the two commanders, well, he's only slightly better than Ning Qi. This artillery battle was completely devoid of any highlights. In short, it's dull and boring. But this is good too. The weaker they are, the more advantageous it will be for our subsequent actions. Chapter 33, You Chose Death. This tedious artillery duel did not last long. When the commanders and technology levels of both sides are roughly equal, the advantage of troop strength becomes apparent. The Rheinfall fleet was nearly 3 times the size of the Bertebden fleet. This is because the fleet was recently sent on an expedition to other star systems by Elector Bodebden, leaving only a portion of the fleet to protect the homeland. The electors of Rheinfall seized the opportunity and launched a war under a despicable pretext. As the saying goes, baseness is the passport of the base. Elector Rheinfall's treachery gave him a huge advantage. Their numerical advantage gave them a decisive edge in medium-range artillery battles. They quickly destroyed the opponent's defensive formation and forced them to retreat towards the center of the defensive perimeter. At this moment, the space mothership, which serves as the handle of the formation and is hiding at the very back, is finally about to play its role. Previously, the two sides were too far apart, and the other side had a complete defensive formation. If carrier-based aircraft were deployed in advance, most of them would probably be lost on the way to the attack. But by this time, the distance had closed, the defensive formation had been breached, and it was time for the carrier-based aircraft to launch their attack. The space carrier is several kilometers long and has an overall shape like a sharp cone, except for tiny wings on both sides. Wings are not needed in space, but sometimes fleets need to enter planetary environments, and that's when wings come in handy. The most distinctive feature of a space carrier is that its hull is covered with honeycomb-like holes, which are the launch ports for carrier-based aircraft. Carrier-based aircraft sortie. With a command from the commander, the carrier-based aircraft launch ports opened. Beep, beep, beep. One after another, carrier-based aircraft were launched, numbering in the tens of thousands. The carrier-based aircraft swarmed towards the defending troops like a hive of bees. As the saying goes, too many ants can kill an elephant. Surrounded by a large number of agile carrier-based aircraft, those large ships had no chance at all. The defending troops were unable to hold them off and retreated again. This retreat took them to the planet Atlantis. The pursuing fleet was temporarily halted by the planet's defense system. Next, we will enter the planetary defense phase. Next, the garrison will rely on the planet's defense system to hold out for a period of time. But it won't last long before it's broken through. Atlantis fell into the hands of Elector Rheinfall. That's how the original plot was supposed to go. Unfortunately, Shen Tianyuan changed the script. Next, things will proceed according to Shen Tianyuan's script. The story goes back a few hours. Wei Liuhe received a mercenary mission from Viscount Nizabet to deal with the garrison at the Lannis satellite base. The guards at the satellite base number around 10,000. Wei Liuhe brought a total of more than 5,000 people. And since the opposing force is a regular army, it seems that there is no chance of winning. So Nizabet's mission for them was to intercept. If we can hold them off for 4 hours and prevent them from supporting the main battlefield, we will have completed our mission. But Wei Liuhe asked, if I can completely annihilate that Wei Qing base, how will the reward be calculated? Nizabet found it hilarious. He found it laughable that 5,000 ragtag mercenaries dared to take on a mission to fight against tens of thousands of regular troops. Nizabet believes that this ragtag mercenary group, unaware of the dangers of the world, will most likely be wiped out during the mission, thus saving him a penny. But to everyone's surprise, this mercenary group was so arrogant that they wanted to wipe out those 10,000 people. But for him, the outcome was the same anyway. He bluntly said, if you can eliminate this army of 10,000, I'll give you 500,000 for each of them, for a total of 5 billion. Okay, write it into the employment contract. Nizabet felt they were doomed, so he wrote it down. Little did they know, this contract was the key that would open the path to their deaths. After the war broke out, the troops at the satellite base received orders to immediately provide support and attack the Rheinfall fleet from the flank. They set off fully prepared, but were ambushed halfway there. After realizing that the enemy only had a few dozen conventional spaceships and a force of only a few thousand people, and was clearly not a regular army, they were out of the question. They were furious that they dared to look down on us. The entire army immediately pressed forward, aiming to annihilate the enemy within 10 minutes. But halfway through the charge, the alarm suddenly went off. Then, to their horror, they discovered that hundreds of spaceships had emerged from the darkness. They were ambushed, but there was nothing to cover the area. The radar, however, failed to detect it at all. What does this tell us? This shows that the other side's ships are much more advanced than theirs, and their radar cannot detect them. The ships were more advanced than their own, and their numbers were several times greater. To make matters worse, they were surrounded. How can we fight like this? There's no way to fight. The encirclement and annihilation battle, which was a foregone conclusion, ended quickly. Wudong led the fleet into the darkness once again. Wei Liuhe sent men to clean up the battlefield and collect enough spoils to prove his identity. Then we waited for several more hours. After all, the main battlefront is not over yet. When the time was almost up, Wei Liuhe ordered several spaceships to attack each other, leaving severe damage on their hulls. Then, he took the severely damaged ships to Nizibet to demand his unpaid wages. Nizibet was positioned on the other side of Lannas to guard against a breakout by the garrison. At this moment, he was photosynthesizing with the star while listening to his subordinate's report on the battle situation. The war proceeded as expected. The Bowborn side could no longer hold them off. Next, we just need to make a breakthrough in one go, and we can win. Once we enter Lannas star, we can unleash a massacre. Nizobert was happy to think of this. Suddenly, Nizibet remembered something. Right, when did the garrison at the satellite base arrive? The subordinate glanced at the report. Sir, the garrison at the satellite base failed to reach it. How could that be? That ragtag army could only hold out for an hour or two at most. My lord, the report does indeed show that no satellite base garrison troops have arrived. Could it be that they didn't come to help? Nizibet was wondering when his adjutant came to report. Sir, the Whitewater Company has arrived and is requesting communication. They're not all dead yet. That's interesting. I'll connect. After the communication was connected, Nizibet saw an exhausted Wei Liuhe. After saluting, Wei Liuhe said, Viscount, as you have expected, my troops have successfully annihilated the satellite base reinforcements. Nizibet was taken aback. Mr. Bahuang, Wei Liuhe's code named to the outside world. Did I hear that right? Viscount, you heard me right. My unit annihilated the garrison at the satellite base. The spoils of war, which can prove your identity, have been submitted to your unit for verification. Please pay the reward of 5 billion after verification. Nizibet tilted his head and asked, Is it true? The adjutant whispered, Sir, it has been verified that the more than 10,000 garrison troops at the satellite base have indeed been completely annihilated by them. Unexpectedly, this group of humans was indeed favored by the god of war. The adjutant continued, Sir, I just checked. They only brought back 5 ships, and all of them were severely damaged, with most of their crew dead. Nizibet sneered. Then Wei Liuhe said, Viscount, please pay the wages as soon as possible. Our unit suffered heavy losses in this battle. The ships need to be repaired and repurchased, and the families of the fallen brothers need to receive compensation. Nizibet shook his head sadly. Mr. Hachiro, your bravery and sacrifice deserve praise. But I'm sorry, I cannot give you the money. Wei Liuhe feigned surprise and anger, saying, What did you say? But inwardly, he sneered. Just as the boss predicted, you chose death. Chapter 34 Europa, first star. Nizibet said, My adjutant told me that the spoils you submitted were insufficient to prove that you had completed your mission. Impossible. We demand that the spoils be brought out for joint verification. Unfortunately, the spoils were lost by my incompetent subordinates. Nizibet looked at Wei Liuhe, hoping he would show an expression of fury but helplessness. But Wei Liuhe did not have the expression he had hoped to see. Instead, he calmly replied, It's all right if it's lost. We only submitted part of the loot before, and the remaining loot is enough to prove the mission was completed. To prevent it from being lost again, let's conduct a joint video verification. Upon hearing that Wei Liuhe had actually held back a trick, Nizibet's face darkened. He made no attempt to hide it. Humans, you brought this on yourselves. Viscount, what do you mean? It means you will not only not get the money, but you will also lose your lives here. Nizabet ordered his men, "Kill them." But the subordinate looked troubled. "Sir, the people from Whitewater Company left after handing over the spoils." Wei Lioha was trying to lure Nizabet into making a move, so naturally he wouldn't stay. But he feigned anger and said, "Viscount, from what you're saying, you not only intend to maliciously withhold wages, but also to persecute us. Humans, I'm not going to pay you, and I'm going to kill you anyway. What do you do about it?" Wei Lioha said sternly, "According to relevant laws, we can legally and severely retaliate against your behavior. Fight back, haha." Nizabet, the green-skinned giant head, laughed so hard he almost fell over. "Did I hear that right, human? Are you declaring war on me?" "Yes." Nizabet grinned. "Human, if you're not afraid I'll bite your throat out, then let's start a war." Wei Lioha said expressionlessly, "Viscount, as you wish." After saying that, he hung up the call immediately. Nizabet slammed his fist on the table in anger. Humans, how arrogant they are. The adjutant immediately flattered, "Sir, the weakness of humanity is known throughout the universe. How could he possibly have the strength to declare war on you? He's just indulging in empty talk. I don't care, he offended me. I'm going to tear his chest open and devour his heart. Don't worry, sir. I'll send men to arrest him immediately. He definitely won't get away." But go back half a day. As the battle for Lannas was raging, Shen Tianyuan and his group arrived in the territory of the Eurome Federation. Throughout the journey, Ning Qi explained the Eurome Federation to everyone. The Eurome Federation is a federal republic with a strong national power, ranking among the top in the entire interstellar alliance. Its first star is hailed as the most civilized, safest, and most developed model planet, and has consistently ranked among the top 3 most desirable planets to immigrate to first century. Ning Qi kept rambling on, praising the Eurome Federation for all its merits. The Europa Federation was the most perfect country in his eyes, and he had always longed for it. "This time, my dream has finally come true." Ning Qi's sycophantic attitude made Shen Tianyuan really want to kick him twice. "Look how beautiful it is," Ning Qi exclaimed, peering out the spaceship window. Unlike the azure blue of Earth, the first planet of the Eurome Federation is a light green planet, like a jade ball. As Shen Tianyuan got closer to the first star, he noticed that there was a diamond-shaped device around the first star, which completely enveloped the star. Shen Tianyuan was wondering what this was when Ning Qi strolled over and said, "You're so ignorant. You don't even recognize this?" Ning Qi stood tall and proud, looking quite pleased with himself. He had clearly done his homework. Shen Tianyuan would not argue with a child, so he generously cupped his hands in greeting. "I still need to ask for your guidance." Ning Qi became even more smug when he saw Shen Tianyuan asking him a question. If he had a tail, it would be sticking up to the sky. However, he still gave an explanation. This is called a hexagram magnetic array, which consists of 1 billion hexagram magnetic prisms arranged outside the atmosphere of the first star. It has super strong offensive and defensive capabilities and is an important guarantee for the safety of the first star. Foreign offensive ships are not allowed to enter the first star. You must pass through the planet's border checkpoint before you can enter. After the inspection, the group entered the first star. Without the obstruction of the atmosphere, Shen Tianyuan could clearly see the topography of the first star from above. Shen Tianyuan was surprised to find that the outlines of the continents on the first star were all very regular, including hexagons, squares, and even standard circles. These continental plates, like geometric paintings on the ocean, are truly breathtaking. This could not have formed naturally. It has been artificially modified. The Eurome Federation is truly amazing. They've actually artificially modified the continental plates. The spaceship landed at Truffaut Airport. Truffaut Spaceport is an interstellar spaceport near Bullied, the capital of the first star. Millions of alien ships land here every day before heading to the capital. The reason for not landing directly in the capital is that Bullied has extremely high security regulations. Safety regulations. All spacecraft are prohibited from entering Bullied. They must land at a nearby airport and then transfer to Bullied. The group parked their spaceship and headed to the transfer area. Ning Ling and the others looked curiously at the people coming and going around them, because along the way, there were all sorts of aliens. There are lobster aliens with shrimp heads and large pincers, gray-skinned golems who are half a meter tall, dog-faced and green-skinned tack beasts, blue-skinned ice spirits, and mechanical races with mechanical structures all over their bodies. There's also a robot with a mechanical body and a head that's a transparent water tank. It's actually a water-transparent race. They live in water and have no physical form. Of course, the hosts, the Europa people, were also present. The Europa people and humans are quite similar in appearance. But their fur is purple, they have 6 fingers and 4 toes. Along the way, every European I met was impeccably dressed, elegant in manner, and walked with great poise. Ning Chi exclaimed, "It is said that the Europeans are the most civilized people, and it is indeed true. Everyone is so elegant." But Ning Chi was quickly proven wrong. Chapter 35 Bodies littered beneath our feet. The group arrived at the transfer point, boarded the arranged vehicle, and headed towards the capital, Bunyul. On the way, Ning Chi looked at the scenery outside the window with great excitement. He leaned against the car window and took a deep breath. Ah, what peaceful air! I'd heard that Europa was the safest country, and seeing it today, it certainly lives up to its reputation. Before Ning Chi could finish speaking, they heard a series of banging sounds. Gunshot! Looking in the direction of the sound, a private car and a police car were parked on the side of the road. At that moment, the police and the driver were hiding behind the car, exchanging gunfire. Boom! The driver threw a grenade, while the policeman pulled out an RPG. The battle was fierce. Ning Chi was puzzled. Isn't Europa supposed to be the safest country? How come we see police and civilians fighting on the street? The driver explained. Europe is indeed known as the safest country, but it also has the highest per capita weapon ownership in the Interstellar Alliance, with an average of 4 guns per person. With more guns, gunfights naturally increase. The capital, Bunyul, banned weapons entirely to protect its international image because of too many gunfights and deaths. This is the limit. Other places cannot and should not ban weapons at all. Why? Because the Euro government is the largest arms dealer in the Interstellar Federation, bar none. Banning would be like shooting themselves in the foot. Huh. The Europa government has been promoting peace all along. So how did it become the biggest arms dealer? If we don't sell weapons, where will we get the money to promote peace? Besides, the more wars there are, the more important peace becomes. These words slapped Ning Chi across the face. He fell silent until he saw a convoy of vehicles with green flags flying. He immediately became excited and pointed, saying, "Look, that's the Cooling Organization, the most famous environmental protection organization in Europe. For many years, it has been committed to reducing carbon emissions and has made a huge contribution to environmental protection. It looks like it's going to protest at the Energy Conference. Eurome's environmental awareness is indeed well-deserved." Ning Ling rested her finger on her chin, looking at the extremely long convoy, and asked in confusion, "That's not right. If they're asking to reduce carbon emissions, why don't they use rickshaws or take buses? Instead, they travel in so many luxury cars, which in itself generates a lot of carbon emissions. Doesn't this contradict their goal of reducing carbon emissions?" Ning Ling's question started. Ning Fi. After a long pause, he finally muttered, "At least they could protest against others reducing carbon emissions." Afterwards, Ning Chi quietly made his way to the border crossing in the capital, Bunyul. Because Bunyul forbade weapons from being brought in, they needed to hand over their weapons. The guards had to hand over their armored wristbands before they were allowed to enter. But neither Shen Tianyuan nor Bai Shuang handed it in. No one knew about Shen Tianyuan's armored bracelet, while Bai Shuang handed it over in place of an ordinary D-grade bracelet. As for how to bring it in, it's simple. It was placed in Shen Tianyuan's system inventory, but it couldn't be found at all. Shen Tianyuan went in wearing the armored bracelet, not to cause trouble. Rather, it's for their own safety. Logically, since Bunyul prohibits weapons, there shouldn't be any danger. But anything can happen. Shen Tianyuan, however, disliked leaving his fate to chance. Having insurance is better than not having it. Shen Tianyuan found it strange. Wasn't Bunyul, the capital of the Eurome Federation's first star, supposed to be an incredibly magnificent metropolis? Why does it look so ordinary? Shen Tianyuan quickly understood. Shen Tianyuan passed through the immigration checkpoint and entered Bunyul. Suddenly, a magnificent metropolis came into view. The spiral tower in the city center, in particular, is a spectacular sight, resembling a tornado connecting heaven and earth. That's strange. I didn't see anything outside just now. After a moment's thought, Shen Tianyuan understood. Similar to the situation at the Federal Interstellar University, the entire city was likely surrounded by camouflage technology, such as projection devices, so that those outside could not see what was happening inside. Oh, right, Shen Tianyuan also heard something else. Like the first star, Bunyul was completely enveloped by a defensive array. Bunyul's defensive array is incredibly strong. It can not only easily withstand nuclear explosions, but is also said to be able to withstand the bombardment of anti-proton cannons. In short, once the defensive array is activated, this place becomes a small world where no one can get in from the outside and no one can get out from the inside. It's afternoon on the first star now. The energy conference starts the day after tomorrow. There's still an afternoon and a day to explore. In order to save face and prove his advanced theories, Ning Chi suggested visiting the Eurome Human Rights Museum. The Eurome Human Rights Museum displays evidence of the Eurome people's efforts over thousands of years to protect the human rights of all peoples in the universe, and is a great symbol of the Eurome people's spirit of human rights. Looking at the evidence, Ning Chi, who adhered to the advanced theory of Eurome, regained his confidence. As you can see, although Europa may not be perfect in some aspects when it comes to upholding human rights, Europa is absolutely number one in the universe. Hearing Ning Chi's praise, Shen Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? I'm not right. Shen Tianyuan didn't directly say whether it was right or wrong. Ning Chi, do you know that the natives of the first star are not Europa people? This place was originally inhabited by an intelligent race with a population of over 100 million. They lived peacefully until a group of Euromen, exiled criminals, happened to arrive there. The indigenous people rescued them and treated them to a warm welcome. And how did the Europas repay them? They secretly transmitted the interstellar coordinates of the first star back, after which the Europe army arrived. In order to completely seize the land of the first star, they began to massacre the native inhabitants. To exterminate them more quickly, they also offered bounties. For every indigenous person killed, they could receive money by scalping them. In just a few months, hundreds of millions of indigenous people were wiped out. The remains of indigenous people are still buried beneath our feet. It's ironic that this is the same kind of people who now shout about peace and human rights all day long. Chapter 36, My brother-in-law is leaving. Ning Chi's face turned ugly. He really hadn't expected this. The Europa he had always admired actually had such a dark history. They themselves are the biggest violators of human rights, yet they spend all their time telling others to abide by human rights. It's truly disgusting. Having lost interest in continuing the visit, I left the Human Rights Museum. On the way to the hotel, after leaving the museum, Suitra dispie. The hawking cries from the roadside immediately made Ning Ling's little ears perk up. Her purpose in coming here was simply to eat delicious food. She had done her research. Sweet potato pie was a specialty of Europa, and she had to try it. Ning Ling took Su Kiki's hand. Kiki, let's go eat. Su Kiki turned to Shen Tianyuan and asked, Brother Shen, do you want some? I'll bring you some. No need, thank you. Ning Chi, standing to the side, wanted to cry. Why didn't you ask me? I'll eat it. I'll eat anything you brought. 5 stars each. Seeing the people in front of her enjoying their food, Ningling stood on tiptoe, eager to try it herself. Finally, it was the two of them's turn. Ningling hurriedly handed over 10-star coins. Boss, give me 2. Boss Eurome took the money, but did not give the 2 sweet potatoes to them. He simply said, the money is not enough. Ningling was taken aback. Isn't it 5-star yuan each? 2 would be 10-star yuan, which is just right. They are 5-star level, but you're 20-star level, 2 of you are 40-star level, and you're still 30-star level short. Why should I? Because you are human, you pollute our air and eat my food, which gives me psychological trauma, so you have to pay more. You. The boss's blatant discrimination made Ningling's face turn pale with anger. She has lived on Earth since childhood, and this is the first time she has experienced racial discrimination. If you can't afford it, just leave. Standing there is bad luck. The boss's words made Ningling, who was usually good-tempered, want to hit someone. Just as Ningling was trembling with anger, Su Kiki walked over and said to the shop owner with a smile, How about this, boss? I'll perform a show for you, and you can give us a discount, okay? Ningling quickly pulled her aside. Coco, we won't buy it. We absolutely won't, beg him. Su Kiki whispered, Don't worry, Eling. I'll get revenge for you. Boss, is this okay? The boss crossed his arms and laughed. What kind of show are you going to put on? I'll bark like a dog for you. Upon hearing this, the boss burst into laughter. That's interesting. I'd like to hear how human dogs bark. If you bark well, I'll sell it to you cheap. Okay, I'll start now. It's a deal. I'll start barking like a dog. Su Kiki cupped her hands in front of her mouth took a deep breath, and shouted, "Sweet radish pie. Sweet radish pie." The boss was taken aback by Su Keek's deliberately sharp voice. "Didn't you say you were going to bark like a dog?" But then he realized what he had done and anger surged up. "Damn it, human, how dare you play me?" He raised his hand to slap Su Kiki, about to strike her. But Su Kiki beat him to it and slapped him across the face. Then immediately put on a wronged expression. "Boss, why did you hit me? You hit me, okay?" The burning pain on his face fueled his anger, and he grabbed a shovel, ready to strike. But a hand grabbed his wrist, and Shen Tianyuan smiled. "Boss, why are you so angry? Release." The boss tried to shake off Shen Tianyuan's hand, but his hand was like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. Under the overwhelming pressure, the boss's confidence waned. "You were the ones who insulted me and even hit me. Putting all that aside, it's just that the items are a little more expensive. Can't we still buy them? I need to calm you down." He then pulled out 40 star coins and shoved them on the table, before taking 2 sweet loquat pies. Seeing this, Ning Ling stopped him, saying, "Brother-in-law was wrong first. We must not compromise." Shen Tianyuan turned his head and whispered, "Little Linger, trust me." Seeing Shen Tianyuan's confident gaze, Ning Ling nodded. Shen Tianyuan, holding a sweet potato pie, said to the shop owner, "Boss, you see we've spent a lot of money, so you at least have to guarantee the quality. For example, what if there are cockroaches in here?" "How could there be cockroaches?" "I asked you, what if you have it?" "Yes, I ate it." Before he could finish speaking, Shen Tian exclaimed, "Oh my God, there's a cockroach in the sweet loaf pie." Then, Shen Tianyuan held up the sweet loaf pie, and there was indeed a black thing on it. Before the boss could even see what it was, Shen Tianyuan was already in front of him. "Boss, you said if there are cockroaches, you should eat them." Before the boss could say anything more, Shen Tianyuan Pride opened his mouth with one hand, forcibly stuffing the entire package into it, and then pushed it in again, feeding it directly into his mouth. After forcibly feeding it, Shen Tianyuan clapped his hands and said, "Ah, what a huge cockroach. I wonder what it tastes like. Boss, can you describe it?" The sensation of a foreign object being forced into his throat, coupled with Shen Tianyuan's description of the cockroach, made him feel extremely nauseous, and he immediately began to gag. Just as the boss was gagging, Shen Tianyuan shouted again, "Look, there's a cockroach in the sweet loaf pie." The boss threw up after eating it. Shen Tianyuan's words, coupled with the fact that the boss was actually vomiting, made him realize that the crowd looked disgusted and scattered. "Let's go." He taught the boss a lesson and ruined the business. The group then left satisfied. On the way, Ning Ling asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, where did you get the cockroaches?" Shen Tianyuan smiled. There were no cockroaches, just pebbles picked up from the roadside. Before he could see them clearly, he stuffed them into his mouth, and he thought he had eaten a cockroach and felt disgusted. "Brother-in-law, well done." Ning Ling gave Shen Tianyuan a thumbs up. "Thank you for the compliment. However, I'm a little unhappy that that bastard still made 40 star coins." Shen Tianyuan smiled. "Look, what is this?" As he spoke, he opened his hand, revealing the 40 star coins. He took the money back while the boss was vomiting. Shen Tianyuan said, "He ate the food himself, so of course he has to get the money back." Ning Ling beamed and affectionately hugged Shen Tianyuan's arm. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Looking at Ning Ling's smiling face, Shen Tianyuan felt a little down. After spending these days together, he had developed some feelings for them. However, all good things must come to an end. "Little Bell, brother-in-law, it's time to go." Chapter 37. 4 Knocks at Night. Night Hotel. Shen Tianyuan packed his things. It was time to leave. The Euromay Federation is very close to the Shinra system where the fleet is located. With the help of interstellar travel routes, it only takes a few hours to reach the destination. Once he rejoined the fleet, he was completely free. Shen Tianyuan originally wanted to leave a letter to explain the whole story. But then he thought if he said it directly, Ning Ling and the other holiday would definitely be ruined. After a moment's thought, Shen Tianyuan changed his mind and left a message saying, he's going out to play for 2 days. You guys have fun too, and we'll meet up again later. Hopefully this won't spoil everyone's enjoyment of the trip. Furthermore, a card was left in the envelope, ostensibly as pocket money for the group's trip over the next few days, but in reality, the card contained 1 billion star coins. This is the amount of money the Ning family has spent on him during this period. He returned it all. Knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Shen Tianyuan opened the door, only to find Ning Chi standing there. It's Ning Chi. Come in first. Ning Qi entered with his head down. Shen Tianyuan poured Ning Qi a glass of juice. You must have something to say tonight, right? Ning Qi noted. Go ahead and say it. I'm listening. Ning Qi was silent for a while. In the past, the Europe I saw online was a powerful, safe, democratic, free country, and even the air smelled sweet. But what I actually saw in Europe was a country rife with guns, pretentious, hypocritical, and self-righteous. Why is there such a big difference? Am I just too stupid? Shen Tianyuan shook his head. It's not your fault. It's undeniable that Europe has a powerful side, not only in terms of national strength, but also in terms of cultural invasion. Through various channels, they aspire to export their culture and only promote the good aspects of their own country. Over time, this can brainwash people, making them believe that everything about Europe is good and advanced, and even causing them to develop aversion towards their own country. Such cultural invasion is no less powerful than military aggression. You suffered because of this in the past. However, you've seen the truth, which is a good thing. You should be happy. Finally, Shen Tianyuan patted Ning Qi on the shoulder. Remember this. No matter how good something is, it belongs to someone else. Only what belongs to you is real. Instead of admiring them, we should focus on building ourselves up. Ning Qi was silent for a moment, then looked up. Yes, I understand. All right, it's getting late. Go back to sleep. Ning Qi walked to the door, but did not leave immediately. Ning Qi, is there anything else? Ning Qi hesitated for a moment. It's okay. Thank you, brother-in-law. Good night. After saying that, he strode away. Shen Tianyuan was taken aback for a moment, then said, Good night. Knock, knock. Just as I closed the door, there was another knock. Brother-in-law, are you asleep? It's Ning Ling. What's wrong, little bell? Shen Tianyuan opened the door and saw Ning Ling holding a plate of pastries. Brother-in-law, this peach heart-shaped pastry is delicious. I brought it over for you to try. Thanks. Good night, brother-in-law. Sweet dreams. Ning Ling waved and went back to her room. Good night. After closing the door, Shen Tianyuan tried one. Very sweet. Knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Brother Shen, are you asleep? It's Su Kiki's voice. What's she doing here? Su, is something the matter? Su Kiki nodded. Brother Tian, you saw today, I slapped that shop owner. What's wrong? I hit him because I got angry because of what he said about Xiaolin. I never hit anyone before, and I have no violent tendencies. You don't need to explain anything. I already think you did the right thing. Brother Shen, I'm relieved that you haven't misunderstood. I'll head back now. Just as Su Kiki was about to leave, she suddenly turned around and asked, Brother Tian, I'll transfer the money to you right away. No rush you. Shen Tianyuan was restless because he was about to leave, so he subconsciously responded, but immediately realized something was wrong. Brother Tian, pay up. If you don't run, you've been tricked. Sure enough, Shen Tianyuan looked at Su Kiki again. Su Kiki grinned, revealing a pair of cunning little tiger teeth. Ahem, I. Before Shen Tianyuan could explain anything, Su Kiki waved her hand. Okay, good night, Brother Tian. The words Brother Tian were emphasized. Good night, Su. After closing the door, Shen Tianyuan shook his head, realizing he had been careless. During the morning, Shen Tianyuan, as usual, conducted a transaction with Su Kiki regarding yellow crystal ore. But unlike usual, Su Kiki didn't transfer the money first today. Instead, she said she was out and could send the money later. Shen Tianyuan agreed. But little did they know, this was a trap set by Su Kiki. They were actually waiting for me here. Sure enough, Su Kiki had only been gone a short while. Shen Tianyuan received payment from Su Kiki for today's yellow crystal ore. It seems that Su Kiki is now more certain of her identity. Unfortunately, I have to leave, knowing it won't help. Knock, knock. The fourth knock came. Shen Tianyuan found it strange. Everyone who could come had come before. So who was it this time? When I opened the door, I found it was Agua. Hey, is something wrong? Agua's face lit up with a happy expression. Master, I just found some money in the hallway. After saying that, he handed Shen Tianyuan 100 star coins. Good job for returning the lost money. Shen Tianyuan took the money. After giving him a verbal compliment, seeing that Agua showed no sign of leaving and was still standing at the door, he realized that Agua was not going to leave. Upon seeing Agua's ingratiating expression on the screen, Shen Tianyuan suddenly realized something, went back to his room, and took out a tube of engine oil. Here, this is your reward. The little paws took it and walked away happily. Shen Tianyuan closed the door, sighed, and felt somewhat downcast. When people leave familiar people and places, they inevitably feel melancholy. But one must always look forward. Shen Tianyuan then composed himself and prepared to leave. He wanted to leave quietly, so he had to avoid the guards. Shen Tianyuan took out the armor bracelet from the system backpack, and he and Bai Shuang put it on, and the armor unfolded. Activating the armor's scanning function immediately revealed a 3D map of the surrounding terrain, including the whereabouts of the escort team. Although the captain of the guard was an S rank, the same rank as them. However, without armor, it would be impossible to detect that they were wearing armor. Shen Tianyuan and his companion left the hotel without incident and headed straight for Bunyul's exit. Shen Tianyuan thought he had done something quietly, but little did he know that everything they did was being watched by a pair of eyes. Chapter 38 Destroyed, Level 4 Fleet. We successfully exited Bunyul and arrived at Truffaut Airport. Shen Tianyuan and his companion boarded the arranged spaceship and soared into the sky. The spaceship quickly left the first planet, embarked on an interstellar journey, and headed towards the Shinra system. Behind the spaceship, a figure was following closely. Shinra Galaxy. Viscount Nizabet, First Fleet. Several hours have passed since the falling out with Wei Liuhe. However, his subordinates still could not find any trace of Wei Liuhe. Nizabet is furious. Suddenly, a subordinate reported, "Sir, Whitewater Company has sent a communication request. Video connection." Nizabet looked at Wei Liuhe and sneered. "Human, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Just wait to die." Wei Liuhe shook his head. "No, Viscount. I'm here to fulfill a vow." "What wish is there to fulfill? You want war, don't you? So be it." Wei Liuhe finished speaking. Buzz. A piercing alarm suddenly rang in Nizabet's ears. "What happened?" The radar operator shouted. "Sir, a fleet has appeared out of nowhere and surrounded us." "What? How many are there?" The number of ships detected was over 400, estimated to be a Tier 2 fleet. Tier 2 fleet. Where did this Tier 2 fleet come from? Nizabet jumped in surprise, then suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Wei Liuhe. "It's you?" "That's right. Where did you get a Tier 2 fleet? Didn't you wipe them all out?" "We suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, one of my older brothers happened to be in the Shinra system commanding a Level 2 fleet, and he was willing to stand up for me." "Wait a minute. All you humans want is money, right? I'll give you 5 billion. I'll give you that." Nizabet was belligerent, but not stupid. They had no chance of winning in this situation and decisively admitted defeat. Wei Liuhe shook his head. "It's too late. We're already at war. But in the spirit of humanity, I'll give you half an hour to give your last words. We will launch our attack in half an hour." Nizabet's eyes lit up. "Okay, you said half an hour. You have to keep your word." Nature. After hanging up the communication, Nizabet immediately said, "Quickly notify the Lord, my cousin, and ask him to come and rescue me." "Yes." After making the arrangements, Nizabet gritted his teeth and said, "Foolish humans, your laughable humanitarianism will make you die without a burial place. You have no idea that my cousin is on the other side of the planet. He can get here in less than half an hour. He's a Tier 4 fleet. His arrival means your demise. Afterwards, I will make goblets from your skulls as punishment for your defiance of the strong Tark beastmen." Soon, Elector Nizo Junkerton of the Rheinfell received a request for help from Nizabet. He had always known that Nizabet had maliciously withheld the mercenaries' wages. He didn't take it to heart. It wasn't a big deal if those poor mercenaries bullied him. But unexpectedly, this time they provoked a mercenary with a Level 2 fleet. A Tier 4 fleet against a Tier 2 fleet. Winning is naturally no problem. However, they themselves inevitably suffer losses. But not going is not an option. He was both his cousin and his subordinate. If he didn't intervene, and the Beastman was wiped out just one planet away, the reputation of his powerful Tak tribe would be completely ruined. Let him compensate for the losses incurred. However, the optimal solution is not to attack. He wanted to intimidate the other party with his reputation first. So he had Nizabet connect to Wei Liuhe. He thought that if he simply mentioned his formidable reputation, humans would surely be terrified and run away in terror. But after the communication was connected, Wei Liuhe unexpectedly showed him great disdain. They simply didn't believe he was the Elector of Rheinfell. He even made provocative remarks. "Even if the real Elector Rheinfell comes, I am not afraid. If he dares to come, twist off his green head and decorate it in your captain's cabin." Nizaronton was furious when he heard this. Humans have so underestimated him. "Ah, humanity must die." Immediately, Nizarontin led the main force of the fleet toward Wiliu, leaving only a portion of the fleet to maintain the encirclement of Lannistar. He believed that his Tier 4 fleet could easily crush Tier 2 fleets. The battle will end quickly and will not affect the Lannistar campaign. On the way, Nizarontin did not forget to declare war on Wei Lioha. I, Nizarontin, elector of the mighty Holy Roman Empire, the elector of Rheinfell, declare war on you. I will use the skulls of you humans to build a palace. Are you really going to declare war on me? Wei Lioha asked. Upon hearing this, Nizarontin became frightened and his tone grew even more aggressive. That's right. When Nizabet saw this scene, a bad feeling suddenly flashed through his mind. He had declared war on Wei Lioha, and then a level 2 fleet suddenly appeared and surrounded him. Now, this scene of his cousin declaring war on him feels so familiar. Will history repeat itself? Nizabet had reservations, but he didn't say a word. Even if we disregard the fact that his cousin has a level 4 fleet, it won't be easy to deal with him unless the other side brings out a level 5 fleet. But how is that possible? Moreover, if I were to say something inappropriate, my cousin might not take responsibility for me. Then I'll just have to wait to die. Even if there is real danger, we should bring my cousin in to share the risk. Soon, Nizarontin arrived and successfully surrounded the Tier 2 fleet. Nizarontin, confident of victory, arrogantly sent out his final communication. Humans, release Viscount Nizabet, then die. He thought the other side would be terrified and begging for mercy. But to my surprise, the other party only coldly replied, attack. Nizarontin was surprised at where his opponent got the courage to launch the attack. Booming. In an instant, the sound of an explosion, accompanied by an alarm, resounded throughout the entire bridge. The mothership also began to shake violently, clearly under attack. Under attack. Mothership severely damaged. The radar operator, staring at the dense array of red dots on the radar screen, cried out in terror. It's bad. We're surrounded. The enemy has 5,000, 8,000, no, tens of thousands of ships surrounding us. That's nonsense. How could there be tens of thousands? Nizarontin kicked the radar operator away, but when he saw the radar screen filled with so many red dots that it triggered trypophobia, he realized what was happening to him. He was completely stunned. There really were tens of thousands of ships, no less. How is that possible? With tens of thousands of ships, that would require 2 level 4 or level 5 fleets. Neither of them could match him. Moreover, he was surrounded by the enemy. The terrain was at a significant disadvantage, and the mothership was directly exposed to enemy fire. This is a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. Quickly, contact the other side, demand a ceasefire, agree to any conditions. Nizarontin roared. The other party turned off the communication channel and refused to talk. That's it. The other side is determined to wipe them out. Boom! A beam of super energy struck the ship, causing it to shake violently. Nizarontin lost his balance and fell, his head hitting the sharp corner of the control panel hard. In his final moments, Nizarontin suddenly understood. This is a trap. This is a trap to lure him into an ambush and then legally kill him. It's too late to understand now. A level 5 fleet with tens of thousands of ships operating at full firepower. His fleet was essentially defenseless, turning into a sea of fire amidst the deafening explosions. It was headed for destruction. Chapter 39 Target, Leifa Star. In the distance, on the bridge of the space carrier of the First Galactic Fleet, a lone figure silently watched as a level 4 fleet, along with hundreds of thousands of crew members, was destroyed. It's strange, given the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. He didn't feel anything at all. It was as if everything was irrelevant to him, although he personally gave the order to attack. And he was none other than Shen Tianyuan, who had just rejoined the fleet. He had barely arrived when he heard Nizarontin's declaration of war. Without any preamble, Shen Tianyuan issued the order to attack. Even so, these 2 simple words mean the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Nizarontin was right before he died. This is a trap. Shen Tianyuan had been thinking about finding a place for the fleet to stay ever since he acquired it. He has a level 5 fleet, which is militarily capable of defeating a formidable force. However, when choosing a target, one should not only consider whether the target can be defeated militarily. There are a few other issues to consider. For example, the goal is to achieve victory in the war at the lowest possible cost, without suffering excessive damage to the fleet's strength. Furthermore, how to smoothly take over the target territory's wealth after winning the war, and how to obtain legal status, etc. These are all issues that need to be considered. After careful selection, Shen Tianyuan chose the Elector of Rheinfall. Firstly, his strength is sufficient to defeat Elector Rheinfall. As mentioned before, although the 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire belong to the same entity, they are actually independent of each other. In addition, Shen Tianyuan's investigation revealed that Elector Rheinfall was very aggressive and was recently planning an attack on Elector Boden, which led to strained relations with other electors. In this way, even if the electors of Rheinfall are attacked, the other electors will most likely just stand by and watch. Furthermore, the Elector of Rheinfall was brutal in his rule over the people of his territory and had a very poor relationship with them. The people had long hoped that someone would overthrow him. Thus, by overthrowing the Elector of Rheinfall, he would be a hero who saves the people, and taking over the rule would be much easier. Another crucial point is that the Holy Roman Empire has a law that allows him to legally inherit the position of Elector of Rheinfall. Most importantly, the electors of Rheinfall are waging a war. At that time, he will leave the Star Defense Sphere base that he has been operating for many years, and the fleet will gather together, which will not only reduce the difficulty of attacking, but also provide an opportunity to surround and annihilate them. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Shen Tianyuan had no reason not to let it slip by. However, there must be a reason for starting a war. Just like how the United States launched the war in Afghanistan with a bag of laundry detergent. Although the reason is ridiculous, it's better than nothing. If you were to launch a war against the electors of Rheinfall without a justification, it would inevitably make the other electors wary. If you can attack him without reason, then won't you also attack me without reason? Therefore, he must have a reasonable reason. The most reasonable reason would be to let the other side declare war first, so that he could legally retaliate and no one could find fault with it. However, he is currently just an unknown figure, and it is not an easy task for him to get the Elector of Rheinfall to declare war. After investigating Elector Rheinfall, he took notice of Nizobert. This bastard has a habit of withholding wages from his mercenaries. He had a plan. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan arranged for Wei Liuha to take on Nizobet's hiring mission. Then, they exceeded expectations and created the appearance of a Pyrrhic victory for Nizobet. Given Nizobet's nature, there's absolutely no way he would pay a commission. According to relevant laws, mercenaries have the right to use force to demand unpaid wages. With Nizobet's declaration of war video, he could then legally attack Nizobet. Next, Shen Tianyuan ordered Wudong to send out a second-class fleet to surround Nizobet. But instead of attacking, they deliberately claimed it was out of humanitarian spirit, giving him half an hour to leave his last words. In essence, it meant sending Nizobet to Nizarongton for help. This way, we can bring Nizarongton into the picture. Because he only demonstrated the size of a Tier 2 fleet, Nizarongton didn't take him seriously. If he is provoked again, Nizarongton will definitely declare war on him. Thus, they obtained Nizarongton's declaration of war video. In this way, he can retaliate in a reasonable and legal manner. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Not only was Nizarongton's main fleet destroyed, but the ships left to maintain the defensive line of Lannis were also destroyed at the same time. Thus, Nizarongton's Tier 4 fleet was completely annihilated. In this battle, the Galactic First Fleet also lost over 1,000 ships. This loss rate is quite good for the result of annihilating a fully fledged Tier 4 fleet. This is mainly due to the terrain advantage, the technological gap between the two fleets, the difference in troop strength, and the level of command. As mentioned before, the commander of Nizarongton's side was really bad, although they annihilated Nizarongton and his fleet. But it's far from over. Next, Shen Tianyuan left some people behind to clean up the battlefield. He led his main fleet toward Nizarongton's base on Leifa. After all, taking down Nizarongton was just a step in the process. The goal is to seize his territory and wealth. Chapter 40, sending you to reunite with your husband. When Shen Tianyuan led the fleet to Leifa Star. The first star of Europa has already risen at dawn. Knock knock. Brother-in-law, get up. Ning Ling and Ning Chi knocked on the door, but no one answered. The captain of the guards noticed something was wrong and went to open the door. I opened the door and looked into several rooms, all of which were empty. How could someone just disappear? He stayed outside all night. Oh, there's a letter. At this moment, Ning Ling noticed the envelope on the table, opened it, and took a look. I'm going away for 2 days. Don't worry about me. You guys have fun too. The money you need is in your card. We'll meet up again when I'm done. After reading the letter, Ning Ling pouted and complained. How can my brother-in-law do this? We could have gone out together, but he went out on his own. No, I have to ask him about it. Ning Ling was unaware. But the captain of the guard was not as naive as Ning Ling. He knew some inside information. Shen Tianyuan's departure this time was likely an attempt to escape. In that case, how could a phone call possibly go through? Just then, Ning Ling said, Hey, brother-in-law, where are you? The call went through. Oh, I can't say where I went. I understand. It's a place only adults can go, right? Brother-in-law, you're a bad guy. I'm telling you, you can't do anything to betray my sister, understand? Don't lie to me. Okay, I'll contact you later. Ning Ling hung up the phone and stomped her foot. You jerk brother-in-law. You're not including us. Ning Chi was disappointed. After last night's conversation, he had some new ideas that he wanted to share with Shen Tianyuan, but Shen Tianyuan was not there. Feeling blue and sad, like a mushroom, Su Kiki, who had just arrived, felt her heart sink upon hearing this. Could Shen Tianyuan's departure be because of my probing last night? If that's the case, then I've really messed things up. If the deal falls through because of this, wouldn't that be shooting ourselves in the foot? This made Su Kiki very anxious. I made an excuse to go back to my room. I'd like to try contacting Shen Tianyuan. But Shen Tianyuan was leading his fleet to conquer planets, so he had no time to log into the game. Seeing the gray avatar with the image of a round sky and a square earth, Su Kiki's heart sank to the bottom. Galactic First Fleet. Shen Tianyuan hung up the phone and muttered to himself, Sorry, Xiaoling. Just as I hung up the phone, it rang again. It was Ninging. Ninging called as expected. Upon discovering that she was missing, the captain of the guards would surely report to Ninging. He answered the phone casually. Madam, is there something you need? My husband. I heard you went out alone? Well, Ningling and I are different ages, so there's a generation gap. I think it's better if we play separately. This explanation might fool Ning Ling and the others, but it wouldn't fool Ninging. She probably already guessed the truth. Ninging was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, You are their brother-in-law. I think you should go back to them. In an instant, Shen Tianyuan felt as if his heart had been twisted. He could hear the urgency in Ning Ying's words to keep him there. Ning Ying is a strong-willed woman, yet she said these words for herself. Shen Tianyuan was not heartless and could not possibly remain unmoved. But after planning for so long, he couldn't let his momentary weakness ruin everything. He said coldly, Even if I'm not here, the guards can protect them well. The meaning of this statement is quite clear. Ning Ying's voice suddenly became a little hoarse. Okay, I understand. Be careful on your own. After a moment of silence, Shen Tianyuan said, Keep this a secret for now, so as not to affect Ning Chi and Ning Ling. Let them have some fun. Good. After they finished speaking, both fell silent again, but neither hung up the phone. Ning Ying said, Goodbye, my husband. I wish you all the best in the future. Goodbye, madam. After hanging up the phone, both of them fell silent. Both of them knew the truth, but neither said anything more. Everything is understood without words. After hanging up the phone, Ning Ying leaned back in her chair, her beautiful eyes losing their usual sparkle, staring blankly at the ceiling. Seeing that Ning Ying's condition was not right, Fu Zhan asked, Miss, what's wrong with the young master? Nothing. But the bitterness in her eyes was hard to hide. Shen Tianyuan hung up the phone, feeling a sense of oppression. But Shen Tianyuan shook his head. Forget about it. Your goal is the stars and the sea. Shen Tianyuan looked resolutely ahead. That was Lifa Star. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Lord's mansion on Lifa Star. Not long ago, they received information from the fleet that they had been attacked. But before the situation could be explained, the communication was cut off. Then they could no longer contact the fleet. He wanted to fight someone else, so how'd he get beaten up instead? The sudden turn of events threw everyone in the Lord's Manor into a panic. Until a phone call was made to the Lord's Manor. It's a garrison force from outside the planet. Madam, something terrible has happened. A fleet has surrounded us. How many are on the other side? The number of ships exceeds 10,000. The fleet will consist of over 10,000 ships and is expected to be comprised of 2 Tier 4 fleets. The elector's wife screamed. The quantity has been counted. How could there be so many? You're lying to me, aren't you? You wretched thing, I'll kill you. Before she could finish calling out, the other person said, Madam, why don't you go outside and look at the sky? Look if you want, then I'll take your head. As she spoke, she walked out of the room, and the moment she looked up, the phone fell to the ground. Countless points of light twinkled in the sky, like a sky full of stars. But it's daytime, so are the stars. She quickly realized what was happening. Those are the ship's lights. Such a large number, exceeding 10,000, is no exaggeration. We're doomed. The butler picked up the phone. Madam, the phone is here. The Lord's wife held the phone to her ear. Madam, the enemy fleet is requesting communication. Catch. A male voice came through. Your Excellency Elector Rheinfall, greetings. Who are you? Where's my husband? You may call me Hua Xinghe, Shen Tianyuan's codename. I regret to inform you that your husband, Elector Rheinfall, and his fleet have been completely annihilated. Impossible. They're a level 4 fleet. You can't possibly wipe them out. Elector Rheinfall, I have sent you the video evidence. You can verify it. She clicked on the video that was sent to her, and the content of the video made her completely despair. Her family's fleet is truly finished. In fact, she already knew what was going on. After all, the fleet losing contact and being blocked at the door by the enemy fleet speaks volumes about the situation. But she didn't understand. Mr. Hua Xinghe, we are complete strangers. Why are you attacking us? It was your husband who declared war on me, leaving me no choice but to retaliate and annihilate him completely. According to the relevant laws, I now have the right to take over the wealth of his territory to compensate for my losses. Therefore, Your Excellency, please have your garrison surrender immediately, and I can guarantee your personal safety and property security. What if I don't? Then I will attack immediately and annihilate all those who resist, including you, Your Excellency. She suddenly felt a chill run through her body. She knew very well that the fleet was now destroyed. The remaining army was no match for the attack of the level 5 fleet. They would be wiped out in less than half an hour. But she remained defiant. Let me think about it. Yes, Your Excellency, you have half an hour to consider. If you do not reply or refuse to surrender by then, I will immediately launch an attack and send you to reunite with your husband. Chapter 41 SS Rank. Although wiping out the garrison of Leifa Star was a piece of cake. However, the process will inevitably cause enormous damage. And all of this will soon become Shen Tianyuan's property. Of course, you should do your best to protect your own things. Shen Tianyuan also believed that as long as Elector Rheinfall wasn't a fool, she would make a wise choice under the current circumstances. Sure enough, the Elector's wife contacted him very soon. She agreed to surrender, but demanded that her personal safety and property be guaranteed. Shen Tianyuan agreed. Immediately, the defending troops abandoned their resistance. Shen Tianyuan successfully took control of Leifa Star. At the Lord's Manor, Shen Tianyuan met the lady of the Elector Marquis. When the Elector's wife saw Shen Tianyuan, she was taken aback. She had assumed that the people who had conquered them were from some powerful race. But to her surprise, it was the human race that ultimately conquered her. She has always looked down on humans. Firstly, I felt they were too weak. Secondly, they felt their skin wasn't green enough. But she really didn't want to give up her prestigious status. She is very confident in her appearance. So he respectfully said to Shen Tianyuan, "Great conqueror, may the god of war bless you. You have defeated my husband. You are a symbol of power. I am willing to become your spoils, to serve you, and to govern the planet Raphael for you." Shen Tianyuan looked at the burly, green-skinned, fanged Lady Elector. Had he just hallucinated? Is she offering herself up as a bedmate? Are you kidding me? He couldn't even tell the difference between her and his husband. Having her serve me would probably give me nightmares. Where did she get the courage? Shen Tianyuan suppressed his discomfort. "Madam, I keep my promise. You can take the people and the money and leave. But I am willing to serve." Shen Tianyuan raised his hand. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Go quickly, or I'll assume you're willing to stay and die." Snort. Seeing that Shen Tianyuan had rejected her, a stunning beauty, Lady Xuandi stomped her foot in anger. "Walk." He then boarded the spaceship with his subordinates and a large amount of gold, silver, and valuables. "Goodbye, Your Excellency." After Shen Tianyuan waved goodbye, he turned and connected with Wei Liuha. "Instructor Wei, the lady of the elite marquis has left. Go see her off and bring back all her belongings." "Yes." Sending her on her way naturally means sending her back to her hometown. Shen Tianyuan never intended to let the Empress Dowager go. As long as the Elector's wife is alive, she will be a threat to me. Although her family's fleet was destroyed, it still had many people and a great deal of wealth. It won't be difficult for them to cause trouble in the future. Shen Tianyuan absolutely cannot allow this hidden danger to remain. Besides, she wasn't a good person to begin with, so I had no qualms about killing her. Wei Liuhe, on the other hand, was unwilling to exterminate those who surrendered. This violates interstellar code, and if it gets exposed, it will be condemned. But soldiers consider obeying orders their sacred duty. If Shen Tianyuan tells him to do something, he has to do it. Moreover, he knew that eliminating the elector's wife was the best option for his side. Not only can it eliminate threats, but it can also obtain a large amount of funds. He overcame his psychological barriers and began to take action. The former lord was driven out. The next step is to appease the people and completely subdue Leifastar. Shen Tianyuan officially announced to the Ice Spirit clan via global broadcast that Nizarongton and his fleet had been annihilated, and the remaining members of the Nizo family had been expelled. Currently, he has officially taken over the reins of Leifastar. The people can rest assured that he is not a brutal aggressor. They are liberators coming to liberate the Ice Spirit clan. He promised to give the Ice Spirit clan more respect and a better life. He then extended an invitation. Each region is requested to send representatives to the first meeting to be held in the central square 4 hours later to discuss the new order of Leifastar. Hearing Shen Tianyuan's broadcast, the Ice Spirit clan felt temporarily relieved. They were terrified when the army pressed in. They were terrified that the other side would rush in and massacre them. After all, it is not uncommon for the military to massacre civilians. Because of the Nizo family's deliberate suppression, the Ice Spirit clan rarely has access to weapons. They are all unarmed. If they were to be slaughtered, they would be powerless to fight back. I was terrified of this for a long time. They were only temporarily relieved after Shen Tianyuan's broadcast, which explained that he had no intention of targeting civilians. Next, they began to busy themselves with 3 things. One purpose was to celebrate the downfall of the Nizo family. They had been oppressed by the Nizo family for a long time and hated them intensely. Now that the Nizo family had been destroyed, they naturally wanted to celebrate. The second is the discussion about the new ruler. Their demands are not high. They just want to be fed and clothed and not have to live in constant fear. Thirdly, we need to select representatives to attend the meeting. While waiting for the meeting, Shen Tianyuan did not sit idle. Meanwhile, they sent people to investigate the assets left by the Nizo family. Meanwhile, he himself was preparing to communicate with the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Target defeated. The takeover of territory is in progress. Next, all of this needs to be legalized. Shen Tianyuan not only wants to legally take over Leifastar, but also legally take over the title of Elector of Rheinfall. Therefore, he needs to speak with the Emperor. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Taking advantage of the chaos of the handover, several figures sneaked into Leifastar and arrived outside the Lord's Mansion. Outside the Lord's Mansion was a guard composed of hundreds of C, B, and A-level war robots. The combat capability level of war robots is the same as that of combat armored soldiers. The difference is that war robots cost much more than armored soldiers. Therefore, the number of war robots equipped is relatively small. Fortunately, the Galactic First Fleet, as a Tier 5 fleet, is equipped with a legion of war robots. The transition between interstellar eras is quite chaotic. For safety reasons, Shen Tianyuan arranged for the War Robot Legion to be stationed outside the Lord's Mansion to protect him. The group of 6 who infiltrated were all dressed in combat armor, and the leader was a tall figure. They were observing the guards outside the Lord's Manor. Captain, with such a massive defense, it seems that human is already in the Lord's Manor. The highest combat unit detected on site is Class A. If we launch a frontal assault, we should be able to kill that human. The captain in charge said, "We cannot rule out the possibility that there are higher-level combat units protecting that human." "Captain, even an S rank wouldn't be a match for you. You're an SS rank." The captain raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "You guys go up later. I'll stay behind and make sure it's a one-hit kill." Yes. Chapter 42, The Realm of Despair. Your Majesty, greetings. I am Hua Xinghe of the human race, and the new ruler of Leifastar. I am contacting you today to, just as Shen Tianyuan made contact with the Emperor of the Divine Luo Empire, the system, which never proactively contacted him, suddenly announced, "Major danger is approaching. Please be aware, host." Shen Tianyuan was about to ask what was going on. Boom! Then we heard an explosion outside. Wudong's voice rang out. "Commander, the guard has been attacked. The attackers are 5 S-class combat units. 5 S-rank individuals." Shen Tianyuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He's been around this world for a long time, and he's only seen less than 5 S-class individuals. 5 people came at once. They really think highly of him. Shen Tianyuan took a deep breath and said into the phone, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent matter. I will contact you later." The emperor said politely, "Your Excellency Hua Xinghe, I await your news." At the same time, there was something else he didn't say, if you were still alive. After hanging up the communication, the emperor smiled at his close advisors and said, "Perhaps I am about to witness the shortest-lived elector of the Rheinfall." He then ordered, "Notify the fleet to depart for Leifa immediately and await my command." "Yes, Your Majesty." If Shen Tianyuan, the new ruler of Leifa Star, dies, Leifa Star will surely descend into chaos. Then he might be able to take the opportunity to seize the planet Leifa. If he acquires the planet Leifa, his strength will surely increase significantly. It wouldn't be impossible to truly unify the empire at that time. After hanging up the phone, Shen Tianyuan raised his wrist, and the Rakshasa armor instantly deployed. Without Shen Tianyuan's orders, Bai Shuang had already deployed her drifting armor and stood guard in front of Shen Tianyuan. As her personal bodyguard, she did not choose to go out and fight, but instead stay by Shen Tianyuan's side at all times. After the armor was deployed, Shen Tianyuan did not choose to go out and fight the enemy, but said, "Let's go." Yes, the son of a wealthy family should not sit under a dangerous roof. As the leader of an organization, when faced with danger, he naturally has subordinates willing to risk their lives for him. Protecting his own safety is the greatest responsibility he can take to the organization. But the situation was worse than expected. The fleet's strength would have been more than enough to deal with a few S-class soldiers. The problem is that the existence of these 5 S-class individuals was not detected beforehand, and the defense deployment on Leifastar was not yet complete after taking over the planet. This allowed these 5 S-class fighters to seize the opportunity and get close. At this moment, the enemy and our forces are mixed together, and the fleet's attack power is too great, so shooting it down will inevitably cause friendly fire. The fleet, on the contrary, became ineffective. The War Robot Legion, serving as a guard, was numerous. However, the highest combat power level is only A level, and most of them are only B level and C level. The enemy team consisted entirely of S-rank members, making the disparity in strength far too great. Even though the War Robot Legion was fearless and charged wave after wave, but it was no match for the combined attack of 5 S-class fighters. The enemy basically killed them one by one, with mechanical fragments flying everywhere, and war robots were shot down like dumplings. In just half a minute, the war robot army had suffered heavy casualties. Shen Tianyuan originally intended to retreat before the War Robot Legion was wiped out. But as soon as the two soared into the sky, they were detected by the 5 S-class fighters, who immediately changed their target and unleashed 5 massive energy waves at Shen Tianyuan. Bai Shuang reacted extremely quickly, swung out 2 energy waves with her backhand, and precisely collided with 2 of them, causing them to explode. With his other hand, he deployed a nano shield, blocking another energy attack. Then, he used his body to withstand the 4th energy attack for Shen Tianyuan. But the 5th wave was too much for Bai Shuang to handle. "Brother Tian, watch out!" Bai Shuang shouted. Shen Tianyuan's armored pupils emitted a scarlet light. "Bai Shuang, don't forget that I'm also an S rank." "Ghost Claw!" Shen Tianyuan shouted, and his armored, sharp claws slashed down. 5 sharp, blood-red energies instantly cleaved through the last energy wave. The aftershocks of the Ghost Claw's energy rushed towards the 5 people, but they easily dodged them. The 5 people are slightly different. Unexpectedly, there was a lord who was himself a combat armored soldier. Moreover, it reached the S level. They are well aware of the hardships they endured. I couldn't help but feel some respect for Shen Tianyuan. But this slight sense of admiration did not prevent them from continuing to kill Shen Tianyuan. With all 5 propulsion devices activated, they charged towards Shen Tianyuan. When facing 5 people, the best option is to run. Shen Tianyuan did the same. However, the 5 combatants were experienced and used their attacks during the charge to block the 2 men's path. To avoid the attack, the 2 had to pause for a fraction of a second. But in those mere fractions of a second, the 5 men closed in and surrounded Shen Tianyuan and his companion. The moment they got close, all 7 reacted in the same way, releasing their domains. The gravity field of the white, frost-drifting armor. Shen Tianyuan, the ghost domain of the Rakshasa armor. This type of area of effect skill is an essential skill for S-rank characters and is indispensable for close combat. The abilities of a domain are diverse, but their effects are nothing more than two things: weakening the enemy and strengthening one's own side. With 7 fields combined, Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang were naturally at a greater disadvantage. Because there are 5 domains suppressing them, their attack speed and defense are affected. Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, the 5 launched an attack on Shen Tianyuan. This is almost a fatal blow. At the brink of life and death, Bai Shuang unleashed her full power, completely abandoning her own defense to block the attack for Shen Tianyuan. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Bai Shuang blocked the 2 men's attacks, but the attacks from the other 3 men pierced through her armor and into her body. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, Bai Shuang grabbed the men with her bare hands, blood trickling from her mouth, and roared, "Brother Tian, run. I'll self-destruct. It can hold them off for a few seconds." White frost. This scene made Shen Tianyuan's eyes widen in fury. Shen Tianyuan always thought he was a rational person. He wouldn't act impulsively. But only then did he realize that he had been too arrogant. The white frost was a reward given to him by the system. After spending many days inseparable, Bai Shuang had become more than just his protector. She was his partner. An important partner. Now Bai Shuang is standing before him, severely injured and on the verge of death, all in an effort to protect him. This pain drove Shen Tianyuan mad. Reason, the idea that a rich man shouldn't sit under a dangerous roof, and the principle of safety first. All of these were thrown to the back of Shen Tianyuan's mind at this moment. "Brother Tian, let's go." Bai Shuang used all her strength to persuade him. But Shen Tianyuan couldn't listen to any of that at the moment. "Damn it, all of you die." Shen Tianyuan angrily raised his ghostly claws, ready to fight them to the death. However, the gap in strength cannot be bridged by anger. They subdued Shen Tianyuan almost instantly. Immediately afterwards, they launched a fatal attack on Shen Tianyuan. Chapter 43, Instant Kill of an SS rank. A punch landed, and blood splattered everywhere. Just as the S-rank attacker thought the mission was complete, he realized something was wrong. Shen Tianyuan is fine. That blood was his own. His own hand disappeared, and blood spurted from the severed wound. "Where are your hands?" Just as I was wondering, suddenly a blur flashed before my eyes, as if a figure had passed by. Then, his world was plunged into eternal darkness. As his head vanished instantly, blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, and only then did everyone realize what was happening. A figure appeared before them without their noticing. This person was dressed in brownish-yellow armor and looked quite ordinary. But everyone was filled with fear because he had just instantly killed an S rank. Only SS-level beings can instantly kill S-level beings. Realizing this, the remaining 4 S-class members reacted instantly and scattered in all directions. The brown-yellow armored figure reached out with both hands and grabbed. The 2 S-class soldiers who were fleeing on either side were instantly suspended in midair. Then, the brown-yellow armored hands closed together. The 2 S-class aircraft began to twist and deform. The brown-yellow armor was suddenly gripped. Click! The 2 men's incredibly tough armor was instantly compressed into a sphere. The flowing blood indicated that the 2 people inside the armor were definitely dead. The brown-yellow armored man killed 2 more people. There were still 2 people left, and the brown-yellow armored soldiers weren't going to let them go either. The brown-yellow armor was incredibly fast, catching up to a person like lightning, grabbing him in midair again, and turning him into a ball. Soon, the last person was also caught. He was also mercilessly killed. But in his final moments before being crushed, the man in the brown armor heard him say, "Captain, save him." Not good. The brown-yellow armored figure suddenly turned around and looked at Shen Tianyuan. At that moment, a bolt of purple lightning shot towards Shen Tianyuan. That was the captain of the 6-person team who had been lying in wait for a long time. She hadn't made a move before because she was worried that there might be an SS-level enemy among those humans. So, she let her subordinates make the first move. If there were no SS rank, his subordinates would have killed that human. If so, she can also surprise them. As expected, things turned out exactly as she predicted. There really are SS-class beings among humans. In order to catch her off guard, she did not retaliate when the brown-yellow armored soldiers slaughtered her team members. Finally, the brown-yellow armor was lured away. She seized the opportunity and killed Shen Tianyuan. Although she could have killed Shen Tianyuan at close range with her brown armor, she didn't. She wanted to crush Shen Tianyuan's heart and drink his blood. This is a custom of their race. No matter how she's killed, it makes no difference to her. Even Shen Tianyuan, an S rank, is a fake S rank. There's no other possibility than a flash sale. Once Shen Tianyuan is killed, the brown-yellow armor will be on par with her. Even if she tries to escape, the brown-yellow armor won't be able to do anything to her. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Shen Tianyuan's spirit could sense the approach of death, but his body was unable to react. Because the other party was too fast, he could only wait to die. The brown-tan armored soldier desperately tried to return to the rescue, but the captain was of equal rank and similar strength. At this moment, distance determines everything. It's over. Humans. The captain's sharp claws easily pierced Shen Tianyuan's armor. Then their clothes. Just a moment before they were about to dig into the heart. A soft ding sounded. The captain's indestructible claws stopped. Something was blocking her way. Before her claws, even diamonds are like tofu. What's blocking her way? Before she could think it through, suddenly, a powerful suction force came from that mysterious thing. It's absorbing energy from the armor. How is that possible? The energy carried by the SS-class armor is terrifying. It could completely destroy small and medium-sized ships. But at this moment, it was sucked away by a mysterious thing no bigger than the palm of its hand. Furthermore, it is extremely fast. In less than a second, the energy was completely drained. No matter how strong the armor is, without energy to power it, it's just a pile of scrap metal, at best offering better defense. What the hell? Before she could react, the brown-yellow armored vehicle arrived and knocked her unconscious with a single blow. All of this happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, the situation took several turns. By the time Shen Tianyuan reacted, the SS class attacking him has fallen. Before he could speak, the brown-yellow armored figure vanished in a flash. Ignoring his doubts, Shen Tianyuan rushed to Bai Shuang's side. At this moment, Bai Shuang was on the verge of death, with several large holes in her body and almost all her blood drained away. Bai Shuang's originally fair skin had turned pale, and the sparkle in her eyes was rapidly fading. Bai Shuang, how are you? Bai Shuang struggled to open her eyes, her pale lips trembling. Brother Tiantan, it's all right, you're okay. I can let go. Shen Tianyuan interrupted her. No. Bai Shuang forced a smile and tried to raise her hand, but halfway through, her hand fell limply to the ground. No. White Frost, no, don't close your eyes. He looked at Bai Shuang in his arms and slowly closed his eyes. Shen Tianyuan felt only excruciating pain. At this critical moment, Shen Tianyuan suddenly thought of the system. System, you're so amazing. Please say Bai Shuang. I'll agree to anything you ask. I'll agree to anything you ask. Shen Tianyuan called out, but the system did not respond. Seeing that Bai Shuang's eyes were about to close completely, just as Shen Tianyuan was about to despair, he remembered something. I'm a pig. With a flick of his hand, Shen Tianyuan produced a sphere. Shen Tianyuan struggled to control his trembling hands as he placed the sphere on Bai Shuang's body and said, "Heal." The sphere cracked open and then melted into Bai Shuang's body. Immediately, Bai Shuang's shocking wounds on her chest and abdomen twitched. Then countless blood vessels appeared at the wound's site. As the blood vessels moved, the wound began to heal rapidly. In less than a minute, the huge wound had healed completely. After the wound healed, Shen Tianyuan quickly checked Bai Shuang's pulse. Although it was weak, it had not stopped. Shen Tianyuan quickly retrieved Bai Shuang's egg-shaped maintainer from the system space and placed Bai Shuang inside. This egg-shaped maintainer not only maintains the Frost's physical strength, but also has a repair function. The eggshell closed, and several beams of light scanned the white Frost. A voice then announced, "Severe mechanical damage detected. Current physiological level extremely low. Automatically initiating repair mode. Repair in progress." These words sounded dangerous, but they also meant that Bai Shuang's life was saved. Shen Tianyuan let out a long sigh of relief and slumped to the ground, his clothes completely soaked with sweat. In my haste, I almost forgot about my life-saving device. That sphere is one of the upgrade rewards for leveling up the system to level 3, a super nanobug healing agent that can heal 99.99% of external injuries. This is perfect for dealing with the white Frost. Shen Tianyuan had completely forgotten about it in his haste. Luckily, I remembered in the end. If my stupidity causes Bai Shuang to die, he will never forgive himself. Thank goodness. Chapter 44: A Night Visit to the Vampire. Afterwards, Shen Tianyuan returned to the main ship with Bai Shuang. After returning to the fleet's protected area and settling Bai Shuang in, Shen Tianyuan finally had time to recall what had just happened. The events that had just occurred still left Shen Tianyuan with lingering fear. Just now, 5 S-class items appear at once. There was even an SS rank. 2 still. It was just an SS rank officer who wanted to kill him. The other was to save him. Shen Tianyuan could roughly guess who wanted to kill him. But the question is, who exactly was that brown-yellow armored figure? Who saved him? Why did you save him? The fact that he appeared in time means he was probably right next to me. Although he saved himself this time. But if he changes his mind and wants to kill me, wouldn't that be incredibly easy? This inevitably worried Shen Tianyuan. Suddenly, Shen Tianyuan felt something hot in his chest. He took out the heat source and saw that it was the metal he had found in the space escape pod. Shen Tianyuan always kept it in his shirt pocket. The metal is now gleaming with a soft light. As Shen Tianyuan was examining the document, a voice rang out. Charging successful. System starting up. Startup processes 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Shen Tianyuan was startled. How come another system has popped up? What about charging? Suddenly, Shen Tianyuan thought of something. At that time, the SS-class enemy had already pierced through his armor at close range. When her life was in her hands, she inexplicably stopped. Then he remained motionless, letting the brown-yellow armor stun him. This is strange. At that moment, I heard the metal charging. Shen Tianyuan had a guess. Perhaps it was this metal that saved him. It seems I'll have to go see that SS rank person later. The SS-class soldier, after being knocked unconscious by the brown-yellow armor, was not taken away, but left with Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan had already ordered his armor to be removed and his body taken back to the fleet and imprisoned. However, before the interrogation, I should call the Holy Roman Emperor back first. Your Excellency Hua Xinghe, I am truly pleased to hear that you are safe and sound. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the polite formalities, Shen Tianyuan got to the point. Your Majesty, I am willing to abide by the laws of the Empire, uphold its honor to the fullest extent, and acknowledge your authority. Accordingly, I hope that you will recognize my legitimate status according to the law. Of course, you have fully demonstrated your abilities, and the Empire needs elites like you. In short, welcome to the Holy Roman Empire, Your Excellency Hua Xinghe. No, I should address you as Elector Rheinfeld. Thank you, Your Majesty. After a friendly discussion, both sides reached a consensus. The Emperor recognized Shen Tianyuan's new regime. Shen Tianyuan also needs to fulfill the relevant obligations of the Elector Marquis. Then, Shen Tianyuan made phone calls to the other 5 electors. Having learned of the change in sovereignty over Leifastar, they all sincerely congratulated Shen Tianyuan and expressed their friendly attitude. After dealing with the official issues of the Empire, Shen Tianyuan went to see the SS rank official. Shen Tianyuan was somewhat surprised when he saw this SS rank. This is a beautiful woman with white skin, blonde hair, and typical Caucasian features. It should be noted that the humans in the New World all have yellowish appearances. He had thought there were no white people in the New World, but he never expected to see them here. Shen Tianyuan became interested and took a few steps forward. Even though this woman is SS rank, but without armor and confined in a glass cell, it no longer poses a threat. Hello, miss. My name is Hua Xinghe. Shen Tianyuan took the initiative to introduce himself. The SS-level woman was also very polite and said with her red lips slightly parted, Hello, Mr. Hua. My name is Mammon Flowing Sand. Mammon Quicksand. That's quite a unique name. Miss Quicksand, where are you from? Mammon Flowing Sand smiled slightly, revealing a few sharp teeth. Mr. Hua, why don't you take a guess? Looking at her sharp teeth, Shen Tianyuan had a thought. You're not a vampire, are you? The vampires of the New World are basically the same as the vampires of the original world. It has pale skin, an extremely strong physique, a long lifespan, and even sucks blood, but it is not afraid of sunlight, crosses, or garlic. The vampires in the New World are numerous and have established their own nation, the Eternal Night Empire. The Eternal Night Empire is powerful, surpassing most of the nations in the Interstellar Alliance. However, the Eternal Night Empire is not within the scope of the Interstellar Alliance. Moreover, the nations of the Interstellar Alliance are very hostile to the Eternal Night Empire, or more accurately, to the vampires. The reason is simple. Vampires are bloodthirsty. It targets any race for its bloodsucking. The vampires regularly send out hunting teams to capture intelligent races so that they can drink their blood. Over the years, vampires have consumed the blood of countless races, forging deep-seated hatreds with them. However, the vampires are powerful, and their home planet is hidden, so they have remained unknown to the outside world. That's why they were never wiped out. Are you a vampire? Faced with Shen Tianyuan's questioning, Mammon Lu Sha did not answer, but instead pulled on the clothes on his shoulders with both hands. Suddenly, her fair shoulders were exposed. Miss Quicksand, what are you doing? Mammon Flowing Sand gave a wicked smile to answer your question. As she spoke, she pulled her clothes down further and turned around. All that could be seen was her bare, snow-white back, with a pair of symmetrical protrusions shaped like bat wings. Those are bat wings. The so-called bat wings are special organs that grow on the backs of vampires that can be pulled out for flight. This is also an important characteristic of vampires. It seems she really is a vampire. After proving his identity, Mammon Lu Sha did not pull his clothes up. Instead, he said, Mr. Hua, I have heard that human men and women can deepen their relationship through physical intercourse. Mr. Hua, would you like to deepen our relationship? Chapter 45, Loyal and Kind You. For some reason, Ningling's voice suddenly rang in my ears. Brother-in-law, you are not allowed to do anything to betray my sister. This startled Shen Tianyuan. Miss Quicksand, let's deepen our relationship through communication first. Really not going to use it? Mammon Quicksand showed a disappointed expression. What does Mr. Hua want to talk about? For example, what is Miss Quicksand's identity, and why did she want to kill me? Mammon Flowing Sands. I work for Nizarongton, the former elector of Rhinefall who you just destroyed. He was destroyed by you in the battle. We vampires value loyalty above all else. If he dies at your hands, I must avenge my master. Shen Tianyuan nodded. I see. Your loyalty is truly admirable. But as your target, I'm afraid I'll have to worry about you day and night. Mammon Quicksand shook his head. No, we have done our best, but we have failed. It is fate. Our revenge against you ends here. I'm really lucky then. Oh, by the way, Miss Quicksand, I have a question. Back then, you were right in front of me, just one last hit away from killing me. Why did you stop? Mammon Flowing Sand paused for a moment. It was something on your chest that blocked me. It forcibly drained the energy from my armor. That thing of yours is truly amazing. Moreover, it's such a small thing, yet I still managed to hit it. This is fate. It's that heaven doesn't want me to kill you. Shen Tianyuan stroked his chin. It turned out that the metal had indeed absorbed the armor's energy and saved his life. Bite. Shen Tianyuan received a message, and, after reading it, he added, Miss Quicksand, please satisfy one more of my curiosity. As a vampire, bloodlust is your instinct. How do you usually drink blood? Mammon Quicksand shook his head. I respect life, and I don't like killing. I'm a vegetarian, and I usually drink vegetable juice. Is it possible for vampires not to drink blood? Of course, anything is possible as long as you know how to exercise restraint. Slap, slap. Shen Tianyuan clapped. Miss Lu Sha is truly admirable, loyal, and kind. I wonder if I would be so fortunate as to have you work for me. Work for you? Yes. This. Mammon flows and seemed somewhat hesitant. Please. Shen Tianyuan said sincerely. Seeing Shen Tianyuan's sincere eyes, Mammon Lu Sha was moved and nodded. Okay, Mr. Hua, I promise you. Very good. Mammon Flosa wore a radiant smile, but her heart held a different story. She roared with resentment. Humans, just you wait. One day, I will drain your blood. Mammon Quicksand has always been very proud of herself and harbors great resentment towards Shen Tianyuan, who turned her into a prisoner. What she hated even more was that, in order to survive, she was willing to sacrifice her beauty and seduce humans. But this human actually rejected her. This was an utter disgrace to her. Her resentment towards Shen Tianyuan was beyond measure. She had to endure it for the time being just to save her life. She made up her mind, and when she had the chance, she would drain this human dry. Shen Tianyuan personally opened Mammon Flowing Sand's prison and released her. Miss Quicksand, I feel much more at ease with you on board. I happen to need your help with something. You say. Shen Tianyuan grinned and slowly said, Miss Lu Sha, I need you to die. No problem, Mammon Quicksand readily agreed. But then he paused, stunned. Mr. Hua, what did you say? Shen Tianyuan looked at her with a smile and repeated, Miss Lu Sha, I need you to die. Mr. Hua, you must be joking. Do I look like I'm joking? With that, he unfolded his armor and delivered a powerful punch to Mammon's stomach. Mammon, the Sandman, was sent flying backward and crashed heavily into the wall. Mammon, flowing sand, coughed up blood and looked at Shen Tianyuan in disbelief. Why? Shen Tianyuan said expressionlessly. Miss Lu Sha, do you really think you can make a fool of me? You fabricated lies, portraying yourself as loyal and benevolent, so that I would be moved by your talent and not only spare your life, but also take you under my wing. That way, your life is saved and you still have a chance to get revenge. Mr. Hua, you've misunderstood. Shen Tianyuan coldly interrupted. I forgot to tell you. I have already intercepted the fleet of the former elector's wife, but I left a few prisoners. The prisoners confessed that you contacted the elector's wife, who had just escaped from Leifastar, and said that if you gave her 200 billion, she could take care of me. She agreed. You killed me for money, not to avenge the Lord. You saved your lives by fleeing during the fleet annihilation battle when you sensed the danger. To put it bluntly, you are deserters. What gives you the nerve to pretend to be loyal to me? And you say you respect life, can't bear to kill, and are a vegetarian? Shaw, the former emperor, in order to support you, provided you with 10 ice spirits to consume every day and allowed you to hunt freely. Over the years, no fewer than 100,000 people have died at your hands. How dare they talk about mercy? Mammon Liusha's face turned ashen. She hadn't expected that her secrets would be completely exposed. Shen Tianyuan continued. What reason do you have to exist, you disloyal, unjust, cold-blooded wretch? Besides, you almost killed by Shuang. Therefore, your only choice is to die. Ah, human, I'll suck you dry. Seeing that everything had been completely demolished, Mammon Quicksand was furious. He stopped trying to hide his true colors and revealed his ferocity, baring his sharp teeth as he lunged straight at Shen Tianyuan. But she forgot that she had no armor. How could he possibly be a match for Shen Tianyuan? Shen Tianyuan grabbed Mammon Lu Sha by the throat and then punched her hard in the face. This punch was for Bai Shuang. Then the second punch. This punch is for the person who dies by your hand. The third punch. There was no reason for this punch. After 3 punches, Mammon Liusha's beautiful face was a bloody mess, and he was on the verge of death. Shen Tianyuan tossed her aside like trash, drag her out, and execute her by cannon fodder. Yes. Chapter 46, The Big Hand Manipulating Shen Tianyuan. Then, a dazzling light flashed. Mammon's sand was blasted into nothingness by an energy cannon, leaving not a trace. Shen Tianyuan had originally intended to recruit her, but this is just an ingrate who could turn on you at any moment. It's a pity, but we have no choice but to deal with it. Shen Tianyuan returned to the captain's cabin. The system startup in the metal is nearing completion. 99.9, 100, startup successful. With a burst of light, a huge image of a human face appeared. It mechanically stated, System startup successful. Please verify your identity. How to verify? Please verify your palm print, voice print, iris scan, and gene sequence in that order. Shen Tianyuan thought to himself. This metal was given to the previous body, so I should be able to pass it using the previous body's body. Then, follow the instructions to verify. Palm print, voice print, iris scan, and gene sequence verification passed. Welcome, Commander. My name is Tian Luo, and I am a National Management AI. Then Tian Luo introduced himself at an extremely long pace and with many technical terms. Shen Tianyuan didn't understand everything, but he got the general idea. The function of Tian Luo is actually to manage the country. That's pretty impressive. But then I thought about it again, given how advanced technology is. They can all have AI like Wudong that controls the operation of an entire fleet. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising to have an AI that manages a country. Shen Tianyuan immediately became suspicious. Isn't the timing of Tianluo's appearance too coincidental? He had just recaptured the planet Leifa, and how to govern it was troubling him. Although Shen Tianyuan has strong military power, his foundation is too weak, and he lacks administrative talent capable of managing the country. Shen Tianyuan's original idea was to temporarily allow the Ice Spirit clan to elect their own representatives and govern themselves through popular elections. This method can be used in emergencies. However, there are significant hidden dangers. You have to understand that some things are never given, so it's fine. Once it's given, it's difficult to take it back. Once the Ice Spirit clan has enjoyed power, it's difficult to get them to relinquish it. However, if the Ice Spirit clan were allowed to manage themselves, that would be a different story. If this continues, his authority as Lord will inevitably be weakened. Even after they have amassed their strength, they are very likely to become uncontrollable or even split apart. but he ended up becoming the second Shinra Empire. But if he doesn't do this, he simply cannot govern the country at this stage. He was just fretting about this when Tianluo happened to appear. If Tianluo can truly help him manage the Ice Spirit clan, then he won't need to rely on them excessively, lest they become difficult to manage in the future. But Shen Tianyuan was equally uneasy about Tianluo. He himself relinquished such great power to it. It would be fine if it had no selfish motives. However, if one becomes too humane and develops ambition, disobeying Shen Tianyuan's orders and instead trying to eliminate him. Some even believe that humanity is a flaw in the planet, like Skynet and Terminator, and therefore seek to exterminate all humans. Wouldn't he be raising a tiger only to have it become his own enemy? Just as Shen Tianyuan was worrying, suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Commander, I can vouch for Tianluo. It will not do anything detrimental to you. Shen Tianyuan was quite surprised, as the system usually kept quiet. Why would they suddenly vouch for Tianluo this time? The fact that the system dares to guarantee Tianluo shows that it has sufficient knowledge of Tianluo. Could it be that the system and Tianluo knew each other long ago? Or rather, it was the administrators behind them who knew them. The recent events surrounding Lenovo, Shen Tianyuan vaguely felt as if an invisible hand was guiding him forward. The path he was to take seemed to have been preordained. It seems that everything about her is under the other party's control, yet she cannot even be sure if he exists. This extreme information asymmetry made Shen Tianyuan feel deeply uneasy. But Shen Tianyuan could only suppress his unease and face reality. Ultimately, he chose to trust Tianluo, or rather, the system. Although he didn't have a deep understanding of the system. But so far, the system has never harmed itself. In fact, everything he has today is thanks to the system. Besides, he didn't have a better choice. Nothing in this world is 100% certain. There's always a risk involved. The central square of Leifa Star was bustling with people. Tens of thousands of Ice Spirit clan representatives from all over the planet Leifa were gathered there. Today is a day of rebirth for the Ice Spirit clan. The tyrannical Nizarongton was overthrown and a new lord came. They were full of expectations, hoping he would be a good lord. We hope to ensure they have enough to eat and basic safety. But there was also a sense of unease, in case the new lord turned out to be a tyrant as well. Wouldn't that mean the future is bleak? And all of this depends on this new lord. All the ice spirits looked eagerly at the high platform, waiting for fate to arrive. Finally, Shen Tianyuan made his grand entrance amidst much anticipation. He greeted everyone in a friendly manner and then began his speech. First, they recall the bitter past and savor the sweet present. Then they make grand promises and look forward to the future. After his speech, the audience was moved to tears. Of course, Shen Tian couldn't have written such a good manuscript. It was all written by Tianluo for him. It is indeed an expert in this field, and it has captured the hearts of the people as soon as it made its move. The article reflects the public's fervent hopes. As for whether the content in the draft can be realized, we'll have to wait and see. This speech at least gave the Ice Spirit clan more expectations for Shen Tianyuan. Perhaps he really is the good lord I've been hoping for. After recalling the bitter past and appreciating the sweet present, Shen Tianyuan began to expound on his governing philosophy, policies, and general implementation of policies. Of course, all of this was arranged by Tianluo for him. He did not reveal Tianluo's existence, which was also Tianluo's intention. This makes people think that all the orders came from Shen Tianyuan. This was to ensure his absolute authority as lord. Chapter 47 Interstellar Energy Conference. The meeting lasted for more than 12 hours, leaving Shen Tianyuan with a dry throat. But the Ice Spirit clan seemed very excited, shouting "Long live the Emperor!" 3 times. After all, the promises made were good enough. Of course, this is good enough, but compared to previous feudal rule, there is still a gap compared to modern democratic countries in this regard. Although Shen Tianyuan could have implemented a democratic system in Tianluo, he did not do so. Because the planet Leifa has been under feudal rule for thousands of years, the people have no democratic ideas whatsoever. Without a sufficient ideological foundation, attempting to elevate a country to a democratic state all at once can easily lead to overreaching consequences and backfire. There is another important reason. Don't forget they're in the Holy Roman Empire now, an ancient feudal empire, and you're trying to create a democracy within it. Whether it's the emperor or other electors, they will absolutely regard you as their greatest enemy and will definitely eliminate you at the first opportunity. Therefore, whether considering internal or external factors, one must choose feudal rule. Of course, there's also Shen Tianyuan's personal motives. Establishing a democratic country would greatly diminish Shen Tianyuan's own interests. Shen Tianyuan is not a saint. He has selfish motives. He had to do this in order to make things easier for himself in the future. Perhaps in the future, when he truly reaches the end, he will return democracy to them, but certainly not now. The grand occasion of the meeting was observed by a brown-yellow armored vehicle hidden somewhere and simultaneously broadcast to someone. When the initial takeover of Leifastar was completed, Shen Tianyuan received an invitation. The invitation was jointly issued by the Interstellar Federation, the Interstellar Energy Council, and the Eurom Energy Committee. He was invited to attend the 2429th Interstellar Energy Conference. Clearly, news of his defeat of Nizarongton and becoming the new Lord of Rafa had already spread. This kind of thing is not uncommon in interstellar space. With the old Lord gone, it's natural to send new invitations to the new Lord. Shen Tianyuan looked at the invitation, but shook his head with a wry smile. If he accepts the invitation, he will have to return to Eurom's capital. It took him a lot of effort to leave. What if we run into Ningling and Ningqi when we go back? But not going is also not an option. The Energy Conference is not a public welfare conference to promote green energy or world peace. Rather, it is a platform where leaders of major interstellar powers gather to conduct energy and business cooperation. Most interstellar energy cooperation is reached at conferences. With Shen Tianyuan now in charge of Leifastar, a new energy cooperation agreement is naturally required. If we miss this opportunity, it will be much more troublesome to find partners on our own. Moreover, it was the first formal interstellar conference. This is also a moment to declare sovereignty to all nations in the intergalactic world. In the end, Shen Tianyuan decided to go. I just hope that nothing unexpected happens during the process. Worried about running into Ningling and Ningqi, Shen Tianyuan decided to leave later and just go directly to the venue. Oh, and I also need to get myself a new outfit. Eurom Standard Time, 6:50 a.m. There are 3 hours and 10 minutes left until the opening ceremony of the Energy Conference. But outside the Spiral Tower, the venue for the Energy Conference, a dense crowd of over 1 million people had already gathered. After all, this is one of the few opportunities to meet leaders of numerous interstellar nations at once. But with so many different races living together, friction is inevitable. In one place, the furry aliens and the lobster aliens are arguing. You stinky beetle, your pincers are poking me. Shedding monster, your fur is everywhere at you. You're calling someone molting? You hairless, ugly monster. You need a pinch. On the other side, the Ice Spirit clan was arguing with the True Sun clan. Stay away from us. You're like we're melting because it's too hot. You stupid ice cubes, if you're afraid of the heat, go back to the freezer. You. The Euromen looked at the noisy crowd and shook their heads disdainfully. Ha! A crude and inferior race. Ningling, Ningqi, and Sukiki were also in the crowd. However, they were protected by a guard, so they were much safer. Ningling exclaimed, "There are so many people. This is, after all, a grand event that only happens once every 4 years," Ningqi said earnestly. He came to Eurom's first planet to experience Eurom's advanced technology. But Eurom was not as wonderful as he had imagined. After Shen Tianyuan's words of advice, he realized that instead of envying the moon being rounder in foreign countries, it was the right path to work hard to improve himself. He, Ningqi, as the heir of the Ning family, will inevitably have to shoulder the banner of the human race in the future. This conference was a learning opportunity for him. Ningling doesn't have such lofty ideals. She cares more about the people around her. She noticed that Sukiki had been sullen for the past 2 days. Ningling tried to comfort her by buying her delicious food, but it didn't help. What Ningling didn't know was that Sukiki's illness was caused by Shen Tianyuan. Since Shen Tianyuan left, Tiangu has never logged into the game again. The deal for the yellow crystal or naturally fell through. Although this indirectly proves that Brother Tian and Shen Tianyuan are the same person. But what's the point if the person is gone? She thought that by finding out Tianji's identity, she could deepen her relationship with him in a practical way. But unexpectedly, his cleverness backfired. I was testing the waters, afraid of offending Brother Tian. He just left, and the deal fell through. Sukiki is now on the verge of tears, wishing she could slap herself twice. The only way to salvage the situation now is to contact Brother Tian himself, Shen Tianyuan, and apologize in person. Although Shen Tianyuan has left, Ning Ling can still contact him. However, one learns from one's mistakes. Su Kiki dared not contact Shen Tianyuan rashly for fear of offending him even more. We need to find a suitable opportunity. But where is the opportunity? This is the real source of Su Kiki's distress. Eurome's first standard time, 6:58 a.m. There are 2 minutes left until the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock. Shen Tianyuan had just boarded the spaceship bound for the first star of Eurome when he received a call from Ning Ling. What's wrong, little bell? Brother-in-law, the opening ceremony is almost here. Where are you? I can't see you. Little bell, I wasn't there. Brother-in-law, aren't you coming to watch the opening ceremony? You can see a lot of important people there. Little bell, I have something to do and I can't watch the opening ceremony. What's wrong? Because I had to attend the conference, I couldn't go see it. Chapter 48, The 100 Races of the Universe. But Shen Tianyuan couldn't tell the truth, so he could only say, it's a secret. Brother-in-law, you're stingy. Be careful on your own. Don't forget, we'll meet up after the meeting. After hanging up the phone, Shen Tianyuan sighed. How long am I going to keep lying to myself? At 7 a.m., in front of the spiral tower of heaven, on Eurome, first star. It's here, someone shouted, and the entrance ceremony began. Several luxury cars drove up to the entrance of the spiral tower. The car door opened, and several Europeans in suits got out. The on-site guide immediately introduced. The first to arrive were President Joseph Chan of the Europa Federation, Vice President Becker Odin, and the Minister of Energy. Although, as the host country, they could have entered directly, but they would never miss any opportunity to be on camera. After they got out of the car, they waved to the crowd, and the reporters snapped photos of them. Afterwards, dignitaries from various countries arrived one after another. Walk along the long red carpet amidst dazzling flashes of light. The guide will introduce the visitors' countries, identities, and names in turn. Now approaching us is the Pure Empire, chief female officer of the Empress, Hannah Tsukiyo. The Pure Empire is a very special country. It was founded by the Saintis clan, which consists entirely of women, making it a true matriarchal society. This type of single-sex race is not an isolated case. In addition to the Saintis race, there is also the Corinthians. The difference is that the Corinthians are all male. Furthermore, the Golans, like the vampires, are a race despised by the Interstellar Federation, perhaps even more so than the vampires. The reason for this lies in the fact that the Corinthians are all male. The Corinthians have a very special genetic makeup, allowing them to reproduce with most intelligent races. Their offspring will be Corinthians and will generally not carry any maternal traits. Furthermore, they prefer to use forced mating methods. Once they are in heat, no matter when or where, and regardless of gender, nothing can stop them from mating. They go in a heat twice a year, each time for 6 months. This has led to many races in the universe deeply hating it. Therefore, you won't see any Corinthians at the Energy Conference. Anyone who dares to come will be killed on the spot. Next up is the Mercury person with a fish tank on their head. What we see now is the Mercury Ocean Kingdom, with rotating chairman, Water 1-1-1-357, and Vice Chairman Water 1-3-3-1-6-7. The Mercurians do not have fixed leaders. They randomly select a portion of their citizens to serve as leaders each year. Next, a robot covered in mechanical parts walked over. This is the special representative of the Republic of the Mechanical Pioneers, ID number TX1378884654. The Republic of the Mechanical Pioneers is a nation composed of mechanical beings that have awakened free will. They share a single information repository and don't need leaders at all. When a decision needs to be made, a national referendum can be held, and the result can be obtained in seconds. Attending the Interstellar Conference will result in a random selection of delegates who will receive a salary and travel allowance, similar to a business trip. As most of the leaders appeared, the onlookers cheered in unison. But that's not entirely true. Due to historical reasons, relations between certain countries and races are very bad, or even hostile. For example, when the chief of the lobster tribe, the seafood tribe, appeared, the mink tribe in the audience booed and shouted in unison, "Hairless monster, go back and molt." When it was the turn of the furry tribe, and several elders of the Republic Senate took the stage, the lobsters below all snapped their pincers shut. Feather-shedding monsters, stop shedding your fur and polluting the environment. These two races originated from the same home planet. One occupies the ocean, the other occupies the land. Everything was peaceful at first, but later, as they evolved, their technological means improved. Now the lobster tribe can come ashore, and the fur tribe can go into the sea. They both coveted each other's territory. Thus, a conflict arose. This contradiction has persisted for thousands of years and no longer needs to be disguised with hypocrisy. Such hostile relationships between ethnic groups and nations are not uncommon. After hearing the words Great True Japan, Ning Chi clenched his fist, and even Ning Ling stopped smiling. The Great Jinri Kingdom was established by the Jinri people. The True Sun clan is a hybrid race born from human traders and alien races, and is also the race in the entire universe that hates humans the most. Since its founding, it has deliberately targeted the human race. They always raid human colonies on land, attack human merchant fleets, and even organize other races to wage war against humans. Over the years, millions of humans have died directly or indirectly at the hands of the Jinri tribe. They have committed far too many blood crimes against humanity. History must not be forgotten. However, in recent years, some people in China have been openly defending the true Japanese, pro-Japanese group. Not only did he question the massacre of humans, but he also said that humans should not hate, but should reflect on how war came about. This not only overturns history, but also forces humanity to examine itself, as if this war was our own fault. That bastard, if I ever see her, I'll punch her twice. Ning Chi made up his mind that he would definitely teach the Jinri clan and those traitors a lesson in the future. Ning Chi's anger subsided somewhat after seeing familiar faces. What we are seeing now is Li Yu, the special representative of the governor of Chongning, Human Federation. It's Uncle Li. Li Yu was his father Ning Tianyuan's right-hand man. Ning Tianyuan was stationed in Chongning Prefecture, so he usually entrusted Li Yu to hold external meetings for him. Meanwhile, Blue Star. Ning Ying had just finished reviewing a pile of documents and leaned back wearily in her chair. Fu Zhan brought over a cup of tea. Miss, would you like to watch the live stream of the energy conference? You might even see young Master Qi and Miss Ling. Good. Ning Ying agreed casually, but then regretted it, because it reminded her of that person. That's where he was running around. But in the end, they didn't let it be shut off. What's done is done, and we have to face it. Anyway, I'll never see him again. Forget about him right now. Chapter 49, How Could It Possibly Be Your Husband? Present now is Marquis Fuan, Special Envoy of the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Next up is the Holy Roman Empire. Elector Luke, Special Tutor Marquis. After two people from the Shinra Empire passed by, Ning Ling asked curiously, Ning Chi, why did the Emperor of the Shinra Empire and Elector Luke send separate representatives? Aren't they from the same family? Ning Chi's was, after all, a top student in the Advanced Command Department, so he knew the relevant knowledge. He explained, although the Holy Roman Empire is formally an empire, it is in reality a federal state. The 7 electors within it possess absolute autonomy. The emperor has no right to interfere with them. To be precise, the emperor is also one of the 7 electors. Ningling notet, ise. Isn't this similar to our human federation? Everyone manages their own affairs. Yes or no? Ning Chi quickly denied it, then instructed Ning Ling. Ning Ling, you can't say things like that carelessly. Remember, we are part of the Federation, not just individuals acting independently. The Federation trusts us. That's why they gave us this power. Ning Ling said blankly, but isn't this a lie? Ning Chi was well aware of this, but there were some things that, even if everyone knew the truth, still required maintaining a facade of hypocrisy. This concerns everyone's reputation. It's best if everyone understands this in their hearts. So let's not say it out loud. Ning Chi coughed. Ning Ling, some things just can't be told the truth. You're grown up now. You should know that. Ning Ling's eyes widened. Does growing up mean lying to people? Ning Chi didn't know how to respond, so he changed the subject. By the way, I saw the briefing sent from home. It said that the elector of Rheinfall in the Holy Roman Empire has been replaced. Oh. Ning Ling gave a perfunctory oh, clearly uninterested. Ning Chi lowered his voice. There are rumors that this elector of the new Rheinfall may be a human. Really? Who is it? Ning Ling only became interested when she heard that it was a fellow countryman. I don't know, but he must be very remarkable. After all, he's someone who fought for a country. I wonder if he's handsome? But he's definitely not as handsome as my brother-in-law. He's the most handsome person I've ever seen, Ning Ling said earnestly. Cut. Ning Chi scoffed at this kind of judging by appearance. I admit that my sister Shen Tianyuan is not bad looking, but men aren't judged by their looks. Moreover, it depends on ability. A real man is one who can expand territory and protect the country and its people. Those women who wear makeup all day, act all effeminate, and eat peaches, are they even men? Ning Ling retorted, but my brother-in-law is not only handsome, he's also very capable. Don't forget, it was my brother-in-law who helped you in the competition. Ning Chi had indeed received help, so he didn't say much. I'm not saying he's incompetent, but he's still somewhat inferior to this new elector of Rheinfall. He was a founding figure of the nation. Even if my brother-in-law is incredibly capable, he can't be that great. But no matter what, it's not your place to say my brother-in-law is incompetent. He's far superior to you. I'm still learning, and I'll definitely surpass him in the future. Cut. Hey, what do you mean by cutting? Ning Ling ignored him and started eating her ice cream. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyuan's fleet arrived in interstellar space outside the first star of Urom. A ceremonial fleet of boats was waiting for him. After all, Shen Tianyuan's current identity is the Elector of Rheinfall, so the corresponding reception etiquette must be done well. The official from Urom said respectfully, Your Excellency, Elector Rheinfall, I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Urom. Please allow me to clear the way for you and escort you directly to the Interstellar Energy Conference venue. Thanks for your hard work. The ceremonial boats led the way, using a special passage. They landed at Truffaut Airport in just a few minutes, were transferred from the spaceship to a vehicle, and continued through a special passage. 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived in the capital, Bunyuel. Shen Tianyuan looked at the towering spiral tower that seemed to reach into the clouds. You're back so quickly. Urom's first standard time, 9:50 a.m. Ning Chi, the opening ceremony is almost here. Why hasn't that Elector Lissier arrived yet? Ning Chi stretched his head high. I don't know either. Maybe the territory matters haven't been settled yet, so he won't be coming. Oh, I wanted to see what he looked like. Was he a handsome human uncle? Ning Ling was somewhat disappointed. Just then, several luxury cars drove up. The commentator announced loudly, Attention everyone, the one arriving by car is none other than the Elector of Rheinfall of the Holy Roman Empire. At the commentator's shout, everyone craned their necks and looked over. Clearly, people are very curious about what the new Elector of Rheinfall will be like. As the car door opened, a person slowly stepped out. Wow! A murmur rippled through the crowd. The man was wearing a suit, but with a fox mask on. Beneath the mask, Shen Tianyuan was also helpless. The Interstellar Energy Conference is broadcast live across the entire universe. He would appear on camera without makeup. The Ning family will know his identity immediately, and others will eventually find out his identity. There's no guarantee that other things won't be discovered. For safety reasons, he had to conceal his identity. Everyone was disappointed when they saw Shen Tianyuan's mask, but there was nothing that could be done. The conference did not stipulate that masks were not allowed. After all, some countries have racial customs that require people to cover their heads and faces. Although his face cannot be seen, his race can still be identified by his physical appearance, human. Although the human race, the Saintess race, the vampire race, and the true sun race are quite similar in appearance. However, there are still some differences in the details. His physical appearance also perfectly conforms to the standards of the human race. It can be basically confirmed that he is a human. For a time, people were abuzz with discussion, curious about the true identity of this Elector of Rheinfall. On the blue star, Ning Ing stared blankly at Shen Tianyuan on the TV. Although he was wearing a mask and his face was not visible, he gave me a sense of familiarity. As Ning Ing watched his gait and walking posture, this feeling of familiarity grew stronger, until a familiar face flashed through Ning Ying's mind. Shen, no, this is impossible. A name was about to be uttered, but he immediately shook his head and denied it. After all, this is simply unbelievable. How could her husband possibly be the center of attention? 50. Don't take kindness for granted. Although the idea is absurd, how can this familiar feeling be explained? Ning Ying's mind was in turmoil. Ning Ling's sixth sense wasn't as strong as Ning Ying's. She hadn't realized anything yet. On the contrary, Shen Tianyuan immediately spotted Ning Ling and Ning Chi among the millions of people, and his gaze paused. This made Ning Ling realize, hey, he's looking at me. Ning Chi snorted, stop being so narcissistic. Someone like him wouldn't be interested in a little girl like you. What did you say? Ning Ling asked, her eyes wide and her lips pouting. Cut. Ning Chi stopped speaking. Treat them as they treat you. Shen Tianyuan adjusted his mindset, strode forward, and entered the spiral tower of heaven. 245th floor, Conference Room 1. Thousands of high-ranking figures from various countries and ethnic groups gathered together. The staff took attendance again to confirm who was present. Next, the staff announced the number of attendees and the number of absentees and briefly explained the reasons for their absence. 3 of the countries were too busy with their own civil wars to come. There are 4 other countries that are at war with each other and don't have time to come. Another king was scheduled to come, but as soon as he arrived, his wife staged a coup and declared herself queen. He rushed back to quell the rebellion. The most unfortunate one was a prime minister who, due to inadequate preparation, encountered a solar storm on his way there, and his ship was destroyed, resulting in his death. The strangest thing is that the queen of a certain matriarchal country suddenly went into labor on the way here and said that she would come after giving birth, probably a day later. After confirming the number of attendees, as the host, President Urom personally chaired the meeting. He first welcomed everyone to the meeting and then elaborated on a bunch of new energy concepts, such as green and environmentally friendly, high efficiency in the future, etc. Then we moved on to the main topic, energy business partnerships. Participants can choose to attend different types of energy conferences based on their individual needs. Similarly, they can choose their own trading pairs based on the energy cooperation appendices they submit. The venue will provide a private space for the talks. Shen Tianyuan has little knowledge of energy and business. Fortunately, Tian Luo could provide him with remote guidance. He wasn't the only one doing this. All leaders did it. The reason why leaders can become leaders is that they must have devoted a great deal of energy to the struggle for power and profit and to officialdom. They basically don't understand these kinds of professional matters, nor do they need to understand them. This kind of thing is handled by relevant business and technical bureaucrats. They draft the plans and even conduct remote negotiations. Finally, the leader makes the final decision. Just as Shen Tianyuan finished speaking with the special chairman of the Mercury Ocean Kingdom, he heard someone calling him in a human language. His Excellency Elector Rheinfall was appointed. Looking back, I saw someone I recognized. Li Yu is the vice governor of Chongning Prefecture and also Ning Qianchuan's right-hand man. Shen Tianyuan had met him twice, but they had never spoken. "Hello, Vice Governor Li." Shen Tianyuan replied in standard human language. "Your Excellency Elector, judging from your accent, you are a human?" "Yes, I am human, just like you. You can call me by my name, Hua Xinghe." Li Yu naturally wouldn't call him by his name directly. "If it's all right, I'll address you as Mr. Hua." "Can." Judging from his voice, Mr. Hua is quite young, yet he has already established his own country. He is truly remarkable for his age and has brought fame to our human race in the universe. "You flatter me." Li Yu was very curious about Shen Tianyuan's origins, since he had never heard of him before, yet now he had suddenly established a country. But he knew his limits and didn't ask any further questions. The main purpose of this conversation was to get closer to each other. We are all of the same human race, so we are naturally closer. In this competitive universe, having more friends means having more options. Just after parting ways with Shen Tianyuan, Li Yu received a phone call. "It is Ning. Uncle Li, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd like to ask you about something." "Miss, what do you say?" "At the energy conference, when did you meet the Elector of Rheinfall?" "Yes, I have seen him. The master specifically told me to go and confirm whether he is human." "And what was the result?" "They are undoubtedly human." "Do you know his name?" "Hua Xinghe." Ning was silent for a moment, then asked, "Uncle Li, do you think this Hua Xinghe resembles a person?" "Who?" "Shen Tianyuan." Li Yu was startled. He didn't know how the young lady could connect these two completely unrelated things. But after thinking about it, he said, "They're similar in height and build, but their voices, ways of speaking, and demeanor are completely different." Furthermore, Shen Tianyuan was merely a son-in-law who lived with his wife's family. How could it possibly be related to the founding heroes of the nation? Of course, out of consideration for Ning Ying's feelings, he didn't say this. "I understand, Uncle Li. Sorry to bother you." Ning Ying hung up the phone, finding the absurd idea laughable. How could it be just one person? If he really had that kind of ability, why would he stoop to marry into the family? But that absurd thought lingered in his mind. However, the best way would be to call Shen Tianyuan directly to confirm. But Shen Tianyuan chose to leave, so if I still call him, wouldn't I be clinging to him? She used to be puzzled when she saw news stories about women kneeling down to beg their boyfriends to stay, or even covering up domestic violence against their boyfriends. She believes that relationships should be based on equality, and if a relationship can only be maintained through one party's subservience, then the relationship is flawed. He wants to leave, and I won't force him to stay. In the end, Ningying did not make that phone call. During the subsequent meetings, people started to talk to Shen Tianyuan. It's either about discussing cooperation or getting to know someone's face. After all, we'll still have to deal with each other in the future. But it wasn't all friendly. For example, a few green-headed guys, the Tark Beastmen. The Tak Orphalings have their own country, while the Nizarongtan family lost in a power struggle and led their forces to the Holy Roman Empire. Although Shen Tianyuan helped them eliminate a traitor, but they showed no appreciation whatsoever. Instead, they claimed that a significant portion of the resources on Leifastar belonged to their Tak Beast clan and demanded that Shen Tianyuan return them. To this, Shen Tianyuan only had 2 words, he. Seeing that Shen Tianyuan disagreed, the chieftain of the Tak Beast clan generously extended his hand. There's a saying among humans, even if a deal is not made, goodwill remains. Let us shake hands amicably. Shen Tianyuan thought he would back down, but he was surprised to find that the other party suddenly exerted force on his hand. I see. I wanted to teach him a lesson by shaking hands. But Shen Tianyuan's nanobody has brought his physique to an S level, which is something he can't possibly challenge. After a moment, Shen Tianyuan smiled faintly. Clan chief, can you let go now? The clan leader was somewhat surprised to see that Shen Tianyuan's expression remained unchanged. Strange. How could the weak humans possibly withstand the power of the mighty Tak Beastmen? Then he applied even more force with his hands. If I give you a chance and you don't seize it, do you think I'm easy to bully? Shen Tianyuan no longer held back and exerted force in his hands. There was a click. The clan leader's face instantly turned from emerald green to dark green. Chapter 51 New Shareholder, Shen Tianyuan. Just as he was about to scream, Shen Tianyuan covered his mouth. Chief, don't scream. What will they think of you if you scream? The chieftain realized that if he cried out like a woman, he would utterly disgrace his powerful Tak Beast tribe. Therefore, he could only suppress his dark green face. Shen Tianyuan released his hand and patted his shoulder. Chief, it was a pleasure chatting with you. He said he would leave with a smile. The clan chief looked at the hand, which was as soft as a noodle, and knew that the bones must be broken. Umans, even if you're so angry you feel like you're going to vomit blood, you have to pretend nothing's wrong. After all, this concerns the face of the powerful Takorps. Shen Tianyuan crushed the clan leader's hand bones, but was not worried about his future revenge. After all, the Nizarongtan family has been a defector for over 1,000 years, and they haven't retaliated. Moreover, I also gave him face appropriately. If he had used all his strength just now, his hand would have been turned into a pile of minced meat. As lunchtime approached, Shen Tianyuan received a call from Ningling. Ningling asked him if he had watched the live broadcast of the opening ceremony of the energy conference. Shen Tianyuan only participated. Of course, he didn't watch. To be honest, no. Ningling said it was a pity, but many important figures had come, especially the new Elector Rheinfall, who is said to be human. Ningling also joked. She felt that this Elector of Rheinfall was quite similar to you, brother-in-law. Maybe you, brother-in-law, could also found a kingdom. It was meant as a joke, but it terrified Shen Tianyuan, because she stumbled upon the truth by accident. Shen Tianyuan had no choice but to change the subject and ask her where she wanted to eat lunch. Ningling is a little foodie. Her attention immediately shifts when she hears about food. They said they were going to have lunch at a hotel called Heart of the Universe. It is said that this hotel is jointly opened by 10 interstellar lords and brings together top chefs from multiple star systems. You can find cuisine from almost all star systems here, so is not to be missed. Shen Tianyuan urged them to eat quickly, otherwise there would be no seats left. Ningling found this reasonable and quickly said she would contact him again. After hanging up the phone, Shen Tianyuan admired his own resourcefulness, having managed to resolve a potential crisis. But he also felt guilty. After all, he had lied to Ningling again. Suddenly, he remembered something. He recalled that when Nizarongtan's assets were inventoried before, there was a shareholding document that seemed to be the shareholding certificate of the Heart of the Universe. Shen Tianyuan sought verification from Tianluo and found a document regarding the equity of the Heart of the Universe. It turns out that Nizarongtan was also one of the 10 interstellar lords who jointly established the Heart of the Universe. Nizarongtan is dead, and according to Shinra law, the shares have been transferred to him. In other words, he became a new shareholder of the Heart of the Universe. Shen Tianyuan then contacted the representative of the Heart of the Universe, explained his identity, and asked him to make arrangements as compensation for Ning Ling and the others. After dealing with these matters, Shen Tianyuan went to accept the lunch invitation jointly sent by the other electors of the Divine Luo Empire. No doubt, there's more to this meal than meets the eye. Sure enough, when I went there, I found that the purpose of the meal was actually to find out the truth. The Holy Roman Empire was plagued by civil war, and the electors enacted a very strange law in order to legitimize the spoils of war. Simply put, it means that as long as you defeat your opponent, you can legally take over their territory and wealth. It was through this law that Shen Tianyuan successfully inherited the title and territory of Elector Rheinfall. It is precisely because of this law that we are both allies and enemies. In recent years, the frequency of civil wars in the Holy Roman Empire has far exceeded that of external wars. Therefore, our own people are the greater threat. Although the despicable Nizarantan is dead, at least we know his background. As for Shen Tianyuan, this newcomer, everyone knew nothing about him. But the fact that he was able to defeat Nizarantan in a matter of hours shows that he is no pushover. Therefore, the emperors and nobles were very vigilant. While pretending to be loving and affectionate, they secretly tried to find out Shen Tianyuan's background, determine how much of a potential threat he poses to you. Shen Tianyuan had already prepared a set of excuses. He said he only had a level 4 fleet, just like everyone else. The reason Nizarantan was able to be eliminated so quickly was entirely due to his stupidity. And since everyone here is intelligent, there's nothing to worry about. Faced with Shen Tianyuan's explanation, the crowd naturally did not believe him completely. But Shen Tianyuan's confident assurances temporarily silenced them. After a tiring lunch, it was almost 2 p.m. We have another meeting soon. Before the meeting, Shen Tianyuan went to the restroom to clear his mind. But he saw a man who angered him, a man who could not be called a human being. Wang Yinjin-san, Prime Minister of the Great Zhenyi Empire. Oh, Your Excellency, Elector Rheinfall, greetings. When Wang Yinjin-san saw Shen Tianyuan, he smiled and bowed to Shen Tianyuan, appearing extremely humble. But anyone who knows him even slightly knows that he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Behind that smiling face lies a beastly heart, capable of incoherent speech. Originally, the Zhenri race was a race that deeply hated humans. After he came to power, he revised textbooks again and again, distorting history. They even portrayed them as victims, while humans were the perpetrators and their enemies. Cultivate hatred towards humans from a young age. This behavior has led to a resurgence in the frequency of malicious attacks on humans by the True Sun clan in recent years. Besides ethnic hatred, Shen Tianyuan and he also had personal grudges. In order to develop the economy, he spearheaded a bill for the development of interstellar mining areas. This bill encourages the use of extraterrestrials to mine resources. In practice, it turned into an attack on the human race. Tens of thousands of humans were captured and enslaved in the mines, where they met their demise. Shen Tianyuan's predecessor was abducted by the Zhenri tribe and became a mining slave. Later, Shen Tianyuan took over his job. The year he worked at the mine was also the darkest year of Shen Tianyuan's life. Not only did he suffer greatly, but what was even more painful was witnessing the tragic deaths of countless fellow human beings. That hellish scene remains unforgettable to him to this day. It could be said that Wang Yinjin-san was the direct instigator of all this, and his enemy. For a moment, Shen Tianyuan really wanted to rush up and kill Wang Yinjin-san. But in the end, he held back. Once Wang Yinjin-san is killed, he will never be able to leave this place. Furthermore, with Wang Yinjin-san dead, the Zhenri tribe can simply replace him with a new prime minister. No matter who comes to power, it is impossible to change the hatred towards humans. Suppressing his anger, Shen Tianyuan said, Prime Minister Wang Yin, we will meet again. Take care, goodbye. As Wang Yinjin-san watched Shen Tianyuan leave, the smile on his face gradually faded. Wang Yinjin-san sensed an unease from Elector Rheinfall, whom he was meeting for the first time. He decided to go back and investigate to find out who he really was. Anyone who dares to oppose the true Japanese clan shall die. At this moment, in a staff rest room of the Spiral Tower, a group of people in work uniforms were gathered together. On the table in front of them were several armored wristbands. 40 years of planning have finally come to fruition today. To confirm again, the operation will take place at 3 p.m. Show no mercy. Kill them all. Only then can the universe be cleansed. We will die, but the universe will be reborn, people will remember us, and we will go to heaven. After everyone clasped hands in a pledge, they dispersed, each holding their armored bracelets. Chapter 52 is your brother-in-law. Ning Ling and her group arrived at the heart of the universe. But because of the energy conference, a lot of people came. The waiter politely informed her that the restaurant was full. Ning Ling was annoyed at being late when she suddenly heard someone call her. Isn't this Ning Ling? Ning Ling turned her head and saw a girl with a mushroom haircut and dressed beautifully. This is Jiang Lishuan, her classmate, and also a member of the Jiang family, one of the 4 major families but from a collateral branch. But she always liked to compete with Ning Ling. Although Ning Ling didn't like to compare herself to her, she was always persistent. Although the two were not particularly close, meeting an old friend in a foreign land is always a happy thing. Jiang Lishuan, what are you doing here? Jiang Lishuan smiled slightly. This isn't your business, so why can't I come? That's not what I meant. Jiang Lishuan turned her gaze. Ning Qi and Coco are here too. Ning Qi responded indifferently. Although Jiang Lishuan is beautiful, she is too pretentious and doesn't meet his standards. Ning Ling, seeing that she was alone, asked, Did you come alone? No way. My brother-in-law and I came together. Just then, he walked over alone, and Jiang Lishuan immediately introduced him, saying, This is my brother-in-law, Chadel Sleeman. Ning Ling was somewhat surprised when she saw that the newcomer had purple hair and 6 fingers. He was a Europa. Cheddar Lyman, head held high and chest puffed out, said arrogantly, He's just a prospective brother-in-law. Jiang Lishuan proudly introduced, My brother-in-law comes from the prestigious Cheddar family of Europe. After 1,000 years, their bloodline remains pure. That's true nobility. How fortunate it is to be able to marry into their family. Jiang Lishuan wanted to show off things she thought were good, and there was nothing wrong with that. But what she was implying was that the Europe bloodline was nobler than the human bloodline. This kind of Western-worshipping behavior was intolerable to Ning Qi, who had a more upright mind. But if he were to marry into your family, his bloodline would not be pure, and would he still be noble? This, Jiang Lishuan didn't know how to answer, so she changed the subject. You're here to eat, right? Yes. Jiang Lishuan smiled and said, You don't have any seats, right? How about we go somewhere else to eat together? Jiang Lishuan scoffed and waved her hand. What a joke. Just because you don't have a seat doesn't mean I don't. Don't forget who my brother-in-law is. He's from a prestigious family in Europe. He knows the head waiter here and can easily book a private room. Then they went even further. How about I ask my brother-in-law to talk to you and ask him to set aside a staff room for you to eat in? Even Ning Ling, who has a good temper, got angry. No need, let's eat somewhere else. Jiang Lishuan became even more smug. Nowhere can compare to the heart of the universe. Oh, right, Ning Ling, you could also ask your brother-in-law for help. Maybe he can. But halfway through her sentence, she covered her mouth and laughed. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I forgot. I heard your brother-in-law has a bad stomach and lives off his wife. What use would someone like that be, even if he came here? Jiang Lishuan's words were too harsh, but Ning Ling didn't know how to refute her, and her fair face turned as red as a ripe apple with anger. Ning Ling was furious. Jiang Lishuan, satisfied, prepared to leave. Let's go to the private room for dinner. Just as she turned around, she saw a group of waiters walking towards her. They were all dressed in smart waiter tailcoats with gold badges on their chests, looking quite imposing. Chadel Sleeman quickly pulled Jiang Lishuan aside. Move aside, don't block the way. Who are they? Why should we give way? Chedel's Lyman lowered his voice. They're the hotel's shareholder honor guard, only responsible for receiving hotel shareholders. You see, the shareholders of the heart of the universe are all interstellar lords. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lishuan knew she couldn't afford to offend them, so she quickly stepped aside. Then, she added a reminder. Ning Ling, why aren't you moving aside? Don't block our most distinguished guest from coming in. Unexpectedly, the honor guard walked straight toward them. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Lishuan wondered if the interstellar lord had taken a liking to her. But the next second, the captain of the honor guard stopped in front of Ning Ling and respectfully asked, Excuse me, are you Miss Ning Ling from Blue Star? Ning Ling nodded. Yes. Ms. Ning Ling and your friends, the deluxe suite is ready. Please follow me. Ning Ling was completely confused. What a deluxe suite? I didn't book one. It was ordered for you by a gentleman who wishes to remain anonymous. Please rest assured that you will not need to pay any fees. Then, He produced a gold card for the heart of the universe. This is a supplementary card. With this card, you can enjoy all the services of the Heart of the Universe Hotel for free. Ningling didn't answer. Please tell me, who gave it to you? I'm sorry. That gentleman requested confidentiality. No, we can't go without a clear explanation. Ningling wouldn't accept an invitation so easily. Please wait a moment. The captain then made a phone call, and after a moment he said, Miss Ningling, given your insistence, I can tell you that it was your brother-in-law who ordered it for you. Ningling's face froze. Brother-in-law? Yes. He then handed her the phone. And sure enough, Shen Tianyuan's voice came from the other end. Little Linger, you're quite alert. But you should still go eat. Brother-in-law, why does Ningling still want to ask? But Shen Tianyuan simply said goodbye and hung up the phone. Ningling stomped her foot in anger. That wretched brother-in-law. But after learning that it was Shen Tianyuan, Ningling lowered her guard and accepted the supplementary card. Turning to Jiang Lishuan with a smile, he said, Hee, you're in a private room, right? It's not bad, just not as good as a deluxe suite. Bye-bye. Jiang Lishuan stared blankly as they stepped onto the newly laid red carpet and went upstairs. It wasn't until Chattel Seelaman asked, Who is her brother-in-law? How does he have so much power? Jiang Lishuan also looked puzzled. Impossible. Her brother-in-law is just a freeloader. How could he possibly be a freeloader? Nonsense. Look at any son-in-law who can get a shareholder's honor guard to come out and greet him. If he had that kind of ability, would he still be a son-in-law? This clearly shows that the Jiang family's intelligence capabilities are truly terrible. Perhaps I should ask my family to reconsider the marriage between our two families. After saying that, she lost all interest in eating in the private room and stormed off. Jiang Lishuan was completely baffled, as if she were wearing a mask of pain. What happened? Ningling enjoyed an extremely luxurious meal. Even Agua got a top-of-the-line engine oil package. Although the food was delicious, Ningling Xin was not interested in it at all. She was thinking about her brother-in-law. In particular, she learned from the captain of the guard that they only served the hotel shareholders, and without exception, all of the hotel shareholders were interstellar lords. But how did my brother-in-law get involved with the interstellar lord? Chapter 53: The universe must not be in chaos. Brother-in-law, how did you do that? Tell me, please. Shen Tianyuan felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Ningling's coquettish voice message. This little girl is really good at being cute. It was given to me by a guy I met online. Shaw, brother-in-law. Who would believe such an excuse? You're just trying to fool a child. Little Belle, you're underage, so you're still considered a child. Okay, so you admit you lied to me, you bad guy. While chatting with Xiaoling, I didn't realize it was already 2:55 p.m. Shen Tianyuan got up and went to the bathroom to relieve himself. Because he was still thinking about Xiaoling, he didn't notice the cleaning worker who was fixing the faucet and was watching him suspiciously. Then, the cleaner picked up a section of iron pipe, quietly walked behind Shen Tianyuan, and suddenly raised the iron pipe, smashing it heavily on Shen Tianyuan's head. Because he felt safe here, Shen Tianyuan was not on guard, especially since the incident happened so suddenly. Even if you hear the sound of something cutting through the air, it's already too late to react. This once again proves that even the most skilled person can die from carelessness. Bang! The iron water pipe slammed heavily onto Shen Tianyuan's head. Blood splattered from Shen Tianyuan's head, and he fell heavily to the ground. The cleaner looked at Shen Tianyuan, whose head was covered in blood, and smiled with satisfaction. He had long wanted to knock these powerful and wealthy people's stupid heads off. Today is your last day. Just as he was feeling smug, he witnessed a bizarre and terrifying scene. Suddenly, the crimson bloodstains on the water pipe and scattered on the ground came to life, as if they were alive, and began to converge in one place. And the place where they gathered was Shen Tianyuan. Blood quickly rushed up Shen Tianyuan's body and flowed towards the wound on his head. In just a few seconds, all the splattered blood returned to Shen Tianyuan's body from the wound, and the huge wound healed. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Aside from Shen Tianyuan, who stood up and stared intently at him, confirming the bizarre scene that had just occurred. The bizarre scene terrified the cleaner. Are you a human or a ghost? Shen Tianyuan did not answer his question. With lightning speed, he stepped forward and grabbed the cleaner by the throat, coldly demanding, Tell me, why did you want to kill me? Seeing that he didn't reply, Shen Tianyuan reached out and broke off one of his fingers. The cleaner wailed. Shen Tianyuan asked again, Why did you want to kill me? After asking the question, without giving him time to answer, Shen Tianyuan broke off his second finger. Why did you want to kill me? After asking the question, without giving him any time, he simply broke off his third finger. Why kill? Before the question could even be finished, the cleaner burst into tears and blurted out, "Ah, I'll tell you. It's unfair of God. Why should I clean up your pissing? You have money, power, and women, while I have nothing. Why do you think you're superior? This is unfair. This is unfair. I want revenge. Do you think I believe your ridiculous reason? Soon, you'll find out soon enough. You'll all die, ha." Seeing the cleaner laughing maniacally through tears, Shen Tianyuan felt he couldn't get any more information out of her. He saw his own nanobody. He had to die. Shen Tianyuan took out a bottle of poison from his system space. Poison is prepared for special circumstances. Now it comes in handy. As long as he insisted that the cleaner had attacked him, subdued him, and questioned him, the cleaner bit into the poison in his mouth and committed suicide. In addition, he attacked himself first. The Eurome Federation will certainly not investigate further. On the contrary, they will compensate me and ask me to keep it a secret. After all, it would be a major scandal to allow a foreign leader to be attacked on one's own supposedly absolutely safe territory. After dealing with the cleaner, Shen Tianyuan scratched his head. Although the injury has healed, the heavy blow to the head just now unexpectedly knocked out some fragments of memory. But before he could think about it further, Shen Tianyuan suddenly heard a commotion outside. Upon exiting, they were surprised to find a person dressed in combat armor at the end of the corridor. At that moment, he was wielding a high-frequency vibrating sword, cleaving several security personnel in two with a series of strikes, their blood splattering like a fountain. The waiter next to him was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. The man was cold-blooded and ruthless. He rushed over and beheaded her with a single sword strike. Shen Tianyuan was shocked. What was going on? He had witnessed Bunyul's security level firsthand. Weapons and the like were absolutely forbidden from being brought in, except through his cheat-like system space, let alone combat armor. But now, not only have combat armor appeared, but they're also wreaking havoc. Although Shen Tianyuan was not aware of the situation, he knew that something big must have happened. Shen Tianyuan did not act rashly, but instead retreated to the bathroom. To counter this combat armor, we must also use combat armor. But if he were to deploy the armor in front of others, he wouldn't be able to explain how he brought it in. This will bring you endless trouble. Shen Tianyuan hid in the bathroom, his Rakshasa armor deployed, and radar scanning activated. He needs to gather intelligence first. As the scanning distance increased, Shen Tianyuan discovered that inside the spiral tower of heaven at this moment, the combat armor that suddenly appeared wasn't just one, but nearly 20 or so. These armor levels aren't high. Half are Class C, the rest are Class B, and there's one Class A. The difference in armor level prevented them from detecting Shen Tianyuan's radar scans. But the question is, how did so many combat armors suddenly appear in Bunyul, a place known for its security and which absolutely prohibits all weapons? At this moment, the combat armored vehicles had already surrounded the outside of the conference hall, and then broke through the door. The dark muzzles of the armored vehicles were pointed at the leaders, who wisely refrained from resistance. A combat armored figure then flew onto the podium and said, "Good afternoon, sirs. I apologize for interrupting your meeting. First, let me introduce myself. I'm a first executive officer of Zongpinghui, and you can call me Zeroer. Please don't worry, sirs. We have no excessive demands. I just want to kill you all. Before we proceed, please cooperate quietly. Thank you." Shen Tianyuan had heard of the Zhongping Society. It is an illegal military organization composed of a group of anarchist radicals. But I never expected it to be this radical. If they were to eliminate so many leaders at once, wouldn't the universe descend into chaos? Chapter 54, What to Choose. After taking control of a group of government leaders, the Zhongping Association counted the number of people and found that several were missing, so they sent people out to search for them. They wore combat armor and relied on radar scanning. But their radar couldn't detect Shen Tianyuan's presence at all. Shen Tianyuan remained in the bathroom, observing the unfolding events. The zero-pointed ones did not immediately kill the leaders. Instead, the technicians connected to a live broadcast, broadcasting the scene here to the entire universe. The live stream began, and Zero said to the screen, "Dear viewers, welcome to the purification ritual of the universe. All beings are equal. I am the first executor of the Equality Association. You may call me the Zeroer. As you can see, this is the venue for the energy conference, and those squatting below are the privileged ones of this universe. The universe is in constant turmoil, a situation that is difficult to reverse, and the root of all this lies with these privileged individuals. For their own benefit, they disregarded the interests of the people, creating all sorts of injustices in the universe. As they spoke, the Zeroers removed their armor masks. Soon, someone recognized that this person who had returned to Zero was a member of the Eurome national think tank. He was involved in almost all the decisions made by Europa. The other attackers were also personnel of the Eurome government. The Zero-based individual continued. We were their first hand. We know very well what they did. We realize that these leaders, these privileged individuals who are superior to others, are the root of all problems, the cancer of this universe. Only by eliminating them can the universe be reborn. So we started planning. This plan began 40 years ago. Because Bunyul forbids weapons from entering, we can only break down the materials needed for armor manufacturing and mix them little by little with the legal items to bring in. This process lasted for a full 40 years. Finally, we created dozens of suits of armor. But it was all worth it. Next, the time for purification will arrive. I will announce the crimes of all the privileged individuals present, and then execute them. But the Zero Returner then changed the subject, saying, "People, as we strive for the future of the universe, we also hope that you can make your contributions. Therefore, I now entrust the people of Bunyul with a task, to purge the descendants of those who relinquish power. After all, the descendants of the privileged will become the new privileged." I want to sever this connection completely. This conference attracted more than 10,000 descendants of privileged individuals from various countries. Perfect, let's nip it in the bud. I have uploaded their information to the local area network. Now, oppressed people, rise up and resist. They are the parasites of society, the cause of the universe's ailments. Show no mercy and hunt down the privileged children around you. These lunatics. Shen Tianyuan never expected the Zhongping society to be so insane. Not only do they target children, but they also incite others to become murderers. This is a cult. However, the public isn't stupid. They won't kill someone just because of a few words from them. Moreover, given what has happened here, support should arrive from outside very quickly. As if answering Shen Tianyuan's conjecture, Zero continued. "All right, I forgot to tell you, when we took action, we activated the Iron Curtain and destroyed the system from the inside. It would take at least an hour to open from the outside, so we won't be disturbed by anyone outside for an hour. As mentioned before, Bunyul is surrounded by a defensive array, which, once activated, will completely isolate him from the outside world. That defensive formation is called the Iron Curtain." The Zeroer continued. "People of Bunyul, now you have two choices. Either you kill all 10,000 descendants of privileged individuals within half an hour. Either you all die in half an hour." Garbage. Shen Tianyuan stood up angrily. The People's Peace Society not only incited the masses to kill, but also made threats. "If I don't kill someone, I'll die. They keep saying they're doing this for the people." Bah! Suddenly, Shen Tianyuan realized a terrifying possibility. According to them, Ning Ling and Ning Qi are also descendants of privileged individuals, and they're also within the scope of the hunt. Oh no, they're in danger. Although Shen Tianyuan had previously decided to stop contacting Ning Ling and the others. But at that moment, Shen Tianyuan did not hesitate at all. He immediately smashed the metal window of the bathroom and climbed out, although this would disrupt his original plans. But at this moment, there was no time to worry about anything else. At this moment, outside the spiral tower, millions of people looked at each other, their expressions filled with fear. With the network working smoothly, they have proven what the Zero-based people said. Bunyul was truly trapped within the Iron Curtain. For an hour, they were stuck, unable to get out or in. In this environment, the Zhongping society truly has the ability to wipe them all out. Of course, there's no need to doubt their determination to kill. 29:50, 29:49, 29:48. As they watched the countdown on the big screen, everyone panicked. Some people are already sitting on the ground crying. Why did this happen to me? I don't want to die. Wow, mommy, help. Some even made desperate phone calls to their families to say their final goodbyes. Baby, I love you. From now on, you must listen to mommy. Mom and dad, your son is unfilial and unable to care for you in your old age and see you off in your final days. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, many others were silently observing the list of 10,000 privileged children. They didn't want to die. They had already made up their minds, but neither of them spoke first. They don't want to be accused of murder first. After a few minutes of suppressed silence, finally, someone spoke up. What the Zhongping Association said is right. Those privileged people are oppressors. Their children enjoy the fruits of oppression. They deserve it, and we should take it back. Someone spoke first, and someone else immediately chimed in. That's right, they were the wrong first. Then, the group dragged out a young chieftain of the Tak beastmen. Look, his father killed hundreds of thousands of people in his struggle for power. They are the real criminals, and we are ridding the people of this scourge. Yes, we are upholding justice. Then, they swung the stools and beat the young clan chief to death. The bloody scene unfolding before their eyes intensified the fear of death in those already on the verge of collapse. At this point, the group added fuel to the fire. We didn't want to kill anyone. We were forced to. We are innocent. Yes, the law doesn't punish everyone, so they can't do anything to us afterwards. That's right, we were forced into it. Blame the Zhongping Association. They 10,000 people could save millions of us. They themselves would agree to that. Humans are born with a fear of death, and people will sell almost anything to avoid dying, including humanity and conscience. They had already made their decision to kill themselves and to kill their fellow Taoists. They were just worried about being held accountable later, which is why they held back from taking action. At this moment, someone took the lead, and then he gave a long list of reasons to exonerate them. The suppressed fear finally erupted at this moment. The crowd rioted. Chapter 55 is up to me. Kill them so we can survive. This one sentence ignited a frenzy among the crowd. At that moment, the fear of death overwhelmed everything. The crowd went wild. Kill them. Soon, the frenzied crowd found one of the princes on the list. The crowd swarmed forward and subdued his guards. They dragged the terrified prince out from under the table. The once noble prince was now crying and sniffling. No, don't kill me. I've never hurt anyone. His father had waged hundreds of wars, killing countless people. Kill him. The crowd swarmed forward, punching and kicking the prince. No, my father is the king. He won't let you get away with this. The prince was swallowed up by the frenzied crowd before he could finish his last words. It quickly turned into a bloody, mangled corpse. The crowd dispersed to find their next target. Then, the second and third princes and princesses were successively beaten to death by the frenzied mob. With millions of people going crazy, the number of victims is increasing rapidly. Meanwhile, members of the Zhongping society mingled among the crowd, stirring up trouble. On top of the spiral tower, the Zero Returner watched all this with satisfaction. The reason he ordered the people to kill the descendants of privileged individuals was, one reason is that they cannot find and kill tens of thousands of privileged descendants within an hour. Secondly, this is a way to drag the public into the fray and get them involved in the fight against those with privileges. They see themselves as the spark, believing that success can only be achieved by igniting the people. To this end, he deliberately planted several shills in the crowd to fan the flames and ultimately drive people into a frenzy. Inside the Iron Curtain, a frenzied crowd had gathered. Life outside the Iron Curtain is just as bad. A large number of personnel and ships surrounded Bunyol. The earlier no-fly zone order for the capital had long been forgotten. No one in the Europa Federation dared to mention this regulation. After all, other countries at this moment wish they could tear the Eurome Federation apart. After all, its negligence has put thousands of leaders in danger and tens of thousands of second-generation leaders are being slaughtered. But the situation was urgent, and there was no time to calculate the costs. They were trying to find a way to break through the Iron Curtain. However, the Iron Curtain is a defensive measure that the Eurome Federation has been using for hundreds of years. They have tried everything but can't break through it, and can only wait for the forced unlocking in an hour. Meanwhile, they were also trying to control the frenzied crowd inside. But they couldn't get in. Neither threats nor appeasement worked. The madness within the Iron Curtain continues. A reporter, while continuing to broadcast the chaotic scene live, couldn't help but shed tears. She choked back tears as she spoke to the screen, saying she felt utterly hopeless about what was happening before her eyes. She's an atheist, but at that moment, how she wished that a god would come and save them. But does God really exist? Damn it, why can't I get through? Shen Tianyuan wanted to contact Ning Ling to confirm her location, but the phone was completely unreachable. This made Shen Tianyuan very anxious. Every second that passes increases the danger for Ning Ling. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shen Tianyuan looked. and saw that it was Ning Ying. After the call connected, Ning Ying's voice choked with emotion. I won't say much. I only ask one thing of you. If you can, please save Qi'er and Linger. I'll give you anything you want. Shen Tianyuan didn't say anything more, only saying, leave it to me. The conversation between the two ended briefly. On the other end of the phone, Ning Ying stared blankly at her phone. Since learning of the incident, she has been unable to contact Ning Qi and Ning Ling. It was at this most critical and helpless moment. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Shen Tianyuan. Then, as if possessed, I dialed that number. Shen Tianyuan hung up the phone. Even without Ning Ying saying anything, he wouldn't abandon Ning Ling and the others. But where are Ning Ling and the others? Meanwhile, inside the top-floor suite of the Heart of the Universe Hotel, Ning Ling hugged her knees with both hands, her eyes red, and she was sobbing. Because of the supplementary car that Shen Tianyuan gave them, they ate to their heart's content and didn't leave until almost 3 o'clock. As a result, this happened as soon as I went downstairs. For safety reasons, the security captain instructed everyone to return to a hotel with a higher security level. Furthermore, Ning Ling kindly invited Jiang Lishuan as well. Sure enough, things escalated into an attack on them. Although she was safe for the time being, the cruel scene still broke Ning Ling's heart. Ning Qi comforted her from the side, but she couldn't stop crying. Looking at the frenzied crowd downstairs, she just couldn't understand it. Why do people kill each other? Why can't we get along well? But an even more serious problem is that the signal inside the hotel has been cut off. The security captain deduced that someone had installed a signal jammer inside the building. This prevents them from contacting the outside world. But the situation outside is chaotic right now, and if they rush out, they will only become targets. But they had no better options and could only pray that things would turn around. But malicious eyes have already set their sights on them. Because of the threat of zeroing out, a mob, driven mad by desperation, is hunting down the descendants of privileged individuals throughout the city. Ning Qi and Ning Ling's names are also on the list. At that moment, a waiter, fearing for his life, sent a message to the frenzied crowd outside. There are 3 descendants of privileged individuals in the top-tier suite at the center of the universe. A frenzied crowd, drawn by the news, surged toward the hotel at the center of the universe. And the leaders among them were actually several S-class individuals. They came as bodyguards for several leaders. But I never expected to encounter something like this. At this moment, they were fighting to save their lives. They also joined the ranks of those hunting down the offspring of privileged individuals. Although they lack armor, they are still capable of taking on 100 ordinary people single-handedly. At this moment, they are charging in with great momentum. Chapter 56 First, Get Past Agua. Led by the informant waiter, the rioters first found the captain of the honor guard and forced him to hand over the access card to the top floor. But the captain refused him firmly and righteously. Without a word, the S-class leader punched the captain in the neck, snapping his neck with a crack. The S-class found the pass card on the corpse and spat contemptuously at it. Good people don't live long. Then, with a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Let's go upstairs and kill them. Kill! Kill!" The group was led by the 3 Ida brothers of the Shinra tribe. They were members of Prime Minister Wanyan Junsan's bodyguard regiment. The Japanese are strictly hierarchical, and it is common for superiors to beat and scold subordinates. Even their prime minister is no exception. The 3 Jingtian brothers suffered no shortage of beatings and scoldings from Wanyan Junsan. Over time, their minds have become twisted. In the past, there were rules that could restrain them. But at this moment, in this chaotic and frenzied environment, the rules no longer exist. Their twisted minds and the bestial nature lurking in their genes erupted together. They became the most active hunters. They not only hunted down the descendants of privileged individuals on the list, but also killed innocent passersby without hesitation. By the time Ning Ling and the others realized the danger was approaching, it was too late. The 3 Jingtian brothers had already led their men to surround the rooftop, blocking even the escape routes. The captain of the guards told Ning Ling and the others to hide in the inner room. He led his guards to stand watch in the corridors and at the doors. The 3 Ida brothers went upstairs and shouted excitedly, Oh, this is great. They really are all humans. Now we can kill to our heart's content." The guards felt a chill when they saw that their leader was a member of the Jinri tribe. If it were someone else, there might still be room for maneuver. But those beasts from the Jinri tribe are not worth talking to. As expected, the 3 Ida brothers immediately ordered everyone to launch an attack. A group of people, waving various hard objects they had collected along the way, charged forward while shouting. However, they were just a ragtag bunch, and when faced with a well-trained guard team whose members were at least grade A in physique, they were no match for them. In just 1 or 2 minutes, hundreds of people were taken down. The 3 Ida brothers weren't worried. These guys were just cannon fodder. He then instructed the 20-odd men around him. You go. Yes. These 20-odd people were also members of the Junri tribe's guard team. They were all grade A. With this group of A-level soldiers joining the battle, the escort team immediately faced increased pressure. The opposing unit was no weaker than them and had more personnel. Despite the guards' desperate resistance, they were all knocked down one by one. The 3 brothers, still with resentment, said, "Don't kill them yet. I want to slit their master's throat in front of them first and then execute them." Soon, more than half of the guards were defeated. The rest, under the command of the captain of the guard, retreated into the rooms to hold their positions. Bang, bang, bang. The violent banging of the door seemed to strike everyone inside the room. Ning Ling's body was trembling uncontrollably with fear, but she bit her lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall. Ning Chi, will someone come save us? Ning Chi hugged her and forced a smile, saying, "Yes, we will. But we can't even make a phone call, so who will come to our rescue?" Ning Chi felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't know why. But as an older brother, he wanted to put his younger sister at ease, even if it was just a little bit. All he could say was, "For example, my sister. She's so smart. Even if we can't get through on the phone, she'll definitely find a way to save us. Is there anything else?" Looking at Ning Ling's teary eyes, Ning Chi continued, "Of course, there's also my brother-in-law. He'll definitely find a way." Although Ning Ling was scared, she was still able to remain rational. But Jiang Lishuan, standing to the side, was not like that. At this moment, she was completely dominated by fear. She cried and pointed at the crowd, yelling, "It's all your fault. Why did you bring me here? Now I have nowhere to run. It's all your fault, boo-hoo. I don't want to die." If Ning Ling hadn't kindly brought her to the top floor, she would have been captured and killed long ago. Now they're blaming everyone instead. But at times like these, no one paid any attention to her. While comforting Ning Ling, Ning Chi glanced at the window next to them. If it really comes to that, he will have no choice but to jump down with Ning Ling. Because he knew all too well that falling into the hands of those beasts, the Junri clan, would be worse than death. Bang, click. The door eventually succumbed to the relentless attacks of the group and was smashed to pieces. The 3 Ida brothers were the first to rush in. As soon as he entered, Taro Ida, who was at the forefront, was knocked down by the captain of the guards who was hiding by the door. The captain of the guards tried to finish him off, but was entangled by Ida Jiro and Ida Saburo. The group clashed again, but outnumbered, they were outmatched. The captain of the guard was knocked down from behind by Taro Ida, and his fate was unknown. The last line of defense inside the room collapsed. Terrified, Jiang Lishuan immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Please, I don't want to die. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want." Upon seeing this, the 3 Jing brothers burst into laughter. Haha, humans, as expected, are all spineless. Then he looked at Ning Ling and the other 2. "Hey, do you want to be like her and become dogs for our Junri clan?" Ning Chi gritted his teeth. The Ning family will only die standing, not live kneeling. Ning Ling didn't speak, but her firm gaze spoke volumes. This is their most fearful moment and also their bravest moment. The final moment has arrived, but they didn't blame anyone. "I think my sister and brother-in-law must have done their best, but they were too late." "Yes, I know." Just as they were about to jump, suddenly, a shout to stop came. They turned their heads and saw that it was Agua. During the previous battle, Agua was very scared. It remained completely still, disguised as a trash can. But it's just a housekeeping robot, and you can't expect it to do anything. But unexpectedly, Agua stepped forward. At this moment, Agua's body was still trembling uncontrollably, but it still tried its best to open its little paws and stand in front of the group, saying in a trembling voice, "Agua is here. If you want to hurt your little masters, you'll have to get past Agua first. Where did this junk come from? Get lost." Agua's bravery is commendable, but its fighting ability is less than 5. Taro Ida kicked Agua several meters away, leaving a large hole in his skull. He lay motionless on the ground. "Agua." Saburo Ida grinned. "Stop calling, it's your turn." Just as he was getting closer, suddenly, a scream rang out. "Who are you, ah?" Chepter Padisat said cheated. Screams rang out one after another. Amid screams, People could be seen being knocked flying from the back of the crowd. It was as if a ferocious beast had charged in. The person was nowhere to be seen, but there were continuous screams and people spitting blood flying around. It has already instilled a sense of inexplicable panic. Who is it? Soon the answer came. The crowd thinned out, and they finally saw who it was. Ningling exclaimed in surprise. Brother-in-law. Shen Tianyuan was wearing a black trench coat and gloves. He looked incredibly stylish. But the destructive power of a single punch or kick is astonishing. No one could stop Shen Tianyuan. With each punch, someone was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ceiling. Some people even pierced through the ceiling, getting stuck and unable to fall like hanging sausages. What terrifying power this is. Shen Tianyuan pushed through the crowd and finally saw Ningling and the others. Seeing that they were all safe and sound, I finally felt relieved. Shen Tianyuan punched one of them away. Little Linger, don't be afraid. Your brother-in-law is here. As he spoke, he used a whirlwind kick to knock down the last few people blocking his way and rushed into the room. During this process, the three Ida brothers did not stop it. They realized that Shen Tianyuan's strength was the same as theirs, both at the S level. But there were three of them, and they were confident of victory, so they didn't take it seriously. Hey, humans are really stupid. That's right, coming here to die in this situation. Hey, human, kneel down, and I'll make your death a little easier. Shen Tianyuan ignored the three men's provocation. Instead, he asked Ningling, Little Linger, did they bully you? Yes. Ningling nodded vigorously. Shen Tianyuan nodded. Okay, watch your brother-in-law help you get revenge. Ningqi, I'm nobody here. Why aren't you helping me get revenge? Ningling said, Brother-in-law, be careful. They are quite powerful. Their conversation, which was going on, angered Saburo Ida. Hey, are you treating me like I'm invisible? He said, throwing a punch at Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan met the attack with a punch. The moment their fists touched, Saburo Ida sensed something was wrong. But it was too late. An overwhelming force surged from Shen Tianyuan's fist. Wherever the force struck, bones shattered inch by inch, and arms twisted at bizarre angles. Before he could even scream, Shen Tianyuan followed up with a second punch, striking him hard in the abdomen. Saburo Ida's face instantly contorted into a chrysanthemum shape. He coughed up blood, arced through the air in a beautiful arc, and then crashed heavily into the wall. After smashing the wall, creating spiderweb-like cracks, Saburo Ida didn't even have time to cry out in pain. His head lolled to the side, and he immediately fainted. Taro Ida and Jiro Ida's confident arrogance froze on their faces. S-rank Saburo Ida was instantly killed in one move. How is that possible? They don't understand. Both of them have S-level physical constitutions, so there shouldn't be such a big difference between them. It's even less likely that he could kill him in one move. But I'm sorry to say, Shen Tianyuan actually cheated. He deployed part of the armor under the stolen trench coat and gloves, using the power it provided. Slaying them, who weren't wearing armor, was like cutting melons and vegetables. It was effortless. There's no need to follow any rules when dealing with them. Shen Tianyuan has no habit of giving the enemy time to react. He rushed in front of Ida Jiro and punched him in the head. Jiro Ida, being in S rank, instinctively reacted defensively, raising his arm to shield his head. But in the face of absolute power, everything else is insignificant. His arm was broken by a punch. The severed arm, along with Shen Tianyuan's fist, slammed heavily into his own face. The immense force flattened the protruding part of his face, turning it into a flat surface like an iron. Then, he was sent flying backwards. He crashed into the wall next to Saburo Ida, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. Another instant kill. Even the foolish Taro Ida realized that something was wrong. He was no match for Shen Tianyuan. Ignoring any brotherly bond, he turned and ran. How could Shen Tianyuan let him have his way? Shen Tianyuan flicked his foot, lifting up a broken chair leg. Then kick it with your foot. The chair leg shot out like cannonballs. With a soft thud, it pierced through Taro Ida's body and pinned him to the wall next to the two brothers. My head lolled to the side, and I fainted. Now all three brothers are together. In less than a minute, all three S-class heroes met their demise. Ning Qi stared wide-eyed, and Su Kiki was equally shocked. Ning Ling was the only one who didn't quite understand the division of combat power. I don't understand what it means that Shen Tianyuan instantly killed these three S-level characters. All she knew was that her brother-in-law had one and was safe. Ning Ling threw herself into Shen Tianyuan's arms, leaning on his shoulder, tears still streaming down her face, but they were tears of joy. Brother-in-law, thank you for saving us. Thank you. Shen Tianyuan patted her back gently. I can't let you call me brother-in-law for nothing. Okay, stop crying. You've ruined your makeup. Ugh, I wasn't wearing makeup. I just applied some sunscreen. Sunscreen is quite expensive, and it's not good to smudge it with tears. No, I'm happy. I'm going to cry. Ning Ling sighed willfully. Okay, whatever you want. Ning Ling said this, but she also sensibly let go of Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Qi and Su Kiki. Are you both all right? Then he noticed Jiang Lishuan, who was still lying on the ground. Hey, classmate, don't lie there like a dog. Stand up. Jiang Lishuan stared blankly at Shen Tianyuan. This is Ning Ling's brother-in-law. How come it's different from what Jiang Wenqing said? He's so amazing. I wish it were my brother-in-law. Shen Tianyuan then checked each member of the guard team one by one. They discovered that some of them had been knocked unconscious and others were seriously injured, but none of them had died. However, it needs to be bandaged. For bandaging, you have to find Agua. Then, Shen Tianyuan saw Agua lying motionless on the ground with a large dent in his head. Ning Ling said, Agua was beaten like this because he was protecting us. Although Agua is a bit timid and greedy, but he was still very loyal to him. Thinking of this, Shen Tianyuan felt a pang of sadness. He went over and shook Agua's body. Hey Agua, what's wrong? Did you break the processor? As soon as he shook it, the light on Agua's head turned on. It turned its head and said, Agua's fine. Agua's just pretending to be dead. Agua got up and touched his dented head. That son of a bitch, he smashed my skull. Luckily, my processor is in my butt. Shen Tianyuan. Where did you learn to swear, you rascal? I looked it up online. It's supposedly the best way to express extreme anger. I think it's suitable for the current situation. All right, go and treat the guards. Yes. At the same time, Shen Tianyuan quietly handed Agua a few things. Oh, right, this is for you. Take it out if you encounter any danger again. If there's no danger, you don't need to take it out. Yes, master. When Agua opened his belly, he found it was filled with engine oil and couldn't be put in. Agua had to take out a few tubes of engine oil to free up some space to put a few things inside. But Agua wasn't comfortable putting the engine oil anywhere, so he simply gulped down several tubes of it. Then he patted his belly. Burp, I feel so full. Chapter 58, Only Fear Can Defeat Fear. Shen Tianyuan instructed them to stay there and wait for things to be over. Then, amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd, they departed. Shen Tianyuan felt comfortable keeping them around. It's because Shen Tianyuan just gave Agua a few armor bracelets, 2 of which were grade A and the rest were grade B. This is what he put in his system inventory, just in case. He instructed Agua that if they encountered danger again, he should give the armored bracelets to the guards, which would be sufficient to deal with any crisis. As for why Shen Tianyuan was in a hurry to leave, it was because he had saved Ning Ling and the others. But the incident is far from over, and the hunt continues. Shen Tianyuan is not a benevolent and selfless person. Otherwise, he would have abandoned the public to prioritize the safety of Ning Ling and others. But he wasn't so heartless as to allow this hunting of children to continue. Shen Tianyuan stood on the hotel rooftop, looking down at the rioting crowd below. With 1 million people rioting across the city, it would be too late for him to stop them one by one. Therefore, he wanted to get it right the first time. He ripped off his trench coat, revealing the jet black Rakshasa armor. Then, the armor fully deployed, covering the entire body. The scarlet hat tassel fluttered in the wind, and the eerie green ghost eyes lit up. Here we go. Shen Tianyuan ascended into the air, turned the loudspeaker up to the maximum, and roared, Stop fighting, or you're dead. In an instant, the sound spread throughout the entire city. As if a demonic sound were piercing their ears, everyone stopped simultaneously and looked up at the black figure in midair. Quick, aim, and get on the camera. Reporters at the scene immediately directed their cameras to the dark figure, and as the camera zoomed in, they were able to see what it looked like. It was a jet black armored vehicle with sharp angles, a blood-red tassel on its head like a head of red hair flying in the wind, and dark green eyes like ghostly eyes. This armored vehicle exudes a fierce aura, resembling a demon from hell. The reporter explained, Viewers, we see that Bunyul has suddenly appeared in a mysterious armored vehicle. As you can see, it has a black body, red hair, and green eyes, much like the legendary Rakshasa demon. Why did it suddenly appear? And what does its appearance mean for the chaotic situation? At that moment, the Rakshasa armor boomed. I command you to cease your hunt immediately, or your fate will be like this building. Then, the Rakshasa raised its hand high, facing one of Bunyul's iconic buildings, the Yellow Sun Building, known as the Bunyul Giant Root. Then, he swung it down suddenly. A gigantic energy claw appeared out of thin air and sliced horizontally across the Huangri building. As the ghostly claw swept across, the Huangri building neatly broke into several pieces and collapsed with a rumble. The collapsed building instantly silenced the crowd. This riot was instigated by the People's Peace Association, which threatened the people with death. Because the fear of death is almost above all else. It's difficult to stop a fearful public using other methods. Unless there is a deeper fear. Only fear can defeat fear. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan threatened them with death to stop immediately. Furthermore, by cutting down the Huangri building, he wanted to show the public that he had the ability to kill them all and that he was not joking. The reason for choosing Huangri building is twofold. Firstly, it is a landmark building and very eye-catching. More importantly, it is a property owned by the Jinri people. Then, the public will make a judgment. If they stop hunting, they will be killed by the Zhongping Society in half an hour. But if they continue hunting, they will be killed by Shen Tianyuan right now. There is a difference between dying soon and dying immediately. They know how to choose. Sure enough, the crowd quieted down. Shen Tianyuan continued. Most of you do not want to hurt others, but are only doing so because of the threat from the Zhongping Society. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll help you resolve the threat from the Zhongping Association, so you won't have to live the rest of your lives burdened by the guilt of murder. But let me make this clear. If anyone dares to lay a hand on me within these 5 minutes, don't blame me for showing no mercy. After saying that, he once again swung his claws and cleaved down a Zhenri clan's industrial building. Immediately, he turned around with an air of dominance and flew into the spiral tower. Shen Tianyuan's method was very effective, and the riot was temporarily stopped. In fact, most people don't want to kill. Moreover, this happened in public, and those killed were all descendants of privileged individuals. There's no guarantee they won't hold them accountable later. But under pressure from a Shihikai's threat that they would die within half an hour if they didn't take action, they were forced to comply. Ultimately, they had no choice but to take action. Now someone has come forward and given them new hope. They naturally want to seize the opportunity. The camera follows Shen Tianyuan as he flies into the spiral tower. The reporter said, "The riots have stopped. As I just said, we hope that God will come to save us." Then, the Rakshasa appeared, although it resembles a demon and utters threatening words. But what it did was save lives. Perhaps it is a servant sent by God. Now it's going to challenge the Zhongping Association. And this outcome will determine whether we continue our madness or return to peace. Let's cheer it on together. The reporter clenched his fist in a gesture of encouragement. Inside the spiral tower of heaven, the Zhongping Society and others had already learned of Shen Tianyuan's existence. As combat-armored soldiers, they could tell that the Rakshasa was an S-class aircraft just by the way it shattered the building with a single claw strike. This was completely outside their plan, and they had no way to deal with it. Just as they hesitated for a moment, the door burst open with a bang. The Rakshasa flew over. Chapter 59, It's All Over. The moment the Rakshasa entered the arena, the ghost realm was activated. In an instant, a strange energy field was precisely applied to the armor of the Zhongping Association. The effect of the ghost domain is to suppress enemies within its territory. Those with weaker strength may even have their life force stripped away. Under the influence of the ghost domain, the sea-level creature had most of its life force stripped away, collapsing to the ground, barely alive. The B level is slightly stronger, but they're still basically suppressed and unable to move. Only those at the A level who have reached the 0 level can move with difficulty, but even they're severely restricted. Originally, there was a world of difference between A rank and S rank. Now he was even weaker. They were completely powerless to fight back. Shen Tianyuan rushed over and subdued the Zero Returner with a single move. Shen Tianyuan's entire battle, from entering the arena to ending, took less than 2 seconds. Although Shen Tianyuan is a fake S level, but they're not a team that a group of CBA level players can compete with. Next, Shen Tianyuan destroyed the armor of the Zhongping Society one by one, completely rendering them unable to move. It went much more smoothly than expected, despite the conservative estimate of 5 minutes given beforehand to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. But it wasn't used. With the crisis averted, Shen Tianyuan glanced around at the thousands of leaders below. At this moment, their lives, no, to be precise, the fate of half the universe, are in their hands. To be honest, Shen Tianyuan didn't want to save them, although Shen Tianyuan himself was one of the leaders. That's why Shen Tianyuan was even more aware that these leaders were all corrupt. Although he disliked them, he still had to save these leaders, because their deaths would create power vacuums in several countries. Who knows how many storms and how many people will die as others vie for the leadership position. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan was not saving them, but rather sparing millions of lives from the suffering of carnage. Another reason is that Shen Tianyuan despised the Zhongping society, which used the name of justice to actually disregard human life. Therefore, it must be destroyed. It's just a little regrettable. Shen Tianyuan's gaze fell on Wang Yinjin-san, and he sighed. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to leave after finishing his business, suddenly, the security supervisor of the spiral tower ran over and excitedly said to Shen Tianyuan, "You saved us. Thank you so much." Shen Tianyuan nodded slightly without saying anything. The security supervisor then handed something to Shen Tianyuan. "Take a look at this. If you have no objections, I will release it to the public." Shen Tianyuan glanced at him, reached out and took it, then looked down at it. A sly smile of triumph appeared in the eyes of the security supervisor. He raised his wrist, revealing a yellow armored bracelet. The armor silently unfolded, and the armored arms, covered in spikes, suddenly swung down at Shen Tianyuan. Boom! The spot where Shen Tianyuan was standing exploded with a loud bang, sending dust flying everywhere. The security supervisor showed no joy because his sneak attack had failed. The moment he launched his sneak attack, his opponent dodged backward, avoiding the blow. He is also S-class, so they are equals. The fact that the opponent was able to dodge such a close-range sneak attack can only mean one thing. The opponent was prepared in advance. As the smoke cleared, Shen Tianyuan was revealed to be unharmed. Looking at the yellow armored vehicle covered in spikes, Shen Tianyuan realized that things were not so simple after all. The security supervisor spoke first. "Friend, I don't know who you are or where you came from, but since you're a gene enhancer, you must not be a privileged individual. Our strengths are evenly matched, so a fight between us is inevitable. Why would you risk your life for these despicable, privileged individuals?" Shen Tianyuan smiled coldly. Since his sneak attack failed, he resorted to verbal attacks instead. "Unfortunately, I, Elector Rheinfeld, am one of those privileged." Shen Tianyuan shook his head. "No, I didn't do it for them. What was the purpose of that?" Shen Tianyuan pointed. "I just don't like you." "Friend, are you determined to go against me?" "That's right." "Okay, but before you do anything, please satisfy one of my curiosities." "Speak. Why were you wary of me just now? Where did I give myself away?" "It's very simple, because the spiral tower has its own security measures, and you have to be searched every time you enter. However, the 20-odd zeroers successfully brought in the armor bracelets. This indicates that the spiral tower has an inside agent who is in charge of security. As the security supervisor, your act of offering me favors without verifying my identity is suspicious. You even said you'd show me something to publish, but that's none of your business. It's clearly a distraction." "I see. Your observation is truly insightful and remarkable." Then the security supervisor abruptly changed the subject. "But why can't you learn to be a smart person? Go to hell." In the blink of an eye, he had rushed over. Clang! The two clashed. The two were moving so fast that their figures were completely obscured. Countless phantoms flashed in the air, sparks flew, and the sounds of clashing weapons rang out incessantly. The fight between the two men terrified the thousands of leaders standing nearby, because if either of them were to affect them even slightly, they would all die without a burial place. But this situation didn't last long. Although Shen Tianyuan has S-level hardware, he lacks combat experience and basic training skills. In the heat of battle, his opponent seized an opening and kicked him in the chest. Shen Tianyuan's body flew backward, crashing through the thick wall and flying out of the spiral tower. Spiral tower outside. Millions of people are staring at the spiral tower because their fate was tied to that Rakshasa. Countless people are silently praying for its success. With a loud bang, a section of the spiral tower exploded and a figure was sent flying backward. Upon closer inspection, everyone recognized the Rakshasa. but it doesn't look like a success at all. The next second, a yellow figure flashed onto the Rakshasa and followed up with a heavy hammer blow. The Rakshasa was slammed heavily onto the ground. The yellow armored warrior showed no mercy, gathering spike-like energy cannons in his hands and bombarding the Rakshasa's landing point continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, kicking up huge plumes of dust thousands of meters high. Everyone who witnessed this scene had only one thought: we're doomed. Chapter 60. The young man lacked martial ethics and launched a sneak attack. Shen Tianyuan was still alive in the large pit where the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated. It was just a few internal organ ruptures and a few broken ribs. This is all thanks to the SS-class armor captured from Mammoth Sands. He naturally couldn't handle this SS-grade equipment, but it's more than enough to be used as a shield. He had just deployed his armor and held it in front of him, shielding him from most of the attacks. That's why he wasn't instantly killed. The armored vehicle issued an alarm. Severe damage detected to the pilot's hull. Medical systems activated. The armor's built-in medical system has just been activated. Just as treatment was about to begin, it was discovered that the damaged body was rapidly recovering. Before it could even act, the damaged body had already recovered. The healthcare system is stuck there? What's going on? After recovering from his injuries, Shen Tianyuan looked at his right arm. Then, he did something completely unbelievable. He gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, and with a ruthless heart, broke his right arm. Then, he continued to lie on the ground, pretending to be seriously injured. The next second, the yellow armor descended from the sky and stopped in front of Shen Tianyuan. Looking at his tattered armor and twisted, severed arm, he was clearly on the verge of death. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow, he suddenly heard Shen Tianyuan say, "Don't kill me. I can give you the fleet." This marquee, the fleet? These two words immediately aroused the security supervisor's curiosity and greed. If someone can refer to himself as this marquis, then he must be a nobleman, a privileged person. But how could those with privileges possibly engage in gene enhancement that harms life? And then there's the fleet he mentioned. Although the House of Peace opposes privilege. But when he heard that he was to be given a fleet, even though he knew it was unlikely, he still couldn't suppress the growing greed. If he had a fleet, wouldn't he also become a privileged person, enjoying everything? In fact, in most cases, people are not against privilege itself, but against not enjoying privileges. Driven by intense curiosity and greed, the security supervisor resolved to see his true colors. However, being cautious, he fired an energy blast from a distance as he got closer, which broke Shen Tianyuan's right arm as well. With both arms severed, it lost its offensive capabilities. The security supervisor then felt relieved and settled down next to Shen Tianyuan, bending down to remove Shen Tianyuan's armored helmet. The helmet was removed, revealing a young human face. "I don't know him." The young man's lips moved as if he were saying something. The security supervisor, who could read lips, read it aloud. "Ghost Claw." In an instant, a chill shot straight to the top of my head, followed by a cold sensation in my chest. Forehead. He lowered his head, trembling. A green hand pierced through his chest, clutching a pale purple heart. The security supervisor stared in disbelief. Both of his arms were clearly broken. How could this be? Forehead. He couldn't speak. Blood was spilling from his mouth. His strength was rapidly fading, and his vision was getting darker and darker. He used his last bit of strength to slap Shen Tianyuan across the face. But the human raised his other hand, which should have been severed, and blocked the feeble blow. The security supervisor died, filled with doubt and resentment. Shen Tianyuan stood up and let out a long sigh. It cannot be said that the security chief died from carelessness. However, his own nanobody was beyond his comprehension. It was completely cheating that allowed Shen Tianyuan to successfully launch a sneak attack. This also proves that he is indeed a fraud, only good at dealing with those who are inferior to him. Against opponents of equal skill, they're basically utterly crushed. We almost went down the drain. In the end, the only way to win was through a sneak attack. However, it's not shameful to do something like this if you're just trying to survive. As Shen Tianyuan looked at the body of the security supervisor, a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps this can make up for the next regret. He immediately grabbed the body of the security supervisor and leaped into the air. Outside the crater, smoke and dust had not yet dissipated. Everyone watched nervously, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, a figure broke through the dust and soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be not one, but two figures locked in combat. Shen Tianyuan, accompanied by the security supervisor, spun rapidly in the air. As if he were still alive, the two seemingly locked in a fierce battle. During their struggle, the two ended up back in the conference hall on the 245th floor. The leaders had just breathed a sigh of relief when the two of them left. As a result, they turned around and came back. They started beating each other up in the lobby. A group of people quickly hid behind chairs. Although it didn't block anything, it was at least a psychological comfort. I prayed in my heart that nothing bad would happen. If something absolutely has to happen, then it's better to let my fellow Taoists die than to let me die. Sun God, please protect me and keep me safe. Dajin Japanese Prime Minister Won Yin-jin-san prayed mentally. But it's unclear whether it's due to a lack of sincerity, the ineffectiveness of the Sun God, or someone's ulterior motives. He's still praying. During their fight, a piece of broken wood was accidentally knocked away. Unfortunately, the broken piece of wood pierced straight through Won Yin-jin-san. Forehead. Won Yin-jin-san looked down in shock at the bloody hole in his chest. Then his head lolled to the side, and he was gone. Shortly after Won Yin-jin-san died, Shen Tianyuan also pierced the chest of the security supervisor with a single claw, ending the battle. Immediately afterwards, Shen Tianyuan flew out of the spiral tower, carrying the body of the security supervisor. At this moment, all was silent outside. The eyes of millions were focused on the spiral tower, awaiting the outcome. Finally, something happened. The footage captured by the camera shows a yellow armored vehicle appearing first. Everyone's hearts sank. They lost. But then, a black Rakshasa appeared. Only then did people realize that it was Rakshasa carrying the yellow armor. The yellow armor had a large hole in its chest, clearly indicating that it was the loser. Under the watchful eyes of millions, Shen Tianyuan raised the security supervisor's corpse high and proclaimed loudly, "The culprit has been executed, and the rest of the Zhongping society have been apprehended. You are safe." After Shen Tianyuan finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a second. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! A deafening roar of cheers erupted, and some people wept with joy, celebrating their survival. In short, the nightmare is finally over. The reporter excitedly told the camera, "Today has been the most tumultuous day of my life. First came unprecedented madness and chaos. Then, in the most desperate moment, there was a person who appeared out of nowhere, like a ray of light. It pierced the sky of despair and brought hope to people. In the end, he defeated despair and restored freedom to us. Let's offer him our sincerest gratitude." Just as the reporter was excitedly explaining, the black figure in the shot had already disappeared. The camera lens was empty. Only the cheers of people outside the lens could be heard. Chapter 61 Aftermath. Ning Ling and the others also came down from the hotel and called their sister to let her know they were safe. Ning Ling didn't hold back her praise for her brother-in-law. At the most dangerous moment, it was as if he descended from the sky on auspicious clouds, defeating all the bad guys. He was so incredibly cool then. As Ning Ling listened to the phone call, tears welled up in her eyes. He did it. When Shen Tianyuan agreed to her request, she didn't actually have much hope. After all, Ning Ling and Ning Qi are on the kill list. To save them, we must fight against millions. Ning Ling knew her demands were excessive, especially since Shen Tianyuan had been forced into marriage. What right do I have to make him risk his life to do it? Unexpectedly, Shen Tianyuan agreed to this excessive request without the slightest hesitation. And he actually did it. He didn't say it, but this process must have been very difficult. Thinking back, I realized that I had underestimated Shen Tianyuan, thinking he was just a pleasure seeker. But now it seems I was terribly wrong. He never coveted the comfortable life the Ning family provided for him. And after finally gaining their freedom, they risked everything to rescue Ning Ling and the others. This is clearly a man of compassion, loyalty, and responsibility. Ning Ling felt ashamed that she had misunderstood him before. At the same time, it also intensified Ning Ying's lingering feelings of reluctance to part with Shen Tianyuan. But the thought of Shen Tianyuan leaving the Ning family made her even more upset. Ning Ying suppressed her sadness and instructed Ning Ling, "Come back quickly once the Iron Curtain is opened." "No, that won't work." Ning Ling said seriously, "Sister, you forgot, brother-in-law hasn't come back yet. We have to wait for him to come back together." Ning Ying hadn't forgotten. She knew it better than anyone. Shen Tianyuan chose to leave. He's not coming back. Ning Ying originally planned to tell them the truth after the trip was over. But after this incident, their feelings for Shen Tianyuan deepened. They will definitely be very sad, and little Belle will definitely cry. And she would beg Shen Tianyuan to come back. But Ningning didn't want it to be like that. Shen Tianyuan chose to leave. It was his choice. If Shaolin goes to beg him not to leave, he will be in a very difficult position. He has already done very well. We shouldn't make things difficult for him. The logic is very clear. But Ningning couldn't bring herself to speak. I didn't want to make Shaolin and the others sad. Furthermore, once this matter is discussed, it truly cannot be taken back. In the end, she, who is always decisive, chose to keep it a secret for a little longer. When Ningling was on the phone, she didn't notice that Agua was carrying a bag and bustling about in the celebrating crowd. Because of the event's immense popularity, news of its conclusion spread rapidly throughout the universe. The humans were undoubtedly the happiest to hear the news, because Wanyan Jinsan, the old scoundrel of the Junri tribe, became the only leader to die in this incident. After Wanyan Jinsan came to power, he spearheaded numerous attacks against the human race, directly and indirectly causing the deaths of no fewer than 1 million humans. Every human being hated that they would eat his flesh and drink his blood. Now, he is finally dead. On this day, the sky above Blue Star was exceptionally beautiful, with fireworks constantly lighting up the sky. We warmly celebrate the death of that scoundrel Wanyan. This demonstrates people's joy. This has further exacerbated the already severe pollution of the environment. The people celebrated his death, and the leaders of the Human Federation were also pleased, because they had just received news that the true Sun Clan fleet, which was confronting the humans, had retreated. The sudden death of Wanyan Jinsan triggered an internal struggle within the Junri tribe. For quite some time afterward, they didn't have time to target the human race. This is great news for the human race. Of course, some people are happy, while others are sad. Some strategists are now lamenting the loss of a golden opportunity to seize power. But this is in contrast to the fact that the leader turned the crisis into an opportunity. The public was clearly more interested in the mysterious Black Rakshasa. After all, people admire those who single-handedly turn the tide. For a time, people were full of discussion and speculation. Some say it's also part of the Zhongping Association. Otherwise, why would it have brought the armor in? It's just that they had internal strife. Some speculate that Eurom himself violated the agreement banning all weapons and had hidden them inside long ago. Some say it was sent by God. Otherwise, why would it come and go without a trace? The leaders, now that the danger has passed, have returned to their former boss-like demeanor. At this moment, everyone, including Shen Tianyuan, who had quietly returned, was doing one thing: putting pressure on Eurom. They sternly questioned President Joseph PTCHWYN and Vice President Beckford Odin. Is the Federation of Equals related to the Europa government? Otherwise, why are all its members government officials from Europa? Puchuan quickly explained. They, the Eurome people, love peace and would never collude with terrorists. But this might fool the general public. But everyone here is a leader. Don't they know you? Immediately, some pointed out that Eurome seemed to have connections with a radical anti-government group in a certain country. Puchuan repeatedly denied it, saying it was just a rumor. The man didn't delve into it further, since their goal wasn't to truly break ties with Eurome. After repeated assurances from Pushan and Odin, the leaders reluctantly believed that the attack had nothing to do with Eurome. But they then pointed out that even if the Federation for Peace and Security Affairs had nothing to do with the Europa government. However, it was the inherent security vulnerabilities of Eurome that allowed Zhong Pingui to take advantage of the situation. Because of the negligence of the Eurome government, they were put in danger, which in turn caused serious losses to their country and people, and even the entire universe. The true intentions are revealed when the map is unrolled. This was their real purpose: to take the opportunity to extract some compensation from Eurome. Eurome was indeed in the wrong and could only promise that he would provide reasonable compensation to all participating countries for this incident. The leaders were satisfied and stopped once they got what they wanted. No one paid any attention to Prime Minister Wanyan Jinsan being carried away in a body bag. Chapter 62. Dad, I've joined the army. The subsequent energy conference did not end because of me. After all, everyone needed to eat. Especially for some countries whose pillar industry is energy, they're just waiting to sign energy agreements and have enough to eat. However, no one was entirely at ease with Eurome's security measures and insisted on bringing their own bodyguards. After this incident, Europa also lacked the confidence to object. Thus, each leader brought an SS-level bodyguard, and some even had two. Everyone brought bodyguards, which made the atmosphere of the meeting much more harmonious. I'm afraid that if we start arguing and then get physical, SS level is no joke. The most special person in the entire event was Elector Rheinfall, also known as Shen Tianyuan. He didn't bring any guards. The reason is simple. He doesn't have an SS rank. This also reveals the problem of insufficient resources. Although he has a fleet, his individual combat strength is still insufficient. When others asked him why he didn't bring bodyguards, Shen Tianyuan said that he trusted the Eurome government and that they could protect him, so he didn't need to bring any more bodyguards. Other leaders also didn't expect that he actually couldn't produce an SS-level item. After all, even if a leader is poor, they can still produce an SS-level item, right? That evening, Shen Tianyuan contacted Bai Shuang to inquire about her recovery progress. In the previous battle on planet Leifa, Bai Shuang was seriously injured while protecting him, although her physical injuries have been healed using the super nanobot treatment. But don't forget, Bai Shuang is a biomodified human with a certain mechanical structure in her body. This kind of mechanical damage cannot be treated with super nanoworm therapy. Fortunately, the eggshell-shaped maintainer from the White Frost can repair mechanical damage to the body. These past few days, Shen Tianyuan left Bai Shuang in the fleet for repairs. This is why Bai Shuang was not seen in the Bunyul incident. If Bai Shuang were here, Shen Tianyuan wouldn't have to work so hard. Bai Shuang replied, "Brother Tian, the mechanical damage to the body has been repaired by 93%, and it is estimated that the repair will be completed in 10 hours, 37 minutes, and 20 seconds. Okay, is your armor repaired yet? It's fixed." In that battle, Bai Shuang's armor was also severely damaged. When it comes to armor maintenance, we must mention a special entity in the fleet, the giant Turtle 6 class industrial ship. In Starfleet, the largest ships are generally space carriers that need to carry a large number of carrier-based aircraft. But the First Galactic Fleet is not. Or rather, it's not a Tier 5 fleet. In a Tier 5 fleet, the largest ships are industrial ships. Industrial ships can not only repair ships, robots, and armored vehicles in the fleet, but their main function is manufacturing. It can manufacture everything from tiny screws to massive ships. Simply put, an industrial ship is a mobile military factory. It can move with the fleet while continuously producing new ships for the fleet. Having come into contact with industrial ships, Shen Tianyuan realized that the opportunity to start a military-industrial company had arrived. Shen Tianyuan had previously made a lot of money by selling yellow crystal ore, but the money earned was later taken by Ning's heavy industry. At that time, Shen Tianyuan realized that he should start his own military-industrial company. This way, you won't have to let others take your money, and you can also get involved in the highly profitable military industry. But at that time, Shen Tianyuan lacked the necessary conditions. He had no people, no technology, and not even a suitable venue. But things are different now. The giant Turtle 6 industrial ship possesses complete military production technology. Furthermore, the giant Turtle 6 industrial ship produces ships for Tier 5 fleets, which are more advanced than most ships on the market. Good things never have trouble selling, and they're never afraid of being expensive. Of course, in order to maintain technological leadership, we don't sell those core technologies. We will only sell military products that do not affect our technological leadership. But this was enough for Shen Tianyuan to make a fortune. And manpower and space are naturally not problems. Now that he is the lord of the planet Leifa, finding a suitable location and recruiting ice spirits to work for him is a piece of cake. At the same time, this also provides a good opportunity for employment for the people under his leadership, killing two birds with one stone. Without hesitation, Shen Tianyuan contacted Tianluo and instructed it to immediately begin establishing a large military factory on Lifa Star. The name has already been decided, AK Arms. After all, the AK series is the most produced firearm in the world. Shinra Galaxy, Raphael. It has only been 3 days since the new Lord took office, but the changes it brought about were earth-shattering. The Lord acts with swift and decisive action. In just a few days, thousands of Lord orders were issued, reforming Leifa Star in many ways. The reforms will focus on many areas, including the military, education, industry, and social welfare. Every reform has brought tangible changes to people's lives. The Pubu family was an ordinary family in the Ice Spirit clan. They lived a hard life but managed to get by. But over the past year, their family has almost gone out of business. First, a year ago, an explosion occurred at the mine where the male homeowner, Pubigili, worked. He survived by sheer luck, but his leg was blown off, leaving him lame ever since. There is no concept of work-related injury here. Perbujali received no compensation and was fired for affecting work efficiency. Immediately afterwards, the factory where the matriarch of the Pubu family, Pubu Manhwa, worked suddenly went bankrupt. Not only were they laid off, but they also didn't receive their wages for this month. Pubu Manhwa went to ask for her wages, but she didn't get a single penny and was even beaten up. Now the burden of the whole family rests on the shoulders of the eldest son, Perbusang. Pubusang was an anomaly from a young age. Unlike other ice spirits who love peace, he loved wielding swords and guns and dreamed of becoming a soldier. But the army doesn't recruit ice spirits at all. In the end, he could only become an auxiliary police officer, which was poorly paid and offered no access to weapons. But misfortunes never come singly. 2 weeks ago, Perbusang was dismissed for accidentally blocking the way of a nobleman. At this point, the Pubu family completely lost their source of income, and the family fell into hardship. But that wasn't the end of it. The youngest son, Perbusang, was originally in elementary school. To prevent the ice spirits from becoming unmanageable after learning to read and write, the law stipulated that ice spirits could only attend elementary school. But Nizarantan announced that the ice spirit clan's primary school curriculum would be reduced by another year. This resulted in Sepasangdi dropping out of school before he was even 10 years old. At his age, even child laborers wouldn't hire him. He could only stay home and play in the mud. The successive blows caused Pubjari to lose all hope for life. Just then, the planet Leifa underwent a complete transformation, and a new lord arrived. The people around them, including the eldest son, were discussing that the new lord might be able to bring them a better life. But Perbujali had no hope. What difference is there between new and old? All lords are the same. They only oppress their people, but they will never do anything to help them. Nothing will change. Life will remain bleak. Everyone went out today. Perbujali was home alone. He took out the pesticide he had secretly bought, intending to kill himself so as not to burden his family. He opened the lid and was about to drink it when, suddenly, I heard my eldest son excitedly shout, "Dad, I've joined the army." Chapter 63, My In-Laws. I was confused for a moment. Perbujali was so frightened that he almost poured the pesticide into his mouth. He hurriedly hid the pesticide and, pretending to be nonchalant, yelled at his eldest son who rushed in. "What's all the noise about? I'm not dead yet." Perbusang didn't notice the strange look on his father's face and continued excitedly, "Dad, I've joined the army." Perbujali frowned. "You're obsessed with joining the army. We ice spirits don't allow people to join the army." Perbusang nodded. "That was the former lord. The new lord made us ice spirit soldiers." "Real? Of course it's true. It's been on the news these past few days. Haven't you seen it? These past few days, all Perbujali has been thinking about is how to die. He has no interest in watching the news." "Dad, look." Perbusang placed a document in front of him. "This is my enlistment notice. I will be going to the military camp the day after tomorrow." Perbujali picked it up and examined it. The seals were complete and seemed genuine. Perbusang proudly said, "Dad, let me tell you, I was the first one selected in our village. The officer in charge of conscription even praised me for having a bright future." Perbujali remained unsmiling. Even if he could join the army, it would probably be the same as being an auxiliary police officer, low pay, and you wouldn't even get to handle weapons. Nobody would want to go. You're just naively thinking you're getting a good deal. Perbusang took out an envelope. "Dad, you're wrong about that. The salary for soldiers isn't low. Look, this is a month's salary that my superiors gave me in advance." Perbujali took it and felt it. It was quite thick, and he thought that the thickness meant it must be a small denomination banknote. But upon opening it, they discovered it was the largest denomination. He took it out and examined it carefully. It was indeed real money. But how could there be so many? This is several times his wages as a miner. Perbujali asked incredulously, "Son, is this really your monthly salary?" Perbusang nodded. "That's right, and the salary will increase with the position and years of service." Perbujali still found it hard to believe. But everything else is illusory. Money is always real. Previously, they, the ice spirits, were completely forbidden from serving in the military. Now they're not only allowed to join the army, but their salaries are also so high. How could things have changed so much? Am I dreaming? Perbujali pinched himself. It hurt. It's real, not a dream. He hurriedly asked, "Son, tell me quickly what happened." "Dad, it's like this. Military reform is an important part of the new policy. The military reform began with the recruitment of a new army. Strictly speaking, Leifa currently has no army protecting it. The former lord, Nizarongton, knew he was unpopular and, in order to prevent the ice spirits from rebelling, forbade them from joining the army and denied them any opportunity to come into contact with weapons. The level 4 star fleet that was annihilated was entirely crewed by the Tark Beastmen. The ice spirits suffered no losses in the war to liberate the planet Leifa. This is also one of the reasons why Shen Tianyuan was able to take over Liphos Star smoothly. After Shen Tianyuan took over Liphos Star, the remaining garrison was all composed of Tak Beastmen, who were a potential threat if left behind, so they were all expelled. The planet Leifa currently has no army and relies entirely on the Galactic First Fleet for protection. But this is not a long-term solution. Recruiting new troops is imperative. However, the Ice Spirit Clan is a peace-loving people and does not like war. They had little desire to join the new army. However, with the release of the new military's benefits, not only are the salaries generous, but there are also laws and regulations to guarantee the welfare and social status of military personnel. The generous benefits changed people's original ideas, and they all felt that the conscription office was right. The army is a force for maintaining peace, and joining the army is a manifestation of loving peace. Therefore, for the sake of peace, one must join the army. Now, soldiers, who were previously not highly regarded, have suddenly become sought after. The benefits of joining the army are so good now, everyone wants to join. Almost all the young people in our village have gone, and I was the first one selected from our village, Purbu Sang said proudly. He held the documents in one hand and the money in the other. Pubujali finally believed it was true, and his eyes welled up with tears. After a year of bad luck, the Pubu family finally turned their fortunes around. I was so happy. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door, and when I opened it, it was Dokujirui. It is said that this Dokujir was originally related to him by marriage. The eldest son and his daughter had long been betrothed since they were children. But not long ago, looking at the Pubu family in trouble, Dokujirui's decision to break off the engagement caused the Pubu family to lose face. This was also one of the reasons that drove Pubjirai to choose suicide. Dear in-laws, I heard that Sang has joined the army, and as his father-in-law, I've come to congratulate him. Let's see if we can get the children married soon. Besides, Sang is going to join the army soon, and he needs a home, doesn't he? At this moment, Dokujirui, carrying wine and meat, spoke with a beaming smile about the marriage alliance. She completely forgot his cold words when he broke off the engagement. This infuriated Purbujalai. Get out. Our marriage is off. My son Sang is in the army. It has nothing to do with you. Get out. No, my dear in-law, I was just confused for a moment. Having witnessed Kujiri's snobbishness, Pubjalai would never agree to the marriage again. They pushed and shoved Dokujir out of the door. In-laws, for the sake of the children, listen to Dokujiri's current groveling. The father and son looked at each other and laughed simultaneously. Ha! All the resentment I had in the past vanished at this moment. The two stopped laughing and looked at the enlistment notice on the table. Compared to previous doubts, I no longer care. This time, Purbujalai picked it up with great respect. Son, this thing changed our family's destiny. Yes, Dad. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again. Purbujalai opened the door. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? The youngest son outside the door looked innocent. Dad, why did you tell me to get out? The child's mother glared at him and said, Hey, what did my son do to offend you? You have to give me a straight answer. Purbujalai chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, I made a mistake. I thought it was Dokujiri. Oh, if it's that shameless bastard Dokujiri who comes, we'll have to make him get lost. The couple entered the door and said in unison, I have good news. The two of them said in unison, You go first. Finally, Purbujalai spoke first, saying, You've become a soldier. Very good. They clearly already knew about the benefits of military service, and the whole family happily hugged each other. Pubjirai asked, What good news do you have? We have more than one piece of good news. Chapter 64, Spending Money Like Water. Sandy can continue his studies, and I found a job. Upon hearing Purbumadralma announce 2 pieces of good news, Purbujalai was so excited that he could barely speak. Really? Really? Pubumajwa glared at her husband. What have you been doing these past few days? You've been completely out of it. You didn't even know a single one of the reforms the Lord announced. Purbujalai gave an awkward smile. He couldn't very well say that he had been busy seeking death these past few days. Pubumajwa explained, The Lord has restored our ice spirit's right to education, and Sangdi can continue going to school tomorrow. Education is the foundation of a nation and the basis for its strength. It is the cornerstone of a nation's rise. Therefore, education is essential, and it must be done well. Of course, some personal motives were inevitably involved. The curriculum has shifted away from democratic ideals and towards patriotism and loyalty to the monarch. Shen Tianyuan is not a saint. It's not worth spending money to cultivate a bunch of people who oppose you. That's great. Sandy has a school to attend, so he can become an educated person in the future, and his life will have hope. By the way, how did you find a job? The Lord's industrial reforms, including infrastructure construction and factory upgrades, require a large number of workers. I just found a job at a factory in town, and the pay isn't bad, said Drama with a broad smile. That's wonderful. Not only that, Lord, you have also enacted laws to improve our workers' treatment and protect our interests. For example, if we are injured at work, the factory must provide us with reasonable compensation. That way, we won't be afraid to work anymore, and we can work as hard as we can. Pubjirai clasped his hands together and exclaimed in admiration, "What a wise and benevolent Lord you are!" The economy is the lifeblood of a nation. Previously, Leifaxing's industries were backward, and the workers received poor treatment, resulting in a lack of motivation among them. This has led to slow economic development. Therefore, industrial reform and improved worker benefits must go hand in hand to rapidly increase production capacity. As the saying goes, the wool comes from a sheep. Sheep need to be well fed to produce more wool. The people are wealthy, the country is strong, and he, the Lord, benefits the most. Bullied was happy for a moment, but then it suddenly occurred to him. His family members all have their own things to do, and he, the cripple, has nothing to do. Life is getting better, but he is still a burden to his family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel sad again. At this moment, Manhwa said, "Master, it's a pity you're too late." "What's wrong?" "We went to the job fair and found out that the benevolent Lord had set up some special positions, giving priority to people with disabilities. Grandpa Gongbu from our village, who has a limp, successfully found a job watching over the warehouse." Bullied's eyes widened. "Really?" "Yes, I wanted to come back and call you, but we had already filled all the positions." Oops. Bullied really wanted to slap himself twice. "It turns out I also had a new opportunity, but I was only thinking about dying, and I didn't seize the opportunity when it came." Just as Bullied was filled with regret, the radio came on. "Fellow villagers, the wise Lord has issued another recruitment order for the construction of the AK military factory. Villagers who are not yet employed, hurry to the town recruitment office." Bullied's dull eyes suddenly lit up. An opportunity has arrived. "Yes, let's go quickly." Half an hour later, Bullied looked at his job offer letter with a smile on his face. Because of his leg ailment, he was given priority for hiring as a warehouse manager, and he got a job. This allowed him, who had been laid off for a year, to rediscover his sense of self-worth. "The gloom in my heart has been swept away." Immediately, Bullied burst into tears. "Dad, why are you crying?" Bullied wiped away his tears and smiled. I'm happy. Not long ago, our family was almost on the verge of collapse. In just a few days, our family not only had a means of survival, but also a glimmer of hope. All of this is thanks to the Lord's kindness and wisdom. It is He who has given us this life. Our Lord has been so kind to us. We must repay Him properly." Bullied looked at his eldest son, saying, "You are a soldier. You must be absolutely loyal to the Lord. Otherwise, you are no longer a member of the Pubi family." "Dad, don't worry. Anyone who dares to oppose the Lord, I'll fight them to the death." "Well said. And you, Sandy, study hard and grow up to repay the Lord." "I understand, Dad." Then he looked at Drama. "And we must also work hard and never let down the Lord's good intentions." "Do you even need to tell me?" The situation of the Pubu family is just a microcosm of the thousands of Ice Spirit clan families on the planet Lifa. They personally felt their lives improving, which made them deeply grateful to their Lord. In fact, people's demands have never been high. They just want to be fed, clothed, and warm. If you treat them a little better, they'll be willing to fight to the death for you. But strangely enough, there are always people who can't meet such a simple requirement. Because in their eyes, the people are merely tools to be manipulated. They only think about how to rule the people forever. For example, a certain dynasty used methods such as keeping the people ignorant, weak, exhausted, humiliated, and impoverished to suppress their thoughts, making them barely able to survive on the poverty line and keeping them busy with their daily lives so that they had no time to oppose the government, thus facilitating the government's eternal rule. But don't forget that a poor populace leads to a weak nation. Once this situation encounters external intrusion, it will immediately reveal its true nature and be beaten so badly that even its own mother wouldn't recognize it. After listening to Tianluo's report on the situation on Lifa Star, Shen Tianyuan gave his approval. Whether it's recruiting new soldiers, establishing schools, or developing industries, all of these can provide a large number of jobs and quickly stimulate people's livelihoods and the economy in a short term. This can quickly win people's hearts and minds, and is also conducive to long-term development. Of course, implementing these measures requires money, a lot of money. Therefore, by eliminating the Nizhou family, the wealth accumulated by the Nizhou family over a dozen generations was spent like water before it could even be enjoyed. But Shen Tianyuan didn't feel sorry for him. Spending money now is for the purpose of earning more money in the future. He, as the Lord, will also become more powerful. Thinking of this, Shen Tianyuan suddenly felt that the title of Elector Marquis seemed to be no longer worthy of him. The Emperor is clearly more suitable. But then, Shen Tianyuan gave a bitter smile. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. Shen Tianyuan shook his head, trying not to think about those irrelevant things. He put on the gaming headset and logged into StarCraft 2. Chapter 65, The Mysterious Egg. As soon as he logged on, Shen Tianyuan received a message from Su Kiki. Brother Tian, you're here. I'll transfer the money to you. Fearing that Shen Tianyuan would refuse, Su Kiki transferred the money before Shen Tianyuan could reply. Unfortunately, Shen Tianyuan is here today to terminate the deal. Since Shen Tianyuan builds his own military factory, he won't need to sell the items he manifests in the game. He can use them himself. Besides, Su Kiki is too curious, so we won't keep her any longer. Even without a written contract, verbal notification is still necessary. Shen Tianyuan said directly, QQ, I'm sorry, our cooperation has ended for some reason. Su Kiki was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, No, Brother Tian, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Shen Tianyuan remained unmoved by Su Kiki's pleas. I don't know Su Kiki anything, so why should I give her a chance? Okay, I have something to do. I'll stop chatting now. After saying that, she didn't reply to Coco. On the other side, Su Kiki saw that Shen Tianyuan was no longer replying to the message she sent. She knew it was all over. The stepmother will definitely use this as an excuse to kick her out of management again. All of this was because she was too reckless and thought she was clever enough to try to find out Tianji's true identity. So what if she finds out now? She really shot herself in the foot. She regretted it so much, but it was too late. She felt regret, but also hatred. I hate my own recklessness. She hated her stepmother and her father even more. It was due to her stepmother's scheming and her father's indifference. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to work so hard, and she wouldn't have to worry so much about the deal falling through, which could lead her to do something rash. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but kick the wall. Damn old woman, confused old man, ugh. But she forgot that she was staying in a hotel, and the person next to her was staying there. Soon, Ningling came and knocked on the door. Coco, I heard noises coming from your room. Are you all right? Su Kiki wiped her face and pretended nothing was wrong as she opened the door. It's nothing, Ah Ling. I'm exercising. It's good that you're okay. Good night, Coco. By the way, Ah Ling, when is your brother-in-law coming back? It will be soon. Okay, good night, Ah Ling. After closing the door, Su Kiki's expression turned cold. The word give up doesn't exist in her dictionary. She has to find a way to turn the situation around. On the other side, Shen Tianyuan was preparing to make a new attempt at materialization. After the Bunyol incident, Shen Tianyuan thought that he might encounter something like this again in the future, and he could only rely on his own special circumstances. Therefore, it's essential to prepare more life-saving measures. The system is undoubtedly a point that can be explored. Previously, he focused too much on the ability to convert tangible objects into monetary value. Therefore, the focus is on materialization, on objects that exist in reality, so that when these objects are materialized and converted into cash, they will not arouse suspicion. Now that Shen Tianyuan is not short of money, he can focus on materializing those fictional props that do not exist in reality. With the help of his wealth, Shen Tianyuan successfully collected some fictional items, including but not limited to titles, pets, equipment, ships, potions, etc. There are many fictional props, but the outcome of some can be known without them being materialized. Because the current weight limit for a single manifestation is 40 kilograms, and some equipment and ships weigh far more than 40 kilograms, they simply cannot be manifested. Shen Tianyuan began experimenting with fictional items whose weight was within the upper limit. First, there are pets. Pets, as living beings, are classified according to their level of danger. Based on past experience, Shen Tianyuan could roughly guess. The system can produce items of the same level as the system level. But people always have a sense of wishful thinking. So, Shen Tianyuan decided to start with level 8 creatures. Success means huge profits. Failure means no loss. Currently, the highest level pet available in StarCraft 2 is level 9. However, level 9 pets have never appeared since the game's launch. Failed to materialize level 8 creature, Extreme Abyss Starry Sky Dragon Egg. Please upgrade your system level. Extreme Abyss Star Dragon, Animal Danger level 8. It doesn't exist in reality, but in the game setting, it's a colossal star beast capable of tearing apart starships with its bare hands, and it's the ultimate pet. Players must send out fleets to capture it. Shen Tianyuan spent hundreds of thousands of star coins to buy it. Unfortunately, the realization failed. As expected, such top-tier pets cannot yet be manifested. Keep this egg for now, and try it again later. But it cannot be hatched, because once hatched and grown, it cannot be manifested. Next, Shen Tianyuan began to lower the animal's level. After a series of failures, the biological system dropped to level 3, which is the current system level. Successfully materialized level 3 Saturn Piglet, gaining 125 experience points. Then, an oval-shaped green pig appeared in Shen Tianyuan's hand. Instantly, a pungent, almost tangible stench assaulted Shen Tianyuan's nostrils, nearly causing him to faint. The Saturnian slug is a real species that is not inherently aggressive, but unfortunately, its body odor is terrifying. The body odor of adult swine, when in heat, can be so strong that it can kill a human and is considered poisonous to other creatures. There are real-world examples proving that Saturn the pig has been used in terrorist attacks and wars. Shen Tianyuan quickly deployed his armor, and the independent breathing system brought him back to life. As expected of the so-called most flamboyant pig in the entire universe, even a piglet is this awesome. Shen Tianyuan quickly found something to wrap up the piglet and planned to send away when he had the chance. Fortunately, each room in the place I stayed had its own ventilation duct. Otherwise, if the smell gets out, it might be mistaken for a second terrorist attack. Shen Tianyuan hid in another room to escape the terror of the slutty pig. This slutty pig proves that it is possible to materialize pets of level 3 or lower. However, pets below level 3 are still considered to have decent combat power. However, due to the weight limit for each manifestation, the pets he manifests are mostly cubs or eggs. It takes a long time to raise them to adulthood. Their maximum level is only 3, which is too low and not worth the time to raise them. It seems that using pets is not a viable option for now. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to give up, he suddenly noticed a bunch of mysterious eggs that had been given as a bonus when he acquired the pet. The mysterious egg is also a fictional prop. Similar to pet blind boxes, it can yield all kinds of pets, and it's said that someone once even got the Abyss Star Dragon. But the odds are incredibly low. Generally speaking, if you have the luck to draw the Extreme Abyss Starry Sky Dragon, you could win billions in the lottery. Therefore, the mysterious egg is not of high value. But since it's a free gift, let's open it. Chapter 66, White Dumpling. Hatching successful. Congratulations on obtaining a level 0 creature, a baby boar. Hatching successful. Congratulations on obtaining a level 1 creature, snow-winged tiger cub. Hatching successful. Congratulations on obtaining a level 0 creature. Shen Tianyuan opened hundreds of mysterious eggs, turning the game manor into an animal kindergarten. But he didn't even get a single level 2 creature. Shen Tianyuan sighed. The person who supposedly unleashed the level 8 Extreme Abyss Starry Sky Dragon must have used the power to unify the universe to open this mysterious egg. However, being a gambler at heart, I still think there's hope for a comeback. Shen Tianyuan collected another 500 mysterious eggs. A series of white lights flashed by. This time, I couldn't even get a level 1 creature, but I got 500 level 0 creatures. Shen Tianyuan was speechless. Sure enough, gamblers are doomed. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to give up, he suddenly received an email. Upon opening it, He found it was the mysterious egg merchant who had just sold him 500 eggs. The message reads, "Boss, there's only one mysterious egg left. I'll give it to you as a clearance sale item. Attachment, Mysterious Egg X1." Shen Tianyuan casually clicked on it, and it was another white light symbolizing a level 0 creature. As expected, it's still the same. But the next second, Shen Tianyuan realized that something seemed different. What appeared before my eyes was a round, white thing I had never seen before. Hatching successful. Congratulations on obtaining a level 0 unknown creature, Cubs. Unknown creature? Shen Tianyuan picked it up and saw that the thing was round and plump, covered in snow-white down, and had no eyes, nose, or limbs. It doesn't look like a living creature, but like a hairy snowball. Shen Tianyuan poked it a few times with his hand, but the thing didn't react at all. Never mind, let's try materializing it first. Successfully conjured a level 0 unknown creature, gaining 125 experience points. Shen Tianyuan looked at the white ball in his hand, and it had truly materialized. Hey, no matter how Shen Tianyuan called it or shook it, it didn't react at all, like a lifeless doll. Are you dead? Don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't speak. Then, no matter how much Shen Tianyuan stretched or flattened it, or even kicked it twice like a shuttlecock, it didn't react at all. After trying to rouse it for a while, it remained motionless. Shen Tianyuan was speechless. Could it be that the game had a bug and was mistaking a doll for a living being? But the system also says it's a living organism. That's really strange. How can a living thing remain completely still? Shen Tianyuan was completely baffled. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Your Excellency, Elector Rheinfall, your dinner is served. Shen Tianyuan opened the door, and the waiters brought in a sumptuous dinner, set the table, and then said goodbye and left. Shen Tianyuan had no choice but to put the white dumpling on the table and go wash his hands before eating. Having just washed his hands, Shen Tianyuan was taken aback when he returned, then rubbed his eyes. What about dinner? The sumptuous dinner that was laid out on the table has vanished. Even the bowls and plates are gone. It was as if it never existed. But Shen Tianyuan is not yet old enough to be senile. He was quite certain that dinner had been served, but it had vanished. But things don't just disappear into thin air. After looking around, Shen Tianyuan's gaze fell on the white ball of fluff, although it doesn't resemble a prisoner. But apart from that, there was nothing else suspicious. In order to find out the truth, Shen Tianyuan ordered another sumptuous dinner. After a sumptuous dinner was set out, Shen Tianyuan got up to wash his hands. But he didn't actually go. Instead, he hit at the door and peeked out. Upon closer inspection, the culprit was indeed found. Suddenly, the lifeless white ball of fluff swayed, and then the scene changed abruptly. The white ball of fluff opened its enormous maw, several times its own size, and swallowed the dinner bowl and plates whole. Then it returned to a completely still state. The incident happened in less than a second. If Shen Tianyuan hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have believed it. It really is alive. The little thing is quite the actor. Shen Tianyuan strode over and picked up the white dumpling. Quietly, there was no trace of the ferocious way he had been eating. Hey, I saw you. You ate my food. At least say something. The white ball of dough still didn't react at all. All right, you little rascal. You're playing dead again. Shen Tianyuan then had another table of delicious food brought over and placed in front of it. But Shen Tianyuan didn't leave this time. Instead, he tore off a plump roasted chicken leg and waved it in front of the white dumpling. Look, how delicious the roasted chicken leg is. Want some? Just say so. The white ball of fluff reacted in less than a second. Suddenly, a pair of big, round, jet-black eyes appeared from beneath the white, downy fur. Then, the gaping maw opened again and bit off the chicken leg from Shen Tianyuan's hand. But after eating the roasted chicken leg, he continued to play dead. Shen Tianyuan used the same trick again, waving another chicken leg around. Just as the white dumpling opened its mouth to take a bite, Shen Tianyuan instantly removed the chicken leg. No matter how big its mouth is, it still manages to bite through nothing. Then, it tried to rush over to eat the chicken leg. But Shen Tianyuan held him down with one hand, feeling the force coming from his hand. To be honest, for a creature of this size, the white dumpling possesses considerable strength, even extraordinary strength. But it was only a level 0 creature after all, and was suppressed by Shen Tianyuan. It opened its mouth wide, but couldn't reach the chicken leg, and cried out in frustration. Squeak, squeak. Shen Tianyuan chuckled to himself. It really did make a squeak. But the little white dumpling wasn't going to joke around with you. It turned around and bit Shen Tianyuan. The sharp teeth bit through Shen Tianyuan's skin, although it recovered quickly due to the nanomaterials. But Shen Tianyuan was not happy. It's okay to be a little greedy. But Shen Tianyuan wouldn't tolerate its biting just because it's cute. Shen Tianyuan punched the white ball of fluff, but it didn't react much and instead bit Shen Tianyuan. Next, no matter how many times you punched it or even stomped on it, it didn't react at all. It seems to feel no pain and is completely unyielding. It's going to bite you. If force can't subdue him, Shen Tianyuan has other methods. Shen Tianyuan then had a pile of delicious food brought over and spread it all around the white dumpling. This was heaven for the little white dumpling. It opened its mouth to eat, but Shen Tianyuan grabbed it. Squeak. And so the white dumpling saw the delicious food right in front of it, but could only see it, not eat it. Before long, it became so anxious that its fur stood on end, and its size doubled. But Shen Tianyuan suppressed it and wouldn't give it any food. And so, one person and one ball, they remained deadlocked for the entire night. The next day, Shen Tianyuan found a titanium alloy cage and locked it up, still placing it among the pile of food. Make it see, but not eat. Shen Tianyuan went to continue his meeting. When Shen Tianyuan returned home that evening, he heard a weak creaking sound as soon as he entered the door. Shen Tianyuan went over and saw that its white fur was drooping down like a deflated balloon. Shen Tianyuan reached out his hand. This time, the little white dumpling looked at the hand extended in front of it and didn't bite it. Instead, it stuck out its pink little tongue and licked Shen Tianyuan's hand. The little thing gave in. Let's call Chapter 67 Tong Tong, meaning bucket. As a reward for Bai Tuanzi's submission, Shen Tianyuan opened the cage and released Bai Tuanzi. The little white dumpling didn't act rashly. It turned around and stared at Shen Tianyuan with its big, bright eyes. It wasn't until Shen Tianyuan waved his hand, indicating that we should eat. The white dumpling rushed out like a whirlwind, swallowing the mountain of food in just a few bites. Shen Tianyuan was surprised. The food it ate was larger than its own body. How do they even eat that? Is its stomach some kind of alternate dimension, capable of holding so many things? After finishing eating, the white dumpling lay on its back with its round belly. After it finished eating, Shen Tianyuan decided to try again and reached out his hand. The white ball of fluff didn't bite. Instead, it stuck out its pink little tongue and licked itself. This means we've tamed the little guy. Having successfully subdued the white ball of fur, Shen Tianyuan suddenly felt a jolt. Wait, something's not right. Why should I go through all that trouble to subdue this thing? This thing eats a ton and likes to play dead. Although it eats fiercely, it's only a level 0 creature with a very low potential, so it's useless. He was riddled with flaws. Of course, it does have one advantage. Goo. Round and white, fluffy with big eyes. It's so cute, girls will definitely like it. But for Shen Tianyuan, it was just average. It eats so much, it feels like I'm losing out by keeping it. But since it's something you've created yourself, you can't just walk away like a heartless man. After thinking it over, Shen Tianyuan decided to take care of her for a while longer. Find an opportunity to kick him out. We can't keep calling it a white dumpling. It needs a name. Shen Tianyuan thought for a moment, and then he had an idea. Bucket. It eats so much, it's practically a glutton, so let's call it Bucket Bucket. The energy conference concluded successfully with a group photo of over 1,000 leaders. Shen Tianyuan has completed the task of signing the energy contract for Leifa Star. Next, he should return to Leifa Star, back to the protection of the fleet, and continue to play it safe and develop. But before that, he needed to see Ning Ling. There was something he needed them to take back. At Truffaut Airport, Ning Ling is on the phone with Ning Ing. Sister, let's go back together after we wait for brother-in-law. Hearing this, Ning Ing sighed softly. Ning Ling was unaware that Shen Tianyuan would not be returning. Some truths must eventually be revealed. Ning Ing took a deep breath. Linger, there's something I need to tell you. Your brother-in-law. Halfway through the conversation, Ning Ling suddenly cheered from the other end of the phone. Brother-in-law, over here. Ning Ing was taken aback. Linger, what did you say? My brother-in-law is here. Sister, let's talk later. Bye. Doo-doo. Ning Ing stared blankly at the busy signal on the phone. Linger, you said Shen Tianyuan is back. How could this be? Didn't he decide to leave? Why come back again? Suddenly, Ning Ing remembered that during the attack, she had promised him that she would agree to anything as long as he could save Ning Ling and Ning Qi. Did he come back for that? How does he want to repay him? After some divergent thinking, Ning Ing touched her cheek. It was a little hot. Shen Tianyuan met up with Ning Ling and the others. Upon meeting, Ning Ling immediately complained, "Brother-in-law, you're so slow." Judging from her words, Ning Ling seemed not to have told them that she was leaving. "It seems I'll have to tell them myself." Suddenly, Ning Ling reached out and handed over an ice cream. "If you slow down any further, the ice cream will melt." Shen Tianyuan looked at the ice cream and sighed inwardly. Humans are not plants or trees. How can they be without feelings? Parting is always a sad thing, but the truth must always be faced. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to tell the truth, his pocket suddenly moved and a white head popped out. Then, with lightning speed, he opened his mouth and bit into the ice cream in Ning Ling's hand. Fortunately, Shen Tianyuan reacted quickly and grabbed it back. Ning Ling stared at the white ball of dough in Shen Tianyuan's hand, her big eyes gradually brightening. "Wow, so cute." Even Ning Chi and Su Kiki couldn't help but focus their attention on the white dumpling. Ning Ling hurriedly asked, brother-in-law, what is this?" "It's so cute. I don't know what it is. I just picked it up from the trash can." Squeak. The white dumpling barked twice, seemingly protesting Shen Tianyuan's slander. "So cute, can I hug her?" Seeing Ning Ling's expectant eyes, how could Shen Tianyuan refuse? He whispered to the white dumpling, "Hey, I don't care what you eat, but if you dare to bite her, you're dead, understand? If you do, just say so." Ji responded with a comment, but it was unclear whether it agreed or disagreed. Judging from its previous behavior, the little white dumpling is quite smart and should know what to do. Shen Tianyuan then handed over the white dumpling. Ning Ling carefully took it and stroked the soft fur. "It feels so good. It's so cute." Then Ning Ling asked, "Brother-in-law, what's its name?" "Bucket. It eats so much. It's a real glutton, hence the name Bucket." Ning Ling immediately protested, "Brother-in-law, it's so cute. How could you give it such an awful name?" But before she could finish speaking, Ning Ling felt her hand go empty. Looking down, I realized the ice cream in my hand was gone. "Where's the ice cream?" Ning Chi, who was standing nearby, saw this and pointed at the white dumpling. It ate it. Ning Ling wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was delighted and said, "So it loves ice cream. Let's go buy some more." He then carried it to the ice cream shop. "Boss, 2 salmon flavors, please." Ning Ling wanted to give one to it and another to her brother-in-law. But unexpectedly, the ice cream had just arrived. The white dumpling opened its mouth wide, and both were gone. Ning Ling's face stiffened. "Boss, 2 more, please." Ning Ling thought that the white dumpling was only that big, so how much more could it eat? But as soon as the ice cream arrived, he ate it all. Ning Ling thought it had finally eaten its fill, so she decided to buy more. The white dumpling opened its mouth and disappeared again. And so, the white dumpling ate more than 10 in a row. Ning Ling's happy little face turned sad. "It eats too much. Let's call a bucket." Shen Tianyuan was engrossed in his reading when suddenly a voice called out in his ear, "Mr. Shen." Shen Tianyuan was startled and turned to look at the young man who had called him. He hadn't even noticed the young man's arrival. Shen Tianyuan asked warily, "Who are you?" The man said in a low voice, "The armor of Leif's star is mine." Chapter 68, I'll lend you something. Shen Tianyuan was jolted awake. The SS-class brown-yellow armored vehicle instantly appeared in his mind. "Is it you?" The young man nodded. "Yes." "How can this be proven?" The young man flipped his hand, revealing a brown-yellow armored bracelet on his wrist. Shen Tianyuan did not readily believe it. "I need to verify the armor." "Good." The young man simply took off the armored bracelet and handed it to Shen Tianyuan. "You can verify it yourself." Shen Tianyuan's pupils narrowed. Giving the armored bracelet to the other party was tantamount to giving his life to them. This gesture earned Shen Tianyuan more trust, but he still needed to confirm it. Shen Tianyuan took the armored bracelet into the public restroom, put on his wrist, and activated the armor. As the armor unfolded, a powerful sense of heaviness emanated from it. That's correct. Because the brown-yellow armor was SS grade, it was beyond the capacity of his S grade physique, which is why he felt so heavy. Shen Tianyuan confirmed the appearance of the armor through the external inspection, and it was completely identical to the brown-yellow SS-class aircraft. No 2 SS-class armored vehicles are exactly alike in the universe. In this way, the authenticity of the matter can be confirmed. "Call." Shen Tianyuan put away the armor, and only then did the feeling of heaviness disappear. Shen Tianyuan went out and returned the armored bracelet to the young man. "It seems you really did save me. Thank you for saving my life. Also, I wanted to ask you some questions." "You said? Who are you? Why did you save me?" My name is Pan Gung, and I was sent by Lord Ning to protect you. Upon hearing the name, Lord Ning, a name flashed through Shen Tianyuan's mind. Lord Ning? Ning Xingho? Yes. How can this be proven? Pan Gung made a video call. The video call connected, and on the other end was the very elderly Ning Xingho. Ning Xingho lowered his eyes, looking unwell, but he managed to say through his labored breathing, Pan Gung was sent by me to protect you. After saying this, Ning Xingho was out of breath and went to rest. The video is short, but it is enough to prove Pan Gung's identity. Knowing that Shen Tianyuan was sent by Ning Xingho, Shen Tianyuan felt much more at ease. Recently, for certain reasons, his trust in Ning Xingho has increased significantly. The Pan Gung he sent shouldn't be a threat to him. But there are still some things I need to clarify. Why did Lord Ning send you to protect me? How long have you been here? Shen Tianyuan could guess some of the reasons. But he wanted to find out how long Pan Gung had been secretly following him, so as to determine how many of his secret Pan Gung had discovered. I don't know the reason. I only follow orders and don't ask why. I was assigned to protect you starting from the time you last visited Lord Ning. Then, Shen Tianyuan went straight to the point and asked, You've been with me for so long, you must know some of my secrets, right? Yes. Were they? Pan Gung said, I know that you are the Elector of Rheinfall. You have a level 5 fleet, and you're the one who dealt with the armored vehicle attack by Bunyul. Sure enough, Pan Gung learned many secrets. If it were an ordinary person, Shen Tianyuan would find a way to get rid of him later. But Pan Gung had saved him and was kind to him. Although Shen Tianyuan is an egoist, he would never repay kindness with enmity. Shen Tianyuan continued to ask, You know? And Ning Gong must also know? Yes. Aren't you curious about how I did it? Since Lord Ning didn't ask, it's not within my scope of responsibility. I have another question. Since you were secretly protecting me before, why are you revealing your identity now? Because someone wants to kill you. Who? The Takorf. Then, Pan Gung briefly explained the situation. He was in charge of Shen Tianyuan's safety, so he had to investigate everything related to Shen Tianyuan's safety. Today, he discovered that someone had investigated the fleet of the Elector of Rheinfall. He sensed something was wrong, so he went to investigate. It was discovered that the mastermind behind this was the Tak Beast clan, who were planning to assassinate Elector Rheinfall, also known as Shen Tianyuan. So it was the Tak Beastmen. Shen Tianyuan remained calm, showing no surprise. During the energy conference, the Tak Beastmen came looking for trouble, but instead got a lesson from him. I had long heard that the Takor were very vengeful, but I never imagined they were this vengeful. They wanted to kill me after I caused them a small loss. How do they plan to take action? On your fleet's journey from Eurom's capital to the Stargate, they will ambush you with 2 SS-class ships. This plan is simple and straightforward, but its success rate is quite high. After all, Shen Tianyuan did not bring a fleet or high-ranking guards on this trip. Pan Gung continued to explain his reasoning. If I do not intervene, you will likely return to Lifa Star as the Elector. If we are attacked en route, I cannot guarantee your safety 100%, so I have to prevent you from returning. After consulting with Lord Ning, he instructed me to reveal my identity to you, explain the situation, and persuade you to change your itinerary. Shen Tianyuan pondered for a moment. Yes, I will listen to you and change the itinerary. I will not return with the Elector's fleet. Mr. Shen, the Tak Beastmen's attack has failed this time, but they probably won't give up. There's a possibility that they will send someone to assassinate you on Lifa Star. For your safety, Lord Ning hopes that you will not return to Lifa Star, but return to Blue Star for temporary refuge. In what capacity will I return to Earth? Continue to act as the son-in-law of the Ning family. This is a legitimate identity for you, and the Tak Beastmen cannot find it. During this time, the Ning Guild will handle the affairs of the Tak Beastmen for you. After that, it's your freedom to go wherever you wish. This allows Shen Tianyuan to return to his previous life. All his previous efforts to leave the Ning family were in vain. But Shen Tianyuan was not a stubborn person. He knew how to adapt to the times. He wanted to leave the Ning family before because he was worried that they had ill intentions. But now, Shen Tianyuan knows that it was Ning Xingho's arrangement, and he also knows Ning Xingho to some extent, so Ning Xingho would not harm him. Moreover, he had just succeeded as Elector of Rheinfall. Besides the Tark Orcs, it's not uncommon for others to be eager to make a move, rather than being in the open and becoming a target. It's better to stay hidden in the shadows and wait until the danger is eliminated before reappearing. There's also a personal sentiment involved, but I won't go into that. In conclusion, Shen Tianyuan agreed with Pan Gong's opinion. But before leaving, we need to do something. After all, if the attack beastmen wanted to take a bite out of him, they couldn't just slink away without saying a word. If you try to bite me, I'll break your teeth. Shen Tianyuan looked at Pan Gong. I want to borrow something from you. Chapter 69, Agua Changes Careers. Afterwards, Shen Tianyuan introduced Pan Gong to Ning Ling and the others. He is a friend I met here. He is also going back to Blue Star and wants to hitch a ride on the way. Ning Ling nodded. Since he's my brother-in-law's friend, there's naturally no problem. He has something else to do. Let's wait for him a moment. Pan Gong left for about 10 minutes, then rejoined them. Time to go home. The spaceship took off from Truffaut Spaceport and began its return journey to Earth. After the spaceship took off, Ning Ling and the others gathered around the white ball of fluff, watching it eat. Although it eats a lot, it is really cute. Only Agua quietly found Shen Tianyuan, tugged at Shen Tianyuan's sleeve, and whispered, "Master, are you free?" Shen Tianyuan observed its furtive behavior, which resembled that of a spy making a rendezvous. Hey, is something wrong? Agua looked around warily, making sure no one was paying attention. Master, come with me. I have something for you. Lead the way. Shen Tianyuan followed Agua to the warehouse. Then Agua dragged 2 large bags out from deep inside the warehouse. What is it? The owner will know once they open it, and take a look. As soon as Shen Tianyuan opened the bag, a blinding golden light shot out. Shen Tianyuan shielded his eyes from the glaring light and said to Agua, who was holding up a lamp, "Agua, what are you doing?" Agua scratched his head. "Master, this is called atmosphere. I've seen in TV dramas that treasure chests glow when opened. I'll create a similar atmosphere for you too." Shen Tianyuan. "All right, Agua, the atmosphere's set. Stop with your magic tricks now." "Yes, master." Shen Tianyuan then began to examine the contents of the bag. Inside were 2 bags full of valuables, including watches, wallets, necklaces, and rings. Shen Tianyuan was shocked. "Holy crap, Agua, you've changed careers? From a housekeeping robot to a robber robot." Agua shook his head. "Master, this wasn't stolen. It was legally obtained." "How can it be obtained legally?" "I found it." Through Agua's explanation, Shen Tianyuan understood the whole story. After the Bunyul attack, many people's belongings were scattered on the streets. Upon seeing this, Agua's screen immediately displayed 2 dollar symbols. The quick-witted Agua realized this was a good opportunity, and he couldn't let it slip by. He immediately picked up a sack and went out to the street to collect things. Based on Agua's description, Shen Tianyuan imagined it. The crowd was cheering and celebrating, while Agua, who was only a little over a meter tall, was diligently working among them. Thinking of this scene, Shen Tianyuan inexplicably wanted to laugh. But he also said, "Ahem, Agua, your spirit is commendable. However, this is someone else's property after all. We can't just take it and call ours." "Master, look at this." Immediately, the screen on Agua's face displayed the Eurome Lost and Found Management Law. For those who return lost property, a reward of 10 times the value of the found property will be given to the finder. Agua continued, "Master, I collected a total of 20 bags. I've already handed over 18 bags, and the 2 bags I kept are exactly the 10 reward. This is legal income. Let's not discuss whether what Agua did is legal or not. But Agua picked it up, so he returned at least 90%. It's better than most situations. Moreover, Agua gave the things he found to him. This is commendable. Agua, you did a good job." As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan took out several tubes of engine oil. "This is a reward for you." Agua shook his head. "Master, I don't want engine oil." Shen Tianyuan's eyes widened. How could Agua refuse engine oil? "Hey, are you infected with a virus?" Agua shook his head. "No, a motor oil shop was attacked and destroyed. To avoid waste, I bought a few barrels and brought them back. We don't need any for now." Belch. After saying that, Agua burped and some oil spilled from the corner of his mouth. It seems that Agua didn't just take the engine oil, but also ate it and got stuffed. "Hey, if you don't want engine oil, what kind of reward do you want?" Agua touched his slightly dented metal skull. "Master, I want to get a titanium alloy skull replaced. My skull has been damaged several times." As she spoke, she glanced at Shen Tianyuan, seemingly unintentionally. Shen Tianyuan realized that he was also one of the perpetrators of Agua's brain injury. There is neither reason nor confidence to oppose it. "No problem. Go online and pick one you like. I'll take you back to exchange it." "Thank you, master." Then Agua added, "By the way, master, where's my boss?" "Bai Shuang. She's had a bit of a problem and won't be back for a couple of days. Oh, master, please tell the eldest sister that she has a bucket of the engine oil I collected. Good. As Ning Ling and the others left the warehouse, they watched the little white dumpling eat. When Ning Ling saw Shen Tianyuan, she ran over with the dog in her arms and said, "Brother-in-law, I've thought about it, and I think we shouldn't call it Tong Tong anymore." Although the little white dumpling was very greedy, Ning Ling still couldn't bear to name such a cute little thing bucket. "What's that called? It's round and white. Let's call it Snowball." Shen Tianyuan didn't care. "Okay, let's call it Snowball." Ning Ling happily hugged the snowball and spun around, but the snowball forcefully broke free from Ning Ling, jumped back onto the table, and continued eating. This guy is indeed obsessed with food, and he pretends to be dead after he finishes eating. However, after further observation, Shen Tianyuan discovered that Xueqiu had been wrongly accused. Snowball wasn't pretending to be dead. It was just lazy. In addition, it is extremely resistant to damage, and ordinary blows have no effect on it. Therefore, it is too lazy to respond when people touch it. It's simply lazy and greedy. This made Shen Tianyuan feel like he was raising a spherical pig. Meanwhile, Truffaut Airport. The fleet of the Elector of Rheinfall left the hangar and prepared to return home. As the fleet took off, the Talc beastmen monitoring outside the airport sent out a message. The target had left the airport and was flying along the planned route. The Talc beast chieftain, his hand wrapped in bandages, received the message and grinned maliciously. "Cunning human, you will eventually pay the price in blood for your recklessness." Chapter 70 Clan Chief, Something's Wrong. 1,000,000 kilometers away from the first star of Eurome, 2 SS-class assassins stood in the dark starry sky, waiting for their target to appear. Soon, the detectors positioned in front reacted, indicating that an object was rapidly approaching. As the distance closed, the detector captured images of the object, which appeared to be a small fleet of ships. The photos of the fleet were passed to the two men. After looking at the photos, they sent a message, "Target spotted, requesting action." Upon receiving the message, the chieftain of the Tac Beast tribe, Kespetean, replied, "Action. Capture Elector Rheinfall alive. As for the rest, kill them." After issuing the order to act, Keith Pition found the contact list provided by the organizers of the Energy Conference, which contained the contact numbers of all the leaders. Keith Pition maliciously dialed the video call of the Elector of Rheinfall. He wanted to watch this despicable human fall into despair and beg in front of him. Just thinking about it was thrilling. The communication was successfully established, and Shen Tianyuan, wearing a fox mask, appeared before them. Keith Pition looked at his bandaged hand. He hated the person behind that mask. Fortunately, he will soon be able to take his revenge. Then he grinned and said, "Your Excellency, the Emperor, I have missed you dearly these past few days." Shen Tianyuan smiled and said, "So with Chief Keith, is there something you need?" Keith Pitt sighed. "A few days ago, we had a misunderstanding and things didn't go very well. I think we should clear up the misunderstanding." Shen Tianyuan also shook his head. "Chief Keith, you are too kind. I am young and didn't control my strength well. I accidentally injured Chief Keith, but Chief Keith is highly respected, and I'm sure he won't be petty and will forgive me. Forgive me my foot. We Takorv are known for our broad-mindedness, as vast as the starry sky. You're going to die. Me too. I never hold grudges overnight. I settle them on the spot." The two were in perfect sync at that moment, both wearing smiles. Beneath the smiles, however, lurks a sharp edge. Meanwhile, the 2 SS-class assassins lying in ambush had already spotted the fleet's lights. The power output of the 2 armored figures immediately increased, and they disappeared from the spot as afterimages. When it reappeared, it was already above the fleet. Instead of attacking the main ship immediately, they followed Keith Pition's orders and dealt with the rest of the crew first. They spread their arms, and a huge beam of energy condensed and slashed down at the escort ship. Swish! An energy beam swept across the frigate. The next second, the frigate, which was tens of meters long, broke into 2 pieces in midair and then exploded. As the frigate exploded, Shen Tianyuan suddenly stood up, his face filled with panic. Keith Pition sneered inwardly, knowing the assassins had begun their operation, and then feigned concern, asking, "Your Excellency Elector, what's wrong?" Shen Tianyuan exclaimed in alarm. "It seems something has happened. Don't be afraid. You're doomed with me here." The fleet's escort ships were powerless against the 2 SS-class assassins and were quickly destroyed one after another. At this moment, only the main ship remains. The two climbed onto the main cabin door and reached out to shake hands. Click! The sturdy hatch was crushed as flat as paper, and then with a pull, it was violently ripped open. The two then entered the boat. The two activated their radar, instantly scanning the main ship and pinpointing the location of the people on board. The two charged straight at him. War robots kept blocking their way. But these low-level war robots posed no threat to them whatsoever. They could be easily squeezed into iron balls with a mere wave of the hand. Oh no, someone has broken into the spaceship and is trying to kill me. What should I do? Shen Tianyuan cried out in terror. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll make sure you're all right. While offering words of comfort, Keith Pitt was already impatient to see Shen Tianyuan's terrified expression. Bang! They heard the sound of a door being broken down from the other side. Keith Pitt looked on with anticipation. It could be foreseen. The next second, two SS-level assassins rushed in and grabbed Shen Tianyuan. Then he can reveal the cruel truth. The killer was sent by him. At that moment, what was Shen Tianyuan's expression like? Was it astonishment, fear, or anger? Either way, they're both very interesting. But the next second, the plot did not develop as expected. The person who appeared next to Shen Tianyuan was not an SS-level assassin he had sent, but a round-headed robot. It handed a cup of coffee to Shen Tianyuan. Master, here's your cilantro-flavored coffee. Shen Tianyuan took it. Okay, open the door more gently next time. Yes, master. As Agua turned around, he muttered. The master clearly told me to open the door, slammed down. Sigh, it's tough being a working machine. After saying that, he took out a tube of engine oil and drank it down in one gulp. One drop of oil can cure 1,000 worries. Keith Pitt looked on with a puzzled expression as Shen Tianyuan leisurely sipped his coffee. Hey, what's going on? Where's the assassin? Where did he go? Meanwhile, two SS-class assassins successfully stormed into the captain's cabin. But after breaking down the door, they were stunned. Inside the door were not the terrified crowd one might expect, but several lifelike mannequins. Strangely enough, when they fought their way into the captain's cabin, they didn't see any real people, only war robots. What happened? Just as they were wondering, they suddenly saw a very small black ring floating in the air. The moment they saw this object, a chill ran down their spines. This is the energy core of the combat armor. The energy core is usually not separated from the combat armor. But if this energy core is left here alone, it only has one purpose: to self-destruct. The armor's energy comes entirely from its energy core, and the energy it contains is terrifying. The power of its self-destruction is unimaginable. Therefore, within a millisecond of seeing the energy core, they reacted and turned to flee. But it was too late. Boom! The energy core exploded, and a violent surge of energy overflowed like a tsunami. The explosive ball of light instantly engulfed the two of them. Meanwhile, Keith Pitt Yin was still wondering where the assassin had gone. Shen Tianyuan suddenly said, "Oh right, Chief Keith, there's something I forgot to tell you. A friend invited me, so I didn't go back with the fleet." Keith Pitt Yin was taken aback. He wasn't in the fleet, so all that work would have been for nothing. But this was just the beginning. Shen Tianyuan continued, "Hey, there's something that worries me. I accidentally left an SS-class energy core in the fleet. I heard that thing is extremely powerful. If it explodes at close range, even an SS-class ship might not be able to withstand it. Please, no one should go there, or people will die." Shen Tianyuan's words caused Keith Pitt's pupils to dilate to their maximum. A thought flashed through my mind. Oh no. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, panicked. "Chieftain, something terrible has happened." Chapter 71, Chief Keith. Watch me turn the tide. The two SS-class armored vehicles have lost signal. They are presumably destroyed. What? When Keith Pitt Yin heard news, he felt dizzy. He sensed something was wrong when he heard Shen Tianyuan say those words. But he refused to believe it, propping himself up and grabbing his subordinate. He roared, "They're SS rank. How can anything have happened to them? You're lying to me, aren't you?" The subordinate was very straightforward. They detected a violent explosion in their area of operation, and given that their signal was lost, their destruction is the most reasonable explanation. Keith Pitt Yin trembled all over and turned to look at Shen Tianyuan on the screen. At that moment, he finally realized what was happening. It turned out that Shen Tianyuan had already discovered his plan and had turned the tables on him by setting up an SS-level energy core as a trap, waiting for him to send his men into the trap. He originally wanted to see Shen Tianyuan fall into the trap, and look pathetic in person during this video call. But in the end, it was he who fell into the trap. He was the one who got played. He failed to get revenge and ended up being made a fool of. Thinking of this, Keith Pitt's green face turned visibly white, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into his chair. Finished. SS rank is incredibly rare. There are only a handful of them in the entire Tak Beast clan. Even though he is the clan leader, he has no right to directly summon SS-level units. He repeatedly assured the tribal elders that this operation would yield great benefits, which is why he finally mobilized 2 SS-level officers. As a result, they failed to avenge their grievances, gained nothing, and even lost 2 SS-rank soldiers. It is conceivable that his prestige will plummet after this incident. Even the position of clan leader becomes unstable. Chief Keith, why are you coughing up blood? Are you alright? Just as Keith Pitt's energy waned, Shen Tianyuan did not stop and continued to launch attacks. Seeing Shen Tianyuan's feigned innocence, as if it were none of his business, Keith Pitt almost coughed up blood again. Chief Keith, I'm not feeling well. Why don't you talk to Renren? I have something to tell you. I wonder if you've heard of Netb 13? Upon hearing the name Netb 13, Keith Pitt Yin sat bolt upright. How do you know about Netb 13? Shen Tianyuan said casually, I found this in the documents left by Nizo Rongton. This planet, Netb B13, was discovered by the Nizo family, and it contains a large amount of energy minerals. I've destroyed Nizo Rongton, so this planet, Netb 13, should belong to me. Therefore, I sent a fleet to claim the planet. No, that's mine, Keith Pitt Yin blurted out. Shen Tianyuan sneered. Chief Keith, the Nizo family are traitors to the Tak Beast clan. How could the planet they discovered have anything to do with you? Could it be that you have connections with traitors? Keith Pitt Yin was speechless. This was a secret deal. How could he admit it? He couldn't understand how Shen Tianyuan knew about Netb 13, which was the Keith family's top secret. In fact, Shen Tianyuan was able to detect the existence of Netb 13 thanks to Chief Keith himself. At the energy conference, Keith Pitt Yin demanded that Shen Tianyuan return some of the Nizo family's belongings. It was specifically mentioned that the Nizo family archives were required. At that time, Shen Tianyuan realized that there was something very important to them in the family archives. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan asked Tianluo to check the family archives. Upon investigation, it was indeed discovered that the Keith family, to which Keith Pitaya belonged, had maintained contact with the Nizo family all along. Their connection hinges on this star, Netb 13. Back then, the Nizo family lost the power struggle and fled to the Tak Beast men. To avoid being hunted down, the Nizo family bribed the Keith family with the Netb 13 planet, which they had discovered years earlier and was rich in energy minerals. The Keith family intervened, using various pretexts to stop the Tak Beastmen from pursuing the Nizo family. This is why the Nizo family remained safe and sound, and Netb 13 became Keith's private property. However, their actions constituted exchanging national interests for personal gain, which was an act of treason. That's why Keith Pitt Yin specifically asked Shen Tianyuan for the documents from the Nizo family. But unexpectedly, this led to Shen Tianyuan discovering them. Originally, Shen Tianyuan did not intend to use Netb 13 star for his own purposes. But when he learned that Keith Pitt Yin wanted to kill him, Shen Tianyuan has changed your mind. Since things have escalated to a point of life or death, then we must use all means to put the other party to death. Shen Tianyuan then dispatched his fleet to Netb 13. Keith Pitt, his face grim, was still pondering how to deal with Shen Tianyuan. His confidant ran over and whispered, Chieftain, something terrible has happened. Planet Netb 13 has been captured by a mysterious fleet. Keith Pitt's pupils dilated instantly, and he felt his blood rush to his head again. It's obvious who sent the mysterious fleet. The planet Netb 13 was a secret, unknown to outsiders. To maintain secrecy, he only stationed a small number of troops there. This led to the easy capture of Netb 13 by waxing. It's important to know that planet B13 is the Keith family's biggest source of income and the greatest guarantee for him to secure his position as patriarch. Now that he's lost his position, he can't hold onto his chieftainship. Hua Xinghe. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood, his mind racing. The situation is bad, but it's not hopeless yet. The existence of Netb 13 can no longer be kept secret. Instead of revealing its existence, we should proactively disclose its existence and share its profits with all the Tak Beast men. He knew that his kind were greedy for money. As long as there's money to be made, No one cares about what they did in the past. At that time, he could also rally the entire Tak Beast race to reclaim Net B13, which would mean the entire Tak Beast race would be against Hua Xinghe. How could he possibly survive that? Hua Xinghe, you think you've won, but little do you know that's a time bomb sending you to your death. In the end, I still won. Just as Keith Pitt-Yin was planning how to eliminate Shen Tianyuan, Shen Tianyuan spoke again. This one sentence made Keith Pitt-Yin vomit blood again. Chapter 72, I didn't want it to be this cruel. Nibby 13 is great, but I'll still blow it up. Shen Tianyuan's single sentence effectively ended Keith Pitt-Yin's chances of turning the tide. Keith Pitt-Yin's mind went blank for a moment. He never imagined that Shen Tianyuan would actually blow up a planet worth trillions that he had just acquired. Is he crazy? Shen Tianyuan was not crazy, but he knew that while it was easy to capture Net B13, it was impossible to defend it. It's not hard to predict what Keith Pitt-Yin will do next. The best option is to cut your losses and share Net B13 with other factions of the Tak Beast race in exchange for forgiveness for his past actions. After all, the Keith family is very powerful, and it wouldn't be easy for other forces to destroy them. Rather than fighting to the death, it's better to take this opportunity to gain some benefits and reach a settlement. Once the Keith family reconciles with other powers, then the entire Tak Beast clan would immediately turn their attention to Shen Tianyuan. Because the Net B13 star occupied by Shen Tianyuan has become a shared interest for them. While Net B13 has some value, it is not worth waging an interstellar war for, because the cost of war will far exceed the value of Net B13 itself. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan's best option is to voluntarily give up Net B13 star. It's a pity to give up what you've already got, but that was to avoid even greater losses. People need to know how to make choices. If you act like a greedy monkey, holding onto the fruit in your hand and refusing to let go, you will only be caught by the hunter and meet your demise. Besides, Net B13 wasn't his to begin with, so he wouldn't feel bad about giving it up. Moreover, even if Shen Tianyuan gives up, he will not let the Keith family get it again. There's a saying, if you can't have it, destroy it. Before Shen Tianyuan leaves, he will blow up Net B13, preventing anyone from obtaining it. Since Net B13 originally belonged to the Keith family, making the enemy lose money is equivalent to making money for oneself. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan would not hesitate to destroy this planet. Of course, destroying an entire planet is still quite difficult. However, the value of Net B13 lies in its energy mines. Destroying the energy mines would essentially destroy Net B13 itself. Destroying the energy vein is simple. It only requires a dozen or so neutron radiation bombs. The energy ore produced in the Net B13 star mining area will undergo a neutralization reaction when exposed to neutron radiation, rendering its energy ineffective. Chief Keith, look what this is. Shen Tianyuan took out a yellowish-brown button. I have already deployed 20 neutron radiation bombs in the energy vein. This is the detonation button. Press it, and Net B13 will be a useless planet. Anyway, Net B13 doesn't belong to Chief Keith, so you won't even care if it's destroyed. No, don't press it. Keith Pitt-Yin lunged at the screen, trying to stop him. But the greatest distance in the world is when you're inside the screen, and I am outside the screen. It seems so close, yet it's actually world apart. Accompanied by Keith Pitt-Yin screams, Shen Tianyuan pressed the yellowish-brown button. They even thoughtfully transfer the live video stream from Net B13 to Keith Pitt-Yin. As the neutron radiation bomb exploded, the energy mineral that was emitting a faint glow instantly lost its light. This means that the energy they contained was neutralized, and they became waste mines. With the energy mine gone, Net B13 is finished. Keith Pitt-Yin has lost his most important bargaining chip for reconciliation with other forces. Keith Pitt-Yin felt his blood rush to his head. His vision went black, and he was about to collapse. But that's not all. Shen Tianyuan continued. Oh dear, Chief Keith, I'm so sorry. A temporary subordinate of mine accidentally posted the Nizo family's documents on the Tak Beast clan's network. It's likely that many people will see that their chieftain, the leader of the Tak Beast clan, is actually a traitor who harbors collaborators for his own selfish gain. They must be very disappointed and angry. Oh dear, it's all that temporary worker's fault. He caused Chief Keith so much trouble. I'll fire him right away to get revenge for you. Shen Tianyuan's actions can be seen as another blow to Keith Pitt. Originally, only the high-ranking members of the Tak Beast clan knew about this matter. If Keith Pittaya makes some sacrifices and political concessions to appease the higher-ups, everything will be fine. But Shen Tianyuan exposed the matter. This would encourage the public to join the condemnation of Keith Pition. At this point, the position of clan leader is definitely not going to be kept. Keith Pitt really didn't expect that. Just half a day ago, he was the powerful head of the clan. In just half a day, he had been driven to the brink of despair. And all of this is the fault of the man in front of us. It's all his fault. I'm going to kill him. Keith Pition let out a grief-stricken roar. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Looking at Keith Pitt, who was vomiting blood and had fainted, Shen Tianyuan shook his head. He hadn't originally intended to be so cruel. He only wanted to secretly sabotage Keith Pitt, making him so angry he'd vomit blood afterward. But he insisted on coming to us himself, and even made a video call. There was no other way but to make him so angry he almost vomited blood. Moreover, vomiting blood was just the beginning. This time, not only did Kespatayan cause the Tak Beastman to lose 2 SS-class soldiers, but he was also exposed for treason. Neither the high-ranking officials nor the common people of the Tak Beast clan will let him off easily. He'll definitely be badly injured, but he shouldn't die. Because the high command of the Tak Orcs would not admit that Kespatian had colluded with a traitor. Because if the clan chief colluded with the enemy, it would severely undermine the government's credibility. This is disadvantageous for them. Therefore, they will surely exonerate Keith Pition from the crime of adultery. Of course, Keith Pition will have to pay a huge price for this. The position of clan leader must definitely be relinquished. It can also cause severe bleeding and leave you weak for a long time. However, it is precisely at times like these that we must not let our guard down. Shen Tianyuan made Keith Pitt so miserable. It's hard to guarantee that Keith Pitt might be driven to desperation and send someone to assassinate Shen Tianyuan again. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan needs to hide for the time being. We can only relax once we've completely destroyed Keith Pition. Chapter 73, 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. The day-and-a-half journey back to Earth wasn't boring either, because there were good shows to watch. After the Nizo family documents were exposed, the public was outraged and condemned the patriarch, Kespatayan, for his traitorous act of protecting a traitor. Many demanded that Keith Pition step down and be charged with treason. The government intervened urgently, denying the authenticity of the document and accusing the Lord's Mansion of Leifostar of spreading fake news. The Lord's Mansion of Leifostar immediately issued a statement. They expressed their apologies, explaining that mismanagement led to a temporary employee distributing confidential documents. They have already dismissed the temporary worker. On the surface, this statement is an expression of apology. But anyone with eyes can see that the implication is that the document is genuine and that your clan leader is indeed committing treason. This angered the Talc Orc government, which lodged a strong protest but had no intention of escalating the conflict further. In national politics, interests come first. Aside from a minor grudge between their leaders, there was no substantial conflict of interest between the Tak Beastmen and the Lord's Mansion of Leifostar. As for the original point of conflict of interest, Net B13, it has already been destroyed by Shen Tianyuan. We're all smart people. There's really no need to fight over something that has already lost its value. Why don't we just exchange a few insults and call each other out? Why waste real money on war? While the Tak Corps were in complete disarray, the fleet successfully returned to Earth after a day-and-a-half's voyage. Upon seeing the Ning family's floating island above the clouds again, Shen Tianyuan felt as if he had been transported to another world. They've only been gone for a few days, but he has undergone earth-shattering changes. Before the spaceship even landed, Shen Tianyuan spotted a beautiful figure waiting on the tarmac in the distance. It was Ninging. Ninging was not wearing her usual work attire at this moment, but rather a royal blue dress with a white ribbon tied around her waist, showing off her beautiful curves. A gentle breeze blows, causing her dress to flutter, revealing her captivating beauty. I don't know if it was just Shen Tianyuan's imagination. Today, Ninging's attire is completely different, and the feeling she gives him is also very different. Although Ning was very good to him in the past, she seemed like a fairy from the Moon Palace, with a sense of unreachable distance. At this moment, Ning was like a weaver girl descended to the mortal world, and that sense of distance disappeared. The spaceship came to a stop, and Shen Tianyuan stepped off, meeting Ninging's gaze as she approached. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Shen Tianyuan was somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had previously hinted that he wouldn't come back, but he did. Fortunately, I only hinted at it and didn't say it outright, so there was still room for maneuver. Ning Ying, on the other hand, looked at Shen Tianyuan with a smile on her face, her heart filled with joy. He's back. He's really back. The two stared at each other for a moment. Ning Ling, who had already gotten off the spaceship, looked at the two who were speechless and asked in confusion, "Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything?" After watching for a while, she seemed to have an epiphany. "Oh, I understand. You guys are playing 1, 2, 3 freeze, no talking, no moving, right?" Upon seeing this, Ning Qi, who was behind, couldn't help but cover her face. "Oh, this slow-developing, silly little sister. You don't even understand this?" Ning Qi quickly went up and took Ning Ling away. Ning Ling, not wanting to leave, waved and said, "Don't pull me. Count me in. I want to play statues too." Ning Qi couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Idiot! How could they be playing statues? They're clearly having a contest to see who can blink first. This is a test of willpower. You're not allowed to interrupt." Su Kiki covered her face. "You're an idiot too." Ning Ling and Ning Qi's mischievous intervention directly disrupted the atmosphere between the two. Ning Ying couldn't help but break into a smile. In an instant, the spring scenery became alluring. Ning Ying put away her smile and said earnestly to Shen Tianyuan, "Husband, welcome home." Shen Tianyuan nodded. "Madam, you've kept me waiting." "My husband, thanks to you this time, Linger and Chier were able to return home safely. They can't just call me brother-in-law for nothing. Oh, and I brought you a gift." Ning Ling, who had just been dragged away, heard the word gift, and her inner power exploded instantly. She flung Ning Qi away and ran over. Ning Ling tilted her head back, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and smiled. "Brother-in-law, is there a gift?" Upon receiving confirmation from Shen Tianyuan, Ning Ling immediately beamed with joy. "Hee, brother-in-law, you kept this a secret so well. I didn't even know beforehand. What is my gift?" Ning Ling asked eagerly. Shen Tianyuan was taken aback. "You went together, so how come you have gifts?" Ning Ling's smile froze instantly, and then her face turned ashen, like a flower that was about to wither from lack of sunshine and rain. Seeing Ning Ling's expression, Ning Ying couldn't help but laugh. She realized that Shen Tianyuan was teasing Ning Ling. "Okay, stop teasing Linger, or she'll cry." Ning Ling stubbornly turned her face away. "I won't cry. I'm not a child." Shen Tianyuan exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, I bought this gift according to child standard. Since you're not a child, you can't use it, so I won't give it to you." Before she could finish speaking, Ning Ling quickly grabbed Shen Tianyuan's arm and shook it. "No, brother-in-law, I was just joking. In front of you, I'll always be a child." Seeing Ning Ling's sincere eyes, Shen Tianyuan believed her. "Okay, then I'll give it to you, little Ning Ling." Little Ning Ling nodded vigorously. Immediately afterwards, Shen Tianyuan and Agua unloaded the gifts from the spaceship. After Agua unloaded Shen Tianyuan's gifts, he started moving his own things, which were several buckets of engine oil he had collected. These oil drums are several times its size, making them very difficult to move. But it insisted on using only one machine to move the load, refusing to let other machines help. After all, this was a treasure it risked its life for. If it let other machines help move it, and then demanded a few drops of oil as payment afterward, wouldn't it be losing money hand over fist? But it was quite a strain for one person. A few drops were accidentally spilled during the transport. It quickly laid down and licked it with its tongue. After licking it up, I took a few steps, but then I felt like I hadn't licked it clean, so I quickly ran back and licked it again. It wasn't satisfied until it had licked the floor bare. Chapter 74, Vomiting. This return was unplanned, so Shen Tianyuan did not prepare a gift in advance. Fortunately, Shen Tianyuan managed to scrape together a gift set by rummaging through his inventory. "Madam, this is yours." Shen Tianyuan presented a beautifully decorated wooden box with both hands. Ning Ying took it. "Can I open it and take a look?" "Sure." Ning Ying opened the wooden box and found a complete set of jewelry inlaid with gemstones. These were the jewels that the former lord's wife always carried with her, but after she reunited with her dead husband, they became Shen Tianyuan's. Shen Tianyuan looked it up online and found that the gemstone inlaid on it was called Flowing Star Glass and was worth a little money, so he took it with him. This will come in handy. Ning Ying has always been focused on her work and has a very limited understanding of jewelry. Therefore, they did not recognize these gems. Judging from their appearance alone, these gemstones have too many colors and a dull luster, making them not very attractive. Therefore, these gems are not worth much money. Ning Ying didn't blame Shen Tianyuan. After all, He didn't have much money to begin with. How could I expect him to buy me particularly expensive gemstones? That's unrealistic. Thinking that the gemstone was worthless and not wanting to embarrass Shen Tianyuan, Ning didn't ask about the type or price of the gemstone. She simply smiled and said, "Thank you. I like it very much." Ning didn't ask, and Shen Tianyuan didn't say anything more. This way, there's no need to fabricate reasons to explain the origin of the starry sky. Ning didn't see it when she closed the box. The shimmering starlight glass inside the box emitted a 7-colored fluorescence resembling a galaxy. After giving Ning her gift, Ningling immediately came over and opened her small hands. "Brother-in-law, this is my gift." "Here." Shen Tianyuan took out a long box, which looked quite large. Ningling opened the box with anticipation in her eyes. Then his facial expression turned strange. After hesitating for a moment, she reached into the box and took out a salted fish. Ningling looked at it from the left and the right, and it looked like a salted fish no matter how she looked at it. So he tentatively asked, "Brother-in-law, what is this thing dressed up as a salted fish?" Shen Tianyuan shook his head. "No, this is genuine salted fish." "Ah." Ningling's face fell immediately. "Brother-in-law, how could it be a salted fish? You love to eat, right? Salted fish is just what you need." Ningling looked miserable. She wasn't asking for much. She'd be happy with just 2 boxes of local specialty snacks, but why give her a dried salted fish? But out of politeness, I said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Seeing Ningling's pained expression as she was about to leave, Shen Tianyuan said, "It seems you don't like it, so I'll get you another one." "Good duck, good duck." Ningling shoved the salted fish back into Shen Tianyuan's hand. Shen Tianyuan sighed. "Alas, times have changed. I never thought that no one would want the sunfish." He said he would replace it with another one. "Sunfish?" Ningling was startled when she heard the word and flashed to block Shen Tianyuan's path. His gaze was fixed on the salted fish in Shen Tianyuan's hand. "Brother-in-law, you said this is a sunfish?" Shen Tianyuan nodded. "Of course, even if I'm poor, I wouldn't just give you any salted fish." After saying that, Shen Tianyuan took out a knife and painstakingly scraped off the skin of the salted fish, revealing the golden fish meat inside. Ningling's eyes lit up as she looked at it. "Brother-in-law, I'm not changing it anymore. I want this salted fish." "Really? Don't force yourself." "Yes, no problem. I really like this salted fish." Ningling nodded frantically. She wanted it. If it were just ordinary salted fish, it wouldn't be anything special. But this is salted fish made by sunfish. Sunfish gets its name from its golden flesh, which resembles sunshine, and its wonderful taste, which is as beautiful as sunshine. But because it was so delicious, it was eaten to extinction thousands of years ago. The only way to eat sunfish now is by using it to make salted fish, which was made before it became extinct. However, after thousands of years of consumption, there are very few sunfish and salted fish left in the world. The few that remain are kept as family heirlooms and are never sold. Some people are even willing to trade spaceships worth billions to get their hands on a sunfish. This is how the legend of trading a salted fish for a spaceship came about. It's fair to say that the sunfish is one of the holy grails of the foodie world. Just as Ningling was holding the sunshine fish baby, a fluffy white head poked out her pocket. It's a snowball. When there's something delicious, how can you miss it? Snowball stared at the salted fish, leaped up, and took a bite. "Don't want." At this moment, Ningling regretted bringing Snowball with her because she thought it was cute. As a result, before she could even eat the golden fish, Snowball had already eaten it. But then a clanging sound came, like the clinking of metal. The snowball bit into the salted fish, but didn't bite off the salted fish. Snowball swayed and landed on the ground, then opened its mouth and spat out several broken teeth. In the past, they could eat bowls, plates, and snowballs in one bite. But unexpectedly, things went awry today, and I ended up getting my teeth broken by a salted fish. This can only be blamed on Shiuechio's carelessness. This sunfish was found by Shen Tianyuan in the Lord's Mansion treasury. Shen Tianyuan carried it with him not to eat, but to use it as a backup weapon. Because the salted fish dried by sun-drying fish is as hard as steel, it needs to be processed with special equipment before it can be eaten. To bite directly into it is like biting a steel plate. Snowball didn't lose her tooth too badly. After spitting out a few teeth, Snowball looked up at Ningling, then turned and jumped into Shen Tianyuan's arms. Clearly, Shiuechio has labeled Ningling as a villain who tried to harm the emperor with fake food. and it deprived her of the favor of being a means of transportation. Ning Ling looked completely innocent. It was clearly Xueqio's gluttony that had become her fault. But trying to reason with a little thing whose mind is only focused on food is obviously futile. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to call Ning Qi, he found that Ning Qi had already silently run over and was looking at him intently. Ning Qi, your gift is here. Shen Tianyuan took two objects, each about a meter square, covered with cloth. Thank you, brother-in-law. The word brother-in-law made Ning Ying turn her head curiously. Hey, will Qi start calling him brother-in-law? Ning Qi rubbed his hands together and lifted the cloth. The moment Ning Qi saw the first thing, his smile stretched almost to his temples. Then, without waiting, I opened the second one. Then, Ning Qi vomited. Chapter 75, The Noble Agua. There were two cages covered by the cloth. The first cage contained a white tiger cub with wings. It was a snow-winged tiger cub. Ning Qi had always wanted a snow-winged tiger as a pet. Ning Ying eventually managed to get her hands on one. But the unfortunate snow-winged tiger was used to attack Shen Tianyuan and was killed as a result. This was one of the reasons why Ning Qi initially disliked Shen Tianyuan. The snow-winged tiger cub that Shen Tianyuan obtained was something he hatched from a mysterious egg and then manifested. It didn't cost a penny, and it's perfect to give to Ning Qi. The second cage contained Saturnian piglets materialized for a materialization experiment. Once it manifests, how to deal with it has always been a major problem. Now it's a good time to throw them all away, no, to give them to Ning Qi. Everything was fine at first, and Ning Qi was very happy to see the snow-winged tiger. But when he saw the Saturnian pig, he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and actually opened the cage to touch it. As a result, as soon as the cage with its independent ventilation system was opened, the pungent smell wafted out. Ning Qi took a sniff and immediately vomited. Fortunately, Shen Tianyuan closed the cage in time, preventing a tragedy from occurring. Shen Tianyuan patted Ning Qi, who was still gagging. You'll get used to it. Take good care of it. It's yours now. Don't. Ning Qi struggled to get up and refused. He had no intention of accepting this pig-shaped poison gas bomb. There's no reason to return a gift you've given. Shen Tianyuan offered two choices. Either take neither or accept both. Glug glug. Ning Qi swallowed hard. He really couldn't bear to part with the snow-winged tiger. All right, come here, Agua. Shen Tianyuan called out to Agua, who had just been carrying engine oil. Agua came running over excitedly. Master, what's wrong? Shen Tianyuan took out a tube of engine oil that he had also found in the Lord's treasury. Agua, you've done a lot of work on this journey. Here's a tube of 1982 Lafayette engine oil for you. Thank you, Master. Agua's little paws took it and examined it carefully. Why does it feel different from the 1982 Lagoon engine oil he drank last time? At this point, Shen Tianyuan explained, by the way, this tube of 82 fertilizer doesn't refer to 82 in this century, but rather 82 from 10 centuries ago. It's from 1,000 years ago. Wasn't that the first generation 1982 tractor oil? The original 1982 tractor oil. That was every robot's dream. For example, on robot dating forums, having the latest and most expensive robots is nothing special. But if you have the first generation 1982 Lafayette engine oil, that's awesome. It has a very cool title and dazzling entrance effects. Agua imagined what it would be like every time it logged into the forum. The forum will display a pop-up message. Welcome to the room of the most distinguished owner of the original 1982 Lafayette engine oil, Agua. Just imagining it briefly was enough for Agua to lose his temper. Soon its voltage overloaded, and smoke started coming out of its rear. Shen Tianyuan was shocked to see this. Holy crap! Agua, someone come here. Fortunately, there was a repair robot nearby that performed emergency repairs on Agua, preventing the processor in Agua's but from being burned out. After repairing it, Agua hugged Shen Tianyuan's leg and cried bitterly. Master, from now on, my life belongs to you. You can knock me on the head anytime. He paused for a moment and then added, of course, it's best not to do it more than twice a year. Okay, I understand. You can go about your business now. Agua then carefully picked up the tube of 1982 tractor oil. It was afraid that walking too fast would damage the engine oil, so Agua walked very carefully, inching its way home little by little at a speed of 1 centimeter per second. Finally, Shen Tianyuan said to Su Kiki, Su, you have one too. On the way back, Su Kiki was very well behaved. They didn't come forward to test the waters or plead for mercy. Clearly, she learned her lesson. Of course, Shen Tianyuan would not resume his cooperation with her. Shen Tianyuan gave her several valuable handicrafts, which could be considered an amicable parting. Thanks. Su Kiki held the gift, her mouth full of bitterness. Although these things are worth a lot of money, she would rather continue her cooperation with Brother Tian. That's the kind of long-term benefit. But she ruined it. Ning Ying was unaware of the relationship between the two, but she felt jealous of Shen Tianyuan's gift to Su Kiki. My dear husband, I don't ask you to buy me anything expensive, but the things you buy for a stranger are more expensive than mine. I am clearly your wife. This is unreasonable. Just as Ning Ying was feeling resentful, Shen Tianyuan came over and said, Madam, I have to go out for a bit. Ning Ying's heart tightened. Was he going to leave? She asked nervously, Husband, where are you going? Shen Tianyuan pointed to a man named Pan Geng standing beside the spaceship. This is a new friend of mine. He came back on our spaceship. He said he wanted to thank me and invited me to his house. My husband, shall I go with you? Shen Tianyuan quickly shook his head. Let's do it together next time. All right, my husband, then I won't go. Come back early. I'll be waiting for you to eat. As the lady of the house, Ning Ying personally saw Shen Tianyuan and Pan Geng off. Once aboard the spaceship, Shen Tianyuan's smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. He and Pan Geng came out with only one purpose, to see Ning Xingho. During the attack, Bunyul was ambushed and hit on the head by a cleaner. As a result of misfortune, he regained some of his previous life's memories. Part of this memory is related to Ning Xingho. Although the memories are fragmented, they cannot be pieced together to form a complete picture. But it had a great influence on Shen Tianyuan. A sense of trust in Ning Xingho arose, a trust that almost transcended life and death. Shen Tianyuan's rationality told him that even if Ning Xingho was indeed related to him, it was related to his predecessor. He shouldn't continue his relationship with Ning Xingho, lest he expose himself. But whether it was a lingering obsession left by his predecessor, Shen Tianyuan would always think of Ning Xingho from time to time after that. Shen Tianyuan realized that he couldn't continue like this. He had to do something, otherwise this obsession would continue to torment him. So he decided to give the life-enhancing potion given by the system upgrade to Ning Xingho to see if it could help extend his lifespan. However, Shen Tianyuan did not intend to go back himself, but instead asked Ningling to take him back. But then he met Pan Geng. Shen Tianyuan learned this from Pan Geng. It turns out that Ning Xingho had been secretly protecting him all along, and thus learned some of his secrets. If that's the case, then he has no choice but to go and see Ning Xingho to confirm Ning Xingho's attitude. Otherwise, if he were to leak these secrets, it would be very detrimental to him. Chapter 76, Uncle Chi. In that room, on that spaceship, Shen Tianyuan saw Ning Xingho again. Lord Ning, how have you been? Ning Xingho smiled bitterly. I have some unfulfilled wishes, so I'm just barely clinging to life. Lord Ning, I won't beat around the bush. Why did you arrange for Pan Geng to protect me? Because you're a special person to me. What's the special reason? Ning Xingho shook his head. Since you asked this, it means you don't know your true identity. I think you should find your identity yourself, instead of me pushing you to do it. Shen Tianyuan was speechless. Things that should be easy to figure out always turn into complicated problems. But since Ning Xingho wouldn't say, I had no choice but to continue. Lord Ning, you know quite a few of my secrets, don't you? Yes, he controlled a level 5 fleet and became the elector of Rheinfall. Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Xingho's face without any change, as if he were stating something very ordinary. You don't seem surprised? Nor are you curious about how I did it? Ning Xingho smiled but didn't say anything. Shen Tianyuan continued. Knowing so many of my secrets seems to be at a disadvantage for me? That's right, what do you want to do? You did me a favor after all, so I won't do anything to you for now. One should always be wary of others. Ning Xingho sighed softly. After saying that, a robotic arm extended in front of Shen Tianyuan, inside which was a watch-like object. The moment Shen Tianyuan saw this thing, he had a guess in his mind. Ning Xingho confirmed Shen Tianyuan's guess. This is the armor controller for Pan Geng and Xuanqi. You can use it to summon and command them. An armor controller, simply put, is a device for remotely controlling armor. The combat armor is incredibly powerful, as can be seen from the Bunyul attack. The combat armor is controlled by the driver. If the driver is obedient, then it's naturally a powerful weapon. However, if the driver loses control, it would undoubtedly be a huge disaster. Therefore, with the advent of combat armor, armor controllers were also created. The armor controller has higher authority over the combat armor than the driver. It can remotely lock down armor, self-destruct armor, etc. If the armored driver rebels, the armored controller can instantly counter the driver. Having mastered the armor controller not only allows one to control the armor, but also forces the armor's driver to obey his commands. Ning Xingho just said that this is the armor controller that can control Pan Gong and Xian Qi. If Xuanqi can be compared to Pan Gong, who is at the SS level, then he must also be at the SS level. In other words, this armored controller can control 2 SS-class units simultaneously. The value represented by this is immeasurable, and it is right in front of me now, within easy reach. With the precious treasure right in front of him, Shen Tianyuan did not reach out to take it. Lord Ning, what do you mean by this? Would you feel a little more at ease if I let you take this? Shen Tianyuan was puzzled. Why did you go to such lengths? If you regain your memory, you will naturally know. Are you being sincere? I'm not joking. After thinking for a moment, Shen Tianyuan accepted the armor controller. Ning Xingho didn't want to lie to him, so naturally she wouldn't. Even if he wanted to deceive him, Shen Tianyuan couldn't. Shen Tianyuan accepted Ning Xingho's sincerity and reciprocated with his own. Shen Tianyuan handed the green life-enhancing potion to the robotic arm. Lord Ning, this thing might prolong your life, but I can't guarantee how effective it will be. You decide for yourself. Okay, I'll take it. Ning Xingho then waved his hand. I'm tired, you can go. Shen Tianyuan gave him a deep look. Goodbye, Lord Ning. Watching Shen Tianyuan leave, Ning Xingho's thoughts drifted back to the war-torn era of 100 years ago. Although life was difficult and arduous at that time, it was his happiest memory. Because at that time, there was a group of people you could entrust your life to and rely on. But those days came to an abrupt end with the arrival of victory. To others, Ning Xingho had everything. But only Ning Xingho knew that he had lost everything. He thought his life would just pass by like this, until he saw Shen Tianyuan again. He initially thought it was just a coincidence, but the facts proved otherwise. Shen Tianyuan, that's him. The person who gave him a new life, the person who showed him the direction of his life. Previously, Ning Xingho had never understood. Why did it take more than 100 years? He not only didn't die, but he became even younger. It's like how they first met. At that moment, as he looked at the green life-enhancing potion, a person came to mind. If it were him, then all of these things would be possible. Tears welled in Ning Xingho's eyes as she murmured silently, Uncle Qi, perhaps you're here too, aren't you? After the initial sadness subsided, Ning Xingho's eyes hardened. Someone come here. Ning family Sky Island. Ning Ying, Ning Qi, and Ning Ling, a brother and sister, are chatting. Listening to Ning Ling's vivid recounting of everything that happened on the road. The attack by Bunyuel, in particular, terrified Ning Ying, leaving her feeling extremely fearful. But when they heard that Shen Tianyuan had saved them all by himself, they were overjoyed, especially after hearing that Shen Tianyuan had defeated 3 S-level gene enhancers. Ning Ying couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. I knew beforehand that Shen Tianyuan had undergone gene enhancement and that the level was not low. But unexpectedly, it reached a level that could defeat S-class opponents. But more than anything, there is concern, because gene enhancement can severely shorten lifespan. The thought that Shen Tianyuan would leave before her filled her with sadness. After calming down, Ning Ying wanted to confirm something else. That was something that had no real evidence, just a gut feeling. What is the relationship between Shen Tianyuan and Elector Reinfall? Chapter 77, I Am a Human. Ning Ying asked, Linger, did you see Elector Reinfall at the scene? Well, although I couldn't see his face, he seemed pretty handsome. Ning Ying pondered for a moment and said, Then do you think he and your brother-in-law look a bit alike? Ning Ling nodded. It does look somewhat similar. Do you think they could be the same person? Even the slow-witted Ning Ling was shocked. How could that be? No matter how capable her brother-in-law is, it couldn't be him, right? Ning Ying also felt that her idea was absurd. She laughed awkwardly. I was just kidding. Oh, Ning Ling, with her big heart, didn't care. After being denied by Ning Ling, Ning Ying also felt that she had been overthinking things. After all, what kind of interstellar lord would not stay in his own territory to enjoy wealth and luxury, but instead go and become a live-in son-in-law? Absolutely impossible. Okay. After denying this possibility, Ning Ying felt relieved. Because Shen Tianyuan is truly an interstellar lord, then their relationship will be difficult to maintain. This is not what she wanted. Okay, you guys go and rest for a bit, then it's time to eat. After saying that, Ningning picked up the information she had collected about the Elector of Rheinfall and prepared to leave. But a piece of paper fell out of the document. Ningling picked it up, looked at the photo of the green-skinned man on the paper, and said, I've seen this person before. Ningning was taken aback, then took the paper. The green-skinned man on the paper is Viscount Nizabet. According to limited intelligence, the war was started by this Nizabet, which ultimately led to the change of control of Leifa. But why would Ningling have met him before? She never cares about things in space. Belle, where have you seen this person before? Ningling nodded and pointed to Nizabet's photo, saying, I've seen him once. He has one big eye and one small eye, and he also has a freckle on his mouth. He's ugly in a very distinctive way, so I remember him. Where have you seen it before? On my brother-in-law's computer. Ningling was startled and hurriedly asked, What happened? Tell me in detail? Ningling gave a brief explanation at the time. After listening, Ningling frowned. My husband had actually seen Nizabet's picture before the battle on Leifa began. Or perhaps, the war broke out after her husband saw Nizabet's photograph. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? Let's imagine for a moment that he really was the one who started the war. Therefore, it makes perfect sense that the new Elector Rheinfall is him. No, wait a minute. He cannot claim to be the Elector of Rheinfall simply because he has seen Nizabet's photograph. This is too hasty. Although the current evidence is far from conclusive, it has only added to Ning Ying's confusion. After several days, the four of them had dinner together again. Ning Tianyuan had originally planned to come back for dinner. But 4 hours earlier, the True Sun clan dispatched a fleet to attack a human alien base. After several hours of fierce fighting, the Jinri tribe was temporarily repelled. However, the human race also suffered heavy losses, losing hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of lives. The casualties of the True Sun clan were only half that of the human clan. Such a disparate casualty ratio was due to the fact that the True Sun clan launched a surprise attack, catching the human clan off guard. Another important reason is the technological gap in the fleet. The True Sun clan's fleet is superior in performance to the human clan's fleet. For example, Terran ships are now about 6 units slower than Sunray ships. Don't underestimate this speed of 6. In actual combat, especially in artillery fire during skirmishes, faster movement speed means you can dodge more often, effectively reducing the chance of being hit. This probability becomes apparent when considered within the context of the entire war. This alien base was under the jurisdiction of the Ning family, and all the losses were suffered by the Ning family's fleet. Ning Tianyuan, the top military and political leader of the Ning family, was extremely busy at the moment. How could I possibly have time to go home for dinner? In fact, this matter is somewhat related to Shen Tianyuan, because his origins stem from the death of Wanyan Jinsan. Wanyan Jinsan, the prime minister of the Great Jinri Empire, was assassinated by Shen Tianyuan in Bunyul, resulting in a power vacuum at the highest level of the Great Jinri Empire. An emergency prime ministerial election was held, and numerous candidates began to use every means to garner votes in their bid for the premiership. Because of the overall environment where the True Sun clan hates the human clan. Therefore, over the years, the most effective way for Japanese politicians to garner votes has been to demonstrate their tough stance towards the human race. Basically, the tougher and more cruel the approach is towards humans, the more support the people will have. In the past, a prime minister once vaguely indicated his willingness to cooperate with the human race to a certain extent in certain areas, and he was immediately impeached and removed from office. Several years later, he was selected again. Because of the previous incident, he understood that only by thoroughly hating the human race could he gain the support of the True Sun clan. He went even further down this path, which is why he was chosen. As with previous elections, numerous candidates proposed various radical strategies against the human race. One of the candidates was the Minister of Defense, who felt that words alone were not enough. He wanted to demonstrate a tough stance against the humans through action to help him win the election. So, he used his authority and rallied the military to launch the attack on the alien base. Even without Shen Tianyuan, the hatred of the Jinri clan towards the human race would not change. However, Shen Tianyuan's act of killing Wanyan Jinsan indirectly led to this attack. However, even if it happened again 100 times, Shen Tianyuan would not hesitate to kill Wanyan Jinsan. Currently, the chances of humans and the True Sun race living in peace are almost zero. In a life-or-death situation, showing mercy to the other party is tantamount to harming your own people. Shen Tianyuan showed no pity for the Jinri tribe. Given the chance, Shen Tianyuan would not hesitate to exterminate their entire clan. However, Shen Tianyuan still felt somewhat apologetic towards the Ning family and the tens of thousands of people who died. If possible, Shen Tianyuan wanted to help them, for no other reason than that Shen Tianyuan himself is also a human. If even humans aren't helping each other, then who can we rely on? Chapter 78, Where Are There So Many Miracles? Being born into the Ning family meant I was destined to be inextricably linked to all of this. At the dinner table, Ning Ling asked, Ning Qi, how did Dad's battle go? As the male heir of the family, Ning Qi reads the family's military briefings every day, so he has a certain understanding of the situation. Ning Qi sighed. What else can we do? We held our ground, but suffered heavy losses, and we are currently in a stalemate. Ning Ling lowered her head. A lot of people are going to die again. Ning Qi slammed his fist on the table in anger. Those damned Japanese devils started the war first. If they want to fight, we'll naturally fight them to the bitter end. Ning Ling is not a soldier. She thinks more from a daughter's perspective. I just hope fewer people die, the war ends soon, and Dad can come home for his birthday. Ning Tianyuan's birthday is in 2 weeks. As the top military and political leader of the Ning family, Ning Tianyuan's birthday party was no longer a simple birthday party. It also serves as a platform for the Ning family and their affiliated forces to gather and an opportunity to deepen their bonds. Furthermore, a charity gala was held every birthday party, where all the birthday gifts given to Ning Tianyuan were auctioned off, and all the proceeds were donated to the Ning family's Eagle Foundation, a pension fund established for the families of fallen soldiers. This birthday party was quite beneficial to the Ning family soldiers. But as long as the war continues, the birthday party will not be held. Forget about it. The birthday party is definitely not going to happen this time. Ning Qi held a pessimistic view on this. Currently, our side and the Jinri tribe are in a stalemate. Both sides are reinforcing their troops, but the number of troops that can be added is limited. Therefore, it is difficult to determine a winner in the short term, and it will probably turn into a long-term war of attrition. Uncertain. At that moment, Shen Tianyuan, who was eating, casually remarked, My math teacher told me that anything in this world is subject to change. Maybe something will happen that will help us win. Ning Qi continued to shake his head. How many miracles are there in this world? Shen Tianyuan didn't say much about it. At the same time, Chongqing Prefecture Government, General Staff Headquarters. Ning Tianyuan was here analyzing the war situation with a group of staff officers. A staff officer reported, Commander, currently only fleets 2-03, 2-07, and 1-13 can be mobilized. Mobilizing the other fleets would seriously affect the security of the base, so we do not recommend mobilizing them. In interstellar space, most high-level fleets are composed of several low-level fleets. For example, 10 Tier 1 fleets can be combined to form a Tier 2 fleet. 5 Tier 2 fleets combined together constitute a Tier 3 fleet. After all, producing an advanced fleet in one go is extremely difficult. Moreover, in most cases, except for wars that do not involve the destruction of a nation, it is not necessary to deploy a high-level fleet. Therefore, fleets are usually broken down into smaller, lower-level fleets that carry out missions in various parts of the universe. It is extremely rare to find a naturally formed Tier 5 fleet like Shen Tianyuan's. The low-level fleet was broken down into smaller units for easy identification. They are usually named using a number naming method. The first number represents the fleet class, and the second number represents the fleet number. Fleet 2-03 is the third fleet in the second-level fleet. Of course, this is just an internal term. There should be a unified name for external use. Another staff officer reported, Commander, the Zhao and Kong families are willing to provide material support, but the Zhang family said that they are also in a difficult situation and cannot provide any assistance at the moment. The outpost reported that a reinforcement fleet of the True Sun clan, consisting of 2 Tier 2 fleets, was en route to the war zone. Ning Tianyuan frowned as he listened to the reports from his staff officers. The situation is not optimistic. Given the current situation, it seems unlikely that Azure Base 2 can be held. But they've been operating Azure Number 2 for decades and have invested a huge amount of money. It would be even more of a loss to just give it up like this. Moreover, even if we give up, the True Sun clan's fleet will not let us leave. Just as he was fretting, his adjutant suddenly ran up to him and whispered, Commander, the ambassador to Europa requests to speak directly with you. Ning Tianyuan found it strange. Why was the ambassador to Europe contacting him at this time? He went to the next room and answered the phone. Yes, I am Ning Tianyuan. Governor, I have something to report. 5 minutes ago, a man suddenly arrived at the embassy. He refused to reveal his identity, but made a request to obtain detailed intelligence on the True Sun Clan resource bases surrounding the Azure Base 2. Intelligence on the Jinri tribe's resource base? This is a secret to civilians, but for the two sides in a long-standing war, everyone has a general idea of the other side's military deployment and resource points. This isn't really a big secret, but the question is, who is this mysterious person? Why would someone suddenly want this? And what makes them think they'd give it to someone? Did he give a reason? He said he wanted to contribute to the battle at Azure Base 2. They're making quite a show of force, but did they say how they'd help? He didn't say anything specific, but he did say one thing. Humans don't harm other humans. Humans will not harm other humans. Ning Tianyuan fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, there was no need to pay attention to such an unidentified person who was asking for such secrets out of thin air. He could even arrest and interrogate them. But the question is, why did he do that? This level of intelligence isn't particularly classified. It could be obtained with a little more time. Demanding it directly in person will cause some unnecessary trouble. Unless time is very tight. Could it be that person really wants to participate in this battle? After a moment's thought, Ning Tianyuan had already made up his mind. He replied to the ambassador to Europa, I will send you the relevant documents, but you must refuse him in person and drive him away. Yes. Ning Tianyuan then added, but before that, you need to get his contact information, drive him away, and then send the document to him anonymously. Clear. Ning Tianyuan hung up the call and instructed his adjutant to do the job, although this person's identity is highly suspicious. However, this document contains intelligence about the True Sun Clan, and its leakage will not affect the human clan as well. As long as outsiders don't find out that you leaked the information yourself, it will only benefit you. That way, we can take a gamble. After all, losing doesn't mean any loss to the human race. If we win, and he's really willing to put in the effort as he said, then we'll have made a huge profit. Chapter 79, I understand. Master needs this. After dinner, Shen Tianyuan was planning to continue entering the game to materialize some things. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Ning Ying. This is somewhat unexpected. After all, she had only come to see him once after 8 p.m., and she was always accompanied by her bodyguards. But this time, her guards weren't with her. She came alone, and even came to her own room to find her. What were they trying to do? Such unusual behavior made Shen Tianyuan more vigilant. At this moment, Ning Ying, standing outside the room, unconsciously gripped the hem of her dress with her hands hanging at her sides, appearing somewhat uneasy, which was quite unusual. Shen Tianyuan, may I come in? It was indeed unusual. She actually called out her own name directly, which is rare. Of course, madam, please come in. Upon entering the room, Shen Tianyuan brought him a cup of tea and said, please sit down. Ning Ying Kai sat down awkwardly. Madam, is there something you need? Ning Ying nodded for a while before saying, do you remember what I said to you when I called you during the Bunyul attack? Remember. Ning Ying turned her face slightly to the side. Shen Tianyuan noticed that the tips of her ears seemed to be a little red. Does she have a fever? Ning Ying said in a low voice, I'm here to keep my promise. Promise. Shen Tianyuan was taken aback, then finally remembered. Ning Ying promised herself that as long as the rescue was successful, she would do anything for him. Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Ying, who was now awkward and timid, and finally realized what was going on. Holy crap. Is this a classic plot where someone offers themselves to another? Don't do that. You can't control yourself. You can tell me what you need, and I'll definitely do it if I can, Ning Ying said, still with her face turned to the side. What is this supposed to make Shen Tianyuan mention? Shen Tianyuan doesn't covet anything from the Ning family now, unless they give him the Ning family's fleet, which is clearly unlikely. Or, Shen Tianyuan's eyes involuntarily stared at Ning Ying's curvaceous body and her exposed, pinkish skin. Perhaps Ning Ying also. After all, the two are a legally married couple, so this request is reasonable. But making this request would seem to undermine my usual serious persona. But if we give up this opportunity, who knows when we'll get another chance? While Shen Tianyuan was struggling with how to express his opinion tactfully, Ning Ying suddenly stood up abruptly. You don't seem to have made up your mind either. Let's talk about it another day. My father is currently at war, so this is not a good time. Another day, I definitely will. Before Shen Tianyuan could say anything, Ning Ying preemptively said, good night, Sweet dreams. After saying that, he strode away, his footsteps echoing loudly on the floor. Hey, don't. Watching Ning Ying's retreating figure as if she were fleeing, Shen Tianyuan stretched out his hand and sighed. Shen Tianyuan slumped onto the sofa. I'm so annoyed with myself. What were you pretending for just now? Although some things are bound to happen eventually. But with things like this, the sooner you start, the sooner you'll benefit. Starting late is a loss. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly felt like I'd lost $1 billion. Just as Shen Tianyuan was sighing, he suddenly noticed a round head peeking out of the room. This silly gossip. How come robots can gossip too? Hey, what are you looking at? Aren't you on standby? Seeing that he had been discovered, Agua had no choice but to show himself. I sensed that my owner might need help, so I came out to check. Shen Tianyuan said irritably. Then what can you do to help me? The owner is in a bad mood right now. I recommend you watch a movie. Do you have any good movie recommendations? Master, don't you usually like watching action movies? Now that the lady of the house has come, I think you might want to watch a movie with romance elements. How about we watch an action romance movie instead? A serious adult film? Agua scratched his head. Are there any more inappropriate ones? Since it's a serious matter, I won't watch it. Huh? Agua, not understanding what was going on, touched his head. I thought about it for a long time, but I still couldn't figure it out. So Agua searched online. What should you do if the female homeowner comes looking for the male homeowner in the middle of the night? After a moment, Agua slapped his forehead and said, I understand. What do you know? The master needs this. Then, 2 ads popped up on Agua's screen. Love freely, and nothing will go wrong. If she's doing well, I'm doing well too. Agua patted his belly and assured him, Master, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll order the best and biggest goods for you right away. Halfway through his sentence, Agua suddenly stopped, his gaze shifting downwards to the lower part of Shen Tianyuan's body. She quickly moved closer and whispered, Master, should we order the large, small, or extra small size? Or I can measure you. I won't tell anyone else. Roll. Agua went to another room and fiddled with its sunken head, finally bringing some peace and quiet. Shen Tian was stunned for a while before he remembered what he had originally planned to do. But after thinking for a while, I realized I wasn't quite focused. I quickly took a cold shower to refocus. Logged into StarCraft 2 again. I spent so much time and energy last time to create a snowball that only knows how to eat, drink, and sleep. It was really a waste. This time we need to get something practical. The pet path is not very useful for now, since it is limited by level and can only manifest level 3 creatures at most, so its function is really limited. This time, we need to look for virtual items that are not restricted by level and have significant effects. Shen Tianyuan searched high and low but found nothing. StarCraft 2 is, after all, a game based on reality. Most of the items exist in reality, and even the few virtual props are not particularly detached from reality. Without magic or spiritual power, one cannot achieve what fantasy masters do, holding the sun and moon in their hands and plucking stars from the sky. Just when Shen Tianyuan thought he would return empty-handed, he suddenly noticed a patch of green above his head. Chapter 80, the title of God of Slaughter. Above your head is a green and healthy title. The hardworking little farmer increases the ripening speed of his own crops by 5. This is the title he earned while farming when he was at level 1 in the system. Oh, right, the title. The title has no rank distinction, so perhaps it could be made tangible. But how do you use something as virtual as a title in the real world? Shen Tianyuan thought of something and immediately opened his system interface. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Characteristics, nanoscale. Title none. System backpack, 64 cubic meters. System level, level 3, 1250 100000. There's a title slot in the system menu. Could it be placed here? Give it a try. The title Diligent Little Farmer has been successfully awarded, gaining 125 experience points. Then, the title appeared in my system inventory, but I couldn't take it out. There was only an equip button. Click to wear, and a system notification will sound. The title Diligent Little Vegetable Farmer has been successfully equipped, and its attributes are now active. Shen Tianyuan opened the system interface again. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Characteristics, nanoscale. Title, Diligent Little Farmer. Increases the ripening speed of their own crops by 5. System backpack, 64 cubic meters. System level, level 3, 0 to 100,000. That's true. So it turns out that titles can be manifested and worn. Shen Tianyuan had always thought that the title in the system bar was given by the system, but he hadn't received it even after leveling up to level 3, which puzzled him. It was only then that I realized that the title was meant to be realized in the game. Having confirmed that the title could be materialized, Shen Tianyuan began to look through the title encyclopedia. I found that quite a few titles are flashy, but useless. Title: Muscular Man. Acquisition requirements: male characters must have worked out for more than 1,000 consecutive days. Wearing effect: strength +2, same-sex creature affinity +10. Adding strength training to your workout routine is a reasonable approach. But why add friendliness to same-sex creatures? What the hell is this? He also has the title of Cross-Dressing Master. Acquisition requirements: as a male character, purchase more than 10,000 female outfits. Wearing effect: femininity +10. Normally, no one would actually get this title through grinding. However, there are still some useful titles. For example, the Adventurer title adds 1 to each of the 3 dimensions: strength, speed, and reaction. Shen Tianyuan had 2 titles he favored most. One is the Lucky One, effect, luck value +10. Luck is a fickle thing. Sometimes it's useless, but sometimes it can come in very handy. Anyway, good luck is better than bad luck, right? It will appear when refreshed. The conditions for obtaining the title of Lucky Winner are: purchase scratch-off tickets and win a prize higher than the face value of the ticket 10 times in a row. Feeling the odds were pretty good, Shen Tianyuan bought 100 scratch-off tickets. After scraping 100 times in a row. Game hint: congratulations, you've won nothing on 100 consecutive scratch-off tickets, unlocking the Unlucky Guy title. Shen Tianyuan's eyelids twitched as he looked at the unlucky fellow in front of him. Things didn't go as planned. I want to try my luck with the lucky ones, but I ended up with an unlucky one. The effect of wearing it on an unlucky person is -10 points of luck, which is the exact opposite of a lucky person. Shen Tianyuan was very puzzled. What was the point of the game developing this stupid title? Who would use it? In order to find a lucky winner, Shen Tianyuan waved his hand again. Keep buying. 3 hours later, Shen Tianyuan finally revealed the lucky winner. But in order to find the lucky winner, Shen Tianyuan spent NW. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan felt no sense of luck whatsoever. But at least the lucky ones managed to get it. There is another title that Shen Tianyuan thought was excellent. Title: God of Slaughter. Effect: causes fear in surrounding creatures. The weaker the psychological resilience of the unit, the stronger the effect. Below is a description of the titles. Killing 1 is a crime. Slaughtering 10,000 is heroism. Slaughtering 9 million makes 1 the hero among heroes. Shen Tianyuan felt that this fear effect would be very useful. After all, fear is something that no living being can avoid. Once fear arises, both psychological and physiological states will inevitably decline. When the enemy becomes weaker, you become stronger. Worth watching. Obtaining the title of God of Slaughter is a reliable process, regardless of probability. However, it is the most difficult title to obtain through stable farming. As the title description states, having slaughtered 9 million, 1 is the greatest of all heroes. It requires personally killing 9 million intelligent beings. Duplicates of the same unit are not counted. 9 million. Aside from the massacre of civilians, a large-scale interstellar war might not even kill 9 million people. What's more, he had to kill them himself. Therefore, using weapons of mass destruction like nuclear bombs is not an option. In reality, even if you kill 9 million people, you might not be able to kill enough even if you die. Fortunately, this is a game, so there are ways to control it. For example, in the game, he can spend money to buy lives, making others stand still so he can attack them. However, even if they stood still and chopped away by themselves, it would probably take them a very long time. Shen Tianyuan's mind raced, and an idea struck him. I wonder if it's feasible to let them run into the knife on their own? Shen Tianyuan gave a try. Sure, if someone walks right into your knife, it counts as a kill. That makes it simple. He puts his character into the game, equips him with an extra-long, high-frequency, vibrating sword, and lets them crash into it on their own. Of course, we'll also need to hire a few people. Paying for others, adjusting posture, replacing a broken knife, etc. In this way, Shen Tianyuan can go do other things. Shen Tianyuan left the game running and returned to reality to test the effects of the manifested title. Chapter 81 Luck Experiment. Back in reality, Shen Tianyuan looked at the titles in his system inventory. Cross-dressing master, unlucky guy, lucky one. It should be noted that Shen Tianyuan earned the title of cross-dressing master, not because he had a hobby in that area. It's simply easy to use, and you only need to spend a little money. He only created it to test the title's effect. He had no other intention. The title cross-dressing master has been successfully equipped, and its attributes are now active. After putting on the female costume, Shen Tianyuan looked in the mirror and saw no difference. Strange, wasn't it supposed to add 10 points to my femininity? But I'm still the same as always. As they were talking, Shen Tianyuan froze. He looked at his hands and realized he had unconsciously adopted a delicate, orchid-like gesture. Holy crap. Shen Tianyuan quickly shed his cross-dressing master title. I looked at my hand. It had recovered. Call. That's quite an impressive title. Shen Tianyuan suddenly had an idea. It would be great if the title could be given to someone else. It would be quite interesting if a cross-dressing man put on Ning Qi. The cross-dressing master was just an experiment. The real deal is the next lucky one. The lucky recipient has successfully equipped the title, and its attributes are now active. After putting on the lucky charm, Shen Tianyuan went outside to see what changes the increase in luck value would bring. Shen Tianyuan circled the vast Ning family's aerial island. But nothing lucky happened. Just as he was wondering about it, Shen Tianyuan suddenly noticed something on the ground, picked it up, and took a look. Oh, it's a $1 banknote. I found some money. What good luck. But this money seems to have a familiar smell. Never mind that for now. Shen Tian stuffed the money into his pocket and decided to try his luck with the unlucky guy again. Having comparative samples makes it easier to see the effect of the title. Shen Tianyuan walked around the aerial island once more. This time, he was extremely cautious. After all, bad luck can range from slipping on a banana peel and falling on your backside to being killed by a meteorite. He quickly finished walking around, but found nothing unfortunate. The unlucky guy seems useless. Then, Shen Tianyuan casually put his hand into his pocket, and his expression changed. Wait, that's not right. My pockets are empty. Shen Tianyuan took out his pocket and looked inside, only to find that the 1-star coin he had just picked up was gone, along with his 100-star coins. I just found $1, but in the blink of an eye, I not only lost it again, but also lost another $100. Unlucky guy. The title really does have its uses. No, let's try again. Shen Tianyuan changed into the lucky one again and went around once more. Nothing happened on the way until I met Agua at the finish line. At this moment, Agua seemed very happy. This is the expression on his face. Agua. Agua turned his head. Good evening, master. Hey, why are you out here so late at night instead of staying in your room? Agua gave Shen Tianyuan a resentful look. My head was smashed, and the paint came off. I painted it myself and ran out to let it dry. Cough, cough, that makes perfect sense. Shen Tianyuan coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. You seem quite happy just now. Is there something good? Agua nodded. Yes, master. When I first came out, I accidentally dropped $1, which was all my money. I went out and looked for it. Not only did I find the $1 I dropped, but I also found an extra $100. It turns out that piece of money was dropped by Agua. The smell on that money was machine oil. No wonder it smelled familiar. And Agua picked up his $100. Agua presented the 100 with both hands. Master, here's the 100 for you. Shen Tianyuan accepted it. To lose something and then get it back is indeed a kind of luck. These experiments have been quite interesting, and Shen Tianyuan wants to try them again. He took the unlucky fellow with him and circled the floating islands again. This time he watched the money carefully and didn't let it fall. When we were almost back, the money hadn't fallen out and nothing else went wrong. What will be the unlucky thing this time? Immediately afterwards, he saw that Agua, who had been waiting in the same spot, was now lying on the ground. Shen Tianyuan rushed over and picked up Agua. Agua's eyes were listless, and engine oil was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Shen Tianyuan hurriedly asked, Agua, what's wrong? Master. Agua raised his little paw, trembling. Expired engine oil is not drinkable. After saying that, he stretched out his hand halfway before it fell limply to the ground. Agua. Shen Tianyuan hurriedly took Agua to get it repaired. It turns out that Agua damaged the pipes by drinking expired engine oil. Replacing the parts solved the problem. Agua sprayed expired engine oil all over himself, ruining his clothes. So, by that calculation, it is indeed a significant financial loss. This title is indeed somewhat useful. A few days later, Bai Shuang returned to Shen Tianyuan's side from the fleet. Her injuries have fully healed. Upon seeing Bai Shuang return, Agua immediately dragged his body, which was still recovering from a serious illness, to deliver the bucket of engine oil that had been reserved for Bai Shuang. But White Frost isn't a robot in the true sense, so it doesn't need engine oil. Bai Shuang was about to coldly refuse the gift, but Shen Tianyuan stopped her. It was all Gua's good intention, so Bai Shuang accepted the bucket of engine oil. When he got back, he repackaged the can of engine oil. Then it was said that Bai Shuang was returning the gift to Agua, and she gave it back to Agua. Agua was very excited and thanked the eldest sister. He happily hugged his recovered engine oil and went off to greet it affectionately. With some time still remaining before Operation Sunshot begins, Shen Tianyuan decided to take advantage of this time to visit Bai Shui Company. At the time, Shen Tianyuan only created the framework of Bai Shui Company and then handed it over to Wei Liuhe to manage. After that, he never went to Bai Shui Company again. After this period of development, the personnel structure of Bai Shui Company has been largely completed. It's time for Shen Tianyuan to show his face at Bai Shui Company and let them understand that he is the real boss of Bai Shui and the one they should serve. Chapter 82 Classic Plot. Anning City, the capital of Changning Prefecture. Shen Tianyuan did not notify Wei Liuhe in advance of this inspection. He wanted to see what the Whitewater Company was like under normal circumstances. The spaceship arrived at a rooftop helipad near Whitewater Company, where there was just one empty space left. As the spaceship passed by, another spaceship was flying in from not far away, seemingly also intending to stop there. Bai Shuang executed a beautiful drift and came to a stop first. First come, first served, they have no obligation to give way. But the other party doesn't think so. The spaceship hovered in front of the two of them. The hatch opened, and a woman dressed in fur and heavy makeup jumped out, put her hands on her hips, and started yelling. "Hey, are you blind? Didn't you see we were here first? Get your crappy spaceship out of here." Shen Tianyuan narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this a classic scene? Should we subdue them by force, or use the Ning family's badge to intimidate them? Just as Shen Tianyuan was hesitating, a burly man swaggered out, looking extremely arrogant. He glared fiercely at Shen Tianyuan, about to unleash his fury, when he suddenly caught sight of the ship's nameplate on Shen Tianyuan's spaceship, NA-00037. In an instant, his eyes bulged outward by a centimeter or two. It starts with NA, damn, that's the Ning family's special ship license plate. As a minor tycoon, he still has some knowledge and experience. The thought of the Ning family froze him in place, a chill running through his body. "Hey, honey, call some guys to teach these country bumpkins a lesson." At that moment, the woman shook his arm. He snapped out of his daze, his muscular body leaping forward to cover the woman's mouth. "Shut up." He immediately forced her to kneel on the ground. "I'm sorry, sir. This woman is blind and has offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous." Shen Tianyuan narrowed his eyes. I was hoping to recreate a classic scene. But to my surprise, this guy had some sense of danger and actually realized the danger. So he took the initiative to back down. That's pointless. But the woman was used to being arrogant and had no intention of kneeling down to apologize, so she immediately struggled violently. Seeing the woman still oblivious to her fate, the man immediately slapped her twice, roaring, "You wretched woman, do you want to die?" The woman was stunned by the two slaps. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Do you want to die? This is an adult from the Ning family." The woman shuddered at the mention of the Ning family. The Ning family controls the military and political power of Changning Prefecture, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them gods of Changning Prefecture. If I wanted them dead, I could make them die without leaving a trace. She was terrified, and tears and snot streamed down her face. "Sir, my eyes are on my ass. Please spare me." Looking at the two of them, all snot and tears, Shen Tianyuan lost all interest in humiliating them and waved his hand. "Get lost." "Yes, we'll leave right away." The two immediately laid down on the ground and left in a rounded manner. Bai Shui Company occupies a large area and, from the outside, looks like a large factory with nothing particularly special about it. Only the sentries patrolling the gate could detect something different. As soon as Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang arrived at the entrance, a young sentry walked over and stopped them. "Please show your pass or make an appointment." Shen Tianyuan smiled and said, "Hello, I don't have a pass or appointment, but you can let me know my name is Shen Tianyuan." The young sentry looked at Shen Tianyuan, who was very young, dressed in an expensive and neat suit, and accompanied by a very beautiful silver-haired woman. He looked like a pampered young master. Upon hearing him introduce himself as Shen Tianyuan, he immediately flew into a rage and drew his weapon, pointing it at Shen Tianyuan. Bai Shuang reacted quickly, severing the young sentry's weapon with a single strike and subduing him instantly. The young sentry instinctively knew that he had been subdued in the blink of an eye. But the actions here also alerted the other sentries. The alarm sounded instantly. A large number of armed soldiers rushed out and surrounded the two men, their weapons all pointed at them. Who dares to trespass on Baishui Company? Drop your weapons immediately. Shen Tianyuan stopped Bai Shuang from retaliating. He gave a wry smile. He had only intended to make a surprise inspection, but he hadn't expected it to cause such a commotion. He said to the subdued young sentry, "Didn't I introduce myself? Why did you still attack me?" The young sentry, whose life was being held, remained resolute. "Who told you to impersonate Commander Shen?" "Impersonation? I am Shen Tianyuan. You're just like me, not even fully grown yet, and you dare to impersonate Commander Shen? That's age discrimination. That's not good." The young sentry still didn't believe it. "Ha! If you're Commander Shen, then I'm your grandfather." Shen Tianyuan's face darkened. "Damn it, this kid has such a foul mouth. I really want to beat him up. But no, as the highest-ranking officer, it would seem petty of me to argue with a mere soldier over a single sentence. A prime minister's belly can hold a boat. You have to hold back and appear magnanimous. 3 countdown. If they don't give up resistance, we'll open fire. 3, 2. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Shen Tianyuan shouted, "Am Shen Tianyuan." Upon hearing this, the others hesitated. They were clearly not as reckless as the young sentries, nor did they judge people by their appearance. A man who appeared to be an officer raised his hand, ceased the attack. Then he asked Shen Tianyuan, "You said you're Commander Shen Tianyuan?" "Of course. You can contact Instructor Wei Liuhe to confirm." "Please wait a moment." The officer made a phone call and said a moment later, "Instructor Wei will be here soon." Wei Liuhe arrived in less than a minute. Upon seeing Shen Tianyuan, Wei Liuhe immediately stood at attention and saluted. Seeing Wei Liuhe's appearance, the others naturally knew the truth and immediately saluted Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan returned the greeting to everyone. After saluting, Wei Liuhe walked to Shen Tianyuan's side and introduced him loudly. "This is the boss of Baishui Company, our highest-ranking officer, Shen Tianyuan, Commander Shen." Wei Liuhe only calls Shen Tianyuan boss in private, but in formal occasions he should be addressed as Commander Shen. After all, they use the military as their standard, and the leaders of the military are naturally officers, not bosses. "Commander Shen, good." Everyone shouted in unison, officially confirming Shen Tianyuan's identity. Wei Liuhe said solemnly, "Commander Shen, I have failed in my duty of instruction. Please put me in a dangerous situation, and I request punishment." Shen Tianyuan patted Wei Liuhe on the shoulder. "I arrived unexpectedly, so your reaction was correct. There's nothing wrong with that. No need to punish me. Let me show you around." "Yes." Before leaving, Shen Tianyuan did not forget the young sentry who had spoken arrogantly to him. Chapter 83, The Distant Starry Sky. Shen Tianyuan walked up to the young sentry and asked, "What's your name?" The young sentry turned pale, and thinking of his rude behavior just now, he was about to kneel down and apologize. Shen Tianyuan stopped him and said solemnly, "We only salute here, not kneel. We're talking while standing." "Yes, sir. My name is Di Rong, and I am a reformed person from the occupied area." Shen Tianyuan shook his head after listening and said, "What reformed people? We don't have that concept. Remember, from the moment you joined us, there has been no distinction between reformed and non-reformed people. We only have one identity, and that is fellow human beings." Di Rong's eyes reddened slightly after hearing this. "Yes, sir." The others also looked saddened upon hearing this. Some veterans, in particular, went through countless hardships to return to the country and join the army, only to be labeled as reformed soldiers and subjected to exclusion and alienation. I am deeply moved to be understood by others. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit somber, Shen Tianyuan laughed and said, "Di Rong, you were quite fierce just now. You almost killed me." "Sir, I was blind. Your kindness to us is deeper than the sea, and it is all my fault. Please punish me." Shen Tianyuan shook his head again. "No, Di Rong. I'm not saying this to punish you, but to praise you, although you are somewhat reckless in your actions. However, I also saw that you strictly abided by military orders, conscientiously fulfilled your duties as a sentry, and did not let down the trust the troops placed in you. I think this is commendable. Di Rong, I ask you, would you like to join my guard?" "Sir, Di Rong was stunned. He didn't expect Shen Tian to be so magnanimous. He had insulted him, but Shen Tian not only didn't pursue the matter, but also invited him to join his guard team. I was so moved that I couldn't speak. Shen Tianyuan patted him on the shoulder. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. This time, Di Rong stood ramrod straight and responded with unparalleled loudness. The way the others looked at Shen Tianyuan also changed. This young officer has a great demeanor and is worthy of respect. After winning over a group of people, Shen Tianyuan followed Wei Liuhe into Baishui Company. From the outside, Baishui Company doesn't look special, but once you go inside, it's a completely different story. The Baishui Company was heavily guarded, with guards every 5 or 10 steps, making it extremely secure. The layout of Whitewater Company is similar to that of a large warship. It is mainly divided into living area, training area, preparation area, and office area. Currently, Baishui Company has 12,837 registered employees. Among them are about 4,000 veterans and 8,000 new recruits. These veterans were recruited gradually, based on their connections within the Wei Liuhe army. They have extensive combat experience and excellent skills. Their only drawback is their advanced age. However, they can serve as the supporting framework of the organization, nurturing new talent. Those 8,000 new recruits were all brought out from the occupied areas by smuggling or bribing border officials, according to the original plan. The cost of bringing these 8,000 people out alone was over 1 billion yuan. Although the cost was considerable, Shen Tianyuan believed it was worthwhile. Only those who have experienced hardship truly understand the preciousness of sweetness and know how to cherish it. They will also be more loyal to those who give them sweetness. Wei Liuhe also mentioned this point. Sir, they are all very grateful to you, which is why that reckless young man acted so impulsively due to a misunderstanding. We toured the camp area. After gaining a general understanding of the venue, Shen Tianyuan asked Wei Liuhe to gather everyone together for a meeting. The training area has a huge plaza on the second basement level, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. It could be used as a training ground or for holding meetings. Shen Tianyuan stood on the high platform. At this moment, he was wearing a black military uniform from the Whitewater Company. The design of the military uniform was co-designed by Shen Tianyuan. After all, proper military uniforms can boost the confidence and morale of the troops. Therefore, this military uniform has 2 characteristics. First, it's convenient for combat. Second, it's handsome. The military uniform is predominantly black, with elements of stars and dragons incorporated. This was inspired by Shen Tianyuan's bloodstained, tattered military uniform. In addition, the uniforms of the army on Leifastar also adopt a similar design. There are only slight differences in the specific styles. Hello, my name is Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan first introduced himself on stage, and a deafening response immediately followed. Good morning, sir. It is an honor to meet you all today. Next, Shen Tianyuan delivered his speech. Basically, it's just giving Wei Liuhe the same motivational platitudes they gave him before, and then giving them the same platitudes again. Revive the human race, recover the occupied territories, liberate the human race, and so on. These measures were very effective for the soldiers present, as they were mostly from occupied territories, and this was a matter of personal concern to them. And this isn't all just feel-good fluff. Because of that damned Japanese bastard, Shen Tianyuan is determined to get rid of him. Not to mention the distant future, there will soon be an opportunity to truly fight the Japanese. Finally, amidst the thunderous cheers of the soldiers, Shen Tianyuan concluded his speech. Shen Tianyuan then organized a small meeting with the key officers. There are 3 objectives for the meeting. The main purpose was for Shen Tianyuan to deepen his understanding of these key officers and gain their loyalty. Another point to discuss is the issue of alien bases. Currently, the headquarters of Baishui Company is located in Anning City, on Ning family territory. As a mercenary company, they can possess a certain level of military force. However, there are also many limitations, such as restrictions on the number of armed ships. After all, excessive force would threaten the stability of Anning City, and the Ning family would not allow it. Therefore, there are only a few dozen spaceships here, and most of them are not armed spaceships. This is far from enough for a military organization that is determined to grow bigger and stronger. They also need to develop an alien military base that can operate without restrictions on weaponry. This is the only way to meet the organization's future development needs. Logically speaking, Shen Tianyuan had a very good choice. That is the planet Leifa. Leifa is his territory. If he sets up the White Water Company on Leifa, it could develop freely. However, for some reason, Shen Tianyuan ruled out this option. Therefore, the search for an alien base is still ongoing. There's no need to rush. Whitewater Company isn't at a point where it urgently needs an alien base yet. There's still a few years to search. The third objective was to get Baishui Company to take on mercenary missions. By completing mercenary missions, you can not only hone your skills in real combat, but also earn a certain amount of commission. After dealing with the matters of Baishui Company, Shen Tianyuan turned his gaze to the distant starry sky. Chapter 84 Operation Sun Shooting. In the past few days, various fleets of the Ning family have rushed to the Azure 2 base from all parts of the universe to provide reinforcements. To unify command, the reinforcing first and second tier fleets were temporarily combined into a joint fleet, with Rear Admiral Fu Yulong, the former captain of the 2-07 fleet, serving as the commander of the joint fleet. At this moment, Fu Yulong is holding an operational meeting with the captains and staff of the joint fleet. An officer first reported on the battlefield situation. Currently, the Jinri, true Japanese, forces consist of 1,000 ships and an estimated 10,000 carrier-based aircraft. Adding the reinforcements confirmed by reconnaissance to be arriving soon, the total force reaches the size of a Tier 3 fleet. How long will it take for reinforcements to arrive? Estimated time, 10 hours. No wonder the Jinri tribe's offensive has been weak these past few days. They were waiting for reinforcements to form a superior force and annihilate us in one fell swoop. Rear Admiral Fan LeCun, former captain of the 2-03 fleet, said coldly, "Once the forces of the Japanese are gathered, it will be difficult for us to fight or retreat." Fu Yulong looked at Fan LeCun with a cold expression. "What do you mean by that? Do you want to retreat and hand over the Azure 2 base to the True Sun clan?" Fan LeCun remained unmoved. "I didn't say that. I was just giving reasonable suggestions based on reality." Fu Yulong snorted. "If we retreat just because we're outnumbered, what's the point of fighting? We might as well just see who has the bigger numbers." Throughout history, countless heroes have won against overwhelming odds. It's easy to say, but if we lose, how will we explain it to our hundreds of thousands of brothers? Fan LeCun, I know you don't respect my command, but if you dare to do this again, don't blame me for punishing you for disrupting morale. Fan LeCun snorted and said nothing more. Fu Yulong continued. Now, the main point of our discussion is whether we should take advantage of the fact that the Jinri clan's forces have not yet surrounded us and launch a preemptive attack to seize the initiative. I think this is inappropriate. Although not all of the enemy's troops have arrived, the number of troops already present is still greater than ours. Moreover, the enemy has already formed their battle formation. Even if we strike first, we may not be able to gain the upper hand. I agree. After all, our objective this time is to defend Azure Base 2, and an offensive attack would likely lead to its fall. By continuing our defensive operations, we at least have defensive facilities to rely on. That's right. After some discussion, most people agreed to adopt a defensive stance. Fu Yulong also agreed with the plan, encouraging them. Although we are outnumbered, this is our territory, and we have the terrain and defensive facilities to rely on. As long as we can deploy them properly, we can definitely fight. Yes. Fu Yulong unfolded a three-dimensional terrain map and began to deploy combat plans. But Fu Yulong knew in his heart that the current situation was seriously not optimistic. The terrain and defensive advantages he just mentioned have been almost completely destroyed in previous battles, leaving him with few remaining advantages. But as the commander, he had to stabilize morale. If chaos ensues before the battle even begins, defeat is inevitable. However, given the current situation, unless something unexpected happens, they are in a very precarious position. He hasn't seen any variables at all. But as a soldier, he had a duty to defend the territory, even if it was just to the last moment. Turt B is a desolate volcanic planet. Volcanoes are scattered all over the planet, especially a supervolcano on the ocean floor near the equator, which erupts every moment. This resulted in a gloomy sky over Turkaba B, with volcanic ash obscuring the sun and the planet filled with large amounts of toxic gases, making it a despised and garbage planet. But this situation changed decades ago. A major earthquake caused the Earth's crust to shift, which happened to press down on the volcano's magma chamber, stopping the supervolcano from erupting. The erupting volcanic lava cooled and solidified to form a giant volcanic island. A few years later, the Jinri clan's interstellar exploration team discovered this place. They discovered a vast amount of gold deposits here. Gold is a special type of metallic mineral that is found deep within the Earth's crust and is extremely difficult to mine. However, the unique environment here causes it to erupt onto the surface along with magma, where it will then solidify into something similar to gold. Its unique properties allow it to be used as an additive to create an alloy with shape memory, which is why gold has always been highly valued. When the Jinri tribe discovered this place, they saw that the volcanic island was covered with glittering gold, and there was also a large amount of gold in the seabed. It was simply a super huge natural treasure trove. The excited Jinri tribe immediately mobilized a large number of people to build a huge gold processing plant on the floating island. Through mining and processing gold, the Jinri tribe can be said to be making a fortune every day. To ensure the safety of this enormous treasure trove, the Jinri clans specially deployed a second-class fleet to guard it day and night. The captain of the fleet station here is Heshijima Tsutomu. Heshijima comes from the prestigious Heshijima family of the Jinri tribe. His grandfather was the Minister of Defense of the Jinri tribe, so he was promoted to Brigadier General when he was only in his 30s. Furthermore, he was assigned to guard the Tuku B-Star mining area, a job that was easy, safe, and allowed him to build up his resume. The processing and mining of gold were all done by robots. After all, this planet is completely unsuitable for biological life, and machines can only do the work. Husher Island was stationed at the aerial ecological base, where it had been doing nothing and was quite comfortable. At that moment, he was unaware that his good days were about to end. "Commander, Operation Sun Shooting is ready and awaits your orders," Wudong respectfully reported to Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan nodded slightly. "The operation begins." Yes. With Shen Tianyuan's order, the fleet in the distant starry sky began its operation. 10 hours later, the True Sun Clan reinforcements arrived in the star field near Azure Base 2 and successfully rendezvoused. Fleet Commander Rear Admiral Husher Kongchong could no longer contain himself. He quickly arranged the formation and prepared to massacre the human race. Just as he was about to give the order, the intelligence officer suddenly shouted, "Reporting to the general, a fleet has been spotted rapidly approaching our position at the number 4 warning line." "Which faction's fleet?" "No, this fleet had no markings and its origins were unknown, but the leading ships all had the same words written on them." "What word?" "Kill those damn Japanese." Chapter 85, Psychological Compensation. Before Husher Kongchong could even get angry, he immediately pressed for an answer. "What is the size of the enemy?" The number of ships observed so far exceeds 900, which is estimated to be a 3-tier fleet. Upon hearing the words, third-class fleet, Husher Yasunaga felt a surge of fear. This fleet, which was clearly targeting them, was not part of the plan at all. They had previously estimated the approximate number of troops the human race could mobilize. The results were about the same anyway. But this mysterious Tier 3 fleet suddenly appeared, disrupting the original troop balance. This instantly turned them from the side with superior forces into the side with inferior forces. What's even more critical is that it was said earlier that this fleet was discovered at the number 4 outpost warning line. Outpost number 4 was the closest perimeter to them. In other words, the fleet would be within firing range in a few minutes and would surround them. "General, should we retreat?" the adjutant asked. Husher Kongchong slapped him across the face. "Retreat my ass. The enemy is so close to us. If we retreat, we'll be chased and attacked from both sides. We won't be able to fight back, and we'll only die faster. Although we are outnumbered, we can hold our ground. Pass on my order. The rear guard will turn around and form a double-sided defensive formation." Next, Husher Kongchong went to the General Staff Headquarters and requested support. On Fu Yulong's side, he was giving Ning Qianchuan what might be his last pre-battle report. Reporting to the commander, "Our fleet is ready and can engage in a bloody battle with the Jinri tribe at any time. General Fu, the Azure Base number 2, and the dignity of humanity are all in your hands." Yes. Seeing Fu Yulong's solemn expression, ready to face death, Ning Qianchuan couldn't bear it. But he couldn't say a single soft word that would damage morale. With a major battle imminent, the most important thing is the morale of the army. That kind of fighting spirit, that determination to survive and never give up. I just hope that heaven will favor the human race more. At this moment, Ning Qianchuan couldn't help but think of something. Previously, there was that mysterious person who asked him for detailed information about the Jinri clan's resource base. Now that war is about to begin, Nothing has changed. I realized I had been scammed. He had suspected before that the person was probably just a spy trying to steal information. But I was still moved by his statement that humans would not harm other humans. So, I gave him detailed information about the Jinri clan's resource base. At the same time, a sense of hope arose in my heart, hoping that what he said was true. It feels like buying a lottery ticket. You know the chances of winning are extremely slim, but you still can't help but hold onto a sliver of hope. Now that hope has been dashed, there is still a sense of loss. But Fu Yulong reported to him again. Commander, an unexpected situation has occurred. An unmarked fleet has suddenly appeared and surrounded the Jinri clan's fleet from behind. Ning Tianyuan Frobenet. Could it be him? That mysterious person. General Fu. That fleet's target is likely also the Jinri tribe, but I can't guarantee they aren't hostile towards us. We must remain vigilant. You're the battlefield commander, so I won't interfere. You should adapt to the situation and act accordingly. Yes, Commander. After hanging up the call, Ning Tianyuan looked up at the sky. I carefully searched through my mind, but couldn't find anyone who matched the criteria for the mysterious person and the mysterious fleet. Where do they come from? Why help yourself? What exactly is the purpose? I don't understand. Now we can only take it one step at a time. Fu Yulong was also wondering about the origins of this mysterious fleet. After the mysterious fleet surrounded the Jinri clan, it did not attack immediately, but instead blocked their position, preventing them from retreating. What are they going to do? Didi, the communications officer, suddenly said, Commander, the mysterious fleet has sent a communication request. Catch! The communication was connected, and a black silhouette appeared on the screen. A synthesized voice track. General Fu. Hello. Fu Yulong's eyes narrowed slightly. He actually knew his identity. They were indeed well prepared. Behind the silhouette is Shen Tianyuan, who lives in the Ning family. Although he was hundreds of millions of miles away, he still wanted to participate in this interstellar war. He stole the intelligence about Fu Yulong from Ning Qi's military briefing. Ning Qi's safety awareness needs improvement. Of course, that's not the point. Fu Yulong asked, Who are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is what I'm discussing with you. Please speak, sir. The matter I have to discuss is beyond your control. Please transfer me to Ning Tianyuan. Commander Ning, I need to speak directly with you. Fu Yulong did not object. Please wait a moment. Fu Yulong contacted Ning Tianyuan again and briefly explained the situation. Ning Tianyuan agreed, and the communication was successfully transferred. Hello, sir. Looking at Ning Tianyuan waving on the screen. Shen Tianyuan had a strange feeling. This was his third time seeing Ning Tianyuan, but he never expected it to be in this way. Shen Tianyuan got straight to the point. Commander Ning, I'm here to thank you for providing information about the Jinri clan resource base. To express my gratitude, I'm willing to relieve the siege of Azure Base Number 2. Is a piece of information that isn't that important really worth your effort? Shen Tianyuan chuckled. I've said it before, if the human race doesn't help the human race, who else can they turn to? So, you mean well and don't expect anything in return? Shen Tianyuan shook his head. I will help you without seeking any profit, but I hope to receive some compensation. Ning Tianyuan thought to himself. Just as I expected. What kind of compensation do you want? If we cooperate, we will destroy the True Sun clan's fleet. In the process, you will bear half of the losses of our fleet. Ning Tianyuan narrowed his eyes. It's not because the conditions are harsh, but because they are too generous. After all, if he intervenes, our side can avoid total annihilation and even turn defeat into victory. Compared to compensating him for half of his fleet's losses, he was making a good profit. Although he asked for half of the compensation, he still had to bear half of the loss himself. It's a loss no matter how you look at it. Ning Tianyuan confirmed again. Is this really your condition? That's right. Although it's still hard to believe, it's the best option. Okay, I agree. Well then, it's a pleasure to work together. Don't you need to sign a contract? Don't be afraid. Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind later? Commander Ning is a smart man. He wouldn't provoke an unknown enemy for a little money. You're right. It's a pleasure working with you. After the communication ended, Shen Tianyuan shook his neck. In fact, Shen Tianyuan had already devised a way to make up for the losses in this operation. There is no need to ask Ning Tianyuan for compensation anymore. However, given that it was Ning Tianyuan who had someone force him to marry at gunpoint. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan still demanded half of the compensation, as a form of psychological compensation for myself. Chapter 86 Blitzkrieg. With the agreement reached, the two fleets joined forces. Boom! An energy cannon shot was fired, and the explosion of a true Sun Clan ship served as a signal flare, officially igniting the war. As the war broke out, Husher Kanchong realized that the situation was more dangerous than he had anticipated. That mysterious third-class ship not only had astonishing firepower, even more deadly was the coordinated attack and crossfire among the ships in the fleet, which sent chills down his spine. Husher Kanchong considered himself a military genius and the king of artillery warfare. But at this moment, he was beaten so badly that he began to doubt his own existence. What he didn't know was that he was facing a combat AI. In artillery combat, biological organisms have a hard time outperforming AI in terms of reaction, calculation, and control. Of course, living organisms also have advantages, particularly in tactical and strategic command. Husher Khan was constantly being humiliated and had no choice but to ask the general staff for help. The Japanese military staff could not stand idly by and watch Husher Kanchong be eliminated. In particular, Yasunaga's grandfather was the Minister of Defense, in charge of military budget plans. Whether they can get enough to eat depends on the Minister of Defense's mood. Now that the Minister of Defense's grandson has been attacked, it is only natural that reinforcements must be dispatched immediately. However, their order to save the Minister of Defense's grandson was instead issued to another of the Minister of Defense's grandsons, Haishijima. Because the Tuku B Star mining area, which is guarded by the 2nd Garrison of Husher Island, is one of the closest True Sun Clan resource bases to the Azure 2 base. The True Sun Clan attacked Azure Base 2 with the intention of taking it over. This way, a defensive zone can be formed, allowing for more secure mining of the star field. Hashijima was drinking real Japanese sake and watching the female officer dance, feeling quite at ease. However, they suddenly received an order from the general staff to provide immediate support to the Husher Kanchong fleet at the Azure Base number 2. Damn it, you wanted to save that bastard Husher Kanchong. Hashijima and Husher Katsuyoshi both came from the Husher family and were cousins. However, the two had a strained relationship since childhood. He would be extremely unwilling to go and rescue Husher Kanchong now. Moreover, according to military reports, the battle at Azure Base 2 is extremely dangerous. He really didn't want to go, but military orders must not be disobeyed. Having no other choice, Hashido CI left 1/3 of his fleet to guard the area while he led the rest of the fleet to provide support. Just over an hour after Hashido CI and his men left, a colossal object surrounded by over 1,000 ships quietly appeared in the outer star system of Turka B and rapidly approached the planet. Buzz. As the distance closed, the warning device set up on the Tuku B star ring was the first to be triggered. The piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout Turk B. But the next second, a barrage of lasers shot out, instantly obliterating the warning device. Soon, the behemoth arrived at the outer edge of planet Tuku B, its scales opening up and countless black dots being released from its body. A dark mass, heading straight for Turk B. Buzz. The piercing alarm woke the officers who were enjoying themselves on the sidelines. They were stunned for a moment. After all, this was the first time they had triggered the alarm since they arrived here. It took me a while to realize that this was an alarm. I hurriedly ran out of the ecological base and found it unusually dark, so I looked up at the sky. A large shadow appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun. As I got closer, they finally saw clearly and were terrified, because that's a fleet of tens of thousands of carrier-based aircraft. Enemy attack. Quick, get on the ship. They panicked and tried to board the ship to fight back. But it was too late. The aerial defenses were instantly destroyed by the massive carrier-based aircraft, which were now diving towards the ground. As it dives, the laser cannons on its fuselage open. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, countless lasers rained down from the sky, instantly covering the base within a radius of dozens of miles. The Jinri tribesman, who was about to run away, was pierced through from head to toe by a direct laser, leaving a large hole, but not a drop of blood flowed out. The wound was burned by the high temperature. After breaking into Turk B, the massive carrier-based aircraft group split into two groups. They rushed toward the anchored ships, although the soldiers on duty on the ships quickly steered their boats to fight back. But it was too late. The ship was surrounded by carrier-based aircraft and was like an elephant being attacked by a swarm of bees, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Carrier-based aircraft circled the ship, launching agile attacks, with explosions and fireballs constantly erupting from a hull. Soon after, They all fell to the ground amidst billowing smoke. Compared to ships, ground targets are killed much more quickly. Drop. The bioradar system scanned the entire base, instantly classifying and locking onto targets. Precision strike begin. The carrier-based aircraft's wings are extended, revealing a dense array of missile launch ports. Swoosh. Missile launch. During flight, the parent missile breaks down into hundreds of thousands, even millions of miniature missiles, each flying toward its own target. Boom! The missiles accurately hit their targets, blasting the Japanese soldiers into dust. This kind of close-range strike has an accuracy within millimeters. There is virtually no chance of escape. Boom! A single air raid destroyed most of the personnel and defense facilities. Carrier-based aircraft cleared the way and removed obstacles. Hundreds of amphibious landing ships then appeared. Their hulls opened, and hundreds of square objects were airdropped down. The square object unfolds as it falls, transforming into a humanoid robot upon landing. These are war robots. After landing, the war robot, holding a gun in its left hand and a sword in its right, began slaughtering the remaining true Japanese tribesmen. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals were unable to put up a fight and were quickly defeated. The battle on Tokubi planet ended in less than 5 minutes. Without stopping, they split into two groups again. The main force headed straight for the gold storage area. The reservoir was violently breached, and a dazzling golden light rushed out. As far as the eye can see, there are neatly stacked gold mines like mountains. Carrier-based aircraft and war robots flew in and began to work together, one carrying and the other transporting, quickly bringing the gold or back to the fleet. Meanwhile, another team dived into the deep sea with boxes marked with radioactive material. Chapter 87, Three-Phase Bomb. What? Planet Turk B is under attack? What's the situation? Hey. While on his way to provide reinforcements, Hashijima suddenly received news that Planet Tuku B had been attacked. But before they could get any answers, the signal was cut off. Clearly, the remaining troops were wiped out. Asshole! He had barely left when his house was robbed. It was clearly premeditated. The adjutant cautioned. General, should we go back to reinforce them? The warehouse has 6 months' worth of gold stored there. If it gets looted, we'll suffer heavy losses. It's too late. It will take them more than an hour to get back. The other party had already packed up and left. Send a telegram to the general staff to report the situation and see how the general staff makes its decision. Yes. Soon, the general staff replied. Cancel the operation to support Husher, Kongchong, and immediately return to defend Tokubi Star. Hashijima looked at the reply with some confusion. Although Tokubi is valuable, the Tier 3 fleet led by Husher Kongchong is clearly more important. But to have them cancel support, there can only be one explanation. Husher Kongchong no longer needs support. He has either broken through the encirclement or been eliminated. However, this is none of his business. Retreat. Go back to defense. Let's go back 10 minutes. Husher Kongchong simply couldn't hold on any longer. He originally thought that with his abilities, he would be more than capable of holding out until the reinforcements arrived at Husher Island. As long as Husher Island attacks the mysterious fleet from behind, the opponent's defenses will then have a loophole, and he can take the opportunity to slip away. After Husher Island takes over the second palace guard, he can escape without any problem. He Shur Dao was sacrificed entirely for the greater good. The idea was good, but problems arose in its implementation. He wouldn't last long until reinforcements arrived from Husher Island. Currently, the fleet has suffered losses exceeding 50. The remaining ships were also severely damaged. It will take more than an hour for the next person from Husher Island to arrive. He clearly wouldn't last that long. He immediately decided to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. A great general must have the composure to remain calm, even when a starship explodes before his eyes, and the determination to sacrifice everything for the greater good. And Husher Kongchong was such a great general. He is the embodiment of the big picture. As long as he lives, the entire fleet can be sacrificed. At that moment, Husher Kongchong's mind raced, and he quickly devised a retreat plan for himself. In this process, a large number of ships would have to cover his retreat and take hits. But for the sake of the bigger picture, there was no other way. Husher Kong immediately reported to the general staff that the battle situation was unfavorable, and for the sake of the overall situation and to preserve the manpower, he was determined to break out of the encirclement. Since his breakout direction was different from that of Hashijima, there was no need for him to come to his aid. Then, The general staff received intelligence that Tokubi planet had been attacked. The battle at Azure Base 2 has already been lost, but Turkby cannot be lost as well. Therefore, they quickly ordered a second defense of Hushur Island, determined to recapture Tokubi Star. When Hushur Island returns to Tokubi Star, because he was unsure of the current situation on the planet and worried that the attacking fleet might still be there, he decided to act for his own safety. He decisively sent his subordinates into the planet, while he himself stayed behind to guard it. Shortly after, Major Yashihira Takuda, who had entered the planet, sent a video call. The video clearly shows that both the ecological base and the factory are now ruins, with spaceship wreckage and mutilated corpses of the True Sun clan scattered everywhere. The casualties were heavy, but Heshido was more concerned about the existence of the gold mine. What about the gold mine in the reservoir area? The perspective then shifts to the entrance of the warehouse area, where the warehouse, which was previously filled with glittering gold ore, is now completely empty. Even the wind makes me feel incredibly lonely. That damn bastard. I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. Heshido was furious. Killing a few of my men is nothing, but you can't take my money. Human life is worthless in this era. Important money. After all, that's all money. As the highest-ranking official on planet Tokubi, he would embezzle some of the gold ore, and everyone else would turn a blind eye. What you're doing now is tantamount to robbing him out of his wallet. This is intolerable. Seeing that Hashijima's expression was not good, the adjutant quickly retreated, because Heshido had a habit of slapping others. But unexpectedly, Haishishima Tsutomu, whose face was gloomy, suddenly laughed. The adjutant felt uneasy looking at Haishijima, who was laughing inexplicably. "General, what are you laughing at?" "I don't laugh at others. I only laugh at the stupidity of these attackers." The adjutant was puzzled. "We've killed people and stolen money. We've lost a fortune. You laugh at others for being stupid? Are you out of your mind?" But he certainly couldn't say that. Otherwise, he would definitely get slapped across the face. He dared not reply, but then Heshido continued. "Although they killed people and robbed the mines, they left behind the most valuable things. Don't forget, this is a gold mine area, which can produce gold or continuously. We can make up for this loss very quickly. If I were the attacker, I would not only kill and rob the mines, but also destroy the mining area. That's real ruthlessness." But they didn't. Weren't they foolish? As Haishijima was smiling, he suddenly saw the screen flicker, a flash of white light, and then the signal was lost. "What's wrong?" Hushur Island's second-in-command was puzzled. An observer urgently reported. "Report. A violent explosion has been detected on planet Tokubi. All signals within the planet have been lost." "What happened?" "It is predicted to be a three-phase explosion." "What?" Heshido hurriedly went to the window and looked down at the planet Tokubi. At that moment, he was in space and could see with the naked eye a white, circular object rising near the equator of Turkby. That was a mushroom cloud from an explosion. The attackers have withdrawn, but they were given a great gift. The 100 spaceships he sent were destroyed. Heshijima pounded violently on the window. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." But the next second he stopped, because he saw it. The white mushroom cloud exploded again, spewing out a mixture of black and red matter that quickly spread outwards. The observer shouted again, "Oh no!" That three-phase bomb detonated on the seabed and blew open the crust that was suppressing the supervolcano. The supervolcano has erupted again. Chapter 88 Slap in the Face. Hashijima's face turned deathly pale, his body swayed, and then he tilted his head back, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. "General!" Buzz. As Hushur Island collapsed, alarms sounded simultaneously. The others were horrified to discover this. In the surrounding dark, starry sky, thousands of glowing eyes lit up. They knew it wasn't a ghost, but the lights of the fleet. But that's the most terrifying part. Soon, their fear was overwhelmed by the overwhelming artillery fire. Blue Star, Ning family. Looking at the exploding Zhenri clan fleet on the screen, Shen Tianyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent display of fireworks." The most beautiful part is the sight of the Japanese people disappearing along with the fireworks. But I imagine the Zhenri tribe must be unhappy right now. After all, he had not only destroyed their fleet, but also seized their mine reserves. It also destroyed the Tokubi Star mining area, a money bag that could generate over 100 billion yuan annually. Shen Tianyuan chose Tukubi Star because it allowed him to make a fortune and recoup the losses from this operation. And after you fished it out, you can smash it. The method of smashing is also simple. The environment of Turk B was originally extremely harsh, but an earthquake caused the Earth's crust to shift, blocking the magma chamber of the supervolcano. The supervolcano stopped erupting, and the environment improved. All that's needed is to use a three-phase bomb to destroy the crust, suppressing the supervolcano, causing it to erupt again. In that case, Tukubi planet will revert to its original extremely harsh environment, and the Jinri tribe will no longer be able to mine gold, or rendering the mining area useless. To harm the enemy is to benefit oneself. That's equivalent to double the profit. Half an hour later, Shen Tianyuan received a message from Wudong. Hushur Kang's fleet had also been completely wiped out. Shen Tianyuan remained calm. This was expected and even inevitable. For today's operation, he mobilized a level 4 fleet, several times the total strength of both sides in the war. In particular, fleet ambushes were arranged along all escape routes near the Azure 2 base war zone. No matter which road Hushur Kangchong took, he couldn't escape. There's no way around it. Having a large fleet is just convenient. With this, all objectives of the operation have been achieved. One's own victory means the enemy's defeat. The distant home planet of the true Sun clan. Quick, someone come quick. The minister has fainted. The Minister of Defense of the Great Japanese Empire suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and was carried away. Before he fainted, he still couldn't understand how things had developed to this point. He led this operation. If successful, seizing human territory will surely win over the hearts of the true Japanese people, allowing him to ascend to the position of Prime Minister in one fell swoop. He reached the pinnacle of his life. Everything was going smoothly, and victory was within reach. But with the appearance of a mysterious fleet, the advantageous situation was instantly reversed. First, Hushur Khan was surrounded and in imminent danger. Later, troops from Hushur Island were dispatched to provide support, but as soon as they left, the mining area they were stationed at was robbed. It was too late to go back and provide support. Not only did people die and the mines be lost, but the mining area was also destroyed. The returning troops of Heshido were ambushed and wiped out. Hushur Kangchong also failed to escape, and his entire army was wiped out. The operation failed to achieve its objectives and instead resulted in heavy losses. As the initiator of the action, he cannot escape blame. He might be forced to commit seppuku as an apology. Even worse, the two grandsons who represented the family's future hopes died. The Hushur family is finished. Unable to withstand the blow, he was carried away due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Before he lost consciousness, his last thought was, where did that damn fleet come from? Shen Tianyuan Side 1. However, the fleet suffered significant losses and needs replacements. Based on Wutong's calculations, this operation, the fleet lost more than 100 ships, or more than 200 ships with varying degrees of damage, plus carrier-based aircraft and other items, bringing the total loss to 485.7 billion star dollars. Shen Tianyuan took a zero and reported a battle loss of 500 billion to Ning Qianchuan. According to the original agreement, Ning Qianchuan was required to compensate for half of the war losses, which amounted to 250 billion star dollars. When Ning Qianchuan received the news of the victory, he was still somewhat incredulous. I thought this was a disaster. The Ning family and the human race will suffer enormous losses. Suddenly, someone appeared and helped him. He tried it out of desperation, thinking he had nothing to lose. Surprisingly, it actually worked. That person really did send a fleet to help him. Not only did they defend the base and preserve the fleet, they also destroyed the true Japanese fleet. It can be described as a great victory. Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly received a bill from Shen Tianyuan, 250 billion star dollars. This immediately weighed heavily on his otherwise happy mood. 250 billion is not an unbearable sum for the four major families. However, in recent years, the Ning family has been embroiled in numerous troubles and incurred considerable expenses. This 250 billion is not easy to come up with. However, Ning Qianchuan had no intention of defaulting on his debt, let alone matters of morality, such as integrity and kindness. Realistically speaking, it's impossible for him to use all his resources to help himself. This shows that his power is no weaker than or even stronger than one's own. It would be unwise to offend such an unknown force for 250 billion. Moreover, His willingness to help me shows that he has a friendly attitude towards humans. It's always better to have more friends than more enemies. Therefore, he didn't dwell on why it was exactly 500 billion and readily agreed to pay, but said he needed to raise the money within a month. Shen Tianyuan agreed. Finally, Ning Qianquan tentatively asked, "May I reveal my identity so that I can repay your kindness in the future?" "Commander Ning, if fate allows, we might meet again. I just didn't expect that fate would bring us together so quickly." Ning Qianquan returned later that day. The father-in-law and son-in-law met again. Of course, it wasn't that they had discovered Shen Tianyuan's identity. Rather, they personally brought back news of the victory. The whole family was overjoyed to receive the news of the victory. Ning Qi then asked incessantly, "How did you win?" After all, according to the family briefing, the Ning family situation was very unfavorable. How could they suddenly turn the tide? Ning Qianquan didn't hold back either and told everyone about the mysterious person and the mysterious fleet. Immediately, the family became extremely interested in this mysterious person. After all, this mysterious person could be considered their benefactor. Naturally, they began discussing the identity of the mysterious person. Ning Qianquan said that although the silhouette of the mysterious person made it impossible to see their exact appearance. However, judging from the silhouette, it should be a race similar to humans, or it may be humans. After all, there is no such thing as goodwill without a reason. Furthermore, the mysterious man's fleet was of a type never seen before, and was clearly more advanced. Shen Tianyuan, who had been listening intently, realized that he had been somewhat careless. However, based on these 2 points alone, they probably can't deduce anything. But he was soon proven wrong. Chapter 89, Waking Up in the Middle of the Night. Could he be the Elector of Rheinfall? Ning Ling, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke. Shen Tianyuan suppressed his surprise and looked at Ning Ling. This little girl, who knew absolutely nothing about interstellar relations or military affairs, actually guessed it right on the first try. Ning Qianquan asked Ning Ling curiously, "Lingner, why do you say that you are the Elector of Rheinfall? What is your basis for this?" Ning Ling chuckled. "I don't have any basis for it, I'm just guessing. Even if it's just a guess, there must be a reason behind it." Ning Ling scratched her head sheepishly and said, "Then I'll tell you. As you all know, I'm not interested in extraterrestrial matters or high-ranking extraterrestrial officials, so I know very little about them. The only time I came into contact with them was at the opening ceremony of the previous energy conference. At that time, I saw quite a few alien leaders, but there were only a handful who were like us humans or were like us humans. The Elector Rheinfall was very likely a human. Moreover, Dad said he had never seen that mysterious man's fleet before. Since the Elector of Rheinfall had just come to power, his fleet was naturally unfamiliar to them. I thought he met my dad's requirements, so I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously, I have no other evidence." Ning Ling's casual remark turned out to be a coincidence that revealed the truth. Even more coincidentally, the person involved was sitting right next to them, pretending nothing was wrong. He comforted himself, even though Ning Ling had guessed correctly. But there's no evidence, and no one else will believe it, so I don't need to worry at all. But he soon noticed that Ning Ying was staring intently at him. He coughed. "Madam, why are you looking at me?" Ning Ying smiled gently and said, "I wonder if my husband knows anything about this Elector Rheinfall." I don't know. Actually, I think you look a lot like that Elector." Shen Tianyuan quickly laughed it off. "Haha, how could that be? They hold high positions and wield great power. How could I compare? My husband is always so humble." Shen Tianyuan felt Ning Ying's gaze. She seemed to have sensed something. Indeed, after all that had happened, Ning Ying had already realized that Shen Tianyuan and Elector Rheinfall might have a relationship. However, the disparity in their social status is so great that it is hard to believe. In addition, she did not want Shen Tianyuan to be the Elector of Rheinfall. Therefore, no further investigation was conducted. But this incident once again made Ning Ying suspicious. After all, if the speculation is true, Shen Tianyuan really is. This explains why the mysterious person helped them. Although Shen Tianyuan denied the questions thoroughly, there was nothing suspicious about his words or expressions. But Ning Ying still had a keen sense that the man in front of her was lying. Women are always very sensitive about this. The couple's exchange went unnoticed by the others. He was still focused on figuring out the identity of the mysterious person. Ning Qianquan said, "Linger, your idea is very good. I also feel that this Elector Rheinfall is possible, but there is no more evidence to confirm this for the time being. so let's put it aside for now. I have two more important things to say. He looked at Ning Ing. Inger, that mysterious person didn't help us entirely for nothing. He asked for some compensation, a total of 250 billion. Before I came, I had already confirmed that the state's finances could allocate a maximum of 160 billion, leaving a shortfall of 90 billion. This 90 billion would have to be drawn from the Ning group. Dad, how long will it take? They gave me a month, but the sooner the better. Clear. There's one more thing I need you to do. Although we won this war by chance thanks to the help of a benefactor, it also revealed many problems. Our fleet's capabilities were significantly inferior to the enemy's, which put us at a disadvantage in the war. Our fleet hasn't undergone a major upgrade in decades, so I like to take this opportunity to give a shot. After all, we can't always rely on others to help us. I will send you the list of equipment that needs upgrading later, and you will be responsible for finding suitable ones. Remember, it has to be good quality, and don't be afraid to spend money. If we don't have enough money, we can borrow some and pay it back slowly. But if another war breaks out and we lose, there will be no second chance. Ninging nodded. Leave it to me, Dad. In fact, the procurement of equipment should be handled by the military itself. However, the military's procurement department cannot avoid taking kickbacks every time it makes a purchase. Taking kickbacks inevitably leads to products that are neither good nor cheap. This is a major upgrade and replacement, and there is no room for error. Therefore, Ning Tianyuan was to be entrusted to his most trusted daughter. Furthermore, Ning Ying is in charge of heavy industry, and her understanding of military equipment is no less than that of men. After Ning Tianyuan finished speaking, he stood up. All right, that's about it. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Ningling hurriedly asked, by the way, Dad, are you still having your birthday party? Ning Tianyuan paused, then nodded gravely. It must be done. Tens of thousands have been killed or injured this time. The Eagle Foundation desperately needs this birthday celebration. We will definitely handle it well. Okay, goodbye. Ning Tianyuan came in a hurry and left in a hurry. That evening, fireworks lit up the sky once again. Of course, it was to celebrate this great victory over the Shinji tribe. Speaking of which, the last two fireworks displays were to celebrate the misfortunes of the Japanese. Furthermore, in each of the treatment incidents, there were mysterious figures whose identities were unknown. Although people do not know the identity of the mysterious figure, everyone is very grateful to him. At this moment, this mysterious figure, Shen Tianyuan, is enduring torment. Starting in the evening, he felt inexplicably restless. I even felt inexplicably anxious and couldn't sleep. Agua checked me out, and there were no physiological problems. Agua analyzed that this was due to psychological factors. Agua said it happens to know a good psychiatrist, and it's calling him over right now. Shen Tianyuan refused. Shen Tianyuan vaguely sensed that the current situation was related to his predecessor's memories, and it was not something that a psychiatrist could solve. Later, Shen Tianyuan finally managed to drift off to sleep. But even in my dreams, I am still tormented by chaotic memories. He was awakened by a nightmare as midnight approached. Just then, Agua knocked on the door and said, Master, there is a letter for you. Chapter 90, A Century-Long Dream. Shen Tianyuan took the envelope. There was no sender's information on it, only the words Shen Tianyuan. Please open this letter. Where did the letter come from? Agua shook his head. Master, I don't know. I went out to dry the paint on my head, and when I came back, I saw the letter at your door. Okay, go back to hibernation now. Shen Tianyuan's heart pounded as he read the letter. He took a deep breath and opened the envelope. There was no letter inside, only a photograph. The photo is yellowed, indicating it is quite old. This is a group photo. The background of the photo is a ship with a flag with a dragon and star pattern on the wall, and a blue star can be seen through the window. There are 9 people in the photo, 7 men and 2 women. Apart from a middle-aged man in a white coat, the other 8 were all dressed in uniform military attire. The style of the military uniform was exactly the same as the one Shen Tianyuan obtained from the escape pod. The ranks of these 8 men can be determined by their chest badges and shoulder insignia. They consist of 6 lieutenant generals and 1 colonel. One person was not wearing any shoulder insignia or chest badges and had no military rank. But the one without a military rank stood in the center of the group. The man was in his 40s and looked very similar to Shen Tianyuan. Or rather, this is what Shen Tianyuan looked like in middle age. Shen Tianyuan quietly looked at the photos, fragmented and blurry memories of the past. In an instant, it became clear. The hazy figures in my memory gradually overlapped with the people in the photos. Shen Tianyuan's fingers gently brushed over each person in the photo, softly murmuring their names. Gong Lin, Yang Tiu, Ning Ting Ko, Wutong, Diaorue, Fi, Shao Qiuling, Mingrui, Shop King Bang. Shen Tianyuan calmly read out their names and turned the photo over. The photo has 7 words on the back. A century-long dream. It's time to wake up. Shen Tianyuan murmured as if in response. Yes, it's time to wake up. Immediately, Shen Tianyuan stood up. Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang poked her head out of the eggshell. Brother Tian, is something wrong? Follow me. Yes. Under the cover of night, the two deployed their armor and left Ninja Island. Soon after, he met up with someone in the night sky. It was Pan Geng. Pan Geng asked, "What brings you here in the dead of night?" "I want to see Ning Xingho." At this time, Lord Ning should be asleep. Shen Tianyuan said confidently, "He definitely isn't asleep. Lead the way." Pan Geng gave Shen Tianyuan a deep look. He seemed to have undergone some kind of change. "Please follow me." A few minutes later, Shen Tianyuan arrived at Ning Xingho's spaceship again. I went in alone. Then Shen Tianyuan went into Ning Xingho's room alone. The room was dimly lit. As usual, Ning Xingho was still lying in bed. Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Xingho and said, "Ahua, it's been 100 years since we last met. How are you?" Upon hearing the name Ahua, Ning Xingho trembled, her lips quivered, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. "You." Shen Tianyuan smiled gently. "Ahua, a man doesn't easily shed tears." Ning Xingho's tears welled up, but she smiled and added, "It's only because I haven't reached the point of heartbreak yet." The two looked at each other, and without saying a word, they both understood everything. Immediately, Ning Xingho struggled to get out of bed and gave Shen Tianyuan a standard military salute. "Commander, it's been a long time." Shen Tianyuan returnet Ning King quod salute. "Hello, General Ning." After saluting, Shen Tianyuan helped Ning Xingho sit down. "Ahua, you can stand up now, so it seems the life enhancer I gave you last time worked." Ning Xingho nodded. "Yes, I can barely walk on my own now, and I think I can live for another year or two without any problem." Shen Tianyuan looked at his aged face. "It's been 100 years. I remember the last time we parted, you were still in your prime. Now you're old. If I could see you one more time before I die, I would die without regrets. We meet again after a century, not to see you one last time." Ning Xingho stood up again, stood at attention, and said, "Commander, I want to apologize to you. I know they have betrayed us, but instead of avenging you, I colluded with them. Please punish me." Shen Tianyuan shook his head. "No, Ahua, you did the right thing. You haven't forgotten my teachings. You brought a century of peace to the human race. But in the end, I betrayed you, sob sob." As Ning Xingho spoke, she couldn't help but sob. Shen Tianyuan pulled him into his arms and comforted him. "It's all right. It's all in the past. Remember what we said before? People should look forward." "Yes." Ning Xingho agreed, but still couldn't help crying. Ning Xingho cried for a long time, and the emotions that had been pent up in her heart for 100 years were finally released at this moment. After Ning Xingho calmed down a bit, Shen Tianyuan asked, "Ahua, tell me, what exactly happened after that year?" "Yes." Ning Xingho recalled the distant past. "Back then, after you, Wudong Deputy, Uncle Chi, and General Zhou had their accident, we all desperately searched for you, but to no avail. During that time, General Ming told me that she suspected your accident might be related to Jiang Xiao and the others. But Jiang Xiao and his group were the most proactive in avenging you afterwards. They were even the ones who captured and executed the chief of the Black Missouri tribe. Their actions dispel my doubts. Later, we eliminated the remaining forces of the Black Enders and were able to establish our human government. At that time, I wanted to implement the new system according to your wishes, but it was opposed by Jiang Xiao and others. Finally, General Ming and I persisted in our resistance, and they eventually agreed to establish a democratic government. But little did they know, it was all a scam. After the federal government was established, they showed no intention of relinquishing power. They used their power to control the people, creating a false democracy, and to ensure that their power is passed down in a democratic manner. After that, they also wanted to exclude me and General Ming from the new government and let them rule as dictators. At that time, I realized that if I relinquished power, I would only become a fish on a chopping board at their mercy. Therefore, I can only fight against them if I seize back power like they do. During this confrontation, General Ming became disillusioned with the new government. In addition, Firmly believing that you were not dead, she led her subordinates away from Earth to search for you, and she never returned. And foolishly, it wasn't until more than a decade later that I finally realized something was wrong. Chapter 91, Wouldn't I Become Your Great-Grandson-in-Law? I've discovered that Jiang Xiao and his cronies are constantly covering up what happened back then, especially the existence of you all. No wonder Blue Star couldn't find any evidence of Shen Tianyuan's existence. It turns out that Jiang Xiao and others had deliberately erased them. Ning Xingho continued. At that time, I realized that perhaps General Ming was right. Jiang Xiao and the others had a problem, and their actions were clearly out of guilty conscience. Later, I started investigating what happened back then again, but I didn't find anything. Until that day, Wu Tong's adjutant suddenly contacted me. Shen Tianyuan was taken aback. You said Wu Dong contacted you? Ning Xingho nodded. That's right. I will not forget your voices. Shen Tianyuan clenched his fist. So, it's good that Wu Dong didn't die. But what happened to her after that? Ning Xingho shook his head sadly. The adjutant Wu Dong hurriedly told me about the attack back then. At that time, the attackers were not only the remnants of the Black Missouri clan, but also Jiang Xiao, Kong Lin, and Zhao Qiuling's personal guards. At this point, the communication was suddenly cut off. She never contacted me again after that, and although I sent people to look for her, we couldn't find her. Shen Tianyuan couldn't help but feel disappointed after hearing this. At least we know that Wu Dong is not dead, so we still have hope of finding her. Decades passed, and even without any unexpected events, he would have died of old age. But even the smallest hope is better than none at all. Ning Xingho composed himself and continued. After receiving the message from Lieutenant Wu Dong, I confirmed that Jiang Xiao and the other two are traitors. They are the ones who harmed you. I want to avenge you. But I have no evidence, and besides, the government is mostly under their control, so I have no way to avenge you through legal means. I want revenge, and the only way is to start a war, but that will inevitably ignite a civil war among humans, which will lead to the deaths of many people. I recall your instructions. We fight for humanity, and we must not harm humanity's interests for our sake. If I were to start a war for revenge, it would be contrary to your teachings to me. I can't do that. But if I do this, it would be tantamount to harboring a traitor who plots against you. It would be tantamount to betraying you. Ning Xingho broke down in tears again as she said this. Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Xingho and felt sad too. Sometimes it's harder for the living than for the dead. After all, the dead feel no pain. But the living must endure all kinds of hardships and suffering. Shen Tianyuan comforted him, saying, I told you, you did the right thing. You're over 100 years old, don't cry. He then continued, what happened next? I simply cannot bear to see those who plotted against you die peacefully of old age. I will make them pay for this through assassination. This is my personal decision. Even if I am exposed in the end, I will gladly pay with my life, but I will never let war break out. But fate was blind and didn't give me that chance. Zhao Qiuling died unexpectedly in a spaceship crash during one of his trips. Decades ago, when my assassins were almost fully trained. For reasons unknown, Jiang Xiao and Kong Lin suddenly left Blue Star with half of their family fleet and never returned. But I can sense that these two guys aren't dead. They're alive somewhere in the universe. I will not die peacefully until I kill them, so I've been holding on until now. Unexpectedly, we ended up meeting again. So this is the meaning behind my long life. After hearing this, Shen Tianyuan felt extremely distressed. So that's how it is, Ahua. You've had such a hard time all these years, all by yourself. It was all worth it to be able to wait for your return. By the way, Ahua, I've always been curious. Why did you marry Ninging to me in the first place? You probably didn't recognize me at first. Ning Xingho nodded. Yes, when we first met, I just thought you happened to look a lot like the commander, but I didn't expect that you were the same person. It wasn't until our second meeting, when you said your name, that I realized you might actually be real. Later, I had Pan Gung collect your hair, and after DNA comparison, I was able to confirm that you really came back. If that's the case, why did you marry Ninging to me? When we first met, I felt that you looked alike, which was a kind of fate. Perhaps you were even his reincarnation. Based on the idea of loving the house because of the house, I let Ninging marry you, which can also make up for my guilt. Shen Tianyuan was helpless, but Ninging is your great-granddaughter. In that case, wouldn't I become your great-granddaughter's husband? No. Ning Xingho waved his hands repeatedly, then revealed a secret. Actually, the current Ning family and I are not related by blood. Ning Xingho then explained his reasons. Because he always felt guilty towards Shen Tianyuan. This extreme sense of guilt turned into self-punishment. Ning Xingho decided never to have children as a form of self-punishment. But the Ning family needs to carry on its legacy and compete with the other families. Later, when Ning Xingho was 50 years old, he adopted an orphan and asked him to carry on the Ning family tradition. This orphan was Ning Tianyuan's father and Ning Ying's grandfather. However, he did not outlive Ning Xingho and passed away a few years ago. Therefore, in terms of blood relations, Shen Tianyuan is not considered his junior. But Shen Tianyuan was not happy at all. Awa, why do you torture yourself like this? Commander, it's all in the past. Ning Xingho paused for a moment and then said, if you don't like it, I will dissolve your marriage. No need for now. This identity can be used as a temporary disguise. After Ning Xingho finished telling his story, he asked Shen Tianyuan, Commander, can you tell me what happened to you? How did you survive back then? Where have you been for the past 100 years? Why did you lose your memory? Why do you look even younger after 100 years? Shen Tianyuan nodded. Of course. Chapter 92 Time Bomb. I survived because everyone risked their lives for me. Shen Tianyuan's eyes were filled with sorrow as he recalled that painful memory. At that time, we were surrounded by the enemy. I was ambushed and seriously injured. If the guards hadn't rushed up to shield me from the bullets, I would have died. General Xingbong instructed Wudong and Qi to lead me ahead, while he led the guards to cover the rear. With their own flesh and blood, they single-handedly held off an enemy 10 times their size. The last thing I saw was that they were engulfed in a hail of artillery fire. They never retreated an inch until their deaths. With tears welling up in his eyes, Shen Tianyuan continued. Their sacrifice finally covered our retreat to the airport, but the spaceships we came from had all been destroyed by them, and we had nowhere to retreat. Just when they were at their wits' end, Qi took out the box he always carried with him. I used to always ask him, what's in the box? He always just smiled and didn't answer. It wasn't until then that I realized it was a portable escape pod. He opened the escape pod, but it could only seat one person, so he shoved me inside without hesitation. At that time, I was already delirious due to excessive blood loss. Before I completely lost consciousness, my last memory was of Qi picking up a gun and facing off against the charging enemies with Wudong. Shen Tianyuan closed his eyes, trying to stop the tears, but they still couldn't stop soaking his clothes. Ning Xingho, who was listening nearby, also silently shed tears. They are all heroes. Yes, they are heroes. Shen Tianyuan paused for a moment and then continued. I thought I would either be captured and taken back or die from serious injuries. Either way, I would die and reunite with them. But then I woke up. When I woke up, I found that the escape pod had landed on an unfamiliar planet, and the serious injuries I suffered before have actually healed. Before I understood the situation, another group of people landed on the planet. This was the exploration team of the True Sun clan. At the time, I didn't know it was the Junri tribe. I thought it was a group sent by Jiang Xiao to hunt me down. I took off my military uniform and put into the escape pod, and then I hid. But I was still discovered by the True Sun clan, and they then sent me to an alien mining area. There I discovered that 99 years had passed, meaning I had been asleep in the escape pod for 99 years. But strangely, I neither died nor grew old. I actually feel younger, and my physical condition has returned to that of 20-year-old. This confuses me. While I was trying to figure out how to escape from the mining area, I accidentally bumped my head. This fall caused me to lose all my previous memories. You know what happened next? I was rescued by the Ning family's fleet and came to Blue Star, where I met you. Only when he fully regained his memories did Shen Tianyuan understand everything. In fact, his predecessor was himself. His time travel wasn't a soul travel. His entire being traveled to a new world. Furthermore, the time he traveled to was not this year, but more than 130 years ago. At that time, the human race was still under the rule of the Black Enders. Shen Tianyuan was captured by the Black End clan as soon as he transmigrated and became the subject of human experiments. The inhumane human experiments caused some changes to Shen Tianyuan's physical appearance. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan did not recognize that his predecessor was himself at first. Several years after the experiment, the laboratory was rescued by the Human Revolutionary Army. He then joined the Human Revolutionary Army and gradually rose to become its leader. During this process, he also adopted Ning Xingho, who had become an orphan. After a 30-year struggle, the human revolution is about to triumph. Then he was betrayed by Jiang Xiao, and he slept in the lonely star for 99 years before losing some of his memories in the mining area. The part of his memory that he lost was precisely the memory of the more than 30 years he had traveled from. That's why Shen Tianyuan thought he had just traveled from Earth. Shen Tianyuan continued, "Why I am immortal and even younger, I still don't know. Whatever the reason, as long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Commander, we still have a lot to do." Shen Tianyuan nodded. "That's right, a lot. First, they must complete the human race's unfinished work from a century ago. This is an explanation to those who sacrifice themselves on the way to achieve the goal. It's something they have to do. Furthermore, punish the traitors. The actions of Jiang Xiu and others are unforgivable. The ambush on Shen Tianyuan and his group was carried out jointly by the Black Missouri clan and Jiang Xiu's personal guards. This shows that Jiang Xiu's actions went beyond simply revealing Shen Tianyuan's whereabouts to the Black Missouri clan. There is an even deeper collusion between them. As a high-ranking general in the Human Revolutionary Army, his collusion with the mortal enemy, the Black Ant clan, is highly suspicious. Ning Xingho also mentioned that although they later eliminated the chieftain of the Black Missouri clan, they never captured the young chieftain, which was undoubtedly a hidden danger. Furthermore, Jiang Xiu and Kong Lin later led their fleet away from Blue Star and never returned. Was their departure related to the Black Mummy clan? But what worries Shen Tianyuan the most is the power behind the Black Missouri clan. According to records, the Black Ant clan crashed on Blue Star in a spaceship, and their numbers numbered only a few thousand. The Black Ones are a race that has never appeared before. No one knows where they came from. However, their technological level is clearly ahead of the current universe. Because the spaceship crashed, they lost a lot of technology. But with this flawed technology and with only a few thousand people, they ruled over the human race for hundreds of years. They can't possibly be individuals. They clearly come from a powerful force whose technology is more advanced than that of the current universe. I came to Earth for some reason. If the remaining Black Mummy tribe members can find a way to contact the powerful forces behind them and lure them here, at that time, not only humanity, but this entire universe will likely be in danger. This is like a time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Chapter 93, I'll be right there. Besides concerns about the Black Enders, there's another equally important thing. That's a matter for your partner. For example, the fate and whereabouts of Wudong and Qi. After they sent Shen Tianyuan away, they shouldn't have been able to survive in that kind of life or death situation. But Wudong suddenly contacted Ning Xingho several years later. She was not dead. So what happened after Shen Tianyuan left? Why did Wudong disappear again after a brief period of contact? Is she alive or dead? If she didn't die, where is she now? And then there's Qi. That guy is incredibly clever. Shen Tianyuan had a feeling that he wouldn't just die like that. They all risked their lives to protect Shen Tianyuan, and Shen Tianyuan will never abandon them. Apart from the companions whose fate is unknown, he also needs to give justice to his fallen comrades. To cover up their shameful deeds, Jiang Xiu and others have been concealing and falsifying what happened back then. As a result, people have gradually forgotten these heroes who made great contributions to the cause of human independence. This should not be done. Heroes should not be forgotten. To do so would be a betrayal. Once the goals are clear, the next step is to figure out how to achieve them. All of the above goals require one prerequisite: sufficient power. Whether it's the genuine Japanese tribe from the outside, or the time bomb-like Black Ant tribe, or the other three major families within the human race, it's probably impossible to negotiate with them. In the end, the outcome will have to be decided by force. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan's primary goal is to continue developing his own power. But unlike the previous methods of simply waiting to develop, Shen Tianyuan felt that perhaps he could be a little flamboyant. There's no need to keep everything hidden like before. He had already determined that the Ning family was harmless to him. He can trust Ning, Ing, and others to a certain extent. You can appropriately show them some of your things. Of course, there's no need to rush these things. Just let things take their natural course and reveal what's meant to be revealed. At the same time, Shen Tianyuan planned to spread his fame. Let the universe know that I exist. This can serve as a way to lure out hidden enemies. It can also let former comrades know that they are not dead, so that they will come looking for them. Of course, while expanding one's fame, it is still important to maintain a cautious approach. Shen Tianyuan finished explaining his plans. Ning Xingho excitedly asked Shen Tianyuan to assign him a task. At this moment, Ning Xingho seemed to have been rejuvenated. It's not just a physical recovery, but a rebirth of the soul. Although Ning Xingho's body had recovered somewhat thanks to the life enhancer, his age of 130 was something that couldn't be changed, and he didn't want to overexert himself. After all, Ning Xingho was his only partner right now, and Shen Tianyuan didn't want anything to happen to him. However, not wanting to spoil Ning Xingho's mood, he let Ning Xingho continue dealing with the previous matter of the former chieftain of the Tak Beast clan. Shen Tianyuan's other identity is the Elector of Rheinfall. He had a feud with his former clan chief, and then pulled some strings to make him go from being the current clan chief to the former clan chief. Although the threat has diminished, hatred has increased. Although the former chieftain has stepped down, he's still a force to be reckoned with. If he wants revenge, he'll likely suffer the consequences himself. It's a classic case of kicking a man when he's down. Shen Tianyuan wanted to ensure that this former clan leader had no chance of making a comeback. Ning Xingho patted his chest and assured him, "Commander, I guarantee the mission will be completed, cough cough." But he forgot that he was getting old, and when he patted his chest like that, he coughed 7 or 8 times in a row before he stopped. Then, Shen Tianyuan did not hide anything and told Ning Xingho about the system. This is the origin of his Tier 5 fleet. Ning Xingho and he have known each other for over 30 years. Although they are not related by blood, they're already true family. Ning Xingho is someone I can absolutely trust. Therefore, he did not choose to hide it. In front of Ning Xingho, Shen Tianyuan demonstrated the system's manifestation function to him. Ning Xingho was very surprised when he saw it. But then he made roughly the same guess as Shen Tianyuan. The system may be a product of a higher-level civilization, but it's unclear why it approached him. The two also shared the same view on the system. While remaining cautious, make the most of it. After all, this is the best way for them to develop rapidly. Before leaving, Shen Tianyuan gave the last vial of life enhancer to Ning Xingho. Ning Xingho gave his identification card to Shen Tianyuan. This is a higher-level identity card than Ning Tianyuan's, possessing the highest level of authority within the Ning family. This card allows the user to mobilize the Ning family's fleet and control everything related to the Ning family without any reason. The next day, as usual, Shen Tianyuan and Ning Ying and the others ate breakfast. However, Ning Ying kept glancing at Shen Tianyuan. "Madam, what's wrong?" Ning Ying blushed and quickly lowered her head to eat. "No, it's nothing." Ning Ling was still straightforward. "Hey, brother-in-law, you seem different today." "How so?" Ning Ling thought about it carefully for a moment. I can't quite put my finger on it." Ning Ying replied, "Husband, it's Dad's birthday in a few days. We need to send a birthday gift. Let me help you prepare it." "No need. Madam, I can prepare this myself." "I see." Ning Ying gracefully wiped her mouth. She appeared indifferent, but inwardly she was thinking, "They've already prepared everything for you, and you're refusing it, wasting their good intentions." Shortly after breakfast, Shen Tianyuan received a call from Wei Liuhe. "Sir, there's something I need your opinion on." "Explain." "Lieutenant Han Feijia has overstayed his leave and failed to return. Our investigation has revealed that he has been arrested, and the person who arrested him is someone of considerable influence. This matter requires your decision." "I'll be right there." Chapter 94 Green Hat. Lieutenant Han Feijia was someone Shen Tianyuan had met before when he was talking with key officers, and he was quite impressed with him. He was a subordinate of Wei Liuhe in the army. He was discharged from the military for speaking out for Wei Liuhe. Later, at the invitation of Wei Liuhe, he joined Bai Shui Company. He is skilled in military affairs and is only in his early 30s, with great potential for advancement. He is a person that Shen Tianyuan has high hopes for. In the conference room of Bai Shui Company, only Wei Liuhe and a young military officer were waiting for him, but the young officer had many bruises on his face. Upon seeing Shen Tianyuan, the two immediately saluted, "Sir." Shen Tianyuan returned the greeting. "Let's get straight to the point." Wei Liuhe said, "Lieutenant Fang Zijin is in the know about this matter, so he will speak for us." Shen Tianyuan glanced at Fang Zijin, who was also one of the corps officers. "Second Lieutenant Fang, please speak." "Yes, sir." Fang Zijin then explained the reason for the matter. He and Han Feijia were college classmates and had a close relationship. Even more coincidentally, they both married female classmates after graduation. This brought the two families even closer. But a little over a month ago, when Fang Zijin returned home on vacation, he unexpectedly found a condom under the bed, which was a different size from his. Fang Zijin realized that his wife might be cheating on him. He managed to access his wife's private photo album. He found photos in the album of his wife traveling with a strange man, and they were behaving very intimately. Fang Zijin suppressed his anger and told his wife that he was going back to work. But he didn't leave. Instead, he waited outside the house. No sooner had he left than a man showed up at the door. Fang Zijin returned home and, as expected, caught his wife and the man in bed together. After gathering enough video evidence, he beat the man up. He then demanded a divorce and, based on evidence of his wife's infidelity, successfully made her leave with nothing. But the matter did not end there, because Fang Zijin discovered another person's image in that private photo album. That was her best friend, who was also Han Feijia's wife, Ren Shuiyao. Ren Shuiyao was also accompanied by a strange man behaving intimately. This suggests that his wife was probably not the only one having an affair. Out of a sense of responsibility to his brother, he ultimately chose to tell Han Feijia about it. Han Feijia initially didn't believe it at all. He believed that he and his wife were deeply in love and that his wife would never betray him. Fang Zijin took out photos, some of which showed Ren Shuiyao embracing a blonde-haired man. Han Feijia's face was gloomy. He thanked Fang Zijin and said he would handle the rest. 2 weeks later, Han Feijia told him in despair. He confirmed it. His wife, Ren Shuiyao, had indeed cheated on him. He also hired a private investigator. In the past 2 weeks, Ren Shuiyao has been going to an entertainment club almost every day to see the blonde-haired man, and she even brings him home. This result nearly broke him. He never imagined that his hard-earned family and his beloved wife would turn out like this. Han Feijia cried for a long time. As a man, such betrayal is almost intolerable. He desperately wanted to chop that vile woman to pieces. But he couldn't. He still had his son. He couldn't let his son become an orphan like him. He couldn't leave his son with that woman, because there were several videos showing it. When Ren Shuiyao brought Huang Mao home, his son was already home. She was having an affair with a man in the room, while her son helplessly pounded on the door outside. This scene broke Han Feijia's heart. He absolutely cannot let his son stay with this woman. Ultimately, he made the same decision as Fang Zijin to get a divorce. So, Han Feijia took a few days off to prepare for the divorce. Considering that Ren Shuiyao's father is the director of the Anning City Police Bureau, Fang Zijin was worried about leaving him alone, so he took leave to go with him. Fang Zijin continued. At that time, Feijia took the evidence to confront Ren Shuiyao. I was worried, so I stayed outside and kept watch. As expected, something bad happened. A short while later, Ren Shuiyao's brother, Ren Jinping, arrived with a group of people. Worried that something might happen, I quickly called the police and then followed them. When I went in, Ren Jinping was beating Feijia. I went to help, but I got beaten up too. Then, right in front of us, they destroyed the evidence of Ren Shuiyao's infidelity. Ren Jinping also said that his sister is a rich second-generation heiress, a beautiful and wealthy woman. The fact that she could marry a poor man like him is a stroke of good luck from his ancestors. Her sister finding a man is normal spending, you understand? Be more sensible in the future and mind your own business. After hearing this, Shen Tianyuan felt his values were shattered. There are still such shameless people. He cheated on his wife, then beat her up, and now expects her to obediently wear a green hat, a symbol of infidelity, from now on? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? What happened next? Feijia was naturally unwilling to compromise. The marriage had to end. But he couldn't be a burden to me anymore. So he kicked me out and went to negotiate with the Ren family himself. He didn't expect Ren Shuiyao to leave with nothing. All he needs to do is regain custody of the children and then take a share. You may not know this, but Feijia is actually a business genius. When he first graduated, the Ren family owned a small company that was about to go bankrupt, and Feijia volunteered to take over the company. In 5 years, he worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, growing the company to a scale of over 1 billion yuan. After the company grew, Ren Jinping jumped out and took over the company, only giving him 5% of the shares. Han Feijia loved Ren Shuiyao very much and didn't hold it against her, so he joined the army. Now all he needs is to get back the 5% stake in custody of his child. But even with these requirements, Feijia never came out of the Ren family after entering. It's obvious that the Ren family did something to him. I have no choice but to ask for your help. After Fang Zijin finished speaking, Wei Liuhe whispered to Shen Tianyuan, Sir, as the person in charge of Bai Shui Company, I must warn you. If we take action, we will inevitably offend the local police chief, which will be detrimental to our future development. You don't want my help? Wei Liuhe shook his head. That's how it is from the company's development perspective, but we are soldiers, and as brothers in the army, we cannot abandon him. Shen Tianyuan grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. What else is there to say? Let's go over there and beat them to a pulp. Chapter 95, My Ruined Family. We walk sideways in Changning. Guards, assemble. Shen Tianyuan said to the guards, someone is bullying our brothers. What should we do? That's right, fuck them. Although these words are crude, they are so heartwarming. After all, who wouldn't want a boss who protects his own? Sit off. Yes. A group of over 100 people boarded the spaceship and headed menacingly towards the Rin family. Wei Liuhe said, Sir, isn't this too much a show of force? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Although Shen Tianyuan appeared calm on the surface, he was actually burning with anger inside because of Jiang Xiu's betrayal. Seeing his subordinates being bullied like this, how could he, as the boss, remain indifferent? Moreover, in Changning Prefecture now, he can do whatever he wants. Soon, the group arrived at the Rin family's mansion, led by Fang Zijin. Shen Tianyuan did not charge straight in. He wanted to use diplomacy first, then force. Keep your positions concealed and act upon my signal. Yes. The guards then dispersed. Shen Tianyuan only took Bai Shuang, Wei Liuhe, and Fang Zijin with him when he went in. Ding dong. Upon arriving at the gate, Shen Tianyuan politely rang the doorbell. A moment later, the butler's voice came through the doorbell. Who is it? Hello, we are from Bai Shui Company. Do you have an appointment? No, no appointment. Hurry up and go. We're here to see a friend named Han Feijia. Upon hearing the name Han Feijia, the butler's voice changed instantly. Han Feijia? Don't know him. Get out of here. But before he could finish speaking, he heard a loud crash. He peeked out to take a look and saw that the two main gates of the Rin family's house had been kicked open. Several people swaggered in. The butler immediately rushed out, pointing at the group and cursing, Damn it, where did these brats come from, daring to cause trouble in our Rin family? He was speaking when a twig flew by and pierced his palm. The butler clutched his blood-soaked hand and wailed in pain. Shen Tianyuan shouted, Hey, the guard dog has been beaten. Aren't you going to come and see what's going on? A short while later, a group of bodyguards escorted a wealthy woman and a young couple out. Fang Zijin whispered, Sir, that young woman is Ren Shuyao. The man is her brother Ren Jinping, and the woman is their mother Wan Dianli. Wan Dianli glanced at them. Do you know where this is? The Ren family, you know. Do you know who my husband is? Ren Lianqing, chief of police of Anning City. Knowing this, you still dare to cause trouble here? Why don't you dare? Shen Tianyuan's forceful tone left Wan Dianli unsure of what to do. Could he be some important figure? At this moment, Ren Jinping recognized Fang Zijin and said, Mom, I know that person. He's Han Feijia's friend. Han Feijia's friends. Wan Dianli felt confident again after hearing this. What kind of powerful figures could that poor kid's friends be? They almost fooled him. So you're friend of Han Feijia. What are you doing here? We come to take him back. Wan Dianli shook her head. He won't be able to leave the Rin family unless he signs the agreement. Okay, now that you acknowledge that he's in your Rin family, this matter is easy to handle. Ren Jinping snorted. So what if you admit it? What can you do to me? I can throw you bunch of fools into jail and let you sit there until you die. How dare you send us to prison for life with just a single sentence? Just because my dad is the police chief and my family has power, we can crush you lowly trash however we want. Slap, slap. Shen Tianyuan clapped his hands. How impressive. No wonder you dare to be so lawless. Since you want to compete in power, then let's have a contest and see who's really the trash. Ren Shuyao, standing to the side, said impatiently, Brother, tell them to hurry up. I have an appointment to get my hair done. Shen Tianyuan looked at her. Hey, you and Han Feijia have been married for many years, and he has made contributions to your family. Do you think it's appropriate for you to treat him like this? Ren Shuyao lowered her head and blew on her nails. I used to really like him, but he's too rigid. I was just paying to have some fun with a man. It was just a consumption. It's such a small matter, but he insists on making a big deal out of it. There's nothing I can do about it. He brought on himself. Hee. Shen Tianyuan couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. It seemed there was no need to hold back at all. Ren Jinping was already impatient. Go break all their legs and throw them in jail. Oh, and leave that white-haired woman behind. A dozen or so bodyguards in black surrounded the four of them. Bai Shuang and the other two wanted to go up, but Shen Tianyuan waved his hand and said, "Let me do it." He's been feeling down lately, so this is a good opportunity to vent. Seeing Shen Tianyuan approach with more than a dozen people, Rin Jinping laughed. That kid's asking for death. They're all D-rank, huh? But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Shen Tianyuan was like a tiger among sheep. None of these D-level bodyguards could withstand a single blow from him. Shen Tianyuan delivered a punch, splattering blood everywhere. One foot landed, and tendons and bones were severed. Using only the simplest moves, in less than a minute, this group of D-level bodyguards were lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. Shen Tianyuan used his foot to lift one person up, and then kicked him, sending the blood-covered bodyguard crashing down on the mother and her two children. They jumped back in surprise. Hey, the prestigious Ren family only has D-level bodyguards? That's way too weak. Faced with Shen Tianyuan's sarcasm, Wang Jianli's expression turned ugly. "Huh, so you're a gene enhancer. Looks like a lousy soldier. Don't think you're so great just because you can fight. The foundation of our Ren family is beyond your imagination. All right, I'd like to see what kind of foundation your Ren family has. But before that, hand over Han Feijia first, otherwise you won't have a chance to show your true strength." Shen Tianyuan's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a cold wind blowing, making their hair stand on end. "Fine, I'll pay," Wang Jianli said through gritted teeth. The bodyguard was knocked down. Although Wang Jianli had secretly notified her husband to bring people back quickly, it would take a few minutes. But during this period, we can only temporarily back down. They are upper-class people. They can't let these lower-class people fight. However, they will have to pay 10 times, 100 times the price afterward. Wang Jianli was very confident. The Ren family has recently climbed the social ladder. They can now do whatever they want in Chongning Prefecture. Chapter 96. Wait, I'll call someone again. Han Feijia was carried out. He was covered in wounds, clearly having suffered inhuman abuse. Shen Tianyuan was the first to greet him. "Lieutenant Han, how are you?" Han Feijia struggled to open his swollen, bruised eyes and saw the person in front of him. "Sir, it's you." He tried to get up as he spoke. Shen Tianyuan gently pressed his shoulder and said, "Recovering from your injury is the priority. I'll take you to the hospital first." Han Feijia grabbed Shen Tian's hand tightly. "Sir, this is my business. I'm already ashamed to involve you, so how can I just walk away?" "But you have an injury." "Sir, this is my business. Please let me stay here." Looking at Han Feijia's determined eyes, Shen Tianyuan knew he wouldn't leave, so he nodded. "All right, then you can witness the end of this matter." "Doctor, come here." Shen Tianyuan said something in a low voice, and soon 2 doctors rushed in to treat Han Feijia. Knowing that Han Feijia was likely to be injured, they naturally brought doctors with them, all of whom were veteran military doctors. Han Feijia didn't need anesthesia during his treatment. He just endured it all by himself. He's definitely a tough guy. Wang Jianli was furious when she saw this. They just let people into the Ren family home and let them receive treatment right in front of them. They completely disregard the Ren family. This humiliation must be repaid 1,000-fold. Shen Tianyuan turned to Wang Jianli and said, "I said I wanted to compete with your Ren family in terms of power, but my patience is not unlimited. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you still can't get there, don't blame me for being ruthless." Although Shen Tianyuan could easily take over the Ren family now. But if they take down the Ren family just like that, the Ren family will feel they still have trump cards and will definitely be dissatisfied and will cause trouble later. Although there's no need to worry, it's still a hassle. Why not let them play all their cards at once and beat them so badly they can never get back up? Without anesthesia, Han Feijia's lips turned white from the pain. To distract him, Shen Tianyuan asked, "Lieutenant Han, what kind of agreement is the Ren family trying to force you to sign?" Han Feijia gritted his teeth and said, "They're twisting the truth, saying I cheated on them, and they're trying to get me to sign and put my fingerprint on it. They're slandering my innocence like this. Even if they beat me to death, I won't agree to it." Shen Tianyuan was also impressed. This family's actions were constantly pushing the boundaries of human decency. "Lieutenant Han, don't worry. Now that we're here, we promise you won't suffer any more injustice. We'll make sure you get revenge for all the suffering you've endured." "Thank you, Commander." "Wah!" With a piercing siren, several police cars roared in. Wang Jianli gave a cold smile. They finally arrived. The car door opened, and more than 30 fully armed police officers got out and surrounded the group. Ren Lianqing, the leader, fixed his gaze on Shen Tianyuan and immediately shouted, "How dare you break into the home of a high-ranking government official to threaten and intimidate him? Are you trying to rebel? Shen Tianyuan calmly stood up. Director Run, don't make baseless accusations. As the police chief, you've abused your power for personal gain, arbitrarily deploying armed officers. I think this is treason. Besides, how could His Majesty have rebelled? Nonsense. I came here after receiving a report of your illegal trespassing. You broke the law first, and I am here to enforce the law impartially. Oh, then why don't you explain the cause of the incident? You knowingly broke the law, illegally restricting Han Feijia's personal freedom and assaulting and threatening him. How do you explain that? Ren Lianqing sneered. When did we ever beat or threaten anyone? Don't spout nonsense. Then, Ren Lianqing asked his officers, did you see me commit any illegal acts? No, the officers said in unison. Ren Lianqing laughed smugly. See? We police officers are law enforcers. We don't break the law. It's you bunch of troublemakers who break the law. Shen Tianyuan nodded in admiration. No wonder you people dare to act so recklessly. It turns out it was you shameless old geezer, who started it. Ren Lianqing coldly said, shut up, grab them. If they dare to resist, shoot them dead. At Ren Lianqing's command, the police officers pointed their dark gun barrels at Shen Tianyuan and the others. Shen Tianyuan laughed. It would have been better if we had done this earlier. We are all sensible people, so why bother with these high-sounding excuses? In the end, we still have to decide the winner with force. If that's the case, then let's have a match. As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan lowered his head and said, action. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of hurried footsteps approached. Hundreds of fully armed guards scaled the walls from all sides and instantly surrounded the dozens of police officers. The situation on the field then reversed. This time it was Ren Lianqing's turn to be pointed at by the dark muzzle of a gun, and a chill ran straight to his tailbone. But, true to his years of experience and power, he didn't back down. Instead, he continued to intimidate. Does having more people mean you're stronger? The key is quality. My men are all from the police department's special operations team. They're all D-level. Class D. Shen Tianyuan snorted dismissively and casually pointed to a guard. Tell him what rank you are. Report, level C. And you? Report. I also received a C grade. Shen Tianyuan casually pointed out a group of people, and they were all C-level. Shen Tianyuan recruited more than 4,000 veterans, but fewer than 50 of them were C-level gene enhancers. But this proportion is already quite high, and we should thank the Jiang family for that. The higher the level of gene enhancement, the higher the monthly cost of inhibitors. To reduce costs, the Jiang family would kick out some older, less capable gene-enhanced individuals from the army. They had difficulty finding jobs and were successfully recruited by Shen Tianyuan. These C-level, genetically enhanced veterans, while not as strong as C-level veterans in their prime, are still much stronger than D-level veterans. Moreover, their rich experience is their greatest value. Among the guards of over 100 people, in addition to 50 C-level soldiers, there were also D-level and F-level veterans, and even some new recruits who had not undergone genetic enhancement. However, Shen Tianyuan's single-point selection of those C-level individuals led them to a misunderstanding that all of the more than 100 people were C-level. Ren Lianqing's face was gloomy, but he did not suspect anything. Otherwise, where would these people get the audacity to trespass on the Ren family's property? However, Ren Lianqing's hand, hidden in his pocket, had already secretly called for help. Wait, if I call more people, you're all dead. Chapter 97 Highest Authority Card. Ah. With a childish voice, a small figure ran out. His small body lunged at Han Feijia, as if he were drunk. Despite his injuries, Han Feijia hugged the child who rushed towards him. This is Han Feijia's child, Han Ping'an. After the hug, the father and son didn't speak, but instead started using sign language. I had only heard that Han Ping'an was in poor health, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. He can speak, but he has to communicate using sign language, which indicates that he is deaf. Furthermore, he walked unsteadily, as if he were drunk, which reminded Shen Tianyuan of a certain illness. Then, a terrible thought flashed through my mind. If that's the case, then Han Feijia is really pitiful. Shen Tianyuan suddenly shouted, "The guard are taking the police out. Go!" The guards pointed their guns at the police and tried to drive them out. The police officers did not immediately follow or resist, but instead looked at Ren Lianqing. Ren Lianqing forced himself to remain calm and said, "Why should we listen to you?" Shen Tianyuan's expression was calm, but his eyes were cold as he looked at him. "So you want to fight me?" Ren Lianqing was taken aback. "What did you say?" I said, "Do you want to fight me?" I. Ren Lianqing certainly didn't want to. Even setting aside their disadvantage, the situation is far from even. He was unwilling to risk his own life for the lives of these poor, working-class people. He felt it was too precious for him to do so. You have 3 seconds to get your people out. 3, 2. Shen Tianyuan didn't give him much of a chance to react and started counting down immediately. Ren Lianqing was most afraid of these reckless, low-level scum. Okay, you guys go out first, but if there's another gunshot, come back immediately, understand? Yes. The 30-odd police officers were then taken away. Shen Tianyuan also had the guards leave. After clearing the area, Shen Tian strode up the steps and walked toward Ren Shuiyao. Ren Shuiyao asked in alarm, "What are you going to do? Don't come any closer." Shen Tianyuan grabbed Ren Shuiyao and lifted her up, asking in a deep voice, "Is Han Ping and Han Feijia's biological son?" Ren Shuiyao panicked upon hearing this question. Han Jinping, who was standing nearby, rushed forward and shouted, "Let go of my sister." But Shen Tianyuan slapped him to the ground. "I'll ask again, is that right?" Ren Shuiyao looked at Shen Tianyuan's cold eyes. She was so frightened that she was almost frantic. She basically shouted, "No, Han Pingyan is not Han Feijia's biological son. He is an orphan and a person from the bottom of society. If I hadn't gotten pregnant by accident, how could I have married him?" These words shocked everyone present. They knew why Shen Tianyuan wanted the others to leave. Although Han Feijia was in pain, he was not so surprised. Clearly he already knew something. Who is his biological father? Tell me. Ren Shuiyao gritted her teeth and didn't say anything, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at Ren Jinping beside her. Even though he had a guess in his mind, Shen Tianyuan still couldn't help but curse when he really wanted the answer. When I first saw the child, I had a feeling that something was wrong with him. The child is not only deaf, but also walks unsteadily, which is clearly due to cerebellar malformation. But his parents are both healthy. Logically speaking, the child shouldn't have so many illnesses, unless they are close relatives. This idea was terrifying. Shen Tian didn't want it to be true, but he had to rule out the possibility. Raising someone else's child is a great disgrace for any man, but the answer is the one he least wants to see. Shen Tianyuan threw Ren Shuiyao to the ground and turned to walk back to Han Feijia's side. Han Feijia gently pressed Han Pingyan's head onto his shoulder and said to Shen Tianyuan in a trembling voice, "Sir, I already know. Anur is not my biological son, and I also know who his father is. But please don't tell him that it wasn't his fault and that he shouldn't have to bear the consequences of his mistakes. So how will you treat him in the future?" Han Feijia stroked his head. "Although our blood relationship is fake, the thousands of days and nights we spent together are real, and the father-son relationship between us is real. I hope I can continue to take care of him and raise him as your father." Shen Tianyuan simply couldn't understand Han Feijia. He actually wanted to continue raising the children of the two people who were desperately trying to harm him. But there was also a sense of empathy. He and Ning Xingho were not related by blood, but their relationship was no worse than that of any other family. The debt of gratitude for raising and nurturing seems to be higher than blood ties. Why? Shen Tianyuan sighed and didn't say anything more, since Han Feijia has already made his choice. What Shen Tianyuan could do for him was to help him fulfill his wish. Just as Shen Tianyuan stood up, he heard several whooshing sounds and looked up to see 3 combat armored vehicles flying over. Because the combat armor is extremely powerful. Therefore, human settlements generally have regulations prohibiting the deployment of armor. Only city guardians are legally allowed to deploy combat armor. If the rest deploy combat armor, it will be treated as a riot. For armored enemies to deal with unarmored ones, it's as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Ren Lianqing quickly called for the guardians of Anning City. Now that the guardian has arrived, he straightened up again. Even if you're tough, can it be tougher than combat armor? Ren Lianqing waved and said, "I am Ren Lianqing, the police chief of Anning City. This group of thugs broke into my home and committed an armed riot. Arrest them immediately." 3 guardians landed. The 2 team members continued to monitor everyone present, and the captain in charge checked Ren Lianqing's identification. After confirming Ren Lianqing's credentials, the guardian captain looked at Shen Tianyuan. He remained calm and showed no sign of panic. This is clearly not an ordinary person. Therefore, the guardian captain did not act rashly, but said, "Sir, I need you to surrender and submit to inspection." "I refuse. Sir, this is putting me in a difficult position." Shen Tianyuan didn't say anything more and simply took out a card and handed it over. The Guardian captain was somewhat dismissive. This person seemed to have some connections. Since you have connections, I can be more polite to you. But you can't make me stop. It should be noted that the Guardians are directly under the jurisdiction of the Ning family. Even a local police chief like Ren Lianqing couldn't control them. No matter how important this person is, they probably won't be able to scare him. He casually took the card and swiped on the reader. The next second, a voice sounded inside the helmet. Ding, highest level access card. Chapter 98, The Ning Family's Heaven. This was the first time the captain of the guards had encountered such a situation, and he didn't immediately think of what to do. At the same time, the corresponding identity information appears on the helmet screen. However, specific identity information is hidden. Only the prominent gold text in the upper right corner is visible. Highest authority, no restrictions. The captain blinked, wondering if he was seeing things. After confirming that he hadn't misread it, his mind went completely blank. Hey, Captain. He only snapped out of his daze when his teammates noticed he wasn't moving and came over to call him. His brain gradually came to its senses. In the entire Chongning Prefecture, the only person with the highest authority is. Having figured this out, he couldn't help but swallow hard and turn a look at Shen Tianyuan. Although I don't know who this person is. But with this identity alone, no one in the entire Chongning Prefecture dared to mess with him. Their guardians obeyed the Ning family. The holder of this identity card is Ning Tian from the Ning family. With stiff steps and trembling hands, he respectfully returned the card with both hands. Sir, I was rude. Shen Tianyuan calmly put the card back. The guardian stood ramrod straight and beckoned to the other two team members. Come quickly and salute the master. The two team members did not know what the identity card represented, but the fact that their captain was so terrified meant they were definitely not people they could afford to mess with. So they quickly saluted him. My lord, I am at your beck and call. This. The guardian's actions left Ren Lianqing and the others behind him completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Hello? Aren't you guardians supposed to be people who dare to confront anyone except the Ning family? How could you be so cowardly? The captain of the guardians stepped forward and volunteered. Sir, would you like me to help you deal with these people who dare to offend you? Ren Lianqing was so frightened when he heard this that he almost lost his soul. Are you kidding me? I'm the one who called you here as reinforcements. Why are you turning on me like this? Shen Tianyuan shook his head. No need. You just need to take your people and the police outside and evacuate. By the way, don't go around talking about what happened today. I can handle things here myself. Yes. The Guardian captain responded loudly. He then ordered his men, as you command, we and the police outside shall evacuate. Yes. With that, the three of them turned and ran away. Upon arriving at the police station outside, he said to the leader of the special operations team, you all need to evacuate with me immediately. The team leader hesitated, even though the Guardians organization was of a very high level. But they don't belong to a system, so they can't be controlled by law. Their withdrawal is unreasonable, and the bureau chief will definitely make things difficult for him afterwards. But with a whisper from the Guardian captain, the team leader's expression changed. A decision was made immediately, and everyone was ordered to evacuate. Forget about whether it's legal or not. Laws are made by others. As for the bureau chief getting a hard time, there's no need to worry, because in 99% of cases, that bureau chief will be gone. He, as the bureau chief, always abused his power and acted arrogantly. This time they finally met their match. No, it shouldn't be made of iron plate, but of titanium alloy. Listen, the sound of police cars outside gradually fades into the distance until it disappears. Ren Lianqing looked puzzled. What was going on? That poor kid simply pulled out an ID card. Not only did it scare away the Guardian, it also scared away its own subordinates. Could that ID card belong to Ning Tianyuan? How could that be? He had seen photos of the important figures in the Ning family, even if he hadn't met them in person. Oh right, there's one more. I heard that Miss Ning recently got married and took in a son-in-law who lives with her family. But what great things can someone who has fallen so low as to marry into another family have? It absolutely couldn't be him, even if Ren Lianqing still couldn't understand why. But the stark reality was right in front of him. He was about to be finished. The Ren family now only has one last trump card left to turn the tide. But this trump card is completely beyond his control. How could he summon it at will? Unless there's a major hemorrhage. Director Ren, do you have any more cards to play? If not, then I'll end this game. Hearing Shen Tianyuan's urging, Ren Lianqing gritted his teeth. Damn it, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. If they were to be stingy at this point, the Ren family would be finished. But if I play my card, you're the one who'll die. Kid, you're ruthless. You do seem to have some connections. If you're so capable, wait a few more minutes. I have a friend who, if you kill me now, will definitely not let you go. Even if you escape Earth, you'll surely die. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, you wait. As he spoke, Ren Lianqing began making phone calls. Although he was on the phone, the way he bowed and scraped over the phone clearly indicated that the other party was someone of importance. Looking at him like this, Shen Tianyuan thought to himself that the other party was probably not from the Ning family. But it doesn't matter anymore. He doesn't need to hide his identity now. He can just let things take their course. After making the call, Ren Lianqing went back to his room. Shen Tianyuan wasn't worried about him running away. His men had already taken over the Ren family's residence. If he runs, his leg will be broken immediately. Ren Lianqing knew he couldn't escape, so he simply took out an antique-looking wooden box from the room. Shen Tianyuan looked at the wooden box and felt that it looked somewhat familiar. Before he could figure out, several spaceships roared in and landed on the Ren family's landing pad. The hatch opened, and a team of guards disembarked first. These guards were dressed in distinctive outfits, one group in white and the other in black. Judging from their posture and gait, their levels are not low, probably all a B level, with the two leaders even reaching a level. Shen Tianyuan also noticed that their wrists were somewhat swollen, indicating that they were all wearing armored wristbands. After the black and white guards lined up on both sides, a stout man stepped out. He was dressed in black and white clothes, with the yin-yang symbol on his chest. Behind this middle-aged man was a man with sharp eyes. The man gave Shen Tianyuan a sense of belonging. S rank. The people who came this time are quite something. Chapter 99. S rank? Not enough? Chairman Ning, your presence is an honor to my humble abode. Ren Lianqing immediately rushed forward like a lapdog. This guy treats others like dogs while simultaneously acting as a dog himself. That's so true. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Shen Tianyuan recognized him immediately. He was indeed a member of the Ning family, and currently, besides Ning Xingho, he was the oldest member of the Ning family. He is the eldest of the third generation of the Ning family, and Ning Qianchuan's biological older brother, Ning Mabai. As mentioned before, Ning Xingho did not have any biological children of his own. He adopted a child when he was in his 50s, but that child only lived to be 80 before passing away. That child's 3 sons are the third generation of the Ning family. Ning Mabai is the eldest of the third generation, while Ning Qianchuan is the second eldest. Ning Mabai was naturally carefree and unwilling to shoulder the burdens of his family. He just wanted to enjoy life and be a leisurely, wealthy man. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of the family was handed over to Ning Qianchuan. Although Ning Mabai does not manage the family business, he is, after all, Ning Qianchuan's older brother. Ning Qianchuan also took good care of his own brother, who was vying for power. He was specially assigned an S-class bodyguard. This is a treatment that even his daughter Ning Ying didn't receive. With these 2 points, he could indeed do whatever he wanted in Changning Prefecture. But it's a pity. He met Shen Tianyuan. Director Ren, how have you been? Ning Mabai exchanged a few polite words, then stared at the wooden box in Ren Lianqing's hand. What you just said on the phone was... That's right. Ren Lianqing immediately opened the wooden box, revealing the contents: a chessboard and 2 boxes of chess pieces. The chessboard was somewhat rough, and the chess pieces were not all the same size. They were clearly handmade and looked quite old. Furthermore, the character is engraved in the lower right corner of the chessboard. Ning Mabai's eyes lit up when he saw the chessboard. Ning Mabai has a lifelong passion for playing Go. He is currently the president of the Human Go Association and a professional Go master at the 9th Dan level. Of course, his rank is undeserved. It's like saying Trump is a 9th Dan black belt in Taekwondo. Ning Mabai's love for Go has also permeated his life. For example, he likes to wear black and white outfits, and he also collects chessboards and chess pieces. The chessboard in Ren Lianqing's hand was one that he absolutely could not afford to miss. The moment Ren Lianqing revealed the chessboard, Shen Tianyuan recognized it. What a coincidence! This chessboard has a deep connection with him. To be precise, he made this chessboard. Back then, when Shen Tianyuan led the resistance army, he was often chased all over the universe by the Black Yin clan. He would often hide on some remote planets for months at a time. Those places had no water, no electricity, and no entertainment. To relieve his boredom, Shen Tianyuan thought of playing chess. But they discovered that there were no games like chess or Go in the New World. So Shen Tianyuan created the first chessboard and chess pieces in the New World. Shen Tianyuan originally intended this chessboard to be a Go board, but after playing for a while, they felt it was too easy. So Shen Tianyuan taught them how to play Go. Unexpectedly, this promoter of Go turned out to be the worst player among them. After they learned Go, each of them could make Shen Tianyuan suffer terribly. Ning Xingho, who was only a teenager at the time, was the best chess player among them. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan gave the chess set to Ning Xingho. But 10 years later, the game was lost in a war. I never imagined that we would meet again after a century. Ning Mabai looked at the chessboard with great affection. This is the first chessboard in the universe, and its previous owner was his own grandfather. Either one is destined to be of extraordinary value. That's why he was willing to make the trip. Ren Lianqing knew from Ning Mabai's expression that the matter was settled. He acquired the chessboard by chance a few years ago. He understood the significance of this chessboard. It was a stepping stone for him to reach higher levels. So he deliberately leaked the information about the chessboard, which, as expected, attracted Ning Mabai. But he didn't hand it over immediately. Instead, he lied and said he was looking for it. He originally intended to use it at a crucial moment to help him soar to new heights. But circumstances changed, and he had no choice but to take it out at this time. This is undoubtedly a huge loss, and it's all that kid's fault. Fortunately, he has this chessboard, and Ning Mabai will definitely help him. Kid, no matter who you are, Ning Mabai can't possibly be powerless against you. It should be noted that in the Ning family, only Ning Xingho is older than Ning Mabai. This kid can't just call Ning Xingho out, can he? Ning Mabai examined it carefully and confirmed that it was genuine. As he had the chess pieces put away, he looked at Ren Lianqing. Ren Lianqing must have something in mind when he took out this chessboard. Director Ren, I really like this chess piece. I'll take it. I wonder how I can help you. Ren Lianqing immediately turned around and pointed at Shen Tianyuan and the others. Chairman Ning, these people have come my doorstep to bully me. Please help me deal with them. Ning Mabai did not know Shen Tianyuan. The marriage was rushed at the time, and Ning Mabai wasn't on Earth. He was on an alien planet participating in a Go tournament. So the two of them have never met. Shen Tianyuan had seen his information and knew him. But he did not know Shen Tianyuan. Ning Mabai looked at Shen Tianyuan and felt that he was a good young man. Unfortunately, it is far less important than the chessboard. Ning Mabai waved his hand, grabbed them. Yes, the guards were ordered to take the order, but after taking one step, they all fell to the ground. Ning Mabai was wondering what was going on. The S-rank guards deployed their armor and stood in front of him. President, be careful, there's an S-rank here. Ning Mabai turned his head and saw that the legs of the guards were covered with a layer of frost. The woman behind the young man was gone, replaced by a silver-white armored vehicle. The two S-class aircraft faced off, but neither made a move. Ning Mabai, hiding behind a guard, shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Shen Tianyuan said, "President Ning, I just want you to leave and not get involved in this matter. Your Excellency, this is Ning family territory. You think you can order me around with just an S-class aircraft? I'm afraid that's not enough." Shen Tianyuan smiled faintly. If S-rank isn't enough, then what about him? Chapter 100 Punishment. Who is he? Just as Ning Mabai asked the question, a voice came from behind him. Ning Mabai was startled and turned around to see a brown-yellow armored vehicle that had appeared behind him at some point, quietly watching him. Gurgle. Ning Mabai swallowed hard, not daring to move. He called out softly, "Secluded S-rank bodyguard." But the figure standing just a step away remained motionless, only its voice echoing back. "Guild Master, I'm sorry, that's an SS class armor. I can't help it." Gurgle. Ning Mabai swallowed another mouthful of saliva. Shen Tianyuan asked again, "President Ning, may I ask for your cooperation now?" Ning Mabai thought to himself, "You have an SS level knife in my throat. How can I say no? Who exactly are you?" They even managed to bring out an SS rank item. I, the eldest son of 3 generations of the Ning family, barely have one S-level bodyguard. And you actually have SS-level personal protection, which is even more awesome than my brother's. Someone as powerful as you is someone I can't afford to mess with. You're arguing with a nobody like Ren Lianqing? Isn't that just playing dumb to fool him? But you're just playing around, and you've dragged me into this mess. What bad luck. Despite his inner grumbling, Ning Mabai remained outwardly honest. What are you saying, sir? Of course I'll cooperate. I'll be leaving now. Shen Tianyuan waved his hand, and Pan Gung released the force field that controlled his seated meditation. Ning Mabai was a worldly person, so he didn't immediately put the yo-yo on. Although Shen Tianyuan's specific identity is unknown, but with SS-level personal protection, one's identity must be extraordinary. Even if you can't befriend someone, you shouldn't at least avoid becoming enemies. Otherwise, if he's in a bad mood one day and gets an SS rank assassin to kill him, he won't even have time to cry. He cupped his hands in greeting. Your Excellency, my name is Ning Mabai, a member of the Ning family of Chongning and the president of the Human Go Association. I have some influence in Chongning Prefecture. If you need anything in Chongning Prefecture, you can come to me. As he spoke, he respectfully presented his business card. Shen Tianyuan accepted it and gave a brief introduction. President Ning, it's a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Shen. Ren Lianqing was numb at this moment. The previous two reinforcements were scared away. This time it's even better. They formed a united front. At this moment, Ren Lianqing felt more questions than fear. Damn, who exactly is this kid? He could actually kick the Guardian and punch Ning Mabai. With this kind of strength, she could not only roam freely in Anning City, but she could roam freely throughout the entire Blue Star. Damn it, I should have known Han Feijia knew such a powerful person. How could I dare treat him like that? I'd be his dog. President Ning, please don't spread today's events. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm very tight-lipped. We can't let Chairman Ning's trip be in vain. So here's a gift for you. Shen Tianyuan took the chessboard from Ren Lianqing, who was as still as a statue, and handed it to Ning Mabai. Ning Mabai's expression was somewhat strange. He was now snatching something and giving it to himself. It doesn't matter as long as I get the goods. As for Ren Lianqing, their relationship was purely based on mutual benefit. Protecting him was for the sake of the overall strategy. Now that we have the chessboard, who cares about the ball? Shen Tianyuan watched Ning Mabai board the spaceship, then waved and said, Goodbye, Chairman Ning. Ning Mabai smiled and agreed, but in his heart he thought, I hope we never meet again. Ning Mabai left, and Ren Lianqing collapsed to the ground. It's over. Director Ren, it seems you've run out of cards to play. Ren Lianqing woke up with a start, wondering if he could survive. It all depends on Shen Tianyuan's wishes. He immediately crawled over and kowtowed to Shen Tianyuan, pleading, My lord, I was blind and did not recognize your true identity. The one you should apologize to isn't me, it's him. Shen Tianyuan pointed at Han Feijia. Ren Lianqing then crawled toward Han Feijia. Son-in-law, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us for the sake of our family and for Aner's sake. Even as Ren Lianqing begged for mercy, Han Feijia still found everything that had just happened somewhat unbelievable. He didn't originally intend to leave because he was worried that Commander Shen was no match for the Ren family. He will take on everything when the time comes. But unexpectedly, the police, the guardians, and even the eldest brother of the Ning family were all dealt with by Commander Shen. Commander Shen has an amazing background. What moved him most was his willingness to stand up for his subordinates. At that moment, Han Feijia realized that he had found a remarkable and worthy superior. Faced with Ren Lianqing's pleas for mercy, Han Feijia remained expressionless. He had completely seen through the true nature of this family. He used sign language to tell Han Pingyan to go play somewhere else. Because what happens next is not suitable for children. Quickly, you all should also ask your son-in-law for forgiveness. Ren Lianqing was furious to see that the others were unmoved. What kind of time was this to be standing there in a daze? Wan Dianli's previous arrogance was completely shattered, and she went to beg Han Feijia for help. Ren Shuyao was already terrified and begged for mercy without hesitation. Only Ren Jinping, used to being arrogant, still glared fiercely at Han Feijia. Shen Tianyuan wouldn't tolerate this kind of guy, so he walked over. What are you going to do? Shen Tianyuan kicked Ren Jinping's leg and broke it. Ren Jinping lay on the ground and howled in pain. Shen Tianyuan looked at him. From childhood to adulthood, you've always been the one hitting others. Now it's your turn to experience what it's like to be hit. After saying that, he stomped on his other leg bone and crushed it to pieces. How does it taste? Not bad, right? Then, he directly raised his foot and aimed it at Ren Jinping's head. No, no. All of Ren Jinping's arrogance was swept away by death and pain at this moment. He desperately begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't let me die. I know I was wrong. I want to admit my mistake. After saying that, he crawled towards Han Feijia with all his might, begging for mercy. We were wrong, for the sake of the children. Faced with the family's tearful pleas, Han Feijia felt utterly disgusted. Lieutenant Han, it's up to you how to handle this. Han Feijia's eyes were filled with hatred, but he turned his head to look in the direction where Han Ping'an was. Sir, I will never forgive them, but they're a nurse family after all, and I don't want to kill them. Shen Tianyuan nodded. Okay, I understand what you mean. He turned to look at the Rin family. To be honest, this family is infuriating. If you cheated, just admit your mistake, and we can part ways amicably. It's not a big deal. But not only did you cheat, you didn't even think you were wrong, and you even try to shift the blame onto others. If others disagree, they'll lock them up and beat them to death. That's disgusting. Judging from this family's behavior, this kind of thing has definitely happened more than once. But Han Feijia wanted to spare their lives, and Shen Tianyuan didn't want them to die either. It was really that simple. Then let's not let them die. But they should be given a punishment worse than death. Chapter 101, Wanting to Acquire StarCraft 2. You can live if you want. Do two things. First, Han Ping'an's custody and the Rin family's money will all be given to Lieutenant Han. Secondly, each of you should find out the crimes you committed in the past and turn yourselves in. Each of you will be sentenced to at least 50 years in prison. If you can do these two things, you can survive. But I discovered there was a slight discrepancy in it, and that was the end of me. After Shen Tianyuan finished stating his conditions, the Rin family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Becoming penniless and spending 50 years in prison is worse than death. That being said, it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. They had no choice but to accept it. Let's go. Yes, sir. When Shen Tianyuan personally carried Han Feijia out of the Rin family home, the guards outside cheered, "Long live the king." Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Shen Tianyuan knew that his efforts to win people's hearts had been quite effective. On the way, Shen Tianyuan asked, "By the way, Lieutenant Han, I heard you are quite good at business." Han Feijia nodded. "Sir, to be frank, I believe I am quite capable in business. So, I have something I'd like to ask you. Sir, please give me your orders, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation." That evening, Shen Tianyuan communicated with Tian Luo. "Tell it that you will be sending someone to serve as a sales representative for AK Arms Company. AK Arms Company is an important part of Shen Tianyuan's future empire. They can achieve self-sufficiency and also make profits by selling arms. With the technical support of industrial ships, AK weapons production is not a problem. The problem lies in sales. AK Arms sales representatives need to understand business, military affairs, and most importantly, be loyal." Han Feijia, whom they had just rescued, happened to fit the criteria. Perhaps this is the good fortune brought by Shen Tianyuan being a lucky person. Tian Luo naturally had no objection to Shen Tianyuan's appointment, and at the same time, it reported on the recent situation of Lifa Star. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. In order to develop, Lifa Star has been carrying out large-scale construction. Large-scale construction requires a large amount of labor and building materials. Lifa Star has no shortage of labor. However, there is still a shortage of building materials. The building material factories on this planet cannot meet the construction needs, so we need a tender for building material factories from outer space. The building materials bidding process has been preliminarily completed, with 10 companies meeting the bidding requirements. Next, we need to select 3 of them as official partners. At this time, the list of 10 companies was submitted to Shen Tianyuan. He will decide who cooperates and who is eliminated. Although Shen Tianyuan didn't understand business very well, it was his right as a lord. It's like the difference between a democratic society and a feudal society. In democratic societies, college entrance exams are not determined by the will of leaders, but entirely by scores. In feudal society, the imperial examinations would have examiners provide a list of qualified candidates, and the emperor himself would confirm the final rankings. As the head of the feudal society, Shen Tianyuan had the final say on major events. Shen Tianyuan looked at the list and spotted a few familiar words. Derishing Senyu Building Materials Company, Ltd. The Great Sun Star, isn't that the mother planet of the true Sun Clan? It turns out it's a company of the true Sun Clan. There's nothing more to say. Get lost. Shen Tianyuan vetoed the proposal with a stroke of his pen. Launching Ningshi Building Materials Company, Ltd. Unexpectedly, the Ning family also submitted a bid for lifaxing. After all, we're family, so we should take care of each other. Shen Tianyuan signed his agreement with a stroke of his pen. Shen Tianyuan didn't care about the other companies. He would let Tian Luo decide based on the data. Subsequently, Shen Tianyuan logged into the StarCraft 2 game. Upon logging in, Shen Tianyuan witnessed a spectacular scene. Countless players, in groups of 5, were crashing into the nearly 10-meter-long, custom-made high-frequency, vibrating sword in his hand. If you touch it, the person will be split in two. When a person dies, their body disappears. Next group continue to be sent to their deaths. One after another, they rushed forward, a truly magnificent sight. Shen Tianyuan checked the progress of obtaining the title of God of Slaughter. The guys he hired to boost his titles were indeed very professional. In just 4 days, he had killed more than 860,000 people. We've completed about 1/10 of the task. It will take another 40 days or so for the title to be unlocked. The title of God of Slaughter is something that you simply cannot achieve by playing the game normally. But unfortunately, money talks, and they managed to build it up with money. Once you get the God of Slaughter title, it should be quite useful. But the human heart is greedy. Shen Tianyuan wanted something even better, something that could easily defeat everything in the world. Unfortunately, that's all there is to the game. Either the level is not high enough to materialize it, or the effect is mediocre. Shen Tianyuan had considered switching to a different game. For example, in fantasy games, one can manifest cultivation techniques, and upon mastering them, one can pluck stars from the sky with bare hands. However, it was discovered that once the game is linked, it cannot be changed. Shen Tianyuan exclaimed that it was too hasty. If you can't change the game you're playing, then you might as well change the StarCraft 2 game. But the game designers won't listen to a single player unless you're the company owner. Shen Tianyuan thought to himself that if he acquired StarCraft 2 company, he could change things according to his own wishes. For example, designing a two-dimensional foil in a game and then materializing it would be incredibly powerful, capable of dominating everything. However, StarCraft 2's parent company is not a publicly traded company, so it cannot directly acquire shares. Afterwards, Shen Tianyuan contacted the parent company of StarCraft 2 through various channels, but the other party had no intention of selling its shares. The company in StarCraft 2 is very mysterious. No one knows where it is located. Who is the boss? Everyone knows. There are no other methods we can use. Unfortunately, Shen Tianyuan had no choice but to put the idea aside for the time being. After going live, Shen Tianyuan notified the staff. He paused his title farming efforts for 10 minutes to do something else. Shen Tianyuan returned to the manor to carry out his daily manifestation. Shen Tianyuan still manifests yellow crystal or every day, but he no longer sells it. Instead, he sends it to AK Arms for his own use. Although silver wire ore, which is also a grade 3 ore, is priced higher. However, silver ore is not currently used in the production of AK weapons. If the silver wire ore is sold, after deducting the sales costs, the profit will be lower than the value of the yellow crystal ore. Therefore, it is most suitable to use the cinnabarite for personal purposes. Anyway, all the money AK Arms deals make is his. Speaking of which, the system is really amazing. The yellow crystal ore he manifested on Blue Star was mailed to Leifa Star via the system. Not only was it free, but it was also very fast, with most shipments arriving on the same day. If it weren't for the daily limits on the number and weight of deliveries allowed by the system, Shen Tianyuan could make a fortune through this express delivery service. This made Shen Tianyuan even more curious. What exactly is this system? Chapter 102, I was not born into a prestigious family. Breakfast on the second day. Ning Ing and the others mentioned that a strange thing happened yesterday. The police chief of Anning City actually turned himself in. He admitted to his crimes of embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power for personal gain over the years. Moreover, not only him, but his wife and children also turned themselves in and handed over the evidence. This is truly a strange story, because all bad people, without exception, desperately try to cover up their crimes. Such a voluntary surrender is practically unprecedented. They were curious, but they didn't investigate further. After finishing her meal, Ninging tiptoed over to Shueqiu, who was lying there full and exhausted, and reached out to hug her. Just as I was about to touch it, Snowball's big, dark eyes under its white fur suddenly opened. It quickly rolled to the side, and then jumped directly onto the ceiling. It hung from the ceiling, squeaking at Ning Ing in protest against her forceful hug. Ning Ing looked completely innocent. She didn't know why the little cutie didn't like her. Shen Tianyuan could roughly guess that this was probably a case of hating the house because of the crow. Previously, Ningling accidentally caused Shueqiu to break a tooth. Snowball, having been wronged, held a grudge and wouldn't let her hug him anymore. As Ningling's older sister, Ning Ying shares the same bloodline and even bears a resemblance to her, so she's also disliked by Xu Eqiu. This little guy isn't very big, and he's not very generous either. A week later, Ning Tianyuan's birthday party was held as scheduled. There were over 1,000 invitations sent out for this birthday party. Because there were so many guests, a floating island of several thousand square meters was simply not enough. The Ning family temporarily connected several floating islands in the air to make a venue for the meeting. At a buffet table near the entrance to the venue, Shen Tianyuan was leisurely eating snacks while observing the various attendees. Before the meeting, Shen Tianyuan and Ning Ying asked for a list of attendees, so he can recognize everyone who comes in. Jian Xiangming, politician, then Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Human Federation. Kan Shuamin, a military officer, is a rear admiral in the Chongning Fleet and currently serves as the commander of the Kunpan Naval Base. Bai Mingyu, widow of Lieutenant General Yu Qingyun, was the then vice president of the Eagle Charity Foundation. The guests were mainly political, business, and military figures under the Ning family, but of course people from the other three major families also came. Zhao Yinluan, the eldest son of the fourth generation of the Zhao family, the acting patriarch of the Zhao family, and the acting governor of Jingzhou Prefecture. Kong Qing-shu, the eldest daughter of the fifth generation of the Kong family, is a director and CEO of the Kong Group. Jiang Wenxing, the ninth son of the fifth generation of the Jiang family, like Ning Qi, studied in the Advanced Command Department of the Federal Interstellar University. This guy had crossed paths with Ning Qi during the academic year competition. Besides humans, there are other alien races that have connections with humans or the Ning family. For example, the Mercurian with the fish tank on his head sent a rotating vice chairman to participate. However, the vice chairman this time is not the same person as the vice chairman that Shen Tianyuan met in Bunyul. Last week, Mercury Ocean Kingdom was on the rotating presidency, having just changed its leader. The new rotating vice president who arrived this time is Water 131845. There was also the Lobster Clan, dressed in full armor, and the young chieftain of the Fresh Sea tribe. This young chieftain had just changed his shell, and the new shell was not fully grown yet, so it was quite fragile. Therefore, he wore a suit of armor for protection. This was mainly to guard against their sworn enemy, the Mink tribe, who were also attending the birthday party. While Shen Tianyuan was observing the visitors, two young men were staring at him. Shen Tianyuan noticed them early on and recognized their identities. These two young men are both from the Ning family. They are Ning Kaiqi, the son of Ning Mabai, the eldest uncle, and Ning Liangjia, the son of Ning Gaofeng, the third uncle. Oh, by the way, Ning Liangjun, who was killed by Shen Tianyuan instead of the one who tried to kill him, was Ning Liangjia's older brother. Of course, as long as they don't cause trouble, Shen Tianyuan won't do anything to them. But some people just love to cause trouble. After whispering for a while, the two walked over to Shen Tianyuan. "Oh, isn't this my brother-in-law?" Shen Tianyuan pretended not to recognize them and asked, "Excuse me, who are you two?" The two acted like old friends. "Brother-in-law, I'm Ning Liangjia, your third brother." "I am Ning Kaiqi, your fourth brother." "Oh, it's my third and fourth brothers. My apologies." Ning Liangjia shook his head and said, "It's no wonder you don't recognize us. The wedding was so sudden that we didn't even have time to attend." Ning Kaiqi chimed in, "None of us expected that my eldest sister would suddenly get married. Yes, my younger sister has always been proud and arrogant. Most men wouldn't even catch her eye. Yet you, brother-in-law, managed to win her heart. That means you're definitely no ordinary man. This is a good opportunity for us to learn from our brother-in-law's amazing abilities." "That's right, my brother-in-law will definitely surprise us." Shen Tianyuan understood the intentions of the two men. Even if they had never met him, they definitely knew his basic information. But they deliberately praised themselves, clearly to discuss themselves. Sure enough, Ning Liangjia immediately asked, "I wonder what kind of background my brother-in-law has." Ning Kaiqi, "That goes without saying, they must be a super family, maybe even more powerful than our Ning family." Shen Tianyuan smiled calmly. "You two have guessed wrong. I am not from a prestigious family. I come from an ordinary family." "Oh, how is that possible?" The two of them made funny, surprised faces. "Brother-in-law, are you kidding me? How can an ordinary family be a match for our Ning family?" "That's right. For ordinary families to come to our Ning family is considered climbing the social ladder. How could someone like my brother-in-law do such a thing? These two are so good at singing and dancing. It's a shame they don't go into crosstalk." Shen Tianyuan said calmly. I am indeed not from a prestigious family. The next sentence Shen Tianyuan didn't say. Though I wasn't born into a prestigious family, I am, in fact, a member of one. Chapter 103, A Man's Feelings. It turns out my sister's husband really comes from an ordinary family. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. After his initial surprise, Ning Liangzhe added, it's usually very difficult for us to meet an ordinary person. Perfect timing. I have a few questions for you. I've heard that ordinary people are both uncivilized and mercenary, arguing with others over trivial matters and having no idea what elegance is. Is this true? Of course not. Shen Tianyuan immediately denied it. I don't think that one's background can determine one's quality. Take our Ning family's Master Ning, for example. He came from an ordinary family. Can you say he lacked manners? As for those from prestigious families, they're not necessarily of good character. For example, the guy who shouts, "My dad is so-and-so gang." Zhang Er's son is even more notorious for his groundbreaking theory that raping a woman does not constitute gang rape. Are people from such prestigious families of high moral character? Gentlemen, am I wrong about what I just said? Shen Tianyuan asked. Ning Liangzhe and Ning Kaiqi had grim faces. What were they supposed to say? Are you saying their great-grandfather was uncivilized? Or is this an attempt to whitewash two negative public intellectuals? Neither is possible. Ning Liangzhe understood that this point was unassailable, so he stopped pressing the issue. Let's immediately shift to another point. So it's not wrong for ordinary people to be mercenary, arguing over small gains, is it? Shen Tianyuan shook his head again. Do you two think it's wrong to argue? From a moment of birth, human beings have struggled with the heavens, the earth, and all things, ultimately becoming the leader of all beings. Just like now, for the sake of human progress, we are also competing with aliens for resources, which is also a competition. Therefore, I don't think arguing is wrong. I believe that competition promotes human progress. On the contrary, those parasites who only cling to their family prestige and wait to be fed are the real obstacles to the progress of human society. Am I right, third brother and fourth brother? When Shen Tianyuan talked about the rice weevils, he stared intently at the two of them. Ning Kaiqi was annoyed. Why are you looking at us? Shen Tianyuan smiled. Looking at the other person when you speak is basic politeness, isn't it? Ning Liangzhe sensed something was wrong. They had originally intended to mock Shen Tianyuan's poor background, but Shen Tianyuan had swayed their attention. But since I've already said it, I can only continue. Let's put aside family background for now and talk about the person himself. He asked Ning Kaiqi, third brother, what is your job? Ning Kaiqi realized that this was an attempt to humiliate him for being a failure. I am the deputy director of the political department of a Chongning fleet, with the rank of lieutenant colonel. Fourth brother, and you? Ning Liangzhe waved his hand modestly. Oh, actually, I don't have much to say. I am just the newly appointed CEO of Ning's Building Materials Company. By the way, I just took office and secured an exclusive order from LaFaster, which is expected to bring in thousands of dollars in revenue for the company. Wow, that's amazing. Shen Tianyuan narrowed his eyes. Wasn't Ning's Building Materials Company a partner he had personally selected? So this is the guy who's the company boss. This kid is bragging. He clearly has 3 partners, but he's making it sound like he has an exclusive partnership. Tian Luo calculated that Ning's Building Materials Company only had a profit margin of about 20 billion, but he boasted that it was over 100 billion. This kid really talks big without thinking. Unfortunately, the person he was bragging to had met the real deal. Of course, Shen Tianyuan wouldn't expose him directly, but he'll reconsider the possibility of cooperation, which is much more interesting than exposing him. Meanwhile, Ning was meeting with her friend Kong Qingshu. Ning and Kong Qingshu have known each other since kindergarten and are considered best friends who grew up together. The two are best friends, but when two outstanding people are together, they inevitably compete with each other. These two have been competing for first place in their grade since kindergarten. But in the end, the results were not much different, and it was difficult to determine a winner. The two later finished their studies and joined the family business. Almost in the same year, both of them became CEOs of their family businesses. Such a tense battle situation made the two even more eager to determine a winner. Kong Qingshu had been looking forward to this birthday party for a long time. She was quite surprised when she suddenly received the news of Ning Ying's marriage. Ning Ying got married without her knowing beforehand. They were even more curious about Ning Ying's marriage partner. Just how outstanding must a man be to marry this woman? Finally, she obtained information about her fiancé, Shen Tianyuan. First, she was surprised. How could Ning Ying choose such an ordinary man? Then came the joy. This time, she was finally going to win completely. For a woman, marrying a good husband is very important. She found a very outstanding husband who could completely outshine Shen Tianyuan. This birthday party is the perfect opportunity to defeat Ning Ying. At this moment, in Ning Ying's room, Kong Qingshu and Ning Ying are sitting facing each other. Kong Qingshu smiled and said, "Ying, you become even more beautiful since I last saw you. Is it because of your marriage?" Ning Ying sensed that Kong Qingshu was making a suggestive remark and smiled gently. "Maybe. Ying, you're such a bad friend. You didn't even tell me you were getting married. When I got married, I personally delivered the invitation to you. Qingshu, this happened rather suddenly. I hope you can forgive me." "Okay, I'll forgive you for now. But as her best friend, shouldn't I at least know something about her husband?" Ning Ying thought for a moment. "He is an ordinary yet extraordinary man." "What is this answer?" "I can't really explain it. It's just a feeling in my heart." "Ying, your answer is too unrealistic. Let's be realistic. How does he treat you?" "Good. It's too vague. What gift did he give you?" Kong Qingshu smiled slightly, thinking that directly comparing the two men was too low level and made her seem too materialistic. Therefore, she indirectly compared the differences between the two sides in various aspects to achieve her own victory. Ning Ying sensed Kong Qingshu's intention and didn't want to respond. "What gift you give isn't important. What matters is the sentiment." Kong Qingshu shook her head. "A gift represents a man's feelings and shows how much you mean to him. A man who truly loves you will never hesitate to give you a gift. For example, look at mine." As she spoke, Kong Qingshu took out a beautifully packaged small box. She opened the box, and a ray of light immediately flowed out. Inside the box was a gem that emitted a 7-colored light, its brilliance flowing like a galaxy, exceptionally beautiful. Ning Ying was momentarily lost in thought as she watched. Kong Qingshu smiled with satisfaction. "This is flowing star glass, the most top-grade gem in the universe. This piece is of perfect quality. It is not easy to obtain flowing star glass of such perfect quality. But when my partner heard that I liked it, he went to great lengths to find it for me and finally found it for me. I won't talk about its monetary value. It's the sentiment that counts. Chapter 10 for your husband is not as good as mine." Knock knock. Just as Kong Qingshu was showing off, Ning Ling suddenly knocked on the door from outside and said, "Sister, I left something in your room." "Kumin." Kong Qingshu did not take back the flowing star glass, but generously placed it on the table. Good things are meant to be shown off. Ning Ling pushed open the door and entered, greeting Kong Qingshu. "Hello, Sister Qingshu. Little Linger has become even more beautiful." Sister Qingshu is the same. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Ning Ling noticed the flowing star glass on the table. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she forgot about looking for her own things, so she came over to take a look. It's true that women find it hard to resist the allure of gemstones. Ning Ling stared at the shimmering starlight in the glittering glass. It's like there's a galaxy hidden inside. "It's so beautiful, Sister Qingshu. What's this gem called?" The name Liuguang Xingli signifies dazzling brilliance and a glittering starry sky. Flowing starlight sounds beautiful. Is it expensive? I want one too. Kong Qingshu secretly gave Ning Ling a thumbs up and said seriously, "It's all right, mine is only worth a little over 10 billion. So expensive." Ning Ling's face immediately fell. She had saved up quite a bit of pocket money, but it only cost a little over 1 billion, while this one cost 10 billion, far exceeding my capacity. Kong Qingshu was even more pleased to see Ning Ling's droopy face. "Little Linger, if you like it, take it and play with it for a couple of days." Although Ning Ling liked it, she still shook her head. "Forget it. It's too expensive. I can't afford to pay for it if I break it." Kong Qingshu gave it another thumbs up. Ning Ling really played a great supporting role. Then he said to Ning Ying, "Ying, I've finished looking at my gifts. Now it's your turn to show me the gifts your husband gave me." Ning Ying thought of the dull gemstone jewelry that Shen Tianyuan had given her and decided it was best not to compare. "My husband doesn't like these kinds of formalities." Before Ning Ying could finish speaking, Ning Ling interrupted. "Wait a minute, sister, you forgot your brother-in-law just gave you a gift a few days ago." But that wasn't all. Ning Ling then pointed to the bookshelf next to her and said, "Look, you put the gift there." Ning Ying was helpless. This troublesome younger sister of hers. Kong Qingshu, on the other hand, wore a smug expression as if she really didn't want me to know. "Looks like this is going to be interesting." Kong Qingshu smiled and said, "Ying, you're not a good friend. You keep your good stuff to yourself and won't show it to me." Ning Ying had no choice. It was no longer appropriate to keep it hidden now. Ning Ying opened the box, and the gemstones on the jewelry remained as dull and lifeless as ever. She pushed the things in front of Kong Qingshu and turned her head away. She didn't want to see Kong Qingshu's smug smile and was prepared to welcome Kong Qingshu's declaration of victory. But Ning Ying waited a long time for Kong Qingshu to announce his victory. Ning Ying found it strange. This wasn't her usual way of doing things. I couldn't help but turn my head to look, and I saw Kong Qingshu staring straight at the box. The expression on his face wasn't the expected smugness, but surprise. Oh, her mouth is gradually opening wider. What's going on? Even if the product is bad, there's no need to act like this. Then, Ning Ying saw that Linger was also lying down next to her watching, her expression very similar to Kong Qingshu's. Ning Ying sensed that something was wrong. Kong Qingshu covered her mouth, which was agape in surprise, and stared at Ning Ying with wide eyes. This really was given to you by your husband? Yes. Ning Ying nodded, while emphasizing, this thing may not be worth much money, but the sentiment it represents is priceless. After saying that, Kong Qingshu's face turned red. Ying, you've gone too far. You're making fun of me. If you call this worthless, then what is mine? Ning Ying had no idea what was wrong with Kong Qingshu. Kong Qingshu turned the box around abruptly, and Ning Ying was also stunned when she saw what was inside. How could it be? The jewelry was still the same set, but the gemstones, which were originally dull and lackluster, now shone with a seven-colored brilliance like a galaxy, just like the radiant starlight that Kong Qingshu flaunted. If there's a difference, her gems are prettier. Ning Ying was also very surprised. How could this be? Why is it now shining brightly like a starry river, when it was just as dull and lifeless before? Ning Ying, being well-informed and knowledgeable, quickly figured it out. Presumably, the gemstones set in this jewelry set are also made of shimmering starlight. Starlight glass is a special phosphorescent gemstone that needs to be exposed to light and absorb light before it can shine. It glows for several hours after each light absorption and stops glowing when the energy is depleted, until it is exposed to light again. The shimmering starlight on this jewelry set has always been kept in an opaque box, so it doesn't receive any light and therefore doesn't glow. She only opened it briefly last time and put it away before it even started to shine. This time, however, the longer the time they were open, the more light they absorbed, revealing their dazzling true forms. After figuring all this out, Ning Ying realized a problem. According to Kong Qingshu, one of her pills is worth 10 billion, so all of these should be worth a lot of money. Shen Tianyuan gave her such a valuable gift. Does this mean that I am equally important to him? Thinking of this, Ning Ying's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. Meanwhile, Kong Qingshu was awkwardly picking at the soles of her shoes with her toes. She originally intended to flaunt the radiant starry sky glass to show off how rich her husband was and how much he loved her. But to everyone's surprise, Ning Ying turned around and took out even more and better quality flowing star glass. Moreover, he forced Ning Ying to take it out. This is tantamount to offering your face up to Ning Ying for a beating. For a moment, Kong Qingshu was filled with embarrassment. Ying, you're wicked. You have such a good thing, but you don't tell the truth. Are you deliberately playing tricks on your sisters? Ning Ying was also helpless, as she knew about it much later than Kong Qingshu. This stirred a hint of resentment in Ning Ying's heart. You're so annoying. You gave someone such an expensive gift without telling them at all, leaving them completely unprepared. Though resentful, Ning Ying remained outwardly calm, as if she had known everything all along. Qingshu, don't wrong me. Didn't I just say that price isn't important? What matters is the sentiment. I didn't want to compare the value of the gifts with you, but you insisted on seeing. Kong Qingshu wasn't stupid. She naturally understood Ning Ying's unspoken meaning. My things are too good, and I was afraid you'd embarrass yourself if I showed them. So I didn't, but you insisted on making a fool of yourself. Kong Qingshu was embarrassed and angry, but she also knew that Ning Ying was right. This was something she brought upon herself. But she found it strange that, according to intelligence, Ning Ying's husband, Shen Tianyuan, was just an ordinary guy. How could they possibly produce such a valuable complete set of flowing star glass? Kong Qingshu, Ying, what exactly does your husband do? How come he can produce such a fine flowing star glass? Actually, Ning Ying herself didn't know the answer to this question. Her husband seemed very ordinary and unremarkable. But as you spend more time with him, you'll discover one shining quality after another. And it seems there's no end to the discoveries. Yes, just like the treasure boy in internet slang. Although Shen Tianyuan has a mysterious side that she doesn't know about, Ningying will not doubt him or distance herself from him because of it. Because all Ningying felt from him was kindness. Besides, they are family, and family members should naturally love and care for each other. Of course, it was her, Ningying. She was confident that she would come to fully understand her husband in the future. After all, they have a long life ahead of them to spend together. Thinking of this, Ningying couldn't help but smile. I've said before that my husband is always a bit mysterious. I don't know everything about him. That's what I mean by being both ordinary and extraordinary. Kong Qingshu really wanted to say directly, how could this be a gift from your husband? Is your husband that mediocre? How could he possibly produce something so valuable? But she had no evidence. Ningying has already said that her husband is somewhat mysterious. If I were to question myself further, wouldn't I just appear as an unreasonable shrew? Kong Qingshu siged enwadli. I'll give you the upper hand for now, but I'll prove you wrong later. Your husband is no match for mine. Chapter 105 Fire Rock Turtle and Pig-Nosed Monkey. Ningling rested her head in her hands, her big eyes gazing at the beautiful, flowing starlight glass. She couldn't help but think of the gift her brother-in-law had given her, a salted fish. Although it was made from that precious sunfish, it's still salted fish after all, and it's nowhere near as good as my sister's. My brother-in-law is so biased. Thinking of this, Ningling pouted. Seeing this made Ningying want to buy a soy sauce bottle to hang up for her. Ningling turned to Ningying and asked with a grin, Hee, sister, this flowing star glass is so pretty. Can you give me one? Ningying immediately protected it. No, this was a gift from your brother-in-law. It won't be complete if I open it. Oh, then he asked, can I play for 2 days? That's fine, but be careful not to break it. I promise I won't break it, Ningling said respectfully. Actually, her original intention was just to borrow it for fun. She deliberately said she wanted one before, which was a way of using the window theory to increase her chances of success. Ningling then carried away those shimmering, star-like treasures. Kong Qingshu silently put away her solitary, shimmering star glass and said seriously, all right, enough with the sisterly greetings. Let's get down to business. Ningying knew she was trying to change the subject, but she was in a good mood, so she didn't call her out on it. The main industry of the Kong family was also heavy industry. The two women are both competitors and potential partners. They would occasionally exchange business information to achieve a win-win situation. Kong Qingshu said, eyeing, there's a new company called AK Military Industry that I find a bit unusual. What's so special about it? See for yourself. Kong Qingshu took out AK Military Industry promotional materials. Ningying took it and examined it carefully, her eyes gradually brightening. According to promotional materials, the military performance of AK military products is indeed excellent. While I wouldn't dare say it's the most advanced military technology in the universe. However, the most advanced military equipment is kept by major powers for their own use and is not sold to others. AK Military's products are better than those currently available on the market. Furthermore, AK Military's products perfectly match the standards her father had previously assigned her for upgrading the fleet. Although the price is a bit high, the quality is good, so it's acceptable. But Ningying was a little worried. Ning Ingdao. This company's promotional data is very impressive, but it's a new company, and there's no prior data to corroborate the authenticity of its claims, nor are there any physical samples to prove the accuracy of its data. It's possible the data is fabricated. Kong Qingshu nodded. I had the same concern. Fortunately, AK Military Industry will be holding a product launch in a few days, so we can go and see the actual products. Time and place? 1 week later, on planet Leifa. Upon hearing the name Lifaxing, Ningying's heart stirred. Rifle is not the territory of the electors of Rheinfall. And when talking about Elector Rheinfall, one naturally thinks of her husband. She had suspected for some time that her husband was connected to, or even the same person as Elector Rheinfall. However, there was no further evidence to verify her conjecture. This trip to Leifa Star presents a perfect opportunity, and it also allows me to complete my father's task along the way. Ningying then said, Qingshu, I'm going, what about you? Of course I went too. Okay, let's do it together. On the other side, Ningying was greeted not only by her friends, but also by Ningqi. At this moment, Ning Chi is with a group of top-tier second-generation individuals who are also minors. Ning Chi couldn't really call most people her friends. They were just in the same circle and couldn't avoid interacting with each other. These 16 or 17-year-old lads are at the peak of their youthful vigor, and given their prestigious backgrounds, they have access to far more than ordinary people. Therefore, there's a serious competition among these kids. For these top-tier second-generation heirs, collecting cars and watches is somewhat outdated. They prefer to collect all sorts of strange and unusual things from the universe. One of them is collecting rare and exotic creatures from all over the universe. Ning Chi wanted the snow-winged tiger back, then precisely for this moment. At this moment, these boys are each leading their tame beasts and showing them off. Kong Gaoda from the Kong family made the first move, pointing to a dark red tortoise that was fast asleep at his feet. Everyone, please take a look. This turtle shell is as hard as a rock, with a crater-like protrusion in the center that emits hot steam when it breathes. Kong Gaoda explained. This is the blazing sun-fire rock turtle, a level 1 creature that lives only in the craters of volcanoes on blazing sunstar, and is extremely rare. Its own temperature is extremely high. The volcano on its shell can even boil an egg, and it can also breathe fire. Come, let me show you. Maybe it's called. Get up and breathe fire. Kong Gaoda called out twice, but the fire rock turtle ignored him and continued sleeping. Haha, your pet doesn't care about you. You're such a failure as an owner. It might just be a model and won't actually move. Hearing the jeers from the crowd, Kong Gaoda felt embarrassed and kicked the fire rock turtle twice. Get up. But the fire rock turtle's shell is hard, so it was fine, while Kong Gaoda's feet were almost swollen. Seeing their young master lose face, the Kong family guards responsible for security nearby hurriedly reminded him. Young master, lure him with food. Kong Gaoda then remembered something, took out a round fish that looked like a fried egg, and threw it in front of the fire rock turtle. The sleeping fire rock turtle twitched its nose twice, then opened its eyes and crawled to the fish. It opened its mouth, but did not eat immediately. It pointed its mouth at the fish, and a burst of flame shot out from the fire rock turtle's mouth. With a waft of meaty aroma, the fish was cooked. The fire rock turtle then took a bite and ate it before closing its eyes to rest again. Aside from eating, it does nothing but sleep. That's its secret to longevity. Kong Gaoda breathed a sigh of relief. A fire-breathing turtle. Not bad, huh? Jiang Wenqing snorted and said, Tisich, it's just an ordinary thing. You dare to bring it out? Look at my pet. Jiang Wenqing's pet is also peculiar. It looks a bit like a monkey, but it has a pig's nose and 6 arms, each with bulging muscles, making it look very powerful. Jiang Wenqing said proudly, This is the Oppo pig-nosed monkey from Oppo Star, a level 2 creature. It can break a tree as thick as a bowl with one punch, and it is already on the verge of extinction. It is extremely rare. After saying that, Jiang Jiming actually took out a piece of wood as thick as a bowl and threw it in front of the pig-nosed monkey. Then he picked up a bunch of bananas and waved them in front of the pig-nosed monkey. The pig-nosed monkey understood perfectly, grunted, and smashed the wooden block to pieces with a single punch. See? This is my beloved pet, Jiang Wenqing. After saying that, he tossed the banana to the pig-nosed monkey. The pig-nosed monkey took the banana, peeled it, and then happily ate the peel, leaving the core aside. Chapter 106 Snowball's Power. My pig-nosed monkey is much rarer than the fire rock turtle. I win. The standard by which these second-generation pets compete is not their biological level, but their rarity. After all, the rarer something is, the more difficult it is to obtain, and the more it showcases their skill. Ning Chi, it's your turn. Let's see how your pet is. Jiang Wenqing looked at Ning Chi provocatively. In the recent school competition, he was utterly humiliated by Ning Chi, or more accurately, by Ning Chi's brother-in-law. Later, under the threat of force from Shen Tianyuan, he even had to bark like a dog, losing all face. He had some lingering fear of Shen Tianyuan and dared not seek revenge against him. So he turned to the easy target Ning Chi to avenge himself. Fortunately, Ning Chi was prepared and immediately revealed the young snow-winged tiger. Snow-winged tiger, originating from giant snowstar, is a Class 1 creature, extremely rare and difficult to breed. The little tiger was a bit sleepy, yawning as it stretched out its hind leg to scratch its neck. During Ning Chi's vacation, under the guidance of professional trainers, its training has been quite effective. Blizzard fly. At Ning Chi's command, the young snow-winged tiger flapped its wings, took flight, circled Ning Chi once, and landed steadily on Ning Chi's shoulder. Ning Chi quickly and discreetly put the young snow-winged tiger down. Although it is still a juvenile, it already weighs more than 50 kilograms. Ning Chi really couldn't handle it. How about it? My blizzard is pretty good, isn't it? Ning Chi patted the snow-winged tiger's head with satisfaction. Ning Chi, that's impressive. You managed to get your hands on a snow-winged tiger, which is so rare. I admire you. Ning Chi, how did you get it? Tell me, I'll ask my dad to get me one too. Seeing everyone praising him made Jiang Wenxing very unhappy. His pig-nosed monkey is comparable to the snow-winged tiger in rarity, but in terms of appearance, it is completely inferior. However, he still had a way. He immediately said, Ning Chi, do you dare to fight me with beasts? Beast fighting, as the name suggests, involves two pets battling each other. Ning Chi wasn't stupid. Not to mention that the snow-winged tiger was a level 1 creature, while the pig-nosed monkey was a level 2 creature. They were naturally no match for each other. Moreover, the snow-winged tiger is still in its juvenile stage, while the pig-nosed monkey is already in its adolescence. There's also an age gap. There's simply no way they can win. Ning Chi naturally could not agree to that. But Jiang Wenxing didn't give Ning Chi a chance to refuse. As soon as he finished asking, he continued, Okay, you agree. He took out a banana and pointed it at the snow-winged tiger. Attack. Umph. The pig-nosed monkey let out a cry and charged straight at the snow-winged tiger. When the snow-winged tiger saw the menacing pig-nosed monkey approaching, it knew it couldn't win, so it turned around, flapped its wings, and flew away. However, it clearly hadn't fully mastered the skill of flying. It would fly a short distance and then land, only taking off again after stomping on the ground twice. The pig-nosed monkey was in hot pursuit. Ning Chi angrily retorted, Jiang Wenxing, I did not agree to a beast fighting contest with you. Jiang Wenxing shrugged, I misunderstood, but it's too late. At this point, we can only let them fight. Ning Chi wanted the guards to stop it, but Jiang Wenxing said, You send the guards, and I'll send the guards too. It's best we don't hesitate to intervene in this beastly battle. Although Ning Chi was angry, he had not lost his mind. If the guards of the two families were to confront each other, it would undoubtedly have a negative impact on his birthday. He can't do that. Jiang Wenxing was very pleased, even though he couldn't directly punish Ning Chi. But as the saying goes, you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. You can vent your anger just the same way by beating his dog in front of him. At this moment, the snow-winged tiger and the pig-nosed monkey chased each other to a balcony. There was a white, spherical object on the balcony. It was Snowball, having eaten and drunk its fill, basking in the sun. The snow-winged tiger flew past the Snowball, but the pig-nosed monkey that was chasing it stepped on the Snowball. The Snowball's round body suddenly dented in, leaving a dirty paw print on its pure white fur. The pig-nosed monkey didn't pay attention and lifted its leg to continue chasing, when it felt a chill on its bottom. Turning my head, I saw a gaping, blood-red maw rushing towards me. Before the pig-nosed monkey could react, it was bitten on the butt by the Snowball. The intense pain caused the pig-nosed monkey to jump up. The pig-nosed monkey reached out to pull the Snowball down, but the Snowball's teeth felt like they were nailed to its rear end. If you try to pull it, its entire rear end will fall off. Oh woo! The pig-nosed monkey ran around in pain, constantly trying to pull the Snowball with its arms. But no matter how much the Snowball was stretched, flattened, or even violently kneaded, it was no use. It didn't budge, holding firmly to its rear end. This sudden turn of events caught the second-generation rich kids completely off guard. When they first saw the Snowballs on the balcony, they thought they were mink coats drying in the sun. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a living creature, and it even bit the pig-nosed monkey. The pig-nosed monkey seemed to have no way to deal with it. Jiang Wenxing saw that his beloved monkey had been bitten and wanted his guards to rescue it. This time, Ning Chi stopped him. Jiang Wenxing, what do you want to do? No one is allowed to interfere in the beast fighting. You cheated, so it's 2 against 1. My Blizzard team wasn't even involved. It was a one-on-one match. I never agreed to let my pig-nosed monkey fight that white thing. That's true, but it's too late. At this point, we can only let them fight. That sounds so familiar. It's exactly what Jiang Wenxing himself just said. Now Ning Chi is using him to deal with him. Isn't this like lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot? After struggling for a while, the pig-nosed monkey was still unable to get rid of the Snowball, and its blood was flowing out rapidly. Soon after, the pig-nosed monkey, bleeding profusely, lost its strength and lay on the ground, giving up struggling. Ning Chi felt that the time was about right. Any longer, and the pig-nosed monkey would be bitten to death, which would be a bit too much. Ning Chi grabbed a plate of food from the nearby table and ran to Snowball's side. Snowball can let go now. It admits defeat. They persuaded him while tempting him with delicious food. Snowball stared at Ning Chi with its big, bright eyes for a while, then remembered that Ning Chi had fed it a few times, so it decided to give him some face. Finally, they relented. The pig-nosed monkey was terrified of being bitten. After surviving the ordeal, it dared not retaliate and immediately fled with its bleeding rear end. After the Snowball was released, it didn't immediately go to eat. Instead, it hopped and skipped into the pool next to it. Water splashed everywhere, and the blood and the dirty claw mark on its body were quickly washed away. The Snowball returned to its pure white state. It jumped out of the pool, shook off the water, and then went to eat. Snowball is incredibly lazy, but also incredibly resilient. If you hit it a few times, it won't even bother with you. It is very clean, but it will bite if you get it dirty. The pig-nosed monkey had just gotten the Snowball dirty with its filthy paws. That's why it got so angry and bit the monkey. Chapter 107 expired for 1,000 years. After finishing her meal, Snowball bounced back onto the balcony to continue lying on her back and sunbathing, looking serene and content. And those second-generation rich kids went crazy. First of all, none of the people present had ever seen a Snowball before, which shows how rare it is. With this, you're guaranteed to win any future pet competitions. Most importantly, it's so cute. Boys find it hard to resist cute creatures. Everyone swarmed around Ning Chi and asked, "Ning Chi, no, Brother Chi, tell us what that little cutie is? Where can we get it? Brother Chi, can I trade you my spaceship? You think you can trade a mere spaceship for a cutie? Dream on. Brother Chi, I'll trade you the school beauty's contact information for information about the cutie." Surrounded by enthusiastic crowds, Ning Chi experienced being the center of attention for the first time. I never expected that this little thing my brother-in-law brought back would bring him such a big surprise. That said, my brother-in-law does seem to often do unexpected things. Outside the crowd, Jiang Wenxing was extremely unwilling. His long-planned scheme failed once again, but his annoyance didn't last long. He squeezed into the crowd. He wanted a cute little thing too. Hundreds of robots were gathered in a warehouse at the venue. They came with their respective owners. There's nothing for them to do for now, so let them stay in this warehouse until the owner finishes the party. This naturally became an opportunity for the robots to gather. Most of these robots know each other. They either met before with their owners or met online. When they get together, they either talk about whether the new processor is good or not, or we can discuss how well the new system version performs. Here, the latest and oldest versions of the robot are the most respected by the audience because they represent the past and the future. Of course, possessing certain special items will also earn you the respect of the robots. With the words, "Quiet down, everyone," the esteemed Agua, the original owner of the 1982 Lafayette engine oil, has arrived. The warehouse fell silent immediately, and all the robots turned their gaze toward the entrance. Agua waves as he enters. "Hello, fellow mechanical engineers." "Honorable Agua." "Well said," all the robots said in unison. Then he stared intently at Agua. Agua knew what they were thinking. They simply wanted to see the original 1982 tractor oil with their own eyes. As mentioned before, the first-generation 1982 tractor oil is considered a sacred object in the robotics world. In the spirit of bringing honor to his master, Agua decided to broaden the robots' horizons and let them know how good my owner is to me, how great my owner is. However, emphasizes, the first-generation 1982 Lafayette engine oil can only be viewed from afar, not touched, otherwise don't blame Agua for being ruthless. Agua put on gloves, respectfully opened his skull, and took out the first-generation 1982 tractor oil. But suddenly, the lights went out. A dark shadow flashed by. Agua reacted quickly, hurriedly protecting the oil in the first-generation 1982 Lafayette engine, but still felt the oil being moved slightly. As the lights came back on, Agua saw that the oil cap of the first-generation 1982 Lafayette in his hand had been opened. Agua could tell at a glance that it was missing a fraction of a gram, clearly indicating that a robot had taken advantage of the darkness to steal some food. An angry underscore emoji appeared on Agua's screen. Who did this? Step forward. But no robot acknowledged it. Agua wasn't in a hurry, knowing the thief would show up soon. The first-generation 1982 tractor engine oil is only for viewing from a distance. If you drink it, Something bad will definitely happen. Sure enough, a yellow robot soon collapsed, its system malfunctioning and oil dripping from its mouth. This is the same situation as Agwa's last time. The damage to the pipes was caused by using expired engine oil. This means that the yellow robot is the thief who stole the engine oil from the original 1982 tractor. Instead of retaliating, Agwa took out his tools and repaired it. Soon, Agwa removed the damaged pipes from the original oil. He would take them back and refine them to recover some oil. Saving is a virtue. After Agwa repaired the yellow robot felt very ashamed. It stole the oil from Agwa's first-generation 1982 Labo engine, but Agwa repaired it without holding a grudge. Just as I was about to thank him, I heard Agwa angrily say, "Damn it, you actually stole my engine oil. This was a gift from my master. I won't let you get away with this." As he spoke, Agwa leaped up and headbutted it. With a thud, Agwa landed smoothly, its head shiny and clean, without any problems. The yellow robot fell to the ground again, its head caved in, and oil dripping from its mouth. The yellow robot was damaged by the first-generation 1982 tractor oil. That was lucky, absolutely unacceptable. So Agwa should fix it first, then teach it a lesson. Agwa pointed at it and said, "This is what happens to thieves." The robots also unanimously condemned it. At the same time, I have even greater admiration for the first-generation 1982 tractor oil. It took only a few seconds to take down a new type of robot. It's no wonder it's an 82-year-old first-generation tractor oil that's over 1,000 years past its expiration date. After showing off the engine oil, Agwa patted his head and said, "This is a super titanium alloy skull that my master replaced for me. With it, I can easily punish thieves." Seeing Agwa's smug look, the other robots were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Their owner never gave them even regular 1982 Lafite engine oil, let alone the first-generation 1982 Lafite. They haven't had their super titanium alloy skulls replaced either. Agwa is really lucky to have such a good owner. Our gaze returned to Shen Tianyuan. Ning Liangzhe and Ning Kaiqi were still chattering away in Shen Tianyuan's ear. Just as Shen Tianyuan was contemplating whether to immediately cancel the cooperation with Ning's building materials company and make Ning Liangzhe cry, a man arrived. It was Ning Mabai, whom Shen Tianyuan had met once before. As soon as Ning Mabai entered the room, he saw his son, Ning Kaiqi, talking to someone, and then walked over. As he walked, Ning Mabai felt that the person talking to his son looked somewhat familiar. But because his back was to her, she didn't recognize him at first, and only when she walked over did she see his face. When Ning Mabai saw his face clearly, it almost triggered a heart attack. Chapter 108 Son, I'm saving you. You're. Ning Mabai was so surprised that he opened his mouth and couldn't even finish a sentence. How'd he end up here? Could they be here to kill me and silence me? Just as Ning Mabai was filled with fear, Ning Kaiqi spoke. He pointed at Shen Tianyuan and said, "Dad, this is the first time you've met him, right? He's Ning Ying's husband." Ning Mobai's pupils dilated. What? He's Ning Ying's husband? He knew that Ning Ying was married, and that her husband, Shen Tianyuan, was a son-in-law who had married into her family. But he never expected that Shen Tianyuan and Mr. Shen, who had an SS-level bodyguard, were the same person. This is very suspicious. A man with an SS-level bodyguard must have a powerful force supporting him. But how could someone like that possibly marry into another family? He found it strange when Ning Ying suddenly got married. Why would the old man, who usually doesn't concern himself with worldly affairs, suddenly arrange for Ning Ying to marry a man he's never heard of? He thought the old man was just getting senile and was even gloating. But now we see that he was wrong, terribly wrong. The old man clearly knew about Shen Tianyuan's powerful background long ago. This was a deliberate political marriage. Thinking of this, Ning Mabai felt a surge of jealousy. The family my daughter married was, in my opinion, quite good. But compared to the second son's family, his son-in-law only had an A-level bodyguard, while the second son's son-in-law had an SS-level bodyguard. The gap is too large. Why do all the good things go to the second son's family? The old man is too biased. Even though my daughter is already married, she can still get a divorce. Even if his daughter isn't good enough, he still has his granddaughter and great-granddaughter. Damn it. Why does all the good stuff go to the second son's family? But Ning Mabai also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Since he is the son-in-law of the second son's family, he probably didn't come to silence me. Moreover, It seems that his son and nephew are getting along very well with him, which is a great thing. Before Ning Mabai could even enjoy his happiness for a few seconds, he heard Ning Liangzhi say, "Uncle, look, it seems my brother-in-law has a bad stomach. He can't eat solid food, so he can only come to our Ning family to live off his wife, haha." Ning Mabai was shocked. This stupid nephew dared to mock him. Wasn't this like an old man eating poison and having a death wish? Fortunately, my son wasn't involved. Just as he thought of this, Ning Kaichi chimed in, "That makes sense. A true man is born between heaven and earth. How can he rely on a woman?" Ning Kaichi said smugly, completely unaware of his father's dilated pupils beside him. It turns out that his son and nephew weren't befriending Shen Tianyuan, but rather mocking him. This is like turning on the light in the toilet. It's suicidal. A man who relies on women. Can he even be considered a man? As Ning Kaichi was speaking, a heavy slap landed on his face. Ning Kaichi touched his swollen face and looked at Ning Mabai with a bewildered expression. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Ning Mabai couldn't bear it either. "Son, don't blame your dad. But Dad is saving you. You don't want to wake up in the middle of the night to find an SS-class monster standing at your bedside, ready to take your life." Ning Mabai shouted sternly. "Ning Kaichi, how have I taught you? A family should love each other. Mr. Shun is your brother-in-law. If you dare to be rude to him again, don't blame me for slapping you across the face." Ning Kaichi was completely innocent. These were clearly the words his father had said to him before. They even said they wanted to see what this good-for-nothing who married into the family looked like. "Why did you turn against me?" Ning Mabai pressed Ning Kaichi's head down and said, "You apologize to Mr. Shun right now, or I'll skin you alive." "Dad, you're obsessed. Why should I apologize? And why do you call him Mr. Shen? He's just a nobody." Ning Kaichi's protest has once again earned him a resounding slap in the face. Ning Kaichi was about to cry. He couldn't slap the other side of her face because it would look asymmetrical. "Apologize, or we'll sever all ties." Ning Mabai said. Despite his utter bewilderment, Ning Kaichi still apologized to Shen Tianyuan under Ning Mabai's oppressive power. "I was wrong. I hope you will forgive me." Ning Mabai also smiled apologetically. "Mr. Shun, my unfilial son is really blind. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." Shen Tianyuan had been watching the show the whole time. Only then did he smile calmly. "We're all family. There's no such thing as forgiveness or not. Unfilial son, come with me." Fearing that Ning Kaichi would continue to cause trouble, Ning Mabai quickly dragged Ning Kaichi away. "Dad, let go of me. There's so many people here. You're making me lose face." Ning Kaichi was very dissatisfied. "Enough with the nonsense. Let's go." He thought to himself, "It's better to lose face than to die." Once they were a distance away, Ning Mabai said in a low voice, "Son, don't blame your father for being heartless. I said I was saving you. You must remember to be respectful to Shen Tianyuan from now on and never offend him. Otherwise, even your father can't save you." Ning Kaichi was puzzled. "Dad, you're confused. Why are you afraid of a son-in-law?" If there weren't so many people around, Ning Mabai would have kicked him a couple of times. "You idiot. Do you really think the old man is senile and would just pick anyone? Let me tell you, Shen Tianyuan has a very powerful background. If you don't listen to me, you won't even know how you died." Ning Kaichi exclaimed in surprise. "Really, Dad? That son-in-law, Shen Tianyuan, does he really have a powerful background? Would your father lie to you?" "I can't go into too much detail, but just remember, you can only befriend Shen Tianyuan, not offend him." Seeing Ning Mabai's serious expression, Ning Kaichi knew he wasn't joking. "I understand." Ning Mabai, still worried, added, "By the way, Ning Liangzhi has already offended Shen Tianyuan, so stay away from him in the future." Ning Mabai breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Shen Tianyuan from afar. "Hey, why is someone as important as you so low-key? Luckily, I was fortunate. Otherwise, I would have died without even knowing how." Ning Liangzhi was disdainful of Ning Mabai's behavior. Has Uncle lost his mind from playing chess? He's actually afraid of a son-in-law. It's ridiculous. However, with Ning Kaichi gone, it's not very meaningful for him to be alone. Ning Liangzhi patted Shen Tianyuan on the shoulder. "Brother-in-law, in a few days, we'll start working on a Lifa Star order and make a lot of money. If you'd like, I can show you how to do it. The spaceship just happens to need a cleaner, haha." Ning Liangzhi left laughing, unaware of Shen Tianyuan's disdainful gaze. Laugh now, because you won't have many more chances to laugh later. Chapter 109, The Gift Storm. Kong Qingshu met Shen Tianyuan under Ning Ying's guidance. Extend your hand generously. Hello, I am Kong Qingshu. Shen Tianyuan also extended his hand. Hello, I am Shen Tianyuan. The two gently shook hands, then quickly separated. Kong Qingshu observed Shen Tianyuan. Judging from his appearance and temperament alone, this man was indeed top-notch. But Ning Ying is not a superficial person who only cares about appearances. The fact that this guy could produce a complete set of Radiant Star jewelry is enough to show that he is quite wealthy. However, Kong Qingshu remains confident. Her husband is not only rich. She remained convinced that her husband was better than Ning Ying's husband. Shen Tianyuan keenly noticed Kong Qingshu's gaze. Kong Qingshu has a fair, baby-faced appearance, with phoenix eyes like autumn water beneath her brows, and fine, black hair, giving her a gentle and beautiful look reminiscent of a woman from Jiangnan. But why is her gaze so full of fighting spirit? Could it be that she wants to be my enemy? If someone becomes his enemy, even if they are a woman, Ning Ying's friend, Shen Tianyuan will not show them any mercy. Ning Ying came to Shen Tianyuan's side, her face slightly flushed, and whispered, "Husband, thank you for the gift." "What gift?" Ning Ying glared at him. "It's the gemstone jewelry you gave me." "Oh." Shen Tianyuan responded calmly. "It's been several days now, and it seems Ning Ying has finally discovered its true value." To be honest, Shen Tianyuan had some regrets. Although he recognized the flowing star glass at the time, he thought that the set was only worth a few billion. But it was later discovered that billions were the price of ordinary quality starry sky glass. His set, however, was of the highest quality. The price difference between the regular and top-tier models can be more than 10 times. In other words, his set must be worth over 1,000. Thinking about it makes Shen Tianyuan feel heartbroken. Moreover, this time the standard for gifts has been set too high, making it difficult to give gifts in the future. If I had known, I would have sent something else, where you could break the jewelry set apart and give it to Ning Ying in several installments. Ning Ying was somewhat unhappy to see Shen Tianyuan's indifferent reaction. Other men who give women gifts, especially expensive ones, always have ulterior motives. After giving me a gift, while I'm in a good mood, you can certainly make some slightly excessive demands. But you seem to have no desires or wants. Could it be that I, a woman, am the one who would take the initiative? As guests arrived one after another, the birthday party officially began. Ning Qianchuan personally delivered a speech, thanking every friend who came. Ning Qianchuan, a former soldier, dislikes long-winded speeches. After brief remarks, he began the birthday party's agenda. Soon, the grand finale of the birthday party arrived, a charity auction of gifts. As mentioned before, all the gifts Ning Qianchuan receives at his birthday parties will be auctioned off, and the proceeds will be donated to the Eagle Foundation. The Eagle Foundation's funds are used to help fallen and veteran soldiers. Not long ago, the battle at Azure Base 2 resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people. Most of the proceeds from this charity auction will go to the families of these fallen soldiers. Ning Qianchuan took the stage to express his gratitude. "Thank you all for your support." A total of 1094 gifts will be auctioned at this birthday party. Gift details have been announced. The auction will last for the next 2 hours. Please choose which items to bid on accordingly. Shen Tianyuan turned on his communicator to check the list of gifts to be auctioned. This includes a detailed description of the gift, its location, and other relevant information, so that potential buyers can verify its authenticity. Everyone can choose their favorite items from the list, then view the gifts and place an offer. 2 hours later, the highest bidder won the auction. There are too many gifts. Auctioning them off one by one would take too much time. Therefore, they are all auctioned off in one go. The guests this time were all high-ranking officials and dignitaries, so the gifts they brought were naturally quite impressive. Shen Tianyuan looked around to see if there was anything he needed. Soon, Shen Tianyuan spotted something familiar on the list, a young Saturnian pig. Upon seeing it, Shen Tianyuan knew what was going on. Upon closer inspection of the sponsor, it was indeed Ning Qi. This kid wants to take this opportunity to get rid of this burden. What a clever little devil. Unfortunately, he overlooked one thing. Although the Saturn pig is not cheap, the market is too small, making it difficult to find a buyer. And if no one bids for the gift in the end, as is customary, the sponsor must pay the price to buy it back. In this way, Ning Qi will not only fail to get rid of the burden, but will also incur additional expenses. On the other side, Kong Qingshu was also carefully looking at the list. She wasn't looking to buy anything. She was looking for Shen Tianyuan's gift. She wanted to analyze Shen Tianyuan based on the gifts he gave her. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. But after looking around several times, he couldn't find the gift that Shen Tianyuan had given him. Strange, why didn't he give a gift for his father-in-law's birthday? If it was given away, why wouldn't it be put up for auction? After all gifts are traditionally auctioned off. But asking Ningying directly would seem deliberate. She needed to come up with a reasonable excuse. On the other side, Ningying also discovered the problem. She originally wanted to find Shen Tianyuan's gift, and then inflate the price of her own gift to give her husband more face. But after searching around, I couldn't find it. Ningying wasn't worried that Shen Tianyuan wouldn't give her a gift, since he had already given her such an expensive one. He certainly wouldn't be stingy now. Ningying was worried that Shen Tianyuan might have forgotten. Therefore, this auction was public, and if it were discovered that Shen Tianyuan had not given his father-in-law a gift, it would be a serious matter. If word gets out, to put it nicely, you'll say you forgot. To put it bluntly, Shen Tianyuan had a conflict with the Ning family and deliberately refused to send the gifts. This would affect her husband's reputation, and Ningying would not allow such a thing to happen. She had to handle this before anyone else found out. Just as she was about to make an excuse to part ways with Kong Qingshu, someone called out to her, "Big sister, so you're here? I've been looking for you for so long." Ningying turned her head and saw that it was Ning Liangzhe from her third uncle's family. Why would he want to see me now? I have other things to do. But he still had to pretend to be calm and say, "Oh, it's third brother. You want to see me about something?" Ning Liangzhe did not reply immediately. He saw Kong Qingshu. "Ning, this girl from the Kong family, has become more and more charming since getting married. He also manages the Kong group, making him both handsome and wealthy. It's just a pity she didn't marry me." "Oh, Kong sister, you're here too." Kong Qingshu greeted him with a smile. "Hello, third brother Ning." Third brother and Qingshu chat first. "I have to go." Ningying was in a hurry and turned to leave. Ning Liangzhe didn't forget his business and called out to Ningying, "Wait, sister, I need to talk to you." "What's wrong?" Ning Liangzhe smiled slyly to himself and whispered, "I didn't see my brother-in-law Shen Tianyuan's name on the gift list." Chapter 1, 10 Memory Chips. Ningying was secretly startled. Ning Liangzhe had actually noticed. "But what business is it of yours?" Ning Liangzhe, "Then my husband is your husband." "Don't worry about it." Ning Liangzhe was obviously targeting Shen Tianyuan on purpose. Whether it was mocking Shen Tianyuan before or deliberately picking on him now. His real reason for targeting Shen Tianyuan was Ningying. Although Ning Liangzhe boasted about his title as CEO of Ning's building materials company. But he was not satisfied. He believed that with his talents, he should manage the Ning group, not its subsidiaries. It was Ningying, that woman, who stole what was his. Women should stay at home and be good wives and mothers. Managing the company should be left to us men. However, Ning Liangzhe dared not directly harm Ningying. He picked the softest persimmon, so he chose the softest one, Shen Tianyuan. This is a good opportunity. Whether Shen Tianyuan deliberately didn't send a gift or forgot to send one, it can be said that he is showing contempt for the Ning family. In short, they managed to get Shen Tianyuan to voluntarily leave the Ning family. Once Ningying is married off, I will become the head of the Ning group. Ning Liangzhe said, "It's not on the gift list. Did my brother-in-law not send one?" Ningying said calmly, "Of course not. He gave a gift. There must have been a problem with the auction process. The gift wasn't displayed. I'll take care of it." Ning Liangzhe retorted, "That's not right. I just checked with the person in charge of the gift auction, and no gifts were missing. Could it be that my brother-in-law really didn't send any?" "You bastard Ning Liangzhe. Trying to target your husband? You're asking for it. Perhaps something went wrong somewhere else, but anyway, my husband delivered it. I'm sure of it." Ning Ying insisted. "How can you be sure? I saw it with my own eyes. What was given as a gift?" Just as Ningying was being relentlessly pursued by Ning Liangzhe, Shen Tianyuan arrived. "Madam, Miss Kong, you're both here." Given Ning Liangzhe's previous record of causing trouble, when Shen Tianyuan saw Ning Liangzhe approaching Ningying, he couldn't help but suspect that Ning Liangzhe was up to cause trouble again, so he came over. When Ning Liangzhe saw Shen Tianyuan arrive, he simply asked directly, "Brother-in-law, you've come at the right time. We were just talking about you. I would like to hear the details." "Brother-in-law, I notice your name isn't on the list of items for the gift auction. Why is that?" Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to answer, Ningying whispered from the side, "Don't say anything. I'll take care of it for you." Shen Tianyuan gave Ning Liangzhe a reassuring look and said, "I can tell you clearly that I sent the gift. As for why it wasn't on the auction list, You'll find out when the auction ends. You say you gave it to them, but where's the proof? Here. Shen Tianyuan immediately took out a receipt, which was the proof given after the gift was given. Curious, the group peered inside and saw Shen Tianyuan, a memory chip. Ning Liangzhe immediately laughed. A memory chip, brother-in-law? You actually have something to offer. No wonder it wasn't on the auction list. It's too cheap, not worth selling at all. Kong Qingshu thought to herself. He actually gave away a memory chip. Shen Tianyuan is really just putting on airs. I guess that set of jewelry has exhausted his entire fortune, and now he can't even come up with a decent gift. But then I thought, wait a minute. Even if Shen Tianyuan ran out of money, Ning Ying could easily send it to him. They shouldn't have only sent one memory chip. Kong Qingshu suddenly realized something. Shen Tianyuan gave away memory chips. So the gift itself might not be a storage chip, but rather the data inside the chip. If that's the case, Kong Qingshu couldn't help but be even more curious about what the gift would be. But Ning Liangzhe didn't grasp this point. Haha, brother-in-law, if you have any difficulties, just tell your third brother. I'll buy you a gift. Giving such a cheap thing not only embarrasses yourself, but also the Ning family. As soon as Ning Liangzhe finished speaking, Ning Ying said expressionlessly, Third brother, I will take care of my husband's affairs. You don't need to worry about it. Ning Ying didn't seem angry at all when she spoke, but his expressionless face made Ning Liangzhe's heart pound. I recall what happened in the past. Ning Liangzhe once spread rumors about Ning Ying, and Ning Ying, who was expressionless that day, is now just like this. That very evening, Ning Liangzhe's supposedly secret and sordid deeds were exposed online. This resulted in him being grounded for 6 months, and most of his allowance was cut off, although they have been unable to find out who did it. But Ning Liangzhe knew that this was Ning Ying's doing. From that moment on, Ning Liangzhe developed a greater sense of fear towards his seemingly harmless younger sister. Later, Ning Ying stood out even more and gained control of the Ning group at a young age. Ning Liangzhe realized then that he was no match for Ning Ying, so he only dares to resort to underhanded tactics. Ning Liangzhe didn't dare to touch Ning Ying directly and gave an awkward smile. Don't blame third brother for meddling. Third brother is just worried about you. Ning Ying turned her head away and stopped speaking. Ning Liangzhe smiled broadly, but inwardly. 2 hours passed quickly, and the auction ended. As expected, no one bought Ning Qi's Saturn Pig. The item was returned to Ning Qi, but Ning Qi had to pay an extra sum of money. Ning Qianquan personally announced the auction results. A total of 1,094 sponsored items were auctioned, raising a total of 10.3 billion yuan for charity. This money will be donated globally to the Eagle Foundation. The attendees were all wealthy and influential, and since they were all aware of the custom, the gifts they gave were all valuable and easily convertible into cash. Each of the 1094 gifts was worth nearly 10 million star coins. Shen Tianyuan thought to himself, these 10 billion star coins, just one flowing star glass would be enough to cover all the donations for today. Sure enough, no matter the era, the gap between the rich and the poor is always this large. Ning Liangzhe was also considering whether to expose the fact that Shen Tianyuan had only given him one memory chip afterward. They labeled him as someone who looked down on the Ning family. Ning Qianquan expressed his gratitude to all the participants for their contributions to the Eagle Foundation and for their help to the military. After expressing his gratitude, Ning Qianquan immediately changed the subject, saying that he had something to apologize for. Because of this birthday party, he failed to keep his promise to donate all the birthday gifts. He left one gift out of the auction. As he spoke, Ning Qianquan took out the gift that hadn't been auctioned. The guests stared intently and saw that it was a small memory chip. Chapter 111, did you guys, Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they looked at the storage chip in Ning Qianquan's hand. The tiny storage chip itself is certainly not valuable. What is valuable is the data stored inside. What kind of data could possibly make Ning Qianquan make an exception? But Ning Qianquan did not satisfy everyone's curiosity. I'm sorry, I cannot disclose the specific information in the memory chip, but I have to say it was the best birthday gift I've ever received. Although it's unfair to the other people who give gifts, this gift is indeed very important. It is helpful to the fate of our Ning family and even the entire human race. The fate of the entire human race. Upon hearing this, everyone became even more curious. What on earth could possibly elicit such a sigh from Ning Qianquan? Ning Qianquan continued, Here, I would like to express my special thanks to the giver of the gift, my son-in-law, Shen Tianyuan. He then gestured for Shen Tianyuan to come up. Shen Tianyuan stepped forward, and Ning Qianchuan grasped Shen Tianyuan's hand, saying, "Although you're my son-in-law, we are family. But on behalf of the entire Ning family, I must express my gratitude to you." After saying that, he saluted Shen Tianyuan. This scene made Ning Liangzhe grit his teeth and clench his fists in the audience. How could this be? He was just planning to use Shen Tianyuan's meager gift as a sign of disrespect for the Ning family to make a fuss. In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianyuan's gift became the most valuable of the thousands of gifts. Furthermore, Ning Qianchuan even made an exception for him, allowing him to go on stage alone to express his gratitude. As follows, the article cannot be written, but he simply couldn't believe it. How could a mere son-in-law possibly give away something that would benefit the Ning family and even the human race? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more biased his thinking became. In the end, they stubbornly believed that this was a show put on by Ning Ying and the others to elevate the son-in-law. He wanted to go on stage and expose Ning Qianchuan, asking him to explain what exactly was so powerful. But he had the will, but not the courage, and could only silently grit his teeth until they bled. On the other hand, Kong Qingshu also had some doubts. Is this a show put on by Ning Ying to elevate her husband? But then I thought, although Ning Ying is competitive, she's also a proud person and should not stoop to such despicable means. Moreover, even Ning Qianchuan, a man who is usually stern and rarely smiles, showed joy on his face, so this matter didn't seem fake. Kong Qingshu became even more curious. What exactly was this gift from Shen Tianyuan? Both the Kong and Ning families are members of the human race. They are both partners and competitors. They don't want the other side to be wiped out, but they also don't want the other side to be weaker than themselves. The fact that heir Ning Qianchuan praised the mysterious gift so highly is enough to prove that it is extraordinary. Could this lead to an increase in the Ning family's power, thereby overshadowing their Kong family? This worried Kong Qingshu. Meanwhile, what else worries Kong Qingshu is whose husband is more capable, and the outcome of the competition. Originally, based on the information obtained, Shen Tianyuan was just an ordinary person, and winning would have been a piece of cake. But when she arrived, she discovered that it wasn't like that at all. You call a man who can produce a complete set of radiant starry sky glasses and a mysterious gift that Ning Qianchuan praised highly mediocre. She should really send the intelligence chief to work as a warehouse manager at a branch office on a remote planet. Now, she is becoming increasingly less confident about winning the match. The birthday party ended, and everyone left with a lot of questions. Ning Qianchuan then summoned Shen Tianyuan and Ning Ying to his study. It was only then that Ning Ying realized that the memory chip contained a complete set of ship engine design blueprints. When Shen Tianyuan handed over the storage chip, the person in charge of receiving the gift was also startled after confirming its contents and quickly reported it to Ning Qianchuan. Ning Qianchuan heard that Shen Tianyuan had actually sent a design drawing of a ship engine, and that the engine was of an unknown model. Ning Qianchuan realized that if the blueprints were genuine, their value would be immeasurable. In a panic, he arranged for the chief engineer of the Ning group to urgently verify the authenticity and effectiveness of the design drawings. After several hours of verification, the chief engineer confirmed that the engine design drawings were genuine and that its performance was about 10 times higher than that of the engines currently in service on the Chongqing fleet. If it were used to replace the existing engines of the Chongqing fleet, although it could not fully realize the effect of 10 due to the influence of other ship components, increasing the ship's speed by 8 should not be a problem. Don't underestimate this 8. Back when the Azure 2 base was in active service, the true Japanese fleet was 6 seconds faster than the Chongqing fleet, which led to heavy losses for the Chongqing fleet. Now that the Chongqing fleet has been upgraded by 8, it has surpassed the Jinri clan fleet in terms of speed. This will reverse many things and save many lives. Ning Qianchuan was overjoyed upon receiving the feedback. As a former soldier, he naturally understood how much this engine blueprint would help the Ning family. He immediately ordered the engine to be manufactured and blocked any related news. He also decided to publicly commend Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan has made such a great contribution to the Ning family that he must make his stance clear. Of course, information about the engine must be kept strictly confidential. Anyway, I won't say anything. Let others guess what they want. After hearing this, Ning Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised shock. Why does my husband always manage to surprise me so much? Ning Tianyuan looked at Shen Tianyuan with a complicated expression. My dear son-in-law, I really didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. As long as my father-in-law is happy. My dear son-in-law, I think you should be aware of the value of this design. I'm curious, where did you get this design? Shen Tianyuan said. Do you really have to ask? I'd better know the answer. Shen Tianyuan held out his hand. Then I won't give it to you. Give it back to me, and I'll give you a different gift. Ning Tianyuan didn't expect Shen Tianyuan to say that, and said with a wry smile. Okay, I won't ask where it came from, but I want to know, why did you give it to me? Shen Tianyuan smiled. It's only right for family members to help each other. Father-in-law, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Good. Ning Tianyuan watched Shen Tianyuan's retreating figure. Inger, your husband is quite an interesting fellow. Yes, father. Ning Tianyuan turned to Ning Ying and asked, by the way, have you two shared a room? Chapter 112, A Bloody Lesson. Huh, father, how could you ask that? Ning Ying's face flushed red. I think he's a good guy. You should hold on to him. Ning Ying stamped her foot in embarrassment. Father, even if you want to hold on to him, you can't do it at the cost of your daughter. But aren't you two married? This is legal. But Ning Ying blushed, unsure how to answer. Seeing her like this, Ning Tianyuan knew the answer. Then he said earnestly, Daughter, love is like a battlefield. Opportunities don't last forever. You must know how to seize them. Otherwise, they will be gone in an instant, and you will regret it too late. Ning Tianyuan continued with a sigh. I never understood why Grandpa did this before, but now I understand. Grandpa had such foresight. He actually found a treasure. I have a feeling that Shen Tianyuan definitely has other good things. Inger, give it your all, and make him willingly give them up. Dad, Ning Ying sighed, blushing deeply. Seeing Ning Ying's face turn so red it looked like it was about to bleed, Ning Tianyuan knew he had said too much. There was no way Ning Tianyuan had been this excited in a long time. After all, this engine is of great significance to the Ning family. The important thing is that it was all free. How could Ning Tianyuan not be happy? Ning Ying suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Father, I have something important to say. Explain. Ning Ying took out the AK military industry promotional materials that Kong Qingshu had given her. Father, I feel that this company's products meet the requirements for our fleet's upgrade. Ning Tianyuan took it and examined it carefully. Not bad. It does meet our requirements. Although the price is a bit high, it's within an acceptable range. I'm just unsure if the product is as advertised. Father, this is what I wanted to say. AK Military Industry will be holding a product launch event in a week, and I plan to go and see it in person. Where's the press conference held? The Shinra Galaxy, Planet Rafa. The Divine Luo Galaxy. The Divine Luo Empire. I remember the Divine Luo Empire was rife with internal strife, frequently going to war. For safety's sake, I'm sending Ningwu with you. Oh, right, Kong Qingshu will be going with me too. Her family has also set their sights on this AK military equipment. That's good. It's safer to have more people together. After Ning Tianyuan left, Ning Ying recalled what Shen Tianyuan had just said. We're a family, aren't we? Now that you've accepted us as family, that means you accept me as your wife. You've said it yourself, so you can't go back on your word. Thinking of this, Ning Ying's face, which had just regained its fair complexion, turned rosy again. Actually, Ning Ying had some misunderstandings about Shen Tianyuan. When Shen Tianyuan spoke of family, he was not actually referring to his and Ning Ying's small family, but rather to the entire human race. Since he was born a human, his heart naturally leans towards humanity, even if he possesses a power independent of the human race. But he still cares about humanity and will help whenever he can. Upon learning that the Ning family fleet had suffered heavy losses due to its slow speed during the battle at Azure Base 2, Shen Tianyuan wanted to lend a helping hand. The giant tortoise industrial ship contains design drawings for several different engine models. Shen Tianyuan selected a mid to high-grade engine design blueprint and gave it to Ning Tianyuan as a gift. This was both to help the human race and as a way of repaying the Ning family for the 15 million star coins he received as pocket money every month. Of course, the help was not given without reservation. Shen Tianyuan kept the best engine for his own use. This applies not only to engines, but also to AK Military's other products. These are all relatively ordinary products selected from the giant tortoise industrial ship. The best things are never sold, only used by myself. Maintaining a technological advantage is essential to gaining the upper hand in interstellar warfare. Inside the room, Shen Tianyuan was talking to Tianluo. The Tianluo life-faxing construction project canceled its original cooperation with Ningshi Building Materials Company, citing the poor character of the newly appointed CEO as the reason. Yes, Tianluo continued. Commander, there are signs that Elector Metz and Elector Tel have recently started a war. Why did the war begin? Elector Metz recently discovered valuable mineral resources in the planetary belt on the edge of his territory, but somehow Elector Tel learned of this. Elector Ter produced a document announcing that the planetary belt where the mineral deposits were discovered was originally the territory of Elector Nindel, which he had destroyed. According to the law, he destroyed the Elector of Nindel and should rightfully inherit his territory in its entirety, so that planetary belt should belong to him. He demanded that the Elector of Metz withdraw immediately, but the Elector of Metz refused. Negotiations between the two sides have broken down, and both are preparing for war, which is imminent. Shen Tianyuan smiled. The Divine Luo Empire was truly an interesting story. Since its founding, 93 of the wars have been civil wars between internal factions within the empire. For thousands of years, the empire has been plagued by constant civil wars. During this period, an elector of Bernbo proposed that the empire cease its civil war and unite in foreign wars. To demonstrate its sincerity, the elector of Bernbo took the lead in deploying its own fleet to form the imperial fleet. His sincerity moved the electors, who then joined the imperial fleet. However, the imperial fleet only made it halfway there. The three electors neighboring the Bernbo electorate quietly directed their own fleets to return to port, stealing the Bernbo electorate's empty stronghold. Elector Bernbo was furious. On its return voyage, the fleet was ambushed by three other fleets and annihilated in one fell swoop. The bloody lesson of the elector of Bernbot taught the princes of the empire a profound truth. To repel external aggression, one must first secure internal stability. The subsequent laws governing the succession of princes further exacerbated this situation. From then on, the empire began to focus on the civil war. Over thousands of years of fighting, the number of electors, which was originally in the double digits, has been reduced to a single digit, leaving behind countless grudges and disputes. Even though there are only 7 electors left now, they still fight every now and then. This situation is difficult to end unless the 7 kingdoms are reunited. Otherwise, the war is unlikely to stop. Chapter 113 seems to have missed something. Tianluo continued. Both electors of Metz and Tel have sent invitations to war and promised to share their territories. Reject them. Yes. Shen Tianyuan was new to the Shenluo Empire and did not have a deep understanding of the situation, so there was no need for him to rashly participate in the war. Moreover, the planetary belt they are vying for is too far from Leifa. Even if they manage to capture it, subsequent management will be very difficult, and it could easily become a hot potato. There's really no need to get into trouble for a little bit of profit. Furthermore, their invitation to join the war likely stemmed from a desire to probe Shen Tianyuan's background, particularly the strength of his fleet. The other 6 electors, while not showing any hostility so far, are still trying to express goodwill. But Shen Tianyuan knew that they were always coveting him and always wanted to annex him. The reason they haven't attacked him yet is simply because they don't fully understand Shen Tianyuan's strength and dare not make a move rashly. Once they have the confidence and the opportunity, they will definitely take the plunge and devour Shen Tianyuan. The next intelligence report from Tianluo confirmed this cruel situation. Commander, recently, many spies have appeared in various parts of Leifa. Shen Tianyuan calmly said, I think the electors and even the emperor were involved in these spies, right? Yes, the elector of Bodbauden sent the most spies, exceeding the total number of the other 5. His spies were not only gathering intelligence on the planet Leifa, but also secretly trying to turn the Ice Spirit clan against him. Elector of Burbden, bordering the territory of the Elector of Rheinfall. The former Elector Rheinfall fought a war with the Elector Bodebden because of the planet Lannis. During that war, the Elector of Bodbaud was at a disadvantage, and the outcome of the war was changed only because of Shen Tianyuan's intervention. Lannis must have already been occupied by the former chosen emperor. From a factual standpoint, Shen Tianyuan had done a favor for the Elector of Bodbaud. But now, he is the vanguard who plots against him. His reason for doing this was nothing more than self-interest. Because he is closest to his own territory, He is the one who is most likely to benefit from being overthrown. For the sake of profit, so-called favors are utterly worthless. Of course, they won't openly attack you before they know your background. So they first sent out spies to gather intelligence on themselves. While gathering intelligence, Elector Bodybutin also attempted to win over the Ice Spirit clan. This is similar to what a certain American country does. They like to instigate domestic forces within the target country and create rebel armies. Then it secretly supports the rebels against the government. This way, it can destabilize the target country without it having to take action. Then it uses excuses like laundry detergent or humanitarianism to formally intervene. The Elector of Bodeborn's plan is good. Unfortunately, he overlooked 2 points. First, due to Shen Tianyuan's series of appeasement policies, the Ice Spirit clan currently enjoys extremely high loyalty to him, making it very difficult to turn them against him. Secondly, they were unaware of the existence of Tianluo. The existence of Tianluo is a top secret of the planet Lifa. No one knew about him except for the Lord himself. To conceal his identity, Tianluo created more than a dozen ultra-realistic robots for himself, which looked exactly like real people. Unless tested, it is difficult to detect that they are robots. Their words and actions are usually controlled by Tianluo. Outsiders believe these men were the Lord's confidants, assisting him and relaying his orders. But in reality, Shen Tianyuan's true confidant is an AI. As the AI that controls the entire planet Leifa, Tianluo uses electronic devices throughout Leifa as its eyes and ears. These spies, supposedly clandestine operations on Leifa, were actually entirely under Tianluo's control. Although he knew about the spies, Shen Tianyuan did not allow Tianluo to arrest them. Because the spies are all under control, if used properly, these spies can actually provide them with intelligence. Shen Tianyuan said, "By the way, didn't they want to turn the Ice Spirit clan against them? Let's help them out by sending people over to them to turn them against their own people. What do you think?" "Understood, Commander." These spies were enough to show the other elector's intentions towards him. This life or death game had already begun when Shen Tianyuan inherited the position of elector of the divine Luo Empire. Shen Tianyuan was well aware that, given the current situation of the divine Luo Empire, it would be impossible to expand outwards with peace of mind without thoroughly resolving its internal problems. The Elector of Burnbow serves as a cautionary tale. Shen Tianyuan knew very well that there were only 2 possible outcomes in this game. He will either unify the empire or be eliminated. There is no other possibility. Shen Tianyuan was never one to sit idly by and wait for his doom. They wanted to take over Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan also longed to devour them. When Shen Tianyuan was on the phone with Tianluo, Ning Ying arrived, this time wearing a thin nightgown, her beautiful figure faintly visible beneath. Ning Ying later thought about what her father had said during the day. Although it was embarrassing, it made sense. Shen Tianyuan has done so much for them. She should express her gratitude. Besides, they are husband and wife, and Ning Ying has accepted Shen Tianyuan from the bottom of her heart. It's time to get things done long ago. Ning Ying's only worry was what Shen Tianyuan would think. However, since Shen Tianyuan is willing to come back, he probably doesn't dislike her. Moreover, Ning Ying believed that she was not bad-looking. She also exercises regularly, resulting in a slim waist and rounded hips, giving her an enviable figure. Ning Ying was confident that she was still attractive. Of course, Ning Ying's reason for going to see Shen Tianyuan was simply to express her gratitude. However, if anything unexpected happens, she can only let nature take its course. "Good evening, madam." Agua opened the door to greet Ning Ying. Ning Ying didn't see Shen Tianyuan. "Where's my husband?" "The master is making a phone call in his study." "Should I go and call him?" "No need, I'll wait for him." After saying that, Ning Ying pulled her nightgown tighter, sat on the sofa with her legs together, and waited anxiously for Shen Tianyuan. And so 1 hour, 2 hours. Shen Tianyuan is still communicating. Agua scratched his head. "Madam, should I go and call the master?" Ning Ying quickly waved her hand. "No need. No need. He seems to have something urgent to do. Let him do what he needs to do. Go and call him. Wouldn't that make it seem like you're actively seeking pleasure?" No, I'm not that shameless." At this moment, Agua suddenly said, "Madam, your face is so red and your body temperature is high. Do you have a fever?" Ning Ying quickly shook her head. No, I'll come another day." Ning Ying could no longer stay there. She had been tense for 2 hours already. She wouldn't be able to stand it any longer. After saying that, Ning Ying held her still burning cheeks and ran away. Agua scratched his head. Strange. The lady of the house is clearly running a fever. Not long after Ningying left, Shen Tianyuan came out after finishing his phone call. Then, he smelled the lingering fragrance in the air. This is the scent of the perfume Ningying uses. Shen Tianyuan scratched his head, as if he had missed something. Chapter 114: Stargates and Energy Barriers. Early in the morning, Ning Liangzhe, who had been humiliated at his birthday party, went out for a night of fun and returned home. As soon as he got home, he saw someone sitting in the living room. His father, Ning Gaofeng. "Dad, you're here. Is something the matter?" Ning Gaofeng looked at Ning Liangzhe's exhausted face and was furious. "How many times have I told you not to go to bars at night? Have you forgotten how your brother died?" Ning Liangzhe said nonchalantly, "I'm fine, aren't I?" "Umph. Your brother's death is shrouded in mystery, and we haven't even caught a glimpse of the murderer. If you continue to be so nonchalant, I think you're not far from your own demise." Okay, I know I was wrong, Dad. Tell me what's wrong. I'm really sleepy." Ning Gaofeng gritted his teeth in anger. "You're utterly useless. You're always coveting Ning Ying's position. Do you even deserve it? Dad, why are you siding with outsiders? What's so great about Ning Ying? Let me tell you, her position will be mine sooner or later." Ning Gaofeng snorted coldly. "Still dreaming of taking someone else's position? Why don't you check if the position you're sitting on is still there?" "Dad, what do you mean?" Ning Gaofeng said with a sullen face. "We received a notice from Lifaxing that they have terminated their cooperation with our Ning's building materials company." Ning Liangzhe was startled. "How could this be? You still have a nerve to ask?" "The reason given by LaFaster is the current CEO is a bad character and not trustworthy enough to cooperate with. Therefore, the cooperation is terminated." Ning Liangzhe hurriedly said, "Dad, are you kidding me? How could such a thing happen? Who knows what kind of mess you've made? Given the huge losses you've caused the company so soon after taking office, the board of directors has decided to remove you from your position as CEO of Ning's building materials company. Your brother will take over the CEO position." Ning Liangzhe was shocked. "Dad, you can't do this. I don't know what happened. The matter has been decided. You don't need to go to the company anymore. Stay home and think about what you did and what people you offended." Ning Gaofeng impatiently turned and left. Ning Liangzhe slumped weakly to the ground. He really didn't understand why things had suddenly turned out this way. He didn't do anything, did he? At most, I made a sarcastic remark about the son-in-law, but that's nothing. Ning Liangzhe was completely baffled. What exactly was the problem? On the other side, during breakfast, Ning Ying said she was going on a business trip and wouldn't be back for about 2 weeks. Shen Tianyuan paused. This was to prevent his plans to make up for last night's losses tonight. With regret in his heart, Shen Tianyuan asked her where she was going. Ning Ying replied, "Lifaxing." Shen Tianyuan was startled. What were they going to Lifa-Star for? But he calmly asked, "What are you going to Lifa-Star for?" "Lifaxing has some good AK military products. I'll go check them out in person." It turns out they went to see AK military products. This means we can finally earn back the money that the Ning family made from us before. Shen Tianyuan said while drinking his porridge, "I heard that the Shinluo star system, where Lifa-Star is located, has been quite turbulent recently. Be careful on the road." It seems my husband is quite interested in Lifa-Star. I just happen to have seen news about it. Is that all?" "Certainly." Ningying looked at Shen Tianyuan's calm face and couldn't tell anything unusual. "Do you, my husband, want to go on this trip to Lifa-Star?" Shen Tianyuan shook his head. He couldn't go to Lifa-Star with Ningying. "No, I'm not interested in work-related matters." "Okay, then you stay home." "Oh, and if you want anything, I'll get it for you." Shen Tianyuan. Hearing this, it really makes me feel like I'm being kept. At noon that day, Kong Qingshu came to the Ning family again. Ningying also said that Kong Qingshu would go with her this time. Kong Qingshu put her arm around Ning Ying's and joked, "Mr. Shen, I've temporarily borrowed your wife. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Then I'll leave it to you. Goodbye. Have a safe journey, sister." As everyone waved, the spaceship took off and flew towards the planet Leifa. The press conference is in 6 days, and the journey to the Shinra system will take about 3 days. They arrived 2 or 3 days early to conduct a detailed inspection of AK military industry before the press conference. After all, this procurement is the largest in recent years. There could be no mistakes. We must be fully prepared. But none of them noticed. As the spaceship took off, the pilots on board quietly sent out a message. At midnight, while Shen Tianyuan was sleeping, a beep suddenly sounded in his mind. Shen Tianyuan woke up instantly with a start. looking around warily. But then Shen Tianyuan relaxed, because the voice in his mind was the system's voice. Strangely enough, the system rarely contacts me proactively. Shen Tianyuan listened attentively as the system said, "Ding! The system has been successfully bound for 100 days. A 100-day gift pack will be given to you. Do you wish to open it?" Shen Tianyuan then remembered. He has been bound to the system for 100 days without realizing it. The system is quite user-friendly. There's even a 100-day gift package. Start. The 100-day gift pack has been successfully opened, and you have obtained 3 miniature Stargate generators, 1 light year each, and 3 single energy barrier stickers. Shen Tianyuan checked the item information. Miniature Stargate generator 1 light year. Summons an ultra-miniature Stargate for short-distance spatial movement no more than 1 light year. Single target energy barrier patch. When activated, it will automatically trigger upon being attacked, summoning an energy barrier that covers the body surface and lasts for 1 minute. Judging from their descriptions, one is invincible for 1 minute, and the other is capable of direct spatial teleportation. Both can be considered life-saving artifacts. Shen Tianyuan took them from his system inventory and examined them in the real world. Both of these items are small and exquisite. The individual energy barrier patch is a transparent patch that is 4 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide. The miniature Stargate generator is slightly more complex, consisting of 2 small spheres, 1 black and 1 white. According to the description, the black sphere is the main part of the miniature Stargate generator. Crushing it can quickly generate a miniature Stargate. The white sphere, on the other hand, is a negative energy shield generator. The Stargate itself has a powerful gravitational pull. Without the protection of a negative energy shield, people and objects will be torn apart by the Stargate's gravity when passing through it. The two must be used together, otherwise it's suicide. Looking at these two things, Shen Tianyuan realized that he could do that thing. Chapter 115, The Turo Clan. The next morning, Shen Tianyuan went to Ning Xingho to tell him his thoughts. He wants to recruit off-ship troops for the First Galactic Fleet. Although the Galactic First Fleet has performed well in recent interstellar wars, Shen Tianyuan still discovered a shortcoming. That is, the lack of offshore combat units. When we captured Leifa, we were fortunate to have persuaded the garrison to surrender. Otherwise, a real planetary landing operation would have been a real problem. Because fleets possess fierce firepower and a wide kill radius, they are well suited for large-scale interstellar warfare. However, fleets are not suitable when it comes to space campaigns, where it is necessary to capture enemy territory and population. Because the fleet's firepower is too strong and the affected area is too large, it is easy to cause friendly fire. Even if the enemy is eliminated, the territory and population will be devastated, so it won't be of much value. Therefore, he also needs to launch precise attacks on the ships that have disembarked. In fact, the Galactic First Fleet itself has off-ship units, namely the War Robot Legion. However, the number was too small, only a few thousand, which was far from matching the scale of the fleet's operations. Furthermore, it suffered heavy losses during the attack on Leifa. This is even less than enough. Although Shen Tianyuan can replenish a large number of war robots as off-ship troops. However, there's a problem. War robots are too expensive. War robots of the same level cost several times more than combat armored vehicles of the same level, and are difficult to replenish, making them unsuitable for prolonged operations. Therefore, he still needs to replenish the fleet with biological soldiers as off-ship troops. Moreover, although the Galactic First Fleet has achieved full automation, it still retains space for off-ship troops. This indicates that even a Tier 5 fleet requires troops to disembark. As for the selection of personnel for the off-ship troops, that is also a difficult problem. Currently, Shen Tianyuan's forces can be roughly divided into 3 groups. The First Galactic Fleet, Whitewater Company, and the Ice Spirits of Leifa. Although Shen Tianyuan could draw troops from Baishui Company and the Ice Spirit Clan to form the fleet's off-ship forces. But Shen Tianyuan did not intend to do so. Because if people from the Whitewater Company or the Ice Spirit Clan were to join the Galactic First Fleet, it would undoubtedly affect the purity of the Galactic First Fleet. The Galactic First Fleet is Shen Tianyuan's most powerful and trustworthy force, the foundation of his existence, and absolutely cannot be lost. The other 2 forces, while also trustworthy. But people's hearts can change, and it's hard to guarantee that they won't develop ulterior motives in the future. Jiang Xiao, Kong Lin, and others serve as cautionary tales. He can command 3 forces to cooperate in combat, but he will not allow them to infiltrate each other. Another reason we don't adopt their approach is because of their urgency. First, the threat of the Black Enders is like a sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. Furthermore, the situation in the Shinra Empire is also dire. War could break out at any moment. Therefore, the off-ship forces need to be formed as soon as possible to increase their combat effectiveness. Because the off-ship troops are a type of force that can operate independently without being separated from the fleet, they place particular emphasis on individual combat capabilities. A level 5 fleet obviously cannot use ordinary people as its off-ship troops. If we're going to use them, they can only be combat armored soldiers. Combat armor is easy to obtain. He has the money and equipment, so he can either buy it or produce it himself. The important thing is people. Even through recruiting veterans, Shen Tianyuan only managed to recruit a few hundred gene enhancers. This is clearly far from his goal of over 500,000 combat armored troops. Moreover, the veterans themselves have already retired and cannot serve for many years. Training combat armored troops independently will be a long and extremely risky process. Shen Tianyuan couldn't wait. In conclusion, Shen Tianyuan is looking for a fleet that can be quickly formed and whose loyalty can be guaranteed. These two conditions are quite demanding, but Shen Tianyuan already had a target in mind. That is the Turo tribe. The Turo tribe is a race that is both fierce and gentle. Their ferocity is manifested in 2 aspects. First, physical condition. The Turo race is one of the 2 races known to have the strongest physiques, excluding the robots of the Mechanical Pioneer Republic. The Turo tribe are born warriors. They grow naturally, and their physique can reach the level of F-grade gene enhancement after adulthood. The trained Turo tribe members can even reach the D or C level. The Turo people are naturally strong, and their success rate in genetic enhancement is also higher. Besides being physically strong, there's another point. The Turo tribe fights with reckless abandon. Their recklessness is second only to the Death Legion of the Storm Empire. Back then, relying on these 2 points, the Turo tribe fought to a standstill against a coalition army 10 times their size. As for the gentleness of the Turo tribe, it was all reserved for their families. The toiled people are a race that highly values family ties. The reason why the Turo tribe was defeated back then was that the Allied forces launched a surprise attack on their home planet. The Allied forces threatened their families, which forced the Turo army to surrender. The Turo tribe perfectly fits the requirements of the off-ship force. Their natural physique allows them to develop quickly, and their loyalty can be gained as long as their families are treated well. However, acquiring the Turo clan is somewhat difficult. As mentioned before, the Turo tribe was defeated in a war many years ago. Their home planet was destroyed, and the entire Turo tribe became slaves. Slavery has not disappeared in the technologically advanced interstellar age. On the contrary, it has intensified. Although slavery was ostensibly illegal, the idea that defeated races became slaves was almost universally accepted. Regardless of the era, the law of the jungle prevails. Every race is striving for survival. The Turo people were highly sought after in the slave market because of their bravery. To prevent them from rebelling, the slave trade of the Turo tribe was conducted on a family basis, with family members controlling the Turo tribe. To buy an adult male of the Turo clan, you must buy a family of 3 at a time, costing at least 50 million plus. The cost for Shen Tianyuan to gather a 2 Luo tribe of 500,000 is simply unimaginable. First of all, Shen Tianyuan doesn't have that much money. Even if he did, he would never spend money on human trafficking. Furthermore, slave traders wouldn't engage in transactions of this scale. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan decided to adopt a method that would not cost him any money to acquire 500,000 members of the 2 Luo clan. Chapter 116, Interstellar Travel. Having understood what he had to do, Shen Tianyuan embarked on his journey. 4 days later, Shen Tianyuan was on the interstellar route to the TH-1688 JK-82S Stargate. They had been flying along this interstellar route for more than 2 days since crossing the previous Stargate, and were finally about to arrive at the next Stargate. The tedious and boring journey is coming to an end. Bai Shuang reported, "Brother Tian, we are about to leave interstellar orbit and arrive at Stargate TH-1688 JK-82S. Shen Tianyuan returned to the driver's seat and sat down. The spaceship's notification sounded. The laser thruster laser is about to shut down. Countdown, 10, 9, 1, 0. As the countdown ended, The laser thrusters shut down, the spaceship slowed down, and the scene outside the window, which had been blurred by the high-speed flight, gradually became clear again. The laser thrusters shut down, and the spacecraft exited its interstellar orbit. After leaving interstellar orbit, the spacecraft switched to high-speed cruise mode and continued flying. Shen Tianyuan stood by the window, looking out at the vast and profound universe. I can't help but recall the awe he felt when he first glimpsed the vast universe through a documentary. We are but mayflies in the vastness of the universe, a mere grain of millet in the boundless ocean. It turns out that compared to the vastness of the universe, I am so insignificant. Having witnessed the vastness of the universe, Shen Tianyuan felt a wave of sorrow. What does everything a person pursues in their entire life amount to compare to the universe? Suddenly, I felt that life was utterly meaningless. He longed to travel through the universe, to see what was inside that black hole. Later, Shen Tianyuan really did travel through time and arrived in this new world, in the interstellar era. He can finally experience the universe firsthand. Although the universe has a wondrous, beautiful, and romantic appearance, it also has cruel cosmic laws. But as the ancients said, if I hear the way in the morning, I can die content in the evening. Having personally experienced the universe, I can say I have no regrets even if I die. During the flight, the spacecraft will continuously receive broadcasts reminding passengers that it is about to arrive at the Stargate area and should slow down. After flying for 2 hours, a huge man-made object gradually emerged in the star field ahead. As the distance closed, the shape of the man-made object became clearer. It was a gigantic ring. The center of the circle seemed to be shrouded in an indistinct shadow. And this is the Stargate that allows for interstellar travel. As the spaceship arrived at the outer area of the Stargate, a spaceship from the Stargate management immediately came to meet it. First, they checked Shen Tianyuan's identity information, and then they collected the fee for the Stargate crossing. Stargates are directional crossings, so the fee is based on the condition of the spaceship, ranging from several million to several hundred million per trip. Shen Tianyuan's spaceship wasn't large. He only paid a little over 5 million star coins for the time travel fee. After paying the fee, the spaceship continued its journey inside. At this moment, a large number of spaceships are parked outside the Stargate's ring, all waiting to pass through the Stargate. During the wait, ships from the management kept coming over to sell their products, from small items like sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water to large items like weapons, escape pods, and even entire spaceships. After the management's spaceship sales were completed, then some small spaceships secretly sent messages informing us of a special fast food service. They have everything, regardless of race, gender, or even non-humanoid creatures. Not only biological organisms, but also mechanical organisms of non-carbon-based organisms can be selected at will. There is even a certain special plant, similar to XX, that can be used for XX. Even more outrageous is that minerals with special properties, wrapped up like XX, are also included in the service area. But that's not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is selling air. This air contains a hallucinogen, which, when inhaled, can produce hallucinations similar to XX. In this universe, there's nothing you can't buy if you can imagine it. After waiting for another hour or two, they were finally notified that it was their turn. Shen Tianyuan returned to his seat and sat down. The spaceship then flew to a stop outside the shadow of the Stargate. After dozens of spaceships that had passed through together came to a neat stop, the management spaceships passed by them one by one, releasing a large number of diamond-shaped devices. The rhomboid devices flew to the outside of their respective spacecraft and formed a layer that enveloped the spacecraft. This is the negative energy barrier generator mentioned earlier, used to construct a negative energy barrier to protect the spaceship from being torn apart by its gravity as it passes through the Stargate, allowing it to pass safely. Once the negative energy barrier is activated, as soon as the command to depart was given, all the spaceships flew into the shadows. In the shadows lies a distorted, bizarre space, dotted with various colored lights, like an abstract painting by Picasso. Being in that situation evokes an indescribable feeling. It's very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the process was quick. As the distorted space disappeared, they had passed through the Stargate and arrived at another Stargate exit in a distant universe. Shen Tianyuan turned his gaze to the window again, where a magnificent starry sky unfolded. The canvas is set against a pink glow, while in the center of the canvas, a dark giant wolf is howling at the sky. This picture is of the Wolf Nebula in the Bullied galaxy. The pink glow of the painting's background is mainly formed by hydrogen gas behind the nebula, which is exposed to the stars and then dispersed by the nearby bright star Betelgeuse. The dark giant wolf in the painting is composed of dark dust and swirling gas. The Wolf Nebula, about 1.5 light-years high, is the most iconic object in the Bullied galaxy. The Diabulous system was their destination. Gazing at this magnificent sight, Shen Tianyuan murmured to himself, "We are so insignificant, yet we, insignificant as we are a part of this infinitely awe-inspiring spectacle." After handing over the negative energy barrier device to the Stargate management at the exit, the spaceship left the Stargate. They then boarded another interstellar route and continued their journey deeper into the Diaburo star system. Chapter 1:17 Mercenary Guild. Several hours later, the spaceship arrived at the Siri galaxy, a subordinate system of the Diabolo galaxy, following its interstellar orbit. The Siri galaxy is very famous throughout the entire Interstellar Federation and is known as the Hundred Races Galaxy and the Free Galaxy. As its name suggests, the Siri galaxy is home to nearly 100 races. These nearly 100 races are mainly represented by three factions: the Free Biological Alliance, the Mercury Ocean Nation, and the Mechanical Pioneer Republic. The term Free Galaxy is mainly related to the Free Biological Alliance. The Free Biodiversity Alliance is a loosely federal state composed of multiple races. The Free Biological Alliance was originally formed by the Little Flower Clan. The Flower Clan and the Tack Beast Clan share some physiological similarities, both being hybrids of animals and plants. They have a small flower on their heads, which can obtain nutrients through photosynthesis. However, the two are completely opposite in nature. The Tack Beast men are naturally warlike, while the Little Flower Clan are extremely peace-loving. Their love of peace has become so weak that it has weakened them when their home planet was discovered and invaded by foreign races. To avoid war, the entire Little Flower Clan voted to move away from their home planet. The Little Flower Clan, having lost their home planet, became a nomadic race. After wandering for a century, the Little Flower Clan arrived in the Siri galaxy, where they discovered a habitable planet and eventually settled there. Many years later, another wandering race that had lost its home planet arrived in the Siri system. The Little Flower Clan thought they would have to move again, but this time the new race was just like them, peace-loving and unwilling to fight. Finally, both sides reached a consensus to live peacefully together on one planet. The matter did not end there. After discussions between the two loving races, they decided to develop this place into a multi-ethnic nation where all races coexist. Thus, the Free Biological Alliance was born. They welcome homeless and freedom-loving, peace-loving ethnic groups to join them. Over the years, various homeworlds or nomadic races that were expelled from their original communities have joined the Free Biological Alliance. Currently, the Free Biological Alliance has more than 90 member species. Next, let me briefly introduce the other two powers in the Siri system: the Mercury Ocean Kingdom and Mechanical Pioneer Republic. Among them, the Mercurians of the Mercury Ocean Kingdom are the indigenous race of the Siri galaxy, and they live on a planet that is entirely covered by oceans. The birth of the Mechanical Pioneer Republic is related to the Free Bio Alliance. The founding fathers of the Mechanical Pioneer Republic were a group of robots who believed they had awakened free will. They came to the Free Biological Alliance for the sake of freedom. Although the Free Creatures Alliance welcomed them to join, robots are, after all, different from those biological races. So they chose an uninhabitable planet in the Siri system. They are mechanical beings, and their adaptability to the environment is far greater than that of living organisms. Thus, the Mechanical Pioneer Republic, a republic dedicated solely to mechanical beings, was established on this planet. Although these three forces are located in the same star system, they have no hostility towards each other, maintain peaceful and friendly development, and create a peaceful environment. A peaceful environment can greatly reduce external risks, thereby gradually attracting a large amount of capital to invest. With the influx of capital, the Interstellar Mercenary Guild, which belongs to the service industry, also came attracted by the money and set up its headquarters in the Siri system. And this is Shen Tianyuan's purpose in coming to the Siri star system. The spaceship flew to a star system between the planets of the Free Biological Alliance and the Mechanical Pioneer Republic. From afar, a glimmer of light can be seen in the dim universe. Amidst the light, a colossal space station stretches across the cosmos. This is the headquarters of the Interstellar Mercenaries Guild. The series system is now incredibly valuable, and with the added element of violence from the Interstellar Mercenary Guild, it's impossible to buy land. So they simply established their headquarters in space. After parking their spaceship at the open-air landing site outside the headquarters, Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang changed into a set of ordinary C-grade armor and flew directly into the guild headquarters. The Interstellar Mercenary Guild itself deals in violence, so weapons and armor are not prohibited here. But not banning it doesn't mean you can cause trouble. Let me be frank with you. There are always SS-rank guild members stationed at the guild headquarters. Those who cause trouble will be eliminated immediately. The two arrived at the headquarters entrance, took out a black iron badge to open the door, and entered the guild hall. The black iron badge is a symbol of identity and rank within the Interstellar Mercenary Guild. Like most things in this world, mercenaries are also ranked from lowest to highest: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and titanium. There are two standards for mercenary ranking. One is the strength standard. For example, iron-level mercenaries must have F-level combat strength, bronze-level mercenaries must have D-level combat strength, and so on. In addition to combat strength standards, there are also point standards. In other words, in addition to meeting the combat strength requirements, you also need to complete enough mercenary missions and obtain enough points in order to level up. Although Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang possessed S-level combat power, they did not have any points, so they only had black iron badges. Upon entering the hall, the two retracted their armor, and a cacophony of noise immediately followed. The spacious hall was filled with mercenaries of different races, but most of them had scars on their bodies, fierce eyes, and looked menacing. They were clearly people who had spent years living on the edge. As soon as Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang entered, they were spotted by the mercenaries. Although Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang wore mercenary badges and armored wristbands. However, the two were clean-cut and neatly dressed with no visible scars, and their name tags were only the lowest grade, black iron. They didn't seem like mercenaries at all. They looked more like rich kids looking for thrills. Many of the mercenaries gave him ill-intentioned looks. After all, being a mercenary means risking your life for money, and the line between being a bandit and a robber is very thin. These two are obviously easy targets. Their goal is to make money. How can they not make money? Chapter 118 Bunny Girl. Some people couldn't wait any longer. A Takara mercenary deliberately stuck out a leg to block Shen Tianyuan's path as he approached. Shen Tianyuan glanced at him, and he immediately revealed a malicious smile. Shen Tianyuan ignored him and stepped over. But the Takor mercenary deliberately raised his leg to touch Shen Tianyuan's foot and immediately screamed in agony. "Ah, my leg is broken." The other Tark Orc mercenaries immediately surrounded him. "Hey, human, are you blind? You broke my brother's leg. Human, how do you plan to compensate us?" As soon as they made a fuss, everyone around them turned to look. Let's wait and see how Shen Tianyuan handles this. If Shen Tianyuan shows even the slightest weakness, trouble will come one after another to him. When confronted by the troublemaker, Bai Shuang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and she was about to make a move when Shen Tianyuan stopped her. He said to the Takorver mercenaries, "How do you intend to handle this?" A mercenary held out two hands. The Takaryu had 3 fingers on each hand. "Human, my brother's leg is a comminuted fracture. It'll cost a lot to heal. We only need 500,000 star coins. Isn't that cheap?" "That's right, at least 500,000. Human, you should know what to do." As they spoke, they deliberately waved their silver badges, which were full of threat. Shen Tianyuan glanced down at the mercenary's undamaged leg and chuckled. A comminuted fracture of the leg, 500,000 in compensation is indeed not expensive. Upon hearing this, the Takorver mercenary cowered. He was indeed a coward. He stretched out his hand. "Hurry up and take the money." Shen Tianyuan smiled wickedly. "Of course, but first, I need to confirm that your leg has a comminuted fracture." "What are you talking nonsense for? Take it." Before the Tak Beastman mercenary could finish speaking, Shen Tianyuan grabbed its shoulder and threw it to the ground. Then he raised his foot and stomped hard on the leg of the Tak Orc mercenary. "Ah!" The Taker mercenary screamed as a shin bone was crushed to pieces. Shen Tianyuan stomped on it again. "Yes, I'm sure of it. It really is a comminuted fracture." "Human, you're asking for death." The remaining Takor mercenaries were taken aback for a moment, then rushed forward in a flurry. Bai Shuang quickly stepped forward, delivering a swift flying kick that knocked one person down. The moment she landed, she immediately dodged a punch to the side, and then delivered another punch that knocked down another person. Soon, the Takor mercenaries lay sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Shen Tianyuan's smile vanished, and he said coldly, "You want money, right? Here, I'll give each of you a chance to get 500,000. No, 2,500,000. As he spoke, he raised his foot to stomp between their legs. The lead mercenary cried out in terror. Please wait a moment. How? We admit defeat. Please let us go. It's free now? No, I don't want it anymore. Shen Tianyuan didn't want to waste time with these minor characters, so he got up and left. During their fight, no one intervened. Mercenaries live in a world where the strong prey on the weak. Therefore, guilds generally turn a blind eye to fights between mercenaries as long as they don't deploy their armor. Of course, you have to pay for the damaged items, and the loser has to pay compensation. After this fight, the mercenaries actually withdrew their gaze from Shen Tianyuan. They realized that this human couple was not as easy to bully as they seemed. If the profits aren't easy to make, then there's no need to pay attention to it. Shen Tianyuan arrived at the guild's front desk and showed his name tag. The receptionist glanced at the name tag and said, "Mr. Shen Tianyuan, room 2-56, your teammates and employer are waiting for you." "Thank you." Shen Tianyuan and his companion arrived at room 2-56 and pushed open the door to enter. The first thing that catches the eye is a bunny girl. This bunny girl is tall, with short blonde hair, but her entire body is covered in soft white fur. Two long, tubular ears protrude from the sides of the wide-brimmed sun hat on her head, and a round, fluffy short tail is also visible behind her white long skirt. Her face is predominantly human-shaped, but also has a hint of rabbit-like features. Her appearance is somewhat like that of a rabbit demon in ancient Chinese mythology, though not quite a complete transformation. Shen Tianyuan stared at the bunny girl for 2 seconds. The bunny girl was clearly unhappy and snapped her jeweled feather fan shut. "Human, what are you looking at?" After saying that, it turned around and walked away, wagging its short tail. After the bunny girl stepped aside, Shen Tianyuan was able to see the situation inside the room. Two completely different groups of people sat around a long table. On one side are 3 humanoid rabbits, similar to the bunny girl, dressed in luxurious clothes, looking somewhat like medieval nobles. On the other side were the humans dressed as mercenaries. While Shen Tianyuan was observing them, the people inside the room were also observing him. Several of them, especially the human mercenary, clearly showed dissatisfaction in their eyes, because Shen Tianyuan is going to cooperate with them. A young mercenary stepped forward and said, "You must be the special team members recommended by the leader, Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang?" "Yes." The two shook hands. "Welcome. I'm Qin Ziqian, the captain of Team A2. Let me introduce my team members. She is Xiang Yudi, and he is..." Shen Tianyuan and his companion shook hands with each of them, thus formally introducing themselves. However, most of the team members were not enthusiastic about Shen Tianyuan at all, and were even somewhat impatient with him. After all, according to their information, Shen Tianyuan and his companion were only at the sea level. A mere sea level member would only be a hindrance to their A2 squad. Keep in mind, they're an elite squad from the diamond level mercenary group, the Wildfire mercenary group. As members of an elite squad, all of them possessed A-level combat power. The team leader suddenly assigned 2 sea-level newbies to work with them. These 2 are the children of a high-ranking official. Arranging them to do this difficult mercenary mission is clearly a way to let Team A2 carry them, so they could just sit back and rack up points. They naturally harbor resentment towards these second-generation elites who come here to gain prestige. But they couldn't refute the commander's orders, so they could only express their dissatisfaction to Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan also noticed the dissatisfaction of this group of people. But sorry to say, the real boss behind the Wildfire mercenary group is Ning Xingho. And he was Ning Xingho's boss. In other words, I am the boss of your boss's boss. Any dissatisfaction can only be kept to oneself. What's more, there are still things to come that will displease you. Chapter 119, The Throne of the Rabbit King. They had barely finished getting to know each other when the bunny girl became impatient. She waved her fan and urged, "Hey, are you ever going to stop? If you delay our business, we couldn't afford to pay you back even if we sold you all." This bunny girl family are members of the mink tribe. The fur tribe is composed of multiple groups, including rabbits, foxes, lions, snakes, and cats. Bunny girls are rabbits from the fur tribe. At this moment, the older male rabbit wearing the tall hat stood up and said, "Silky, how can you be so rude? Apologize immediately." The bunny girl turned her head. "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Gentlemen, my daughter is unruly. I apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her." The bunny girl protested. "Daddy, how could you apologize to these commoners?" The elder rabbit shook his head helplessly. His daughter was already so willful. If she really went back to inherit the position, what would become of her? He said, "I'll have to trouble you all a lot for this journey. Time is tight, so let's get going." Good. Immediately afterwards, a group of more than 10 people arrived at the airfield. The 4 members of the rabbit clan, along with their attendants, 3 members of Team A2, and Shen Tianyuan, rode together on the main spaceship. The other 4 members of Team A2 rode on 2 separate escort spaceships. With the departure of this small fleet of 3 ships, the mercenary mission officially began. This job is a guard duty. The task was to safely return this family of 4 rabbits to their home planet. The reason for mobilizing the entire A-level squad is that this family is a noble family of the rabbit clan, or more accurately, an exiled noble family. Their return to the rabbit kingdom is to inherit the rabbit clan's throne. The father of this family, Rabbit Lu Zi, was the previous rabbit king of the rabbit clan. Rabbit Lu Zi is also known as Prince. Even if he hadn't inherited the throne, he would have still lived a life of wealth and honor. But after his mother passed away, the old rabbit king married a new queen. The new queen initially treated her stepsons fairly well, but this changed after she had her own children. The older princes of Toulouse became stumbling blocks for the new queen's son. The new queen, through some unknown means, bewitched the old rabbit king, gradually making him believe her words and think that his sons were plotting a rebellion and that he should arrest them. Fortunately, someone tipped them off, and Toulouse managed to escape with his wife in time. This escape lasted for 15 years. Later, the old rabbit king died suddenly, and the new queen's son succeeded to the throne. The Rabbit Lu Zi family thought they would never have the chance to return to the rabbit kingdom. But unexpectedly, the new king of the rabbit tribe was assassinated just 1 day ago. Because the new king has no children yet. Therefore, the throne of the rabbit clan returned to Rabbit Lu Zi. However, he was not the only one entitled to inherit the throne. Rabbit Lu Zi has a brother who is also wandering and has the same right to inherit. The question of which of the 2 rabbits will inherit the throne depends on who returns to the rabbit kingdom first. Rabbit Lu Zi knew where his brother lived. If both sides travel normally, his brother will return to China Day or 2 earlier than him. If Toulouse wants to win, the only way is to take the shortcut through Nyotu Xingxia, which will save 4 days and be enough to turn the tide of the battle. The problem is that although Nyotu Xingxia is a shortcut, it is also notoriously dangerous. Along the way, there are not only dangerous celestial bodies and environmental hazards, but also cosmic monsters causing havoc, and even more rampant interstellar pirates. One wrong move, and you could lose your life. But with the throne at stake, Rabbit Lu Zi had no choice but to take a gamble. But the necessary safety measures must be in place. Originally, Toulouse also had guards who ran away from the rabbit kingdom with him, hoping that he would return to the country one day to inherit the throne and rise to prominence. But with the new rabbit king taking the throne, Rabbit Lu Zi had no hope of succeeding to the throne, and there was no benefit to be gained, so the guards dispersed. Therefore, Toulouse had to recruit guards to protect them along the way. Just a few days ago, Toulouse received a flyer from the Wildfire Mercenary Group. The Liaoyuan Mercenary Group is a very famous mercenary group with a guaranteed reputation, so we decisively chose the Liaoyuan Mercenary Group to take on the security work for their return to the country to assume their new position. The initial journey was still a long interstellar voyage. Interstellar travel is the safest, but also the most boring part of the journey. Toulouse and his wife didn't cause any trouble. But that brother and sister pair were different. Especially the older sister, Tzizi, has all sorts of problems. She complained that the spaceship's room was too small, even smaller than the bathroom in her original room. One minute, they complained that the blankets weren't naturally dried under starlight. The next, they complained that the fruit wasn't picked from the tree within half an hour. This girl hasn't even officially become a princess yet, but she's already suffering from terminal princess syndrome. During this time, she even tried to get Shen Tianyuan to be her servant, but Shen Tianyuan completely ignored her. Daughter wanted someone to teach Shen Tianyuan a lesson, but her servants were just ordinary people, no match for Shen Tianyuan. Qin Ziqian didn't care. Their mission was to protect their safety, not to be their servants. Besides, Shen Tianyuan was personally delivered by their regimental commander. In the end, all the rabbit could do was bar its rabbit teeth, its ears red, and rage helplessly. My daughter is being unreasonable. Tu Luzi knew that offending the guards would bring him no benefit, so he came to apologize to Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan didn't mind at all. On the contrary, she secretly hoped that they would forgive her for what she did afterward. Rabbit Silk's younger brother, Rabbit Fern, is a child who is energetic and extremely mischievous. He jumps around in the spaceship and plays all sorts of pranks. When Qin Ziqian got annoyed by all the fuss, he started to boast about the glorious history of the Liao Yuan mercenary group to distract him. For example, their Wildfire mercenary group has destroyed first and second-class ships, overthrown some small regimes, and even produced SS-class ships. Actually, this isn't boasting, it's the truth. The Wildfire mercenary group is an armed force established by Ning Xingho independently of the Ning family fleet. It is essentially a small fleet. Defeating some small first or second-tier fleets is normal, and overthrowing some small regimes is even easier. As for the fact that it has been an SS-class aircraft, that's not an exaggeration. Pan Geng and Xian Qi had trained in the Liao Yuan mercenary group before. The Wildfire mercenary group represents Shen Tianyuan's expectations for the development of Baishui Company. Chapter 1, 20 Starry Sky Beast. Soon, they arrived at the first perilous obstacle on their journey, the Meteor River. Meteor River, as the name suggests, is composed of a massive number of meteoroids. Meteoroids are fragments ranging from small dust particles to large boulders that fly in space and become granular fragments. To this day, no one has figured out the source of this meteor shower or why it produces so many meteoroids so consistently over such a long period. Faced with this meteor shower, you have two choices. They could either take a detour, but that would add 2 days to the journey, which contradicts their initial intention to save time. Therefore, the only option is to cross the river. During the crossing, they are bound to be impacted by countless meteoroids. Fortunately, these meteoroids typically have a mass of less than 1 gram. However, they possess immense kinetic energy. A single milligram of micrometeoroid can penetrate a 3 millimeter thick aluminum plate. Fortunately, modern technology is advanced. Spacecraft manufacturing technology has improved significantly, and the strength of the hull has been greatly enhanced. While these tiny meteoroids inevitably cause wear and tear on the hull, they generally do not cause significant damage to the spacecraft. However, in addition to small meteoroids, the Milky Way also occasionally contains some large meteoroids. These large meteoroids pose a certain threat to the safety of the spacecraft. To deal with large meteoroids, simply switch to a spaceship equipped with an automatic defense system, which can automatically destroy meteoroids that approach the spaceship. The problem is that Rabbit Silk dislikes the other spaceships because they are uncomfortable to sit in and insists on sitting in its own spaceship. There isn't enough time to install an automatic counterattack system on the Rabbit spacecraft. To say that her illness was due to being spoiled, Rabbit Lu Zi actually made Team A to come up with another solution. There was no way around it. The employer's demands had to be met. Therefore, we need to use another method to deal with large meteoroids. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan, Bai Shuang, and the others from A2 transformed into humanoid ship cannons. They deployed their armor, were secured to the outside of the spaceship, and continuously attacked and destroyed large meteoroids that threatened the ship. During this time, they not only had to maintain a high level of concentration, but also had to endure the impact of tiny meteoroids at all times. Tiny meteoroids kept hitting the armor, emitting sparks. Although the armor offers high protection and has an internal shock absorption system, so there is no real danger, it is still somewhat uncomfortable. In short, money is hard earned. After traversing the meteor shower without incident, they were immediately confronted with a vast asteroid belt. This asteroid belt is unusually dense. Fortunately, spaceships frequently passed by over the years. There were no roads in the world originally. It was only when people walked on them that roads were formed. The same applies to this asteroid belt. Spacecraft have been traversing it for years, creating several spacecraft routes within it. However, they dared not fly at high speed inside, because the spaceship's flight path could sometimes be blocked. If the spaceship were to suddenly collide with a protruding asteroid while flying, it would be doomed. Generally speaking, asteroids in a stationary asteroid belt do not move or protrude from their positions. The most common cause of asteroids protruding into their orbits is human-made. Some people are malicious and wantonly cause harm in this way. Sure enough, they actually found several asteroids blocking their path along the way. Fortunately, this is space, and with their armor, they can easily move aside asteroids as large as small mountains. The next section of the route is known as the stellar path, because there is a star nearby. On that stretch of route without celestial cover, if you're unlucky enough to encounter a solar storm or coronal mass ejection and your protective measures aren't adequate, the ship could be destroyed and everyone on board could perish. Fortunately, Shen Tianyuan and his group did not encounter this unusual misfortune. The danger of the scorching route lies in the latter half, which is also a region of asteroids. The asteroid belt is relatively spacious, so there shouldn't be any problems with navigation. The problem is that these asteroids are a highly transparent mineral, and they act like lenses refracting light. Some of these transparent asteroids are shaped like convex lenses, which can focus light. Imagine how terrifying it would be if sunlight were concentrated through an enormous convex lens, unaffected by the atmosphere. We have to be very careful here because if we happen to drive into the focal point of the light, the spaceship will be melted. The fleet passed through the first half of the Minotaur Gorge without incident. The next section was known as the Zoo because it was the lair of the celestial behemoths. There are a large number of spaceship wrecks in this starfield. The exteriors of these spaceships are largely intact, but upon closer inspection, some holes several tens of centimeters in size can still be seen on the hulls. These are the traces left by the attack by the giant star beasts. The fleet arrived here, reduced its speed, and turned off its radar. The celestial beasts here are usually asleep, so it would be best if we could pass through safely. However, their senses are exceptionally sensitive, and even the slightest movement of the spaceship will wake them up. The fleet's lights were kept very low as they carefully navigated the wreckage. Inside the spaceship, no one spoke. Not even a usually boisterous rabbit was unusually quiet. Everyone stared quietly at the spaceship wreckage outside the window, the lights illuminating the wreckage and casting a cold, metallic sheen. Beyond the lights, the massive silhouette of the wreckage was faintly visible in the darkness, and everything around seemed so tranquil. The fleet sailed quietly for several hours, about to pass through the zoo. Ugh! Suddenly, the spaceship sounded an alarm, detecting a large-scale electromagnetic radiation signal, but the intensity was poor. Such electromagnetic radiation could not have come from a spaceship. There is only one possibility: a solar storm. At this moment, the fleet is at the edge of the star system, a distance at which the electromagnetic radiation released by the solar storm is very weak and has little effect on them. The problem is that even the weakest solar electromagnetic radiation is as jarring as a sound in the brain to the giant celestial beings here. Let's go. Qin Ziqian clearly realized the seriousness of the situation and wanted to quickly start the spaceship to escape. But it was too late. Countless eerie lights shone from the holes in the spaceship wreckage. Chapter 121, Soaring Through the Stars. Thump! Thump! Before I could even see what they looked like, a faint light flashed by. They were incredibly fast, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, and then crashed violently into the hull. Thump, thump, creak. The continuous crashing sounds meant that more cosmic behemoths were rushing in, and the crashing sounds were accompanied by eerie, creaking noises, the sound of them gnawing at the ship's hull. As a colossal celestial beast perched on the window, Shen Tianyuan was able to clearly see its appearance. Its body is flat and long, resembling that of an eel, but it is covered with dense, hollow tentacles that give people goosebumps. As the tentacles wriggle, you can even see electric sparks dancing in them. This is an electromagnetic beam, a biohazard level 4, roughly equivalent to a sea-level combat force. One point needs to be clarified. The electromagnetic eel is not an anaerobic organism. It needs oxygen to survive. The reason they can live in airless space is due to their special physical constitution and the special environment around them. Electromagnetic fin eels are capable of generating electricity. The environment here contains a large amount of ice fragments left by a passing comet. They obtain water by ingesting ice blocks, and then electrolyze the water to obtain oxygen, thus sustaining their survival. As for what they eat, according to the current investigation, they survive by attacking the spaceship and then eating the contents of the spaceship. But what did they eat before the first attack on the spaceship? That remains to be seen. Perhaps there are some nutrients in space that can sustain their lives. The sounds of impact and tearing terrified Miss Rabbit. She jumped around in panic, screaming, "Ah! Quick, go out and fight them." Actually, she didn't need to remind them. Teammate 2 had already begun preparing their armored vehicles for the operation. Before leaving, Qin Ziqian instructed the pilot, "Keep the spaceship flying and leave this area as soon as possible." Clear. Immediately afterwards, Qin Ziqian led Team A2 off the ship. After disembarking, Qin Ziqian saw hundreds of electromagnetic eels crawling on the spaceship and frantically gnawing at it. In just over 10 seconds, a gap had been bitten into the spaceship's hard alloy hull. The electromagnetic baleen eel not only possesses an extremely terrifying bite force, but also secretes a highly corrosive saliva that allows it to tear objects apart at incredible speed. If left unattended, they will likely bite through the hull within minutes, resulting in the destruction of the ship and loss of life. At this point, external forces must be used to remove these electromagnetic eels. Since the electromagnetic eels were already clinging to the spaceship, a wide-area attack was not feasible. Otherwise, the spaceship would also be destroyed. Only a precise elimination method could be used. As experienced mercenaries, Qin Ziqian and his companions naturally knew how to deal with these electromagnetic eels. Qin Ziqian directed the group to split into 2 teams. One team cleared the electromagnetic barbarian eels from the hull, while the other team intercepted the incoming electromagnetic barbarian eels. Just as he was about to make the arrangements and take action, Qin Ziqian was surprised to see Shen Tianyuan and the other 2 come out with him. Keep in mind that these electromagnetic eels are all classified as Class C. You two are both sea level. Coming to this kind of environment is practically suicide. Although I was dissatisfied with them, they were, after all, people entrusted by the commander, and I couldn't let them die so easily. Qin Ziqian immediately roared, "What are you doing out here? Go back right now, we don't need you here. Captain Qin, we can help too. You 2 C ranks are no help at all. You'll only be throwing your lives away. Go back now." "All right." Shen Tianyuan didn't insist. Since they could handle it, he could rest. The 2 had just returned to the spaceship when Miss Rabbit caught them red-handed. "What are you doing back here?" Soon, she believed she had found the answer. She jumped up and pointed at the 2 men, yelling, "Oh, I get it. You 2 deserted in the face of battle. You cowards. I'm paying you to stop you from running away." "Shut up." Before Miss Rabbit could finish speaking, Shen Tianyuan interrupted her with a stern shout. The rabbit was so frightened by Shen Tianyuan's roar that it froze on the spot. Shen Tianyuan certainly wouldn't stoop to the level of a little girl. He and Bai Shuang both looked into the distance. Both of them realized something was wrong. The 2 didn't speak, but tacitly deployed their armor and charged out. This time, however, the 2 deployed their S-class armor. After the 2 left, Miss Rabbit stood there stunned for a while. Then her eyes reddened, her lips trembled, and she choked out, "You dare yell at me. You dare yell at me. I'll deduct my pay. I'll deduct my pay. Wah, I'm going to tell Daddy." She then ran back to tell her father. Qin Ziqian was unaware of what was happening inside the spaceship. He and his teammates were busy fighting monsters. The teammate responsible for intercepting the electromagnetic eel was quite aggressive and decisive. Various large-scale, high-powered sonic weapons, energy shock weapons, and microwave laser weapons unleashed their full firepower against the constantly attacking electromagnetic eels. The electromagnetic baleen eel died in the hundreds and thousands. After all, the electromagnetic fin eel is only a C-class creature, so they can deal with it easily. But for the other team responsible for the electromagnetic eels on the hull, it wasn't so easy. After all, if these electromagnetic eels were attached to the spaceship would be destroyed if too much force was applied. They had to remove the electromagnetic eels with surgical precision. Qin Ziqian flew behind an electromagnetic serpent eel that was gnawing on the spaceship. He stretched out his hand, and a spiral spike, specifically designed to deal with electromagnetic serpent eels, extended from his armored wrist. The skin of the electromagnetic elk is extremely tough, and ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it. Only weapons with strong armor-piercing capabilities are effective. Qin Ziqian thrust his weapon precisely, piercing the electromagnetic eel's head and spine once each. The spikes are used to kill the electromagnetic eel, while the spine is used to damage its nerves. Otherwise, the electromagnetic eel's muscle memory will continue to damage the spaceship. Team A2 had a clear division of labor and quickly dealt with the electromagnetic eels. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang had just detached from the spaceship and were flying towards a dark star field. Because he sensed danger in that direction, and we must fight them from a distance. If we get too close, the aftershocks of the battle might kill them. Although Shen Tianyuan had no feelings for them and didn't care about professional ethics, we protect them only because they still have value and cannot die here. If I'm going to die, I'll wait until Shen Tianyuan has finished using me before I die. Soon, Shen Tianyuan found his target. A lithe figure soaring through the vast starry sky. Chapter 1:22 Alloy Skeleton. In the tranquil starry sky, a blue figure is swimming freely among the stars. The creature resembles a whale, with two huge pectoral fins that look like wings and symmetrical red, glowing patterns on the fins. Shen Tianyuan recognized it at a glance. Star sea whale, a creature level 7, equivalent to S rank. The reason Shen Tianyuan recognized the starry sea whale at a glance was because he had also tried it when he was conducting pet materialization experiments in StarCraft 2. In reality, the star whale is a creature that is almost legendary. Legend has it that it uses the starry sky as its sea and swims freely within it. A very small number of lucky people will encounter it, and it will inevitably result in the destruction of the ship and the loss of life. Therefore, there is very little visual information about it, and the few images that exist are blurry and unclear. Shen Tianyuan originally thought that the Starsea whale was just a creature imagined by humans, like the Loch Ness Monster. I never expected to see it in real life. Although the electromagnetic eel is also strange, at least it can be explained scientifically. But what gives this whale of the starry sky the right to live in the starry sky? Also, what's with the glowing patterns on its body? The starry sea whale is shrouded in mystery, unlike anything in reality. But there was no time to think too much. The starry sea whale swung its tail and charged straight at Shen Tianyuan at an extremely fast speed. Brother Tian, be careful, Bai Shuang warned. The starry sea whale moves at an extremely fast speed. However, Shen Tianyuan has been undergoing armor training these past few days and has made great progress in his control over the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa activated its side thrusters, shifting sideways by several meters, thus avoiding the collision of the starry sea whale. However, a small celestial body, only a few dozen meters wide, was unlucky enough to be completely smashed by a whale. The starry sea whale ignored the stones on its body, its large, wheel-shaped eyes darting between Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang, clearly regarding them as prey. Then, the starry sea whale suddenly swung its tail, slamming it hard into the nearby rubble. Shoot, shoo, shoo. With a silent whooshing sound, a hail of rocks came hurtling towards us. But the stone, halfway through its flight, seemed to be pulled back by an invisible hand and dragged down from the sky. Shen Tianyuan knew, without even looking, that this was Bai Shuang's gravity domain. Bai Shuang, you don't need to protect me this time. Let's work together to destroy it. Yes. The two separated, forming a pincer movement to confront the starry sea whale from the left and right. Xinghai Yojing's eyes darted around before locking onto Shen Tianyuan. With a flick of its tail, it charged at Shen Tianyuan again. This guy probably knows to pick on the weak first. Just as the starry sea whale was about to rush in front of Shen Tianyuan, it froze again, and Bai Shuang once again activated its gravity field on it. Although it only lasts for a few milliseconds. Shen Tianyuan seized the opportunity, lunged forward, and slashed fiercely at the head of the star sea whale with his claw. Somewhat unexpectedly, the Rakshas's claws, which could easily break through steel, only managed to pierce the surface skin of the star sea whale, reaching the muscle but unable to penetrate further. The physical strength of a creature can reach such a level. Shen Tianyuan thought to himself that although he had a strong self-healing ability, his physical strength was not very high. If one could increase their physical strength to this level, wouldn't the survival rate be greatly improved? However, at present, this star sea whale is only strong in speed and defense, which is not enough to be rated as a level 6 creature. As if sensing Shen Tianyuan's thoughts, the starry sea whale suddenly opened its mouth, and a blue light suddenly shone through its white fangs. Then, a beam of blue light shot out from its mouth. Energy breath. The laser was extremely fast, but fortunately, his training over the past few days had already created muscle memory, and Shen Tianyuan had already dodged in time when it opened its mouth to breathe. The star whale can also breathe energy in StarCraft 2, but he thought it was just a virtual design in StarCraft 2. Surprisingly, the star whale actually can breathe energy in real life. How does it do that? Also, StarCraft 2 is really something else. They actually obtained such accurate information about the mysterious starry sea whale. The starry sea whale really wouldn't let go of its bite, charging at Shen Tianyuan again. As the enemy advanced, Shen Tianyuan retreated quickly to maintain distance, while simultaneously using his aiming system to target the rapidly moving star sea whale. As multiple aiming frames overlap, aim lock fire. Thousands of miniature missiles were launched from the pod, precisely striking the star whale. Amidst the raging explosions and flames, the starry sea whale suddenly burst forth, seemingly only suffering minor scratches. But the missile explosion was just a smokescreen. As soon as it burst out of the blast, a huge, dark green ghost claw slammed directly onto the back of the star sea whale. The starry whale shuddered, and several deep wounds appeared on its back. However, the flesh of the wound was pale, and there was no blood flowing out. Immediately afterwards, Bai Shuang descended from the sky. While suppressing the gravity field, Bai Shuang pressed one hand on the eye of the star sea whale, and white frost instantly spread, freezing the entire eye. Bai Shuang followed up with a fist, striking the frozen eyes of the starry sea whale. Click! Like shattered glass, Bai Shuang's punch pierced directly into the eye of Xinghai Yujing. Then, with a flick of his arm, he smashed the starry whale's eye. Despite having its eyes destroyed, the starry sea whale shows no signs of pain. Instead, he took the opportunity to shake his head, throwing Bai Shuang into the air, while his mouth shone brightly. Just as the energy breath was about to be launched at White Frost, a ghostly claw came flying through the air and accurately swung into its mouth. Then, an explosion occurred inside the mouth of the star sea whale. The star sea whale's mouth and eyes are damaged, but remains ferocious and continues to exhale energy. It seems we must destroy its vital points. The two work together to ambush the starry sea whale. A moment later, Bai Shuang successfully restrained Xinghai Yujing, and Shen Tianyuan took the opportunity to climb onto Xinghai Yujing's head, activating the ghost domain. The ghost realm can plunder life force. When the starry sea whale touched Shen Tianyuan, its flesh began to dry up and wither. Shen Tianyuan swung his ghost claw, and the withered flesh and blood's defensive power was indeed greatly reduced, allowing Shen Tianyuan's attack to cut straight through. This blow will destroy its brain, and the battle will end. But things didn't go as Shen Tianyuan expected. The starry sea whale threw Shen Tianyuan away again. Before being thrown out, Shen Tianyuan followed the cut flesh and saw that beneath the thick skin and flesh of the star sea whale, there was actually a layer of alloy skeleton. Chapter 123, The Creature Controlling the Starry Sea Whale. Previously, Shen Tianyuan did not understand why the star sea whale could breathe energy, but now he sees the alloy skeleton inside the star sea whale. He actually understood a little. Perhaps, like the white frost, the starry sea whale is a biologically modified organism. It was created by mechanically modifying a certain organism, and thus exists somewhere between a biological and a mechanical entity. This explains why the star whale has biological characteristics, yet can survive in space and even exhale energy. That's because it has a built-in energy furnace inside to support it in doing all of this. One problem is solved, but then more problems arise. Since it is a biologically modified organism, which force-modified the star sea whale. The existence of the starry sea whale has a long history. Why would the forces that created it allow it to roam freely outside? Moreover, as far as Shen Tianyuan knew, apart from Bai Shuang, no other force could create a biomodified body of S-class caliber. Now there's one more, this starry sea whale. This made Shen Tianyuan wonder if there was some kind of connection between Xinghai Yujing and Bai Shuang. The white frost was given by the system. If there's indeed a connection between the two, does this mean there is some kind of connection between the star whale and the system? Will investigating the origins of this starry whale also yield relevant clues from the system? All of these ideas were formed in the blink of an eye. Regardless of what happens next, the most urgent task is to capture this starry whale. Although the star whale is not afraid of pain, it still has a survival instinct. After the previous exchange, the starry sea whale realized that it couldn't defeat either of them. The starry sea whale turned around, flicked its tail, and ran away. Chase! The two followed closely behind. Brother Tian, let me control it. Bai Shuang stretched out her arm toward the starry sea whale, murmuring, Ice Storm. Two invisible energies shot out from his palms, instantly striking the starry sea whale. The star sea whale froze instantly. It struggled to move forward, as if it were stuck in a ball of super sticky mud. Bai Shuang, on the other hand, was struggling to grab the center with both arms, which seemed to be very difficult for her. It appeared that this move had taken a great toll on her. "Brother Tian, hurry! Leave it to me!" Shen Tianyuan flashed to Xinghai Yojing's side and raised his arm again, but this time wisps of black gas were visible on the armor. "Ghost Claw!" Shen Tianyuan shouted, and this time swung his Ghost Claw, but it wasn't dark green. Instead, it was deep darkness. This pitch-black Ghost Claw was several times more powerful than an ordinary orbital claw. With a single strike, it not only tore apart the flesh of the star sea whale, but also ripped apart its alloy skull, which was comparable to an S-class armor shell. The black, ghostly claw entered from one side and exited from the other, its remaining power undiminished, continuing forward into the universe and disappearing from sight. The star whale has a clearly visible hole running through its head, meaning that its brain could not possibly have survived. Strangely, the starry sea whale continued to struggle. Furthermore, the faint glow of its breath could be seen emanating from its mouth, indicating that it was not simply a matter of muscle memory. What's going on? Could it be that this starry sea whale doesn't have a brain as its control center, but rather a separate mechanical control center? Therefore, it is necessary to destroy the key mechanical parts. Shen Tianyuan activated the energy detection scanner and quickly scanned the entire body of the star sea whale. Strangely, Shen Tianyuan only found the energy furnace inside the star sea whale, but did not find a control center similar to a processor. However, Shen Tianyuan soon realized something was wrong. There was an unusual fluctuation at the neck of the star sea whale. Shen Tianyuan raised his hand again, and the black ghost claw cut a huge wound in the neck of Xinghai Yujing. Shen Tianyuan reached in and groped around inside the neck. A moment later, Shen Tianyuan pulled a dark worm out of the back of the star sea whale's neck. This insect is over a meter long, with a slender body and many long, thin tentacles. It looks a lot like a centipede from Earth, but much larger. The moment Shen Tianyuan pulled the worm out of the starry sea whale's body, the starry sea whale beneath him stopped all movement. Shen Tianyuan gripped the worm tightly, and the worm struggled violently against him. Although the worm was quite strong, it was far weaker than the star sea whale, and after struggling for only a moment, his body stiffened. It turns out that it is not adapted to the low-temperature environment of space. Shen Tianyuan scanned the insect with the armor, and the armor's database quickly revealed the insect's true identity. The parasitic millipede is an extraterrestrial parasitic insect. The parasitic millipede not only parasitizes its host, living by absorbing its energy, but also parasitizes the cervical spine, forcibly controlling the host's movements. However, most centipedes are very small, ranging from a few millimeters to a few centimeters in size. This parasitic millipede, which is over a meter long, is likely a mutated species. It turns out that the parasitic centipede was controlling the starry whale's movements. No wonder the starry whale didn't feel any pain no matter how much it was cut, and it could still move around even with its brain damaged. The universe is vast and full of wonders. A creature whose own strength is probably only level 1 is actually able to control a level 7 creature. But things don't seem to be that simple. As mentioned earlier, the starry whale has been modified. So, is this parasitic centipede also part of this transformation? The star whale, having lost its self-awareness, will become a monster that is unafraid of pain and death. If that's the case, then this renovation is truly terrifying. However, Shen Tianyuan also realized the value behind this starry sea whale. How exactly was the starry sea whale modified to achieve an S-level strength? If Shen Tianyuan mastered this modification technology, wouldn't that mean he could mass-produce these S-grade biomodified bodies? If this idea really comes to fruition, it will be of immense value to Shen Tianyuan. The starry sea whale was too large for Shen Tianyuan to fit into his system inventory or bring back to the fleet. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan sent out the current interstellar coordinates. Soon, someone will come to collect the star sea whale and the demonic millipede, which will become experimental samples for research. Shen Tianyuan had just sent out the coordinates when he received a communication from Qin Ziqian. "Where did you two go? There's danger, come back quickly." Chapter 124, There's a Mole. Qin Ziqian was furious at Shen Tianyuan for abandoning his post. "Didn't I tell you to stay on the spaceship? Why did you go out again?" Just after being wronged by Shen Tianyuan, Tu Cixi seized the opportunity to say sarcastically from behind, "I think they were scared and wanted to abandon us and run away. Now that there's no danger, they've come back. Cowards." Qin Ziqian wasn't stupid. Although the electromagnetic eels were troublesome, they weren't enough to warrant abandoning ship and running away. Their departure must have had another reason. Regardless, it is a fact that Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang left without permission, causing them trouble. Even if you were assigned by the commander, if you still don't obey orders, don't blame me for being impolite. Do you know that we just detected an energy fluctuation on the order of S? This indicates that there are entities around us that we cannot deal with. If it finds us, do you know how dangerous that will be? Shen Tianyuan smiled inwardly. You're yelling an S-class rank. Do you know how dangerous that is? You two just need to wait until the mission is over. We'll take care of it. Qin Ziqian angrily turned and left. Miss Rabbit, watching the show from the sidelines, grinned, feeling a great sense of satisfaction at having gotten her revenge. The fleet successfully left the zoo section and then entered the final and most dangerous part of the journey through Bullhead Star Gorge. Decades ago, someone accidentally discovered the existence of a high-value element in this star system. After the news spread, almost all nations of the Interstellar Alliance rushed to join the mining of this element, including the Human Federation. But where there are interests, there are conflicts. Mining activities led to constant friction between different races, eventually escalating into a chaotic war. The final result was ironic. The war contaminated these mysterious elements, rendering them unusable for development, and all races returned empty-handed. After the star field lost its value, all the races gradually withdrew. However, many interstellar routes built by various races for development have been preserved. These interstellar routes connect several star systems, leading to a surge in the number of spaceships traveling through them. Along with the spaceship came a large number of space pirates. There is no clear sovereignty over this area, so no single country is responsible for maintaining its security and order. This ultimately led to the rampant presence of space pirates in the area. If you encounter space pirates on this road, it's one thing if they just rob you of your money, but the real danger is that they might rob you of your money and kill you. Therefore, many fleets dared not travel a certain distance because of this. However, taking this route can significantly reduce the time required to travel to other star systems. Time is money, so fleets still risk passing through here. After all, the universe is vast, and even if there are space pirates, you generally won't encounter them unless you're extremely unlucky. From the moment they entered this star system, the rabbit family became tense, fearing they might encounter pirates. Qin Ziqian reassured them. "Mr. Rabbit, please rest assured, we have chosen a secret route, so we should not encounter any space pirates." But the words had barely left his mouth. Buzz! The spaceship's piercing alarm sounded. Attack alert! Dodge! But it was too late. With a sudden jolt, the malfunction indicator lights went off. The spaceship was attacked, and its right engine and power module were damaged. The next second, several spaceships painted with skulls appeared behind a small celestial body and rushed towards the fleet. Clearly, they were space pirates. Avoid engaging in combat. Provide flanking cover on both sides and expedite the retreat. Faced with the attack, Qin Ziqian calmly issued the orders. Yes, although Qin Ziqian and his group were all A-level, they were more than capable of dealing with ordinary pirates. However, their mission this time was to escort their employer, not to eliminate pirates. Therefore, when faced with danger, the first reaction should be to escort the employer to safety, rather than engaging in combat and putting the employer in danger. Moreover, although the chances are slim, they cannot guarantee that these space pirates do not have units with equal or even greater combat power than them. Furthermore, space pirates are primarily after wealth and will not directly destroy your spaceships. This can be seen from their attack on the ship's engine. Their aim was to stop and capture it, not to destroy it. Therefore, the safest way is to run away. During the escape, Qin Ziqian personally took the helm and piloted the spaceship. As an interstellar mercenary, spaceship piloting is a very important skill, and his own skills are extremely outstanding. In addition, Qin Ziqian is an A-level, whose reaction and endurance far exceed those of ordinary people, which also greatly improves his ability to pilot the spaceship. So even if one of the spaceship's engines fails, he is still confident that he can shake off the enemy with the help of 2 escort ships. And the result was exactly as he had predicted. Qin Ziqian lured them to the asteroid belt, utilizing the complex terrain and the cover of two escort ships to successfully escape the pirate group's pursuit. Currently, the pirate group is chasing its two escort ships. However, given the strength of his team members, he should be able to leave the pirate crew behind. Although the crisis was temporarily resolved, Qin Ziqian felt very heavy-hearted. Something's not right. The fact that they were attacked without prior detection suggests that the pirate crew had laid an ambush behind that small celestial body. The problem is that the route Qin Ziqian chose was a secluded and remote one, and theoretically, there shouldn't be any pirates ambushing there. Unless the pirate crew knew in advance that they would be taking this interstellar route. This means there was a traitor in their fleet who revealed their itinerary to the pirates. Unless this mole is found, their location will be exposed again at any time, and they will continue to face pursuit. But the question is, who is the mole? First and foremost, it's someone he trusts. Including his own team members, everyone knows each other well, and they have worked together for many years without ever having any problems. And then there's Mr. Rabbit and his family. They would never harm themselves. Therefore, there are two groups of suspects. They were either servants of the Rabbit family or Shen Tianyuan and his companion. Although he had doubts, Qin Ziqian kept quiet, as he had no evidence. However, as long as that traitor sends out another message, he will definitely catch him. The most urgent task now is to repair the spacecraft. The right engine is severely damaged, and the damage has also affected the power compartment. If it is not repaired soon, the spaceship may explode. But they are in space and have no means of maintenance. Just as Qin Ziqian was troubled, he received a faint signal. Chapter 125 Veteran. This signal is strange. The possibility of a trap cannot be ruled out. But in any case, we must find out whether it is beneficial or harmful to our side. Qin Ziqian sent a team member to follow the signal. A moment later, the team reported that the signal was coming from a dilapidated base. Given the state of the spaceship, Qin Ziqian decided to see if there was any opportunity to repair it. The base was built on an asteroid. The base looked dilapidated, but a well-preserved Human Federation flag was flying on top of it. The spaceship flew over and was about to land. A voice suddenly rang out on the public communication channel. Halt! This is the territory of the Human Federation. Then several people wearing spacesuits walked out of the base. They raised their guns and pointed them at Qin Ziqian and his group as they disembarked from the spaceship. I'll repeat myself. Halt! This is Human Federation territory. No entry is permitted without permission. Qin Ziqian came over with his hands raised. Don't shoot. I'm also human. Our spaceship has malfunctioned, and we hope to repair it here. They looked at Qin Ziqian and the others, exchanged a few words in hushed tones, and then said, since we are compatriots, we should help each other. Please come in. After speaking, the elders stepped forward and guided the spaceship into the base. Upon entering the base, a team member asked Qin Ziqian through a private channel, Captain, why is there a human base here? I'm not sure either. Let's wait and see, and we'll see how things go. Clear. Except for Tzizi, who disliked the poor environment and refused to leave the spaceship. The rest of the group entered the base. The base is very small, and it is estimated that it can only accommodate about 200 people. Upon entering the base, everyone immediately felt discomfort as soon as they removed their space helmets. The dilapidated state of the place is even worse than that of the outside. The base was severely worn, and bullet holes and traces of explosions could be seen in some places, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. The lights were also very dim. Even the gravity device is set very low. It will fly up with the slightest force. Moreover, the temperature inside the base was low, making people shiver from the cold. Even worse, the oxygen content in the air is very low. Before long, the Rabbit family couldn't take it anymore and put their spacesuits back on. Although the base exudes an old and desolate feel, it is not dirty or messy at all, and everything is kept in good order. As the people at the base removed their old spacesuits, to everyone's surprise, these people were all elderly men with gray hair and withered faces, probably between 70 and 80 years old. They were all wearing military uniforms that had been washed until they were faded, but were still neat. Even in his cloudy eyes, one could still discern a sharp edge. They were all soldiers, veterans. Who are you? Shen Tianyuan asked. The leading veteran saluted and introduced himself. I am Lieutenant Li Rongfeng, the temporary deputy station master of Planetary Outpost K-2382 under the Chongming Fleet. The veteran next to him introduced himself. I am Sergeant Sun Jinshuan, maintenance officer of Planetary Outpost K-2382, under the Chongming fleet? I am. The veterans introduced themselves one by one. They were all soldiers from the Chongming fleet. Shen Tianyuan was puzzled and asked, "How did you all end up here?" The veteran said, "Our planetary outpost K-2382 is responsible for vigilance, defense, inspection, and theft prevention to support the cattle-grabbing campaign. The Battle of the Bulls. Wasn't that just the chaotic war that broke out among the various races of the universe over the struggle for elements? However, the battle to seize the cattle took place more than 50 years ago. Yes, we have been guarding this place for 53 years and 172 days. Since the battle for cattle ended more than 50 years ago, why don't you leave? We have not received any evacuation orders from our superiors. When was the last time you received an order from your superiors? 51 years ago, the base was attacked. The last order from above was for us to hold the K-2382 planetary base and wait for reinforcements. You just waited for 51 years? Yes, until we receive new orders. Our mission is to guard planet K-2382. Shen Tianyuan remained silent, unsure of what to say for a moment. One order led them to remain on this remote and desolate asteroid for nearly 60 years. What kind of spirit drove them to do such an incredible thing? Afterwards, the veterans showed them around the base, which helped them understand the lives of veterans. For more than 50 years, they have lived a self-sufficient life. First and foremost, there's energy. Planetary Outpost K-2382 is equipped with solar panels, which provide it with a meager source of electricity to keep the base running. Next is water. Small asteroids contain large amounts of ice, which they use to obtain drinking water. Meanwhile, oxygen can be obtained by electrolyzing water. Next is food. Their base originally had a food reserve for 200 people for a year. That attack left only a dozen or so people dead at the base, but with proper food supplies, they could survive for many years. Fortunately, they had brought a bag of potato seeds with them, which they originally intended to eat fresh vegetables, but turned out to be their lifeline. Using this packet of potato seeds as a base, soil was collected and manure was fermented and used as fertilizer. Eventually, potatoes grew on this asteroid. They survived for over 50 years by eating a mixture of stored food and potatoes. Although the conditions for survival are barely met here, the environment is extremely harsh. After hearing all this, Tu Luzi raised a question. "Human friends, I'm curious. Even if your superiors don't issue you new orders, why don't you ask them?" The communication equipment was damaged, and the supplies at the outpost could not repair it, making it impossible to contact superiors. Just then, with a sound, several more veterans returned. The veterans said to Li Rongfeng, "Report. Today's patrol mission is complete. No abnormalities reported. Thanks for your hard work." Tu Luzi was even more puzzled. "Patrol? Then you have spaceships, right? Since you have spaceships, why don't you just leave and stay in this miserable place? Our mission is to protect planet K-2382 outpost. How can we abandon our posts?" Rabbit Lu Zi shook his head in utter bewilderment. "My human friends, I really don't understand. Are orders more important than your lives?" For soldiers, yes. Chapter 126, The Veterans' No Return. Finally, the two sides reached an agreement. The veterans used spare parts from their inventory to help repair the spacecraft. They helped the veteran send a message that was more than 50 years overdue. However, the process of sending the message did not go smoothly. After all, more than 50 years have passed, and the old communication numbers have long been discontinued. As a force separate from the Chongming fleet, the Liaoyuan mercenary group does not allow the Chongming fleet to have any contact with its members, so they do not have any communication numbers related to the Chongming fleet. Just when everyone was at a loss, I have one that might be helpful. Shen Tianyuan suddenly gave a contact number, which was the phone number of the Military Affairs Department of the Chongming fleet. At that birthday party, Shen Tianyuan gave Ning Qianchuan a big gift, and Ning Qianchuan reciprocated by giving Shen Tianyuan a contact list. The address book contains contact information and codes for various units of the Chongming fleet. By simply making a phone call and saying the corresponding code, one can obtain support from the Chongming fleet. This is a privilege enjoyed only by members of the Ning family, and Ning Qianchuan's move is a formal recognition of Shen Tianyuan's identity. Qin Ziqian gave Shen Tianyuan a strange look, puzzled. Why did Shen Tianyuan have the phone number of the Fleet Military Affairs Department? Logically, members of the Wildfire Mercenary Group are not allowed to possess such communications. Could it be that they are not members of the Wildfire Mercenary Group? It seems that the people recommended by these two group leaders are indeed quite remarkable. So what exactly are their identities? Despite my doubts, the problem still needs to be solved. Qin Ziqian was still able to make the call using this contact number. Their communicators are specially encrypted, so they cannot be traced or tracked. Chongning Fleet, Department of Military Affairs. The contact number provided by Shen Tianyuan successfully connected with the Ministry of Military Affairs. The veterans standing nearby looked delighted. After more than 50 years, they had finally reconnected with their organization. An operator from the administrative department answered the phone. Li Rongfeng stepped forward and, in a voice that was as calm as possible, but still slightly trembling, reported on the situation at their planetary outpost K-2382 and requested further instructions. But after a moment, the man coldly replied, "Reporting false military intelligence carries consequences. Please believe me, this is real information. Let me tell you, the planetary outpost K-2382 that you mentioned was completely destroyed during the Battle of the Cows back then. The battle damage report at the time was completed and submitted by the direct superior of planetary outpost K-2382 after he personally went to the scene to confirm that planetary outpost K-2382 had been completely destroyed and that no one had survived. This is clearly documented in the database. This is my final warning. If you dare to impersonate martyrs again, you will be severely punished." After saying that, he coldly hung up the call. How could this be? Li Rongfeng's cloudy eyes gradually lost focus. They're clearly still alive, and the K-2382 planetary outpost is still under their control. So why does the data record them as all killed in action and the base destroyed? Isn't this a denial of everything they've done over the years? Li Rongfeng felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. In fact, over the years, the organization has never sent anyone to look for them, and the veterans already had a general idea what was going on. However, they still held onto a sliver of hope, believing that the organization was simply too busy to attend to them for some reason. Eventually, one day in the future, someone will come to take them home. But at this moment, the hope that had sustained them for over 50 years was shattered. At this moment, apart from them, probably no one else in the world can feel the bitterness in their hearts. But I never expected to suffer such a major blow. Despite their grief, the veterans persisted in fulfilling their promise and repaired the spaceship for everyone. Before leaving, Qin Ziqian made a suggestion. Since the fleet has already forgotten about them, they might as well take a spaceship and leave and go home. Surprisingly, the veterans discussed the matter for a long time. Even knowing they had been forgotten, they ultimately decided to stay and continue guarding Planet K-2382. As long as the flag of the Human Federation flies here, this place will remain human territory, and they will not relinquish even a single inch of land. They reiterated their stance. They would continue to carry out this order until they died, unless new orders arrived. This is a stubbornness that may seem almost foolish, but is also a soldier's loyalty to his country. Shen Tianyuan knew he couldn't dissuade them. It was a stubbornness unique to soldiers. Shen Tianyuan is also a soldier. All he could do now was salute the veterans with deep respect before leaving. The veterans straightened up and returned the gesture. And so, Shen Tian watched as the veterans' standing figures grew increasingly blurry, gradually disappearing into the dark universe. On the spaceship, the female member of A2 felt a pang of pity. "Captain, can't we really help these soldiers?" Qin Ziqian sighed. "We have seen too many regrettable things in our many years of traveling through the universe. Our abilities are limited. There are too many things we are powerless to change." Several hours later, the fleet rendezvoused with the two escort ships that had been tasked with drawing away the space pirates. The fleet set sail again. On the way, Qin Ziqian announced to everyone, encountering space pirates earlier was just bad luck. This time, he changed to a different, more secluded route. No matter how unlucky they can't possibly encounter space pirates twice in a row. So please rest assured, everyone. I've also shown you the newly revised interstellar navigation map. Not long after, in a corner of the corridor of the spaceship, Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang looked around and saw that no one was there. Shen Tianyuan took out his communicator, edited the interstellar navigation map that Qin Ziqian had just released, and was about to send it when a voice suddenly rang out. "Shen Tianyuan, you really were the mole." With that sound, Qin Ziqian appeared behind Shen Tianyuan. He stared at Shen Tianyuan with a chilling gaze, his voice calm but filled with murderous intent. Shen Tianyuan, though caught off guard, remained calm and said, "Captain Qin, You've arrived. Shen Tianyuan, I don't understand. Since you were sent by the regimental commander, why would you become an inside agent? But that doesn't matter, you've been caught. I told you long ago, I don't care if you were sent by the leader or not. There's only one fate for traitors in our wildfire mercenary group, and that is death. Chapter 127 Traitor. Shen Tianyuan? Captain, you want to kill me? Qin Ziqian snorted. Of course, a traitor deserves to die. But I won't kill you here. I'll take you back to the mercenary group for trial. But don't get your hopes up. Even if you're one of the leader's men, according to the wildfire mercenary group's ironclad rule, a traitor's only fate is death. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Shuang suddenly strode forward and launched an attack on Qin Ziqian. Qin Ziqian never expected that a mere sea level would dare to take the initiative to attack him, an A level. What was even more unexpected was that the speed of this sea level was so fast that even he, an A level, couldn't react in time. Qin Ziqian tried to deploy his armor, but Bai Shuang grabbed his wrist first, then choked him with her other hand, restraining him. Qin Ziqian was subdued in one move. Qin Ziqian then realized that these two were not so-called sea level at all, but S level, which is higher than A level. Just as Qin Ziqian was about to speak, he felt the grip on his neck tighten, as if it were about to snap his throat at any moment. Shen Tianyuan laughed and said, Captain, I'm sorry. Actually, I was the one who lured you out of the cave this time. Qin Ziqian gritted his teeth and whispered with all his might. What do you want to do? Captain, you and your squad are worthy of respect. So to avoid unnecessary sacrifices caused by your resistance, I have decided to subdue you directly. Why did you hide your strength? Why did you become traitors? Captain, you'll find out later. After saying that, Shen Tianyuan gestured, and Bai Shuang understood and knocked Qin Ziqian unconscious. Qin Ziqian is a smart man. With him around, the plan might not be executed smoothly. Once the truth is exposed in public, violence is inevitable. Although Shen Tianyuan used them, he did not intend to hurt them too much. So he deliberately revealed a weakness to lure Qin Ziqian into being alone, and then subdued him. Then, Shen Tianyuan used Qin Ziqian's communicator to call over the 4 team members from the other 2 escort ships in Qin Ziqian's name. After the 4 team members arrived at the main ship, Shen Tianyuan took out a tube of anesthetic from the system space and injected it into the spacecraft's ventilation system. Soon, the anesthetic spread throughout the spacecraft via the ventilation ducts. Team 82 was very vigilant and almost instantly noticed the anomaly in the air. They tried to deploy the armor and use the independent breathing system, but it was too late. Shen Tianyuan used a special anesthetic. Even the slightest breath of it would immediately induce anesthesia. When Shen Tianyuan reappeared, everyone on the spaceship had fallen into a coma. Shen Tianyuan took out his communicator, sent a location, and added the message. I have taken control of the person. Come quickly. While waiting for the others to arrive, Shen Tianyuan removed the armor bracelets from everyone in Team 82 and put them into the system space. Half an hour later, the communicator beeped. We've arrived. Open the door. Shen Tianyuan opened the spaceship's hatch, and several figures in armor flew in. The armor retracted, revealing their true forms. The group of men leading the group wore black leather trench coats, long leather gloves, and black wide-brimmed hats, with their faces covered by black cloth, revealing only 2 black eyes without pupils. Because most of their physical appearance was obscured, Shen Tianyuan was unable to determine their race. Behind them stood a dozen or so burly men, each over 2 meters tall, with red skin and gray hair. These dozen or so people had distinct features. They were the Turo clan that Shen Tianyuan was looking for. The group of people entered and first confirmed that everyone in the cabin was under anesthesia. Then, the leader of the trenchcoats directed the Turo tribe to move the people on the spaceship back to their own spaceship, and then came up to Shen Tianyuan and said, Hey, human, you did a good job. Shen Tianyuan stretched out his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Give me the agreed-upon reward. Don't worry, we haven't received the ransom yet. Shen Tianyuan's expression changed. We agreed beforehand that as long as I help you catch the person, you will immediately pay me 50 billion. We haven't even determined whether they're worth 50 billion yet. Shen Tianyuan said angrily, I told you long ago that this rabbit family is a royal family, and they're the royal family that will soon succeed to the throne. Just imagine how valuable they are. And those 7 humans, they're all A rank. They're valuable whether they're extorted for ransom or sold into slavery. These people could easily raise 500 billion. I only need 1 to 10. That's not much at all. Pay me right now. I'm leaving. The man in the trench coat shook his head. You can't leave until these goods have sold for a price. Shen Tianyuan's expression changed. What do you want to do? Do you want to back out? You guessed it. I hate traitors the most. You. Just as Shen Tianyuan raised his hand to point at him, two members of the Tu Luo clan struck the two men on the neck with hand blades. Shen Tianyuan felt a slight pain and knew he was about to faint, so he quickly closed his eyes and passed out. Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang both fainted. Another person in a trench coat expressed concern. Won't this backfire on our employers and damage our reputation? Reputation? What do we do? What use is reputation to us? We need money. I disposed of them all at once, which saved me 50 billion. Moreover, I think someone will be willing to pay to ransom these two traitors so we can make an extra profit. After finishing his sentence, the man in the trench coat, who was in the lead, gave another order. Quickly, remove all communication devices and weapons from their bodies. Yes. A short while later, a member of the Tu Luo clan reported. The 7 A-level armored bracelets were not found on the spaceship. It doesn't matter if we didn't find it. The important thing is that it's not in their hands. Let's blow up the spaceship. It's fast. Let's go. Yes. To prevent the presence of tracking devices on their spaceship, they would remove all communication and tracking devices from the victims after committing the crime before bringing them back to their own spaceship. Then destroy the victim's spaceship to eliminate any possibility of being tracked. Amidst the flames of the exploding spaceship, the man in the trench coat returned to base camp with the many goods he had captured on this trip. Chapter 1:28 Nameless Planet. An unknown star field, an unnamed planet. The universe is so vast that there are many planets like this that are not on the star map. Without someone you know to guide you, finding such a planet would be incredibly difficult. A pirate fleet, out on a plundering expedition, pierced the sky and landed in a building in the center of the planet's continent. The hatch opened, and Shen Tianyuan and the other unconscious people were carried out one after another by the Tu Luo clan and imprisoned in a nearby prison. Inside the prison, Qin Ziqian was jolted awake from his unconsciousness by a bucket of cold water. He sat up abruptly, and his first thought was to continue what he had done before he lost consciousness, to deploy his armor. But there was no response. When he raised his wrist, he saw that the A-grade armor bracelet that had been with him for years and only left briefly during maintenance had disappeared. Then he saw the man in the trench coat in front of him, and years of training made him immediately make a counterattack move. But in an instant, a strong surge of film flowed through his body, causing him to convulse and become unable to move. This made him notice that he had a collar around his neck. He recognized the collar. This is an electromagnetic coil, also known as a slave collar. If there is any disobedience, the collar will emit an electric shock as punishment. Over time, this can even gradually tame a person. Qin Ziqian had been a mercenary for many years and had seen his share of ups and downs. He sorted out his thoughts and quickly understood the current situation. Shen Tianyuan, this traitor, colluded with space pirates and betrayed them. They have now been captured by space pirates and taken back to their lair, becoming hostages. At this moment, the man in the trench coat looked at Qin Ziqian, who had quieted down, and said, "Human, it seems you understand your situation now. Tell me what you want. It's very simple. It costs money." "How much?" "Qin Ziqian, you are the captain of the A2 squad of the Liao Yuan mercenary group, with A-level combat power. You are worth 8 billion. I'll call the Wildfire mercenary group later and see if they're willing to pay 8 billion for you. Our Wildfire mercenary group's money isn't easy to get." The man in the trench coat scoffed. "Don't try to scare me with the Wildfire mercenary group. It's just a diamond-level mercenary group. It's not enough to frighten us." What boastful tone. This guy doesn't seem to be your average space pirate. At that moment, a name suddenly popped into Qin Ziqian's mind. Chaotic Star Club. The Chaotic Star Society is one of the most powerful interstellar criminal organizations in the world today. The Chaotic Stars Club is involved in a wide range of criminal industries, with its core businesses being smuggling, human trafficking, and kidnapping. Evidence suggests that the Chaotic Stars are the largest interstellar pirates in the star system they were attacked from. They smuggle goods through this star system and also attack passing ships. Then, depending on the circumstances of the arrested individuals, they may directly rob and kill them, or rob them and then kidnap and extort them. Qin Ziqian thought to himself that if this group of people really were from the Chaotic Star Society, then his current location should be the legendary home planet of the Chaotic Star Society. As the name suggests, Lair Planet is one of the layers of the Chaotic Star Society. Its location has always been a mystery, unknown to outsiders. After each kidnapping, the chaotic stars would clear all the communication and location devices on the hostage and send the hostage to their home planet while the hostage was unconscious. Therefore, even if the hostage is later redeemed, it will be impossible to deduce the location of their lair planet. In addition, it is speculated that the home planet had another important function, serving as a base for the Turo tribe's trafficking. Luang Xingui is one of the main sellers of the Toiled clan on the market today. The fact that Luang Xingui consistently supplies goods year-round means that Luang Xingui controls a large population of the Toiled tribe. Based on the quantity and frequency of human trafficking by the Chaotic Star Society, some people speculate that the Chaotic Star Society controls at least 2 million Turo people. Considering the need to support such a large population and the unique characteristics of the Tuluo tribe, the Chaotic Star Society would need an entire planet to sustain them. This is also confirmed by the slaves of the Turo tribe who were sold and kept on a large scale on a planet. Based on the descriptions of the hostages and slaves, the planet they were on was likely the same one, their home planet. The Turo tribe, with its 2 million inhabitants, represents an immeasurable wealth. Many people have tried to find this mysterious home planet, but all have failed. We will give the Wildfire Mercenary Group 48 hours to raise the ransom. If you pay, you will live. If not, we will sell you to someone else as a slave. After saying that, the man in the trench coat turned and left. Qin Ziqian never imagined that he would one day become a vulnerable person who needed to be saved. This was an utter disgrace to him, and all of this was known to the traitor Shen Tianyuan. Qin Ziqian angrily pounded on the cell door, not caring whether Shen Tianyuan could hear him. Shen Tianyuan, you traitor, I will not let you go. Coincidentally, the place where Shen Tianyuan was imprisoned was not far from Qin Ziqian, so he naturally heard his cursing. Shen Tianyuan didn't care. I did mess with him, so I might as well vent my anger. What frustrated Shen Tianyuan was that the man in the trench coat had just come to him and said that he was only worth 500 million in ransom. Rather, it depends on whether the Wildfire Mercenary Group is willing to spend 500 million to buy back this traitor and execute him. On the other hand, the Rabbit family of 4 is in the worst situation. They had no idea what was happening. Everything was fine until they suddenly lost consciousness and woke up in this prison. Although they didn't understand the cause and effect, it was clear that they had been kidnapped. Furthermore, the other party accurately stated that he was the heir to the throne of the Rabbit King. The other party has sent a message to the Rabbit Kingdom, demanding that they pay 200 billion to redeem the family of 4 who are about to inherit the throne. As the head of the family, Tu Luzi mustered his courage and said, "My lords, since you know my situation, I will not hide anything from you any longer. If you can let me go back and let me inherit the throne, I guarantee with my leniency that I will pay you the full ransom." But the other party refused. "We don't have a rule of releasing people first and then collecting money. But if I can't go back, I'll be the first to the throne and you won't get a single penny." But the other party gave a cold laugh. "It doesn't matter. After your opponent inherits the throne, he will probably be willing to pay us to get rid of you and eliminate the threat forever. If he doesn't give it to you, I'll let you pass. Do you think he'll give it to you or not?" Rabbit Luzi's face turned pale because he knew this was very likely to happen. Faced with this situation, the usually pampered Rabbit Jinshi was terrified and at a loss, cowering in a corner with drooping ears and tears streaming down its face. "Someone, please save me." Chapter 129 here. Humanity does not exist. As night fell, a strange red light shone into the cell through the narrow window. Shen Tianyuan had just finished his call with Wudong. The reason why the old Nest planet has remained hidden for so many years is because of its excellent secrecy measures. Although hostages and slaves occasionally left. However, they lacked communication or positioning devices and were unable to locate the planet in the universe. The universe is so vast that finding a single star is like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, the home planet has never been exposed. This trick works on almost everyone, except for Shen Tianyuan, because Shen Tianyuan not only has a system space, but can also bring in communication and positioning devices without anyone noticing. Furthermore, he can also communicate with Wudong in real time through the system. Shen Tianyuan sent the location coordinates to Wudong. The fleet would arrive here in a few hours. During this time, Shen Tianyuan was able to go out and take a look around to see how the Tu Luo tribe was doing. Shen Tianyuan stood up. The electromagnetic collar around his neck had been removed and placed aside. This electromagnetic coil is not difficult to unravel. With the right tools, it can be easily unraveled. Shen Tianyuan had naturally prepared such a tool long ago. Shen Tianyuan arrived at the prison gate, flipped his hand, and the Rakshasa bracelet appeared. Shen Tianyuan put on the bracelet, activated his armor, and pulled the cell door open with both hands. Shen Tianyuan managed to pull a gap in the superalloy prison door, creating enough space for a person to pass through. Shen Tianyuan walked out of the cell, turned on the scanner, and quickly found Bai Shuang's location. On the way there, Shen Tianyuan also passed by the room where Qin Ziqian was being held. He was fast asleep, but still muttering, "Shen Tianyuan, you traitor, I won't let you get away with this." Without resorting to some self-inflicted suffering, Shen Tianyuan wouldn't have been able to get onto this planet. So, Captain Qin, please bear with it a little longer. The Rakshasa swept past at an extremely fast speed, and those without armor couldn't detect it at all. Shen Tianyuan arrived at Bai Shuang's cell, opened the cell door, and returned the Piaoling bracelet to her. The two deployed their armor and, almost silently, forced open the narrow window, widening it to a distance that the two of them could pass through. Previously, Shen Tianyuan had already questioned the hostages in the two cells on the left and right. There are no patrols in the prison area at night. Luanqing was very confident, believing that these hostages couldn't possibly break into the superalloy cell door. So there was only one checkup throughout the entire night, which was 9 hours later. The fleet arrived by then, so even if they discovered it, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, as long as they didn't alert the hostages when they left, no one would discover that they had escaped. When Shen Tianyuan arrived outside the prison and looked up, he discovered that 2 crimson moons, as red as blood, were hanging in the inky night sky. A blood moon is an ominous sign on Earth. This planet rotates very slowly, with a day lasting more than 36 hours, which means there are as many as 18 hours of night. The fleet arrived probably late at night, when the blood was at its most intense. Shen Tianyuan soared into the sky and flew all the way to outer space, looking down at the planet from space. Shen Tianyuan saw the landmass of this planet. He discovered that it was neatly divided into several different areas, but he didn't yet understand the purpose of doing so. Subsequently, Shen Tianyuan also discovered that a large number of shielding devices had been installed in the atmosphere. Aside from specific communication methods, the people on the planet have no way to contact the outside world. That's incredibly cautious. No wonder the planet has remained safe and sound for so many years. It's just a pity that Shen Tianyuan, also ran into them. After looking down, Shen Tianyuan descended to a lower altitude. He wanted to get a closer look at the Turo tribe. After all, the Turo clan would soon become his. First, Shen Tianyuan arrived at an area marked as a breeding center. As soon as he entered, Shen Tianyuan witnessed a shocking scene. Dozens of people dressed as overseers, wielding electric whips, were using them to drive thousands of Turo women who were strung together. They were all naked, disheveled, and had lifeless eyes. They didn't react to being whipped and just walked forward blankly. Several people tried to resist, but were immediately given electric shocks. Some of them had already been electrocuted, but they were still carried forward by the ruthless overseers. In the end, all the women of the Turo tribe were sent through a large gate. On the gate were 3 shocking characters, X kinds of places. Shen Tianyuan had basically guessed it, but when he actually saw the scene behind the door, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Inside, the Turo people were treated like livestock. The specific process cannot be described in detail. In short, watching this process made Shen Tianyuan feel nauseous. The ugliness of human nature has repeatedly refreshed Shen Tianyuan's understanding of the world. Shen Tianyuan endured his discomfort and murderous intent and continued forward. The artificially induced Turo women were then sent to a huge factory. Inside the factory, thousands of thick glass cylinders stand upright. Some of them are full. In the green liquid was a woman from the Turo tribe. She had tubes inserted into her body. Her belly was swollen, and she remained motionless in the liquid, like a specimen. Those empty ones were quickly put to use. The newly arrived Tuol women were forcibly inserted into glass cylinders, with several tubes inserted into their bodies. Next, the green liquid was injected. Soon, like the 2 Luo women before them, they too lost their ability to move. This is a technology that causes a person to lose consciousness, but the body continues to survive, similar to a vegetative state. This technology restricts the activities of organisms. By significantly reducing its daily consumption, costs can be effectively saved. They will stay here and live to the point of production at minimal cost. This method is extremely cruel and has been strictly prohibited by the Interstellar Alliance. But clearly, no law applies here. In fact, humanity doesn't exist here. Chapter 1, 30 Farms and Livestock. They sleep in the nutrient solution until delivery, after which they will be awakened and sent to the delivery room. Here, Shen Tianyuan witnessed another heartbreaking scene. A woman from the Tuo ethnic group, who had just given birth, despite her weakened state, reached out and tried to strangle her newborn child, although she was immediately knocked unconscious by the overseer. But this scene is still breathtaking. How could a mother kill her own child? This is such an unbelievable thing. But considering everything he had seen before, Shen Tianyuan could probably understand. For them, simply trying to live was worse than death. They would rather their children die than have them come into this world to suffer. This is truly a living hell. The newborn babies are taken away immediately and sent to the adjacent quality inspection room for various tests. It's like conducting quality inspections on a newly manufactured product to see if it's a superior or inferior product. Shen Tianyuan witnessed several infants with physical disabilities being marked as waste and to be destroyed later. Babies are commodities to them. Products with defects are considered defective and cannot be sold, so they must be disposed of. Shen Tianyuan suppressed the urge to make a move. He couldn't do it yet. Now we'll startle them. The chaotic star will then call for help. A chaotic battle ensued, resulting in even more casualties. These Toiled babies were examined and, based on individual differences, were labeled behind their ears like commodities. Not only the babies, but all the two Luo people that Shen Tianyuan saw were labeled like commodities, which shows their status here. After the tag is applied, the child will be returned to his mother. This is the most effective way to control the Tuo Luo clan kinship. In order to keep them under control, it is necessary to create familial bonds between them. Next, Shen Tianyuan arrived at an area called the free-range area. This area, known as the free-range zone, is home not only to the Tulo people, but also to a large number of wild animals. Furthermore, these animals are all ferocious beasts, and some even have a biohazard rating of 1. Furthermore, the chaotic stars will be completely left to their own devices and will not provide the Tuo Luo tribe with any living supplies. It is easy to imagine how difficult and dangerous life must be for the Tuo Luo people here. After a moment's thought, Shen Tianyuan understood the intentions of the chaotic star society. It all boils down to money. The physical fitness level of the Toiled tribe is the most important standard for their value. Improving one's physical fitness level through normal training can be quite expensive. The Chaotic Star Society, a criminal organization driven by profit, would naturally not do that. Thus, the Chaotic Star Society created a dangerous environment where one must constantly risk their life to unleash their physical potential, without any training or even breeding costs. The Tulo people were instructed to collect wild grasses to make clothes and to collect wood and stones to build their own houses. In order to survive, they also had to actively hunt dangerous beasts. This dangerous environment can undoubtedly unleash the body's potential. This is a training method that comes at the cost of life. But the advantage is that it doesn't require any cost. This is a capitalist's favorite. Although there will be some losses in the process, such as the Turo tribe being eaten by wild beasts, as long as high-quality Turo tribe is cultivated, it will definitely still be profitable. For the Chaotic Star Society, as long as they can make money, nothing else matters. At this point, Shen Tianyuan finally understood. The Chaotic Star Society is treating planets as farms, raising livestock in captivity. And these animals, naturally, belong to the Turo tribe. Once they grow up, they will be taken to the human market and sold as commodities. After learning about the living conditions of the Turo people, Shen Tianyuan decided to continue to learn about their mental state. Their mental state will determine how Shen Tianyuan treats them. Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang landed next to a thatched hut of the two Luo tribe, removed their armor, and walked over. Within 10 meters of the house, a strong Turo man noticed the situation, rushed out wielding a wooden spear, and glared at the two men. Shen Tianyuan observed the man. Having seen many people, Shen Tianyuan could roughly judge a person's physical constitution level just by looking at them. For example, this robust two Luo clan member's physique should be at level D. Pretty good. At this moment, the man from the Turo tribe spoke up. My child is too young. If this is trafficking, he will most likely not survive. If he doesn't survive, my husband and I will commit suicide together. It seems he mistook Shen Tianyuan for a member of the chaotic star society, someone who came to kidnap and sell his family. However, his words and actions were quite interesting. The fact that he could say such a thing shows that he is not just a slave who knows how to obey, but a person with independent thought. Furthermore, the fact that he identified himself as a member of the chaotic star society, yet still dared to point a wooden spear at them, indicates that their rebellious spirit had not completely disappeared. It seems that after all these years, the chaotic star society still hasn't completely tamed the Tu Luo tribe. Indeed, if the chaotic star society truly tames the Tu Luo tribe, they won't need to use kinship as a threat anymore. What a resilient race. Shen Tianyuan said, "Friend, don't misunderstand, I'm not with them." The Turo tribe man didn't believe it. Besides those guys, no one else can get into this planet. You're talking about the past. That situation is about to change. The man didn't respond, clearly indicating that he still didn't trust Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan didn't expect to gain his trust in a short time. So he went straight to the point and asked, "If you could win freedom for your family and your children, what price would you be willing to pay?" The man still didn't respond. "Friend, I know you don't want to believe me, but I think you'd rather your child be a slave for life. Besides, to put it bluntly, your situation is already like this. So even if it's fake, could it possibly get any worse? If that's the case, why not give it a shot?" Shen Tianyuan's words struck a chord with the man. Men do not want to be slaves, and they certainly do not want their children or their descendants to continue to be slaves. Although the two mysterious men appearing before him were not trustworthy, they were right. He had already lost everything. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, I'm willing to take the gamble. The man said earnestly, "If you can set my family free, I am willing to be your soldier and fight for you until my last drop of blood." Chapter 131. The people from the chaotic star society have disappeared. I've remembered what you said. Shen Tianyuan left after saying one sentence. Shen Tianyuan's nimble walk gave the man a glimmer of hope. However, he ultimately didn't have much hope. The Turo tribe has been imprisoned on this planet for many years and has never seen anyone rescue them. This young guy doesn't look like someone with that much ability. Just as Shen Tianyuan and his companion were inspecting the Tu Luo clan, a spaceship arrived at their home planet. The spacecraft shut down all lights and communication facilities, and its hull is covered with an advanced radar-absorbing material that can absorb various radar waves, making it invisible to radar detection. The spaceship entered the home planet silently, heading straight for the launching society's base on land. The spaceship stopped more than 100 kilometers away from the base. The hatch opened, and hundreds of figures filed out in an orderly fashion. The leader was dressed in a magnificent suit of armor. Standing beneath the crimson moonlight, she was like the human embodiment of the blood moon, beautiful yet dangerous. The group left the spaceship and flew back to the base. The group arrived at the perimeter of the stronghold, where a large number of security devices were deployed, and breaking in would easily trigger an alarm. The leader scanned the area with his armor. Surprisingly, the scanning process did not trigger any alarms. After the scan was completed and the terrain was understood, a safe route came to mind for the leader. The leader then ordered his men to follow him, and they quickly bypassed the security loopholes and successfully entered the stronghold. On the way, they also encountered several patrolling security personnel, but the leader only glanced at them from afar, and they silently collapsed to the ground. Soon, the group arrived at the center of the base. The leader opened his arms, bathed in the moonlight, and closed his eyes. A moment later, as she opened her eyes, a faint, almost invisible red light emanated from her. They quickly covered the entire outpost. The shape of the spreading red light resembled a red flower in full bloom. After the flowers bloomed, the leader waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately scattered in all directions. After gazing up at the blood moon for a moment, the leader took a step and walked in one direction. Meanwhile, Shen Tianyuan had not yet noticed anything unusual about the stronghold. Shen Tianyuan continued to visit several more Toiled families and received the same answer from them. They would risk their lives for their family. In fact, in terms of the outcome, Shen Tianyuan's behavior was no different from that of the chaotic star society. They all used kinship to make the Toiled clan loyal, but they are fundamentally very different. One is forced, the other is voluntary. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. The former costs less, but once the latter takes shape, it will build itself an inexhaustible, loyal iron army. Through face-to-face exchanges with these Turo people, Shen Tianyuan has gained a general understanding of their spiritual and ideological situation. Shen Tianyuan had already determined several plans before taking action. His interactions with these Turo people helped him decide which path to take. Commander, we have 29 minutes and 58 seconds left to reach our destination. Upon receiving Wudong's report, Shen Tianyuan knew it was time to take action. Return. Bai Shuang said yes. The two returned to the base, but as soon as they arrived, Shen Tianyuan keenly sensed that something was wrong. Although the security system is still operating normally, but all the security personnel who were patrolling earlier have disappeared. It's eerily quiet here, unnaturally quiet. Clearly, something has changed. But now that things have come to this, Shen Tianyuan will not give up easily. Shen Tianyuan said to Bai Shuang, activate protection. Yes. Bai Shuang reached down and pressed her hand under her beautiful collarbone, where there was a transparent sticker a few centimeters square. That's a single-unit energy barrier sticker from the system's 100-day gift pack. In fact, this operation was planned in advance. The reason for the delay in launching the operation is that it requires Shen Tianyuan's personal involvement and carries certain risks. Caution is the highest principle for survival. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan has not taken any action until the system's 100-day gift pack gave me 2 life-saving artifacts. He only began the operation after ensuring his own safety. Shen Tianyuan also activated the single-unit energy barrier patch on his body. Only then did they walk inside. With this single-target energy barrier, you can withstand 1 fatal attack and gain 1 minute of invincibility. In that minute, he had ample time to activate the miniature wormhole ball and escape danger. The two proceeded cautiously, but still found no trace of anyone. There were no signs of battle or bloodstains found either. It was as if the members of the Chaotic Star Society had vanished into thin air. Shen Tianyuan temporarily ignored the Chaotic Star Society and went into the prison where hostages were held. Qin Ziqian and the others were tricked by themselves, and since they were Ning Xingho's subordinates, they were also their own subordinates. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan will try his best to save them. Upon entering the prison, Shen Tianyuan discovered that the hostages were still there, but everyone was asleep. Shen Tianyuan checked each cell one by one, searching for members of Team A2. Instead of finding the members of Team A2, they found the 4 members of the rabbit family locked up together. Shen Tianyuan originally did not intend to go to the trouble of rescuing them. But since we've encountered this situation, let's lend a hand. Hey, wake up! Shen Tianyuan broke down the door and called out to them twice, but there was no response. I patted them twice more, but they still didn't wake up. There's a problem. They weren't asleep at all. They had lost consciousness. However, they had no external injuries, so it seems that their unconsciousness was not caused by external force. Shen Tianyuan took out a small bottle, and before he even opened the stopper, a cool scent wafted out. This is a powerful stimulant that can effectively stimulate the cerebral cortex, making people quickly wake up. This was purchased by Shen Tianyuan at great expense to deal with some special situations. Shen Tianyuan waved the medicine under their noses, letting the energizing factor inhale through their nasal passages. They took a deep breath, as if waking from a nightmare. The first rabbit lady to wake up looked up and saw a green-eyed, red-haired ghost standing in front of her. She was so frightened that her long ears and fur stood on end, making the rabbit look twice as fat. The shrill scream startled the other 3 rabbits who had just woken up. They then saw the green-eyed, red-haired demon standing in front of them, and immediately their ears and fur stood up. The family was so frightened that they huddled together, unable to utter a single word. Only Miss Rabbit held her head, her long ears trembling, and muttered, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want with me. Please don't kill me." As Miss Rabbit spoke, Shen Tianyuan noticed that the color of the ground beneath her had darkened. Previously, Miss Rabbit had always been arrogant and domineering. The sight of her wetting herself in fear actually brought Shen Tianyuan a sense of relief. Chapter 132 Girl Under the Moon. Normally, Shen Tianyuan might tease the rabbit lady again, but the situation is urgent now, and there's no time to spare. Shen Tianyuan retracted his armored helmet, revealing his true appearance. "Everyone, please don't panic. I'm here to save you." The 4 members of the rabbit family were also taken aback when they saw Shen Tianyuan's face. Then, excitedly, she exclaimed, "Mr. Shen, it's you. You come to save us." "All right, enough chit-chat, come with me." Yes. G2 immediately followed Shen Tianyuan. After all, Judging for the current situation, it's highly unlikely that China will come up with 200 billion to ransom them. After all, they still have a candidate for king. The most likely outcome now is that the new king, after ascending the throne, will pay to have them killed to prevent future troubles. Shen Tianyuan's actions truly made him their savior. Of course, if they knew the truth, that it was Shen Tianyuan who caused them to fall into such a state, they would certainly not think that way anymore. Unfortunately, they didn't know. My daughter is gone. They pulled up Miss Rabbit, who was still squatting on the ground in a daze. Miss Rabbit was being pulled along, staring blankly at Shen Tianyuan ahead. She had always thought that humans looked strange, especially Shen Tianyuan, who dared to disobey him and keep contradicting him. This made Miss Rabbit really dislike him. But as the saying goes, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. When she was at her most difficult and helpless, it was Shen Tianyuan who came to her rescue. At this moment, Miss Rabbit looked at Shen Tianyuan again and felt that he was actually quite handsome. Soon, they discovered the other 6 members of Team A2, none of whom had fallen into a coma. But they were covering their heads, looking dejected. Shen Tianyuan then used a stimulant, and their spirits were restored. The 6 men were surprised to see Shen Tianyuan, who had saved them. It was this guy who had used connections to gain prestige and drag them down. What surprised them even more was that the 2 sets of armor worn by Shen Tianyuan and by Shuang, one black and one white, looked very high-end. This doesn't look like the quality of Class C armor at all. It even looks much more advanced than their A grade. But they didn't believe it. Shen Tianyuan's armor is better than my A grade armor, so wouldn't that be S grade? But how could a C class possibly handle an S class? As for the claim that he is S class, they would not believe it for a second. Moreover, they felt that Shen Tianyuan's black armor looked familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere before. Finally, they arrived at Qin Ziqian's cell and used the same trick to wake him up. After regaining consciousness, Qin Ziqian saw Shen Tianyuan in front of him and immediately sprang to his feet, his anger instantly reaching its peak. Shen Tianyuan, you traitor! How dare you come here? With Qin Ziqian's cry of traitor, the members of Team A2 reacted immediately and created distance. They knew there was a traitor on the spaceship because they had been ambushed and drugged inside, but they never expected that the traitor would be Shen Tianyuan. Now, they suddenly felt an urge to strangle Shen Tianyuan. However, Shen Tianyuan was wearing armor, while they were unarmed and no match for him. The 4 members of the rabbit family were also taken aback upon hearing this. What? Mr. Shen is a traitor? However, unlike the members of Team A2, they did not have enough trust in Qin Ziqian. They relied more on the information they had to make judgments. They couldn't be sure who had sabotaged them, but it is certain that Shen Tianyuan saved them. Therefore, they did not immediately believe that Shen Tianyuan was a traitor. Shen Tianyuan, you. Qin Ziqian was about to curse, but Shen Tianyuan didn't have time to explain the whole story to him. He simply raised his hand and threw out 7 A-grade armor bracelets, which accurately returned to their owner's hands. It was Shen Tianyuan who took it after he drugged them. Giving it back to them now might still serve a purpose. Qin Ziqian received the bracelet and was momentarily stunned. Why would Shen Tianyuan, this traitor, return the armor bracelet to me? Could there have been tampering with the armor? Never mind. Even if something was tampered with, it's better than nothing. Qin Ziqian immediately put on the bracelet and activated his armor. Strange. All the armor stats are normal. There's nothing wrong with it. Although Qin Ziqian had some doubts, he still insisted on his belief that Shen Tianyuan was a traitor. So the first thing to do after deploying the armor was to take down Shen Tianyuan. We should at least subdue him and find out the truth of the matter. The other A2 team members also worked together to attack Shen Tianyuan. But Qin Ziqian seemed to have forgotten something in his haste. Shen Tianyuan and his companion possessed S-rank physiques, so their armor. The next second, Bai Shuang raised her hand. An invisible gravity, like Mount Tai pressing down on them, caused the 7 to crash to the ground with a loud thud, leaving a spiderweb-like crack in the ground. They were pinned to the ground by gravity and unable to move. They could only see out of the corner of their eyes that Bai Shuang had restrained them. At this moment, everyone realized something profound. This extremely beautiful and serious woman is actually a genuine S-class. Shen Tianyuan didn't waste any words with them. We'll talk about it later. This is the stronghold of the chaotic star society, and some unknown danger has occurred. So you'd better stay in the prison until the situation is clear. The matter has been discussed. Shen Tianyuan didn't care whether they listened to him or not. Shen Tianyuan turned and left immediately. The fleet would arrive in about 20 minutes, and he had to hurry to eliminate any unknown dangers. Just as Shen Tianyuan walked out of the prison, he suddenly heard a faint voice. Is anyone there? Please, please save me. It's a female voice, and it's very pleasant. Shen Tianyuan looked over and saw that the sound was coming from the tower next to the prison. Something strange. Most of the people here should be unconscious. Shen Tianyuan turned and walked towards the tower. The two arrived at the tower entrance and were about to go inside. The two turned around at the same time, and a dark shadow flashed past behind them. Shen Tianyuan gave Bai Shuang a look. Bai Shuang then chased after him. Just as I was about to go upstairs, someone popped up, and there was clearly something wrong in the building. White Frost is protected by a single energy barrier, so her life is not in danger, and she can act separately. Shen Tianyuan went upstairs alone and discovered that the tower also belonged to a prison, but a rather luxurious one. This tower was probably used to detain hostages, but likely those of high status. Shen Tianyuan followed the sound upstairs and found that the cells in the tower were all empty, except for the room on the top floor, which is where the sound originated. Upon arriving at the door, Shen Tianyuan looked inside. The crimson moonlight streamed in through a small window, illuminating a young girl. Chapter 133 Golden Eyes. The girl's light golden hair was draped over her face, obscuring her features. She sobbed softly, her voice gentle and tender, which naturally evoked feelings of pity and tenderness in people. Shen Tianyuan walked in and asked, "Miss, who are you? What are you doing here?" Faced with Shen Tianyuan's concern, the girl glanced at him with her golden eyes and then trembled like a startled rabbit. "Don't come any closer." The girl seemed very afraid of Shen Tianyuan. Indeed, the Rakshasa armor does look terrifying. Shen Tianyuan then deactivated his armor. "Miss, don't be afraid. I'm a good person. I'm here to help you." As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan slowly walked over, squatted down in front of the girl, and was about to reach out to brush aside her blonde hair. A cold, gleaming light flashed by. A dagger pierced Shen Tianyuan's lung with pinpoint accuracy. The one holding the dagger was the crying girl. The sneak attack was successful. There was no joy in the girl's eyes. Instead, a smile appeared on Shen Tianyuan's lips. The girl's gaze shifted downwards, and a knife was plunged into her lung as well. It turns out that when the girl attacked Shen Tian with her knife, Shen Tianyuan also attacked with his other hand at the same time. The two acted in unison, each stabbing the other in the lung. While it cannot be denied that the girl's appearance was indeed charming and endearing, based on the previous analysis, this stronghold must have been subjected to some kind of mental attack, which would cause ordinary people to fall into a coma. Those with stronger physiques, such as the members of Team A2, although they did not fall into a coma directly, were greatly affected mentally. In this situation, it is clearly unreasonable that the blonde girl is unharmed. Moreover, she made a sound on purpose, clearly to attract his attention. Also, the room where the blonde girl was. When Shen Tianyuan came in, he took a look and found that there were no daily necessities inside, which meant that this was an empty prison cell and no one lived there. Based on all the clues above, Shen Tianyuan concluded that this was most likely a trap. However, Shen Tianyuan was unsure of the other party's strength, so he did not immediately turn hostile. Since he realized it was a trap, Shen Tianyuan decided to play along. The blonde girl was trying to trick him into getting close, so she could launch a sneak attack. So Shen Tian pretended to fall for it and traded 1 for 1. First, Shen Tianyuan has a single target energy barrier to ensure he won't be instantly killed. In addition, Shen Tianyuan's nanobody means he can recover quickly from minor injuries. That won't be a 1 for 1 trade, but a solo kill without taking any damage. Things unfolded as Shen Tianyuan had predicted. The blonde girl did indeed ambush him, but Shen Tianyuan retaliated by stabbing her in the back. Next, I will recover, and she will die. However, what happened next was somewhat beyond Shen Tianyuan's expectations. The blonde girl who had been stabbed remained motionless, as if she hadn't been stabbed at all. Shen Tianyuan was also looking at her. The girl wore a strange, smiling mask with only black and white colors, and the only thing visible through the eye sockets was a pair of eyes as red as gold. This was the first time Shen Tianyuan had ever seen golden pupils. The two looked at each other, but neither spoke. They then took a step back in unison, removed the dagger from each other's bodies, and stood up. The blonde girl had a slender and upright figure, with a waist so small it could be encircled by a single hand, and naturally, her legs were straight and long. However, her eerie smiling mask and the blood-stained dagger in her hand made her exude a dangerous aura. The two faced each other less than 2 meters apart. Both sides seemed to be waiting for something. Shen Tianyuan was waiting for the nanobody to heal its wounds. What were they waiting for? 2D. Once Shen Tianyuan recovers from his injuries, he will immediately take the blonde girl's life. The blonde girl also noticed the bizarre scene. The blood on her dagger suddenly began to writhe, as if it were alive, and then, as if time were reversed, the blood flowed back into Shen Tianyuan's wound, along with the blood on his clothes. In just a few seconds, Shen Tianyuan's wounds had completely healed. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to make a move, he noticed that something was wrong with the blonde girl opposite him. Shen Tianyuan peered through the hole in his clothes that the blonde girl had pierced. He keenly noticed that the blonde girl's wounds were healing rapidly. Although it took her a little longer to heal, and the blood that had flowed out did not flow backward, it seemed that her injuries had also recovered significantly. The blonde girl's condition doesn't seem like she has nanolimbs. It's more like her body has its own self-healing ability. In the current universe, there are only a few races whose self-healing abilities can reach this level. However, most of them are non-humanoid creatures, and there is only one that fits the criteria: vampires. As mentioned before, vampires are one of the races most similar to humans. They are only distinctly different in 3 aspects: skin color, hair color, and eye color. Vampires have blonde hair and fair skin. These 2 points are consistent with the situation of the blonde girl, but the eye color is slightly different. According to records, the eyes of vampires are a dull yellow, not the bright gold of a young girl. Shen Tianyuan had already confirmed this with mammon flowing sand. However, considering her terrifying, self-healing ability, this blonde girl is undoubtedly a vampire, a race despised because of their bloodlust. I never expected to see you again today. Currently, Shen Tianyuan is unable to determine whether this vampire girl is unrelated to the chaotic star society. But one thing is certain: she is his enemy. Neither of them spoke. His eyes were fixed on the other person, and his armored bracelet was ready to deploy at any moment. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred outside. The accompanying energy fluctuation was from Bai Shuang. The other energy fluctuation was no weaker than the white frost. Sure enough, there were more than just the 2 S-class individuals here. The moment the explosion rang out, their tranquility was shattered. The 2 simultaneously deployed their armor. The black Rakshasa instantly covered Shen Tianyuan's entire body. The vampire girl was also covered in red armor. Ghost Claw. Shen Tianyuan deployed his armor and immediately unleashed a deadly attack. Chapter 134. Damn it, she beat me to it. The dark green Ghost Claw slashed down directly at the vampire girl. The opponent unleashed a crescent-shaped energy wave to meet the attack. Boom! The collision of the 2 caused a terrifying energy explosion that tore the entire tower apart. Boom! Not far away, flashes of light from explosions rose and fell. The battle between Bai Shuang and the S-rank fighter intensified. Shen Tianyuan believed in Bai Shuang. At this moment, his attention was entirely on the vampire girl. Under the moonlight, the vampire girl stood suspended in midair. Her armor was magnificent, with red energy patterns resembling a blooming spider lily, adding a touch of mystery. After the first strike, Shen Tianyuan had a good understanding of her strength. She was undoubtedly S-rank. Although I didn't see her face, judging from her appearance, this vampire girl should be quite young. She's probably the youngest S-class person Shen Tianyuan has ever seen. In fact, vampires do have a natural advantage in combat. As mentioned before, they're the 2 races most skilled in combat in the universe today. One is the Turo clan, and the other is the Blood clan. Vampires are born with strong physiques and abnormal self-healing abilities. Although the vampire race is small in number, it is the race most likely to produce high-level combat power. Of course, it is undeniable that this vampire girl is so young to have become an S-class. She must be one of the best among vampires. The battle between the 2 will inevitably be a bloody struggle. Neither of them intended to back down. Buzz. Suddenly, Shen Tianyuan heard a muffled rumbling sound. Hundreds of points of light suddenly appeared in the night sky and were moving rapidly. Shen Tianyuan knew this very well and recognized it at a glance. That's a fleet. This was certainly not Shen Tianyuan's fleet. The Galactic First Fleet will take another 10 minutes or so to arrive, and its numbers will exceed several hundred. Shen Tianyuan stared at the vampire girl, who showed no reaction to the fleet's appearance, or rather, it was expected. Therefore, this must be a fleet of vampires that is with her. If she joins forces with the fleet, I'll probably have to use a miniature wormhole ball to escape. However, the vampire fleet did not approach them. Instead, it sailed off in the other direction. The fleet was sailing towards the grazing area of the Turo tribe. Shen Tianyuan immediately realized a serious problem. Oh no, the vampire fleet is also heading for the Turo clan. They also wanted the Turo race, a high-quality fighting race. Damn it, their ideas clashed with their own, and they even beat me to it. The vampire girl did not request the fleet support. Clearly, she is very confident in herself. He was confident that he could kill Shen Tianyuan, but ignorant confidence can kill. In another 10 minutes or so, you will all be dead. Just then, the vampire girl, who was being stared at intently by Shen Tianyuan, suddenly became blurry and then vanished into thin air before his eyes. Shen Tianyuan remained motionless, warily surveying his surroundings, while simultaneously unleashing a pair of enormous Vajra claws from his hands. This is Rakshas's melee weapon, and this is the first time Shen Tianyuan has officially used it. Shen Tianyuan activated the full range of his detection system to search for the vampire girl's location, but to no avail. But the next moment, Shen Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat, and his body subconsciously shifted to the right. The vampire girl then appeared out of thin air, wielding two faintly visible crimson short swords that stabbed towards Shen Tianyuan. Swish! Although Shen Tianyuan reacted extremely quickly, he was still a step too slow. The vampire girl's twin swords sliced open Shen Tianyuan's right side armor. Just as the vampire girl was about to launch another attack, Shen Tianyuan turned around and slapped her with his claw. When they clashed in close combat, sparks flying everywhere. Shen Tianyuan wanted to give chase, but the vampire girl took a step back and disappeared again. Shen Tianyuan stood still and muttered to himself. Invisibility? Shen Tianyuan could roughly guess why the vampire girl could become invisible. Her armor shell must contain special optical materials, which can create optical camouflage when activated, that is, visual invisibility. Furthermore, the armor's exterior also has energy-absorbing properties, capable of absorbing enemy reconnaissance waves, while simultaneously achieving a stealth effect. It also has a special engine that allows it to move silently. Visual invisibility, imperceptibility, and the disappearance of sound make the vampire girl seem completely invisible. In the few seconds that the vampire girl went invisible, Shen Tianyuan's torn armor had already healed. The armor is made of nanomaterials, which can be assembled quickly and reshaped just as quickly. A moment later, the vampire girl reappeared out of thin air. Shen Tianyuan, relying on his agile reflexes, barely dodged the attack again. He wanted to counterattack, but the vampire girl became invisible once more. Shen Tianyuan won't always be so lucky. He wants to turn the tables and take the initiative. Shen Tianyuan raised his hand, and the ghost domain was activated, covering an area of several hundred meters in radius. A moment later, this time without waiting for the vampire girl to appear, Shen Tianyuan attacked first, his long claws stabbing towards his right side. When, suddenly, the vampire girl appeared in that seemingly empty area, and Shen Tianyuan actually managed to hit her. However, the vampire girl seemed to have anticipated this, and she held her twin swords horizontally in front of her chest to block the attack. Ghost Realm is a domain, which, simply put, is the use of special energy within a specific range. Although the vampire girl is invisible, her physical form has not disappeared. She is simply invisible and deaf. As long as the vampire girl is within the ghost domain, the special energy at her location will react, which Shen Tian will naturally sense, thus determining her location. The vampire girl did not disappear again, because she had also figured out Shen Tianyuan's method of countering her. Stealth attacks are useless now, so they're no longer needed. The vampire girl stood in the air, and tens of thousands of tiny, transparent, petal-shaped dots were released from the back of her armor. These dots popped out and immediately adhered to the outside of the armor. These circular dots are actually miniature engines that can generate kinetic energy, allowing the vampire girl's body to accelerate again. Although the increase is limited, in an S-level duel, every point faster increases the chances of winning. After activating her powers, the vampire girl raised her twin swords once more, their blades glowing with a dazzling red light. She was gathering energy, preparing for her ultimate attack. Shen Tianyuan naturally wouldn't give her the chance to unleash her ultimate move. Swoosh! A miniature missile was launched from the shoulder, and the user immediately followed. Instead of staying put to build up her ultimate attack, the vampire girl retreated at high speed and released a decoy flare to block Shen Tianyuan's missile. She accelerated using the dot method, and Shen Tianyuan didn't catch up immediately. In just a second or two, the two swords gathered their energy, and the red light on them seemed to be able to cut through space as they swirled, demonstrating their terrifying power. Blood Moon. The vampire girl recited the name of the move in her mind and swung her twin swords. A crimson energy blade, as red as the moon, slashed across the sky. The speed was so fast that Shen Tianyuan had no time to dodge. Shen Tianyuan swung his left arm, creating an ultra-thick nano shield in front of him. The next moment, the blood moon appeared. Sizzle. When the two came into contact, they produced a clear, sharp sound. The energy carried by the blood moon instantly cleaved a hole in the nano shield, and the remaining energy blades once again headed towards Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan raised his right hand and slammed down with his ghostly claw, finally shattering the energy blade. But the next second, the vampire girl appeared like a ghost behind Shen Tianyuan on his right. He swung his two swords straight at Shen Tianyuan's neck. She wanted to cut off Shen Tianyuan's head. Chapter 135, The Red Spider, Lily Blooms. The sword's edge smoothly sliced through the armor and plunged into Shen Tianyuan's neck. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. In the blink of an eye, they had already cut Shen Tianyuan's neck 1 to 3 times and were about to chop off Shen Tianyuan's head. Her sword finally stopped. Shen Tianyuan placed one hand on the vampire girl's arm to stop the sword from penetrating deeper. Forehead. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan's trachea had been cut open, and he could no longer function normally, only letting out a muffled groan. Despite the coldness on his neck, Shen Tianyuan kicked the vampire girl away. Shen Tianyuan's neck was broken by a third. At this moment, he felt not so much pain, but a coldness and powerlessness. This is a sign of waning vitality and impending death. Fortunately, the intense pain returned a second later. The coldness and weakness gradually disappeared. The nanobody is rapidly repairing its neck. But strangely, when my head was almost chopped off, why didn't the single target energy barrier trigger? The quality of the items provided by the system is always guaranteed. Could it be that it anticipated it wouldn't die this time, so it didn't trigger the event? The vampire girl inside the armor pursed her red lips slightly. She had never seen a human whose self-healing ability was stronger than that of vampires. Human, I've become interested in you. The vampire girl no longer intends to kill Shen Tianyuan, but rather to capture him alive. Of course, for safety's sake, all of Shen Tianyuan's limbs should be cut off. This would both prevent him from resisting and allow us to see if he could regenerate his limbs. Anyway, this kind of guy deserves to die. Having just brushed with death, Shen Tianyuan was not deterred. Instead, his gaze became even more determined. War requires both strategy and courage. Sometimes the two sides are evenly matched. Let's see who's more willing to fight. The vampire girl closed in again, launching a fierce and rapid attack. Ding, ding, ding. Both armored vehicles were moving at extremely high speeds. They could only be vaguely seen as two dark shadows dancing wildly in the air, but their shapes could not be seen. However, the occasional booming sounds indicated the intensity of the battle. But Shen Tianyuan, as the person in charge, naturally knew best. The vampire girl, boosted by speed, had the upper hand. What was even more fatal was that her combat skills were far superior to his own, allowing him to completely dominate her. In that short time, Shen Tianyuan had already sustained more than a dozen wounds. The armored medical system kept issuing warnings. Warning, Grade 1 acromion tear, Grade 2 forearm muscle laceration, Grade 2 peroneus longus muscle contusion, with Grade 2 bleeding, overall injury level I. The medical mechanism has been activated, and the robot has been dispatched. Damage recovery, robot returns. Although the injuries were quickly repaired by the nanotech body, this couldn't continue indefinitely. In order to break this disadvantageous situation, Shen Tianyuan forcefully pushed away the vampire girl. After retreating several hundred meters, Shen Tianyuan immediately activated his demonic mode. Demon mode, simply put, is breaking through the armor's output threshold and increasing one's speed, strength, and defense by 1 level. Of course, it also has its flaws. Firstly, exceeding the threshold will cause serious damage to the armor machine and rapidly consume energy. Therefore, the demon mode can only last for a very short time. After use, the armor will enter a period of fatigue. Therefore, demon mode is a last resort. As the demon mode was activated, countless wisps of black energy continuously emerge from around the armor. This is the exhaust gas produced by ultra-high-speed energy consumption. But the visual effect looks like a sinister, murderous aura. Without delay, Shen Tianyuan activated his demonic mode and immediately launched an attack. Shen Tianyuan raised his two Vajra claws high and unleashed two enormous black ghost claws, one in front and one behind, towards the vampire girl. The vampire girl reacted extremely quickly, dodging the first ghostly claw. However, Shen Tianyuan's first ghost claw attack was used to block the route. The second ghost claw attack was the real killing move. Click! In the end, when there was no way to avoid it, the vampire girl's body displayed unparalleled flexibility, bending at an incredible angle to dodge several ghostly claws. But a ghostly claw still grazed her cheek, shearing off most of her facial armor. The final ghostly claw sliced diagonally across her chest. Fortunately, in the end, the vampire girl managed to activate a nano shield. Although the nano shield was immediately severed, it still blocked most of the energy, and then the armor was also cut open. But by the end, the energy that had hit her was almost gone, leaving only a long, bloody gash. At this moment, the armor on the vampire girl's chest was damaged, revealing a beautiful, fair, and rounded view. If it weren't for the bloodstains, one would probably be unable to look away once their gaze was drawn in. Furthermore, most of her facial armor was destroyed, and her mask was also damaged, revealing half of her extremely beautiful face, making her look like a great beauty. It's a pity that if you're an enemy, no matter how beautiful you are, you still have to die. Although the vampire girl was injured, she did not show any fear or anger. But Shen Tianyuan noticed that the girl's pupil color was changing from a bright reddish gold to a dark, blood red. Bloodshot eyes. Shen Tianyuan had heard of this before. He had heard that a small number of vampires were exceptionally talented and could awaken their blood eyes. In simple terms, blood eyes works by controlling the heartbeat to increase blood flow, thereby temporarily boosting the body's abilities. This is quite similar to the demon mode, except that one affects the armor while the other affects the user. Zing zing zang zang. The two clashed again, this time with Shen Tianyuan suppressing the vampire girl. Although the vampire girl has awakened her blood eyes, the improvement in her physical body is far less significant than the burst of power from her armor. This time, it was her turn to suffer repeated injuries. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to press his advantage and kill her, two air pressure bombs suddenly popped out from the vampire girl's shoulder. The Baroque bomb exploded, and a powerful shockwave instantly separated the two. As she flew backward, the vampire girl raised her hand, and a faint red light resembling a spider lily instantly spread out from her, engulfing Shen Tianyuan. The red spider lilies are in bloom. Chapter 136, Unleashing All Moves. The blooming of the red spider lily is a special electromagnetic wave that can interfere with brain waves. The effects vary depending on the individual's strength. A weak brain will shut down and lose consciousness, while a strong brain will experience mental confusion due to interference with its brainwaves. The instant Shen Tianyuan was attacked by the flower blooming on the other shore, he felt as if he had been hit on the head with a club. For a moment, my thoughts were a jumbled mess, and I couldn't concentrate at all. In battle, this can be fatal. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the vampire girl charged forward, her sword once again slashing down at Shen Tianyuan's neck. Shen Tianyuan remained rooted to the spot, motionless, like a fish on a chopping board. The vampire girl brought down her twin swords, just as she was about to behead Shen Tianyuan. The Rakshasa suddenly moved like a bolt of lightning. While dodging the vampire girl's attack, it also left a deep claw mark on her abdomen. Based on the situation of the hostages in the prison, Shen Tianyuan knew that they had suffered from mental attacks targeting their brains, so he naturally took precautions. The way to prevent this is to inhale large amounts of stimulants in advance. It can keep your mind in an excited state and prevent this kind of mental attack. It really worked. Furthermore, Shen Tianyuan deliberately held onto the memory, luring the opponent close to launch a counterattack. Forehead. This injury was more severe than before, and the vampire girl couldn't hold on any longer. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but let out a low groan. Her armor's alarm sounded. Warning. Grade 5 laceration to the right abdomen. Medical system activated. Medical robot has been dispatched. Despite the pain, the vampire girl continued. Inject the X-23 drug. The X 23 potion is a special potion that is only suitable for vampires. It contains ingredients that are potent stimulants, which can relieve pain while bringing a feeling of excitement, thus alleviating the condition caused by the abdominal injury. More importantly, the X23 serum can significantly enhance the self-healing ability of the self-healing factor in a short period of time, doubling the recovery rate of injuries. Thus, the vampire girl's wound healing speed almost caught up with the self-healing of the nanobody. Of course, this drug also has obvious side effects, and it can cause irreversible damage to the body. This is a medication used only as a last resort. With the injection of the X23 drug, the vampire girl's complexion improved. Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Shen Tianyuan charged forward again. The vampire girl threw one of her twin swords at Shen Tianyuan. Swish! Shen Tianyuan started the engine and dodged to the side. The sword, like a bolt of lightning, swept past Shen Tianyuan with a gust of wind. Although Shen Tianyuan easily dodged it, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, as the sword passed behind Shen Tianyuan, its blade disintegrated in mid-air, turning into countless tiny flying needles invisible to the naked eye. Swish! These flying needles not only have the ability to fly, but they also have the ability to track, and they are extremely fast. These flying needles chased after Shen Tianyuan relentlessly, like a frenzied swarm of bees. Furthermore, these flying needles were flashing with electricity, and the leaping currents on them occasionally connected in a line. The leaping currents resembled a thundercloud flashing with lightning. It is conceivable that once these flying needles are inserted, the released current would be enough to have a serious impact on the armor. Furthermore, these tiny flying needles are difficult to effectively strike, whether by missiles or laser attacks. In a split second of a sudden turn, Shen Tianyuan launched several circular devices, which exploded in mid-air, creating a turbulent current. This is an air-disrupting missile, which uses shockwaves to create air turbulence and interfere with enemy flight weapons. Sure enough, the flying needles that were chasing Shen Tianyuan entered that turbulent current and were swirling around in it, as if they were being drawn into a whirlpool. But that wasn't enough to solve the problem. Shen Tianyuan then raised his hand and launched another magnetized bomb. A magnetized bomb produces extremely fine magnetized powder after explosion. This powder adheres to metal objects and magnetizes them over a period of time, giving them magnetic properties. The magnetized bomb exploded amidst the swarm of flying needles, and countless magnetized powders quickly adhered to the needles. The needles, possessing magnetic force, were instantly attracted to each other, just like two magnets colliding. Some things, when scattered, are like a sky full of stars, but when gathered together, they're like a pile of shit. This is because the flying needles were affected by the magnetic force and could not return to their original sword shape. They were randomly attracted together and turned into a lump of uncontrollable scrap metal. Although Shen Tianyuan successfully solved the flying needle problem, however, the original purpose of the vampire girl launching the flying needles was to buy time for herself to recover from her injuries. Shen Tianyuan also realized her intentions, and immediately after breaking free, he launched a large number of laser bullets at the vampire girl. Strangely, the vampire girl did not dodge or deploy a nanoshield for defense. The laser struck the vampire girl silently, but instead of producing the expected attack effect, it mysteriously disappeared. Shen Tianyuan opened the scanner and discovered that a strong electric current was swirling around the vampire girl's armor. Oh, I see. Shen Tianyuan understood. The vampire girl must have used the same method as the flying needles to envelop herself in a layer of electrical protection. It's important to know that electricity and light can be converted into each other under certain conditions, and that ball of electricity converted the emitted laser beam. After the vampire girl took the laser, her figure flickered and then blurred and disappeared again. It's that same stealth attack again. They've run out of tricks. Shen Tianyuan immediately activated his ghost domain. A few seconds later, Shen Tianyuan detected the location. With a punch aimed to the right, the vampire girl appeared out of thin air. Shen Tianyuan slapped her head directly with his claw. Shen Tianyuan's claw strike easily cleaved the vampire girl in two, as if it were nothing. But Shen Tianyuan's heart skipped a beat. No, something's wrong. Sure enough, the vampire girl he had cleaved in the air became blurry the next moment, and another vampire girl flashed out, her sword slashing towards Shen Tianyuan's neck. This time, Shen Tianyuan had already launched his attack, making it impossible to defend in time. Chapter 137 Abarazuki. Shen Tianyuan had no time to defend himself, but he showed no panic whatsoever. The vampire girl's sword stopped 2 centimeters from Shen Tianyuan's neck, unable to advance even an inch further. Behind her, Bai Shuang held her tightly. At this moment, Bai Shuang's armor was damaged in many places and was still dripping blood. But Bai Shuang arrived as a victor. In the distance, the S-class armor that fought against White Frost had fallen, its fate unknown. "Do not harm my lord." With a clear shout from Bai Shuang, the vampire girl was pulled back by Bai Shuang, who then kicked her off. Boom! The vampire girl crashed heavily to the ground, creating a crater several meters wide. Bai Shuang showed no mercy, and with a wave of her hands, countless missiles and lasers bombarded the impact point. When the smoke and dust cleared, a large crater with a diameter of over 100 meters was left behind. However, there was neither the vampire girl's corpse nor any armor fragments inside. "Brother Tian, be careful." The 2 men knew that the attack they had just received was so powerful that it was enough to kill her. But they won't blast her into nothingness. She's gone now. There's only one possibility. She's run away. Sure enough, the next moment, the vampire girl's figure reappeared. She hung high in the air, her armor damaged and her situation precarious. But she remained calm and composed. Shen Tianyuan did not attack again, because he had also noticed something. After donning the armor, the vampire girl spoke for the first time. "Gentlemen, may I ask your names? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone's name?" "You're right." The vampire girl placed her hands on her chest, gave an elegant bow, and introduced herself. "You may call me Abarazuki. Please excuse me for not revealing my surname. My surname is Shen, and my given name is Tianyuan. This is Bai Shuang." Longyue nodded. "Shen Tianyuan, Bai Shuang. Okay, I'll remember." She then said, "I thought you two were members of the Chaotic Star Society, but I had someone check the database here, and you are not on the personnel files at all, but on the list of kidnapped persons. I have a question I want to verify. Would you stand by and watch your companions die?" As she spoke, Longyue waved her hand, and dozens of figures flew out. These people were wearing uniform armor, and their combat strength had all reached level A. Not only them, but there are also some A-level individuals hidden around. There were probably over 100 people, although A-class is far from being a match for S-class. However, if there are many people, it becomes somewhat troublesome. This is why Shen Tianyuan did not continue to take action. What's more troublesome is that they were escorting several people out. Team A2, along with the rabbit family of 4, a total of 11 people, were captured. Longyue said, "Mr. Shen, they were captured along with you. So they must be your companions?" "Yes." "In that case, I hope Mr. Shen will surrender for the sake of your companions, or I will kill them." This Abarazuki actually managed to have someone investigate their information while fighting. She's truly meticulous. Not only that, she's beautiful, but she's also incredibly wicked. First, she pretended to be pitiful and ambushed him. Then she threatened him with hostages. They'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. "Mr. Shen, please save us, I beg you." The shivering rabbit girl pleaded with Shen Tianyuan in the darkness. Rabbit Lu Zi also said, "Mr. Shen, please help us. We will definitely repay you." As for Qin Ziqian and the others, they had been captured and were too ashamed to plead for mercy. But they also knew that their only hope now lay with Shen Tianyuan. But Shen Tianyuan coldly shook his head. "Miss Longyue, although I am their partner, my relationship with them is not deep, so I will not put my safety in danger in order to save them. Mr. Shen is such a cold-blooded person. In terms of cold-bloodedness, I can't compare to you, Miss Longyue. I've heard that vampires periodically capture alien races to feed on. Isn't this trip just to replenish your blood supply? Aren't you even more cold-blooded? The law of the jungle prevails over the weak is a universal truth. Many races pride themselves on civilization, yet they also kill each other like wild beasts. Moreover, we act in accordance with our nature." Shen Tianyuan agreed. "The total amount of things is constant, so if you want to live better, you will inevitably hurt others." The moon's golden eyes were fixed on Shen Tianyuan. It seemed that threats were useless against him. "It's a real pity that this guy is strange, but we can't capture him alive. Things that cannot be used for one's own purposes should be destroyed. Mr. Shen, please don't abandon us." Shen Tianyuan remained cold and indifferent, completely ignoring the rabbit family's desperate pleas. "But I did intend to save them. After all, they brought this upon themselves. Teammate 2 is one of our own. Of course, they must be saved. Although you intend to save people, you can't show it. If they reveal their weaknesses, the other party will seize the opportunity to exploit them, making their situation even more dangerous. Longwest said, Mr. Shun, since you don't intend to save them all, and I can't do anything about it, then you should leave. It turns out that Miss Aburazuki still had some kindness. It's not out of kindness, it's because I can't do anything about you. Miss Longyue, since you're willing to let me go, why don't you let them go too? Shen Tianyuan pointed at Qin Ziqian and the others. Oh, didn't you say you didn't care? But they're my partners after all. Although I am unwilling to risk my life for them, I am willing to pay the price to redeem them. Name your price. Do you think I'm a kidnapper? Shen Tianyuan shook his head. No, you are more powerful. You are murderers. But I think you might kill fewer people for money, since with money, you can buy more people to leech off. Mr. Shun is quite an interesting person. Well then, I'll name my price. 500 billion star dollars, and you can take all 11 of them. Shen Tianyuan shook his head. Too high. 10 billion. No, for 190 billion. 15 billion. The two men were seriously haggling over the price. But in reality, there was another purpose. Longwell would never allow Shen Tianyuan to spread the information that she was the one who kidnapped the Toiled tribe. Shen Tianyuan would not allow anyone who stole his things to live. Their real goal is only one thing. She must die. Chapter 138, Golden Light Spots. You have 3 minutes left? No, 1 minute before you die. Shen Tianyuan silently recited in his heart. 90 billion is too little. Add more. Aburazuki, who was speaking, suddenly stopped. She gave Shen Tianyuan a deep look, but didn't say another word. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his subordinates to release the 4 members of the rabbit family in Squad A2, then turned and left. Qin Ziqian and the others were completely dumbfounded. Why did they release us before we even agreed on a price? Perhaps it was a sudden pang of conscience. But Shen Tianyuan realized something was wrong. She has realized her own intentions. Shen Tianyuan looked at the distant horizon. Sure enough, the vampire fleet that was harvesting the Turo clan suddenly took off and flew towards the outer reaches of the planet. They're about to leave. At this moment, Wudong sent a message. Commander, the fleet has been detected by a space sentry. Needless to say, this sentry post must have been set up by Longyue. They were indeed very cautious. Upon discovering that Shen Tianyuan's fleet was heading this way, they immediately began to retreat. But it's too late to run now. Look, it's a shooting star, said Miss Rabbit, who had just been rescued, pointing to the sky. A streak of fire ripped through the night sky. No, if you look closely at the flames from the friction, it's actually a brownish-yellow armored vehicle. Is Pan Geng. Shen Tianyuan sent him along with the fleet. And Pan Geng arrived first. Aburazuki, you're finished. Pan Geng, capture that S-rank vampire. As for the other vampires, kill them without mercy, Shen Tianyuan ordered. Yes. As Longwei got closer, she naturally discovered Pan Geng's presence. She could clearly feel the immense pressure emanating from Pan Geng, as if the sky were falling. Stop him. Yes. Hundreds of A-level fighters faced Pan Geng, who was at the SS level, without the slightest hesitation. However, the gap in strength between the two sides is too large. Pan Geng reached out and made a grasping motion in the air, instantly crushing more than a dozen Class A aircraft into a ball of iron. With a wave of energy, more than a dozen planes were neatly sliced in half. All they could do was risk their lives to buy themselves a few more seconds. But they still charged forward without hesitation, trying to stop Pan Geng. While his subordinates were desperately trying to stop Pan Geng, Longyu did not take the opportunity to escape, because she knew she could never outrun Pan Geng. Longyu reached behind her waist and took out a short gun. The gun is entirely made of gold, and there is a bird with outstretched wings on the gun body. The design is very gorgeous, and it looks more like a work of art than a practical weapon. But the moment Pan Geng saw the golden short spear, his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had felt this way since becoming an SS rank. Watching Longyue point the muzzle of her golden shotgun at Shen Tianyuan, Pan Geng disregarded whether it was a misperception or not and made a decisive decision. With a flick of his arm, he unleashed a gray energy beam. The gray ray, dim and seemingly harmless, instantly pierced through the defensive shield formed by dozens of A-level bodies and precisely penetrated Longyue's palm. The mysterious golden dagger then flew out of his hand. But a fraction of a millisecond earlier, Aburazuki pulled the trigger and a golden dot of light shot out from the pistol. It went straight toward Shen Tianyuan. Pan Geng now has two choices. First, continue attacking Longwe. He continued his attack, confident he could capture her. However, that golden dot of light poses a threat to Shen Tianyuan. He was unsure whether the power of this golden light would cause fatal damage to Shen Tianyuan. He didn't know, but he only had one choice, compared to capturing or killing Aburazuki. Clearly, protecting Shen Tianyuan's safety is his top priority. He unleashed his full power, and a massive force field instantly acted upon the golden light spot. He was capable of shattering an S-class force field with a single blow, yet he was easily pierced by that tiny, firefly-like point of light. Pan Geng went all out, even using emergency backup energy, directly overclocking the energy output to reinforce the force field. But it still did not stop the golden light from moving forward, only its color became slightly dimmer. The golden light spots are very small, but it gave Shen Tianyuan a feeling that he couldn't avoid it, as if the world was filled with golden light, and he couldn't escape it no matter what. What kind of weapon is this? At the last moment, Shen Tianyuan used all his strength to reach for his collarbone. Then, golden light spots fell. Suddenly, the world became as bright as day, yet there was no sound. The light that enveloped the heavens and the earth came quickly and went quickly. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the light disappeared and the world returned to darkness. And the landing point. Everything that was there has vanished without a trace. All that remains is a bottomless pit spanning thousands of kilometers in circumference. Are you all right? Shen Tianyuan's voice rang out. More than 10 figures appeared on the surface of the giant pit. Although the land beneath their feet had vanished, they were all safe and sound. This is all thanks to the individual energy barrier patch. Although the single-target energy barrier is nominally a single-target device, it actually also has a multiplayer mode. In multiplayer mode, you need to actively activate it to form an energy shield several meters in diameter, but the duration is greatly reduced, lasting only about 5 seconds. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan called them over in advance and activated the energy shield at the last moment, protecting all of them. Shen Tianyuan looked down at the bottomless, abyss-like giant pit. What destructive power this is. What exactly is that golden short spear? Although anti-proton cannons can also achieve attacks of this magnitude. However, anti-proton guns are giant weapons that can only be carried on large ships. However, the golden short spear can be carried at all times, and its size is vastly different. Moreover, the anti-proton cannon requires energy storage, while Lu Jin's shotgun is fired almost instantaneously. The difference is obvious. Although he had just escaped death, Shen Tianyuan felt a hidden excitement. If he masters the technique of the golden short spear, his strength will be greatly enhanced. However, Aburazuki took advantage of the brief moment to escape without a trace and should have already rejoined the fleet. At this moment, Pan Geng flew over, and his own situation was also not optimistic. Not only was its armor severely damaged, but also wobbled when it flew. His psychological stress was far greater than the physical damage. When the light came on just now, he thought Shen Tianyuan was dead. This is an unforgivable sin for him as his protector. He was even prepared to pay with his life. Although Shen Tianyuan ultimately escaped unharmed, he still bears an inescapable responsibility. So, as soon as he came over, he apologized. Mr. Shen, I failed to prevent the danger from happening and instead put you in a dangerous situation. Please punish me. Shen Tianyuan looked at Pan Geng's damaged and swaying body and said, You almost ran out of energy trying to stop the golden light. Yes, since you've done your best, there's no need to punish you. Go back to the fleet for repairs. Maintaining your condition is essential for our safety. Yes. Shen Tianyuan contacted Wudong. Wudong, send half of your fleet to pursue the vampire fleet. Yes, Commander. No sooner had she finished speaking than Bai Shuang, for some unknown reason, suddenly flew into the deep pit. Chapter 139, A Trap from Beginning to End. When Bai Shuang emerged from the deep pit, she was holding the golden short spear in her hands. Just now, Pan Geng hit Long Yu, causing this golden short spear to slip from his hand and fall to the ground. But Bai Shuang has now picked it up. Ningying presented it with both hands. Brother Tian, here you go. Shen Tianyuan was overjoyed. Bai Shuang, you did a good job. As always, Bai Shuang silently retreated behind Shen Tianyuan, showing no pride despite her meritorious service. Of all the items provided by the system, The Galactic First Fleet is the most valuable. But if we're talking about Shen Tianyuan's favorite, it would only be by Shuang. Shen Tianyuan looked at the golden short spear. It is entirely golden, and the bird on it resembles a phoenix spreading its wings. The design is truly magnificent. But who could have imagined that its power would be even more terrifying? Shen Tianyuan really wanted to test the power of this gun immediately. However, the timing was not right. So, Shen Tianyuan put the golden short spear into his system space and stored away. At this moment, half of the fleet that Shen Tianyuan brought this time landed in the free-range areas across the planet. Next, a large number of aircraft and war robots were released. Their mission was to transport all the Turo tribe members in the grazing area onto the spaceship and take them away. At first, Shen Tian thought this would be a rather troublesome process. But things actually went surprisingly smoothly. Shen Tianyuan had already witnessed firsthand the miserable lives of the two Luo tribe here. Their lives here were akin to those of animals, with no human rights whatsoever. This place is both their farm and their slaughterhouse. The Turo tribe hates this place to the core. So, when the aircraft and war robots were spreading the word throughout the free-range area, urging them to board the spaceships, leave, and start a new life, most people boarded the spaceship without hesitation, since their lives wouldn't get any worse anyway. Of course, a small number of people remain skeptical and are unwilling to come forward. Given the urgency of the situation, Shen Tianyuan had no choice but to resort to force. Both the aircraft and the war robots were equipped with life detectors, so the whereabouts of the Tuol Luo tribe could not be hidden at all. The hidden members of the Turo tribe were quickly found and persuaded to board the ship. Although a very small number of diehards still refused to believe it and refused to board the ship, Shen Tianyuan was in a hurry. So the aircraft and war machines pointed their dark gun barrels at them. The remaining diehards immediately yielded under gunfire and boarded the ship. The transportation plan is proceeding smoothly. In another hour or so, all the Turo people on this planet will be transported away. With this, Shen Tianyuan's entire plan has achieved its goal. Now let's review Shen Tianyuan's complete plan. The plan originated from Shen Tianyuan's desire to acquire a large number of two Luo clan members without spending any money. The only way to achieve this is to seize it from the breeding planet of the Turo clan of the Chaotic Star Society. And this planet is the home planet. The most difficult part of the plan was determining the location of the home planet. The significance of the old nest planet as a breeding ground and temporary storage place for the two Luo clan to the Chaotic Star Society is self-evident. Therefore, the Chaotic Stars Association did an excellent job of keeping their home planet a secret. Even those hostages who had been there were unable to determine the planet's location because they had been deprived of communication and positioning devices. People only know that such a planet exists, but its location has always been a mystery. However, locating the home planet was not difficult for Shen Tianyuan. Because he has a system space, he can bring communication and positioning devices inside, and he can also communicate with the Phoenix Tree without any obstacles. Therefore, the key to the problem lies in getting Shen Tianyuan to find a way to enter the old nest planet. The easiest way to get into the home planet is to go in as a hostage. However, being kidnapped by the Chaotic Star Society is not an easy problem. The star field where the Chaotic Star Society frequently appears is too large. You might not actually encounter any of their space pirates. However, there's a way to increase this probability to 100%. That means finding a way to let the Chaotic Stars Association know their whereabouts, so that they can kidnap him with 100% certainty. Fortunately, the Wildfire Mercenary Group has intelligence on this matter. They learned by chance that there was a spy from the Chaotic Star Society in the Interstellar Mercenary Guild. This is understandable, as interstellar mercenary guilds have a lot of information on wealthy employers. If they're undercover agents, they can easily obtain this information and then carry out crimes against them. After learning of this intelligence, Shen Tianyuan formulated a plan. The plan was to use this undercover agent to pass intelligence to the Chaotic Star Society. To minimize the chances of exposure, the Chaotic Stars only target high-value employers and conduct thorough background checks to ensure the accuracy of the intelligence before taking action. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan had to find a way to create a high-value employer that the Chaotic Star Society would consider safe. After some investigation, it was discovered that the two family had been targeted by Shen Tianyuan. As an exiled prince, Tu Luzi has value, but because he is currently in exile, his safety level is lower than that of an easy target. Furthermore, the fastest shortcut for the Siley star system, where he resides, to return to their home planet is through the Minotaur Gorge. That place was the perfect spot for them to be kidnapped by the Chaotic Star Society. Their demands have been met. The next step is to figure out how to persuade them to return to their home planet. The method to instigate them was simple. Give him the opportunity to inherit the throne, and he would rush back regardless of everything. How can one have the opportunity to inherit the throne? All you need to do is get rid of the original king. Taking down a king was actually the simplest part of Shen Tianyuan's entire plan. After successfully eliminating the new Rabbit King, the Rabbit Luzi family was indeed summoned back to the country. And, as they had expected, they chose the Wildfire mercenary group that had just been promoted to them. Since the Liaoyuan mercenary group was their own, Shen Tianyuan joined smoothly. Afterwards, the undercover agent, upon learning of the Rabbit family's request, was indeed tempted and passed the message onto the Chaotic Star Society. However, there is still a problem. The Chaotic Stars do not know the fleet's exact route and therefore cannot accurately intercept it. At this point, Shen Tianyuan was needed to become a traitor. Shen Tianyuan managed to contact this undercover agent from the Chaotic Star Society and expressed his desire to betray his employer in exchange for a commission. Although Shen Tianyuan's appearance was somewhat suspicious, it aroused suspicion in the Chaotic Star Society. However, the information about the Rabbit family was safe, which dispelled some of their suspicions. Furthermore, the high profits from this operation offset some of the concerns. Finally, there's the confidence of a Chaotic Star Society. The space pirates they sent out didn't actually know the location of their home planet, so even if they were captured, the location of their home planet wouldn't be exposed. Only after they confirm that this is not a trap, successfully capture Shen Tianyuan and his group, and dismantle all the positioning and communication devices will they command the space pirates to return to their home planet. 3 factors led them to take action. Unfortunately, it was all a trap set by Shen Tianyuan from beginning to end. Chapter 140, The Unexpected Rabbit. Commander, negotiations have failed. The other side refuses to surrender. Upon hearing Wudong's report, Shen Tianyuan immediately issued the attack order. According to statistics, our fleet has acquired more than 1.9 million Tuo people. However, according to data from the free-range area, the total population of the Turo race on the home planet is over 2.6 million. In other words, 700,000 members of the Turo tribe were abducted by the vampire fleet. Shen Tianyuan's fundamental purpose in commanding the fleet in pursuit was to reclaim these 700,000 people. Even if we can't take it back, we can't let the other side have it. But a minute later, Wudong reported again. Commander, the enemy launched an unknown energy beam, destroying 73 of our ships and damaging over 200. Should we continue the pursuit? Unknown energy light spot? Isn't this exactly the attack method of that golden short spear? It seems there's more than one of those guns. This worried Shen Tian, so Shen Tianyuan issued an order to stop the pursuit. If the other side refuses to surrender, then the 700,000 Turo people will most likely not be able to return alive. The only thing we can do is to annihilate the vampire fleet along with the 700,000 Turo people to prevent them from becoming future adversaries. However, Shen Tianyuan currently cannot determine how many golden short spears Long US still possesses, or whether she will provide support, etc. If the enemy truly has a similar trump card, then the fleet's casualties will increase further. It's clearly not worthwhile to throw in more ships just to reduce potential future competitors. Although Shen Tian lost many ships due to the vampires. But war is not about fighting on the edge. Be rational and know when to cut your losses. The cost of attacking them is less than the gain. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan naturally gave the order to abandon the mission. There was just one problem that Shen Tianyuan couldn't figure out. Shen Tianyuan located the lair planet using the system as a cheat. So how did the vampires discover their home planet? At this moment, Shen Tianyuan was on the spaceship heading to the Rabbit Kingdom. The hiring mission continues. After all, when you're acting, you have to go all the way. The Rabbit family is currently unaware that Shen Tianyuan is using them as bait to lure out the Chaotic Star Society. Although Qin Ziqian had previously publicly called Shen Tianyuan a traitor, but Shen Tianyuan later saved them. Furthermore, Qin Ziqian also took the initiative to admit that he had misunderstood Shen Tianyuan. The Rabbit family thus dispelled their suspicion that Shen Tianyuan was a traitor. As for how to get Qin Ziqian to change his mind, it's quite simple. Shen Tianyuan called them aside and showed them the classified operation documents of the Liaoyuan mercenary group. They were told that this was actually a secret operation targeting the chaotic star society. Shen Tianyuan's betrayal was premeditated. The reason we didn't tell them beforehand was because they weren't high enough in rank. After hearing this, the members of Team 8-2 were somewhat resentful for being kept in the dark. But what can be done? In addition, Shen Tianyuan promised to give them a major commendation. They didn't say anything more. On the way to the Rabbit Kingdom, Shen Tianyuan took a break to test the power of the golden short spear, but found that he could not trigger it. It's not because this gun has anything like a CAPTCHA or a genetic lock that requires verification before it can be used. Strangely enough, this level of weapon has no safety verification whatsoever. It can be used simply by pulling the trigger. That is to say, whoever finds it can use it. The reason why the golden short spear is unusable is because its energy has been depleted. As mentioned before, the golden short spear has a phoenix-like bird on it, and there is a line on the bird body. Right now, only the very bottom of this line is lit. It's still a long way from being fully lit. Shen Tianyuan observed that the line would gradually light up. Therefore, the golden short spear is an energy-charged weapon, and the beam of light is the energy-charging progress bar. And it appears that this gun can also recharge itself. I wonder how this gun can be so powerful. How is energy replenished autonomously? In short, I must study this carefully when I get back. Meanwhile, in the Tubulinland Galaxy, the Fluffy Star, that is, the home planet of the Mink tribe. The Mink tribe consisted of dozens of tribes, each with its own sovereignty, which it referred to as a kingdom, and each had its own king. These dozens of tribes together formed the United Nation of the Fur Tribes, the Supreme Republic of Fur Creatures. The highest decision-making body of the Fur Body Supreme Republic is the Senate of the Republic. The king of each tribe automatically becomes a member of the Senate, and the number of senators is increased based on the tribe's population. The Rabbit clan, the fourth largest tribe among the Mink clan, possesses 3 seats in the Senate and belongs to the upper echelons of the Republic. However, things haven't been peaceful in China lately. The young Rabbit King, who had only been in office for a few years, suddenly died not long ago, because he had no offspring. Therefore, the right of succession to the throne returned to the descendants of the previous Rabbit King. 2 of his descendants are still alive today. However, they were forced to live in exile due to persecution by the previous queen in their early years. In the Rabbit Kingdom, there is no concept of primogeniture. Therefore, the 2 individuals have the same order of succession. Now it's up to whoever returns to Rabbit Kingdom first to inherit the throne. At this moment, it will take another day before we return to the Rabbit Kingdom. Rabbit Lu Zi was overjoyed. Although the journey was fraught with danger, he had saved 3 or 4 days by taking the shortcut through Nyotu Shing Gorge. This should allow him to return to the Rabbit Kingdom a day earlier than his rival, Prince Rabbit. Tu Luzi was very excited and notified his important supporter in the country, his uncle. He was about to return to the Rabbit Kingdom and asked him to prepare to welcome him. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Rabbit Prince had actually returned to Rabbit Kingdom and inherited the throne a day earlier. Coincidentally, it happened when the previous young Rabbit King died. Rabbit was traveling by spaceship, and the destination was closer to Rabbit Kingdom. This allowed him to return to China before Tu Luzi. Although Rabbit Prince successfully inherited the throne, he behaved exactly as the chaotic star society had predicted. The plan is to eradicate the rabbit-like creature completely. Originally, Wanqing would have sent a blackmail request. Either pay 200 billion to redeem Tu Luzi, or pay 200 billion to buy Tu Luzi's death. Rabbit Josie naturally chose the second option. Just as he was about to secretly transfer the money, he lost contact with the chaotic star society. This made Rabbit worry. Did Rabbit Lu Zi pay for his own life? Or did some force in the Rabbit Kingdom secretly redeem him and bring him back to compete for the throne? This made Tu Jiuzi very uneasy. After years of exile, he had finally ascended the throne and could not afford to lose it. Just then, an unexpected rabbit found him and mentioned something that surprised him. Chapter 141. Your uncle personally send you on your way. Tu Zhongzi was the maternal uncle of Tu Luzi. His bloodline destined him to be a supporter of Tu Luzi. Rabbit didn't understand why he had come to find him. But Tu Zhongzi's behavior directly surprised him. Tu Zhongzi immediately knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, please execute Tu Luzi." He's trying to kill his own nephew. What is he doing? Minister Zhongzi, do you know what you're saying? Tu Zhongzi nodded and said righteously, I know I am asking your majesty to kill this traitor Tu Luzi. Rabbit Luzi, he's your nephew. Tu Zhongzi continued. Your majesty, Tu Luzi just contacted me, saying that he will be returning to the country soon and asking me to support him in ascending the throne. Now that the king has already inherited the throne, for him to still claim to be succeeding to the throne is treason. This is utterly rebellious. Although he is my nephew, I am loyal only to the king. For the sake of the king, I have no choice but to sacrifice my own family for the greater good. Although Tu Jozi really wanted to kill Tu Luzi, he couldn't admit it on the surface. Luzi is, after all, my only remaining brother. How could I disregard brotherly affection? Your majesty, if he returns to the country and learns that you have inherited the throne, he will surely plot against you. For the sake of the people of Rabbit Kingdom, we must take precautions. The king is merciful and cannot bring himself to do it. Then let me, your uncle, uphold justice and put aside my own family ties to prove my loyalty to the king. At this point, Tu Jozi understood what Tu Zhongzi meant. He's trying to sell out his nephew for personal gain. Tu Zhongzi originally supported Tu Luzi, but now Tu Jozi has succeeded to the throne, possesses legitimacy, and occupies the moral high ground. It would be as difficult as climbing to heaven for him to help Tu Luzi overthrow Tu Jozi. At the same time, because he is Rabbit Luzi's uncle, he is destined to be suspected and ostracized by Rabbit Jozi. His wealth and status will be in danger then. Therefore, after much deliberation, Tu Zhongzi came up with a plan. That is to sell his nephew to show his loyalty to Tu Jozi and to preserve his wealth and status. After understanding Tu Zhongzi's intention, Tu Jozi inwardly sneered at the guy who betrayed his own nephew. But using him to get rid of the rabbit is an excellent idea. Since there was no one else around, Tu Jozi simply said, Minister Zhongzi, your loyalty has been conveyed. As long as you perform well, you will always have a place by my side. Thank you, your majesty. What are your specific plans for action? Rabbit Luzi told me his route back. If we set up an ambush along the way, we can ensure he never returns to Rabbit Kingdom. That's a good plan, Minister Zhongzi. Go back and prepare. I'll let you know later. Yes, your majesty. Tu Zhongzi had just returned not long ago. 3 people, then, came to our door on their own initiative. These are 3 S-rank mercenaries. Their goal, of course, was to help Tu Zhongzi get rid of Tu Luzi. In fact, Tu Jozi had already planned to hire someone to kill him, but they didn't know the route the rabbit had taken back. Rabbit originally planned to ambush and kill people on the planet, but this would be somewhat risky and would damage his reputation. Let him die on the way, so that his reputation won't be damaged. 23 hours later, a star system millions of kilometers away from the fluffy star. Rabbit Luzi stood in front of the spaceship window, looking expectantly ahead. I'm about to return to my long-lost hometown, and soon I'll be king. At this moment, his heart was filled with turmoil. On the other side, Miss Rabbit, who already considers herself a princess, is trying to win over Shen Tianyuan. Mr. Shen, come and be my personal bodyguard, and I can give you a lot of money. I'm used to being a free and easy person, so I'm really sorry. Miss Rabbit was still persistent. Shen Tianyuan, if you become my bodyguard, I'll have my father bestow upon you a noble title, so you can be different from ordinary people. No need. I'm perfectly fine as an ordinary person. Miss Rabbit, who always considered herself extraordinary, became somewhat embarrassed and angry after being rejected one after another. Do you know what a great opportunity you are rejecting? I don't know. I don't want to know. I have other things to do. Shen Tianyuan had no desire to get entangled with her any longer, so he got up, dusted himself off, and left. Miss Rabbit stomped her foot angrily. You'll regret this. When it was more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the fluffy star, a spaceship appeared on the radar. Adhering to the principle of caution, Qin Ziqian planned to go around it and avoid contact. But Rabbit Luzi commanded, What are you doing? Hurry up and meet it. Let them board the ship. Now that we've reunited, did you arrange this spaceship, Mr. Rabbit? Rabbit Luzi said, Yes, that's my uncle. He came to welcome me back to be king. Qin Ziqian said, Mr. Rabbit, your unauthorized disclosure of the voyage map may lead to many unnecessary dangers. Rabbit Luzi snorted, hand behind his back. Mr. Qin, I hired you precisely to protect my safety. Besides, the person who came is my uncle, the king's uncle. He'll only be loyal to me. What danger could he possibly pose? Qin Ziqian patiently advised, Mr. Rabbit, we are about to reach our destination. Why don't you meet up when we arrive? Rabbit Luzi glared. Mr. Qin, please understand one thing. I'm the one who hired you. I'm the boss, and you have to follow my orders. Also, I'm the king. Don't disobey a king's demands. Now, as both the boss and the king, I demand that you immediately let the king's uncle in. At this moment, Tu Luzi's attitude was terrible, a stark contrast to his previous gentle and polite demeanor. Power truly is a poison. He hasn't even inherited the throne yet, but he's already starting to act like a king. Although Qin Ziqian really wanted to punch this smug rabbit. But there's nothing we can do. The employer is God. Besides, since Tu Luzi made such a confident promise, the people he found shouldn't be in any danger, right? Ultimately, Qin Ziqian agreed to their request to board the ship. Soon, Tu Zhongzi boarded the spaceship with 4 other people. Rabbit Luzi happily went to greet him. My dear uncle, I'm so sorry to trouble you to come and pick me up in person. Tu Zhongzi smiled and said, my dear nephew, I am your uncle, so of course I have to come and see you off on your way. Rabbit Luzi was taken aback. On the road? On what road? I still have to go back to inherit the throne. Tu Zhongzi smiled sinisterly. Of course, I'm sending you to your death. Not just you, but also your wife, your son, and your daughter. He then looked at Shen Tianyuan and the others. And those of you who are unlucky will all have to go down the road to death with my dear nephew. Having said that, Tu Zhongzi waved his hand. The 4 men behind him immediately deployed their armor and subdued the group. 4 S-class individuals are really going to seal Rabbit's fate. Chapter 142, You Can Kill Me Instantly. Rabbit Luzi was startled, but then laughed and said, Uncle, don't joke around. I'm in a hurry to go back and inherit the throne. Tu Zhongzi sneered, fool, still dreaming of inheriting the throne. Let me tell you, Tu Zhongzi has already returned to the country and inherited the throne a day before you. Going back will only lead to your death, but I don't want to die with you, so I have no choice but to kill you to show my loyalty to him. Rabbit Luzi stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Uncle, I'm your nephew. You can't treat me like this. Don't blame your uncle. He had no choice. Just consider it a sacrifice for your uncle, okay? Don't worry, I'm your uncle. I'll make sure your whole family dies together, so you won't be lonely down there. Uncle, you can't do this, you can't. Despite Tu Luzi's place, Tu Zhongzi remained unmoved. Seeing that Rabbit Zhongzi wouldn't move, Rabbit Luzi placed his last hope on Squad A2. Hey, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and protect me. You can't die. I'm about to become king. Qin Ziqian was exasperated. Why are you telling me this? I'm only an A rank, but they're S rank. If I make a move, I'll die. Qin Ziqian's gaze drifted to Shen Tianyuan. Now, the only way to break this deadlock is through Shen Tianyuan and by Shuang. Fortunately, Tu Luzi didn't know that Shen Tianyuan and his companion were actually S rank. They thought Shen Tianyuan was A rank, just like A2. Therefore, Tu Zhongzi naturally did not know this information. Therefore, if Shen Tianyuan and his companion suddenly make a move, they can catch them off guard. With the cooperation of their 7 A-level members, they might not be without a fighting chance. But suddenly, Qin Ziqian discovered a problem. Wait, something's not right. Why are Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang's wrists empty? Where are their armor bracelets? Immediately, Qin Ziqian remembered that Shen Tianyuan and the other person's armor bracelets were damaged in battle on their home planet and were currently being repaired. Holy crap! Qin Ziqian's heart sank to the bottom. Shen Tianyuan and Bai Shuang weren't equipped with armor bracelets, so they couldn't be relied on at all. With only 7 A-level members, they were no match for 4 S-level members. We're doomed. They're probably doomed today. Qin Ziqian felt a bitter taste in his mouth. After years of traversing the starry sky, he had finally been promoted to A-level and thought his future was bright. I never thought I'd die here. He has saved a lot of money for his future retirement. The most painful thing in the world is to die before you've spent all your money. Also, he's never been with a woman before, so he doesn't know what it's like. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Tu Zhongzi was confident of victory and was in no hurry to deal with the men. Instead, they become like hunters, toying with their prey in dire straits. He said to Qin Ziqian, who had a bitter look on his face, "Human mercenary, it seems you regret it. If you had known what was happening today, you probably wouldn't have accepted this job. Unfortunately, life doesn't offer what-ifs. No matter who it is, they must be responsible for their actions." You're right. As soon as Tu Zhongzi finished speaking, Shen Tianyuan expressed his agreement. Tu Zhongzi turned his gaze to Shen Tianyuan, who was leisurely chewing gum, showing no fear or despair that a dying person should have. This puzzled Tu Zhongzi greatly. Hey buddy, I'm here to kill someone. Can't you at least show me some respect? Why aren't you afraid, human? Shen Tianyuan continued chewing his gum. Why should I be afraid? Standing next to me are 4 S-class individuals. Listen carefully, S-class. For them, killing you is easier than crushing an ant, so you should be afraid. You're right, killing them was indeed as easy for me as crushing ants. Ha ha ha. Now, not only Rabbit Zhongzi, but also the 4 S-rank mercenaries smiled. They had traversed the universe for many years and had never seen anything so bizarre. Has this guy's brain been roasted by a star? An S-rank mercenary sneered. Hey, human, I want to see how you kill me like an ant. Come on. Shen Tianyuan asked in surprise. You want me to kill you? I've never seen such a request in my life. The mercenary beckoned to Shen Tianyuan. Come on, show me how to kill him. Let me tell you, if you can't defeat me in a second, I'll peel your skin off inch by inch and make you pay the price for your arrogance and ignorance. Okay, as you wish. As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan raised his hand toward the S-rank mercenary. The mercenary wore a mocking smile. Although he had already sensed that Shen Tianyuan's physique was not low, he was probably an S rank on par with him. But so what? I could see clearly that he wasn't wearing any armor bracelets and posed no threat whatsoever. Besides, even if I wore it, we're both S-class, so why did you beat me so easily? Why? The S-rank mercenary was very confident and had already planned how to torture this arrogant human. Tu Zhongzi smiled, thinking, are all humans this stupid? Not to mention them. Qin Ziqian and the Tu family also looked incredulous. You weren't wearing the armor bracelet, so how did you manage to defeat them so easily? If you can kill me in a second, I'll eat 3 tons of it. Amidst the disbelieving gazes of everyone, Shen Tianyuan slowly clenched his open hand. Haha, silly. The S-rank mercenary was smiling when suddenly an invisible force enveloped him. He realized something was wrong, but it was too late. He heard a click. His body suddenly twisted and deformed, instantly compressed into a sphere. The incident happened in just 1 second. The S-rank mercenary, who was just alive a moment ago, had been turned into a bloody sphere less than half a meter tall in the blink of an eye. Seeing that his companion had really been instantly killed, the 3 S-rank mercenaries reacted quickly and ran away. But it was too late. As soon as they lifted their feet, they were enveloped by the force field again, and their armor twisted and deformed within it. Kakaka_. With the sound of bones, flesh, and steel twisting and shattering, they followed in the footsteps of the first person, turning into a bloody sphere. In less than 3 seconds, the 4 S-class mercenaries were neatly transformed into 4 balls. The 4 people, along with their armor, were instantly compressed. Just like squeezing fruit, a large amount of blood spurted out, spraying blood all over Rabbit Zhongzi. Tu Zhongzi touched the warm blood on his face in a daze. Only then did he realize what was happening and screamed in pain. Shen Tianyuan chuckled and said, Uncle King, is it as you wish now? Just now. Tu Zhongzi looked at Shen Tianyuan's smile as if he were an idiot. But at this moment, that smile was like that of a demon baring its fangs at him. Tu Zhongzi screamed and collapsed to the ground. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. You're right. People always have to pay the price for their choices. Chapter 143, Are You the Mastermind Behind It All? Shen Tianyuan did not kill Tu Zhongzi because he is still useful. He needs to lead everyone into the Fluffy Star. The Fluffy Star is the home planet of 2 sovereign nations, so its security level is quite high. Forcing your way in would cause some trouble. It'll be very convenient if he leads the way. Tu Zhongzi, who had no principles or backbone whatsoever, immediately agreed to Shen Tianyuan's request. Then, he thanked Shen Tianyuan for sparing his life, his face streaked with tears. Then, filled with remorse, he clung to Tu Luzi's leg and begged for mercy, saying they were all family and should be spared out of blood ties. He was willing to be Tu Luzi's loyal lackey for life. Rabbit Luzi isn't brain dead, so he kicked Rabbit Zhongzi hard to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Tu Zhongzi kept saying, good job, while he was being beaten. While Tu Luzi was beating up his uncle, the people from A2 all turned to look at a cabin next to them. Shen Tianyuan's feint that instantly killed the S-rank mercenary was only enough to fool ordinary people like the Rabbit family. Team A2 naturally noticed something amiss. Someone was secretly cooperating with Shen Tianyuan's actions to instantly kill this group of S-class soldiers. And what can instantly kill an S-class enemy must be an SS-class enemy. Such a being, standing at the pinnacle of combat power, is the ultimate idol for every armored combat soldier. Even the A2 team, which prides itself on its composure and calmness, couldn't contain their excitement, glancing at Shen Tianyuan one moment and then at the cabin next door the next, because they sensed that the direction from which that force field had been emitted was right in this cabin. They desperately wanted to meet this hidden SS rank, but dared not act rashly. Sensing the expectant looks from everyone, Shen Tianyuan did not refuse, but pointed to the blood-soaked scene and said, "Clean it up first, then come in." Yes, Squad A2 was more obedient than ever before. The 7 people worked together and cleaned up the scene in less than 2 minutes. "Come in," Shen Tianyuan waved, and the group, filled with excitement, entered the cabin in an orderly fashion. There was a young man inside the cabin. The members of Team A2 looked at the man, somewhat uncertain. Could this man, who looks about the same age as them, be an SS-class figure standing at the pinnacle of combat armored forces? On the contrary, Captain Qin Ziqian watched the man swallow his saliva repeatedly before finally mustering his courage to step forward and ask, "Are you Lord Pan Gong?" The man replied calmly, "It's me." After receiving Pan Gong's affirmative reply, Qin Ziqian opened his mouth wide and roared silently, venting the turmoil in his heart. Qin Ziqian tried to keep his voice down as he introduced the mercenaries to his team. "Look, this is our legendary SS rank Pan Gong of the Liaoyuan mercenary group. Lord Pan Gong." Everyone's eyes were sparkling. As members of the Liaoyuan mercenary group, they had all heard the legendary stories of Pan Gong. Qin Ziqian, in particular, had an encounter with Pan Gong once. Many years ago, when Qin Ziqian first joined the Liaoyuan mercenary group, he was just a low-level D-rank mercenary. He was fortunate enough to be taken on a mission by Pan Gong, who was already an S rank at the time. Pan Gong's majestic figure left an indelible impression on the newcomer Qin Ziqian. Later, Pan Gong left the Liaoyuan mercenary group. Rumors circulated within the group that Pan Gong had successfully advanced to SS rank and gone to work for the behind-the-scenes boss of the Liaoyuan mercenary group. The Liaoyuan mercenary group thus left behind a legend about Pan Gong and the SS rank. Pan Gong had always been Qin Ziqian's idol. After so many years, how could Qin Ziqian not be excited to see his idol again? "Lord Pan Gong, the armor on our home planet. Is that you?" "It's me." At that time, Qin Ziqian and the others also witnessed Pan Gong displaying his great power. But he only appeared for a few minutes, and before his identity could be confirmed, he disappeared. They assumed that Pan Gong had completed his support mission and left. Unexpectedly, Pan Gong was hiding in their spaceship, secretly protecting them. Overwhelmed with gratitude for their idol's protection, they exclaimed, "Lord Pan Gong, thank you so much. We would have been dead if you hadn't protected us." But Pan Gong stated bluntly, "I am here to protect Mr. Shen. Your life or death is none of my concern." Team A2 wasn't angry at all after hearing this. On the contrary, they felt it was perfectly reasonable. Their status was indeed unworthy of Pan Gong's protection. But at the same time, they were also more curious. Who exactly is Shen Tianyuan? They initially thought Shen Tianyuan might be the regimental commander's illegitimate son. But now it seems that he's not even the leader's illegitimate child. Even the commander's father doesn't have that much influence, having the SS rank Pan Gong as his personal bodyguard. There is only one possibility. Shen Tianyuan must be related to the boss behind the Liaoyuan mercenary group, or even be his boss. Once they understood this, their mindset changed once again. At first, they thought Shen Tianyuan was the regimental commander's illegitimate son and looked down on him. Later, they discovered that Shen Tianyuan's combat strength level was higher than theirs. At that time, they thought Shen Tianyuan must be a senior in the troop, and their attitude towards him changed from disdain to respect. Now that they know Shen Tianyuan is likely their boss, their respect is mixed with a bit of fear. After all, bosses have a natural bloodline-based suppression of their employees. After learning the identities of Shen Tianyuan and Pan Gong, the members of Team A2 were all on high alert, determined to show their best selves in front of their idols and boss. Promotion and salary increase are both possible at that time. In order to achieve the above goals, they were exceptionally attentive to Shen Tianyuan, constantly pouring him tea and serving him water. An hour later, the spaceship arrived at Fluffy Planet. It is also known as the Shelled Star by the Lobster Tribe. They are the same planet, but the two countries have different names for it. The planet's shape is also quite peculiar, neatly divided into two halves, one half red and the other half white. The red area is the red algae ocean, the habitat of the lobster population. The white area is the white silicon continent, the gathering place of the fur tribe. Outside the fluffy planet, numerous alien space defense devices were deployed, surrounding the entire planet. Furthermore, these outer space defense devices are clearly distinguished, half belonging to the lobster clan and half to the mink clan. Shen Tianyuan's judgment was correct. There are multiple checks required to enter the planet. Entering under the guise of a rabbit would inevitably alert the enemy. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan gave Tu Zhongzi a poison called 7 Insects and 7 Flowers ointment. This poison would remain dormant for 12 hours before taking effect, and Tu Zhongzi would only receive the antidote if he obediently followed orders. Under the threat of poison, Tu Zhongzi obediently cooperated, allowing everyone to pass through the inspection and enter Rongmao Star, flying towards the Rabbit Kingdom. While flying high in the sky, Shen Tianyuan looked down at the earth and discovered that a massive war was about to begin. Chapter 144, using the most advanced technology to fight the most primitive war. Along the long coastline at the junction of the White Silicon Continent and the Red Tide Sea, a war is about to break out. The two sides in the war are naturally the old enemies, the lobster tribe and the fur tribe. On the turbulent sea, a massive army of lobsters has taken over the ocean. The lobster tribe are tall and robust, with their bluish-purple carapaces serving as natural armor, and they wear an additional layer of coral armor. One lobster claw brandished a fishbone sword, while the other held the reins, and a huge seahorse stood on the sea. Meanwhile, the mink tribe on land wore wooden armor and wielded stone knives. They were in no way inferior to their opponents in terms of momentum. As the agreed-upon time for the start of the war arrived, both commanders simultaneously issued the attack order. Hey, shell-bearers, charge! Take down those hairless monsters! Fellow plush brethren, charge! Kill those ugly, hairless monsters and make Plush Planet great again. Without any fancy maneuvers, both sides launched an attack. Soon, the two sides met on the coast, and a bloody and brutal war began. On the battlefield, swords flashed and blood splattered. Their long-standing feud meant they showed no mercy. All I want to do is either kill the other person or be killed by them. Witnessing the bloody war, Qin Ziqian and the others were filled with more doubt than anything else. Mr. Rabbit, I have a question. You clearly have starships and giant cannons. So why are you using the most primitive cold weapons to fight each other? That's right, both the mink tribe and the lobster tribe possess advanced technology. Both sides could have easily engaged in a starship-to-star fight and nuclear bomb-to-nuclear exchange. It's not impossible that they could even shatter the enemy's continent or evaporate their oceans. But why do they fight using the most primitive methods, engaging in bloody slashing with cold weapons? Rabbit Lu Zi raised his hat high and said with some pride, "We have a grudge against those hairless beasts, the lobster clan, because they have occupied a planet that should rightfully belong to us. If we use giant cannons and nuclear bombs, even if we win, this planet will probably be almost completely polluted and destroyed. Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Therefore, we and those hairless beasts signed a sacred pact long ago, stipulating that when the two sides go to war, they can only use cold weapons that cause the least damage to the environment. In this way, as long as we eliminate the hairless beasts, the planet will not be greatly polluted, and that will be the real victory." After listening to Tu Luzi's explanation, Qin Ziqian felt that it made a lot of sense. They're fighting to seize this planet, and it would be unreasonable for them to destroy it in the process. This agreement kept the two races at war for many years, and the planet had not suffered any major damage. That was indeed foresight. However, this agreement still has its shortcomings, because it is very difficult to determine a winner using only cold weapons. This would make the war exceptionally protracted. Moreover, if it really comes to the point where one side faces national annihilation and extinction, would they really still uphold that sacred covenant? Why not just let the enemy slaughter us without using advanced weapons? In fact, the best way out for the two races is to join hands and work together to develop the universe. With the combined strength of both races, developing several new planets would be no problem at all. Unfortunately, years of war have sown deep seeds of hatred between the two sides. Whichever side proposes cooperation with their sworn enemy, they will likely be met with fierce criticism from their own race first. This seems to be a difficult problem to solve. However, None of this concerns Shen Tianyuan. They can fight if they want. Moreover, their attention was diverted during the war, which gave them the perfect opportunity to cause trouble in the Rabbit Kingdom. Soon, the spaceship arrived at the Rabbit Kingdom in the central part of the White Silicon Continent. Within the territory of the Rabbit Kingdom, there were no tall buildings, only a vast and boundless grassland. The spaceship arrived at a lake in the grassland and began its descent. Soon, the calm lake's surface parted neatly, revealing a huge opening, and the spaceship slowly descended into it. The rabbit people originally lived underground by digging holes. Through thousands of years of evolution, the rabbit people have improved their technological level. However, their centuries-old lifestyle has not changed much. They still prefer to live underground. The entire rabbit kingdom was built beneath this vast grassland. After entering through the lake entrance, Shen Tianyuan saw a vast underground kingdom. This underground kingdom is filled with towering buildings and bustling traffic, and is exceptionally prosperous. The light was dim, which was also a characteristic of the rabbit people's lifestyle. Upon arriving in the rabbit kingdom, their current employment mission should have ended. But the assassination attempt just now made Tu Luzi realize that Tu Juzi had already seized the throne. He originally intended to flee, completely abandoning his claim to the throne to save his life. But Shen Tianyuan stopped him. Shen Tianyuan told him that even if he didn't return to the rabbit kingdom, he would still face being hunted down. Rather than spending the rest of his life in fear of being hunted down, he might as well go back to China and give it a shot. Subsequently, Shen Tianyuan summoned Pan Geng and told him that this was an SS rank monster that could help him regain the throne. Rabbit Lu Zi was immediately intrigued. After all, he risked his life to take a shortcut back to China, all for the sake of power. Now that power is within his grasp, it will be difficult for him to give it up. Now that Shen Tianyuan said there was an SS-level expert who wanted to help, his confidence returned immediately. Due to their innate physical attributes, rabbit people are not easily capable of high-level combat. Therefore, to this day, the rabbit clan has no SS rank members. This situation is not uncommon. The vast majority of the mink races do not have an SS rank. Fortunately, as a member of the Supreme Republic of Fur-Bearing Creatures, the Republic will provide military guarantees, but this is limited to external invasions. The Republic does not interfere in internal tribal conflicts. Although Pan Geng and Shen Tianyuan were unable to directly confront the Rabbit Kingdom's army. However, if the plan is only to be decapitated by Tu Jiuzi, then it is still possible. Rabbit Jiuzi has just become king and has no foundation. As long as he is eliminated, Rabbit Luzi can smoothly inherit the throne. Anyway, the Rabbit Kingdom only wants an heir. It doesn't matter who it is. Rabbit Luzi's hopes for becoming king were rekindled, and he immediately expressed his intention to hire them. Shen Tianyuan didn't hold back either, directly offering 300 billion star yuan. Pay immediately after killing the rabbit. Rabbit Luzi readily agreed, saying that as long as he became king, he could obtain the Rabbit King's treasury and even use the national treasury funds. Trading 300 billion for a throne is an incredibly good deal. The two happily reached a deal. Upon arriving outside the palace, the guard stopped him and asked Shen Tianyuan and the others, "Lord Tu Zhongzi, who are they?" Tu Zhongzi said, "They're the people the king specifically requested to see." Tu Zhongzi held a very high official position, and the guards didn't ask any further questions. However, everyone must undergo a security check before entering the palace. After the guards checked them and confirmed that none of them were carrying weapons or armor bracelets, they were allowed to enter the palace. Chapter 145, Great Joy and Great Sorrow. Too many people entering the palace could easily arouse suspicion. So apart from Tu Zhongzi who led the way, there were only Shen Tianyuan, Bai Shuang, Pan Geng, and the main character, Tu Luzi. In the main hall, Tu Jiuzi sat high on the throne, with several ministers standing beside him. On either side stood the solemn royal guards. Tu Zhongzi, who was leading the way, walked faster and faster and started running as soon as they entered the main hall. As he ran, he shouted, "Your Majesty, they are assassins. Arrest them immediately." Upon hearing this, the royal guards immediately deployed their armor and pointed their weapons at Shen Tianyuan and his group. Rabbit Luzi never expected that Rabbit Zhongzi, who had previously wept bitterly for him and promised to repent and be loyal to him, would betray him again in the blink of an eye. Tu Zhongzi's betrayal naturally had its reasons. He initially thought that Tu Luzi and his group had some clever plan to assassinate him in the palace. As a result, what he saw was this group of people entered the palace without any weapons at all. They were practically courting death. No matter how Tu Zhongzi thought about it, he felt that Tu Luzi was doomed. Rabbit Zhongzi is an atheist who believes in powerlessness. He'll gravitate towards wherever there's profit or a way to make a living. Seeing that Rabbit Luzi was doomed, he decisively sold him. Seeing that the royal guard had surrounded Shen Tianyuan and his group, victory seemed assured. Rabbit also stood up. Tu Zhongzi immediately knelt on the ground and cried out, "Your Majesty, I'm finally back. I almost didn't get to see you again." The leader of this group of assassins is Tu Luzi. They forced me to betray your Majesty, but how could I, so loyal, possibly betray you? So I risked my life to feign surrender, and in reality brought them here. Tu Zhongzi was crying out when he realized that everything around him was quiet, and there was no movement. He found this strange. Tu Zhongzi slowly raised his head and saw Qin Ziqian and Tu Jiuzi standing motionless in front of him. His gaze continued upwards, and he noticed a dark hole in the bubble on Rabbit's head, from which smoke was still rising. Tu Zhongzi was momentarily stunned. What was going on? He turned to look to the side and saw that the royal guards were in an attack stance, but were not moving. Rabbit Zhongzi gradually realized what had happened. His heart pounded faster and faster, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He suppressed his growing fear and slowly turned his head. Sure enough, the armor of Shen Tianyuan and the others standing behind him had already been deployed. The muzzle of Bai Shuang's armor was pointed directly at Tu Jiuzi, while Pan Geng's hands were clenched loosely, facing the two rows of royal guards. Tu Zhongzi's eyes gradually lost focus, and his mind gradually became scattered. Only one question lingered in my mind. The palace guards just checked, and these people didn't bring any weapons or armor with them. Where do they get their armor from? But that issue is no longer important. The important thing is he's finished. He betrayed us twice in a row. How could he possibly survive? This time, I'm afraid even dying easily won't be an option. How will Rabbit Luzi torture itself then? Lingxi, death by 1,000 cuts, water torture, or being burned alive. No matter which one it is, I can't stand the thought of it. Soon, overwhelming fear overwhelmed him. He fell straight down like a statue, motionless. Looking at the lying Tu Zhongzi, Shen Tianyuan scanned him with a life support device on his armor. It was discovered that he had died from a sudden myocardial infarction. This is terrifying. Rabbit Zhongzi's betrayal was not unexpected, because he didn't know that Shen Tian had a system space as a cheat, which allowed him to bypass security checks and bring the armor into the palace. He believed that Shen Tianyuan was doomed, so he betrayed him again. As for the poison, he was poisoned. He believed that as long as Shen Tianyuan was captured, the antidote could be obtained. Unfortunately, he miscalculated and lost his life. As for the king, Rabbit, he was swiftly and cleanly killed before he could utter a single word. This king was also quite frustrated. There was no enmity between them. It's just that 300 billion is not a small amount. Now that Rabbit has been eliminated, the royal guards have also been taken into custody. Shen Tianyuan was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the ministers of the Rabbit Kingdom took the lead and bowed to Rabbit Luzi. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on Your Majesty's restoration of order and your return to the throne." Another chimed in. "That's right, our hearts belong only to Your Majesty. Even if Your Majesty doesn't return, we'll kick this fool out." The ministers shouted in unison. "Long live the king." Holy crap, these ministers from the Rabbit Kingdom switched sides a bit too quickly. Indeed, those who can become high-ranking officials are all extraordinary. They're all pragmatic people, as expected. Tu Luzi looked at the Rabbit Kingdom minister who was kneeling and bowing to him. Finally realizing what had happened, he had won and reclaimed the throne. That's way too easy. You could say they won without lifting a finger. Wow. Hiring the Wildfire Mercenary Group was truly the best decision he ever made in his life. Tu Luzi straightened his expression and strode towards the throne. A quick-witted minister preemptively kicked the unseeing rabbit in the face. Rabbit Luzi ascended the throne and immediately declared, "Summon all ministers to the palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon after, the ministers of the Rabbit Kingdom arrived at the palace one after another. To their surprise, it wasn't Rabbit sitting on the throne. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, the ministers who had previously been pragmatic immediately announced loudly, The traitor Tu Juzi has been brought to justice. The legitimate king Tu Luzi has restored order and inherited the throne. All ministers, pay homage to the legitimate king. The ministers stared in disbelief for about 2 seconds. Knowing the outcome was decided, he immediately knelt down, shouting, "Long live the righteous king! Long live the righteous king!" Thus, this palace coup in the Rabbit Kingdom ended peacefully at the cost of 2 deaths. After Tu Luzi ascended the throne, his spirit and energy were completely different. The previous attitude of treating people with respect and courtesy has completely disappeared, replaced by an arrogant and condescending attitude. After all, he is now a king, completely different from these commoners. But Shen Tianyuan didn't care about any of that. He didn't care if you were a king or an emperor. If you owed him money, you had to pay it. Immediately afterwards, Shen Tianyuan went to Tu Luzi to demand a commission of 300 billion. The current rabbit snail is saying that it has no intention of paying any money. I am a king, and it is an honor for you lowly commoners to do things for me. How dare you ask for money? However, given Shen Tianyuan's strength, if he doesn't pay, he'll end up like the next rabbit. So all I could do was keep a cold face and let them pay. Shen Tianyuan naturally noticed the change in his mindset and then took his leave. Rabbit Luzi's gaze at his retreating figure was sinister. Shen Tianyuan had seen himself in a wretched state before, which was unbearable for a king. Moreover, the fact that they dared to ask me for money was an insult to my dignity and was intolerable. Humans, just you wait, your majesty. Just as he was making a firm decision in his heart, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Suddenly everything went black, and he fell straight down. Chapter 146, Subduing the Turo Clan. Your Majesty. The attendant beside him cried out in alarm and rushed over, only to find that black blood was gushing from his mouth, nose, eyes, and other 7 orifices. By the time the imperial physician arrived, Tu Luzi was already dead. That wasn't all. Soon, more people reported the same thing. The 3, including Tasizi, also died after experiencing the same symptoms. The family of 4, who had just become king, suddenly died a few hours later. There's clearly something wrong with this. For a time, the Rabbit Kingdom was filled with unease and panic. Qin Ziqian was greatly shocked upon hearing this news. He died with black blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Aren't those symptoms of poisoning from the 7 flowers and 7 herbs ointment? And wasn't this poison the one Shen Tianyuan had given to Tu Zhongzi before? So how did Rabbit Luzi and the others get poisoned? Suddenly, an extremely terrifying thought surged into my mind. He suppressed his fear and told Shen Tianyuan about it. Shen Tianyuan simply replied, "I understand." Qin Ziqian said, "You don't seem too surprised." Surprised? They have nothing to do with me anymore. So who do you think would kill them? Perhaps it was someone seeking revenge for the death of Tu Jozi. Perhaps it was other contenders for the throne, or perhaps they committed suicide. In short, anything is possible. After saying that, Shen Tianyuan stood up and said something completely unrelated. Do you still remember Article 2 of Chapter 3 of the Regiment's Code of Conduct? Remember, we have an obligation and responsibility to protect the confidential information within the group. Just remember, Shen Tianyuan patted Qin Ziqian on the shoulder and then left. Qin Ziqian pondered those words. After a moment, he understood. But at the same time, he planned to bury this matter in his heart forever. The Galactic First Fleet returning to Leifa Star carried more than 1.9 million members of the Turo race. Since boarding the spaceship, although food and drink supplies have been plentiful, the Turo tribe has remained uneasy and worried, because they still don't understand what exactly is going on. What fate awaits them afterward? Finally, on this day, Shen Tianyuan's projection appeared before the Tu Luo clan. Shen Tianyuan first introduced himself. "Hello, fellow members of the Tu Luo clan. My name is Shen Tianyuan, a human. It was I who sent people to lead you out of the clutches of the chaotic star society. I think many of you might think that this is just jumping from one fire pit to another. There's no difference. I want to tell you clearly that this idea is wrong. From the moment you boarded the ship, you were no longer slaves, but independent, free individuals. I want to tell you, you are free." After Shen Tianyuan finished speaking, the 2 Luo tribe members looked at each other, but neither spoke nor showed any joy of freedom. Clearly, they wouldn't easily believe Shen Tianyuan's words. Shen Tianyuan continued, "Now, you have 2 choices. You are free to leave. Go wherever you want. I will not stop you. Alternatively, you can stay and fight for me. As I just said, you are free. Whatever choice you make, I will never stop you. Now, does anyone want to leave? Quiet. Silence fell. No one said they wanted to leave. Shen Tianyuan seemed to have given two choices, but in reality, there was only one. Because the Tualuo tribe had been exterminated many years ago. Their home planet was destroyed, and they had no money. They had nowhere to go. More importantly, consider the situation of the Tualuo tribe. Their most likely outcome upon leaving is that they will be captured and enslaved again. Therefore, no member of the Tu Luo clan said they wanted to leave. Shen Tianyuan continued. Now I will explain the second option in detail. You are a renowned warrior race in the universe, and I hope you will join my army and fight for me. As I just said, you are independent individuals. After joining the army, you will receive a salary every month, which you can use as you see fit. Furthermore, I will guarantee you a good living environment and high-quality combat equipment. May you, as upright soldiers, conquer the stars. Of course, I should clarify that being a soldier is a risky job. You may get injured, disabled, or even die in the process. At that time, you will worry. What will happen to your later years? Your family? I solemnly promise you this. I will provide you with sufficient protection. I'll heal you if you get hurt. I'll take care of you if you're disabled. Upon your death, your family will receive a generous pension and survivor benefits. This will ensure you have no worries. More importantly, I will give you a home that truly belongs to you, where you can live with dignity. That's all I wanted to say. I hope you can give me a chance to prove what I'm saying is true. Please, from now on, you can discuss with your family and friends whether to stay or leave. Please tell me your answer in 12 hours. Having said that, Shen Tianyuan left, leaving the Tu Luo clan with their time. After a moment of silence, the Turo tribe began their discussion. What Shen Tianyuan said was very tempting to them, especially considering they've been slaves for so many years. To be able to fight as a soldier with freedom and a secure family is a dream they dare not even dare to hope for. Of course, they also have their concerns. They were worried that Shen Tian might be deceiving them. 12 hours later, Shen Tianyuan returned on time to ask for their opinions. The answer from the Tu Luo tribe was exactly what Shen Tianyuan had expected. They were all willing to serve Shen Tianyuan. The Turo tribe has no other way out now. Therefore, the best and only option is to take a gamble and bet that what Shen Tianyuan said is true. And they won their bet. What Shen Tianyuan said was indeed true. Among the conditions, Shen Tianyuan promised the Tu Luo tribe. Money was a minor issue and not difficult to resolve. The slightly more challenging part is the home of the Turo tribe. The nearly 2 million Tua people are not a minority. Where should we settle them down? However, Shen Tianyuan had already taken care of it. He found a large, independent island on the planet Leifa. The island is large enough to support tens of millions of people without any problem. Originally, this island was inhabited by the Ice Spirit clan, with a population of several 100,000, making it a truly sparsely populated area. However, in order to build a living area for the Tualuo tribe, Shen Tianyuan decided to make the island independent. Several months ago, Shen Tianyuan began mobilizing these islanders to relocate. And to demonstrate his benevolence, he even gave the Ice Spirit clan islanders a chance to discuss the matter. On the day the islanders' assembly was held. At first, no one spoke, and the scene was completely silent. Knock knock. It wasn't until the oldest and most respected elder of the Ice Spirit clan on the island tapped his cane that everyone's attention turned to him. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to say. Chapter 147, Ning Ying's Affairs. The old man said, I have lived for many years, but until a few months ago, my life was dark and confused. I cannot feel the joy of life. Living a long time was a kind of torture. Until the arrival of the Lord, everything changed. He was like a ray of light, illuminating this dark world. That's when I realized that we could also live happily and freely. I don't want to die now. I want to live a few more years and witness an increasingly better life. I am quite certain that our Lord is the wisest and greatest Lord in the world. After the old man finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then continued. I'll add one last thing. Anyone who dares to oppose the Lord, I'll risk my old bones to make you pay. Slap, slap. After the old man finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. The reason everyone was silent just now was because they felt there was nothing to discuss. The Lord's words are law. There is nothing else to say but support. Please be quiet and listen to me for a moment. At this moment, the island's administrator spoke. The crowd quieted down. Unexpectedly, This usually mild-mannered manager started swearing as soon as he opened his mouth. To be honest, what's there to discuss? What's the point of discussing this? The Lord has been incredibly kind to us. Even if he wanted my life, I would give it to him without hesitation, let alone the island. Think about the life we lived before and the life we live now. All of this is thanks to the Lord's kindness. In short, I have only one thing to say. Anyone who dares to oppose the Lord, I'll fuck their ass. After the manager's crude remarks, the atmosphere became even more heated. Everyone shouted, "That's right. Anyone who dares to disregard the Lord's kindness, I'll tear them to shreds." That's right. We must repay the Lord's kindness tenfold, 100-fold, with our loyalty. The administrator added, "Furthermore, everyone need not worry about their future. I have personally visited the resettlement houses prepared for us by the Lord, and the living conditions there are no worse than here. This is yet another act of kindness from the Lord towards us." Ultimately, the entire island's population unanimously approved the relocation. This was naturally within Shen Tianyuan's expectations. Shen Tianyuan had also made some preparations, and even if there were any unexpected events, he was certain that it would pass. But no, it passed smoothly. This massive relocation project was completed in just 1 week thanks to the cooperation of the local residents. The people are not fools. They know who treats them well. When the Turo clan crossed billions of stars and arrived at the large island of Lefa Star, looking at the rows of brand new houses, many people couldn't help but shed tears and kneel down to kiss the ground beneath their feet. They have a home now. They finally have a home. This is not just a house, but proof of new life. Seeing these houses, the Turo tribe's suspicions about Shen Tianyuan were largely dispelled. He didn't lie. He really did prepare a house for us, a home for us. Shen Tianyuan did not immediately begin recruiting soldiers. They were given a 1-month grace period. Within this month, they can take care of everything in their new home. For example, women and children who do not join the military should be given jobs first. After all, they can't let Shen Tianyuan support them all. But the jobs they are given will definitely ensure they have enough to eat and wear. Only when the rear is secure will those on the front lines dare to truly fight to the death. The perspective shifts to Ning Ying's side. Let's go back to half a month ago. Ning Ying had just set off for AK military industry on Lifa Star. Not long after they set off, Shen Tianyuan told her, he also has some things to take care of and needs to be away for a while. Shen Tianyuan's departure this time reminded Ning Ying of the time when Shen Tianyuan almost left her completely. This made her a little worried, but Ning Ying did not stop her. A good man should have ambitions beyond his hometown. As a wife, her role should be not to stop her, but to support her. She reminded Shen Tianyuan to be careful and, despite being thousands of miles away, made arrangements for everything he needed for his trip. However, Ning Ying still had a slight worry. So, Ning Ying would find excuses to call Shen Tianyuan every day to inquire about his situation. All of this was naturally observed by Kong Qing-shu, who couldn't help but tease her. Eyeing, "Are you checking up on your husband every day?" Who would have thought that the aloof and powerful president Ning Ying of the Ning Group would have such a feminine side? Although Ning Ying was a little shy, she still spoke with confidence. "He is my husband, and I am his wife. It's normal for husband and wife to call each other every day to care for each other. What a loving couple. Actually, I've been wondering about this since I was a child. Someone as intelligent and proud as you. What kind of man could possibly tame you? Will you stay single forever?" I never imagined that my quiet brother-in-law would cause President Ning such deep concern. To be honest, I'm becoming more and more curious about this brother-in-law. It seems necessary to get to know him better. Let's see what kind of charm he has that makes my lovely eyeing so infatuated. Ning Ying immediately retorted, "No way. He's my husband. You're not allowed to touch him." Seeing that her teasing was effective, Kong Qing-shu laughed and said, "Hee, starting to be possessive of your food." "Huh? Oh dear, I was just saying I wanted to learn more about you. Not that I was trying to take it from you. Besides, I'm married too, and my husband is just as good." Kong Qing-shu continued. "Speaking of which, Eyeing, what does your husband do? You said you didn't know last time. Do you still not know now?" You could detect a hint of doubt in Kong Qing-shu's words. Actually, she had felt something was off ever since Ning Tianyuan's birthday party. Ning Ying's husband, who could produce such a valuable radiant star butterfly and that mysterious birthday gift, must be no ordinary person. However, Ning Ying never revealed what Shen Tianyuan's job was. This made Kong Qing-shu wonder if Ning Ying had set this up to save face. The set of flowing starry sky glass was bought by the Ning family themselves, but was attributed to Shen Tianyuan. The mysterious birthday gift was just a charade orchestrated by the Ning family. After all, no one knows what the gift is. All of this was done to elevate Shen Tianyuan's status, thereby giving Ning Ying face. Although Ning Ying is not a vain person like that, but she really couldn't figure out what kind of identity is it that requires such secrecy. At their level, it's not surprising that they're big bosses of interstellar companies or from prestigious families. There's nothing to keep secret. They're already at the top level, and those who are above them are only the rulers of country. However, Shen Tianyuan was so young, and no one had heard of him, let alone the fact that he had married into the Ning family. He doesn't look like a ruler at all. She was certain of that. If that's not the case, then what's the point of keeping it a secret? So, it's probably fake. Chapter 148 Benefiting. Time flies, and before they knew it, they had arrived in the Shinra galaxy. The Shinra system is an empire ravaged by civil war, with 2 electors currently at war. This made them somewhat worried about their own safety. As an arms company, they naturally go wherever there is a war. The more dangerous the place, the more business opportunities they have. Fortunately, the Lord's Mansion of Leifa Star took the initiative to contact them, offering to provide them with security protection within the Shenluo star system. Kong Qing-shu asked, "Aing, don't you find it strange that this is a private business activity? Even if someone came to pick us up, it should have been someone from AK military industry. Why did the government of Leifa Star send someone instead?" Ning Ying said, "AK military industry is a private enterprise, yet the government is willing to protect it. This shows that AK military industry and the government of Leifa Star have a very close relationship. There must be some deeper connection between them. If that's the case, it would be best, as having the government as a backer would significantly increase credibility." As soon as the fleet entered the Shenluo star system, dozens of spaceships were waiting for them. They were the fleet sent by the Lord's Mansion of Leifa Star. As the regular forces of Leifa, attacking them will be tantamount to declaring war on Leifa, thus greatly enhancing our safety. On the way, Kong Qing-shu took the opportunity to observe the fleet of Leifa Star, trying to see what type of ships they were. As the president of a military-industrial enterprise, she naturally has a deep understanding of the military industry. But the ships on Leifa were all models she had never seen before, and they looked very advanced. Although the Lord's Mansion of Leifa Star is a newly established regime, its strength should not be underestimated. After all, the previous Lord of Leifa Star was said to have been completely overthrown in just a few hours. What incredible skill it takes to do that! This newly established regime is not only powerful, but more importantly, it is in a stage of rebuilding and needs various partners and allies. If she could take the opportunity to get in touch with him, whether it's business cooperation between the 2 sides or strategic cooperation between governments, it's all very meaningful. Once this is achieved, the strength of the Kong family will definitely reach a new level. This was another purpose of her personal trip to Rifa Star, besides inspecting the AK military industry, to find a way to get in touch with the young Elector Rheinfall. With the fleet escorting them, the convoy arrived safely at Leifa Star. After disembarking from the spaceship, they were greeted by government officials and sales representatives from AK military industry. To their surprise, the sales representative for AK military industry was a young human. The young man stepped forward politely and said, "Hello, I am Han Feijia, a sales representative of AK military industry. On behalf of AK military industry, I welcome you. Hello, I am Kong Qing-shu from Kong's group. Hello, I am Ning Ying." After introducing themselves, the group set off for the hotel. On the way, Kong Qing-shu tried to find out more about Han Feijia and see if she could build a relationship with him. However, Han Feijia spoke very discreetly, and after a series of questions, no valuable clues were found. When the group arrived at their destination, they discovered that they were not staying in a hotel, but in a state guest house. They were not only businesswomen, but also guests of the Leifa Star government. Kong Qing-shu greatly appreciated this feeling of being highly valued. It seems our Kong family still has a lot of influence. What she didn't know was that she was actually benefiting from Ning Ying's influence. Ning Ying is Shen Tianyuan's wife. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan specifically instructed Tianluo to treat Ning Ying with special consideration. Therefore, Tianluo treated Ning Ying with high-level hospitality. Kong Qing-shu, who was traveling with them, naturally benefited from the situation. After settling into my accommodation, Since it wasn't yet time for the AK military exhibition, the official told them that there was a gathering of merchants arranged by the Lord's mansion the day after tomorrow. As for these few days, they can arrange for someone to take the two of them around Leifastar. Ning politeli teklinet. Ning arrived 3 or 4 days early to personally inspect the situation on Leifastar. Judging from the reception, AK military industry undoubtedly has a deep connection with the Leifastar government. It's even possible that AK military industry is a company supported by Lifaxing. In other words, the quality of AK's military industry is related to the government of Leifastar. The most direct and simplest way to examine the government of Leifastar is to observe the situation on Leifastar. If Leifastar is developing well, it also indicates that AK military industry is doing well. However, if the development of Leifastar slows down or even regresses, then the security of AK military industry will also be reduced. She didn't allow any government personnel from Leifastar to accompany her to avoid any deception. She wanted to see the most authentic situation. One more thing. Before she left, her father told her that if possible, she should try to befriend the Elector of Rheinfall. Having more friends is never a bad thing. The next day, Ning Ying and Kong Qingshu went out with their guards. Kong Qingshu didn't have high hopes for this trip. She said, "According to the information I found, the previous Elector of Rheinfall was a brutal tack beast man who deeply oppressed the Ice Spirit clan, the main ethnic group of Rheinfall, and adopted a policy of keeping the people ignorant and impoverished in order to consolidate his rule. Years of rule have kept the Ice Spirit clan struggling on the poverty line. They may not starve, but they rarely have enough to eat. Such rule, while strengthening their ruling power. However, this also led to economic backwardness, dilapidated infrastructure, and widespread poverty in Leifastar. Upon assuming office, the new elector of the Rheinfall immediately initiated sweeping reforms, which reportedly resulted in significant improvements over the previous system. However, in my opinion, although Leifastar will make progress, it won't be significant. After all, this kind of problem that has existed for thousands of years cannot be changed in just a few months." After listening, Ning raised some different opinions. I actually hold some different views. I believe that the leap in the progress of Leifastar may be much greater than we imagined. In feudal states like Leifa, the monarch has absolute power over the country. Therefore, the quality of the monarch is the decisive factor in the state. If the ruler is incompetent, the country will be weak and the people will be impoverished. However, if the monarch is an ambitious, courageous, and capable person, then the country will develop very quickly. Because there will be no dissenting opinions against him, his ideas can be quickly implemented and carried out. In recent months, the electorate of the Rheinfall has undertaken a massive infrastructure upgrade, with investments amounting to trillions of dollars. This alone is enough to show that he is a very decisive monarch. I think the development of Leifastar might exceed our expectations. Kong Qingshu suddenly laughed. "Hey, I've heard that this Elector Rheinfall is very likely a young human. You speak so highly of him. You don't have any other thoughts about him, do you?" Chapter 149, Alien Granny. Ning Ying frowned, her expression turning serious. "Qingshu, not everything is something to joke about. I'm already married, I have a husband, you know that. Now that we're married and committed to each other for life. Therefore, being responsible for each other and being loyal to each other are the minimum requirements for marriage. Therefore, no matter how outstanding or great other people are, they are irrelevant to me. Please don't say such offensive things again." This was the first time Kong Qingshu had seen Ning Ying's attitude like this. She realized that her words were inappropriate, and then smiled apologetically. Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said such things. I apologize to you." Ning Ying's serious expression finally relaxed. "Qingshu, I'm not someone who can't take a joke, but some jokes are just not allowed. My husband is Shen Tianyuan, and that will never change in this lifetime. Besides," as she spoke, Ning Ying began to talk about her understanding and perception of marriage. Kong Qingshu said helplessly, "My mother has never talked to me about these things. This isn't rambling. This is simply how things are." Kong Qingshu waved her hands repeatedly, begging for mercy. All right, I know I was wrong. Please stop talking." Kong Qingshu turned her head to look at Ning Ying. "I envy Shen Tianyuan so much for being able to marry such a wonderful wife as Ning Ying." Ning Ying blushed slightly. No, he is also very outstanding. Now I'm even more curious. What exactly are his skills? Ning Ying could naturally tell that this was another way Kong Qing-shu was trying to find out more about her husband. Ning Ying spoke up. Him? Kong Qing-shu focused his mind and listened attentively. That's what makes them capable. Ning Ying smiled sweetly, while Kong Qing-shu was greatly disappointed. Ying, wait for me. Sooner or later, I will strip your husband bare and see what he's really like. The two arrived at the town of Bapu in the province of R2. The reason for choosing Bapushan town is that it is far from the capital and is also the location of a branch factory of AK military industry. You should be able to get fairly fair and useful information here. The group arrived at the newly built Bapushan airport. After everyone disembarked from the spaceship, looking at the brand new airport, Kong Qing-shu said, I didn't expect that such a small town would have such a big airport. Ning Ying chimed in. I've heard that there's a saying on Lifa Star. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Therefore, they invest a great deal in infrastructure projects such as roads. To get rich, build roads first. That actually makes a lot of sense. The group left the airport and headed towards the AK military factory in the suburbs. They did not continue to take a spaceship or vehicle, but instead observed the surrounding situation along the way. The road they were walking on had just been renovated and was extremely smooth and wide. However, the eaves of the buildings on both sides of the road were very long, blocking out all the sunlight and making the environment quite gloomy. A gust of wind blew by. Aki. Kong Qing-shu sneezed and tightened her clothes. Is the Elector of Rheinfall harboring some dark secret? Why did he design the streets to be so cold? Qing-shu, you misunderstood them. It's true that this environment is cold for us outsiders, but don't forget, this is inhabited by the Ice Spirit clan, who thrive in such cold and damp conditions. The previous emperor designed the streets to be bathed in sunlight, which was a real torment for the Ice Spirit clan. The fact that the current elector designed it this way precisely demonstrates his concern for his people. On their way, they passed a primary school. It was dismissal time. Thousands of blue-skinned Ice Spirit children ran out of the schoolyard, their laughter echoing through the air. Kong Qing-shu's eyes lit up, and she decided to start with the children. After all, children speak without restraint, and we might be able to get the most truthful information from them. Kong Qing-shu picked out a child who was licking an ice pop and looked a little clumsy and went over to him and said, Hey, little friend, hello. Upon hearing this, the Ice Spirit child immediately hid the popsicle in his hand. Who are you? We are tourists. Oh, at least it's not a teacher. The child took out another popsicle and continued licking it. Little friend, what's your name? The child said, Purvis Sandy. Purvis Sandy, licking his popsicle, asked Kong Qing-shu. Alien grandma, what's your name? Huh, Annie. Kong Qing-shu's eyelids twitched. Kid, are your eyes not working properly? I'm an alien to you, that's for sure. But I'm only 20 years old, in the prime of my youth and full of energy. And you're calling me an old lady? Kong Qing-shu forced a smile. Little Pubu, you shouldn't call me Annie at my age. Purvis Annie looked at her suspiciously for a while. Oh yes, I should call you Grandma. Alien Grandma. Hello. When Kong Qing-shu heard the word old lady, she felt a lump in her throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That brat. Purvis Sandy continued. Alien Grandma, you look quite young. You just look like an old lady. Kong Qing-shu's expression changed, and she quickly patted her chest to suppress the mouthful of blood that was about to come out. That brat did it on purpose, didn't he? She doesn't call herself Andy anymore. She calls herself Grandma now. Why doesn't he call me older sister? Do I look that old? Or rather, the Ice Spirit clan simply doesn't have the concept of an older sister. Is the older sister mentioned by the Ice Spirit clan equivalent to the older sister of the human clan? Just as Kong Qing-shu was comforting herself, she heard Purvis Sandy say to Ning Ying, Hello, alien sister. Kong Qing-shu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. So you have an older sister. Are you kidding me? She's only a few months older than Ning Ying. So how come she's twice as senior? That wretched child from planet Leifa. His eyes are damaged, and his heart is even worse. Wah, I never have to come here again. Kong Qing-shu was saddened. So Ning Ying asked, Little friend, can I ask what your school teaches? Alien sister, we have Chinese, math, and interstellar language. The courses were similar to those of the human race. Do you charge money for your classes? Purvis Sandy shook his head. 12 years of compulsory education, free of charge. That's good. Purvis Sandy tilted his head back. Of course. The bad lords of the past not only charged exorbitant tuition fees, but also only allowed us to attend school for 1 or 2 years. Our current life is all thanks to the Lord's grace. Therefore, I will study hard and serve my Lord in the future. Ning Ying pondered. If even a child can say such things, it seems the education system is quite successful. Education is the cornerstone of a strong nation. This elector of Rheinfall is even more formidable than I imagined. Chapter 150 Spy. Alien sister, I'm going home for dinner, bye-bye. Ning Ying said, little friend, your parents haven't come to pick you up. Aren't you afraid that someone might kidnap you? Purbasani shook his head. I'm not afraid. Why? Because the Lord has changed the laws. Now the death penalty is the starting point for child trafficking. After saying that, Purbasani left. Ning Ying pulled Kong Qing-shu, who was still in a daze. Hey Qing-shu, let's go. Kong Qing-shu turned her head to the side. Eyeing, do I really look old? If an ordinary person said this, Kong Qing-shu wouldn't care. But a child is innocent and speaks without thinking. They are unlikely to lie. Ning Ying didn't offer any words of comfort, but simply took out a mirror. Qing-shu, look for yourself. Kong Qing-shu looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was fair and smooth, full of collagen. People would believe she was a minor, let alone an older woman. Kong Qing-shu's confidence returned instantly. She tossed her hair and said, Humph, alien brat. You have eyes but can't recognize a gem. Soon, the group arrived outside the factory. Several miles away, you'll see a sign that reads Industrial Zone. No unauthorized personnel allowed. There are also safety devices, such as electrified iron mesh not far away. There are also guards on duty. The guards were not security guards, but real soldiers. They were all dressed in black military uniforms with dragon patterns and carried standard weapons, like iron statues guarding the factory. Sure enough, AK military industry and the Lord's mansion were in cahoots. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent troops to protect them. Kong Qing-shu asked, what if we can't get in? If you can't get in, you can wait for them to come out. AK military industry must have employees, right? Just ask one of them to find out what's going on inside. Clever. The sky gradually darkened. Spaceships continued to fly out of the factory area and arrive at Bapushan town. The people who disembarked from the spaceship were all workers wearing uniform blue-gray overalls. They were employees of AK military industry. They quickly chose a target, a lame Ice Spirit clan uncle. Ning Ying extended her hand. Hello, sir. Pupil raised his head and looked at the two tall, fair-skinned human women. Although the two races have different aesthetic standards, these two human women must be outstanding figures among humans. Seeing Ning Ying's outstretched hand, even though his hands weren't dirty, he still wiped them on his clothes before shaking hands with her. Ning Ying asked, Uncle, are you an employee of AK military industry? Yes. What exactly is the job? I'm in charge of the warehouse. At this moment, Kong Qing-shu interjected. Uncle, I see that you still insist on working despite your bad leg condition. It's truly admirable. Kong Qing-shu's compliment unexpectedly backfired. Purbujali was unhappy. Although I've lost one leg, I still have another leg, and my two hands and head can move. I'm no different from any other normal person. So what's there to admire about me? Ning Ying continued. Uncle, it's like this. We've just arrived on Lifa Star and don't know much about this place, so we have some questions we'd like to ask you. What's the problem? It refers to the situation at AK military industry, where you work. Next, Ning Ying inquired about the situation of the elector of Rheinfall. For example, is he human? What does he look like? Ning Ying had always harbored suspicions about Elector Rheinfall, and this was an opportunity to find out whether her husband and he were the same person. Uncle Puby was very enthusiastic in response to their questions, saying he would give them a good talking to. He even sent his wife a text message saying that he had encountered alien guests and would be back late. But a few minutes later, the captain of the guards suddenly looked around warily and immediately came over to Ning Ying and said, Miss, something's wrong. We're surrounded. It happened in the blink of an eye. Then dozens of fully armed soldiers appeared from all directions and surrounded the group. The captain of the guard raised his wrist, revealing his armored bracelet. Miss, should we rush out? Ning Ying looked at the soldiers' black uniform. The newcomers were all regular soldiers from Lifa Star. She gently shook her head and said, Since they haven't made a move yet, we shouldn't either. Let's figure out the situation first. Yes. After the soldiers surrounded the group, Pubjirai immediately waved and shouted, Sir, it's them. They're spies. Ning Ying frowned slightly. Spy? Oh no, there's been a misunderstanding. Pubijali said loudly. I knew they weren't good people from the start. They've been asking all sorts of questions. They'll probably start asking about our factory. They're probably trying to steal our secrets. What's even more suspicious is that she actually asked me about the Lord, asking me what the Lord looks like. They're obviously foreign spies, plotting against the Lord. Anyone who dares to defy the Lord, I will stop them, even if it costs me my life. So, I deliberately stalled them and then texted you to let you know. Thankfully, you arrived quickly, and they didn't get away. After listening to Pubijuli's account, an officer stepped forward and said to the group, "You are currently under arrest on suspicion of espionage." It turns out they were mistaken for spies. I didn't expect the uncle to be so vigilant. But once things are clear, they're easy to solve. Ningying immediately said, "You've misunderstood. We're not spies. We're businessmen who have come to your planet seeking cooperation. The government officially received us and issued us credentials, allowing us to conduct our own investigation in Leifasing. Here, these are our identification documents." The officer took the ID card from Ningying and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to confirm with my superiors." He then contacted his superiors. A few minutes later, he returned their identification to them. "We have confirmed with our superiors that your identities are legitimate and that you have the right to conduct your own investigation. We apologize for misunderstanding you." Ningying smiled. "It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up." The officer added, "Please don't blame this gentleman. He misunderstood because of his patriotism." Pubi also came over and said earnestly, "Respected alien guests, I was rash and I apologize to you. If you're still not satisfied, you're welcome to hit me or yell at me. I will never fight back. Please don't let my question delay the Lord's affairs." Ningying shook her head. "Uncle, you are a loyal person, and such a person deserves respect anywhere. How can we blame you? Don't worry. We will seriously consider the cooperation." My trip to Bapushan town ended with the misunderstanding being cleared up. Over the next 2 days, they randomly selected several other locations for further investigation, based on their personal observations over the past few days. Although the development of Leifa is far behind that of the human race, everything is progressing rapidly. More importantly, the residents they met were all very energetic, hopeful for the future, and full of drive, with a pioneering spirit. Such a people possess boundless potential. The future of Leifa Star is promising. Chapter 151 is very smooth. Currently, the overall environment of Leifa Star is stable and has great potential. AK Military, being a local company with government backing, then the chances of it exploding are very low. Ningying and Kong Qing-shu were in agreement. The security risks associated with AK military equipment are minimal. The next step is to verify on-site that AK Military's products meet the advertising standards. Then the cooperation can be confirmed. The day before AK Military Industries' first expo, the Lord's Mansion of Leifa Star hosted a banquet for the wealthy merchants who came to inspect AK's military industry. The location, situated within the Lord's Manor, demonstrates utmost sincerity. This is an official banquet, so formal attire is naturally required. Ningying wore a blue and white puff-sleeved, tulle, gradient evening gown, which not only accentuated her graceful figure, but also made her skin look as white as snow, making her look like a fairy. Thinking that she might meet Elector Rheinfall today, Ningying even put on the set of Radiant Star jewelry that Shen Tianyuan had given her. On her fair and delicate collarbone, the shimmering starlight emitted a faint glow like a flowing river of stars, breathtakingly beautiful and adding a touch of mystery to her. "Eyeing, you look even more beautiful." Kong Qing-shu, dressed in a striking red evening gown, marveled at Ningying. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity to look her over, he grabbed Ningying's breast from behind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ningying was startled. Kong Qing-shu ignored Ningying's struggles and weighed the heavy dumpling in her hand. Then, with a roguish grin, she said, "Oh my, you've gotten a bit bigger than before. Did your husband develop you after we got married?" Ningying blushed deeply after hearing this. "Development? They don't have that yet. How can we develop it?" But Ningying definitely couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Kong Qing-shu would laugh her death. Ningying quickly slapped Kong Qing-shu's hand away. "You little pervert, don't talk nonsense. I'm only 20, and I'm at the end of my development. It's normal for me to grow a little more." Kong Qing-shu's hand, which had been slapped away, didn't stop there, sliding down to Ningying's waist. What a slender waist. "Your yoga practice has paid off. With your flexibility, you must be able to unlock even more poses. Your husband is so lucky. Don't spout nonsense about unlocking techniques." Kong Qingshu's hand slid down again and patted Ning Ying's buttocks. Oh my, so round and perky. It even bounces when I pat it. Your husband has. Okay, that's enough. Ning Ying was extremely embarrassed. Kong Qingshu usually seems very proper, but when she gets lewd, she's even more formidable than a man. Just kidding. Kong Qingshu stopped groping him after seeing that it was enough. Kong Qingshu teased Ning Ying, actually to vent his dissatisfaction. Who told Ning Ying to dress up so beautifully today? Kong Qingshu originally planned to bring her own radiant star glass, but when she saw Ning Ying wearing a set, she realized that Ning Ying was wearing one. She knew it was best not to bring hers. It is through comparison that harm is felt. Looking at Ning Ying's fair and rosy cheeks, Kong Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Ying, you've been married for months. Why are you still as shy as a young girl? It's none of your business. The two set off and arrived at the Lord's Manor without incident. Flowers, red carpet, welcoming team. The event was very grand. Ning Ying nodded and said, the Lord's Mansion has put a lot of effort into this. Kong Qingshu puffed out her chest. After all, we are customers and customers are God, so of course they should treat us well. But this idea changed immediately as they entered the banquet hall. There were over 100 guests in the banquet hall. It's important to know that this banquet was specifically hosted for clients who have expressed interest in collaborating with AK Military Industry. Now, AK Military only accepts large orders. In other words, there are hundreds of clients who have expressed interest in large-scale cooperation. This was completely unexpected for the two of them. They had thought there would be only a handful of customers, maybe 20 or 30 at most, but they never imagined there would be over 100. At a glance, they realized that the clients who came this time were all important figures. They're either from an interstellar corporation or procurement personnel from some country. At the very least, they're from a diamond-level mercenary group. After all, AK Military only accepts large orders, and small companies and forces are simply not qualified to participate. Hundreds of customers. There is no doubt that demand now exceeds supply, turning the market from a buyer's market to a seller's market. Sellers' markets typically only exist in high-tech industries, where companies have their own unique flagship products that others cannot imitate. Truly good things never have trouble selling. AK Military Industry is a prime example. According to their product catalog, their products are indeed more advanced than those on the market. So it's no wonder that they've attracted so much attention. With so many customers, AK's military production capacity is limited, so it's impossible to reach cooperation agreements with them all. AK Military Industries will only select a few clients with favorable terms for cooperation. This means that while they may want to buy, AK Military Industry may not be willing to sell, making cooperation much more difficult. This immediately cast a shadow of pressure over their previously relaxed mood. However, pressure can arise in an instant. The fact that both of them were able to reach the position of president speaks volumes about their excellent mental fortitude. They exchanged a glance and already made up their minds. They then dispersed, intending to talk to the hundreds of customers first. If we could find out the types of products they want to buy, the quantities, and even their budget, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This will be very helpful for the subsequent transaction process. Ning Ying is somewhat shy when facing close friends and family like Shen Tianyuan. But in business, she has always been poised, decisive, and efficient. However, not all of her opponents are fools. While Ning Ying was inquiring about their whereabouts, they were also trying to find out more about her. However, when they noticed the exquisite, shimmering star-shaped beads on Ning Ying's neck and wrists, they couldn't help but gasp. They were all knowledgeable people, so they naturally knew the value of this set of jewelry. Seeing Ning Ying wearing such valuable items, he felt a little uneasy. This set of jewelry was enough to demonstrate her wealth. It's like someone who drives a car worth a few 100,000 yuan feeling a bit intimidated when they encounter someone who drives a car worth tens of millions. They thought to themselves that if it was a product Ning Ying wanted to buy, they should avoid it as much as possible. After all, the other party is financially strong, and I might lose the competition, so I might as well spend the money elsewhere. Ning Ying never expected that this set of flowing star glass would give her an advantage without her even realizing it. While Ning Ying was busy, a pair of lustful eyes fixed on him. He stroked his mustache. Wow, this woman is really something. Who is she? The triangular-eyed man beside him fawned. Young master, she looks like a human merchant. The man with the mustache snorted. Humans, a lowly race. However, human women are really nice, very moist, and can be used for fun. Chapter 152, No refunds. Hello, beautiful lady. Ning turned her head and saw a man in his 30s with a mustache, dressed smartly. But he made Ning feel uncomfortable. Although she felt uncomfortable, Ning still extended her hand out of politeness. Hello. The man with the mustache held Ning Ying's hand, but didn't let go. Instead, he ran his fingers across Ning Ying's palm. His gaze toward Ning Ying was also lewd. Ning Ying's face turned cold, and she immediately pulled her hand away forcefully. The man with the mustache smiled and said, Mrs. Hands are so smooth. But as he spoke, he took the handkerchief offered by the man beside him and casually wiped his hands. Even with Ning Ying's good attitude, she simply couldn't tolerate it anymore. The man with the mustache not only acted indecently during the handshake. What does it mean to wipe your hands with a handkerchief right after shaking hands? It's a blatant insult. Ning Ying was furious inside, but her expression remained calm. She took out a handkerchief from her bosom and carefully wiped the hand she had shaken with the man with the mustache several times. Then she threw the handkerchief into the trash can next to her, shaking her head and muttering to herself. The handkerchief is dirty and can't be washed clean. It can only be disposed of as trash. The contempt in Ning Ying's words and eyes made the man with the mustache's blood boil instantly. He was about to lash out when the man next to him pulled him back. Looking at Ning Ying's beautiful face, the man with the mustache calmed down. Miss, you have a lot of personality. I admire that. But I don't need your appreciation. Goodbye, no, never again. Ning Ying's impression of this guy had plummeted to its lowest point. Not wanting to waste any more words with him, she turned to leave. But the man beside her stopped Ning Ying. Miss, don't rush off. Do you know who this gentleman is? Who is he? It's none of my business. The man continued. He is none other than Hideo Kishimoto, the adjutant of the Ministry of Defense of the Great Japanese Empire. The Great Empire is truly the true Japanese clan. Upon hearing this name, Ning Ying stopped in her tracks. If it were someone else, she would have left cleanly and decisively. But not the true Japanese tribe. They just left like that, and others thought the human race was afraid of the true Sun race. Seeing that Ning Ying didn't leave, the man thought he had intimidated her and continued. Lord Kishimoto's mother is the current Minister of Defense, Kishimoto Michiko. Lord Kishimoto is now in charge of the military procurement of the Great Japanese Empire. He handles hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. If he just lets you off a little bit, it would be enough for you to live on for a lifetime. After they finished speaking, they waited for Ning Ying to bow down to them. Based on past experience, once they introduced themselves, the businessmen and the like would definitely come up to curry favor with them. Some female CEOs are even quite sensible and will come up to offer themselves as bed partners. After all, no matter how rich a businessman is, he is still just a businessman and can never compare to a powerful state organ. But Ning Ying's reaction was different from what they had expected. Ning Ying's eyes flashed with disgust as she waved her hand. Waiter, please bring me some disinfectant wipes. Hideo Kishimoto wondered, why did he suddenly need disinfectant wipes? Ning Ying took the disinfectant wipes from the waiter and vigorously wiped the hand she had just shaken hands with, her eyes filled with disgust. Oh dear, so you're Japanese. A handkerchief isn't enough. You need disinfectant. Waiter, bring me some more disinfectant spray. There's still dirt here. You. Hideo Kishimoto's face darkened. Surprisingly, the tactic of introducing oneself, which is almost always effective, failed this time. And this lowly human woman dared to mock the great True Sun clan in such a way. But the woman's beauty was too tempting for him, and he suppressed his anger and said, Woman, there are indeed conflicts between the True Sun clan and the human clan, but what does that have to do with you and me? You're a businessman. Making money is what you should be doing. Why not let go of those pointless hatreds? That way you can earn more money. Don't have any psychological barriers. I can tell you that many human women have done this. In this era, people laugh at poverty, but not at prostitution. Making money, that's what's important. Ning Ying's pretty face turned cold. Bah. Don't compare me to those worthless bastards who have forgotten their ancestors and have no country or home. These things are no longer worthy of being called human. If they're not human, what else could they be? Ning Ying stared at him and said, word by word, this kind of thing only deserves to be called the True Sun clan. Okay, very eloquent. Kishimoto Hideo's face turned red with anger. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to disobey him like this. If this hadn't happened in public, Hideo Kishimoto would have definitely slapped this woman hard across the face, and then Kishimoto Hideo looked at Ning Ying with a sinister gaze. Human woman, you will regret your willful behavior. Ning Ying looked directly at Kishimoto Hideo and said solemnly, regret? If we humans have any regrets, it's that we didn't wipe out those traitors back then. The True Sun clan is a hybrid race resulting from a human traitor and an alien race. They are half human, but they are the race that hates humans the most. Human woman, words are useless. Let me show you the consequences of daring to refuse me. We, the great True Sun clan, will declare war on the human race, slaughter all your men, rape your women, and kill all your children. And you're the one who started all of this. You'd better apologize to me right now, or I guarantee all of the above will happen. Kishimoto Hideo threatened through gritted teeth. Ning Ying remained unfazed. Declare war on us? Just like the battle at Azure Base not long ago. Your invading fleet was completely annihilated by our human fleet. Is this the consequence of me offending you? Ning Yingju's example is a slap in the face to Hideo Kishimoto. The battle at Azure Base 2 was arguably the most crushing defeat for the True Sun clan in all the years of fighting between the human clan and the human clan. Furthermore, it was a recent battle, making it highly persuasive. Hideo Kishimoto's explanation for this is truly in line with the consistent style of the great Japanese Empire. We will never acknowledge a history that is detrimental to ourselves, and they like to distort the truth. The battle at Azure Base 2, I know about that battle. In that battle, our True Sun race won a great victory, and the human race suffered a crushing defeat. What you're seeing is just fake news fabricated by the human race's high command. You're saying it's fake news? Of course it's fake news. You're just a businessman. You don't have access to information from the real high-level officials. That victory was fabricated by the human race's higher-ups to deceive you. Ning Ying smiled slightly. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ning Ying. My father is Shen Tianyuan, the governor of Chongning County in the Human Federation. That is, the commander-in-chief of the Chongning fleet who annihilated your true Japanese fleet in the Battle of Azure Base No. 2. Chapter 153, Get Out of Here. Ning Ying said, I am one of the people in the world who knows that battle best, and I can produce the evidence of the Jinri clan's crushing defeat in that battle at any time. Do you want to see it? Upon hearing this, Hideo Kishimoto's face darkened. It turns out that this woman is not only a businesswoman, but also the eldest daughter of the Ning family, one of the 4 great families of the human race. This woman is not only rich, but also has status and power. Furthermore, the Ning family had just fought a war with the Jinri tribe, and the 2 sides were sworn enemies. This means that she could never be won over by him like an ordinary woman. Kishimoto Hideo wore a hypocritical smile. Oh, so you're the eldest daughter of the Ning family. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't think meeting you is a lucky thing at all. Quite the opposite. Upon hearing this, Hideo Kishimoto dropped his pretense and put away his hypocritical expression. Women of the Ning family, I should thank you. If it weren't for you ousting that old geezer Husher, my mother wouldn't have had the chance to become a new minister. As for how to thank you, of course, I'll launch a new war and wipe out your Ning family. The 2 established an adversarial relationship and began to speak to each other without any politeness. Don't be smug. Don't forget how your previous defense minister was ousted. You could very well repeat his mistakes or even suffer a worse fate. Women of the Ning family, do you think we're like the fools of the Hishir family? I'll show you what happens when you offend me. Hideo Kishimoto sneered. You're here to buy AK military products too, right? But let me tell you, you won't get any. I'll make sure you go back empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Hideo Kishimoto immediately shouted, Someone, come here quickly. Where's the person in charge of the Lord's Manor? Come here immediately. Someone come here. As Kishimoto Hideo shouted, the people from the Lord's Manor came over. One person said, Hello, I am the person in charge of this banquet. What questions do you have? Kong Qing-shu, who was also present, rushed over upon hearing the commotion and came to Ning Ying's side, asking, Ying, what happened? He's from a Jinri tribe, and he's here to cause trouble. Although Kong Qing-shu usually competes with Ning Ying, he is still clear-headed when it comes to crucial moments. Kong Qing-shu's eyes flashed with indignation as she grasped Ning Ying's hand. Ying, don't worry. I'm here for you. Thank you. No need to thank me. We are all human. When Kishimoto Hideo saw the person in charge arrive, he pointed directly at Ning Ying and said, This human woman has insulted our True Sun clan. Not only me, But the entire True Sun clan absolutely cannot tolerate this. Now I demand that you immediately drive this human woman out. If you harbor this human woman, you will offend the feelings of our Junri people, and I will cancel our cooperation with your country's AK military industry. Kishimoto Hideo was confident because Ninging only represented the forces of the human race from level 1 to 4, while he represented the entire True Sun clan. His order volume will be several times that of Ninging. He is a truly major client. Faced with a choice between two options, the Lord of Lifa Star's Manor would not hesitate at all and would definitely kick the Ning family's woman out. By then, they had successfully procured AK military products, thus enhancing the fleet's combat capabilities. They can then launch another war to avenge their grievances. Exterminate the human race. Completed by Hideo Kishimoto. Ning immediately retorted, "Mr. Manager, please don't listen to his lies. He deliberately provoked the conflict first and wanted to ruin our cooperation." Kishimoto Hideo said, "Human woman, stop pretending to be innocent. You are the one who insulted our true Japanese clan. Manager, in order for our transaction to proceed smoothly, I demand that you immediately remove this woman and permanently refuse to cooperate with her. In return, we will provide you with an unimaginable number of orders." Just as Ninging was about to speak, the person in charge raised his hand and said, "All right, I understand the ins and outs of the matter, and I know exactly what to do. You must leave here immediately." Upon hearing this, Hideo Kishimoto revealed a triumphant smile. As he had predicted, everything went exactly as he had expected. This is a simple matter of comparing sizes. Anyone would know how to do it. How dare a lowly human woman like you fight me? You're courting death. Seeing Ning standing still, he immediately shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear the host tell you to leave? Get out of here." But Ning revealed a meaningful smile. "You're right, there is someone who should get lost, but that person is not me." "Not you?" Hideo Kishimoto couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Who else could it be but me?" "You're right. Heh, human woman, I think you've lost your mind." Just as Kishimoto Hideo was about to curse, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was the person in charge of the Lord's Manor. The person in charge, expressionless, said, "How dare you insult Miss Ning? You're not leaving now. You're getting out of here." "What?" Hideo Kishimoto was taken aback. Had he misheard? "Get him out of here." "No way. He's a big client." But then the person in charge shoved him hard. "I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Get out of the Lord's mansion right now. Get out of Lifa Star." His staggering body brought him back to his senses. Hideo Kishimoto looked on in disbelief. "What? You're telling me to get out? You're telling me to get the hell out?" The person in charge said bluntly, "That's right. Don't you understand the common language of interstellar space? I'll say it again. Get out of here right now. Get out of Leifa." Hideo Kishimoto's head was buzzing. "Tell me to get out." Not only is he a major client, but he is also the adjutant of the Ministry of Defense of the Great Japanese Empire, and his mother is the Minister of Defense of the Great Japanese Empire. Offending him is tantamount to offending the Great Japanese Empire. How dare he dare to do this to a mere lord's mansion? Are they out of their minds? Even if he couldn't understand it, that's just how reality is. Seeing that Kishimoto Hideo didn't want to leave, the person in charge waved his hand and summoned 4 S-Class personnel. "Get him out." At the order of the person in charge, 4 S-Class officers grabbed Kishimoto Hideo by the arm and leg and forcibly carried him out. This scene was witnessed by hundreds of prominent people in the venue, which was undoubtedly a great humiliation for Hideo Kishimoto. Hideo Kishimoto struggled frantically, shouting, "How dare you? I won't let you get away with this. I won't let you get away with this." 4 S-Class individuals, they're not afraid to do things for money. They carried Kishimoto Hideo directly to the high steps outside the Lord's mansion. The person in charge gave the order, "Throw it away." Kishimoto Hideo was thrown out like trash and rolled down the steps of the Lord's mansion. Chapter 154, Why is the Lord's Mansion protecting you? With a series of screams, Hideo Kishimoto tumbled down the steps and lay on the ground covered in dust. "Kishimoto-sama, are you all right?" The guards waiting at the door rushed over and helped Kishimoto Hideo up. Hideo Kishimoto stood up and found that the onlookers around him were staring at his disheveled appearance, and some were even taking pictures. He pointed at the person in charge and roared, "How dare you treat me like this? Are you declaring war on our true Japanese clan?" The person in charge remained calm. "If you want to start a war, then declare war. We'll take it." Hideo Kishimoto hadn't expected this person in charge to be so tough. Even threatening war wouldn't scare him. Hideo Kishimoto may have been making a lot of noise, but he didn't really want to start a war. First, he himself does not have this power. Secondly, he originally came to purchase military supplies, but instead of buying them, he brought about war. If he were to return with such results, he would probably have to commit seppuku to atone for his sins. Thinking about it this way, Hideo Kishimoto calmed down a lot. Hideo Kishimoto questioned the person in charge. You are just a small banquet manager. What qualifications do you have to make such an important decision on behalf of the Lord's mansion? Hideo Kishimoto had no idea that the person in charge in front of him was actually a hyper-realistic robot. The one controlling it from behind the scenes is Shen Tianyuan, who is far away on the other side of the starry sky. When the conflict between Kishimoto Hideo and Ning Ing occurred, Tianluo immediately informed Shen Tianyuan about it. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianyuan was shocked. He dared to bully my wife on my turf. You're really asking for it. If it weren't for the fact that so many customers were present, and that fighting in public would have had a negative impact, Shen Tianyuan would have killed them to silence them. I may not be able to kill you, but you won't have it easy either. This is a blatant slap in the face, telling you to get lost. As for Kishimoto Hideo's threat of war, Shen Tianyuan is not afraid at all. First, he knew that the Japanese tribe wouldn't start a war with Kishimoto Hideo just because he had lost face. After all, Shen Tianyuan is no pushover. Anyone who tries to bully him will pay a heavy price. Moreover, even if the Jinri clan really wanted to fight, Shen Tianyuan wasn't afraid. As mentioned earlier, Shen Tianyuan is not someone to be trifled with. He has a level 5 fleet and can also control the Liaoyuan mercenary group and the Chongning fleet. Furthermore, the True Sun clan would need to travel across billions of stars to attack him, making support and supplies problematic. Therefore, to take down Shen Tianyuan, we need at least 2 or 3 times the number of troops as Shen Tianyuan. Therefore, the Jinri tribe would have to mobilize the entire nation's resources to achieve this. And there's no guarantee they'll win. Moreover, this is only Shen Tianyuan's own power. Shen Tianyuan also has other forces supporting him, namely the Shenluo Empire. Shen Tianyuan, after all, is one of the 7 electors of the divine Luo Empire, recognized by the emperor and other electors. The Holy Roman Empire was a loosely organized empire plagued by civil war, spending most of its time engaged in conflict. They rarely fight against external enemies. Firstly, because they were all engaged in civil war and had no time for external aggression. The reason why external forces do not invade them is because there is actually a mutual assistance agreement within the Shinra Empire. The agreement stipulates that if any of the 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire is invaded by external forces, the other electors must unconditionally send troops to support them. It was precisely because of this agreement that Shen Tianyuan went to such lengths to lure the previous emperor into making the first move when he overthrew him. He was forced to retaliate in self-defense after being attacked, rather than initiating an invasion, which would violate the mutual assistance agreement. Then quickly end the war and make his victory a fait accompli. This is how the mutual aid agreement was successfully avoided. Now, as the legitimate elector of the throne, Shen Tianyuan has found protection in the mutual aid agreement. If the Jinri tribe were to wage war against him, it would be tantamount to waging war against the entire Shinra Empire. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan was not afraid of any threat of war. Now Kishimoto Hideo is asking him, what gives him the right to represent the Lord's mansion? Shen Tianyuan naturally wouldn't tell them that he was Hua Xinghe, the elector of Rhinefell. Shen Tianyuan didn't waste any words and turned to leave. As Kishimoto Hideo watched Shen Tianyuan turn to leave, he finally began to panic. It should be noted that this deal had already been finalized within the Great True Sun Empire, and only the sending of representatives to complete the transaction was needed. His mother went to great lengths to secure this representative position for him, all to enhance his prestige. It's such a simple task, just going through the motions, but what if he messes it up? His position as adjutant in charge of military equipment is definitely gone. Thinking of this, Kishimoto Hideo decided to endure the humiliation for now. At worst, I'll give in. I'll forgive the human woman. I won't hold it against her anymore, okay? Can I go back now? Hearing Kishimoto Hideo's confident words, Shen Tianyuan really wanted to laugh. He even said he forgave her, acting like a victim. It's disgusting. Shen Tianyuan didn't want to waste words with him, so he only gave him one word: get lost. You. Hideo Kishimoto didn't expect that Shen Tianyuan would completely ignore him. He wanted to say something more, but Shen Tianyuan had already returned to the Lord's mansion without looking back. The four S-rank members surrounded them. True Sun Clan, you should leave. Hideo Kishimoto's attendant tugged at him. Lord Kishimoto, there are too many of them. Let's go first. Damn it. At this moment, Kishimoto Hideo finally realized that the deal was really off, even though Shen Tianyuan would never have sold weapons to the Jinri clan from the beginning. He's definitely in for a rough time when he gets back. All of this was because he had flirted with a human woman. He simply couldn't understand why the Lord's manor would offend him for the sake of a mere human woman. Why? Unable to vent his anger, Kishimoto Hideo kicked a statue at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Just as he was about to kick it a second time, Shen Tianyuan's voice drifted from somewhere. Damaging public property. Fine of 1 million star dollars. Hideo Kishimoto looked at the statue, which only had one more footprint, and wanted to fine him 1 million yen. He was seething with hatred, but faced with the pressure of 4 S-class leaders. In the end, he could only swallow his anger, pay the money, and leave with a belly full of rage. At the banquet, Shen Tianyuan, the person in charge who had returned, said to Ning Ying, Miss Ning, I'm sorry you were frightened. I've taken care of everything. Please enjoy the banquet in peace. Ning Ying sincerely thanks. Mr./Ms. Manager, thank you very much for your trust and support. Goodbye. As soon as Shen Tianyuan left, Kong Qingshu raised a question. Ying, don't you find it strange? You just had a conflict with those scoundrels from the Jinri tribe. The Lord's mansion didn't even bother to find out what happened before they immediately took your side. Why is that? Chapter 155 AK, a 1 high-energy particle gun. Ning Ying's face was also full of confusion. I don't know either. She had no real connection with the Lord's manor. At most, she was just a potential partner with whom a deal had not yet been struck. But Kishimoto Hideo, in theory, had a larger transaction volume, so the Lord's mansion should have been on his side. But the truth was quite the opposite. The other party did not side with Hideo Kishimoto, but instead steadfastly helped her. There must be a reason why they did this, right? As for the reason, the person involved, Shen Tianyuan, stated, It's very simple. You're my wife. If I don't help you, who will I help? Moreover, the other side is the despicable Jinri tribe. So there's no need to even ask. It must be the other party's problem, not his wife's. Shen Tianyuan was certain of this. Kong Qingshu glanced at Ning Ying, her heart stirring again. She leaned close to Ning Ying's ear and whispered, Ying, do you think it's possible that Elector Rheinfall has taken a liking to you, and that's why he's playing the hero and saving you? Ning Ying said, Qingshu, I told you not to make jokes like this. I'll really get angry. Ying, I'm not entirely joking. Think about it. This Elector Rheinfall might very well be human. And you are also human and an undisputed beauty. It's only natural for him to develop feelings for you. If that's the case, what should you do? There will only be a cooperative relationship between us, nothing more. What if he absolutely has to be capable? Otherwise, there's no cooperation. Then let's not cooperate. Ning Ying's tone was resolute. Looking at the resolute expression on Ning Ying's beautiful face, Kong Qingshu felt a surge of pride. This is the kind of good friend I consider my rival. Hideo Kishimoto's departure did not cause much of a stir. The banquet proceeded smoothly. But what everyone was concerned about was that the host, the Elector of Rheinfall, had not shown up at all. Some people have expressed a desire to meet His Excellency, the Elector, hoping to use this opportunity to build a closer relationship and gain more benefits. However, he was told that His Excellency, the Elector, was busy and could not receive guests. This is not a lie. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan had just left the Rabbit Kingdom, and it would take several days to return. Therefore, he was destined not to meet Ning Ying on Lifa Star. Of course, you can see them, but you also can't. The next day, at the first AK military product launch event, facing hundreds of buyers from various forces across the universe, Han Feiji announced, the press conference is now open. 2 beautiful waitresses carried in a long tray. Han Feiji announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce to you our AK Military Industries' first flagship product, the AK, a 1 high-energy particle gun. After saying that, Han Feiji grabbed the red cloth from the tray, revealing a long, rectangular AK, a 1 high-energy particle gun with a white upper half and a transparent lower half. Han Feijia picked up the AK, a one high-energy particle gun, and began his introduction. Compared to conventional laser weapons, our company's AK, a one high-energy particle gun, has advantages such as greater power and the ability to adjust mass and trajectory velocity at any time. Furthermore, it adopts the Goodystone 67 new energy battery technology, resulting in a significantly reduced weapon size, longer battery life, and multiple charging methods, making it suitable for combat in various environments. On stage, Han Feijia boasted about the gun's power, as if buying one would allow him to unify the universe. Although this gun is touted as amazing, it actually has some obvious flaws. First, its range is short, far inferior to laser weapons, and its accuracy is also somewhat lacking. In addition, it consumes a lot of energy. However, these drawbacks are not too obvious. As a personal weapon, it is intended for soldiers to use in close to medium-range combat. Long-range combat is reserved for artillery battles between warships, where soldiers have no chance to participate. As for the energy consumption issue, soldiers can simply carry more energy batteries. As for the batteries, you must buy AK military's batteries to use them. Having finished his boasting, Han Feijia immediately moved on to the hardcore testing phase. Multiple protective shields were raised on the platform to prevent injury to the audience watching below when weapons were displayed. The AK, a one high-energy particle gun, has an identification function, and only authorized personnel can use this weapon. If unauthorized personnel use this weapon, it will be locked and cannot be used. The identification methods include password, voice, fingerprint, iris scan, and pheromone recognition, ensuring safe and quick unlocking and use of the weapon. After identity verification, we will activate the weapon. As soon as Han Feijia pressed the button, the lower half of the AK, the one high-energy particle gun, immediately lit up with a faint blue light. Next, please watch carefully. Han Feijia aimed his weapon at a rising dummy, which was wearing protective gear. The mannequin is wearing the most widely used multi-layered protective suit in the universe today. Let's see how effective it is. After saying that, Han Feijia aimed at the dummy and pulled the trigger. Everyone's eyes lit up. A large, smoking hole had appeared in the dummy's chest, running from front to back. If it hits a person, that person will surely die. Next, Han Feijia took out the energy battery of the AK, a one high-energy particle gun, and showed it to everyone. As you can see, each shot consumes only a small amount of energy, and our energy battery technology can guarantee you multiple long-term uses of the AK, a one high-energy particle gun. The biggest advantage of the AK, a one high-energy particle gun, compared to other high-energy particle guns lies in its new energy battery. It is smaller in size, has a larger energy storage capacity, and can be charged quickly and in a variety of ways. This alone is enough to make it the best among high-energy particle guns. This time, they're not just selling guns, but also energy batteries. Because energy batteries can be slightly modified and applied to other energy weapons, it is foreseeable that their sales will be very good. The customers in the audience were all knowledgeable about weapons, and they clearly recognized the excellence of this weapon. Many people have already considered it. Although the price is a bit high, the performance is indeed good, and it would be great to buy it to equip elite troops. Next, Han Feijia introduced a variety of weapons and equipment. Microwave cannons, ion cannons, directional pulse cannons, chip weapons, solar beam cannons, humanoid combat robots, satellite barriers, multi-stage railguns, antimatter weapons, etc. Han Feijia introduced only one type of each category, which took several hours. But this is just the tip of the iceberg of the products launched at the event. The rest range from a tiny screw to a heavy weapon on a spaceship, numbering in the hundreds. There are too many items, so we'll use an exhibition/fair format, allowing customers to choose which ones to view. After the press conference ended, everyone sighed in unison. It's not because the product is bad, but because it's too good. When we arrived, everyone had made a budget based on what they wanted to buy. However, after on-site observation, it was found that some weapons and equipment were not listed on the initial promotional materials. However, their performance is also excellent, making them hard to give up, so they were added to the purchase list, which naturally resulted in a serious overspending. However, this is a happy kind of trouble. Ning Ying had the same problem. There were too many good things, but the budget was limited. But one thing she was happy to discover was that quite a few ship engines were also up for sale at this press conference. Their performance is naturally 5 to 7 times higher than that of products sold on the market. This is 10 times lower than the engine performance that Shen Tianyuan had given them before. In other words, what Shen Tianyuan gave to the Ning family was a high-quality product that was not available on the market. It's important to know that the engine is one of the core components of an electric boat, and its overall value accounts for a very high percentage. The engine design blueprint that Shen Tianyuan gave to the Ning family was of immeasurable value, but it saved the Ning family a great deal of money. What Ning Ying found most precious and what made her happiest was Shen Tianyuan's willingness to give the design drawings to the Ning family. The press conference has ended. Next, hundreds of customers had 24 hours to submit their purchase intentions to AK Military Industry, and AK Military Industry would respond within 24 hours as to whether or not the transaction would proceed. Because this is a seller's market, whether a deal can be reached depends on AK Military Industry's intentions. Because it is a seller's market, a customer's letter of intent to purchase may not be accepted. To ensure their letters of intent were adopted, these individuals unanimously resorted to various means. Some people tried to build relationships, both with AK Military Industry and the Lord's Mansion, but with little success. Because the managers of AK Military Industry and the Lord's Mansion are both Tianluo. As an artificial intelligence, Tianluo's only guiding principle is to follow Shen Tianyuan's arrangements. The methods used against intelligent beings are completely useless against it. As people realized that networking was useless, they turned their attention to letters of intent. How can I make my letter of intent stand out? The simplest and most effective method is to raise the price. Although all products have clearly marked prices, the money can be added to other areas. For example, being willing to pay high maintenance fees, etc. There's always an excuse for wanting more money. This process is somewhat like bidding. If you offer too little money, you're afraid the deal won't go through. Spending too much money will make me feel bad. Kong Qinshu returned from outside. I found out that these people have generally raised prices by 5 to 10, which is really ruthless. These 5 to 10 may not seem like much, but when placed within a large sum of money, it becomes a considerable amount. Ning Ying was also having a headache looking at the letter of intent to purchase. The losses from the recent battle at Azure Base 2 and the compensation paid to the mysterious figure have already put a strain on the Ning family's finances. The money currently being used to purchase weapons and equipment is either borrowed from banks or through the issuance of bonds. It's mostly borrowed. The Ning family is currently under immense financial pressure, and yet they have to spend an extra sum of money, which is causing Ning Ying immense heartache. But we cannot spend this money. AK Military Industries products best meet the needs of the Chongqing fleet, and there are currently no other companies that can replace them. In the end, after discussing it with her father, Ning Ying reluctantly increased the amount and then submitted the letter of intent. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. AK Military Industries letters of intent to all customers. Regardless of whether there is cooperation or not, a formal response was given. Kong Qinshu first opened the letter of intent and saw the words cooperation approved. Yes, it's done. Kong Qinshu immediately cheered without regard for her image, because this response to the collaboration is very valuable. After this press conference, AK Military's reputation will spread, and more people will want to buy it, especially since AK Military won't be accepting new orders in the short term. Therefore, if they want to buy, they can only do so from these clients with whom they have established cooperative relationships. This will inevitably lead to a price increase. In other words, these customers who completed the transaction can not only use the products themselves, but also make a fortune by reselling AK Military products. That's why Kong Qinshu was so happy. Overjoyed at her success, Kong Qinshu asked Ning Ying how it went. Ning Ying, equally nervous, clicked on the reply. When Ning Ying saw the words cooperation rejected in the reply, she felt a tightness in her chest. Kong Qinshu found it strange. Strange, we both gave the same price increase. So why was mine approved while yours wasn't? Ning Ying shook her head. She didn't know why AK Military Industry had rejected her. Ying, don't be too sad. If this collaboration doesn't work out, there will be other opportunities in the future. Kong Qinshu offered Ning Ying a few words of comfort, and then left, heading happily to the Lord's Mansion to sign the contract. After Kong Qinshu left, Ning Ying sat alone, lost in thought. The responsibility for this collaboration is immense. If this can be achieved, the combat effectiveness of the Chongqing fleet will be significantly enhanced, thus reducing the number of casualties. But she failed. The father's disappointment. A man who could have lived still had to die. The consequences of her failure weighed on her like mountains, making it hard for her to breathe. Ning Ying has always presented herself as a strong person. The current situation makes her feel powerless. But it also reminded her of someone, Shen Tianyuan. Not long ago, Ning Qi and Ning Ling found themselves in danger on Eurom's first star. When she was desperate, she inexplicably made a phone call to Shen Tianyuan. Unexpectedly, Shen Tianyuan miraculously helped her out of her predicament. This time, Ning unconsciously dialed Shen Tian's number again. Shen Tianyuan asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" "My dear husband, I'm feeling a little sad. May I tell you?" "Certainly." Ning Ying told Shen Tianyuan about her current situation in detail. Oops. After listening to Ning Ying's story, Shen Tianyuan slapped his forehead in frustration. Because the source of Ning Ying's sadness lies with him. It was Shen Tianyuan who made Tian Luo reject Ning Ying's letter of intent. As for the reason, it was that Shen Tianyuan wanted to give Ning Ying a surprise. But unexpectedly, the suppressed emotions before the surprise were too much, and Ning Ying actually cried. He quickly comforted Ning Ying. "Madam, don't be sad. Believe me, everything will be all right." "Thank you, my husband." Knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The guard at the gate announced, "Madam, a guest has arrived at the Lord's manor." "My dear husband, we have a guest. I'll hang up now. Goodbye." "Bye." Shen Tianyuan put down the phone and put on the remote controller. Chapter 157, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Ning Ying opened the door and was somewhat surprised. The visitor turned out to be the Minister of Industry of the Lord's Mansion, and the military-industrial enterprise, aka military industry, was under his jurisdiction. Countless people tried to curry favor with the Minister of Industry in order to purchase aka military products, but he only appeared once at a banquet and never showed up again. Unexpectedly, the Minister of Industry personally paid a visit at this time. The Minister of Industry spoke up. "Mr. Fu Ning, hello." For a fleeting moment, Ning Ying seemed to hear the Minister of Industry utter the word husband. "But I must have misheard." Ning Ying said, "Minister, please come in and sit down." Seeing that Ning Ying had no doubts, Shen Tianyuan on the other side of the starry sky breathed a sigh of relief. This Minister of Industry is also a highly realistic humanoid robot, and he is controlled by Shen Tianyuan. Because I had just hung up the phone, I almost blurted out something I shouldn't have said. Although he didn't give himself away, it still felt a little strange to be talking to Ning Ying under someone else's identity. "Minister of Industry Shen Tianyuan, President Ning, I'm here to see you about the letter of intent you submitted earlier." "Please speak." "Mr. Ning, the price of the letter of intent you submitted earlier did not meet our expectations, so we rejected it." Ning Ying was even more puzzled. If she had already denied it, why did she come looking for her? The Minister of Industry continued, "Apart from the price, your letter of intent is excellent in other aspects, so we have decided to continue our discussions with you to see if we can finalize it." Upon hearing the Minister of Industry's words, Ning Ying felt both pleased and worried. Fortunately, the collaboration took an unexpected turn and became a possibility of success. The concern lies in the price. The Minister of Industry specifically pointed out that the price was inappropriate, clearly indicating his intention to raise it again. Furthermore, the Minister of Industry personally visited him, which suggests that the price increase was likely substantial. She had already reluctantly raised the price, which was already beyond her budget. Now they want to raise prices again, which is way beyond our budget. The Ning family is burdened with too much debt. If things aren't handled properly, the Ning family could be dragged down by the debt. Despite her worries, Ning Ying decided to first clarify the situation. "Minister, you might as well tell me directly. What is your expected reasonable price?" The Minister of Industry held up 2 fingers. Ning Ying tentatively asked, "2? An increase of 20? "No." Seeing the Minister of Industry shake his head, Ning Ying slowly opened her mouth. "Not 20. Are you talking about 200? At this moment, Ning Ying was already somewhat angry. The Ning family is indeed very fond of AK military equipment. But if the price is increased by 200 from the original price, that's 3 times the original price. This isn't a sincere business negotiation. They're just treating them like suckers to be fleeced." Just as Ning Ying was suppressing her anger, the Minister of Industry shook his head. "President Ning, you must be joking. How could we possibly raise the price by 200? We wouldn't be that greedy, no matter how unscrupulous we are." Ning Ying asked, "So what do you mean?" "We mean to sell it to you at the original price of 20. Ning Ying's cherry lips were slightly parted, and she was momentarily unable to react. She blinked. "What did you just say? Could you please repeat it?" "What I mean is that I'll sell it to you for 20% of the original price, the Minister of Industry repeated. Having heard it clearly this time, Ning Ying felt as if she were dreaming. In all her years in business, she's seen sellers only try to raise prices, never proactively lower them. This is even more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. Ning Ying suppressed her surprise and asked, Minister, let me confirm again, you mean to sell it to us at the original price of 20, which is 1 to 5, right? Yes. Ning Ying felt no joy after confirming the news. There are no free lunches, and no kindness comes without a reason. If such goodwill is hidden behind a great deal of malice, it is highly likely that it is not. Minister, can you explain why you're lowering the price? It's important to understand that AK's military products aren't unsellable and forced to lower prices. Rather, demand exceeds supply, making price reductions completely unreasonable. Mr. Ning, to be honest, 20 is roughly our cost price. The reason we do this is simply to make friends with you. Want to be friends? That's right. To be honest, our elector marquis is actually a human, and he has a connection with your Ning family. Shen Tianyuan knew the identity of the elector of Rheinfell, and he couldn't keep it a secret forever. This was an opportunity to give Ning Ying a heads up so that she wouldn't be too shocked when her identity was exposed later. After all, the change in status from a lowly son-in-law to a marquis of the emperor was quite significant. But what Shen Tianyuan didn't know was the terrifying power of a woman's intuition is beyond a man's imagination. Ning Ying had actually had this suspicion for a long time. What she just said only deepened Ning Ying's suspicions. But being intelligent, she didn't ask any further questions. Since the other party did not reveal their identity, it means that they do not want to expose their identity for the time being. Asking too many questions will not only fail to get you answers, but will also make you look foolish and annoyed by others. As long as my husband is here, the truth will eventually come out. So, Ning Ying continued the conversation, following the Minister of Industry's lead. After several hours of discussion, they reached an agreement. The general content is as follows. A new letter of intent for purchase will be signed, with 20% of the original price as the price standard. At the same time, Lifaxing will hold talks with the Ning family, and the two parties will reach a strategic partnership. This is a cooperation that is very beneficial to the Ning family. First, they can purchase AK military products at cost price, significantly reducing their financial burden and improving the Ning family situation. Moreover, establishing a strategic partnership with Lifaxing means that the Ning family has gained another friend and another avenue to explore. If Ning Ying were to refuse this contract, which is far too favorable to the Ning family, she would be a fool. But I still have some concerns about accepting it directly. So, just to be on the safe side, she requested 24 hours. I came to ask my father for his opinion and to confirm that there were no legal traps in the contract. The Minister of Industry, Shen Tianyuan, naturally agreed. Originally, Shen Tianyuan did intend to take this opportunity to make a fortune off the Ning family and to double back the money that the Ning family had taken from Baishui Company. But now the situation is different with Ning Xingho's presence. The Ning family became one of their own, and the Chongning fleet also became their own fleet. Shen Tianyuan used this opportunity to arm his own fleet. At the same time, it will also make Ning Ying happy, killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 158 Dogs Fighting Dogs. After successfully signing the contract, Kong Qingshu returned to the hotel in high spirits. I intended to comfort Ning Ying again, but I found that Ning Ying's mental state was completely different from before I left. He looked very relaxed and radiated joy, as if he had won the lottery. Kong Qingshu found it strange. I'm the one who won 5 million, so how come you seem more like it? Kong Qingshu asked what happened. Ning Ying smiled, but remained silent. The contract she signed with the Minister of Industry was confidential, so she couldn't talk about it. This left Kong Qingshu feeling restless and uneasy, as if a cat was scratching at her heart. In the end, she could only console herself. No matter what good things happened to Ning Ying, nothing can compare to her successfully signing the contract. After signing the contract, there was no reason to stay any longer. Ning Ying and her companion then set off on their return journey. As soon as they returned, Hideo Kishimoto received the news of their return. Kishimoto Hideo's trip to planet Leifa was a complete failure, and he will certainly face dire consequences upon his return. Therefore, he must find a way to stop the loss. The failure has already happened and cannot be undone. All he can do is make amends for his mistakes. Because of the government's education, the Japanese people have an extremely high level of hatred towards other races. The people strongly support any hostile actions against humans. Therefore, as long as he can find a way to kill some people of high status, it will be a great achievement. If he makes amends for his mistakes, his punishment will be much lighter. With this idea in mind, and fueled by hatred, he naturally set his sights on Ning Ying. Ning Ying, as the legitimate daughter of one of the four great families of the human race, and as the president of a group at a young age, can be described as having a noble birth and outstanding abilities, making her a top elite of the human race. Especially since the Ning family had just fought a war with the Jinri tribe. The Ning family's hatred towards the Jinri tribe was on the rise. She's the perfect target for surgery. Furthermore, Kishimoto Hideo also learned that Ning Ying was accompanied by Kong Qing-shu, who was also the eldest daughter of one of the four major families and the president of a group, and thus had a similar status and position. He could take them both down at once, killing two birds with one stone. After making up his mind, he told his mother, the newly appointed Minister of Defense, Michiko Kishimoto. Michiko Kishimoto was furious at her useless son for his incompetence, but she had no choice but to clean up his messes. To ensure the success of Hideo Kishimoto's plan, Michiko Kishimoto used her power and connections to prepare 3 powerful weapons for him. Then tell him that if he fails again under these conditions, he should not come back, but find a secluded place and commit seppuku to atone for his sins. Hideo Kishimoto is very confident about this, not only because he has 3 powerful weapons. More importantly, he has a secret weapon. Ning Ying and her group are definitely doomed. On this return voyage, the Lord's Mansion once again dispatched a fleet to escort Ning Ying and her companion until they safely left the Shenluo star system. I'm finally home. Inside the spaceship, Kong Qing-shu was arranging the local specialties she had brought back from Lifa Star, feeling quite relaxed. As Ning Ying set off, a vague unease rose in her heart. She wasn't quite sure where her unease came from. However, after careful consideration, the most likely candidate is Hideo Kishimoto. Although she was not sure, she acted cautiously. She still notified the spaceship's pilot to change course and take a new route back to Earth. Kong Qing-shu asked in confusion, "Aing, what are you doing?" "Taking this route will add a day to the journey." Ning Ying expressed her concerns. "I'm worried that Kishimoto Hideo might ambush us on the way." Kong Qing-shu nodded. "That's true. The Jinri tribe has always been despicable and shameless, so it's better to be careful." But their caution did not save them from danger. On Kishimoto Hideo's side, he soon received the message that Ning Ying had changed course. Hideo Kishimoto sneered. "Human women are quite cautious, but unfortunately, humans love infighting like dogs fighting each other. This time you not only died at my hands, but at the hands of your own people, haha." Hideo Kishimoto then led his fleet to a new location to lay an ambush. When they arrived at the new ambush location, after comparison, they estimated that Ning Ying's fleet would arrive there in about 3 hours. Hideo Kishimoto immediately directed his subordinates to deploy his most powerful weapon here. First, the first killer weapon, gravity array. Hundreds of people flew into the starry sky and began to scatter around black device. This was the gravity sphere. The gravity sphere generates an extremely strong gravitational pull when activated. The hundreds of thousands of gravity spheres they scattered generated a gravitational pull strong enough to forcibly capture a high-speed spaceship. This is a non-lethal weapon, often used to capture small spacecraft. At the same time, the disadvantages of gravity spheres are also obvious. The number of gravity spheres needed to capture the spaceship is too large, so they need to be deployed in advance and can only be used as traps. They had mastered the route of Ning Ying's fleet, making the gravity array a perfect fit. The gravity array is just the first move. The second move is yet to come. The gravity array is like a trap that can hold them captive, but capturing them requires the support of force. For this purpose, they prepared a total of 5 S-class personnel. 3 of them were S-level, and his mother had transferred them from the military. The other 2 were rented at high price. Regardless, it's 5-2, so the advantage is on my side. The final weapon is the Death Mark laser cannon. The Death Mark laser cannon consists of an orbital platform capable of firing highly concentrated energy beams at specific individuals. The Death Mark laser cannon is a new superweapon developed by the True Sun clan. It is fast and has super penetrating power, making it very suitable for attacking single ships. Currently, very few spaceships can withstand a single Death Mark laser cannon shot. This was also arranged by his mother under the guise of an experiment. The first two killing moves were prepared to capture Ning Ying alive. After all, Ning Ying and Kong Qing-shu, who were alive, have a higher value. Just in case, they brought in the Death Mark laser cannon. If the gravity array fails to capture the fleet, destroy it directly with the Death Mark laser cannon. If we can't catch them alive, dead ones will do. With these three powerful weapons at his disposal, Hideo Kishimoto was full of confidence. Because no matter how you look at it, he has no chance of losing. Now, all he needs to think about is how to get revenge on Ning Ying. Because of Ning Ying, he lost all face on Lifa Star. The video of him tumbling down the steps in a sorry state was even circulated online. After some of his cronies got hold of the video, they even made hilarious gifs to mock him, which infuriated him. He can't retaliate against the Lord's mansion on Lifa Star for the time being. Therefore, all his resentment was directed at Ning Ying. After capturing Ning Ying, he will immediately carry out what he wanted to do but couldn't do at the Lord's mansion. And afterwards, he would torture her severely, train her, and turn her into an obedient dog. Furthermore, the entire process will be recorded, made into a short film, and released to the entire universe, causing humanity to lose all face. Only in this way could he somewhat alleviate the hatred in his heart. Chapter 159 Greetings to you. A small fleet of ships is flying at high speed through the dark and cold outer space. Inside the spaceship, Ning Ying was still somewhat uneasy. Logically speaking, even if Hideo Kishimoto really wanted to lay an ambush, but they changed course at the last minute, so there was no way to ambush them. There shouldn't be any danger, so why does she still feel uneasy? Ning Yingsen wondered if she should change course again, but after thinking about it, I decided against it. Her unease was completely unfounded. Changing course here would waste even more time. To put her mind at ease, Ning Ying comforted herself. Their fleet is a small, high-speed fleet, inconspicuous in the universe, and finding them is like finding a needle in a haystack, practically impossible. It's only possible if there's a traitor in the fleet who leaked the route. Those who could join the fleet were all people raised by the Ning family for more than 2 generations, ensuring their loyalty. Kong Qingshu's situation is the same. Therefore, the chances of a traitor in the fleet are extremely slim. The fleet's location will not be exposed, and it will not be found. Meanwhile, the crew consists of 2 S-class guards and more than 10 A-class guards. With a lineup of this caliber, there are very few situations that could pose a threat to them. Therefore, there is really no need to worry. Ning Ying comforted herself in this way. Little did they know, they were slowly walking into a trap set by Hideo Kishimoto. On Kishimoto Hideo's side, one of his subordinates reported, "Reporting, sir, the target fleet has been spotted at the forward observation point number 1 and is expected to arrive in 30 minutes. To confirm that Ning Ying's fleet had fallen into his trap, Hideo Kishimoto set up multiple observation points in front of the ambush site in order to determine Ning Ying's flight path. Furthermore, to prevent the observation points from being detected by counter-surveillance, he used manual observation methods without emitting any signal waves, so he could not be discovered. The successful observation of the fleet indicates that the prey is heading into his trap along the correct course. The prey is about to fall into the trap. Hideo Kishimoto took a small bottle out of his pocket and drank the blue liquid inside in one gulp. It was a drug that could enhance the function of a certain organ. Thinking about what was about to happen, Hideo Kishimoto's lips curled into a lewd and cruel smile. "Women of the Ning family, you're finished. No one can save you." He raised his hand, about to give the order to begin the hunt. Thud! Suddenly, a strange noise was heard. Ugh! Then the alarm on the spaceship went off. The alarm indicated that an unidentified object was attached to the hull. Just as Hideo Kishimoto was about to ask what was going on, another loud bang of metal breaking rang out. The thick hull of the ship suddenly burst open, and an invisible figure rushed in. Although the spacecraft's emergency system immediately sealed the breach. But the figure had already entered the spaceship. At this moment, Hideo Kishimoto is surrounded by 5 S-class members. Faced with sudden danger, they reacted swiftly, immediately deploying their armor and launching an attack on the figure. But only a blur flashed by, and the figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, the figure appeared behind an S-rank, a hooked sickle wrapped around the S-rank's neck. With a swift pull, the hook and scythe severed the S-rank decapitator. His head rolled to the ground. Before the headless body could react, it stood there for a moment before blood gushed out like a fountain from a clean cut. One strike, and an S-rank enemy is beheaded. Before the remaining 4 people could even feel fear, the figure vanished again. When it reappeared, it was accompanied by a sliver of cold, slanting light. An S-class body was severed diagonally from the shoulder to the waist, the torso split in two. His body was severed but had not yet slid down. The figure disappeared again, and when it reappeared, it used the same move, but this time it was a vertical slash from the top of the head to the groin. Just as a vertical line of blood appeared on the body of the 3rd-ranked player, that figure flashed back behind the 4th-ranked S-class player. As a line of blood appeared at his waist, he was cut in half at the waist. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the 4 S-class members were mercilessly killed. The S-class soldiers were completely powerless to fight back at this moment. Because the opponent was too fast, they couldn't lock onto the target's location and therefore couldn't launch a counterattack or defend themselves. Like a fish on a chopping board, they are slaughtered at will. The last-ranked S-class player had long lost all his former confidence. The courage to fight had completely vanished. This is a class difference, which cannot be bridged by courage alone. At that moment, he had only one thought: run. But as soon as he turned around, he felt a chill in his chest as the sickle pierced straight through his heart from behind. With a flick of the wrist, the sickle spun around inside his body, and with a final pull, it ripped out his heart completely. He looked down at the empty, bloody hole in his chest, a pale smile appearing on his face, such a swift blade. After saying this, he collapsed to the ground and died. The figure who had just completed the pinnacle caught the still beating, warm heart. With a sudden, forceful grip, his heart shattered into a pile of blood and flesh fragments. With the deaths of 5 S-class individuals, the figure finally stopped. Only now did the survivors see what he looked like. He wore a set of black and white patterned armor resembling a white tiger, and held a hooked sickle in both hands. The sickle gleamed coldly and exuded a murderous aura, making people shudder just by looking at it. He is only about 1.5 meters tall and looks very thin. But at this moment, no one dared to underestimate him. There was only fear. Fortunately, the fear did not last long. With another swing of the scythe, the remaining hundreds of people on the spaceship were mercilessly slaughtered in less than a minute. Inside the spaceship, blood flowed like a river, and severed limbs littered the ground, the pungent stench of blood filling the entire space. It was like hell on earth. At this moment, the only 2 people still alive at the scene are him and Hideo Kishimoto. Kishimoto Hideo stood amidst the corpses, his body trembling violently like a blade of grass in the wind. His mouth was wide open, his throat was moving, but he couldn't utter a single word, because his mind was already filled with fear. The man looked at him like a beast eyeing its prey. An unusually hoarse voice, like a dull knife, rang out, "Mr. Shun, please give my regards." These words had just reached Hideo Kishimoto's ears when he had no time to analyze their meaning. His perspective had already changed. His viewpoint quickly dropped until it was level with the ground, then rolled around a few times before landing right at the man's feet. As the man lifted his foot, in that final moment he seemed to see his other eye. Then, his world was plunged into eternal darkness. Chapter 160, Cold-Blooded Mystery. Stepping over the corpses scattered on the ground, the figure calmly dialed a communication button. The call connected, and Shen Tianyuan's face appeared on the other end. He said, "Mr. Shun, your order has been completed." As the camera rotated, Shen Tianyuan saw a shocking scene of bloody remains scattered on the ground, especially a pool of red and white meat paste. It's hard to tell that it's Hideo Kishimoto's head. Shen Tianyuan wasn't surprised because that was exactly his style of doing things. "Xuanqi, well done," Shen Tianyuan praised. "Yes, this person is the other one of the 2 SS-level individuals, Xuanqi." For the steady and reliable Pan Gong, Xuanqi's actions were extremely cold-blooded and cruel. When assigning Xuanqi a mission, unless specifically instructed to leave someone alive, then all the people he handled must have died. For example, when Xuanqi was training with the Liaoyuan mercenary group and was only at the S-rank level, the group assigned him to deal with a pirate group that had attacked the mercenary group. In order to find out the location of the pirate group, Xuanqi raided an interstellar prison and rescued more than 10 pirates from the group who had been captured. He hoped to extract the location of the pirates' lair from them. But pirates have a principle of silence. These captured pirates have been imprisoned for years, but have never confessed. The mysterious method was simple. Line up the pirates in a row. Start by asking the first one question. Ask only one question. If they don't answer, they'll be beheaded. Then came the second one, who again only asked one question without mentioning beheading. In this way, he cut down 7 or 8 pirates in a row, and the remaining pirates were completely terrified. This guy is ruthless. If they don't speak up, they're really doomed. So they simply confessed. However, even after confessing, they could not escape the scythe of death. However, instead of beheading, the new method involves cutting the victim in half or slicing them in half. After obtaining the pirate's lair, Xuanqi went to attack alone. He not only slaughtered thousands of pirates, but also exterminated thousands of their families, including the elderly, women, and children, leaving no survivors. He dismembered most of them. This is his favorite way of killing. Xuanqi is a bloodthirsty sword. Once drawn, it will inevitably lead to rivers of blood. Therefore, this bloodthirsty sword will only be drawn when facing an enemy with no room for maneuver. The Jinri clan is perfectly suited to the mystical. Xuanqi cleaned up the battlefield and quickly returned. Yes, Xuanqi didn't come alone. Both the Wildfire Mercenary Group and the Galactic First Fleet participated in this operation. The First Galactic Fleet is responsible for handling the spoils of war. The most valuable of these is, of course, the Deathmark laser cannon. As a new type of superweapon of the True Sun clan, it has great scientific research value, although it cannot be used directly due to system locking. But once we took it back, broke it down, studied it, and understood the technology, we were able to build it ourselves. However, as a new type of superweapon, it must have various safety measures and positioning devices. Fortunately, we were prepared. A giant amphibious landing ship opened its massive jaws and swallowed the hundreds of meters long Deathmark laser cannon hull. The landing craft has an isolation device inside, so as long as you are inside, you cannot send signals outward, and the True Sun clan cannot track the Deathmark laser cannon. To express his gratitude to Hideo Kishimoto for sending such a wonderful gift, Shen Tianyuan decided to repay him properly. For example, launching his body into a star. After all, space is just too cold. It's better to warm up inside a star than to freeze here. Incidentally, it can also destroy the body and erase all traces. Therefore, it would be very difficult for the Jinri clan to trace Shen Tianyuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, everything returned to normal. And so, a terrible conspiracy against Ning Ying and the others was quietly thwarted by Shen Tianyuan. To avoid a collision, Shen Tianyuan had Xuanqi return via another route. Soon, Ning Ying's fleet arrived at this star field and flew over it safely. They had no idea what terrible thing had happened here just half an hour earlier, and they may never know that Shen Tianyuan saved all of their lives. As for why Shen Tianyuan was able to discover and stop Kishimoto Hideo's conspiracy in time, it was both a coincidence and destiny. Hideo Kishimoto wanted to take revenge on Ning Ying. Similarly, Shen Tianyuan also wanted to take revenge on Kishimoto Hideo. Because it happened in public, killing him directly would have had a bad influence, so we let him go for now. Sometimes, it's true that taking a step back can open up a whole new world. But there are some things that you can't bear to think about for long, because the more you think about them, the angrier you get. He flirted with my people, and that son of a bitch is a true Japanese. Either of these 2 points is a reason to kill. We can't let him get away with this. Shen Tianyuan immediately slammed his hand on the table and gave the order to pursue and kill them. However, the fleet was dispatched and pursued along several routes back to the Jinri tribe for dozens of hours, but to no avail. Just when everyone thought the chase was going to fail. Unexpectedly, one of the fleets encountered Hideo Kishimoto's fleet on its return voyage. The markings of the Jinri fleet are very easy to recognize. A white flag with a red heart and a dogskin plaster pattern, which can be identified at a glance. Shen Tianyuan originally intended to send them directly to the Western Paradise, but then he realized something was wrong. Because they are in the wrong position. Because this is not the route they take to return to the Jinri tribe. Shen Tianyuan felt that they seemed to be plotting something. In order to find out their intentions, Shen Tianyuan ordered his men to secretly monitor them. Sure enough, they discovered they were up to something. After a period of time, reinforcements from the Jinri tribe arrived one after another and made arrangements in that area. That posture clearly indicated an ambush. This region is the route from the Shinra system back to Earth. Considering what happened before, it's easy to see that this was an ambush targeting Ning Ying and her group. Having figured out the whole story, Shen Tianyuan still didn't rush to take action. Shen Tianyuan had a vague feeling that an even bigger fish might take the bait. Sure enough, After waiting for a while, a uniquely designed new weapon was delivered, the Death Mark laser cannon. Patience has indeed paid off. Ning Ying's crisis has come to a safe conclusion. But the matter was not entirely resolved, because there was a traitor in Ning Ying's fleet. The universe is vast, and accurately ambushing a fleet is by no means a simple task, unless there is an internal route map. Hideo Kishimoto's actions further prove this point. They had originally planned to ambush in that area, but after Ning Ying's fleet set sail, they urgently changed the ambush location, and did so perfectly. Therefore, there must have been a traitor within the fleet who tipped them off, making such a precise ambush possible. Now, although Kishimoto Hideo's danger has been averted, the traitor is still lurking. Although his plot has just been thwarted, he cannot pose a threat again in the short term. But as long as he exists, new dangers will emerge. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan needed to remind Ning Ying. The call connected, and I saw Ning Ying's bright face. "Good afternoon, madam. The universe is vast, and the way of keeping time is different in every place. Therefore, people who live away from home usually use the standard time of their hometown to keep track of time and measure the passage of time. It's afternoon now, which is also afternoon on Earth." Ning Ying waved happily and replied, "Good afternoon, my husband." Chapter 161, The Ghost Serpent Clan. Shen Tianyuan hadn't figured out how to quietly inform Ning Ying about the traitor on the ship. After all, he couldn't very well say that he had been secretly observing and protecting her all along. Shen Tianyuan and Ning Ying chatted for a while, just like any ordinary couple. During the chat, Shen Tianyuan received a piece of information. At this moment, Ning Ying's fleet came to a stop. Because their main spaceship had a minor malfunction, it stopped for the pilots to repair. The spaceship is broken. Upon receiving this information, Shen Tianyuan felt a vague unease. However, the danger has just passed, so it shouldn't come again so soon. Ugh. Just as Shen Tianyuan thought of this, he saw a red light flash on Ning Ying's side, followed by the sound of an alarm. Ning Ying stood up. "Husband, it seems something has happened. I'll go out and take a look." Ning Ying did not disconnect the communication, and the camera followed Ning Ying out of the cabin. Upon arriving in the hall, Ning Ying swayed and collapsed to the ground without warning, unconscious. From the camera's perspective, it can be seen that the other people on the spaceship, like Ning Ying, suddenly collapsed to the ground at the same time. Something terrible has happened. Faced with the sudden crisis, Shen Tianyuan did not shout or scream. The communication hasn't ended yet. He can still see what's happening on Ning Ying's end. The video of the two was projected directly onto Ning Ying's pupils through a bracelet, so others could not see the video footage. However, Shen Tianyuan could see the situation inside the spaceship in real time through Ning Ying's bracelet. Shen Tianyuan immediately made arrangements, ordering Xuanqi, who was returning to port, to quickly rush to the scene of Ning Ying's fleet's accident. But this includes at least a 10-minute flight. Now, Shen Tianyuan is separated from not only by a screen, but also by countless light years. He couldn't do anything directly, so he could only remain calm and observe what happened next. Half a minute later, a figure came out. At this moment, he was wearing a specially made gas mask. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Tianyuan immediately understood what was going on. Isn't this a repeat of Shen Tianyuan's scheme against the rabbit's family? Anesthesia was administered through the spacecraft's ventilation system to quickly incapacitate the crew. And this masked man must be the traitor inside the spaceship. Unexpectedly, he launched a second plot so quickly after his first attempt failed. At this moment, everyone on the spaceship was completely stunned. The traitor seemed to have victory in his grasp, but that was not the case. Keep in mind that there are 2 S-class escorts on board the spaceship. Although Shen Tianyuan had previously used anesthetic to quickly incapacitate Qin Ziqian and the other A-level members. However, an S-grade physique is much stronger than an A-grade physique. If they react quickly enough, they might be able to deploy their armor even after realizing they've been anesthetized. The armor's medical system allows for rapid relief from the effects of anesthesia and restoration of consciousness. In addition to the main ship, the fleet also included several escort ships. Once the escort ships discover that the main ship is in trouble, they will immediately rush to provide support. Therefore, this traitor alone cannot control the situation. There must be another plan. A figure appeared, swaying slightly. He was wearing armor, so he must be the S-class guard captain. He did indeed have time to deploy his armor. He was swaying, and although there was a medical system, the effects of the anesthesia wouldn't wear off completely. But dealing with an ordinary person without armor is very easy. Soon after, the Class A guards on the escort ship also noticed the anomaly and quickly rushed into the main ship. While they subdued the masked spy, they reset the ventilation system to expel the anesthetic gas. The situation appears to be under control. But Shen Tianyuan knew that things were not just that simple. Sure enough, the next second, 3 figures suddenly rushed out and attacked the guards. The guards couldn't move freely inside the spaceship, because any big movements would hurt their boss and the spaceship. What's even more deadly is that all 3 attackers were S-rank. The guards consisted of several A-rank soldiers and 1 S-rank soldier who had not yet recovered, and their abilities were also limited. They were at a significant disadvantage. The battle ended quickly. 5 guards were killed, 3 were seriously injured, and the weakened S-rank guard was also firmly restrained. The attackers gained complete control of the spaceship's automation. All of this happened in just over a minute, and it would take Xuanxi another 10 minutes to arrive. In those 10 or so minutes, the people on the ship could have died hundreds of times over. Seeing Ning Ying in danger on the screen, Shen Tianyuan clenched his fists involuntarily. The two had been married for so long, and Ning Ying herself was so outstanding. Shen Tianyuan wasn't a eunuch, so how could he not be moved at all? At this moment, he really wanted to reach through the screen to protect Ning Ying. But he is not a god. He cannot do that. Although the communication was still on, he wasn't Zhang Fei. He couldn't possibly shout a couple of times through a screen and drive the enemy away. The fact that this group dared to attack the 2 major families means they must have made ample preparations. Shen Tianyuan's brain was racing, searching for solutions to the problem. Moments later, the anesthetic inside the spacecraft had been completely removed. The 3 attackers folded up their helmets, revealing their faces. Their heads are structured like snake heads, but their eyes are large and protruding like goldfish, and they have no hair, only black and shiny scales. Shen Tianyuan recognized it at a glance as belonging to the Ghost Serpent clan. Furthermore, Shen Tianyuan stared at the leader of the Ghost Serpent clan, his eyes narrowed, as if he had realized something. While keeping an eye on the screen, he contacted Tian Luo and instructed it to do 2 things. Shoot. The leader of the Serpent clan flicked his blue tongue and said to the traitor who was still wearing a mask, "Hey, human, take off your mask and let us see you." Seeing that the spy hadn't removed the mask, the Serpent clansman flicked his tongue and said, "Are you feeling guilty for betraying your master? There's no need for that. Everything in this world has a price. You're following her because she gives you money, aren't you? Betraying her would bring him more money. This is perfectly normal, and there is absolutely no need to feel guilty." Despite the Ghost Serpent clan's attempts to persuade him, the traitor still refused to remove it. The Serpent clan members grew impatient and stepped forward to remove his mask. Shen Tianyuan recognized the spy's face immediately. It was him. Unexpectedly, the traitor turned out to be Su Wendong, the captain of the fleet. Su Wendong has been working for the Ning family since his grandfather's generation, and he himself has worked for the Ning family for more than 30 years. Su Wendong's wife, son, and grandson are all under the protection of the Ning family. If Shen Tianyuan hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that Su Wendong would choose to betray him. "Hey," the Ghost Serpent clan smiled eerily. "Don't keep a crying face. Smile, harden your heart, and you'll gain more benefits." Su Wendong remained expressionless, standing there blankly. Humans are boring. The Ghost Serpent clan ignored him and turned their attention to the unconscious Ning Ying. Chapter 162, You're Not Allowed to Run Away First. The Serpent clan members scrutinized Ning Ying. She doesn't have a single scale on her body. She's really ugly. After saying that, he took out a syringe and injected it into Ning Ying's neck. He killed Ning Ying. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Tianyuan's heart seemed to stop beating. Shen Tianyuan's mind went blank, with only scattered fragments of memory flashing through his mind. It was his memories of spending time with Ning Ying over the past few months. She was his wife in name only. At first, the two were just exchanging empty pleasantries. But as time went on, they got to know each other better. She was so beautiful, generous, and gentle. Perhaps Shen Tianyuan himself did not realize that she had already taken root in his heart. But at this moment, Ning Ying died in front of him. Shen Tianyuan considers himself a strong person. But at this moment, immense grief engulfed him like a tsunami, and he couldn't even breathe. Just as grief was completely overwhelming him, Shen Tianyuan's dazed eyes suddenly caught sight of Ning Ying in the image, and his finger twitched. Then, Ning Ying's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes slowly opened. She's not dead. Hoo-hoo. Shen Tianyuan's breathing returned to normal, and he gasped for breath, like a fish back in water. Shen Tianyuan forced himself to calm down and said in as calm a tone as possible, "Madam, can you hear me? If you can, blink twice gently." Shen Tianyuan stared intently at the screen. A moment later, Ning Ying on the screen seemed a little conscious, but she still blinked her big eyes hard. She heard it. Shen Tianyuan then realized that the Ghost Serpent clan had injected Ning Ying not with a lethal poison, but with an antidote to anesthesia. But he was still unclear about the purpose of the Ghost Serpent clan's actions. "Madam, listen to me. Now, try to stall for time as much as possible. I have already sent people to rescue you. Trust me, you will be safe and sound." Although Shen Tianyuan didn't say how he would send someone, Ning Ying still trusted him implicitly. The two individuals communicate via pupil projection and bone conduction, making it completely undetectable to others. The Serpent clan member looked at Ning Ying blinking, puzzled. "Miss Human, are your eyes dry?" Ning Ying looked at the Ghost Serpent clan members in front of her and Su Wendong beside her. Then he understood everything. You can guard against anything, but it's hard to guard against a thief within your own family. This is like letting a thief into the house. Noticing Ning Ying's gaze, Su Wendong immediately turned his head away, not daring to meet her eyes. The Serpent clan clapped their hands. "Hey miss, look at me. I'm the one who kidnapped you." Ning Ying kept her husband's words in mind. Stall for time. Ning Ying suppressed her fear and asked in as calm a tone as possible, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The Ghost Serpent clan said, "Miss, someone has spent 20 billion to make you disappear from the universe." "How much?" The Ghost Serpent clan held up 2 fingers and made a 2 gesture. 20 billion is no small number. Ning Ying found it hard to believe. To be frank, given their status, offering 20 billion to buy their lives is an insult to them. However, knowing the other party's price made things easier. Ning Ying said, "I will pay 100 billion to buy back our lives, and you will each pay 20 billion, leaving 40 billion for you to use as you see fit." The Serpent clan members nearby immediately chimed in. "Boss, 1,000 is bigger than 200, so why don't we?" The leader of the Serpent clan delivered a fatal blow to the head. "Idiot. If this drags on, who knows what might happen? We can't take the risk. Besides, we've already taken the client's money. We need to keep our word. The man must be killed." Then he said to Ning Ying, "Miss, we're taking money to do this. You're definitely going to die. However, if you are willing to hand over all the cash you have on you that you can take out immediately, then we can give you a quick death. How about it?" It turns out that the Ghost Serpent clan awakened Ning Ying in order to plunder the last of her money. Ning Ying wanted to live, but she didn't want a quick and painless death. Money didn't work, so she decided to try using her connections. "Do you know who we are? If you kill us, do you know what the consequences will be?" The Ghost Serpent clan member said nonchalantly, "I know your family is very powerful among humans, but we are not afraid. If we were afraid, we wouldn't have done it. Miss, you have 2 minutes to consider. Do you want to pay for a quick and painless death?" After saying that, the Ghost Serpent clan began the countdown and continued to persuade Ning Ying. What is the most painful thing in life? The person died before all the money was spent. Rather than letting your money go to someone else after you die, you might as well spend it on yourself and have a good time. Seeing that the Ghost Serpent clan was unyielding, he was determined to kill her. Although her husband said he would save him, they were thousands of miles apart, and it was probably too late. A look of sorrow flashed in her eyes. She was really unwilling to accept it. She still had so many things she wanted to do, but she really was going to die. Ning Ying bit her lip. The pain brought her back to consciousness somewhat. She wanted to do one last thing, uncover the person who wanted to kill her, so that they would no longer pose a threat to her family. Ning Ying's voice was slightly hoarse. "Before I die, can you tell me who wants to kill me? Let me die knowing the truth. It doesn't hurt to tell you that you're going to die. Unfortunately, we don't know who the employer is. The employer is someone who hired us anonymously." He continued, "Miss, there's only 1 minute left. If you don't pay me, I'll cut your throat a little. You won't die immediately, but it will be very painful and will last for several minutes. If you pay, I'll let you die painlessly in a second. Choose now," the Serpent clan warned. Ning Ying ignored her and looked up with red eyes. She was about to die, so she had nothing to hold back and said to Shen Tianyuan, "Husband, there are some things I need to tell you. At first, I hated this marriage that was forced upon me, and I hated you too. But after spending some time together, I discovered that you're actually a very good person, my husband. I've changed my mind. I want to spend my life with you." The younger member of the Ghost Serpent clan, standing nearby, asked curiously. Big brother. Who is she talking to? He stroked his smooth, scaly chin. She must be screaming helplessly before she dies. Let her talk. If she doesn't pay on time, kill her immediately. No one can save her then. Ningying continued. I'm sorry, my husband. I can no longer accompany you for the rest of your life. Please take good care of yourself. Just please don't forget me. Oh, and tell father and Chi'er and Linger that I love them. Hearing Ning Ying recount her last words, Shen Tianyuan felt deeply saddened. Fortunately, at this moment, Shen Tianyuan received a reply from Tianluo. Shen Tianyuan immediately interrupted Ning Ying. Madam, what are you saying? Since we are husband and wife, how can you run away first? I absolutely will not allow it. Chapter 163 The soul is in disarray. Hearing Shen Tianyuan's reprimand, Ning Ying smiled calmly. Life and death are determined by fate. Some things are beyond our control. My dear husband, I believe that if you were by my side, you would protect me without hesitation, but we are separated by billions of light years, and there's nothing we can do about it. Meanwhile, the countdown for the Ghost Serpent clan is about to end. 10-9. Shen Tianyuan said urgently. Madam, I'm not just trying to comfort you. I really can save you. Listen to me now. Immediately switch our video to speaker mode so they can see it. Quick. Ning Ying blinked, though it sounded unbelievable. But she still chose to trust her husband. Following Shen Tianyuan's instructions, she pressed the communication bracelet on her wrist and switched the video call between the two of them to speaker mode. 2-1-0. The countdown for the Ghost Serpent clan had just ended. Without saying a word, he extended a sharp blade from his armor and thrust it straight at Ning Ying's snow-white neck. Just a few centimeters away from Ning Ying's neck, an image suddenly appeared in front of her, and the man in the image shouted, Stop it! The Serpent clan was startled by the sudden appearance of the image and stopped what they were doing. He glanced at the pop-up image and the communication bracelet on Ning Ying's wrist and quickly understood. It turned out that the woman had been on a video call the whole time, so the man saw everything that was happening. However, it doesn't matter if I see it. What can this man do to him? Can I climb over the screen to hit him? Even if he manages to climb over, he'll be the one who dies. Unexpectedly, Shen Tianyuan's words shocked him greatly. I order you to stop immediately. If you harm even a hair on her head, not only you, but your families and your country will be buried with you. Hee hee. The Ghost Serpent clan wanted to laugh after hearing this. That's quite a boast. The man immediately threatened to kill him and his family, and even destroy their country. Who does he think he is? The Ghost Serpent clan looked at Shen Tianyuan and sneered repeatedly. How dare a mere human utter such arrogant words? Do you know that your words will not only fail to save this woman, but will also cause her even more suffering? But Shen Tianyuan's next words surprised him even more. Because Shen Tianyuan directly revealed his information. Oppo Serpent, 78 years old, born in the Principality of Metz, currently the captain of the Black Serpent Special Operations Squadron of the Metz Fleet with the rank of colonel. His parents are alive. He has 17 wives, 22 mistresses, and a total of 375 children, including illegitimate ones. As Shen Tianyuan presented the information, Apollo's eyes bulged even more violently. Because what Shen Tianyuan said was absolutely correct. Gas Serpent, 69 years old, born in the Duchy of Metz. Indeed, the Snake, 64 years old, was born in. Not only that, Shen Tianyuan also accurately provided detailed information about the other two members of the Ghost Serpent clan. These three members of the Ghost Serpent clan are all from the Duchy of Metz. The Duchy of Metz is part of the Holy Roman Empire, and its ruler is the Elector of Metz, who is currently at war. Upon hearing Shen Tianyuan accurately recite their information, Oppo Snake felt a chill run down his spine. In just a few minutes, the man had investigated their information perfectly. It seems they've really messed with a formidable opponent. But they weren't easily intimidated. They wouldn't back down just because Shen Tianyuan knew a little about them. Awa Snake flicked its tongue and said, What nonsense are you talking about? What Awa Snake? What Gas Snake? We've never heard of them. Apollo vehemently denied Shen Tianyuan's claims. Shen Tianyuan was not surprised by Apollo's denial. He also knew that a few documents alone were not enough to scare them away. Shen Tianyuan continued, I really didn't expect that as a regular soldier of the Duchy of Metz, you would also work part-time as an assassin to earn military pay. It's really surprising. What Duchy of Metz? We have absolutely no connection to it. We're just independent assassins. Don't try to frame us. Oppo Serpent continued, denying the allegations. Shen Tianyuan remained calm and composed. for he had already grasped the key to victory. Shen Tianyuan said, "You said you're not Oppo Serpent? Nor are you from the Duchy of Metz?" "Of course not." Apobaska bared its fangs. "Human, I don't care who you are. I'm telling you today, you absolutely cannot save this woman. She will definitely die." Shen Tianyuan said in a deep voice, "Let me tell you, it's not your place to decide who my woman is. She will definitely not die. That's my word." Ningying looked at Shen Tianyuan in front of her, even though it was just a phantom projection. But the fact that he stood before her, arguing fiercely for her sake and doing his best, still made Ningying feel incredibly satisfied. "Do you think I can kill her?" Oppo Snake once again pointed its blade at Ningying. "Oppo Serpent, before you act, think carefully about what I just said. If you stab me, you, your family, and your country will all be destroyed. Don't try to scare me. I know this woman is someone important, but I'm not afraid at all. Humans are so far away from us. If you dare to come for revenge, you'll only face death." Apollo is absolutely right about that. Oppo's identity is classified, and it is difficult to verify his exact relationship with the Principality of Metz, so this cannot be used as a reason to start a war. And even if a real fight breaks out, they are not afraid. The human race is too far away, and the Holy Roman Empire has a mutual aid agreement. If the human race were to come, they would only be besieged by the divine Luo Empire, inevitably suffering heavy losses and returning empty-handed. The human race currently poses a significant threat to them. That's why Apollo was able to attack Ning, and the others with impunity. The human race can't do anything about Oppo Serpent, but that doesn't mean Shen Tianyuan can't do anything about him. Shen Tianyuan said, "You'd better find out immediately what's happening in the Duchy of Metz. I have no connection with the Principality of Metz. Why should I confirm it?" Oppo Serpent continued to be stubborn. "Hehe, I advise you to make sure you do your research. If your recklessness leads to the downfall of the country and the destruction of your family, it will be too late for regrets." Oppo Snake wanted to continue being stubborn, but his two subordinates were already getting worried and whispered to him, "Brother, let's confirm it. There's no harm in it anyway." Oppo Snake wasn't sure to be right either, but after hearing this, he decided to check it out. He remained defiant. "Humph, I was just making a phone call home. As for your nonsense, I don't believe a word of it." Shen Tianyuan didn't say much. Once the call was over, he had no choice but to believe it. As expected, Apollo confirmed this. He was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. Chapter 164, I am the Elector of Rheinfall. Oppo Snake received a terrifying message from the communication. For some reason, a few minutes ago, the Duchy of Rheinfall, which had always maintained a neutral stance, suddenly declared war on the Duchy of Metz and began to assemble its fleet at the border. Based on the speed of their observations, the enemy fleet would likely be assembled in less than an hour, at which point it would invade the Duchy of Metz. The Duchy of Metz was puzzled, not understanding what it had done to offend the Duchy of Rheinfall and why it would suddenly declare war. Under normal circumstances, the Duchy of Metz wouldn't be too afraid. But the problem is that they're in an awkward period. During this period, the armies of the Duchy of Metz and the Duchy of Tel are fighting fiercely for mineral resources in the planetary belt on the edge of their territories. Most of the domestic fleet has been deployed to the war zone, and it is too late to return to defend it now. Moreover, even if they were to return to defend, they would likely be relentlessly pursued and attacked by the Principality of Tel. The Duchy of Metz is bound to face a dilemma of being attacked from two sides, and once they suffer a severe blow, the other electors would then swarm in like sharks smelling blood, dismembering and annexing the Duchy of Metz. At that time, the country will truly perish. The Duchy of Metz was well aware of this. They cannot fight this battle. War with the Duchy of Tel has already taken place and is unavoidable. Therefore, the most urgent and only solution is to avoid war between the Duchy of Rhine and Far. The problem is they don't even understand why the Duchy of Rheinfall suddenly declared war, and their attempts to contact them have all failed. At this moment, Elector Metz was extremely anxious and worried. When Oppo Snake saw this information, it was initially unable to process it. What's going on? Why did the Duchy of Rheinfall suddenly declare war on them? Then, he suddenly looked at Shen Tianyuan. An idea surged in my mind uncontrollably. But reason quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be? How could he possibly be? But when he looked at Shen Tianyuan, he remained expressionless. But it made Oppo Snake feel a strange pressure, a kind of pressure from a superior to a subordinate. Apollo's usually nimble tongue was now somewhat tangled as it spoke to Shen Tianyuan. It's a coincidence, right? How could you possibly do that? What makes you think you can? But Shen Tianyuan's answer shattered all his hopes. Shen Tianyuan looked at him and said, word by word, because I am the elector of Rheinfall. These words confirmed Apollo's suspicions. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Ning Ying, standing behind her, also stared wide-eyed. Her suspicions, which she had held for many days, were finally confirmed at this moment. Her husband was indeed Elector Rheinfall, the supreme ruler of a country. After opening its mouth for a long time, Oppo finally spoke. Words are meaningless. You say you're the Elector of Rheinfall, so you are. But where is the proof? Shen Tianyuan remained silent, because someone will soon bring him evidence. In less than 15 seconds, Oppo Snake received a video call. The video call connected, and a member of the Serpent clan wearing a serpent scale crown roared at him. Oppo Serpent, what have you done? Why did the Duchy of Rheinfall say that the attack on us was because of you, and that I should contact you? Give me an explanation immediately. This Serpent clan is none other than Elector Metz. He personally called to confront them and demand an explanation. Seeing this, Apollo finally confirmed it. The human man before me is truly Elector Rheinfall. Oppo Snake didn't know what to say, so it turned the camera's view towards Shen Tianyuan's image. Shen Tianyuan took the initiative to greet him. Your Excellency Elector of Metz, it's been a long time. Who are you? Elector Metz did not recognize Shen Tianyuan at first. Shen Tianyuan took out a fox mask from his pocket and put it on, saying, it was I who ordered the Duchy of Rheinfall to declare war. Elector Metz looked at the familiar fox mask and heard Shen Tianyuan's words and instantly understood. You are Elector Rheinfall? That's right. Elector Metz also attempted to investigate the true appearance of Elector Rheinfall, but to no avail. I never expected to see him today. Elector Metz's expression was grim as he faced the fleet. Suppressing his anger, he said, Elector Rheinfall, I congratulated you when you founded your kingdom. I have never offended you. Why did you order your fleet to attack our country today? Please give me a reasonable explanation. Shen Tianyuan pointed at the 3 Oppo snakes. They intended to murder my wife. Is that explanation enough? Elector Metz looked at Ning Ying and the others, and immediately understood the reason for the matter. As his soldiers, Oppo and his 2 companions were naturally aware of the assassination attempt and had given his approval. In his view, earning 20 billion was too easy. It was just a matter of lifting a finger, so why not take it? But unexpectedly, this human woman turned out to be the wife of Elector Rheinfall. Now, the Elector of Rheinfall has come to his wife's defense, after understanding the ins and outs of the matter. But Elector Metz did not intend to acknowledge this. After all, killing for money is inherently shameful, especially for an elector like himself to do such a thing. It's too disgraceful. Elector Metz opened his mouth and forced a strange smile. Elector Rheinfall, I think you've misunderstood. Our Principality of Metz has strict laws, and we would never engage in such dirty deeds as killing for money. I had no idea what Oppo Snake was doing. They did this behind my back. Oppo Snake chimed in, saying, that's right. What we did has nothing to do with the Lord. We did it ourselves. This has nothing to do with the Duchy of Metz. If you need help, come to us. Elector Metz then said, Elector Rheinfall, you have heard it too. What they did has nothing to do with my Duchy of Metz. You should withdraw your fleet. Hearing the master and servant singing in unison, Shen Tianyuan laughed disdainfully. Do these 2 think he's an idiot? Shen Tianyuan said sternly, I don't care what your relationship is, who exactly ordered Oppo Snake. In short, I have only one sentence. If Apollo dares to lay a finger on hair on my head, I will immediately send troops to destroy the Duchy of Metz and make the entire Duchy of Metz pay with its life. Elector Metz gritted his teeth. What an overbearing man. He keeps talking about destroying his Duchy of Metz. They didn't take him seriously at all. But what's most infuriating is that what he said was almost entirely true. The fate of the Duchy of Metz truly rests in this man's hands. Ning Ying, standing to the side, listened with admiration in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen her husband so domineering and forceful. More importantly, this domineering and forceful behavior was for her sake. Chapter 165, You're so naughty. I love it so much. Elector Rheinfall, how impressive your power is. Elector Metz had already decided to compromise, but he still habitually made a few stubborn remarks. But Shen Tianyuan wasn't going to tolerate him and directly retorted, "It's not just about showing off. I can also let you personally experience the power of my fleet." Elector Metz was really angry to be criticized like that. If it weren't for the current unfavorable situation, he really wanted to get into a good fight with Shen Tianyuan. Circumstances are beyond our control. Elector Metz compromised. "Fine, Elector Rheinfall, you win. I'll have Apollo withdraw, and you must withdraw your troops as well." Nature. Elector Metz looked at Apollo. "I thought it was money I could easily earn on a whim. I never expected that I would not only fail to make money, but also lose so much face. Damn it, fuck it. Colonel Apollo, this mission is terminated. Take your men and retreat." "Yes, my lord." After Elector Metz issued his orders, he waited for Shen Tianyuan to issue the order to retreat. However, Shen Tianyuan did not immediately issue an order to withdraw his troops. "Elector Rheinfall, what are you waiting for?" Shen Tianyuan said, "You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. You frightened my wife, so you must compensate her. You." Seeing Shen Tianyuan pushing his luck, Elector Metz had a moment when he really wanted to turn on him, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. "How much compensation do you want? Tell me." "Not much, 20 billion. Upon hearing this, Elector Metz's scales visibly turned ashen. 200 billion is not a lot, but it was their commission for killing Ning Ying. Shen Tianyuan's demand for this amount of money was clearly an insult to him. "Give." Shen Tianyuan said to Ning Ying, "Madam, Elector Metz has admitted his mistake and is willing to compensate you with money. He'll buy you some nutritional supplements so you can go back and recover. Please give Elector Metz your account number." Ning Ying was secretly delighted. Not only do they demand compensation, but they also deliberately belittle the other party. "My husband is a bad guy, but I love him so much." Ning Ying provided an account number and quickly received the transfer. "Received." Elector Metz, his face grim. "Elector Rheinfall, can we withdraw our troops now?" "Not yet." After hearing this, Elector Metz really wanted to reach through the two screens and strangle Shen Tianyuan. "Elector Rheinfall, you may have the upper hand, but that doesn't mean I'll let you have your way." Shen Tianyuan smiled and said, "Elector Metz, you misunderstand. It's just that there are some things we can't do without making us feel at ease." "What do you want? Just say it. I need all the relevant information from the people who hired you." "All right." Elector Metz no longer cared about the principle of confidentiality regarding his employer's information, and besides, he didn't care about such things anyway. After receiving the relevant information, Shen Tianyuan ordered Wudong to withdraw the fleet and also withdrew the declaration of war. The matter was resolved, but the Elector of Metz was very unhappy. He didn't want to see Shen Tianyuan for a second longer and was about to hang up the phone. "Wait a moment." Then, Shen Tianyuan gave him a contact number. "Your Excellency Elector of Metz, please feel free to contact me if needed." Elector Metz thought to himself, "Just wait, the next time I call you, it will be the time I destroy your Duchy of Rheinfall." After making the vow in his heart, he angrily hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Apollo and his two companions prepared to leave. Before leaving, Shen Tianyuan told them to leave behind the anesthetic contact agent, and that Su Wendong should also stay behind, and that his limbs should be broken in case of unforeseen circumstances. Apollo naturally had no objections. Shen Tianyuan was not worried that they would do anything funny. After all, the monks may run away, but the temples cannot. If they dare to cause trouble, I can always reassemble my fleet and attack the Duchy of Metz. Before leaving, Shen Tianyuan made a special trip and said, "Mr. Apollo, I wish you a safe journey." Oppo Snake didn't understand what Shen Tianyuan meant by saying that. But feeling uneasy all over, I quickly slipped away. With the danger over, Shen Tianyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Ying had almost recovered and stood up to look at Shen Tianyuan. "Husband." "Ahem, madam, you should wake up the others first." Shen Tianyuan did not want to reveal his identity as Elector Rheinfall so quickly, but he had no choice due to the circumstances. Suddenly exposed, Shen Tianyuan hadn't yet figured out how to explain it to Ning Ying. So let's delay for now. The intelligent Ning Ying sensed Shen Tianyuan's intention, but she didn't point it out. She just smiled and nodded. "Yes, my husband, I'll contact you later. Bye. By the way, wait here for 5 minutes. My men will be here to take you back." "Good." After hanging up the call, Shen Tianyuan's smile vanished. That was indeed an opportunity. An opportunity to defeat the Duchy of Metz. But he didn't do that. First of all, the Duchy of Metz is not weak. If you really push him to the brink, he'll definitely bite himself hard before he dies. And the other electors would take action upon hearing the news. Trying to take advantage of the chaos could plunge the Shinra galaxy into a state of great conflict. This is not the situation Shen Tianyuan wanted. Lifa Star is currently in a phase of rapid development, and it needs a peaceful external environment. Therefore, the Duchy of Metz had no choice but to let it go. However, this is only temporary, and they'll charge interest up front. He instructed, Xuanqi, after you've dealt with them, go and escort Ningying. Yes, Mr. Shen. Ningying, although she doesn't know how to use injections. But she found a housekeeping robot and had it remove the anesthesia from those who had been anesthetized. Soon, the anesthetized group slowly woke up. The effects of the anesthesia on the guards had not yet completely worn off when they deployed their armor and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. They saw a scene of utter chaos, with dead and severely wounded guards scattered everywhere. However, no further danger was discovered. Just when I didn't know what to do, Ningying stepped forward to take charge. Everyone, please rest assured, the danger has been eliminated. Your task now is to send the injured to the medical bay for treatment and the deceased to the cold storage for proper preservation, while others inspect the spacecraft. Also, the spaceship should remain stationary and not be moved for now. Yes. Once Ningying spoke, everyone felt reassured and immediately began to get busy. Ningying walked up to Su Wendong. Su Wendong's limbs were all broken. His face was pale and his body was trembling, but he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a sound. Ningying felt both anger and a touch of pity for his betrayal. Ningying had roughly figured out the reason for Su Wendong's betrayal. When you're in the world of martial arts, you're not always in control of your own destiny. Some things are beyond our control. Ningying did not ask him who the mastermind was, because she knew she wouldn't get anything out of him. Of course, Ningying wouldn't let him off the hook either. A traitor is a traitor, no matter the reason. Ningying looked at him and said, Uncle Su, this is the last time I'll call you that. Rest in peace. I will do my best to protect your family. Thank you, miss. Su Wendong's voice trembled, whether from gratitude towards Ningying, fear of death, or both. A moment later, black blood flowed from Su Wendong's mouth. He died. Chapter 166, Envy and Jealousy. The three Apokos who had left were marveling at their narrow escape. Oh dear, I never expected that ugly human woman would actually be the woman of Elector Rheinfall. Yes, it's fortunate we didn't kill her just now. If we had actually killed that ugly woman, we would probably be facing the pursuit of the Electors of Rheinfall in the future. The two subordinates were relieved, but Oppo was angry. Not only was the mission a wasted trip, but Oppo's snake also got sprayed with insults, making him angrier and angrier. He didn't dare to say much when facing Shen Tianyuan just now. But after leaving, he immediately became defiant, and his dissatisfaction began to surface. When he heard his subordinates celebrating, he sneered, I really don't understand what you two cowards have to be afraid of. Actually, if the Lord hadn't told me to stop, I would have killed that ugly woman and run away. The universe is so vast. What can a mere elector of Rheinfall do to me? The two subordinates were also helpless. You weren't assertive enough earlier, but now you're offering hindsight advice. Apollo noticed the looks in his two subordinates' eyes and became increasingly displeased, thinking that he had a safe face. His eyes lit up. By the way, we saw the true face of Elector Rheinfall and also know his relationship with that ugly woman. These are two very good pieces of information, aren't they? We can easily sell this information on the black market. I'm sure someone will be interested. Consider the money from the sale as compensation for our emotional distress and travel expenses. We can't have come all this way for nothing, can we? The two subordinates were intrigued upon hearing this, but also somewhat worried. Brother, your idea is good, but what if the electors of Rheinfall retaliate against us? Oppo snorted. We'll just deny it then, and our Lord will protect us. Does he dare risk offending our Lord by killing us? The two men listened and agreed. Brother is right. He's right. What can a mere elector of the Rheinfall be to us? That's right, that's right. Just as the three were discussing how much to sell the information, the spaceship suddenly made a loud thud, and then a large hole was torn open in the top of the spaceship. A figure holding a sickle emerged from the smoke and dust of the explosion. You. Apoko hadn't even uttered his question yet. A flash of cold light appeared, and he felt a chill on his neck before he saw a headless body. At the same time, the spaceship's communicator rang, and the caller was none other than Elector Metz. Amidst the incessant ringing of communication bells, The massacre ended in just a few seconds. This communication was destined to fail. The reason Shen Tianyuan discussed those conditions with electromets just now was because demanding some compensation is secondary. The main reason is to buy time. They were delayed until Xuanqi arrived. Shen Tianyuan is going to kill these three guys. These assassins, who had tried to kill Ning Ying but failed, really thought they could leave unscathed. Dream. Shortly after, Shen Tianyuan received an angry communication from electromets. Elector Rheinfall, the armored signals of the three Apollos have disappeared. They are dead. Did you do this? Shen Tianyuan didn't bother to hide it. That's right. Elector Metz's anger intensified upon receiving confirmation. You've gone too far. I clearly ordered them to abandon the mission. And besides, we had no idea they were your family beforehand. Ignorance is no excuse, but that doesn't apply to me. I only killed the three of them because they hadn't yet caused any real harm to my family. Otherwise, it won't just be the three of them who will be punished, but your entire duchy of Metz. Hearing Shen Tianyuan's domineering remarks, Elector Metz was so angry that his scales seemed to explode. Fine, fine. Elector Rheinfall, you're so domineering. Not to mention these three S-rank individuals. They represent a considerable fortune for the Principality of Metz. More importantly, Shen Tianyuan killed him even though he knew he was one of his subordinates, which shows that he didn't take them seriously at all. Elector Metz was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He is currently engaged in a battle with Elector Terrace and has no time to attend to Shen Tianyuan. However, this feud was formed. Elector Rheinfall, this isn't over. The Elector of Metz uttered this harsh remark before hanging up. It's not over between us. You're the mastermind. Just wait. You'll be joining them in the afterlife. Shen Tianyuan killed the three executors. The Elector of Metz, the mastermind behind it all, would naturally not be let off the hook. It's just that the time isn't right yet. Suddenly, a small fleet appeared on Ning Ying's side. At first, Kong Qing-shu and the others were startled, thinking that new attackers had arrived. They only breathed a sigh of relief after Ning Ying explained that she was there to protect them. But then they were even more surprised. It's only been a dozen minutes, and a small fleet has already arrived to protect them. It's unbelievable. What surprised them even more was that there was an SS class member in the fleet. They are all here to protect Ning Ying. All of this made Kong Qing-shu extremely envious and jealous. She and Ning Ying have always been very close since childhood. But at what time? Ning Ying has fallen so far behind her. Inside the cabin, Ning Ying cupped her face in her hands, looking at the communicator screen and muttering, "Why isn't the call coming in yet?" Didi. Finally, the communicator rang, and the caller ID showed the name Shen Tianyuan. Ning Ying's eyes lit up immediately. She quickly looked in the mirror to make sure her makeup was okay before answering the call. The video call connected, and Shen Tianyuan bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency, the Lady of the Elector, greetings." Ning Ying's already flushed cheeks turned even redder. "What did you say?" "You?" Shen Tianyuan grinned and said, "I am the Elector of Rheinfall, and you are my wife. So naturally you are the Elector's wife, unless you don't want to be my wife." "I don't." Ning Ying immediately denied it, then hurriedly explained, "I just couldn't react for a moment." Shen Tianyuan said, "Madam, you must be very surprised that I am the Elector of Rheinfall, right?" Ning Ying honestly replied, "It was somewhat unexpected, but not entirely unexpected." Then, Ning Ying said that she had this conjecture since the Interstellar Energy Conference, and that she had discovered some clues that seemed to further confirm this conjecture. It's just that we haven't been able to be sure yet. Shen Tianyuan had no idea that Ning Ying had already suspected something. He had always thought he had hidden it very well. "My wife is truly very intelligent." Shen Tianyuan said, "Madam, I'm sorry for keeping these things from you before. However, I can't explain how I obtained the title of Elector of Rheinfall for the time being. Please allow me to explain it to you at a more appropriate time." Ning Ying felt a little disappointed after hearing this. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Her husband has always been a mystery, but now she has been able to ease her husband's burden to some extent. This is a good start, and things will get better in the future, she firmly believes. "Okay, it's settled then. You can let me know when the time is right." Ning Ying's display of such tolerance made Shen Tianyuan feel somewhat ashamed. However, the acquisition of the Rheinfall electorate is related to the existence of the system. Therefore, I can only apologize to Ning Ying for now. Chapter 167, Breaking Legs. Ning Ying has come to some understanding. She had a conflict with Kishimoto Hideo at the Lord's Manor before, which explains why the Lord's Manor didn't even ask and directly chose to protect her. She also received special preferential treatment from AK military industry. That's because Lefaster and AK military industry are essentially their own territory and industries. While Ningying was happy that her husband was the elector of Rheinfall, she also had some concerns. Needless to say, I was overjoyed. The concerns stemmed from the feeling that Shen Tianyuan was too outstanding, and outstanding men naturally attract many women. This seems to be a paradox. She wants her man to be outstanding, but she also worries that he will go astray if he gets rich. The two then began to discuss the assassination attempt. Through the exchange of information between the two, as well as the employer information provided by the elector of Metz, they roughly reconstructed the events surrounding the assassination. First of all, Su Wendong is a traitor, that much is certain. But he was just a pawn. The mastermind behind it all was someone else. The mastermind's initial plan was to use Su Wendong and the Duchy of Metz to assassinate Ningying. However, during the planning process, Ningying and Kishimoto Hideo had a conflict. This led the mastermind to believe that using the Junri clan to assassinate Ningying would be a better option. After all, the human race and the true Japanese race have a blood feud, not to mention that Ningying and Kishimoto Hideo also have personal conflicts. In this way, if Ningying gets into trouble, outsiders will only point the finger at the Junri clan. So they managed to contact Hideo Kishimoto. Kishimoto Hideo already hated Ningying, so the two naturally hit it off immediately. However, Hideo Kishimoto later failed. The mastermind then proceeded with the original assassination plan. Ningying then realized that her husband had saved her twice. After figuring out the ins and outs of the incident, the next key step is to analyze who the mastermind behind this is. Shen Tianyuan looked at Ningying with a solemn expression. "Madam, regarding the mastermind behind this, do you already have someone in mind?" Ningying nodded heavily. Yes. Not only Ningying, but even Shen Tianyuan has already gotten some clues. Although Su Wendong didn't say anything, but his actions have already revealed a lot. Su Wendong's family has served the Ning family for 3 generations, and all family members are under the protection of the Ning family, rarely having any contact with the outside world. Therefore, the possibility of external forces causing Su Wendong to betray the regime is very low. And this assassination, regardless of success or failure, Su Wendong is doomed to die. He must be aware of this as well. The only thing that could make Su Wendong willing to sacrifice his life and loyalty was probably his family. Su Wendong's family is under the protection of the Ning family, so in theory there shouldn't be any safety issues, unless the mastermind is from within the Ning family. In this way, the mastermind behind the scenes can more easily contact and control Su Wendong's family, thereby forcing him to betray Ningying. Furthermore, members of the Ning family have an even stronger motive for committing the crime, although Ningying controls the Ning family's finances. However, Ningying is not an irreplaceable key figure. If Ningying is killed, other members of the Ning family can take over and manage the finances. Therefore, the things outsiders removed from her were not of high value. But for some members of the Ning family, they must get rid of Ningying before they can take power. Shen Tianyuan had already experienced this before. The difference is that it was previously targeted at Shen Tianyuan. They wanted to drive Shen Tianyuan away, force Ningying to marry someone else, and relinquish their control over the finances. But it didn't work. So this time, I simply want to get rid of Ningying. This way, they can seize control of the Ning family's finances. Ningying asked, "Husband, do you also believe that the danger comes from within the Ning family?" Yes, this assassination attempt, in terms of both motive and timing, could only have occurred within the Ning family. Upon hearing that Shen Tianyuan's thoughts aligned with her own, Ningying couldn't help but sigh. The person who wants to kill you is most likely a blood relative. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in this situation. Ningying had long realized that her other family members coveted her position. In Ningying's view, the position of president of Ning's group it's less of a right and more of a responsibility. If she really wanted to pass this heavy responsibility to someone else. However, looking at the Ning family as a whole, they are either pleasure-seeking, ignorant, or too selfish. No one but her could possibly shoulder this responsibility. However, they still covet this position. They even felt that she was blocking their way. They've been lurking in the shadows, causing trouble and creating obstacles. In the past, these were all minor squabbles, and Ningying tolerated them for the sake of family harmony. But later, these people went further and further astray. She even turned her dirty hands on herself and her husband, even though Ning Ying felt reluctant to do it. She knew she couldn't keep putting up with it any longer. It's always a painful thing to harm a family member. Shen Tianyuan saw through Ning Ying's thoughts and said, "Madam, whatever you do, I will support you." In short, it added a touch of warmth to Ning Ying's sorrowful mood. "Thank you, my husband." Ning Ying composed herself and said, "By the way, my husband, can you tell my father about your identity as Elector Rheinfall?" Shen Tianyuan nodded. "Yes, being honest about one's identity is more conducive to the progress of things." Previously, although Ning Qianquan agreed to establish a strategic partnership between the Ning family and the Principality of Rheinfall, he still had some concerns. Shen Tianyuan revealed his identity, and Ning Qianquan knew that the leaders of both sides were actually one family, and there was no better guarantee than that. But, Shen Tianyuan added, "Let's not tell Ning Qi and Ning Ling for now." Ning Ying nodded. "Yes, that's my opinion too. They're both still young. They're not very discreet, and it would be troublesome if something leaked out. I'll go and talk to my father-in-law myself." "Good." Before Shen Tianyuan went to explain the situation to Ning Qianquan, he told Ning Ying about the execution of Oppo and the other two, and he assured that the Elector of Metz would also pay the price. After saying that, Shen Tianyuan hung up the call. Ning Ying stared at the now black screen and murmured to herself, "My husband, you're so good to me. I'm going to cling to you. Once I'm clinging to you, there's no way you'll make me leave." "Dear father-in-law," Shen Tianyuan dialed Ning Qianquan's number. "Oh, it's your son-in-law. Inger told me you've been running away lately." "Yes. A good man should have ambitions beyond his hometown, so I won't ask you where exactly you're going. But you must remember, the Ning family is your home. Wherever you go, remember to come back. Also, don't be afraid if you encounter trouble outside. The Ning family will always be your support. And the most important point, you can go out to run errands, but if you go out and flirt with other women and hurt Inger's feelings, I'll break your legs." Shen Tianyuan responded verbally. "But I couldn't help but think to myself, given our poor physical condition, it would be very difficult for you to break my legs." Chapter 168, The Wise Son-in-Law. "Son-in-law, you call me because you need something, right? It's not a big deal, but I feel it's necessary to tell you." "Okay, go ahead and say it." As he spoke, Ning Qianquan picked up the teacup next to him and took a sip of water, seemingly not caring much. Shen Tianyuan said, "Actually, I'm the Elector of Rheinfall." Puff. Ning Qianquan spat out the water he had just drunk. Cough, cough. Ning Qianquan choked twice, patted the water off his clothes, and looked at Shen Tianyuan in astonishment. "What did you just say you were?" "Say it again." "Actually, I am Hua Xinghe, Elector Rheinfall of the Holy Roman Empire." Ning Qianquan stared at Shen Tianyuan for a while. "You kid, do you have some kind of mental illness?" Shen Tianyuan was helpless. "No, I'm telling the truth." Ning Qianquan didn't believe it at all. "Kid, your marriage was arranged by Grandpa, so our family doesn't care about your background, nor do we need you to fabricate some nonsense identity to be worthy of the Ning family. On the contrary, your deceptive behavior will only lower our favor, you know?" Shen Tianyuan sighed. Why is it so hard to tell the truth? Shen Tianyuan knew that words alone were not enough. We need to produce some substantial evidence. So he contacted Tianlu in his mind and asked him to send an email to the Ning family in the name of Elector Rheinfall. Seeing that Shen Tianyuan remained silent, Ning Qianquan assumed that he had been exposed and was now ashamed. So he began to speak earnestly in the manner of an elder. "I know you told this lie to get along with Inger, and this lie can also be said to be your goal. But young people shouldn't be too ambitious. When doing things, start small and work your way up. Let's set a small, achievable goal first, like becoming the district head. You should know that I have worked diligently for decades, and I only got to where I am today by inheriting my father's legacy. As a result, you immediately attempted to become the leader of a great power. Is that possible? No way. This is based on my decades of life experience, and it can't be wrong." In short, as Ning Qianquan was giving his earnest instruction, a secretary knocked on the door and entered, bringing a document. He said, "Governor, this is a message we just received from the Elector of Rheinfall of the Duchy of Rheinfall." Ning Qianquan took the paper, waved it in his hand, and said, "I see, this is truly the Elector of Rheinfall. The real thing can't be faked, and the fake thing can't be made real. Anyway, Ning Qianquan stopped halfway through his sentence, looking at the 4 words on the paper. I'm on the other side. Ning Tianyuan didn't immediately understand those 4 simple words. I'm on the other side, what does that mean? Cough, cough. Shen Tianyuan coughed twice and said, Father-in-law, look here. Ning Tianyuan looked up at Shen Tianyuan, then at the image of himself on the paper opposite him. His brow furrowed, then suddenly relaxed, and a curse slipped out. Ning Tianyuan's gaze shifted rapidly between Shen Tianyuan and the paper. Could the phrase, I'm on the other side, mean he's referring to Shen Tianyuan, who's sitting opposite him? Father-in-law, do you believe me now? Ning Tianyuan's eyelids twitched violently. You kid, you wouldn't actually be the Elector of Rheinfell, would you? Father-in-law, I have said it before, I am telling the truth. After saying that, Shen Tianyuan took out the fox mask and put it on. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan's image perfectly matched that of the Elector of Rheinfell. Ning Tianyuan blurted out again. You really are something else. It's understandable that Ning Tianyuan was so shocked. He had initially thought Shen Tianyuan was just a penniless son-in-law, but he suddenly became someone on equal footing with him. This is beyond shocking. It was earth-shattering. After a while, Ning Tianyuan accepted this premise. You kid, you're really unexpected. You flatter me. I remember you were rescued from the Junri tribe's mining area. You didn't even have freedom back then. So how did you suddenly have a country? Of course, Shen Tianyuan couldn't say. I'm cheating, I have a system. He had already prepared his explanation for this. Actually, I already had all of that, but an accident caused me to fall into the Junri tribe's mining area and lose my memory. That's why I spent a few months at your house. Later, when my memory returned, I want to take back everything that belonged to me. Upon hearing this, Ning Tianyuan exclaimed, Well, it turns out you have quite an impressive background. I wonder which faction my son-in-law comes from. Dear father-in-law, we have a confidentiality agreement, so it's inconvenient to disclose specific information. Please understand. That excuse sounds so unreliable, but there's nothing wrong with it. After all, the universe is so vast that no one can guarantee there are any hidden superpowers. Since Shen Tianyuan had already said that, Ning Tianyuan had no reason to continue asking questions. However, Shen Tianyuan's identity underwent a drastic change. This also made Ning Tianyuan more vigilant. After all, it seems suspicious that such an important person would become a son-in-law in the Ning family. Who knows if he has some bad intentions? Ning Tianyuan didn't waste any words and asked the question directly. But Shen Tianyuan had already prepared a perfect answer. Shen Tianyuan directly dialed Ning Xingho's number. Grandpa! Ning Tianyuan immediately stood at attention. Ning Xingho spoke up. Tianyuan, I know Tianyuan's situation. I can vouch for him, so you can rest assured. Ning Xingho hung up the call, and Ning Tianyuan nodded and said, Grandpa personally vouched for you, so there's no problem. After a pause, Ning Tianyuan spoke again. My dear son-in-law. When Shen Tianyuan heard that Ning Tianyuan had changed his status from son-in-law to virtuous son-in-law, he felt that Ning Tianyuan was up to something. Look, you've been with our Ning family for several months now, and we've never treated you badly. We've always treated you like family. And in fact, we've been family for a long time. Shen Tianyuan had no objection to this. You're right. Ning Tianyuan continued. Didn't you want to sign a strategic partnership with me before? That's right. Since we're all family, let's discuss the cooperation agreement between the Ning family and the Duchy of Rheinfell as a family. Not long ago, the Ning family and the Duchy of Rheinfell reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Now we know that Shen Tianyuan is the Elector of Rheinfell. Ning Tianyuan realized that he could now use family ties to get Shen Tianyuan to make more concessions on the contract, allowing the Ning family to gain more benefits. Don't blame me for being despicable, father-in-law. As a national leader, I always have to consider the country's interests. My dear son-in-law, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Shen Tianyuan also saw through Ning Tianyuan's plan. As soon as the old man realized what was happening, he decided to take advantage of him. But his advantage wasn't easy to come by. Please wait a moment. Chapter 169, The Golden Son-in-Law. Shen Tianyuan got up and left. A moment later, Shen Tianyuan returned, having changed his clothes. It was that crown and robes of the Elector of Rheinfell. Ning Tianyuan asked, Son-in-law, what is this? Shen Tianyuan sat down and said solemnly, Governor Ning, the person sitting in front of you now is no longer your son-in-law Shen Tianyuan, but the Elector of Rheinfell, Hua Xinghe. Shen Tianyuan, as the son-in-law, was naturally at a disadvantage when negotiating the contract. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan switched directly to the identity of Elector Rheinfeld to conduct the talks. This would not be a negotiation between a father-in-law and son-in-law. Rather, it was a negotiation between the leaders of the two countries. Their negotiations were no longer driven by personal feelings, but by the interests of their respective countries. Negotiations in progress. Snap! Shen Tianyuan slammed his fist on the table and retorted sharply. This won't do. Our Rheinfeld duchy has already shown enough sincerity with this regulation. We cannot back down even a little bit. I also refuse. Your Ning family should bear more responsibility. This is even worse. If you insist on changing it, the Ning family will have to make concessions, not our duchy of Rheinfeld. Ning Tianyuan was helpless. I thought that as the son-in-law of the Ning family, Shen Tianyuan would be more accommodating to us in the cooperation agreement. But as a result, Shen Tianyuan changed his clothes and turned his back on everyone, completely switching into the role of Elector Rheinfeld. He had long since abandoned any thought of the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law. They refused to budge an inch during treaty negotiations. Instead, they became aggressive, as if they wanted to devour him. Well, Ning Tianyuan siket inwardly. I am a very unqualified son-in-law, but he is still qualified as a leader. It was clear that continuing the negotiations would not yield any benefits. Ning Tianyuan waved his hand. All right, let's leave the contract to the people below to discuss. We, father-in-law and son-in-law, can talk about something else. Good. Shen Tianyuan changed back into his casual clothes and smiled. Father-in-law, please forgive me for what happened just now. After all, I also have a country to be responsible for. I understand. Ning Tianyuan understood this deeply and could not persuade Shen Tianyuan to sacrifice national interest for the sake of his own family. Ning Tianyuan thought about it and realized that he probably wouldn't gain any political advantage, so he decided to try other approaches. Ning Tianyuan's eyes lit up. By the way, son-in-law, since you are the elector of Rheinfeld, then the AK military industry on Rheinfeld Star is your business. Yes, AK military industry is a business I started. Ning Tianyuan understood. No wonder Ning Ying was able to secure AK military industry cooperation at cost price. It turns out that the entire AK military industry belongs to Shen Tianyuan. My son-in-law is truly a golden catch. Ning Tianyuan organized his thoughts and said, My dear son-in-law, as you probably know, our Ning family has not been doing well in recent years. Tight finances have led to outdated equipment for the military. Being backward means being vulnerable to attack. In a recent battle at the Azure Base No. 2, tens of thousands of our compatriots died because of outdated equipment. It breaks my heart. I believe that you, as a member of the Ning family, feel the same way. So your initiative in offering that military contract at cost price is a godsend for the Ning family. I am deeply moved by your actions. However, while the contract solved the Ning family's immediate problem, it was still somewhat lacking. If our son-in-law is willing to open the door wide and provide more support for our family business, that would be even better. Shen Tianyuan looked at Ning Tianyuan, raised an eyebrow, as if to say, You old guy are quite greedy. I just gave you a contract at cost price, and you still think it's not enough? You want more. Ning Tianyuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly responding implicitly, My dear son-in-law, don't blame me for being greedy. As the person in charge of the Ning family, he must have the Ning family's interests at heart. As long as it benefits the Ning family, I'll accept it even if you call me shameless and despicable. If it were an ordinary person, they would want to get Shen Tianyuan for free. Shen Tianyuan would definitely kick him. You're dreaming. But Ning Tianyuan was, after all, Ning Ying's father, his own father-in-law, and also Ning Xingho's Jr., which was Shen Tianyuan's Jr., so they were considered family. His Chongning fleet was essentially his own, so it's okay to help out a couple more times. Shen Tianyuan said, Father-in-law, as you know, we have recently received a lot of orders, and AK military production capacity has reached its limit, so we are temporarily unable to provide you with more weapons and equipment. Ning Tianyuan's heart sank, but he didn't say anything. After all, it was a favor that Shen Tianyuan helped him, and it was his right not to help. Besides, he has already helped me a lot. However, I was still somewhat disappointed, but then I heard Shen Tianyuan say, However, although I cannot provide you with finished equipment, I can provide you with some technical assistance. Ning Tianyuan's eyes lit up. Really? A man's word is his bond. Father-in-law, please go back and prepare a list. Tell me what equipment and technology you lack. If I have it, I'll provide it to you from AK Military Supplies. Please note that Shen Tianyuan is referring to supplies from AK Military Industry. Shen Tianyuan, an executive at AK Military Industry, possesses secondary technologies that are considered excellent by outsiders. But for Shen Tian, it's not the absolute top level, so it can be sold or given away. Ning Qianquan was overjoyed upon hearing this. If it weren't for the screens separating them, Ning Qianquan would have loved to kiss his son-in-law twice. My dear son-in-law, there's nothing more to say. In this life, I only recognize you as my good son-in-law. Shen Tianyuan coughed. Father-in-law, Xiaoling isn't married yet. How come you only have me as your son-in-law? However, let me make this clear from the beginning. The technology one provide is for your own use only, and you're not allowed to sell it to others. Of course, Ning Qianquan wasn't ungrateful. Shen Tianyuan's willingness to provide technical support far exceeded his expectations. My dear son-in-law, you've given me such a wonderful surprise. I'll be waiting for you to come back. We'll definitely have a good get-together. Okay, by the way, you remember the Azure Base 2 campaign, right? Ning Qianquan nodded heavily. Of course, we lost many people in that battle. Shen Tianyuan continued. You turned the tide of that battle because a mysterious person helped you, right? That's right. If it weren't for the fleet provided by that mysterious person, we would have almost certainly lost that battle. Actually, I am that mysterious person. I was the one who sent the fleet to support you in that battle. When Ning Qianquan heard Shen Tianyuan say that he was the mysterious person, he was no longer surprised. Because of that battle, although the mysterious man asked him for compensation for losses, it was not enough to fully make up for the losses of his fleet. This is a losing proposition. Aside from Shen Tianyuan, who was part of the family, Ning Qianquan couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. My dear son-in-law, I'm truly grateful to you that time. Father-in-law, I'm bringing this up not to ask for your thanks, but because I think the time is right and our two families can conduct another joint military operation. Chapter 170, The Restoration Plan. Ning Qianquan was not particularly interested in Shen Tianyuan's proposal to conduct joint military operations. The Ning family has just gone through a war, and at this stage, they should focus on recuperation and do not want to participate in unnecessary wars. But Ning Qianquan immediately changed his mind after Shen Tianyuan mentioned the objective of the operation. Because the objective of the operation is the 7 stars of Yinyan. The 7 stars of Yinyan are the fallen planets occupied by the Zhenri clan, where hundreds of millions of humans live. The fall of the 7 stars of Yinyan is a major humiliation in the history of humankind, and it remains unresolved to this day. For decades, the 7 stars of Yinyan were occupied, although there were many enlightened people of the human race who petitioned to restore their homeland. The federal government also launched several campaigns to restore it, but all of them ultimately ended in failure. Worse still, as time went on, the 7 stars of Yinyan were mentioned less and less, and it was gradually being forgotten, as if it had never been part of the Human Federation. In the last decade or so, the federal government has not even discussed the restoration of the 7 stars of Yinyan. But a country's territory is invaded by foreign tribes, and a nation's people are ravaged by foreign tribes. What an utter disgrace. Ning Qianquan had proposed the restoration of the 7 stars of Yinyan on several occasions at the federal conference. But the response was minimal, let alone translate into action. The 7 stars of Yinyan were like a thorn stuck in Ning Qianquan's heart. Hearing Shen Tianyuan propose to restore the 7 stars of Yinyan, he was both surprised and delighted. Are you serious? Shen Tianyuan said, I would not joke about matters of national importance. Ning Qianquan did not answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, he said, This matter is very important. I need to know why you did this. The reason, in a sense, is to wash away the shame of the human race. From a personal perspective, I need the territory and population of the 7 stars of Yinyan. The 7 stars of Yinyan is a planet rich in resources and has a large population. These are invaluable assets that cannot be measured in time. More importantly, the human race has legitimate sovereignty over the 7 stars of Yinyan, and the action to restore the 7 stars of Yinyan is legal. Ning Qianquan nodded. The reason is fine, but do you know how difficult it is to restore it? Shen Tianyuan nodded. I have seen the Human Federation's previous attempts to restore the 7 stars of Yinyan, all of which ended in failure, which is enough to show how difficult it is to restore them. Ning Qianquan said seriously, That's right. From those failed attempts to restore the dynasty, we have roughly analyzed the defensive strength of the Zhenri clan against the 7 stars of Yinyan. First, There is the fleet, and the fleet that is stationed there year-round should be of the size of a fourth-class fleet. In addition, permanent defensive fortifications were built on both the outer and inner sides of the planet, and a large garrison was stationed inside. In short, restoring the country would be extremely difficult. Shen Tianyuan said, "It's difficult, undeniably. But that doesn't mean there's no hope of winning. I think the reasons for those failed attempts at restoration were more internal than external." Ning Qianchuan nodded. "You're right. The most important reason for the defeat in the War of Restoration was our lack of sincerity and trustworthiness. Our cooperation was often two-faced, and we lacked united action. The reason for this is that those three families did not have the urgent sense of crisis that comes from hardship and death from comfort. They only thought about living in peace and taking things one step at a time, and were unwilling to pay a great price to restore the 7 stars of Yin. How could we possibly win like this?" Shen Tianyuan continued. "The 4 major families each have their own agendas. If they join forces, they will only hinder each other and make little progress. Therefore, this time, I will exclude the other 3 families and focus solely on you and me." Ning Qianchuan frowned. "Our 2 sides can indeed effectively avoid internal problems, but with our strength, it will probably be very difficult to restore the 7 stars of Yin. It's normal for Ning Qianchuan to have such concerns. After all, the fleet stationed at the 7 stars of Yin is a 4th-level fleet." Ning Qianchuan was worried that the 2 families alone might not be able to muster enough troops. In response to Ning Qianchuan's concerns, Shen Tianyuan said directly, "For the War of Restoration, I can send a fully fledged 4th-class fleet, plus a 3rd-class fleet." Ning Qianchuan was shocked. Shen Tianyuan's move was on the scale of the entire Chongning fleet. And he certainly also has a fleet for homeland defense. Based on this calculation, Shen Tianyuan has at least 2 level 4 fleets at his disposal. Judging from the size of the fleet alone, his son-in-law is far superior to him. He's incredibly wealthy. Ning Qianchuan coughed. "Son-in-law, to tell you the truth, how many troops do you actually have?" Shen Tianyuan smiled. "Military secrets cannot be spoken of. Ning Qianchuan didn't dwell on it and continued to ask, "Then how many troops do you need me to send? If you send out another Tier 3 fleet, our military strength will be about 1.5 times that of the True Sun clan. Even if we have a numerical advantage, you still need to consider one problem. The 7 stars of Yin have built a large number of defensive fortifications both inside and outside the city, which will greatly hinder our attack. If the war drags on for too long, it will be very troublesome if the Junri tribe comes to our aid. You don't need to worry about that. I will try my best to get the defense map of the 7 stars of Yin before the war starts. That would be best. Furthermore, after the victory of the Restoration War, how should the rights and interests of the 7 stars of Yin be divided?" Shen Tianyuan pointed at the 2 of them. "The rule of the 7 stars of Yin has ostensibly returned to the Human Federation. But in reality, it is only in the hands of the 2 of us, and I will have at least 3 to 4 of the power." Ning Qianchuan thought about it and decided that Shen Tianyuan would be the main attacker in this battle, and that he would be rewarded for his hard work. "After we recover the 7 stars of Yin, we will probably not only face the counterattack of the Junri tribe, but also pressure from within the Federation." That's right. Clearly, Shen Tianyuan and his group have captured the 7 stars of Yin. The other 3 major families who were previously unwilling to contribute will definitely step forward. They shamelessly demanded to divide up the benefits of the 7 stars of Yin. Some people are like that. It's hard to get them to do anything, but when it comes to dividing the cake, they're all jumping for joy. Faced with this question, Shen Tianyuan's answer was simple. If they dare to extend their claws, chop them off. If one comes, chop it off. Ning Qianchuan narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you afraid that this will cause a civil war?" Shen Tianyuan snorted. If they had that kind of spirit, they wouldn't have let the 7 stars of Yin fall into the hands of the Junri clan for so many years. Ning Qianchuan laughed. "That's right. My dear son-in-law, the more I look at you, the more pleasing you become." During this discussion, the 2 reached a preliminary agreement on the outline of the plan to restore the 7 stars of Yin, but many detailed issues still need to be explored. There is still a long preparation period before the restoration plan can begin. This will be a life-or-death battle, and we cannot afford to be careless. Ning Qianchuan. During the preparation for war, we can first create momentum for the war of liberation and arouse the patriotic enthusiasm of the people, which will be beneficial to our war. Shen Tianyuan nodded. "I have something that can serve as a starting point to inspire patriotism." Chapter 171 Physically in Chao's camp, but with hearts in Han. Eurome Federation's premier planet, touted as the most civilized, safest, and most developed model planet, has attracted a large number of alien immigrants to settle there. Located in the southern hemisphere of the first star, St. Elsenbai is surrounded by oceans and has a typical temperate maritime climate. With its pleasant climate and year-round spring-like weather, it is one of the most beloved cities for extraterrestrial immigrants. A district on the east coast of San Elsenbai is known as the Banana City. It is named Banana City because a large number of human immigrants gathered here, and because of their yellow skin. A lavish banquet is being held in a grand residence in Banana City. Because the owner of the mansion, Yu Yongyi, is celebrating his 100th birthday. Yu Yongyi, a native of Jimmy City, Chongning State, Human Federation, served in the Chongning Fleet for many years and eventually retired with the rank of Brigadier General. After retiring from the military, he started an interstellar trading business, leveraging the connections he had built up in the army. Over the decades, he amassed a great fortune. They then immigrated to the Europa Commonwealth and settled in St. Elsinko. Yu Yongyi's military experience made him highly respected within the human community of St. Elsenbai City. Over 100 local celebrities attended his 100th birthday celebration. Mr. Lee, Mrs. Lee, hello, please come in. Grandpa Liu, I never expected you to come. It's such an honor to have you here. Please come in. The younger generation of the Yu family greeted these celebrities at the door. At this moment, 3 figures arrived at the Yu family's door. 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom looked very young, in their 20s. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. They have a very special aura that makes people take a second look at them. These were Shen Tianyuan, Bai Shuang, and Pan Geng, who had deliberately changed their route. The 3 arrived at the Yu family's gate, where a younger member of the Yu family stopped them to greet them. Gentlemen, do you have invitations? No. Shen Tianyuan took out an identification document and handed it over. Hello, we are soldiers from the Chongning Fleet. I am Lieutenant Li Rongfeng, and this is Sergeant Sun Jianxuan. We came here on vacation, but we happen to hear that your Yu family's patriarch is celebrating his birthday. Although your patriarch retired from the military many years ago, he still enjoys considerable prestige in the Chongning Fleet. We hope to take this opportunity to pay him a visit. The younger member of the Yu family glanced at the 3 men's military officer IDs and then said, "Wait a moment." He then ran back to ask his elders for permission. A moment later, a sprightly old man came out and welcomed the 3. Since you 3 are the descendants of Father's army, you are naturally friends of the Yu family. Please come in. Shen Tianyuan and his 2 companions successfully entered the Yu family's residence. The Yu family's mansion is vast and luxuriously decorated, suggesting they've indeed made a lot of money from interstellar trade over the years. While waiting for the birthday party, the 3 of them kept being approached by other people. After all, the 3 of them have excellent looks and outstanding temperament, which is indeed eye-catching. In just a short while, Shen Tianyuan was approached by several wealthy young ladies. Even more surprisingly, Shen Tianyuan received an invitation from the triplets to play cards at their hotel after his birthday party. Pan Geng, on the other hand, seems to be favored by older women. A middle-aged woman adorned with jewels subtly suggested that Pan Geng's stomach seemed to be in poor condition and that he should come to a restaurant for a meal. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang was constantly being approached by wealthy young men. However, Bai Shuang's consistently indifferent attitude left everyone disappointed. I finally made it to the start of the birthday party. The real protagonist, Yu Yongyi, has finally made his appearance. Although Yu Yongyi is 100 years old, he has white hair and a youthful face and seems to be in good spirits. After thanking the guests, Yu Yongyi began to reminisce about his glorious 100-year career. He joined the army at a young age and served for decades, participating in battles large and small. Despite facing life and death, he never retreated a single step. He particularly emphasized the Battle of Nyo, which took place more than 50 years ago. As a frontline commander, he was fearless, working daily on the most dangerous front lines, immersing himself among the rank-and-file soldiers, sharing their hardships, and making outstanding contributions to the overall campaign. He was highly praised by the soldiers. Even after his honorable retirement from the military, he never forgot his country. Engaging in interstellar trade will add a significant chapter to the nation's commerce. In short, he expressed a core idea. He was very patriotic and made a huge contribution to the country. After saying that, he took out the Brigadier General's uniform and a pile of military seals. Then he specially put it on and twirled around for everyone to show off his glorious history. After Yu Yongyi finished speaking, the spotlight suddenly shone on Shen Tianyuan and his group. He enthusiastically introduced Shen Tianyuan's group. They were all officers from the Chongning fleet who had come specifically to celebrate his birthday. Yu Yongyi's introduction was somewhat problematic. He didn't mention that they were there to celebrate a birthday while on vacation. This made it seem as if Shen Tianyuan and the others were representing the Chongning fleet to wish them a happy birthday, making him appear particularly prestigious. Even after he left the fleet for decades, the fleet would still send people to celebrate his birthday. To prove this point, Yu Yongyi specially invited Shen Tianyuan to the stage to say a few words. But Shen Tianyuan's remarks were somewhat different for what he had expected. Originally, it was assumed that Shen Tian had come specifically because he admired him, so he would definitely say some words of praise. Shen Tianyuan began by saying, "Mr. Yu, from your recollection just now, it is clear that you are a very patriotic person." Yu Yongyi nodded. "Of course. The Human Federation gave me life and raised me. It is my motherland. I will do everything in my power to love her and protect her." Slap, slap. After Yu Yongyi finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Yu Yongyi nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that letting this young man come up was a wise decision. But Shen Tianyuan's next words exceeded Yu Yongyi's expectations. Shen Tianyuan said, "Mr. Yu, I have a question I don't understand." "Ask." Shen Tianyuan asked. "Mr. Yu, since you love your country so much, why did you immigrate to the Euro-May Federation?" Shen Tianyuan's words made Yu Yongyi's smile freeze. The atmosphere in the audience froze. After a moment, Yu Yongyi laughed heartily. "That's a good question. I can tell you, although I'm in the Euro-May Federation, my heart will always be with the Human Federation. No matter my nationality, my heart will always belong to the Human Federation. I will always be human. I will always love my country." What a shameless answer. Shen Tianyuan then asked, "But according to my understanding, the oath taken when joining the Euro Federation states that those who join the Euro Federation must unconditionally take up arms to defend the Euro Federation when necessary. For example, what should you do if a conflict arises between the Euro Federation and the Human Federation? Are they going to pick up weapons and point them at us?" Chapter 172, You've Harmed Them. "Hey, what did you say? I am indeed getting old, and I can't hear some of what you're saying clearly." Faced with Shen Tianyuan's questioning, Yu Yongyi immediately took advantage of his old age and frailty, claiming that he could not hear. "Mr. Yu, it doesn't matter if you can't hear me. I have a written version here." As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan took out a drawing board and was about to write something for him to see. The Yu family took one look. "Oh dear, here comes someone to sabotage us." However, they couldn't resort to violence in public, so they could only ask Shen Tianyuan and the others to leave. Shen Tianyuan's antics made the atmosphere at the birthday party a little awkward. After all, Shen Tianyuan was quite taken aback by Yu Yongyi's questioning. It is equally useful for other immigrants who claim to be loyal to the Soviet Union, even if they hold other nationalities, but who will always be citizens of the Human Federation. Shen Tianyuan and the other two were led to a guest room on the side. A moment later, Yu Yongyi, leaning on his cane, came over and questioned Shen Tianyuan. "I thought you had come sincerely to wish me a happy birthday and kindly invited you in. But I was wrong. You had planned this all along. Who sent you to humiliate me?" Shen Tianyuan shook his head. "Mr. Yu, that's not right. How is it an insult? I was just telling the truth. Do you mean to imply that you actually know what you're doing is wrong?" Yu Yongyi said with a sullen face. "It seems you're not planning to say anything." He waved his hand, and several members of the Yu family next to him started to loosen their knuckles, preparing to go up and teach Shen Tianyuan and the others a lesson. Without wasting words, Shen Tianyuan raised his hand, revealing the black armor bracelet on his wrist. Bai Shuang and Pan Geng also revealed their respective armored bracelets. Upon seeing this, the Yu family members immediately backed down and dared not step forward. The Euro Federation has strict controls on combat armor, making it very difficult for ordinary people to obtain it. Upon seeing their armored bracelets, Yu Yongyi knew they were outmatched in terms of force. He immediately said, "Young man, fighting and killing are no longer fashionable. Do you know how much I contributed to the Human Federation when I was young? Treating a war hero like this is tantamount to treason." "Treason? The Europa Federation?" Yu Yongyi slammed his cane on the floor. "How dare you? Although I have now become a citizen of the Euro-May Federation, my contributions to the Human Federation are indelible. I am still a brigadier general of the Human Federation. How dare you lowly soldiers treat me like this? Shen Tianyuan sneered. How dare you call yourself a brigadier general? Upon hearing this, Yu Yongyi immediately felt a little flustered. What do you mean? Yu Yongyi, you claim to outsiders that you were honorably discharged from the military, but that's a complete lie. You were actually discharged. Shen Tianyuan continued. Yu Yongyi, after you were promoted to brigadier general, you took on the position of logistics management, but you accepted bribes and kickbacks when purchasing supplies. You were discharged from the military because this was discovered. You're slandering me. Do you have any evidence? Shen Tianyuan then logged into the Chongning Fleet's archives network and retrieved Yu Yongyi's file, which clearly stated that he had been discharged from the military for embezzlement and bribery. He was dismissed for serious disciplinary violations, but it was publicly stated that he was honorably discharged from the military. Yu Yongyi's face immediately turned ugly. The Yu family members also looked surprised, clearly unaware of this matter. With the evidence before him, Yu Yongyi could not deny it. Although I was confused for a moment and did some wrong things, my achievements are indelible. As for the fleet, they only discharged you from the military without filing a lawsuit because of your contributions. But they didn't expect your so-called merits to be so laughable. Nonsense. I participated in the battle to seize cattle back then, and I never flinched even amidst a hail of bullets. How dare you question my contributions? Shen Tianyuan didn't respond, but instead took out 2 items. Mr. Yu, I have 2 things I'd like to show you. After saying that, Shen Tianyuan took out a bag of space compressed food and then a cooked potato. Shen Tianyuan first crushed the compressed food into powder, then crushed the potatoes and mixed the 2 together. Shen Tianyuan pushed it in front of Yu Yongyi. Mr. Yu, please have a taste. Looking at the yellowish, sticky mess, Yu Yongyi roared. How dare you humiliate me by feeding me pig swill? Pig slop, you call this pig slop? Shen Tianyuan's voice gradually rose. Do you know that because of you, many people have been eating this pig swill for over 50 years? What does this have to do with me? Shen Tianyuan said. It seems that Mr. Yu has really forgotten. Do you still remember the names I mentioned? Lieutenant Li Rongfeng, Sergeant Sun Jinshuan. Yu Yongyi found these names somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place them. Let me remind you, in the Battle of the Cows more than 50 years ago, you were the frontline commander, and you had several planetary sentinel stations under your command. Lieutenant Li Rongfeng and Sergeant Sun Jinshuan were members of the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station. Because these planetary sentinels are located on the front lines of the war, they are frequently attacked by alien races, and battles often lead to communication disruptions. Therefore, one of your tasks is to personally go and check on the situation of these planetary sentinels. 51 years ago, the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station was attacked and communications were lost. As the person in charge, you should have gone to check it yourself, but you were afraid of death and didn't go at all. Yu Yongyi immediately retorted, What makes you think I didn't go? You weren't even born then. Shen Tianyuan didn't waste any words and immediately took several photos. The photo shows the lonely K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station and the weathered, white-haired veterans. Back when Shen Tianyuan was at the K-2382 Planetary Sentry Station, he used the communication device to help the veterans contact the Chongning Fleet and request a withdrawal order so that the veterans could leave that harsh and cold sentry station. But the answer I received was, according to the records, the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station has been completely destroyed, so their claims are simply not to be believed. The reason for this conclusion was Yu Yongyi, the direct superior of the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station at the time. After that attack, the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station clearly survived, but Yu Yongyi's report said that the Sentinel Station had been completely destroyed and there were no survivors. This suggests that Yu Yongyi either didn't dare to go because he was afraid of the danger, or he felt that they were doomed and there was no need to go. In short, they never conducted an on-site investigation and made a false report of the sentry post destruction out of thin air. Because of this erroneous report, the Chongning Fleet stopped paying attention to the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station. Ultimately, this led to the dozens of people stationed at the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel remaining there for over 50 years in that harsh, cold environment. The person primarily responsible for all of this is naturally Yu Yongyi. Chapter 173 Patriotic Plan. Shen Tianyuan pointed at Yu Yongyi and said bluntly, It's all because of you that Lieutenant Li Rongfeng, Sergeant Sun Jinshuan, and dozens of others have been forgotten. Even though they were forgotten, they still obeyed orders and guarded the K-2382 planetary sentinel station for more than 50 years. They persevered in this way from their youth to their old age. What was once a head of black hair has now turned into a head of white frost. I spent the best years of my life there. For the past 50 years, they have been eating exactly what you call pig feed. And all of this is thanks to you. Yongi flipped through the photos, his hands trembling slightly. How could this happen? Because of your false report, the fleet has determined that the K-2382 planetary sentinel station has been destroyed and refuses to recall them. Even if it's more than 50 years late, you must make amends for this mistake. You must personally go to the fleet to explain the situation and bring these veterans back. Yu Yongyi stared at the photo in silence. He had come to believe what Shen Tianyuan had said. His dereliction of duty had harmed many responsible veterans, and he felt very guilty. But as he put down the photo, he said coldly, I don't understand what you were saying. I've already checked the K-2382 planetary sentinel station. It was indeed destroyed. The photos you show me are fake. Yu Yongyi did feel somewhat guilty, but ultimately reason prevailed over everything. He knew that if he went back like this, he would be held accountable for dereliction of duty and lose face. He is 100 years old. This trip could cost them their lives. More importantly, his reputation, built up over a lifetime, is about to be ruined. Therefore, Yu Yongyi did not hesitate much and chose to deny the matter. Shen Tianyuan sighed inwardly. This reply wasn't entirely unexpected. I just can't help thinking about it. They're all soldiers, so why is there such a big difference between them? Some people can endure decades of hardship and loneliness for the sake of a single order. But there are also people who, after making a mistake, don't even have the courage to admit it and only know how to make excuses. He only ever thinks about himself. Yu Yongyi said, You can leave now. I won't make things difficult for you today. Don't come back again. I've already retired from the army, and these things are no longer my concern. Shen Tianyuan is not coming here empty-handed. Mr. Yu, I'm addressing you like this because of the contributions you've made to the country. This is the only respect I have left for you. But if you remain obstinate, don't blame me for resorting to violence. Yu Yongyi was not afraid. I know you are wearing combat armor, but don't forget, this is the Eurome Federation. I can call the police here with just one phone call. If the police can't stop me, there's also the army and the fleet. You're doomed to lose. That's not up to you. As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan grabbed the younger member of the Yu family who was standing next to him. Take out a few small balls about the size of glass beads and press them onto their necks. What's this? Bomb. Upon hearing the word bomb, the group panicked and tried to remove it. Shen Tianyuan stopped them. Be careful, this bomb has multiple ways to detonate, including by external force. If you forcibly take it out, it will detonate. The group stopped. They didn't know if Shen Tianyuan was telling the truth or not, but they didn't dare gamble with their lives. Shen Tianyuan continued, The bomb is now timed to detonate in 1 hour. I can also detonate it remotely. The only solution is for me to give you a stop password within this hour. Once Mr. Yu and I successfully leave the first star, you will receive the termination password. Yu Yongyi retorted angrily. You are a soldier. How can you use the lives of civilians as a threat? You're not from the Human Federation, so I don't care about you. In short, you now have two choices. Either come back with us obediently and your descendants will be fine, or if you don't leave, your descendants will be turned into a pile of minced meat in front of you. Grandpa, great-grandpa, please save us. The younger member of the Yu family, who had been implanted with a bomb, looked at him helplessly. In the end, Yu Yongyi compromised. Okay, I'll go back with you, but you have to keep your promise. Nature. Shen Tianyuan and the other two quietly left through the back door with Yu Yongyi. After successfully leaving the first star, Shen Tianyuan sent the termination password to the Yu family as promised. Father-in-law, Yu Yongyi has been captured. You can prepare now. Ning Qian Chuansite, Okai. The plan to inspire patriotism among the people is centered around the veterans of the K-2382 planetary sentinel station. A lonely city thousands of miles away, filled with soldiers with white hair. Such stories are very impactful, and once they are publicized, they will surely inspire patriotism among the people. As long as the patriotic sentiments of the people are high, bringing up the 7 stars of Yin again will inevitably set off another wave of restoration. Based on past experience, the other 3 companies will only make empty promises and will not take any real action. When the Ning family takes action, they will surely win the favor of the people. Afterwards, Even if the other three families wanted to cause trouble for the Ning family, they would restrain themselves due to the influence of the people. Furthermore, by winning popular support, they will gain military manpower and financial backing. Throughout the entire plan, Yu Yongyi's responsibility was to take the blame. The veterans' decades-long dedication to the isolated city is truly moving. But this also raises the question, whose fault is it that the veterans have been left behind for so many years? If a specific person in charge is not identified, the public's anger may well be directed at the Ning family. Therefore, the existence of Yu Yongyi is very necessary. Besides, all of this was his fault. In the end, the responsibility will fall entirely on Yu Yongyi. The Ning family, on the other hand, played the role of restoring order and enjoyed the praise of bringing back the veterans. Therefore, the existence of Yu Yongyi is necessary. That's why Shen Tianyuan went to great lengths to bring Yu Yongyi back. Some might say that Shen Tianyuan was too despicable. This plan is completely exploiting veterans. Shen Tianyuan admitted that the plan did indeed use veterans to inspire patriotism among the people, and that the behavior was somewhat dishonorable. However, it should be noted that the original intention of this plan was to bring back the veterans. Inspiring patriotism is an extension of this concept. Moreover, judging from the results, this plan not only allows veterans to return to their hometowns with glory and enjoy the honors they deserve, but also inspires people's patriotism and lays the foundation for the return of the 7 stars of Yin. It is entirely beneficial and without any harm. Even though the behavior was somewhat dishonorable, Shen Tianyuan believed it was still necessary to do it. More than 20 days later, Shen Tianyuan returned to Blue Star. At the Blue Star immigration checkpoint, a large number of reporters were already waiting in advance. Of course, it wasn't to wait for Shen Tianyuan, but for the news about the white-haired veteran that had been making headlines for the past few days. They received information that Yu Yongyi, the person in charge of the white-hair veterans issue, would be escorted back today. Shen Tianyuan, of course, wouldn't join in the fun. After handing the person over to Ning Qianchuan's men on the outskirts of Blue Star, he then quietly returned to Ningjia Island. Chapter 174, Like the Yellow River Flooding. Shen Tianyuan arrived at the floating island. Before he even landed, he saw Ning Ying and the others eagerly waiting by the helipad. As Shen Tianyuan stepped out of the cabin, he saw Ning Ling waving cheerfully, brother-in-law. As soon as Shen Tianyuan got off the spaceship, a group of people surrounded him. They asked Shen Tianyuan about everything that had happened on the way. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan felt the atmosphere of home. What is home? No matter where you go, how far you go, or how long you stay, there will always be a harbor where someone is waiting for you to return. Ning Ling, clinging to Shen Tianyuan's arm, said resentfully, "Brother-in-law, you broke your promise. You said you'd only be gone for a few days, but you've been gone for almost a month. You lied to me. You're a bad guy." Ning Ling's words sounded less like a complaint and more like a coquettish act. Especially the arms that Ning Ling was holding, you could feel the fullness that came through the soft fabric from time to time. A thought flashed through Shen Tianyuan's mind. The little girl has grown up. Ning Ying scolded, "Linger, your brother-in-law has just returned and is tired from his journey. Don't cling to him like a koala." But Ning Ling disagreed. "My brother-in-law is so strong. What's wrong with me, giving him a hug?" Shen Tianyuan also felt it was inappropriate and pulled his arm out. Ning Ling immediately pouted. "Brother-in-law, why did you pull your arm away?" Shen Tianyuan chuckled. "How can I give you a gift if I don't pull my arm away?" Ning Ling, an optimist who couldn't remember her worries, immediately raised her hand and said, "Yay, brother-in-law, what gift did you bring me?" "The gift you want." Ning Ling has been chatting with him every day lately, and they've been casually bringing up certain things. At first, Shen Tianyuan didn't understand. But then Shen Tianyuan realized that this was the gift she wanted. Ning Ling isn't short of money. She could easily buy the gifts herself. What she enjoys is the interactive process. Moreover, the gifts they ask for are mostly small snacks, which are not expensive. Shen Tianyuan bought them all for her. Ning Ling happily hugged her pile of gifts and went off to enjoy herself. "Ning Qi, this is for you." Shen Tianyuan gave Ning Qi a box. Ning Qi wanted to appear mature. "I'm an adult now, I don't need to bring gifts like Ning Ling. Let's open it and take a look." Ning Qi opened the box, inside which lay an exquisite armored bracelet. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment, then excitedly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, is this combat armor?" "Yes, I had it custom-made." It's equipped with the latest safety system and can be operated by an ordinary person, which fulfills your dream of becoming a combat armored soldier. Thank you, brother-in-law. Then, Ning Chi became even more excited when he saw an AK military logo on the armored wristband. Brother-in-law, is this a product of AK military industry? As a student majoring in command, Ning Chi naturally had some knowledge of matters related to the military industry. AK military industry is the hottest military industry enterprise recently. After that press conference, its reputation soared, and many organizations regretted not attending it. AK military products have become highly sought-after items. However, apart from small number of samples, there are not many industrial products on the market yet, which makes them extremely rare and hard to find. Shen Tianyuan replied, yes. Brother-in-law, I heard that AK military industry only accepts large orders. How did you manage to get them? Oh, I happen to know a friend who works in AK military industry. Ningning couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, because she knew that the friend her husband was referring to was none other than her husband himself. Brother-in-law, you're so handsome. You must read the tutorial before using it. No. Ningning was still a little worried, so she came over and whispered a reminder. Husband, Chur, is at a mischievous age. Giving him something like this is somewhat dangerous. Madam, don't worry. I had this armor modified. The combat system was cut down, and the security system was improved. Its offensive capabilities are now very low. It's practically a toy. Ningning was relieved. Thank you, my husband. Ningning knew that although this thing was a toy, the cost of investing in it was definitely not low, and might even be much higher than that of ordinary armor. After distributing the gifts to them, Agua, who had been waiting nearby, ran over. As it approached Shen Tian, it bent its knees and slid down to hug Shen Tianyuan's thigh precisely. Master, you're finally back. Agua missed you so much. Master, without you, Agua couldn't eat or drink and could only eat 3 tubes of engine oil a week. Shen Tianyuan said, wait a minute, Agua, didn't you used to only eat 2 tubes of engine oil a week? How come you ate an extra tube? As the CPU spun at high speed, Agua quickly figured out the answer. Master, I'm missing you too much, so all the components are running faster, and the oil is being consumed quickly too. Seeing its veteran acting skills, Shen Tianyuan wanted to tease it. It's okay if you ate too much, you can make up for it later. From now on, you can eat a tube of engine oil every week. Agua froze, then lowered his head, tapping his little paws together pitifully, and said, Master, 1 tube of engine oil a week isn't enough. Agua's head will rust. Master, could you repay me for the extra engine oil I consumed in installments over 100 years? Seeing Agua's pitiful appearance, I stopped teasing it and handed it a few tubes of new engine oil. Leifiai's latest product. Try it and see how it tastes. If it's good, I'll buy this from now on. Agua was deeply moved. Master, my admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and boundless, like the yellow river overflowing its banks, unstoppable, and dinner that evening. The family had dinner together again after more than 20 days apart. At the same time, while watching the news, Ning Tianyuan was on the screen. Ning Tianyuan is giving a speech on the issue of white-haired veterans. He spoke with great emotion, saying that these veterans had stayed on alien planets for more than 50 years just to prevent the loss of an inch of their country's land. Veterans symbolize a spirit of protecting one's homeland and country, a spirit of unwavering resolve. Even if it means losing one's head and shedding blood, not an inch of the nation's land will be lost. Ning Chi, this young man, was filled with patriotic fervor, wishing he could immediately shoulder a gun and serve his country. But Ningling has a question. Although this was done very well, don't you think it's a little strange? This happened more than 50 years ago, and no one has noticed anything unusual in all of that time. But why was it brought up today, and who brought it up? Ning Chi shook her head. Dad's explanation was that he accidentally discovered the clue while checking past files. But that excuse can only fool outsiders. I know very well that our family doesn't have the habit of checking past files. Based on my guess, someone must have discovered the Sentry Post and informed our family, which brought the matter to light. I just don't know who this person is. Why is Dad keeping a secret? Chapter 175 Snowball is not just a simple good-for-nothing. Shen Tianyuan calmly ate the melon seeds, saying that what they were saying had nothing to do with him. The next news item is more interesting. Recently, several interstellar criminal organizations have been wiped out by mysterious individuals. Tens of thousands of criminals have vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. People have various speculations about the mysterious person who carried out this task. Some believe this is part of a larger criminal organization that took action to eliminate its competitors. Some people believe that he was an incredibly powerful space ranger who did the good deed of punishing evil and upholding justice. Some conspiracy theories suggest that these criminal organizations are connected to a major power, which uses them to do illegal things that it is inconvenient to do itself, and then silences them afterwards. No one believes that this was done by a government or organization for a just cause, because people who do this kind of thing will definitely publicize it extensively. Although people have various guesses about the reasons, they are happy about it. After all, those scumbags deserve to die. It would be better if they were dead. After finishing their meal, Ning Ling said, "By the way, brother-in-law, let me tell you, Shueqiu, a Chinese investment platform, has been really interesting lately." Snowball? The image of that snowball appeared in Shen Tianyuan's mind. In Shen Tianyuan's memory, that guy was just a good-for-nothing. All they did all day was eat and sleep, sleep and eat. It's so strange that I can't even see it anymore. What's so interesting about snowballs? I'll show you. Ning Ling took out a small silver bell and gently shook it twice. Dingling, with the pleasant sound of bells. A moment later, a white figure approached from afar. It was that young snow-winged tiger. It has grown considerably larger than before, and its size is almost a meter long. Little Belle, it's a wild beast after all. You shouldn't let it run around like that without any protection. Brother-in-law, it's so well-behaved now, even better than a kitten. Brother-in-law, look what's on its back. Shen Tianyuan looked closely. On the back of the young snow-winged tiger was a snowball the size of a head. How did they end up together? Brother-in-law, you don't know. Snowball has already taken this little tiger under his wing during this time. Shen Tianyuan was somewhat skeptical. The way animals rank themselves is simple, by strength. Snowball is just a level 0 creature. The young snow-winged tiger was only one level higher than it. But the difference between the next level and the next level is like night and day. How could a snowball possibly tame a snow-winged tiger? It's more like the other way around. Seeing Shen Tianyuan's disbelief, Ning Ling said, "About half a month ago, Snowball and the little tiger were eating together. You know Snowball has a huge appetite. It ate so much, but wasn't full, so it tried to steal the little tiger's food. The little tiger was naturally not satisfied and started fighting with the snowball. As a result, the snowball bit my butt and held on for a long time, and I couldn't pull it off no matter what I did. Finally, the little tiger lay on the ground begging for mercy, and only then did Snowball release its grip. From then on, the little tiger became Snowball's little brother and its means of transportation. Wherever Snowball went, the little tiger carried it. A means of transportation? Let's not even discuss why Snowball was able to defeat the young snow-winged tiger. Snowball is really lazy, but also quite humane. It even knows to provide a mode of transportation." Ning Chi chimed in. "That's not all. At the previous birthday party, Shueqiu even defeated a level 2 creature, the Oppo pig-nosed monkey." Shen Tianyuan stroked his chin. "Interesting. I remember when I first met Shueqiu. It's just a level 0, a gluttonous beast. Although it was quite fierce back then. However, their combat strength is definitely not up to level 1, let alone able to defeat level 2 creatures. Why is the Snowball now able to defeat level 2 creatures?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shen Tianyuan was wondering what was going on when he heard Shueqiu squeaking at Ning Ling. After all, Ning Ling rang the meal bell, but when she arrived, there was no food to be found. Ning Ling then had a housekeeping robot bring over a cart full of food, as high as a small mountain. Originally, Shueqiu had lost a few teeth because Ning Ling had tricked him once, so he kept avoiding Ning Ling, which even implicated Ning Ying. However, during this period, it was Ning Ling who fed Snowball, based on the idea that whoever provides the milk is the mother. Snowball no longer dislikes Ning Ling. On the contrary, he can now lie down and let Ning Ling torment him. Snowball leaped onto the food in a flash. The mountain of food disappeared visibly beneath its small body. The food quickly disappeared completely. Snowball, its round body wobbling, jumped back onto the back of the young snow-winged tiger. He continued to lie there, belly exposed like a corpse. Ning Ling said, "Brother-in-law, did you see that? Snowball's appetite is too big. The main thing is that it's so small. How could it possibly eat food bigger than itself? What's going on?" Shen Tianyuan nodded. Indeed. Shen Tianyuan had noticed before that Shueqiu was particularly good at eating, but he never expected it to be this big, which was beyond the laws of physics. And its combat power has obviously increased. All of this seemed very unusual. Shen Tianyuan decided to study snowballs. Then, Shen Tianyuan stepped forward and lifted up the sleeping snowball. The young snow-winged tiger, having regained its freedom, was first stunned, then jumped and danced with joy. It seems it's been under a lot of pressure from this snowball demon lately. Seeing Shen Tianyuan carrying the snowball out, Ningling hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, don't throw the snowball away. Although it can eat, we can afford to feed it. Don't worry, I won't throw it away. I just want to check on how it's doing lately." Shen Tianyuan carried a snowball to a training ground. The training ground is made of super alloy, which is extremely strong, making it perfect for testing. A few minutes later, Shen Tianyuan had a wolf-like creature covered in purple crystals brought into the training ground. This is a level 2 creature, the amethyst wolf. The amethyst wolf's body is covered with a special crystal that makes it immune to most physical bullets and laser weapons. It is also extremely fast and has a very strong bite force, capable of easily biting through steel in one bite. It will be the touchstone for Snowball. "Hey, wake up!" Shen Tianyuan tried calling Shueqiu for a long time, but he was destined not to wake up a ball that was pretending to be asleep. Helpless, Shen Tianyuan simply threw him into the field. "Awoo!" The amethyst wolf howled and then charged its snowball like lightning, biting the still-lying snowball into its mouth. It then bit hard, trying to tear it apart and eat it. Shen Tianyuan panicked when he saw this. Will the snowball get wiped out? Just as I was about to rush over to save it. However, they discovered that although the amethyst wolf could flatten the snowball with its bite, its teeth could not penetrate the snowball's body. It kept swinging the snowball, trying to use inertia to tear it apart. Squeak! The snowball that had been bitten in the mouth finally woke up and started squeaking again. Shen Tianyuan originally wanted to say go for it, but felt it wasn't practical enough, so he changed his words to, "Snowball, beat it, and I'll reward you with something delicious." Chapter 176, Snowball and System Backpack. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. Upon hearing this, Snowball immediately became eager to fight. Its flat body immediately swelled up, forcefully prying open the amethyst wolf's mouth. Ugh! The expanded snowball became harder than steel, and no matter how hard the amethyst wolf tried, it couldn't bite through the sphere. The amethyst wolf couldn't bite it, so it had no choice but to spit out. Then the amethyst wolf charged directly at the snowball. Although the amethyst wolf was not large, the density of its crystal structure was extremely high, and its mass was naturally extremely high. The force of its charge was no less than that of a heavy truck. Snowball suddenly opened its mouth wide. In an instant, its mouth expanded to be more than 10 times the size of its body. What a gaping, bloodthirsty maw! The purple crystal wolf hadn't expected the snowball to change like this. Unable to break in time, half of its body plunged directly into the snowball's gaping maw. In an instant, it seemed as if it had been frozen in place and stopped moving completely. A moment later, Snowball shook its head, and the body of the amethyst wolf fell down. At this moment, only half of its body remained. The half that had been swallowed had disappeared, and the cut was extremely smooth, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. The amethyst wolf is undoubtedly dead. This result was far beyond Shen Tianyuan's expectations. Although Ningqi had just said that Snowball had defeated a level 2 creature, he was somewhat skeptical. But seeing it with my own eyes now is truly shocking. In just a few short months, Snowball has grown from a level 0 idiot into an idiot capable of defeating level 2 creatures. This growth rate is truly astonishing, and he doesn't even know if this is the Snowball's growth ceiling. If it can still grow, that would be truly amazing. Currently, Snowball's attack method is very simple. It simply bites. However, its constitution is very special. First of all, it's very durable. In its relaxed state, its body is extremely flexible and can be stretched or flattened at will. Once its body expands, its hardness and strength increase dramatically. The amethyst wolf, with its bite force capable of breaking steel, was unable to subdue it. The strangest thing about Snowball is its belly. It can easily swallow objects several times its own size without changing its own size. The crystal shell of the amethyst wolf could withstand laser weapons and conventional bullets, but it was bitten off and swallowed by the Snowball. Shen Tianyuan realized that he had underestimated Snowball before. It clearly contained immense value. First of all, its body can be both soft and hard, giving it amazing defensive capabilities. If similar biomimetic materials could be produced, they would be of great use. Ning Ling and her friends really like the snowball. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan will not slice the snowball. However, it's still possible to use those two hairs for experiments. Squeak. At this moment, Snowball had already jumped to Shen Tianyuan's side, biting his trouser leg and squeaking. Shen Tianyuan understood that this meant he was being asked to fulfill his promise of a generous reward. Shen Tianyuan squatted down and said earnestly, "Snowball, can you do me another favor? I'll take 2 of your hairs and double your food later, okay?" It's unclear whether Snowball understood or not, but Shen Tianyuan started plucking feathers. I didn't expect the snowball's fluff to be so difficult to pluck. Shen Tianyuan tugged at a single hair and stretched the snowball 2 or 3 times its original length, but he still couldn't pull the hair off. The snowball, stretched into a noodle, was clearly unhappy and opened its mouth wide, biting directly into Shen Tianyuan's hand. Call! Needless to say, the snowball's bite force was so strong that it bit Shen Tianyuan's hand and drew blood in one bite. This is still the only exception it left. Otherwise, if it had bitten off Shen Tianyuan's hand with all its might, it would have done so. Shen Tianyuan looked at his bleeding hand. Normally, if Snowball dared to bite him, Shen Tianyuan would definitely punch it back. But since Shen Tianyuan abused it first, it's inappropriate to hit it again. Snowball seemed to know it shouldn't bite Shen Tianyuan. After all, Shen Tianyuan was his long-term meal ticket. If he angered him, no one would feed him, and he wouldn't be able to lie around like a corpse every day. It quickly stuck out its pink little tongue and licked Shen Tianyuan's wound. Snowball, it will be fine on its own. The next moment, the nanobody was activated, and Shen Tianyuan's wounds healed rapidly. But Shen Tianyuan stared at the injured spot on his hand, deep in thought. Just now, as the wound was healing, he could feel a distinct itching sensation at the wound site. I didn't feel this way before my nanobody was healed. Shen Tianyuan thought about it carefully. This itching sensation is somewhat similar to the itching sensation when a wound scabs over. Could it be that Snowball's saliva has the ability to heal wounds? Otherwise, why would Snowball have been licking its own wounds? Although Shen Tianyuan was not sure. But there's no harm in testing it out. Shen Tianyuan called Agua and asked him to send some test tubes. Soon, Agua brought the items over. Shen Tian carefully scraped off the remaining saliva from Shueqiu on his hands and put it into a test tube. Plucking the hairs didn't work, so Shen Tianyuan deployed his armor and, with the power of the Rakshasa, managed to cut off a few of the Snowball's downy hairs, which he then put into a test tube. But Shen Tianyuan was most concerned about Shueqiu's belly. What's with its unusually large belly? Shen Tianyuan wanted to find out exactly what the inside of the Snowball's belly was like. Shen Tianyuan brought Shueqiu to the infirmary and performed an X-ray scan on Shueqiu. However, it was discovered that X-rays could not penetrate the Snowball's body, so it was impossible to see what its internal structure was like. Shen Tianyuan tried several other testing methods, but none of them worked. Shen Tianyuan decided to take a more decisive approach. Shen Tianyuan took out a nanodetection robot. This nanorobot can enter a living organism's body and then transmit images from inside the body back to it. Shen Tianyuan wrapped a nanobot inside the food, deciding to use it to explore what was inside the Snowball's stomach. Snowball swallowed the food along with the nanobot in one gulp. Through the camera screen, it was observed that the nanobot captured only a very brief, deep, and strange glimmer of light before completely losing signal. Shen Tianyuan continued to try other things. It was discovered that regardless of the material or transmission method, anything that enters the Snowball's belly will completely lose contact. This made Shen Tianyuan even more curious. He even considered crawling inside the Snowball to take a look, but this idea remained just a fantasy. Based on this series of circumstances, Shen Tianyuan felt that Shueqiu's belly was like a one-dimensional pocket, connecting to another different space-time. This reminded Shen Tianyuan of something similar. The system's space backpack. Both possess a mysterious space whose location is unknown. Chapter 177, give a thumbs up to Agua. Shen Tianyuan sent the Snowball's fur and saliva back to the fleet for testing, hoping to find something useful. As for Snowball, we'll raise him at the current pace. Let's see how it grows in the future. When Shen Tianyuan returned to his room, he heard a soft sound of footsteps. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Please come in. Seeing Ning Ing walk in, Shen Tianyuan's thoughts instantly returned to the night he went out more than 20 days ago. Ning also came to find him at night, but Shen Tian was doing something else and missed her. Shen Tianyuan regretted it immediately. After all, Shen Tianyuan was a normal young man. Well, actually, he can't really be considered a normal young man. After all, he is over 100 years old. However, his actual physical condition was only during his youth, a time when he was full of vitality. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan also had some surging desires. Ning Ying is a great beauty in particular. Since the two are husband and wife, it is naturally reasonable and legal for them to do certain things they like. When Ning Ying came tonight, Shen Tianyuan immediately adjusted his mindset, determined not to miss the opportunity again. Good evening, madam. My dear husband, that's good. The two sat down. Then Agua, being very considerate, brought them water and personally delivered it to them. The moment Shen Tianyuan took the water glass, he noticed that Agua seemed to be winking at him. Shen Tianyuan immediately understood. There were several small packages under the water cup that Agua brought. Shen Tianyuan glanced at it. Love freely, and nothing will go wrong. If she's doing well, I'm doing well too. Shen Tianyuan immediately understood what it was. Shen Tianyuan quietly hid the items and then tested them with his hand. There were about 7 of them. Agua knows himself quite well, haha. After delivering the mysterious item, Agua said before leaving, Master, Mistress, my system will be upgraded tonight. During the upgrade, I will be unable to perceive anything outside. No matter how loud the noise is, I will not be able to hear it. Shen Tianyuan gave Agua a sensible look. Agua gave an okay look with his eyes. They then went to another room. Agua, this guy's pretty savvy. Add 1 tube of engine oil every week from now on. Ning Ying was unaware of this scheme involving 1 person and 1 machine, and asked curiously, I remember that Agua's system wasn't upgraded around this time. Could it be that I remembered wrong? It's probably a temporary upgrade. Just ignore it. Yes, my husband. I came here tonight to express my gratitude to you in person. Without you, I wouldn't have made it back from this trip to Leifa. You also saved Chi'er and Linger before, which was a great help to the Ning family. My husband, you were too good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Shen Tianyuan smiled and said, We're family. There's no need to talk about repaying each other. You're being too formal. Ning Ying said earnestly, Even if you are a family, you can't take your family's kindness for granted. If you have this kind of mentality of taking it for granted, or even feel that your family owes you something, that won't bring harmony to the family. It will only cause the family to break apart. Therefore, I will never forget my husband's kindness, and I will always keep it in my heart. Shen Tianyuan had no doubt about Ning Ying's sincerity in saying those words. However, this topic is far too serious. This was somewhat unrelated to what Shen Tianyuan wanted to do, so the topic had to be changed. Shen Tianyuan said, Madam, let's talk about something else. Ning Ying nodded. Yes, my husband, then I'll tell you about the mastermind I've investigated. Shen Tianyuan, this isn't what I wanted you to say. However, this matter still needs to be taken seriously, since this restless fellow is right here in the Ning family, right beside us. Please speak, madam. Ning Ying said, I originally wanted to get some information from Su Wendong's family, but someone killed them first. Not only that, 3 security guards in the family compound were also killed at the same time. The mastermind behind this was likely using the 3 security guards to control Su Wendong's family and coerce him, which is why they were all silenced. Not only that, but all traces have been thoroughly cleaned up, making it impossible to find out who did these things. Shen Tianyuan wasn't surprised by this. Although they had cleaned up the traces, it only further proved that they were indeed from within the Ning family. Madam, who are your suspects? Ning Ying propped her head up. There are quite a few people. Our Ning family members are distributed across the military, political, and financial sectors. If I die, the people who currently work for the Ning group will directly benefit. My eldest aunt and third aunt both work for the Ning group, but they are too old to take over my position. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that they might try to take my place so that their own children can succeed me. Therefore, the eldest uncle and the third uncle also had motives. Besides, my peers who work at the Ning group include my second sister Ning Siki, my fourth sister Ning Niaofu, and my fifth brother Ning Liangjing. Oh, and Ning Liangjia, who was fired before, also counts. Shen Tianyuan calculated 1. Goodness, there are 8 suspects in total. There's a saying, the most ruthless are those in the imperial family. It's not that people from imperial families are necessarily more ruthless than ordinary people. However, the interests involved in the imperial family are far greater than those of ordinary families. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Eliminating Ning Ying and gaining control of the Ning group would be far too profitable. They would even kill for it. The mastermind behind this should also be aware of it. This action will lead Ning Ying to suspect that the mastermind behind it all is from within the Ning family. Unfortunately, there were too many suspects. The traces have now been erased, and the only way to find the mastermind is to wait for them to make their move again. Simply waiting is extremely inefficient and risky. Therefore, the best approach is to create opportunities to lure the snake out of its hole. Shen Tianyuan told Ning Ying about his idea of luring the snake out of its hole. Ning also thought this method was good. However, I'm still somewhat worried. After all, to lure out the snake, one must create an opportunity that the mastermind behind the scenes believes to be exploitable. However, if the scale is not properly controlled, it could lead to real danger. Therefore, the two of them must make a good plan. The search for the mastermind behind this has come to an end for now. Ning Ying asked the question, why doesn't my husband stay on Lifa Star? Why does he want to come back to the Ning family instead? The answer to this question, Ning Ying hoped her husband would say, he came back for her sake. Shen Tianyuan originally wanted to tell the truth. He had offended some people and wanted to avoid risks, which was why he came here, and also because of Ning Xingho. Of course, it also includes the desire to be with them, but that's not the main reason. Shen Tianyuan was about to say that when he saw Ning Ying's expectant eyes. Shen Tianyuan suddenly realized what was happening. I almost made another stupid mistake. Most of the time, what women want to hear is not the truth, but what they want to hear. Chapter 178. The system is about to upgrade. My lady, nothing in the world is as precious as you. Hearing Shen Tianyuan's words, Ning Ying's eyes reddened, and tears welled up, but the corners of her mouth slowly turned up. She lowered her head and wiped away her tears, saying, why did you say such mushy things? It makes me want to cry. Shen Tianyuan handed Ning Ying a tissue to wipe her tears, because this is the truth. Ning Ying stepped forward and hugged Shen Tianyuan, resting her head on his body, and said softly, husband, I love you. Me too. Feeling the soft warmth in his arms and smelling the delicate fragrance, Shen Tianyuan began to feel a stirring of desire. Unaware of what was happening, Ning Ying nestled in Shen Tianyuan's arms and said, husband, may I call you by your name from now on? What should I call you? Can I call you Tenjin? Of course. But in exchange, I'll call you Ying. Ning Ying notetsuidi. The two hugged for a while, and Shen Tianyuan felt the time was right and was about to speak. Ning Ying pulled away from Shen Tianyuan's embrace first, lowered her head, and reached out to brush the hair near her reddened ears. Okay, I'm going back now. Good night, Tianyuan. Gut nicht, Ying. Ning Ying then went back to sleep in a good mood. Shen Tianyuan waved his hand and watched Ning Ying's figure disappear. The next second, Shen Tianyuan's waving hand froze in midair. Wait, something's not right. Shouldn't tonight be a wonderful night for two? How come I'm all alone again? Shen Tianyuan was sitting on the sofa pondering this question. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a round head reflecting light. Hey, stop hiding, come out. Agua came out scratching his head, not understanding why his owner could always find him so quickly. Shen Tianyuan wanted to say to this, hey, don't polish your head so shiny. It reflects too much light. But Shen Tianyuan didn't say anything. Shen Tianyuan turned his head. Agua wanted to congratulate his master on his efficiency, but then he remembered something. Based on information found online, humans don't seem to pursue high efficiency in this regard. They hate speed and instead feel that the longer the time is wasted, the better. Although Agua's brain just couldn't understand why humans were so strange. But adhering to the principle that the happiness of the master is the goal I, Agua, have pursued throughout my life, Agua promptly changed his tune. Agua felt that its master needed comforting at this moment, so it stretched out its little paw and patted Shen Tianyuan's shoulder, saying earnestly, Master, don't be sad. Everything has two sides. Your haste might displease the lady of the house. But from our perspective as robots, it's really amazing. Our standard for robots is based on processing speed. The faster the processing, the better the performance. The master is very fast, which is also very good. Shen Tianyuan. This is supposed to be a comforting statement, but it sounds a bit awkward. Agua continued. By the way, master, I happen to have a friend who works at a pharmacy. It has a small blue pill on one side. This little blue pill can reduce your work efficiency. You might need it. It's a discreet shipping service. No one else will know about it. And master, I'll let you in on a little secret. They're having a 250th anniversary sale. Buy one, get 10 free. You can buy dozens of boxes at once and stock up for later. Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan's left eyelid twitched. It said that Agua has a wide social circle. One minute, I'm meeting friends in psychiatry. The next, I'm meeting friends in pharmacies. A moment later, while repairing the dent in his skull, Agua was still completely baffled. I wonder what I did to upset my owner. Shen Tianyuan lay on the bed, completely baffled. Ningying seems to have changed in some way. Ningying returned to her room, sat on her bed, and touched her still flushed and hot cheeks with both hands. Originally, Ningying did want to complete the marital ceremony with Shen Tianyuan. But recently, she read many articles online about how to manage a good marriage. Ningying realized that there was one thing she did very poorly. That was the wedding. At that time, Ningying did not understand Shen Tianyuan, so she resisted and even ran away from the wedding. Although she has now completely changed her mind. But the fact that she ran away from the wedding will not change. That must have been an unpleasant memory for her husband. Therefore, Ningying wanted to change it. What's done is done and cannot be changed. But she can change the future. She plans to hold a grand wedding with her husband again at the right time. In this way, happy memories can cover up unpleasant ones. The couple is very busy right now, so the wedding will have to wait a while. Since we've decided to hold the wedding again, everything has to be perfect, including ourselves. Therefore, Ningying made a decision. You should preserve yourself completely until your wedding night, and give yourself completely to your husband. Then, they can become a real couple. Thinking of this, Ningying felt her face turn red, as if she were about to steam. Ningying grabbed a pillow from the side and hugged it to her chest, feeling overwhelmed with shyness and somewhat at a loss for what to do. All I could do was roll around in bed with my pillow to vent my restlessness. Why? Unable to understand, Shen Tianyuan sighed and sat up. Since I can't enjoy a world with two people, it seems I can only relieve my loneliness by playing games. Shen Tianyuan logs into StarCraft 2. Since acquiring Leifa, he has focused his main attention on Leifa. The daily manifestation of game items has become a routine, and all I want to do is get it over with as quickly as possible. Although one can earn a considerable income by realizing the essence of games. But compared to the income of the entire planet, it's really a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan really couldn't muster any interest and just went through the motions every day. After Shen Tianyuan logged into the game, he entered the system interface. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Characteristics, nanoscale. Title, lucky guy. System backpack, 64 cubic meters. System level, 396,125 to 100,000. The system is almost ready to be upgraded without us even realizing it. Including today, I will be able to upgrade to level 4 in the system in 4 more days. The thought of system upgrades reignited Shen Tianyuan's passion for game realization. After all, each system upgrade always gives him a lot of useful items. Successfully obtained silver thread or with drip tool, gaining 125 experience points. Successfully obtained silver thread or using dripping tool. Shen Tianyuan quickly performed 10 manifestations, gaining 1250 experience points, bringing his total experience value to 97,375 points. Shen Tianyuan mailed the materialized silver thread or directly to the planet Leifa. Chapter 179 version update. The day finally arrived when the system was upgraded to level 4. Shen Tianyuan could have upgraded the system to level 4 in the early morning. Unfortunately, StarCraft 2 underwent maintenance and updates today. I was busy during the day and couldn't stay, so I stayed until night. By then, the frost had already gone into hibernation inside the eggshell. Shen Tianyuan then logged into the game. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Characteristics, nanoscale. Title, lucky guy. System backpack, 64 cubic meters. System level, 3, 99,875 to 100,000. One last time. Successfully obtained silver thread or with drip tool, gaining 125 experience points. Once the realization was complete, the upgrade arrived as scheduled. A system notification sounded. Experience points have reached 100,000, meeting the upgrade requirements. The system has been upgraded to level 4. The system's backpack space has been increased to 125 cubic meters, and the weight of a single manifestation has been increased to 50 kilograms. Special upgrade rewards. Z Energy Plug-in Rakshasa X3, Upgrade Pack White Frost X1, Upgrade Pack Drifting X1, Technical Analysis Card X3, Bad Luck Card X3, Good Luck Card X3, Force Title Wearing Card X3. The rewards remain as generous as ever. Shen Tianyuan immediately checked the detailed description of the reward. Z-Energy Insert Rakshasa. The Z-Energy insert is only compatible with the Rakshasa armor. After use, it can unlock the Z-Energy mode of the Rakshasa armor within 60 seconds. Upgrade Pack for White Frost. A complete upgrade pack that can raise White Frost Constitution to SS level is currently in transit. Upgrade Pack Drifting. A complete upgrade pack that can upgrade drifting armor to SS level is in transit. Technical Analysis Card X3 can perform a full set of technical analysis on specified items, not applicable to items produced by the system. Bad Luck Card X3 activates on a designated biological target, including the host, reducing its luck value for a short period of time. Lucky Card X3 activates on a designated target, including the host, to temporarily increase their luck value. Force Title Wearing Card X3 activated on a designated biological target other than the host, it can forcibly wear any title from the title pool on the target's head. The force title can only be removed after the wearer dies. This isn't flattery of the system. The system's rewards remain as generous as ever. Although Shen Tianyuan had never heard of the Z-Energy in the Z-Energy Insert Rakshasa and didn't know anything about the Z-Energy mode, it must be something really awesome. As for the upgrade packs for Bai Shuang and Piao Ling, it's clearly stated that they're meant to help her reach SS rank. Although Shen Tianyuan already has 2 SS level warriors, Pan Geng and Shen Qi, by his side. But in terms of intimacy, they are far less close than Bai Shuang. The fact that Bai Shuang has been upgraded to SS level is very good news for Shen Tianyuan. As for the value of the technical analysis card, it is also extremely high. What is the most precious thing in the universe today? It's all about technology, of course. The Western European powers of that time used their advanced technology to plunder the world. If used properly, these 3 technical analysis cards mean you've acquired 3 of the most cutting-edge technologies. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan had already figured out the targets for them. As for the bad luck cards and good luck cards, these things seem rather mysterious. Luck is a difficult thing to predict. Similarly, bad luck can happen. You might step on a banana peel while going out or slip and fall on your butt and hurt yourself. It's also possible that they were killed by a meteorite as soon as they went out. That's hard to say. Good luck is the same. Winning another bottle or winning 500 million is good luck. Therefore, the key to using these 2 cards is the timing. If used properly, it might even have the effect of turning the tide. If it doesn't work well, at most you'll need to buy 1 to 3 more bottles. As for the mandatory title wearing card, that's pretty awesome too. For example, negative buff titles like Unlucky Guy or Cross-Dressing Master can be given to enemies. Those good titles are bestowed upon their own people. However, there are only 3 cards, so we need to be careful. After learning about the system upgrade rewards, Shen Tianyuan opened the system interface again to check the upgraded information. Name, Shen Tianyuan. Race, human. Characteristics, nanoscale. Title, Lucky Guy. System backpack, 125 cubic meters. System level, level 4, 0 to 400,000. Next, it's time for the realization experiment after the system upgrade. Shen Tianyuan first looked at the materialization experience. Successfully obtained silver thread from the dropper, gaining 250 experience points. The experience points for each successful manifestation have now doubled to 250. The system requires 400,000 experience points to level up to level 5. You can earn a total of 2,500 experience points per day, so it will take 160 days for the system to level up to level 5. Next, let's look at the types of items that the system will manifest. The droplet-shaped V-shaped neutron bomb failed to materialize. The Alpha Class A energy furnace failed to deliver the desired performance. The test failed to detect the 5th grade winter shale. At first, there was another long list of failures. It's the same as always. Items that are above the system level, or some extremely valuable items without a grade, cannot be successfully materialized. But there have also been many successes. Successfully activated the F-grade Human Gene Enhancement Aid, gaining 250 experience points. Successfully deployed the Hummingbird B-75 drone and gained 250 experience points. It can be seen that, apart from some raw materials, some finished equipment has already been produced. However, Shen Tianyuan calculated that selling these materialized finished equipment would fetch a considerable price. However, compared to the profits gained from actual silver wire mining, is even less. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan excluded these finished equipment from the scope of materialization. After the system was upgraded to level 4, deciding what to manifest each day became a source of worry for Shen Tianyuan. Although it is possible to produce some high-value items as before, whether for personal use or for resale, the profits will be substantial. The prospect of substantial profits was indeed tempting to Shen Tianyuan in the past. But after acquiring the planet, Shen Tianyuan began to look down on it. So, compared to getting that $100 million, Shen Tianyuan preferred to materialize some items that had practical uses. Shen Tianyuan checked the StarCraft 2 game items again, such as minerals, organisms, plants, and other items. After looking around, Shen Tianyuan found none of them satisfactory. After all, Shen Tianyuan had seen these things before. Just as Shen Tian was feeling disappointed, he suddenly thought of something. Today is the day of a major update for StarCraft 2. Every major game update inevitably brings many new things. Perhaps among these new things is what Shen Tianyuan wants. Shen Tianyuan then opened the version update announcement. Immediately, Shen Tianyuan was pleasantly surprised to find several targets that satisfied him. Chapter 1, 80 Zerg Queen. Version update content. A phantom drifting in a universe, the ghost ship. Since when, strange spaceships have appeared in various parts of the universe, drifting aimlessly in the starry sky. What happened on these spaceships is unknown. Adventurers, go explore and unravel the secrets of the ghost ship. If you are lucky enough, you will obtain an unparalleled treasure. The above is a background introduction to the version update. The specific gameplay involves ghost ships randomly spawning in the universe, each containing a cosmic behemoth. Defeating these cosmic behemoths can yield corresponding cosmic behemoth cubs or creature controllers of the corresponding level. Biological controller, used on organisms of the corresponding level that have lost the ability to resist. After successful adaptation, the organism can be controlled. When Shen Tianyuan saw this biological controller, he felt that it was a very good thing. For other people, this thing is just a nice game item. But for Shen Tianyuan, it was quite abnormal. If he manages to acquire a level 6 biocontroller and materialize it to control a level 6 cosmic behemoth in reality, then he will gain an additional A-level combat power. The level 7 biological controller, which controls level 7 star behemoths, possesses S-level combat power. If he could create hundreds or even thousands of level 7 or 8 biocontrollers. In reality, Shen Tianyuan would have hundreds or even thousands of S-level or even SS-level combat units, the value of which would be immeasurable. With these assistances, while they may not sweep across the stars, they will at least make Shen Tianyuan's path much easier. Shen Tianyuan then excitedly announced on the World Channel that he would buy the biocontroller at a high price. But after shouting for a long time, even adding words full of nouveau riche flair like, "I'm not short of money, I'm not afraid of your shady dealings, I'm just afraid you don't have enough stock. Come and smear me," I didn't receive a single response. Shen Tianyuan learned the reason why he couldn't receive the message through the player forum. The reason is simple. There's simply too little of this stuff. Those ghost ships don't have fixed spawn times or locations. Whether you encounter one depends entirely on luck. More than 10 hours have passed since the version was updated. With such a large player base, I only encountered the ghost ship a few dozen times. Furthermore, even if you encounter a ghost ship, you still have to be able to defeat it. The update announcement states that the ghost ship comes with the ability to spawn star behemoths, ranging in level from 3 to 8. The team has one member who is at the A level and the team leader who is at the S level. They encountered a ghost ship, thinking it would be an easy target. But that ghost ship actually spawned an 8th level abyssal star dragon, which smashed them to pieces. The death penalty plus the cost of armor repairs cost them a huge sum of money. That's the problem. The chances of encountering a ghost ship are very small. Even if we encounter them, we might not be able to defeat them. Even if you manage to defeat them, the chances of getting the biocontroller are slim. So far, it seems that less than 5 biocontrollers have been revealed, and these 5 have already been snapped up by others because Shen Tianyuan has not yet gone online. Shen Tianyuan had no choice but to continue collecting them from the world. While collecting the biological controller, Shen Tianyuan set his sights on another target he had his eye on, the Zerg Queen. The Zerg are composed of the 4th level Cogzer Zerg, who are not much of a threat individually, but they exist in swarms. Their populations number in the tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Such a massive population consumes enormous amounts of resources. In order to survive, the Zerg will invade other inhabited planets. In ancient times, the Zerg once roamed freely, destroying many star systems and the life within them. Even though multiple intelligent races joined forces to try to exterminate them, their sheer numbers and reproductive capacity made it impossible to wipe them out completely. During that period, they were even used as a synonym for terror. However, the Zerg's sheer numbers and reproductive capacity later became their fatal weakness. At that time, the resources of those star systems had been completely exhausted by the Zerg. The Zerg, having lost their resources, perished. In reality, the Zerg are likely extinct. However, this StarCraft II update introduced the Zerg race. There's a certain chance of encountering the Zerg Queen during the Ghost Ship event. The Zerg Queen is the origin of the entire Zerg race and can command all Zerg. Controlling it is equivalent to controlling the entire Zerg race. If Shen Tianyuan could obtain a Zerg Queen, materialize her in reality, and then control her with a biological controller, then Shen Tianyuan will gain a Zergling to fight for him in the starry sky. The sheer scale of the scene sent shivers down Shen Tianyuan's spine just thinking about it. Shen Tianyuan continued collecting the biocontroller and the Zerg Queen until the early hours of the next day. A message suddenly popped up on the world screen. A level 3 biocontroller has just been revealed. Anyone want it? Shen Tianyuan's eyes lit up. They had finally arrived. Just as Shen Tianyuan was about to contact the seller, a game name with a golden ID in the world, Lonely Knight, said, "I want this biocontroller. Everyone, please don't try to take it from me." Shen Tianyuan ignored him and contacted the seller directly. "I want to buy it. Name your price. No bargaining." The seller said after a moment, "I just bought this myself. I don't know the price either." After saying that, Shen Tianyuan found himself pulled into a temporary chat group with about 10 people in it. The seller said, "Friends, I just found out about this level 3 biocontroller. I don't know the price yet. How about this? You guys see the bids, and I'll sell it to whoever offers the highest price. It's fair and reasonable." The buyer has come up with an auction model that's quite clever. However, Shen Tianyuan had no objection. At this point, some people had already started making offers. "Candy and you are both mine. I'll start by contributing 500,000. And mo. Brothers, I only have 700,000. Can you give it to me?" 030. The rough, dark, hard, and long-winded man said, "Little sister, if you want us brothers to give way to you, at least show us your picture first, right? If you're a tank, we'd be losing out if we gave way to you, wouldn't we? If you're a pretty girl, then we'll give way to you. Fragile heart. You idiot. Have you never seen a woman before? You should give way. I'll offer 900,000. The thick, dark, hard, and long-sounding man said, "Who the hell are you talking about? If you've got the guts, go outside and fight me one-on-one. Fragile heart. The person upstairs is an idiot." Halfway through the bidding, two people got into a fight, stopped buying, and went outside to settle things one-on-one. After the price climbed to over 2 million, the pace slowed down. After all, a level 3 creature is only worth tens of thousands of game coins in the game. If the controller hadn't just been released and the drop rate hadn't been so low, the price wouldn't have skyrocketed to 100-fold. Although these people are quite wealthy, they don't want to be ripped off. After all, while this kind of thing is scarce, it's not like it won't be available again in the future, and besides, it's not a necessity. Just when the seller thought the price was about right, someone suddenly made an offer. "I'll offer 3 million. Chapter 181, let's go find the ghost ship. The one who offered 3 million was none other than the one with the golden ID, Lonely Knight. Lonely Knight made his bid, and the other buyers fell silent. Although they have money, they don't spend it like this. 3 million has exceeded the expected value of this item. A Lonely Knight path. It seems no one here is richer than me. He's mine. Come, let's make a deal." Just as the seller was about to speak, Shen Tianyuan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "I'll offer 50,000. Before Shen Tianyuan could finish speaking, Lonely Knight interrupted him, saying, "Hey, are you an idiot? Or can't you count? I offered 3 million and you fucking offered 50,000? Are you out of your mind? Heaven is round. Earth is square. Watch your mouth." Lonely Knight scoffed. "Pa, why should I clean it up? I'm offering 60 times your price. You poor wretch, if you can't afford it, stop pretending and get lost." Tianyuan Difong retorted rudely. What's your hurry? Are you in such a rush to be reincarnated? I haven't finished speaking yet. I meant 50,000 star coins, not 50,000 game currencies. Lonely Night. Haha, it's just a mere 50,000 star coins. I'm talking about stars, you know. What did you say? 50,000 star coins? The current game ratio is approximately 1 to 100. Shen Tianyuan offered 50,000 star coins, equivalent to 5 million game coins, which was indeed higher than his bid, so raising the price was naturally no problem. Shen Tianyuan used star coins to buy it, because he didn't have much game currency in his account, so he could buy it directly with star coins, saving him the step of exchanging star coins for game currency. Tianyuan Difong continued, I offered 50,000 star coins. Could it be that the 3 million you offered is also star coins? The Lonely Knight is silent. His family is indeed quite wealthy, but they wouldn't spend 3 million star coins to buy a virtual game item. I'll offer 60,000 star coins. The Lonely Knight began bidding again. Although he wouldn't buy it for 3 million star coins, he could still add tens of thousands more. In short, he can't lose his status as a nouveau riche. The price immediately followed up with Heaven is round, Earth is square, 70,000, 80,000, 85,000, 95,000. Every time the price was raised during the Lonely Night, Tianyuan Difong would always be 10,000 higher than him. Soon, the price reached 120,000. The Lonely Nights were becoming unbearable. He only had a few 100,000 star coins of pocket money a month, and he had to save that money to go out drinking and chasing girls. Although the Heavenly Circle and Earthly Square only add 10,000 each time, he keeps adding them as if there is no end. In fact, Shen Tianyuan could easily add 100 million, 10 billion, or even 100 billion at once, let alone 10,000. But his money didn't fall from the sky, so there's no need for him to waste it. You just need to pay a slightly higher price than others to buy the item. Anyway, he's not in a rush tonight, so he can add more gradually. The Lonely Night didn't last long. In the end, Shen Tianyuan successfully bid for the level 3 biocontroller at a price of 135,000 star coins. Lonely Night lost the auction and started being sarcastic. You think you made a profit spending over 100,000 on a level 3 biocontroller? I think you're just a fool with too much money, Shaw. You poor wretch, if you can't afford it, stop pretending and get lost. Shen Tianyuan returned his words verbatim. On a lonely night, he heard the words he had just used to insult others being used against him. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Who can blame me when they're richer than me? Kid, don't think you're so great just because you have a little money. You just wait. Lonely Night said this harshly and then left the discussion group. Having successfully acquired the first biological controller, Shen Tianyuan immediately began to materialize it. Successfully deployed the level 3 biological controller and gained 250 experience points. Shen Tianyuan looked at the biocontroller that had appeared in his hand in reality, resembling an embroidery needle. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded again. Prompt: the biocontroller is a special item with special manifestation rules. Each time a biocontroller is manifested, only one unit can be manifested, and no other items can be attached. After confirming that the biological controller could be materialized, Shen Tianyuan returned to the game and continued acquiring more creatures. As for the effects, Shen Tianyuan was not worried, because the things that the system brings to life are the same as the effects in the game. Since it can be manifested, it means it can be used. After the first round of acquisitions, Shen Tian already had a general idea of the market price. So without further ado, Shen Tianyuan directly announced in the world chat, I'm buying level 3 biocontrollers for 100,000 star coins, level 4 for 200,000 star coins, level 5 for 300,000 star coins, and so on. Unlimited buys, no upper limit. I have plenty of money. I'm just worried you won't have the goods. Contact me quickly if you have any. He was confident that this price would be enough to deter potential competitors from competing with 99. I saw the world screens filled with loudspeakers. The players instantly went wild. This guy must have made a mistake. He's buying 100,000 game coins, not 100,000 star coins, right? No, I just asked that guy, and he said it's collected in star coins. Fuck, he's using star coins to buy them, and he's buying them indefinitely. Does his family own an arms company? How can they be so rich? Rich man, this petite woman is delicate and easily pushed over. I'm begging to be your sugar daddy / sugar baby. Rich guy, I may not be a woman, but I can cross-dress. I'm begging to be your sugar daddy / sugar baby. Besides the sycophants, there were also dissenting voices. Lonely Night started the rant, The biological controller has a low drop rate, but it's not very useful. This guy spent 100,000 star coins to buy it. He must be out of his mind. Exactly. He keeps collecting them indefinitely. Why collect so many? To breed them, of course. His brain is waterlogged +2. What's the use of buying such virtual things with real money? Can you eat them, drink them, or use them in real life? Brain malfunction +3. That makes sense. So much money spent on these virtual things can only be recouped in the real world. But is that even possible? Absolutely not. If he could do it, I'd livestream myself eating shit while doing a handstand. Brain drain +4. These objections were quickly met with rebuttals. Hey upstairs, it's their business how much they're willing to pay to buy it. What's it to you? I think you're just sour grapes. That's right, I can't afford it myself, and I don't want anyone else to buy it. It's shameful. Hey rich guy, you wait. I'm taking my buddies to space right now. If we run into a ghost ship, that's several months, even several years worth of wages. Charge, brothers. This is precisely why Shen Tianyuan made such a high-profile acquisition of the goods, to incite people to search for the ghost ship in the starry sky. After all, with a larger number of participants, there will be more encounters with ghost ships, resulting in more biological controllers being dropped. For Shen Tianyuan, being able to exchange a mere 100,000 star coins for a level 3 creature was quite a bargain. Of course, this only applies to Shen Tianyuan. Chapter 182 White Frost Upgrade. In the early morning, Shen Tianyuan had someone else log into his account to continue collecting biocontrollers. Upon opening the door, Shen Tianyuan saw Agua struggling to lift 2 packages several times larger than himself. Master, your package has arrived. This should be Bai Shuang's upgraded equipment. Shen Tianyuan did not intend to level up here. He had already asked Ning Xingho to arrange a spacious and safe environment for him to upgrade White Frost. When Shen Tianyuan and Agua carried the things out, they ran into Ning Ying and Ning Ling, who were jogging in the morning. Ning goes for a run every morning. Ning Ling, however, is different. Like other girls her age, she likes to sleep in late. Especially during holidays, I have to sleep until the sun is high in the sky every day. However, because Ning Ling has recently gained weight, Ning Ying forced her to get up and run. At this moment, Ning Ling was still sleepy, her eyes half open and half closed, as if she would fall asleep at any moment. However, when Ning Ling saw the huge package that Shen Tianyuan was carrying, her hazy eyes perked up slightly. Brother-in-law, what is this? Shen Tianyuan said, it's delicious. Upon hearing this, Ning Ling's eyes snapped open, and she seemed instantly wide awake. Brother-in-law, what delicious food is it? Shen Tianyuan smiled and said, just kidding. It's not about food. I just saw you were sleepy and wanted to wake you up. Ning Ling's joyful face immediately fell. Humph, brother-in-law is lying. Ning Ying asked, Tianyuan, are you going out? Shen Tianyuan nodded. Yes, this is Bai Shuang's upgrade equipment. I want to upgrade Bai Shuang. Don't wait for me for breakfast. I probably won't be back. Okay, then we'll wait for you to come back for lunch. Okay, I'm leaving. Ning Ying was staring blankly at Shen Tianyuan's back when she suddenly heard a chuckle. Turning around, she saw Ning Ling grinning mischievously. Oh my sister, you've changed how you address your brother-in-law. Tianyuan, Tianyuan. Oh dear, that's so cheesy. Ning Ying's already flushed cheeks from running didn't show any change. She grabbed Ning Ling by the back of her collar and said, you little brat, you're always making a fuss. Looks like you haven't run enough. Add 2 more laps today. Ning Ling let out a wail. She wanted to finish the run and go back to sleep for a while, not run anymore. With a quick glance, she changed the subject. Sister, I think you should get a few A-level bodyguards for your husband. The robot next to him called White Frost is only D-level, and even if it's upgraded, it'll only be C-level. How can that be enough to protect him? Ning Ying originally thought the same thing. But knowing that her husband is a Lecter Rheinfall, then Bai Shuang, who protects him, must be more than just a D rank, right? Linger, you don't know that Bai Shuang is not just D or C grade. Her grade should be higher. Ning Ling pursed her lips and said, how high can it get? Can it still be S rank or SS rank? If not, then our A-level guards will be useful. Meanwhile, Shen Tian arrived at the location arranged by Ning Xingho. It was a bunker built hundreds of meters underground, so there were no issues with its safety and confidentiality. To further ensure safety, Shen Tianyuan also summoned Pan Gong and Xian Qi and had them guard the entrance. In the center of the bunker, in a huge space, Shen Tianyuan unfolded 2 packages. The package contained an egg-shaped device, which was basically the same in shape as the egg-shaped maintainer that White Frost had used before, except for the color. The previous one was white, this one is gold. The other package contained tens of thousands of black cubes of various sizes. Shen Tianyuan pressed the first black square, and the square immediately unfolded into a robot. This is the upgrade robot. It will be responsible for completing the entire upgrade process. Immediately, the upgraded robot began assembling the black blocks. In its hands, the black cube unfolded continuously, transforming into various parts, which were quickly assembled into a giant machine. Once everything is ready and confirmed to be correct, the upgrade for White Frost is about to begin. Bai Shuang's upgrade is divided into two parts: the upgrade of her physical constitution and the upgrade of her drifting armor. The golden egg-shaped upgrade device is for upgrading her physique. The assembled giant machine is used to upgrade the drift armor. Bai Shuang first put her armor bracelet into the upgrade machine. Go in. Yes, Brother Tian. Bai Shuang opened her body, and her clothes receded like a tide. Her clothes were originally made of nanomaterials. The clothes were removed, revealing an absolutely perfect body. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan looked at Bai Shuang, who was completely naked, without the slightest lewdness in his heart. This upgrade is risky. As mentioned before, the reason why high-level combat power is scarce is because upgrading is risky. If the upgrade fails, the consequences range from physical collapse and becoming a cripple to death. Although Bai Shuang is a biologically modified human, her physical tolerance is far higher than that of normal people, so her success rate is much higher than that of ordinary people. But risks still exist. Before doing all this, Shen Tianyuan asked Bai Shuang for her opinion on whether she wanted to upgrade. Having received an exceptionally positive response, she wanted to do even more for Brother Tian. All Shen Tianyuan could do was to ensure Bai Shuang's safety as much as possible. Shen Tianyuan brought the Super Nanobug Treatment Agent and the Super Treatment Agent and handed them over to the upgrade robot so that they could be used on Bai Shuang in case of any unexpected situations. The top priority is not whether the upgrade will succeed, but the safety of Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang stepped into the egg-shaped upgrader, and the eggshell closed. Let's begin. Yes. The upgrade began as the indicator light came on. All Shen Tianyuan could do now was wait. This upgrade process will last for a full 7 days. Shen Tianyuan had other things to do, so he arranged for Xuanqi to guard this place. Anyone who interferes will be killed without exception. Shen Tianyuan took Pan Geng away and went to the governor's mansion in Anning City. Today is a welcome party for the returning veterans. Shen Tianyuan and Ning Qianshuan devised a plan to bring back the veterans, with Shen Tianyuan tasked with capturing Yu Yongyi. Ning Qianshuan, as the commander of the Chongning fleet, was to personally go and bring back the veterans to show his sincerity. Ning Qianshuan spent more than 10 days traveling back and forth, and finally returned today. A large number of reporters had already gathered inside the governor's mansion, eagerly awaiting Ning Qianshuan's return. Half an hour later, a fleet of ships came from the horizon and landed at the Lord's Manor. The hatch opened, and a figure appeared. It was Lieutenant Li Rongfeng, the temporary deputy station chief of the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station. Next came Sergeant Sun Jinshuan, Sergeant Rong Bowen, Sergeant Rong Yongyuan, and Bu Guangyuan, the members of the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station, who walked out of the spaceship in an orderly line. Their bodies are weathered by more than 50 years, but their eyes remain as resolute as they were more than 50 years ago. Chapter 183, Keyboard Master. Following Lieutenant Li Rongfeng and his group, coffins draped in the flags of the Human Federation were carried out of the spaceship. These are the remains of the martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the distant stars at the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station, unable to return home alive. May their spirits return. Ning Qianshuan then disembarked from the spaceship and stood at attention in front of the remains of the veterans and martyrs. With a salute, everyone present saluted the remains of the veterans and martyrs, showing their highest respect. The veterans returned the salute to the commander of the Chongning fleet and shouted, "Reporting, sir. All personnel of the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station under the Chongning fleet have completed their mission of guarding the K-2382 Planetary Sentinel Station and are now reporting to you." Ning Qianshuan replied loudly, "Welcome home." The rest of the people shouted in unison, "Welcome home." However, at the subsequent welcome party, the veterans, who were the main characters, seemed somewhat out of place. They had lived in that harsh, cold place for over 50 years and were used to solitude. The current liveliness made them feel very uncomfortable. Although they have returned, some of their loneliness will not end. When they joined the army, they were all young men in their 20s, and none of them were married. More than 50 years passed before they returned, and they were already in their 70s or 80s. Their parents have mostly passed away, and they have no children. He returned, but didn't have many relatives. Who can know the hardships involved? Shen Tianyuan watched for a while, then prepared to leave. Please wait a moment. But then he heard someone calling him, and Shen Tianyuan turned around to look. It was Lieutenant Li Rongfeng who walked through the crowd to his side. Shen Tianyuan extended his hand. Senior, it's great to see you all back safely. The two shook hands, and Lieutenant Li Rongfeng said, Mr. Shen, you're the one who brought us back, right? Shen Tianyuan did not hide anything. Yes. If it weren't for you, we might never have been able to return to our hometown. Thank you so much. Shen Tianyuan said, It's been so many years since we brought you back, we're sorry. Lieutenant Li Rongfeng shook his head. Being able to return to our hometown, and that the people still remember us, we have nothing to complain about. How could I forget? Veterans should not be forgotten. Otherwise, it is a betrayal. The two chatted for a long time before Shen Tianyuan took his leave. As soon as Shen Tianyuan left, Sergeant Sun Jinshuan came over and looked at Shen Tianyuan's back. Brotherly, who was that person? He looks somewhat familiar. He was the one who helped us get home. To see the bright side of humanity. But Shen Tianyuan then had to confront the dark side of human nature. As soon as Shen Tianyuan logged into StarCraft 2, he found that many people were spamming the world chat with insults directed at him. Heaven is round and Earth is square, you big idiot. You think you're something special just because you have a little money. You keep taking, and you take endlessly. Take my ass. Heaven is round and Earth is square. Stop playing dead and give me an answer. Heaven is round. Earth is square. You coward. Eat your own shit. Heaven is round. Earth is square. Get out here right now. I've never seen such a cowardly man as you. You must be a useless piece of trash in bed too. Faced with a barrage of insults flooding the screen, Shen Tianyuan didn't understand how he had offended these people. But then I understood. Ultimately, it all comes down to self-interest. Shen Tianyuan is now making a big show of acquiring buy controllers at high prices, and he's doing so in unlimited quantities. This has driven up the price of buy controllers significantly. Players all know that selling the biocontroller to Shen Tianyuan is the best option. But this harmed the interests of businessmen. Normally, when a new item appears, it is at its most expensive, and that's when merchants can most easily make a profit. However, Shen Tianyuan's high-priced acquisition led all the sellers to turn to him. This leaves merchants with no room to buy low and sell high. Shen Tianyuan has essentially cut off their source of income. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. They absolutely hated Shen Tianyuan. So people started flooding social media with insults against Shen Tianyuan. Originally, these online flame wars were harmless, and Shen Tianyuan didn't intend to pay any attention to them, letting them rant on the sidelines. Although out of sight, out of mind, the constant barking of these dogs is still quite annoying. Moreover, their continued shouting and cursing not only involved Shen Tianyuan's associates, but also affected Shen Tianyuan's acquisition activities. This was something Shen Tianyuan could no longer tolerate. If it weren't for the internet, Shen Tianyuan would definitely have made them personally experience fists the size of casserole dishes. But since we're on the internet, we have to fight magic with magic. Shen Tianyuan wouldn't engage in a war of words with them. That would be too beneath him. But if you don't want to curse, you can let others curse you. With money, you can attract all sorts of talented people. Shen Tianyuan then announced to the world that he would pay a high price to hire 100 professional insulters. Immediately, the eyes of those online trolls lit up. They have dominated the internet for years, their keyboards capable of destroying everything in their path. This is a perfect match for my major, allowing me to do what I love and earn money at the same time, a win-win situation. This greatly excited them. There are thousands of people who signed up with Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan didn't need so many people, so he brought them into his manor and let them argue with each other. You can use a breeding tactic to select the most powerful ones. An hour later, Shen Tianyuan came to inspect the goods. They discovered that more than half of the people were missing. They either got yelled at and left, or were so angry they were hospitalized, and some even went out to challenge others to fights. In short, the remaining 100-plus people are all keyboard warriors who can type and curse quickly, use elegant language, and have good mental fortitude. Shen Tianyuan hired them all directly. But they only have one task. Whoever insults Shen Tianyuan, you insult them too. Those who perform well will also receive a bonus. The heavens are round and the earth is square. Stop playing dumb and get out here. Heaven is round, earth is square, crawl out here and eat my great eagle. The group of merchants were happily cursing when they suddenly sensed something was wrong. The world chat channel froze for a moment, then replies flooded in like a tsunami, instantly filling the screen. Which son is born without an anus, whose father sells his anus and loves to eat chicken anus, has no business of his own, and comes here to cause trouble for my brother Tian? You bunch of idiots. Even morons could be your teachers. Even the mentally challenged could teach you to speak human language. If you just look up, the ozone layer will break, and people will migrate to other planets just to escape you. Those who dare to insult my brother Tian, don't you even know who you are? Guys like you're only good for playing a piece of shit on TV, not even as good as a piece of chewing gum that a dog peed on the street. Even Ru Hua, a character from a popular Chinese drama, is 10 times prettier than you. You have to go to the zoo to find a girlfriend, or even leave Earth. If you wanted to commit suicide, someone would advise you not to leave a corpse to avoid polluting the environment. Even amoebas couldn't survive on the keyboard you touched. Your saliva was more deadly than SARS. Those who insult my brother Tian are scourges who damage the reputation of our fellow human beings, descendants who bring shame upon our ancestors, and humus accumulated over thousands of years, primitive species that scientists dare not study. Chapter 184 Technical Analysis Card. These businessmen are only second-rate when it comes to cursing. Now that he's run into a professional player, he's been so badly criticized that his mentality has completely collapsed. Before the businessman could finish his rant, he was interrupted by another person. Typing so slowly, if I were you, I'd just hang myself. You bunch of useless trash. How dare you criticize my brother Tian? Bah, you. The businessman hit you and then never spoke again. His character is still in the game, but he can no longer perform any actions. With the help of professionals and online experts, Shen Tianyuan has begun to materialize several biological controllers. Successfully deployed the Level 3 biological controller and gained 250 experience points. Successfully activated the Level 4 biological controller and gained 250 experience points. The Dropper's Level 5 biocontroller has failed. Please upgrade your system level. As expected, items exceeding the system level cannot be materialized. After Shen Tianyuan took the biocontroller offline, he went out again with Pan Gong. This time, they left Earth directly and traveled all the way to a star system outside the territory of the Human Federation. Behind a celestial body, a small fleet is silently lurking. Shen Tianyuan flew straight into the huge amphibious landing ship in the center of the fleet. Upon entering the landing ship, a colossal structure came into view. It was the same starry sea whale that we encountered in the Nyo 2 Xing Gorge. After Shen Tianyuan killed it, he left its interstellar coordinates and sent someone to drag it back. This level 7 star sea whale was artificially modified. If one can master this modification technology, then one can also create such level 7 biomodified organisms. The idea is good. However, the results of the technical analysis were disappointing. The starry sea whale possesses a variety of technologies that are very difficult to reverse engineer. Shen Tianyuan had originally planned to give up, but then the technical analysis card appeared. This is exactly what can solve this problem. Shen Tianyuan tapped the technical analysis card in his system inventory, selected use, then aimed the analysis at the starry sea whale and clicked OK. The drip technology analysis block was successfully initiated and is currently analyzing the target. Analysis progress is 1, 2, and 3. The parsing speed is not slow. It takes about 10 minutes to complete the parsing. 99, 100. Analysis complete. 10 minutes later, the technical analysis card disappeared, and a data chip appeared in its place. Shen Tianyuan inserted the data chip into the computer, and sure enough, a massive amount of information about Xinghai Yujing, a type of whale, related technologies appeared inside. Furthermore, the system has thoughtfully categorized the data. First, there's the technique for creating the whale itself in starry sea whale. The starry sea whale is actually a genetically modified version of the deep-sea roaring whale, a level 3 marine creature from the planet Liang. Of course, the genetic modification technology was also deciphered along with it. Shen Tianyuan then arranged for people to go to Liang Star to capture deep-sea roaring whales and bring them back for genetic modification. Creating the body of the starry sea whale is only the first step. Next is the alloy skeleton inside the star sea whale's body. There are some issues with the alloy skeleton. The metal materials needed to manufacture the alloy skeleton are not available on the market and need to be manufactured in-house. Although the manufacturing technology of this metal material was also analyzed. However, one of the minerals required for its production is completely unknown and does not exist within the currently known universe. This proves one thing. The starry whale is a product of some unknown civilization. The problem is that without this, it is impossible to make alloy skeletons. Fortunately, the system thoughtfully provided alternative materials. The final product will be slightly inferior and will not reach the level of the original. There's also the core of the starry whale, the energy furnace. The star whale survives in space only because it relies on an energy furnace. The energy source used by the energy furnace is also not available in the currently known universe, and is still a product of that unknown civilization. Similarly, the system provides alternative energy solutions. However, it also has drawbacks: insufficient power and lack of endurance. Actually, the above 3 points are relatively easy to deal with, but the most difficult one is an insect, the parasitic millipede. The demon parasitic centipede is the centipede-like worm that was pulled out of the neck of Shen Tianyuan's star sea whale. It parasitizes the star whale and can control its movements. The parasitic millipede is also indispensable. After all, the design of the starry sea whale includes the presence of the demonic centipede. Removing it would disrupt the overall structure, requiring a redesign that would cost a significant amount of time and money. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan intended to keep the demonic centipede. But this raises a question. The parasitic centipede controls the starry sea whale, but how do you control the parasitic centipede? Shen Tianyuan reviewed the technical analysis and discovered that the original design simply could not control the parasitic centipede. That's really strange. Who would create something they can't control? However, this is not a problem for Shen Tian now, because he has a biological controller. The parasitic centipede is a level 1 creature, while the creature controller can control creatures of the same level and below. Controlling the demon simplicant centipede is equivalent to controlling the starry sea whale. In other words, only Shen Tianyuan, who possesses a biological controller, can control the starry whale. Shen Tianyuan even felt that this was something invented specifically for him. The last problem is that the size of the parasitic centipede is not suitable. The parasitic centipede that controls the starry sea whale is over a meter long. However, a normal parasitic millipede is only 20 or 30 centimeters long. A few tens of centimeters long is not enough to control the starry whale. It must be more than a meter long. Shen Tianyuan initially thought that the parasitic centipede had also undergone genetic modification, but after testing, he found that it had not. The parasitic centipede showed no signs of genetic modification. It was a natural genetic mutation, not something that had been altered later. Finding another parasitic centipede that has mutated to over a meter in length would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. But for Shen Tianyuan, it wasn't a big problem. Because in StarCraft 2, there is something called a mutation potion. The mutation potion needs to be given to pregnant mothers, which will promote genetic mutations in their offspring. However, the effects of the mutation are uncontrollable. Generally, genetic mutations are negative. They can result in having an extra leg, a missing leg, or a weakened immune system that makes one susceptible to disease. But occasionally, there are positive mutations. For example, becoming stronger or larger. Although the mutation effect is uncontrollable, Shen Tianyuan can win by sheer quantity. 100, 1,000, 10,000 parasitic centipedes. Surely one will mutate into the one Shen Tianyuan desires, which is over a meter long. Chapter 185, I Want to Be the Boss. Having dealt with the starry sea whale, Shen Tianyuan took out a technical analysis card. Then he took out a short gun from the system space, the golden short gun that he had snatched from the vampire girl. The power of the golden short spear remains vivid in his memory to this day. If this golden short spear could be replicated, its actual effect would probably be even stronger than that of the starry sea whale. Shen Tianyuan activated the technical analysis card against the golden short spear. The drip technology analysis card has been successfully activated and is now analyzing the target. Analysis progress is 100%. Analysis complete. The analysis speed of the golden short spear was extremely fast, taking only 1 second to complete. Shen Tianyuan inserted the data chip into the computer. only to be surprised to find that the golden short spear was very simple in construction and had no technological content. The reason why the golden short spear is so powerful is due to the energy it uses. The energy used by the golden short spear is called C-volt, a mysterious energy source that has never been heard of before. Furthermore, the system also notes that C-volt energy is not currently available for production, therefore it will not be analyzed. Shen Tianyuan touched his chin, puzzled. Since this gun was made by a vampire, then the C-voltage energy must also come from a vampire. The technological gap between vampires and them isn't that big. Logically speaking, if vampires can create something, they should be able to create it too. Unless, of course, this golden short spear wasn't actually made by the vampires, and they were merely users. That makes sense. If the vampires mastered C-volt energy technology, their power would increase to a terrifying level. Given the vampires' bloodthirsty nature, they must have already launched attacks on other races. It seems that this C-volt energy is not a technology of the vampires. This further proves that there are even more advanced civilizations beyond the known universe. That's normal. After all, the universe is so vast that they have probably only explored less than 1/trillionth of it. It would be strange if a higher level of civilization didn't exist in the vast universe. After all, the system is a good example. The system is a technology that is completely beyond the reach of the known universe. Shen Tianyuan strongly suspected that it came from a high-level civilization. Shen Tianyuan still doesn't understand why the system chose him. Then, Shen Tianyuan took out the materialized biological controller. He wanted to test the effectiveness of this product. Pan Gung dragged out a purple crystal wolf. The amethyst wolf had been knocked unconscious. Shen Tianyuan stepped forward and, following the instructions in the game, attached the biocontroller to the amethyst wolf's brain. After waking up the amethyst wolf, Shen Tianyuan issued an attack command to the dummy target. The amethyst wolf suddenly stood up and launched an attack on the target in the distance. It bit and pounced, quickly tearing the dummy target to shreds. Shen Tianyuan then issued an attack order to another target, and the purple crystal wolf pounced on the dummy. Halfway through the attack, Shen Tianyuan issued a stop order. The amethyst wolf immediately stopped attacking. After some testing, Shen Tianyuan confirmed that the biological controller's effect in reality was consistent with its effect in the game. Although it's just simple commands, such as attack, stop, retreat, etc., that's enough. While Shen Tianyuan was busy, a conspiracy against them was also underway. On the Ning family's floating island, in a secret room, a father and son are having a private conversation. His father was Ning Gaofeng, the third son of 3 generations of the Ning family. Currently serving as the governor of Chang'an Prefecture, he is considered the second most powerful figure in the Ning family. Opposite him, the gloomy-looking young man was his third son, Ning Liangjing, who is currently the CEO of 2 subsidiaries, Ning's Building Materials and Ning's Construction. At this moment, Ning Gaofeng's fingers tapped incessantly on the table, revealing his inner anxiety. After a long while, he let out a long breath and said, "Son, let's stop now. The risk is too great." Ning Liangjing lowered his head. "Father, when did you become so timid? Don't worry, my plan is foolproof." Faced with his son's confidence, Ning Gaofeng became even more worried. "Last time, you also said the plan was foolproof, but Ning Ying still came back alive." Ning Liangjing said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know why we failed that time, I have wiped all traces clean and they can't find us. Even if we can't find concrete evidence, they've definitely become suspicious of us and will be more cautious in the future. I'm afraid this plan might encounter another unexpected situation." Ning Liangjing said, "Father, there will be no surprises. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of Shi Linglong's death. According to past practice, the whole family would definitely go to pay their respects together. As outsiders, guards are not allowed to enter the place of worship. Only their family will go in at that time. They have no idea that I had already arranged for someone to lie and wait inside for 6 months. At that time, they will lose their guards and protection and be isolated from the outside world. They will be like lambs to the slaughter, with no chance of survival. Father, you can rest assured that I have been preparing this plan for a long time, and it will definitely not fail." Ning Gaofeng was still worried. "Even if, as you said, we successfully killed them, but the Ning family isn't just our branch." Ning Liangjing snorted coldly. "You mean your uncle? He's just a good-for-nothing. He has no power at all. What's there to be afraid of?" Ning Gaofeng shook his head. I wasn't referring to my elder brother. I was talking about the old man. Don't forget, the old man isn't dead yet. Ning Liangjing sneered. What's so scary about that old codger? He's almost 130 years old, and in his current state, he's basically no different from a dead man. Besides, I've already made arrangements. The assassin will be eliminated the moment he completes his mission, leaving no trace pointing to us. At that time, what can that old geezer do to us since he has no evidence? Besides, even if that old geezer knows it was us, there's nothing to be afraid of. If Ning Tianyuan's family dies by then, and he kills us too, the Ning family will be wiped out. Would he dare? In the end, the Ning family could only rely on us. But Ning Gaofeng's concerns had not disappeared, and Ning Liangjing was already getting impatient. He interrupted, Father, you yourself were suppressed by Ning Tianyuan for decades. Do you want me to follow in your footsteps and be suppressed by Ning Tianyuan's lineage for decades as well? I'm telling you, I absolutely will not. I, Ning Liangjing, was born into the Ning family, which meant I was destined to be the eldest son. I'll first eliminate Ning Tianyuan's lineage, and then the Ning family will be under my control. After that, I will gradually unify the entire human federation and become the sole leader of the human race. Then the entire universe. In short, anyone who dares to stand in my way, I will kill them. Chapter 186 Life or Death Battle in the Retreat Zone. The Reputable Merchants Association is an association composed of hundreds of prominent merchants in the Blue Star region of StarCraft II. They joined forces to control the market and prices by suppressing other small merchants, thus making a fortune. These past few years, they have truly been riding high. But recently, a hothead named Tianyuan Difeng suddenly appeared and started buying up the newly released prop, the biological controller, at high prices. Rare items like the bio controller, which have a low drop rate and limited quantity, have always been monopolized by the Reputable Merchants Association. They set the acquisition and selling prices, thus making a huge profit. And once someone breaks their rules, they will gang up on that person until they are forced to quit the game. In order to protect their interests, the emergence of the concept of a round heaven and a square earth undoubtedly violated their rules. As usual, they began attacking this person. First, there's the most basic kind of verbal battle. They originally thought that with their business acumen, it would be a piece of cake to verbally spit out this hothead and force him to leave the area. But to their surprise, this guy wasn't just a hothead. He was a rich hothead too. He actually hired 100 professional trolls to argue with them, cursing them until they wanted to vomit blood. Reputable Merchants Association Discussion Group. Blue Star Little Cow. Guildmaster, the trolls that guy from Heaven and Earth hired are too good. We can't compete with them at all. Should we hire some trolls too? Mr. Xiong said. It's pointless to find someone to argue with him anymore. The purpose of our insults was to drive him away. But it seems that just insults won't work. We need to use the next tactic. Blue Star Cow. You mean the do-or-die situation of leaving the zone? The life or death match mentioned here refers to a game between two players to determine the winner, with the loser having to delete their account and leave the server. In StarCraft II, matches are played like real-world games, with the outcome determined by fleets. The game has two modes, free mode and fair mode. In free mode, the main factor is the player's financial resources. Those with more resources, more fleets, and better skills will naturally crush the weaker side. In the fair mode, the system assigns you two fleets of completely equal strength, and the outcome depends mainly on the player's skill and command. Mr. Xiong said, That's right. Judging from the fact that he paid to argue with us, he's not the kind of guy who would swallow his pride. He'll definitely accept the challenge as long as we issue it. If he loses, he'll naturally be kicked out. The free-for-all mode is a bit unreliable, since that guy has some money and will definitely hire a fleet to help him fight. The human cannon chimed in. Then let's go with the fair mode. Fair mode is all about skill. My cousin is an active-duty lieutenant commander in the Jiangbei fleet. He's a professional in combat. You can't hire someone like that with money, and he's perfect for dealing with rich bumpkins like Tianyuan Difeng. All right, then you, DePeo, will arrange the manpower and will launch the challenge. Good. Shortly after, Shen Tianyuan received a challenge from the Reputable Merchants Association. Since the two sides have an irreconcilable conflict, let's have a fair mode Star Wars match, and the loser will delete their account and leave the game. To be honest, Shen Tianyuan didn't want to deal with these annoying conflicts in the game. However, the system's realization is inseparable from the game. In the game, the Reputable Merchants Association has already set its sights on him. If we don't deal with them, They'll cause all sorts of trouble and disrupt our pace of collecting things. Instead of letting them buzz around, we should take this opportunity to get rid of them. Shen Tianyuan then agreed to the duel. On the other side of the reputable Merchants Association, Human Cannon brought his cousin and comrades. Human Cannon said, "President, this is my cousin Hai and his comrades. We'll leave this duel to them. They'll be a sure thing." Mr. Xiong said, "Hello, Haigu and others. I'll be trotting this duel on your behalf." Haigu said calmly, "Don't worry, this is what we do for a living. Dealing with players like you is like bullying the weak with the strong. Winning is a certainty. The only uncertainty is how much we will win." "Brother Hai, I'm relieved to hear you say that. I'll treat you to dinner afterwards." "No problem." Meanwhile, Shen Tianyuan also found some help. Although Shen Tianyuan himself was also skilled in interstellar combat command. But he was just one person, while interstellar warfare is a team effort. Shen Tianyuan already had someone in mind. He dialed Wei Liuha's number. "Instructor Wei, I need to ask you for a favor." "Boss, please give me your instructions." "That's right." Shen Tianyuan then explained the game competition. Wei Liuha said, "I understand, boss. I'll pick a few people to play the game and get familiar with it right away." The duel is tomorrow night. StarCraft 2 is a virtual reality game, and most of the gameplay is basically the same as in real life. Commanding a fleet in combat is essentially the same as in reality. One day is enough to familiarize yourself with the basic controls of the game. Time flew by, and it was already the evening of the second day. A few minutes before the match was scheduled to begin, the reputable Merchants Association sent a provocative message. Blue Star Calf said, "Hey kid, do you know who we invited today?" Shen Tianyuan ignored him. "I don't care who it is. I'm not afraid of anyone." But Blue Star Calf was there specifically to intimidate him, and continued, "Kid, find something to hold on to. Don't let your legs go weak with fear." The people we've invited this time include an active duty major from the Jiangbei fleet, and the others are all captains or lieutenants. They are all professionals specializing in combat and are far superior to you rookies. You're doomed to lose, so to avoid getting a really bad beating later, I advise you to surrender quickly. Post, "I was wrong. I will never do it again" 100 times in the world chat, then delete your accounts, leave the server, and get out. Upon seeing this series of provocative messages, Shen Tianyuan smiled and said to Wei Liuha, "Instructor Wei, they're looking for people from the Jiangbei fleet. You might even know them." Wei Liuha said, "That's certainly possible. Let me wait and see his fighting style." "Well, if you know him, then give him some face and don't let him lose too badly." "Good." Blue Star Calf continued his provocation. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you too scared to type? It's normal to be afraid. After all, our association has brought in real soldiers to fight you. And even though you have some money, what can you do with it? Can you find real soldiers?" "No. Even if you could find one, he would at most be a private or a corporal, which is incomparable to our colonel-level officers. Now you realize the gap between us, right? So do as I say right now. Apologize to us immediately, and then delete your account and leave the game." Seeing that this guy was still rambling on, Shen Tian decided to just block him. On the other side, Blue Star Little Cow saw that he had been blocked and immediately complained, "Brother Hai, those guys on the other side don't know what's good for them. They heard of your name, but still didn't surrender. Brother Hai, you must teach them a lesson." Hai Gu smiled calmly. "Some people are like rivers. Before they see the ocean, they never know how insignificant they are. But they will soon see the sea." Chapter 187. Who exactly is on the other side? The fair competition initiated by player Blue Star Little Cow against player Tianyuan Difong is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Countdown 10-9. The match begins. The competition officially began with the system's notification sound. Wei Liuha immediately began giving orders. "Lieutenant, release the reconnaissance ships and conduct reconnaissance along the 3 paths B1, C2, and D7. Release 3,000 carrier-based aircraft, armed with anti-ship weapons, and proceed to Area A7568 to await orders in concealment. The disembarking troops are ready for combat and can be released at any time. Lieutenant, plan out the fleet's covert advance route, then set off." "Yes, Commander." Shen Tianyuan watched from side. "With Wei Liuha here, there's no need for me to take action myself." Meanwhile, Hai Gu was directing his fleet to make an arc-shaped maneuver, intending to sneak up behind Wei Liuha and launch a surprise attack. Based on his experience, dealing with these inexperienced rookies often leads them to focus on their front and neglect their rear. By finding a way to attack their rear, he can eliminate them with minimal losses or even achieve a complete victory. There's no way around it. That's just professional ethics. However, their fleet's actions were detected by the reconnaissance ships sent by Wei Liuhe, who then reported the situation to Wei Liuhe. Wei Liuhe looked at the star map. This is a plan to outflank us. Such a simple strategy. It shouldn't be like this. Is there a trap? Wei Liuhe ordered the reconnaissance spacecraft to continue its investigation and soon receive feedback. Based on the information gathered, the enemy's entire fleet was engaged in a flanking maneuver, so it was probably not a trap. Strange, wasn't the other party supposed to be a major? How come his level is so low? The adjutant beside him said, "Commander, I think the other side doesn't know our identities and thinks we are ordinary players, so they think this simple tactic is enough to defeat us." That must be the case, otherwise I really don't know how he got promoted to major. Okay, since you want to steal then I'll steal his, but instead. Wei Liuhe will give corresponding instructions at any time. The report states that a reconnaissance spacecraft was dispatched, but did not find a target in the expected area. Hai Ge frowned, sensing that things were not so simple. Buzzing. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the bridge. The radar operator immediately reported, "Report. A large number of hostile targets have appeared behind the fleet and have launched an attack on us." Hai Ge was shocked. What? How come they're right behind us? Before anyone could respond, Hai Ge saw a fireball rising on the starboard side of the main ship through the observation window of the bridge. In an instant, a fierce barrage of firepower rained down on them. At this moment, Hai Ge finally realized that the other party was not simple. After a brief moment of surprise, his professional instincts kicked in and he reacted. Quick, the fleet immediately turned to the right and accelerated to escape the enemy's attack range. Yes, at this moment, Hage's fleet was facing away from the enemy. Therefore, they can only endure the enemy's relentless bombardment, but find it difficult to retaliate. They were bitten on the buttocks by the enemy. If they ran in a straight line, they would only be held tightly and wiped out. So Hage wanted to command the fleet to change direction and launch a counterattack. However, the enemy's firepower was exceptionally fierce, and the fleet was rapidly losing manpower. This is enough to show that the opponent's formation and artillery command are very skillful. What's even more deadly is that while they were attacking, they were also turning in sync with the turning of their own fleet, relentlessly pursuing them. At this point, Hai Ge already knew the outcome, but he could only grit his teeth and continue. Wei Liuhe said, "Order the fleet to increase firepower and eliminate as much of the enemy's manpower as possible before they can retaliate." Yes, the rest of the match was not much of a surprise. Although Hage eventually managed to adjust the fleet's course so that it could launch a counterattack, by this time the fleet had already suffered losses of more than 3 to 4. In the ensuing direct combat, he tragically discovered that the enemy's artillery command was far superior to his own. Already at a disadvantage, they are now outmatched in skill. The fleet was soon to be destroyed amidst a barrage of cannon fire. With a final, dazzling explosion, the match ended. The match is over. The player with the round sky and square earth is the winner. After the match results were announced, Hai Ge and his comrades slumped into their chairs, dejected. They were full of confidence before the competition began. After all, in their eyes, this was just a match where ordinary people were bullied and no one could win, and there was no suspense at all. But the result of the competition was a slap in the face for them. They not only lost, but they lost in a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, Wei Liuhe, they won, but remained very calm. After all, the opponent this time was really weak, and more importantly, the opponent underestimated him, putting himself in a dangerous situation, which made it easier to fight. In a game where the opponent simply dominates, even if you win, there's not much satisfaction. The members of the reputable Merchants Association were somewhat taken aback by the match results. We lost. Hai Ge and his team were full of confidence, confident they wouldn't lose. But they lost. Isn't that a huge ripoff? The most unacceptable thing is the Blue Star Calf. The guild leader had previously asked him to be the initiator of the battle to leave the region, and he agreed because he felt he definitely wouldn't lose. But now that he's lost, he has to bear the consequences, deleting his account and leaving the game. He spent a lot of money on this account, and now he has to delete it and leave the game. Isn't that just throwing money away? How can he accept that? Unable to contain himself any longer, he confronted Hai Ge and the others, demanding, "Hey, what's going on with you guys? Before the competition, you were all so confident you'd win. And look what happened, you lost. And you lost so badly. Aren't you professionals? How come you can't even beat a few ordinary people? Don't you feel ashamed? Seeing his older cousin being scolded, the man with the big mouth was furious. Watch your mouth, you bastard. My cousin was just trying to help out of kindness. Even if he didn't manage to help, it's not your place to scold him. Blue Star little cow. How did I insult him? I was just stating the facts. They did lose to a few ordinary players. At this moment, Haiga spoke up. You're right, we lost, we admit it. But I want to tell you that the opponent's skill level is definitely not that of an ordinary player, as you say. They definitely have military training experience, have definitely received professional command training, and may even have actually commanded a fleet. The opponent's skill level is very high. If anyone is at fault, it's you. It was you who provided false intelligence, causing us to misjudge the enemy's level and leading to the collapse of the battle. Blue Star Cav's anger flared even more. What did you say? The fault is mine. Are you kidding me? You were clearly less skilled, and now you're shifting the blame to... Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked out of the discussion group by the president, Mr. Xiong. Merchants, after all, seek profit and avoid harm. Blue Star Cow is leaving the region. It's no longer of any value to them. It's certainly not worth offending Brother Hai and other officers for his sake. Mr. Xiong said, Brother Hai, don't take that guy seriously, he's always been petty. Hai Gu waved his hand. I don't care about him. I care about who the other side is. They have such a high level of skill. Chapter 188, Fighting and Killing. Hello, I'm your opponent this time. Your skill level is very high, and we accept our defeat wholeheartedly. Would it be possible to meet? Haiga lost, but he accepted the defeat wholeheartedly. He was simply curious about who this person was. So he made a special call to them. Wei Liuha listened to the communication. This voice sounds familiar. I remember now. Isn't that Guan Hai? Guan Hai? Yes, Guan Hai was my subordinate when I was in the Jiangbei fleet. That kid was quite talented, but he always had an arrogant problem. When I left, he was just a sergeant. Now he's a major. But even though his rank has risen, his skills haven't improved much. Shen Tianyuan smiled. I didn't expect that he really was an acquaintance of Instructor Wei. Yes, if he had made such a basic mistake before, I would have definitely taught him a lesson. But I've severed ties with the Jiangbei fleet, so what happens to them is no longer my concern. There was no response from Guan Hai regarding the merger of Wei Lu. Now that he works for Shen Tianyuan, he naturally has no further dealings with the Jiangbei fleet. After waiting for a while without any reply, Guan Hai sighed. Well, it's understandable that they're ignoring us. After all, we're the defeated generals. Guan Hai said to Chairman Xiong. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't win as agreed. Mr. Xiong said, It's all right, it's all right. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. You were just careless this time and didn't show your true skills, which is why they won by luck. Guan Hai wanted to say something, but shook his head. There was no need to explain anything to such an amateur. Before leaving, Guan Hai said, Chairman, there's something I still have to say. You should try to mediate the conflict between you and this Tianyuan Difon. Judging from the situation in the competition, they likely have a military background, and it's not low. Even if you can't be friends, it's best not to make things too awkward. With Guan Hai and his group gone, the reputable merchant association was once again shrouded in gloom. I thought this was a sure win, but I lost again. Not only did they lose one person, but the association also lost even more face. The loudmouth spoke first. President, if all else fails, let's listen to my cousin and negotiate with that Heaven and Earth company. At worst, we'll just give up the biocontroller business. Mr. Xiong said, No, we can't open this door. Since the establishment of our Credit Merchants Association, we have always found a way to kick out anyone who opposes us. If we back down this time, others will surely step forward to provoke us, and our interests will be greatly diminished, which is absolutely intolerable. President, what can we do? We can't win an argument, and we can't win competition. Mr. Xiong said, DePeo, I remember your second cousin. He seems to run a security company. Human Cannon, yes, my second cousin. Guan He opened a security company after retiring from the military. He hires mostly veterans, and many of them are genetically enhanced individuals. Hey, Chairman, you wouldn't be thinking of... Mr. Xiong nodded. That's right, find your second cousin's men to teach that Tianyuan Difon a lesson and make him get out of this area. Human Cannon hesitated. President, isn't this inappropriate? What era are we living in? Why are we still fighting and killing? Mr. Xiong snorted and said, Let me tell you, no matter what era it is, fighting and killing are inevitable. Take the Omuro Federation, for example. They always claim to be peace lovers and guardians of human rights. In most cases, They don't actually fight or kill themselves, but they secretly manipulate others to do so. That's just reality. Fighting and killing are the simplest and most effective ways to compete for interests, and they will never disappear. So, Canon, do you know what to do? Okay, I understand, President. Then I'll leave this matter to you. No problem. Leave it to me. The man with the big guns patted his chest and assured him. The others in the association, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh inwardly at the big shot, simple-minded man. Blue Star Cow was just tricked by the president and pushed out as a scapegoat. As a result, the human Canon turned around and became the second scapegoat. But it's all right, as long as I'm not the one who suffers. The human Canon quickly responded. My second cousin, Guan Hai, is willing to come, but he'll have to pay a fee. Moreover, it cannot be done under the guise of fighting or brawling, but rather under the guise of friendly sparring, and it should only be used to teach someone a lesson, without causing any death. Mr. Xiong agreed, and then discussed the specific details with Guan Hai. When he heard the price quoted, his heart skipped a beat. It was so expensive. But then he turned around and raised the price by 50%. Then they reported it to the members of the Reputable Merchants Association, asking them to crowdfund, since it concerned the interests of all of them. Although everyone felt the pinch, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and pay the money. Once the matter was settled, they immediately issued a challenge to Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan thought that after he had just dealt a blow to the Reputable Merchants Association, they would behave themselves. Unexpectedly, they sent another challenge, and this time it was a real-life PK. These guys are really tenacious. StarCraft 2 is related to Shen Tianyuan's game manifestation, and he will not let go of it. Since they wanted to be beaten, Shen Tianyuan wouldn't be polite. Over here, Mr. Xiong looked at the list of security company personnel participating in the operation and was brimming with confidence. This time they mobilized 20 level, 10D level, and even 1C level, a total of more than 30 people, all of whom were top experts. Mr. Xiong refused to believe that he would lose again this time. Shen Tianyuan, on the other hand, only called one person. Pangung, someone has challenged me to a duel. Go and handle it for me tomorrow. Pangung replied. Yes, Mr. Shen. Is there anything I should pay attention to? Shen Tianyuan said, don't go too far. Try not to kill anyone. If they really have a foul mouth, breaking a few legs is acceptable. Understood, Mr. Shen. Okay, go ahead. The reason Shen Tianyuan didn't go in person. Firstly, his status no longer makes it suitable for him to do such a thing personally. More importantly, there is something very important to do tomorrow. Tomorrow marks the 10th anniversary of the death of Ning Ying's mother, who is also Shen Tianyuan's mother-in-law. In Ning Ying's description, her mother, Shi Linglang, was a beautiful, charming, cheerful, and optimistic woman. This can be seen from the fact that she was able to marry Ning Qianquan. Shi Linglang came from commoner background, but she managed to capture the heart of Ning Qianquan, the crown prince of the Ning family and a top second-generation human. Even during the 10 years after her death, he had no intention of remarrying. It's a pity that such an outstanding woman tragically passed away 10 years ago. As Ning's son-in-law, Shen Tianyuan naturally had to go and pay his respects. Chapter 189 Father, you next. Ning Qianquan did not go to work that day. The family gathered together for breakfast. After the meal, we set off. The spaceship passed through the thick clouds and arrived at the lower world. The weather in the underworld is as bad as ever. The acidic rain kept falling, just like the mood of the Ning family members at that moment. They traveled south until they reached the border between Chongning Prefecture and Anning Prefecture. There is a cemetery hidden in the mountains, which is the destination for everyone. This was originally a mausoleum built by Ning Qianquan's father for Master Ning Xingho. But the old man didn't get to use it. He used it himself first. Later, it naturally became the Ning family's mausoleum. This area is jointly guarded by the Chongning Prefecture Guard and the Anning Prefecture Guard year-round, making it extremely secure. Shi Linglang, as a daughter-in-law of the Ning family, was also buried here. The spaceship entered the mountains and passed through a transparent barrier, keeping out the drizzling rain. Following the urban model, a rain shelter has been installed here to protect the entire cemetery from the harsh environment of the afterlife. Upon reaching the edge of the cemetery, they disembarked and walked, a gesture of respect for the deceased. Along the way, Shen Tianyuan saw various sentry posts guarding the safety of the cemetery. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the cemetery. Here, the accompanying guards stopped at the entrance of the cemetery and did not follow them inside. Ning Tianyuan explained that this was a rule set by his father. He said that the cemetery should be quiet, so outsiders should not be allowed to enter and disturb them. As long as the security personnel guard the perimeter, there will be no danger inside. Therefore, not only are guards and other outsiders not allowed to enter, but they are also not allowed to bring communication equipment. This made Shen Tianyuan subconsciously feel uneasy. If something were discovered inside the cemetery, it would be difficult for those outside to react immediately. But then he relaxed, thinking that as long as he didn't encounter any SS rank enemies inside, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, even if you encounter it, the system upgrade includes a Z-energy chip, which is said to enable Z-energy mode. Shen Tianyuan was very curious about what it was, wondering if it could rival an SS-level weapon. Shortly after the group went inside, another spaceship landed at the entrance of the cemetery. The cabin door opened, and Ning Gaofeng and his son Ning Liangjing stepped out. They looked at Ning Tianyuan's spaceship parked nearby, and different thoughts flashed through their minds. Ning Liangjing felt a suppressed joy, as if his conspiracy was about to succeed, while Ning Gaofeng seemed more relaxed. His eyelids kept twitching when he woke up this morning, which he considered an ominous sign. They wanted to persuade Ning Liangjing to stop the operation, but Ning Liangjing refused. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Since you've already made the decision, don't hesitate or look back. Moreover, when the assassin infiltrated the cemetery 6 months ago, he had already cut off all contact with the outside world. Now he can no longer contact the assassin inside, so he naturally cannot stop the operation. Ning Liangjing reassured Ning Gaofeng that he couldn't imagine any possibility of failure in this operation. Ning Gaofeng was still uneasy. What if Ning Tianyuan changed his mind and sent the guards in? That would be the end of them. We finally decided to visit the cemetery. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cemetery, they saw that Ning Tianyuan and his entourage had already gone inside, while their guards were all waiting at the entrance. Ning Gaofeng finally felt a little relieved. Ning Liangjing gave Ning Gaofeng a look, as if to say, "Father, you can rest assured now." None of their guards went in. Only Ning Tianyuan and his 3 children went in. Oh, and that good-for-nothing son-in-law. They were all defenseless men, easily wiped out by the assassins inside in seconds. I really can't think of any possibility of failure, or rather, there's no possibility of failure at all. In short, everything is going according to plan. Ning Gaofeng also felt that victory was within his grasp, and couldn't help but start to imagine what would happen after he succeeded. The entire Ning Tianyuan family was wiped out. My older brother is such a good-for-nothing. He's useless. From now on, the power of the Ning family will naturally fall entirely into the hands of their branch. Then, I can take over Ning Tianyuan's position and become the head of the Ning family and the commander of the Chongning fleet. How prestigious that would be. Ning Gaofeng and Ning Tianyuan were also very close brothers when they were young. But as they grow up and learn more, troubles arise and rifts gradually develop. In particular, Ning Tianyuan's succession as the head of the Ning family and as becoming one of the leaders of the human race made him feel very unbalanced. I was only born a few years after you. Why should everything be yours, while I'm stuck being second best forever? I refuse to accept this. This psychological imbalance, over time, developed into resentment. That's why they disregarded brotherly affection and allowed Ning Liangjing to take action against Ning Tianyuan. But he didn't realize it at the moment. Ning Liangjing, standing to the side, saw a ruthless glint in the depths of his eyes. "Father, you don't naively think that I went to great lengths to eliminate Ning Tianyuan just so that you could take over, do you? Dream on. You're even younger than Ning Tianyuan. How could I be willing to wait for you to die of old age? So, Father, Ning Tianyuan is dead, and you're next. When you reunite down there, it will be a way for me to fulfill my brotherhood with you." Ning Gaofeng never imagined that his own son would not only want to kill his second uncle, but also him. Throughout history, in the struggle for supreme power, he murdered his father, killed his wife, and exterminated his children, resorting to any means necessary. Although times have changed and technology has advanced, the world is still very different now. But the pursuit of power will never cease. It's just that there are now more ways to kill someone, and they're more covert. However, before the father and son turned against each other, they had one more common goal: to wipe out Ning Tianyuan's entire family. However, it seems there are no changes now. Now, all we have to do is wait for news of their deaths. On the other side, inside a stadium, People from the reputable Merchants Association and the security company have arrived. The group consisted of more than 40 men, all of whom were burly and imposing, and they looked very powerful. They are also very confident. After all, they have 20 level, 10 D level, and 1 C level member. What a terrifying lineup. No matter who comes from the other side, they must enter vertically and exit horizontally. Guan He checked the time. There's still 1 minute until the agreed time. Why isn't anyone here yet? The human cannon said, they must have seen your imposing figure, second cousin, and were too scared to come. Mr. Xiong wondered to himself, if they don't come and a fight doesn't break out, I wonder if I can get a full refund? Suddenly, the wind picked up. Amidst the rising dust, a figure appeared at the stadium entrance in the somewhat blurred vision. Chapter 190. This deal was a real loss. The sand and dust stung their eyes, and they rubbed their eyes before they could finally see who it was. He was dressed in camouflage and wore a black mask, looking like a mercenary. But strangely, why was he alone? Did he think he could take on more than 30 of them by himself? Who's he think he is? Mr. Xiong asked loudly. Hey, are you the embodiment of a round heaven and a square earth? Pan Gong said, I was sent by him to resolve this matter. Mr. Xiong snorted. Why didn't he come in person? Is he afraid? He's too busy to deal with you personally. One arrogant guy. But you can take the beating for him. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? I am enough on my own. After hearing this, Mr. Xiong and his group burst into laughter. Haha, I'm enough on my own. Who do you think you are? Are you S-class? Ha, how could that be? Everyone burst into laughter. As one of the top combat forces, S-class can only be commanded by those at the very top level. This round sky square earth structure looks quite wealthy. He's just someone who plays games all day. No matter how powerful they are, how powerful can they be? Have you ever seen people at the top of society playing games all day long? After all, they have so many ways to pass the time. Why waste your time playing around with young models at clubs? Therefore, even if the concept of a flat earth and a round sky is powerful, its power is limited. Mr. Xiong was confident that the gap between him and his opponent wasn't that big, and that he should be able to handle it. That's why Mr. Xiong dared to challenge Shen Tianyuan to a duel. Compared to the ridicule from Mr. Xiong and the others, Guan He's expression was rather serious. Guan He himself is not a gene enhancer. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen many pigs run. From the moment Pan Gong entered the arena, he realized that this guy was no ordinary person. Moreover, the fact that he dared to go to the meeting alone shows that he is either a fool or has absolute confidence. Let's begin, Pan Gong said. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiong laughed and said, since you're so eager to be beaten, then I'll grant your wish. He turned his head. Mr. Guan, it's up to you now. Guan He nodded solemnly. Although he felt uneasy, he had no choice but to do things after receiving payment. He shouted to Pan Gong, brothers on the other side, let me make this clear beforehand. Although our conflict will be resolved through force, this is not a life or death battle. Let's stop short of fight and settle the score, okay? Can. Guan He pointed to one person, Zhang Zhao. There's only one person on the other side. You go up, don't let them say we're ganging up on the weak. Good. But Pan Gong refused. You all come at me at once. I'm in a hurry. Mr. Xiong put his hands on his hips and said, oh, you've even put on an act. You want to join in? Bah, one person on our side can take you down. Before he could finish speaking, a figure darted past him and crashed heavily to the ground. Mr. Xiong turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Zhao who had just passed by. Huh? What happened? How did he fly back? Guan He and the others quickly gathered around. Zhang Zhao's face turned deathly pale, and he managed to utter a single sentence with difficulty. This is a master. After saying that, his head lolled to the side and he lost consciousness. Hey, Zhang Zhao, Pan Gong said. I controlled the force. He won't die. He'll just be unconscious for 2 or 3 days. Guan He put Zhang Zhao down, looking somewhat uneasy. At that moment, he realized that he had taken on a job he shouldn't have. Zhang Zhao was a D-level player, yet he was instantly killed in a single encounter. Judging for what the other party said, he had held back. Such strength is probably not just C-level, it should reach B-level or even the terrifying A-level. As for anything more advanced, I really can't imagine it, but it's probably impossible. How could such a legendary figure possibly deal with these small fry? If that's the case, then it would be worth it for them to get beaten up. Although I understand the gap between the enemy and ourselves. But Guan He has no intention of backing down. His former regimental commander once said, a soldier must have backbone. Although they have retired from the military, their spirit remains. He said in a deep voice, "Brothers, the guy on the other side is very strong. We have no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. We can't care about outnumbering each other now. The only way we have a chance is to rush in together." Good. The crowd's eyes were resolute. As the saying goes, with unity of purpose, even Mount Tai can be moved. If everyone works together, a miracle might happen. They surrounded Pan Gung from all sides. When you have a numerical advantage, the best approach is to swarm in and attack. Never try to take on your opponents one by one. Instead, use your numerical advantage to overwhelm them. Superior. At Guan Yi's command, everyone rushed forward. I thought that if everyone worked together, there would be a glimmer of hope for victory. But when they actually faced off, they truly understood what it meant to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a mayfly try to shake a tree. Some gaps in strength cannot be bridged by sheer numbers. That profound sense of powerlessness was etched into their hearts. At this moment, it felt as if they were facing someone else entirely. It is a monster in human skin. They rushed forward, but were all sent flying in an instant, scattering like flowers from a fairy shower. In less than 5 seconds, more than 30 people were all knocked to the ground and lost consciousness. Guanha was the last to fall. His last thought before losing consciousness was, "Damn, that's too strong. This deal was a real loss." After handing over the security company personnel, Pan Gung looked at Mr. Xiong and the others who were still standing. "What do you have to say?" Pan Gung realized that these people were ordinary people and did not intend to harm them. He simply wanted them to admit defeat themselves. But Pan Gung's performance just now terrified them. One of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at Pan Gung. "You stay away." Pan Gung coldly replied, "This is a hand-to-hand sparring match. You've used weapons, which violates the rules. So don't blame me." As he spoke, Pan Gung raised his wrist, revealing a brownish-yellow armored bracelet. Pan Gung didn't deploy his full armor, but only the armor on one arm, and gently gripped it against the man with the gun. The gun in the man's hand was twisted into a pretzel out of thin air. He still didn't understand what was going on. Pan Gung clenched his fist again, and with a chilling crack, the man's arm was snapped off in midair, hanging limply to the side like a noodle. He clutched his arms and wailed. The members of the reputable Merchants Association who came to watch the battle had never seen such a terrifying scene before, and they jumped 3 feet high in fright. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to admit defeat?" The remaining few finally came to their senses and immediately nodded frantically, saying, "We admit defeat. We admit defeat. We resolutely admit defeat." "Okay, remember this result." After saying this, Pan Gung turned and left. That would have been the end of it all. But Mr. Xiong, the president, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn it, where did this bastard come from? Who has this round heaven and square earth concept? How is he so powerful?" In an instant, Pan Gung turned around. Chapter 191 Framing. Mr. Xiong was startled when Pan Gung suddenly turned around. She wondered if he had overheard what she said. "That shouldn't be the case. My voice is so soft, and I'm so far away. Can he hear? Is he still human?" So he quickly feigned innocence and said, "Sir, is there anything else you need?" But he didn't know how acute Pan Gung's senses were, given that his genetic enhancement had reached SS level. Even from dozens of meters away, he could hear Pan Gung's words, which were as low as a mosquito's buzz, and hear them clearly. "You'll get your leg broken for being a jerk." Without further ado, Pan Gung extended his hand and shook hands with Mr. Xiong. Then, with a few sharp cracking sounds, Mr. Xiong's legs bent at an odd angle. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized what was happening, and then screamed in agony. Although both legs were broken, his gaze was fixed between them. In an instant, tears and snot streamed down his face as he wailed, "Oh, my XX! Oh, my XX!" Pan Gung coldly retracted his armor and turned to leave. Mr. Xiong's body trembled not only from physical pain, but even more so from psychological pain. Looking at Pan Gung's figure, his eyes were filled with pain and hatred. He forced back his tears, pulled out his communicator, and roared, "Dad, my illegible is broken. Avenge me! Avenge me!" Pan Gung left the stadium, boarded the spaceship, and began his return journey. When Pan Gung arrived at the edge of the city, suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound came from the air. 3 armored vehicles arrived at top speed and blocked Pan Gung's spaceship, saying to Pan Gung, "Guardian, temporary inspection. Immediately disembark and undergo inspection." Of the 3 city guardians, 2 are at the B level and 1 at the A level. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake for Pan Gong. But this is Ning family territory, our own territory. Pan Gong naturally prioritized following the rules. Pan Gong disembarked from the spaceship for inspection, since there were no contraband items on board anyway. Captain Pei Taiha of the Guardians looked at Pan Gong, who was wearing a mask, and sneered. With his face covered, he doesn't look like a good person at all. After saying that, he went inside the spaceship to inspect it. A moment later, Pei Taiha came out with a small package of white powder and said, "You are under arrest for suspected smuggling of contraband." Pan Gong's eyes were cold and sharp. He didn't provoke trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. He had clearly seen that Pei Taiha had taken out the white powder himself, then passed it around and pretended it was found in his spaceship. Such a low-level frame-up. He looked directly at Pei Taiha and said, "I saw it just now. You took it out of your own pocket." Seeing that he had been exposed, Pei Taiha remained calm and sneered. "That's right. I framed you. So what can you do about it? If you have anyone to blame, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Grab him." After saying that, he waved his hand and was about to grab Pan Gong. But Pan Gong was strong and had powerful backers, so he feared no one. Naturally, we won't tolerate their bad habits. Pan Gong's armor deployed instantly, and his attack was as swift as lightning. Before the three city guardians could even react, they had already been subdued. Pan Gong pressed down on Pei Taiha and asked, "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Although Pei Taiha was subdued, he didn't back down at all. "Kid, you're finished. You dared to attack the city guardians. You're making an enemy of the Ning family and the entire human federation." The two teammates next to him secretly groaned. This captain is usually clueless, but why is he still acting like an idiot at a time like this? You're an A level, yet you were subdued in an instant. It has to be at least S class. Every S level person has an extremely powerful background. Do you think you, a mere captain of the Guardians, can afford to offend them? The two team members quickly spoke up. "Sir, please don't be agitated. This is a misunderstanding." But Pei Taiha immediately interrupted him. "What misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. This guy is smuggling contraband, and now he's even attacked the Guardians. That's treason." Pei Taiha, as the city's guardian, was used to being arrogant and domineering. Now that he had been subdued, he felt he had lost face and was so enraged that he lost his temper. But this made the two team members want to cry. That damn captain always likes to be greedy for money and break the law. This time, we've really messed up. But if you're going to die, don't drag us down with you. Pei Taiha was still yelling. "Kid, don't you dare run away. I've already called my men. They're coming to deal with you right now." The two team members not only wanted to cry, but also wanted to beat him up. "You must be out of your mind. What if you push someone too far with what you said, and they try to silence you? What if we kill you, and then try to silence us too? If you need to call for help, then I'll wait." Pan Gong only subdued them, but they were still wearing armor at this moment. Naturally, they could communicate with the outside world through the armor's communication system, which was also intentional on Pan Gong's part. Before long, 7 or 8 armored vehicles broke through the air and surrounded Pan Gong. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Pei Taiha excitedly shouted, "Commander-in-Chief, it's him. He attacked the Guardians. This is treason. Arrest him immediately." The leader of the support team is named Ma Zhongqing, who is also an S rank. When Ma Zhongqing saw Pan Gong subdue the captain, he knew that Pan Gong must be his peer. Compared to the simple-minded Pei Taiha, Ma Zhongqing was much more rational. An S-class person is someone important no matter where they are. So he needs to find out the details first before taking any action. "My friend, let me introduce myself. I am Ma Zhongqing, the captain of the Guardians of Anning City." Pan Gong simply responded with a faint sound, without any intention of introducing himself. Having failed to achieve his goal, Ma Zhongqing could only ask, "Friend, where do you come from? Why did you attack our people?" He framed me with contraband first. Ma Zhongqing glanced at him. He had heard before that Pei Taiha had engaged in some illegal activities. He could indeed do something like using contraband. However, as the captain of the Guardians, he certainly couldn't admit that his subordinates had broken the law. "Sir, there may be a misunderstanding. Can such an act of framing be explained away as a misunderstanding? Is framing an innocent person a common occurrence for you Guardians?" Ma Zhongqing was also a little unhappy when he heard this. "I thought about how to make a big deal out of a small one and a small deal out of a big one. But you, on the contrary, insist on holding on to this issue. Although you are S rank, I am also S rank. I might not necessarily be afraid of you. If you insist on persisting, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Ma Jingqing did not notice that a guardian next to him was frowning as he looked at Pan Gong's features and figure. A moment later, his pupils suddenly dilated. A profound memory he could never forget suddenly surfaced in his mind. At the same time, a sense of fear spread from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 192, Who is he? Just as Ma Zhengqing was considering whether or not to say something harsh to Pan Gong, a trembling voice came through the communication system. Captain, I have something to say. Ma Zhengqing looked at Gong Jie, who was speaking. Just say what you have to say. Why are you beating around the bush? Gong Jie made a swallowing sound. Captain, do you still remember Ren Lianqing? Of course, it's the former police chief. Some time ago, that old bastard went crazy for some reason and actually brought his whole family to turn themselves in, confessing to a whole bunch of illegal and disorderly conduct. He'll probably be spending the rest of his life in jail. Gong Jie said, Captain, I actually know the inside story. Ren Lianqing offended someone, which is why he was forced to turn himself in. How did you know? Because I was there at the time. Ma Zhengqing was dissatisfied. Then why didn't you report to me afterwards? Gong Jie said helplessly, Captain, I can't do anything about it. That person has the highest level of access card, and he ordered me to keep his secret. Ma Zhengqing's eyes narrowed. The highest authority card is a symbol of the highest power in Changning Prefecture. Isn't that something only the governor can own? But if that person isn't the governor, then who could it be? Besides the governor, who else could have the highest authority card? Ning King. Suddenly, a name popped into Ma Zhengqing's mind, and he blurted it out. But he abruptly stopped halfway through his sentence, because he knew that the adult's name was not one he could address directly. Ma Zhengqing was horrified. If what he thought was true, isn't that mysterious cardholder even more powerful than the governor? Because he's backed by the real power behind Changning Prefecture. Regardless of whether his guess was correct, that highest level access card alone made it someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. But the problem was, Gong Jie, do you think this matter has anything to do with what I'm doing now? Gong Jie lowered his voice and said, Captain, because I went to the scene, they also contacted me during the follow-up handling. I have seen the surveillance footage from a scene. At that time, there was a person wearing brown combat armor next to the cardholder. And that armor was exactly the same as the one worn by the person in front of him. Ma Zhengqing felt that the matter was very tricky because it involved the highest level access card, and he had to be careful. But that's not all. Gong Jie added, Captain, it's not just his relationship with that cardholder, but also his own strength. What's his strength? He's only S rank. Captain, it's probably more than that. I've seen the surveillance footage. The governor's older brother, Chairman Ning Mabai, was also at the scene. Chairman Ning has an S-level bodyguard with him, right? That S-level bodyguard was held down by that person and didn't dare to resist at all. What? These words struck Ma Zhengqing like a thunderbolt. Only an SS rank can render an S rank unable to resist. If that's the case, then wouldn't the person in front of them be SS? Ma Zhengqing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If it really is the same person, then the person in front of him could kill him in milliseconds. And killing him would likely go unpunished. After all, S-class items are precious. However, it is still far inferior to SS class. Bang bang. Ma Zhengqing's heart was beating very fast. What was supposed to be an ordinary incident has turned into a situation where my life is in danger at any moment. Ma Zhengqing hadn't been this nervous in a long time. He took a deep breath to calm his overly tense emotions. Simplicity is the priority. It's about reassuring the person in front of you, to avoid him getting so angry that he might bleed on the spot. Just as Ma Zhengqing was about to speak, Pei Taihe, who had been held down, spoke first. Captain, don't hesitate any longer. The situation is already very clear. This person dared to attack the Guardian. His crime is equivalent to treason. You should arrest him immediately. If he dares to resist, just kill him. Ma Zhengqing really wanted to kick Pei Taihe hard in the butt. You think I haven't died fast enough, Captain? If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. Ma Zhengqing immediately said loudly. I really shouldn't have hesitated. Upon hearing this, Pei Taihe was overjoyed and immediately threatened Pan Gong. Haha, kid, you're finished. You dare offend me? I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in pain and regret. Or even worse, you won't have a second half of your life. Huh. Then Ma Zhengqing announced loudly, I, in my capacity as the captain of the Anning City Guardians, hereby declare, Pei Taihe, the captain of Squad 4, is suspected of abusing his power for personal gain and framing others. As a law enforcement officer, knowingly breaking the law is an aggravated offense. Arrest him immediately. Haha, kid, you heard that, didn't you? Peitai's laughter stopped abruptly because he finally realized what was happening. Hey, the person the captain just said he was going to arrest. It seems to be him. He exclaimed urgently. Captain, you've got the wrong name. The person you're arresting is him, not me. Ma Zhengqing said righteously. I'm not wrong. The person I'm looking for is you, you scoundrel. As a guardian, you did such a thing, and as the captain, I will absolutely not let you off the hook. No, Captain, how could you do this? You should arrest him, not me. Peitaiha really couldn't understand how they, as guardians, could abandon him in the blink of an eye. For Ma Zhengqing, this was a wise move to sacrifice a pawn to save the king, although he could not be 100% certain of Pan Gong's identity. But making a choice is not difficult. Even if you make a mistake, offending your subordinates isn't a big problem. But offending an SS rank official could be fatal. Even a fool would make that choice. Therefore, no matter how much Peitaiha protested, it was useless. Ma Zhengqing cautiously approached Pan Gong and said, Sir, I'm so sorry to have troubled you. I assure you, this guy will pay double the price. Pan Gong's calm thoughts led to the outcome he had anticipated. Gong Jie recognized him, and he recognized Gong Jie in return. He knew that Gong Jie would definitely tell Ma Zhengqing this news. Ma Zhengqing will naturally make the right choice. But that wasn't all. Pan Gong continued. He framed me because someone instructed him. That person who instructed him is the real culprit and cannot be let off the hook. Sir, rest assured, the person who ordered him will definitely not escape. Okay, I'll leave it to you. The moment Pan Gong turned around, an incredibly powerful energy fluctuation flashed by. Ma Zhengqing and his group turned pale instantly. This is an SS-level energy fluctuation. Now it's finally confirmed. This person is indeed the SS rank. Both in terms of strength and background, they've reached the very top. Either one of them would be enough to easily kill them, let alone having both. Ma Zhengqing was extremely grateful that he had made the right choice. But I was still very nervous. Pan Gong deliberately released energy fluctuations before leaving to warn them to get things done as soon as possible. As soon as Pan Gong left, Ma Zhengqing grabbed Peitaiha and roared, Peitaiha, now you know what kind of people you've offended. Explain the situation clearly right now, or you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Although Peitaiha did not know Pan Gong's exact identity, his SS level strength alone was enough. He immediately nodded vigorously and said, I'll talk. Chapter 193 That Thing. The stadium where the fight was arranged. The rescue spacecraft has arrived and is carrying the injured onto it one by one. Mr. Xiong, his lower limbs shattered, was crying to a well-dressed, middle-aged man, Dad, you have to avenge me. He broke my leg, sob. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, Younger, don't worry. I've already arranged for someone to deal with him. He'll be kneeling in front of you soon, and he'll definitely suffer in the future. I don't want him to suffer. I want him dead. And that round heaven and square earth thing. You must find that too. He must die there too. Okay, Younger, don't worry, they're all doomed. Swish, swish. As the two were talking, more than a dozen figures descended from the sky and landed around them. The middle-aged man recognized the newcomer as one of the guardians, especially Peitaiha, who had a close relationship with him, having even frequented brothels together. Unaware that disaster was imminent, he stepped forward familiarly and said, Captain Pei, you've arrived. Oh my, even Captain Ma has come in person. You guys are really giving me, Xiong, a lot of face. I will definitely thank you properly afterwards. At this moment, the middle-aged man still naively thought that they had come to handle his business, and that he had made a phone call, and even the captain of the Guardian Corps had come. He thought that he had a lot of influence. The middle-aged man's name was Xiong Ba, and he was an official in the city. His son, Xiong Yang, is Mr. Xiong, the president of the Association of Reputable Merchants. After Xiong Yang's lower limbs were broken by Pan Gong, he immediately went to seek revenge on his father. Xiong Ba lived up to expectations and immediately used his connections to contact Peitaiha. The two already knew each other and used their power to benefit each other, making them a pair of scoundrels. Therefore, Peitaiha readily agreed to Xiong Ba's request, which led to what happened later. Xiong Ba glanced around but didn't see the person they were looking for. He asked in surprise, Hey, Captain Pei, where's that guy? Didn't you catch him? At this moment, Peitaiha really wanted to smash Xiong Ba to pieces. If it weren't for him, he could have continued to abuse his power for personal gain, act arrogantly, and live a carefree life. Now that I've agreed to help him, not only have I lost my comfortable life, whether he can save his life is another matter entirely. Pei Tai, filled with resentment, pointed at Xiong Badeo and said, "It was he who ordered me to do it." Xiong Ba was unaware of the situation, so he nodded directly and said, "Of course I asked you for help, but where is he? Has he already been taken back?" "No, I still need to make him kneel down and apologize to my son." Upon hearing this, Ma Zhengqing realized that the simpleton had readily admitted it, saving him trouble. "Arrest them." Just as Xiong Ba was wondering who to arrest, the guardian handcuffed him. "Hey, why are you arresting me? Go arrest that kid instead." Ma Zhengqing said, "Xiong Ba, you are suspected of instigating Pei Taihe to commit framing and slander, and you have already confessed to it yourself. This is a heinous crime. Arrest you immediately." Xiong Ba was a little confused. He had clearly come to find someone to arrest the person who had taken his son. So how did he end up being arrested in the blink of an eye? Ma Zhengqing then pointed at Xiong and said, "He is also one of the suspects. Take him back with us." Xiong was also bewildered. "Dad, what's going on? Why are they arresting me? Help!" Xiong Ba struggled and shouted, "You can't arrest me. I've served my country. I've shed blood for the people. I want to see the governor. I want to see the governor." Ma Zhengqing sneered, "You've offended the governor and his gang." The Xiong family father and son were arrested. Ma Zhengqing looked at the stunned members of the Credit Merchants Association. They were also involved in the incident, so they were taken away as well. Later, the arrested members of the reputable Merchants Association were finally released after it was confirmed that they had little to do with the frame-up. They exchanged a wary glance. The man with the loud voice said first, "I was terrified. I thought I was going to die in there. I don't understand what's going on." One person chimed in, "Are you stupid? This is just the chairman and his father trying to mess with someone, but the other person's background is stronger than theirs. They failed in their attempt and ended up getting themselves into trouble. Yeah, judging by this, the chairman and his dad are definitely doomed. If they're lucky, they'll be picking up soap in prison in their next life. If they're unlucky, they'll be picking it up in hell." The human cannon shuddered. How terrifying. "Hey everyone, who is this guy who claims to have a flat sky and a square earth? How can he be so amazing? Not only is he rich, but he also knows people with military backgrounds and can find incredibly skilled fighters. Even more terrifying is that he can command the Guardians. What kind of background does that require? Yeah, I still get chills thinking about it now. I actually cursed the heavens and the earth a few times. I must be a damn old man, tired of living. The more you talk, the more panicked I get. I've cursed him too. Look how badly the chairman and the others are suffering. What if this heaven and earth retaliates against us? What else can we do? We'll end up like the president and the others." The man immediately cried out, "No, I don't want to. I'm still a virgin. I've heard that girls have sweet words, and I've never tried that before, boo-hoo." Hearing him cry like that, everyone became even more frightened. After all, the one with the most powerful background among them was the president, yet they all collapsed with ease. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Human Cannon scratched his head. "How about we apologize to the round sky and square earth?" He immediately gained everyone's approval. That's right, the most important thing now is to seek forgiveness from the heavenly court and the earthly court. However, since the president has targeted him so many times, can he forgive me? Someone immediately retorted, "Pa, what chairman? He's just a despicable and shameless scoundrel who dragged us down with him. That's right, we must sever all ties with him immediately. We are mortal enemies with him. We were deceived by him before, but now we have decided to abandon darkness and embrace the light." Everyone unanimously condemned the former president. However, everyone felt that simply apologizing was probably not enough, and they were filled with unease. Suddenly, Human Cannon said, "By the way, didn't we get our hands on that thing a while ago? If we give it to Tianyuan Difong, he should forgive me." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "You mean that thing?" "Yes, that's the one." After thinking it over carefully, everyone felt there was a chance. My anxious heart finally calmed down a little. Ninja Cemetery. The cemetery covers a large area and has beautiful scenery. A lot of thought and effort went into building this place. And indeed, no more guards were seen along the way. Only a few gardening robots wielding large shears were quietly trimming the flowers and plants. In one corner of the cemetery, there is a little-known underground cave. Inside the cave, a person is hiding, looking at the countdown in their hand that is about to end. Chapter 194. Nothing happened. A hand emerged from the lush green lawn, followed by a person crawling out from underground. The bright artificial sunlight made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he had been hiding underground for more than half a year. Call. After taking a breath of fresh air, he glanced at the countdown timer and raised his wrist, revealing an armored bracelet. The armor then unfolded, revealing a brown suit of armor that matched the color of the trees in the cemetery. He climbed up a big tree, silently, like a gecko. The armor's color and patterns blended perfectly with the tree, making it impossible to spot unless you got close. He lay in wait, silently lurking, waiting for his prey to walk right into his trap. Before long, the assassins hidden in the trees spotted Shen Tianyuan and his group from afar. But he didn't rush to take action. A good hunter always finds the best time to hunt. If we get any closer, we can wipe out their entire family in one fell swoop. At this moment, Shen Tianyuan and his group are unknowingly walking step by step into the assassin's trap, and the countdown to their deaths has begun to ring. But suddenly, Shen Tianyuan smelled a very faint stench in the air. I couldn't help but feel a little strange. The cemetery is meticulously maintained, so how could it smell rotten? Shen Tianyuan sniffed, and indeed, there was a putrid smell, and the source of the smell was right in front of him. The strange, putrid smell made Shen Tianyuan feel inexplicably uneasy. Although I don't know what this putrid smell means. But with the mindset of better safe than sorry, Shen Tianyuan began to decide to be more cautious. Just as they were about to reach the assassin's ambush position, Shen Tianyuan suddenly said, "I'll go take a look over there." Ninging turned her head. "What's wrong, husband?" Shen Tianyuan explained. "This isn't my first time here. I want to get to know the area better. I'll go take a look over there first. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up with you soon." Ninging nodded. "Okay, we'll wait for you up ahead." Shen Tianyuan then left the group and slipped behind a large tree. The Rakshasa armor was then deployed, and the reconnaissance system was activated to scan the surrounding terrain. Almost instantly, the radar detected an unusual energy source hidden in the tree ahead. Although he was in a silent state, Shen Tianyuan's armor was more advanced and still detected his presence. A cold glint flashed in Shen Tianyuan's eyes. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, the assassins lurking behind the tree also saw Shen Tianyuan leave the team. He didn't care too much, since his main target, the Ning family, hadn't left the team. But he did not let his guard down and continued to track Shen Tianyuan's whereabouts. Strangely, Shen Tianyuan disappeared behind a tree. The assassin immediately sensed something was wrong. The armor's detection system consisted of multiple methods, and even if Shen Tianyuan hid behind a tree, he would still be detected. Logically speaking, a person cannot suddenly disappear from the detection system. This is clearly problematic. Sensing something was wrong, the assassin planned to take immediate action against the Ning family. The assassin pulled out a bomb the size of a glass bead. This is a high-frequency shockwave grenade. Once detonated, it will emit high-frequency shockwaves that will shatter the internal organs of any living creature within a radius of 100 meters, leaving no chance of survival. The assassin held the high-frequency vibration grenade high, a malicious glint in his eyes die. Just as I was about to throw it, I realized I couldn't move my wrist. He turned around and saw a face with a black face and green eyes, which almost made him scream. But he quickly realized that it was armor, and he had been discovered. Upon realizing what was happening, his first instinct was not to retaliate, but to continue throwing high-frequency vibration grenades. His wrist was held, and he couldn't move it. However, he could still throw high-frequency vibration grenades with just the strength of his fingers, which could still kill the Ning family. Just as I was about to apply pressure with my fingers, I heard a snapping sound. His wrist, along with its armor, was crushed, bones and muscles were shattered, and he could no longer exert any force with his hand. At that moment, the assassin realized that his opponent was an S-class. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to approach him silently and crush his arm in one move. The assassin was ruthless. Even knowing his opponent was an S-class, he still didn't give up and instead wanted to fight back. But Shen Tianyuan would not give him a chance and quickly took control of his limbs. However, during the process of subduing him, he accidentally fell from a tree. The two landed with several dull thuds. This was overheard by the Ning family members who were not far away. Ning Qianquan shielded his children behind him and looked over warily, asking, "Who's there?" Shen Tianyuan peeked out from behind the tree and said, "It's me." His body, hidden behind the tree, was tightly gripping the assassin with both hands, rendering him unable to move or make a sound. Shen Tianyuan worried that they would be frightened if they knew there were assassins in the cemetery. He had already scanned the cemetery and found only this one assassin. Once he was eliminated, there would be no other danger. So I'd better not tell them. Ningling asked curiously, "Hey, brother-in-law, why did you run ahead of us?" "I took a shortcut." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. While Shen Tianyuan was speaking, he wasn't paying attention and the assassin bumped into a tree, making a sound. "Husband, what's wrong?" Ning asked with concern. While keeping the assassin firmly under control, Shen Tianyuan pretended to be nonchalant and said, "It's nothing. I just accidentally kicked a tree." "Are you all right? Let me take a look." Ning said, wanting to go over and check. Shen Tianyuan hurriedly said, "No need to come over. Everything is fine now." As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan suddenly exerted force with both hands. With a snap, Shen Tianyuan broke the assassin's head off along with his armor. Ningling perked up her ears. "Brother-in-law, did something break on your end?" Shen Tianyuan nodded and said, "Yes. I accidentally stepped on a broken, dry branch. Don't worry about it." "Oh, brother-in-law, be careful as you come over, don't fall." Although Shen Tianyuan really wanted to keep them alive and find out who was behind it. However, he worried that the assassin, seeing no hope of escape, might simply activate the armor and self-destruct. If he were to self-destruct within this area, it would be difficult for Shen Tianyuan to protect the Ning family. So, just in case, he chose to kill the assassin directly. We should still be able to find something out from his body. Outside the cemetery, Ning Gaofeng and his son, Ning Liangjing, was extremely excited at this moment. His plan, which he had been preparing for many years, was about to succeed, and he could finally become the boss. He kept checking the time and looking in the direction of the cemetery. Based on the timeline, Ning Tianyuan's family should have already fallen into the assassin's ambush and been killed. After Ning Tianyuan's family died, the assassin naturally wouldn't leave any survivors. When he gave the armor to the assassin, he had already set up a self-destruct system on it. The armor will automatically detonate after the assassin kills Ning Tianyuan's family. Chapter 195, My Dear Son-in-Law, all thanks to you. It can both silence the killer and clean up the scene. Then, outsiders will start to doubt themselves. But as long as there's no evidence, there's nothing you can do to yourself. What a perfect plan. Ning Liangjing waited anxiously, waiting for the flames of the armored vehicles in the cemetery to explode. That was a sign of success, the fireworks of victory. Inside the cemetery, just when Shen Tianyuan thought everything was all right, he suddenly noticed that the indicator lights on the assassin's armor were flashing rapidly. The indicator light is flashing so rapidly, which means that the self-destruct system has been activated and is counting down. He's going to self-destruct. Shen Tianyuan was shocked when he realized this problem. Keep in mind, this was an A-level assassin. The power of the self-destruction wouldn't have been enough to kill him. But the Ning family members, who were dozens of meters away, had absolutely no chance of survival. Shen Tianyuan would never allow this to happen. At this critical moment, Shen Tianyuan's mind raced, and an idea suddenly came to mind. Shen Tianyuan opened his hand, took out the single-unit energy barrier sticker from the system space, and quickly affixed it to the assassin's armor. Start up. An energy barrier quickly deployed, completely enveloping the assassin's armor. The assassin armor self-destructed the next second, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. This energy could have destroyed everything within a radius of a kilometer. But at this moment, the raging energy was blocked by the deployed energy barrier. Call. With the danger over, Shen Tianyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once the duration of the individual energy barrier is reached, the energy barrier will be removed. A pile of black debris fell out. It was the shattered body and armor of the assassin. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Come quick." Hearing Ning Ling call him again, Shen Tianyuan walked out as if nothing had happened. Everything was peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Ning Tianyuan gave him a meaningful look, but said nothing. Outside the cemetery, everything was peaceful and serene. But this is very bad for Ning Liangjing. As time went by, Ning Liangjing still hadn't heard the armor self-destruct. The expected outcome did not occur, which means that reality has deviated from the plan. The plan is likely to fail. This immediately helped Ning Liangjing recover from his state of excitement. After the excitement subsides, fear follows. Ning Liangjing was actually very afraid of his second uncle, Ning Tianyuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such a despicable assassination tactic instead of choosing to confront him head-on. Previously, Ning Liangjing had not listened to his father's advice at all. Because he felt he wouldn't fail, he naturally had nothing to fear and didn't need to consider the consequences. But since no explosion occurred, the plan has most likely failed. Ning Tianyuan was not dead, and he even learned that he was to assassinate him. It's hard to imagine how Ning Tianyuan would treat himself. Bullied? The thought of death possibly happening to him sent a chill down Ning Liangjing's spine. He had the courage to kill, but not the courage to face death. As his fear intensified, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his breathing became rapid. Father, it seems we've failed. Let's run away quickly. Ning Gaofeng's expression was also unpleasant. This good-for-nothing son of his had just been insisting that he would succeed 100% and would never fail. As it turned out, reality slapped him in the face. But the father was much more mature and steady than the son, and he stopped Ning Liangjing from escaping. We cannot escape. Why? Ning Gaofeng said in a deep voice. If we run away now, wouldn't that make us look like we have a guilty conscience? Ning Liangjing was completely at a loss. What should we do? Ning Gaofeng said. Enter the cemetery to pay respects. Since we're here, if we leave without going in, it will be like we're doing something wrong. But if we come in and go to pay our respects, then it's a normal act of worship. He just wants to have doubts, and we can use that as an explanation. Ning Liang's scenic spot head. Oh, right. Ning Gaofeng then said, Son, you must tell me clearly whether you have left any loopholes. No, the assassin's identity information has been erased. There's absolutely no way to find out his identity, let alone mine. And the armor he was wearing, I bought it on the alien black market, and I can't trace its origin. Ning Liangjing paused for a moment and said, However, even if Ning Tianyuan can't find evidence that I did it, but he should be able to figure out that only we can get people in there. Ning Gaofeng said, That's all right. Even if he suspects us, as long as he has no evidence, he can't do anything to us. After all, I am a direct descendant of the Ning family and the governor of Anning Prefecture. If he only had suspicions, he would have killed me. He can't get past either reason or law. I know him well. He wouldn't do something so foolish. Now listen to me. When you go inside and meet him, you need to act like nothing's wrong. Understand? Ning Liangjing swallowed hard. I'll try my best. Let's go. Inside the cemetery, they came to Shi Linglong's tombstone. We paid our respects to this deceased family member. Ning Ying earnestly told her mother that she had found a husband she could spend her life with, and hoped that her mother's spirit in heaven would bless him. On the way back, after the worship ceremony, Ning Tianyuan leaned closer and whispered, Son-in-law, did something happen just now? Ning Tianyuan wasn't as naive and easily fooled as Ning Ling and the others. He had already noticed some clues. But since Shen Tianyuan didn't say it outright, he must have his reasons. Therefore, Ning Tianyuan did not choose to ask in public, but asked quietly. Shen Tianyuan nodded. Yes, something had happened just now. Shen Tianyuan had no intention of hiding it from Ning Tianyuan and planned to tell him afterward. Since Ning Tianyuan asked him, that was fine. Shen Tianyuan then recounted everything that had just happened to Ning Tianyuan in detail. When Ning Tianyuan heard that an A-level assassin was hiding in the Lion Linjuan cemetery and wanted to kill his entire family, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and feel a chill run down his spine. Inside the cemetery, they had no protection whatsoever. They had no way to protect themselves against an A-level assassin. If Shen Tianyuan hadn't dealt with the assassin here, his entire family would probably be dead by now. Ning Tianyuan said with lingering fear, My dear son-in-law, it's all thanks to you. Shen Tianyuan said, We're all family. There's no need to speak like outsiders. The key is to find out who did it. This question made Ning Tianyuan's face turn somewhat gloomy. He had clearly guessed some of it. There is no security force inside the Ning family's mausoleum, but the outer defenses are as solid as an iron barrel. It's virtually impossible for an assassin to infiltrate silently, unless the killer came from within, not from outside. Chapter 196, Shen Tianyuan doesn't think that way. With the help of an insider, the assassin was able to hide silently in the cemetery without being discovered. As for who it is, it's easy to guess. The cemetery is jointly managed by the Chongning Prefecture Guard and the Anning Prefecture Guard. The Chongning Prefecture Guard was under his direct command, so the possibility of a traitor among them was unlikely. In other words, the problem most likely lies with the Anning State Guard. The Anning State Guard is managed by Ning Gaofeng, who is the governor of Anning State. Ning Gaofeng has the ability to do this, and he has even more motivation to do it. Ning Gaofeng is now the number 2 person in the Ning family. Once Ning Tianyuan dies, Ning Gaofeng will undoubtedly take over his position and be the biggest beneficiary. Therefore, in terms of both motive and likelihood of committing the crime, Ning Gaofeng is the most suspicious. Shen Tianyuan asked, "Father-in-law, who do you think this person is?" Ning Tianyuan slowly revealed his guess, Ning Gaofeng. This coincided with Shen Tianyuan's guess. Based on the current situation, it can be basically confirmed that it was Ning Gaofeng who did it. Ning Tianyuan sighed. "I really can't understand how he could be so heartless. We're family, blood brothers. And he not only wanted to kill me, he also wanted to harm Inger, Chier, and Linger. They're all his own nephews and nieces. How could he do that?" Although Ning Tianyuan had long suspected that Ning Gaofeng coveted his position, but he never expected that Ning Gaofeng would be so heartless as to want to kill his entire family, which made him both disappointed and angry. Shen Tianyuan said, "Father-in-law, you don't need to be angry. Although Ning Gaofeng is the most suspicious, we can't be 100% sure it's him yet. We need to confirm it further. Do you have any good ideas?" Shen Tianyuan asked. "In the past, would Ning Gaofeng and the others come to pay respects to your mother-in-law?" Ning Tianyuan shook his head. "Every year on this day, they always have various things to do and can't come." Shen Tianyuan stroked his chin. "If I'm not mistaken, they might come this year." "Why?" Shen Tianyuan explained. "If they did this, they would definitely want to know the outcome of the assassination as soon as possible, and having them on the scene would also make it easier for them to take control of the situation immediately. So I think they would come." Ning Tianyuan nodded. "Then let's see if they come." "Dad, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up." Ning Ling waved and said as she saw the two of them falling behind. "Okay, here it comes." The two immediately wiped the negative emotions off their faces and quickly followed. Ning Tianyuan glanced at Shen Tianyuan from time to time. "It's not that I doubt him, but that I feel sorry for him." Shen Tianyuan just said that the assassin who ambushed them was an A-level assassin. Shen Tianyuan, however, was able to eliminate this A-level assassin almost silently. This is enough to show that Shen Tianyuan's level is at least S-level. To reach S-level status at such a young age, one can only imagine how much effort and hardship one must have endured. Furthermore, the fact that Shen Tianyuan was able to detect the lurking assassin without wearing armor demonstrates just how vigilant he is. This shows how dangerous his past life was, which led him to develop such a high level of vigilance. "You've really suffered, my child. Moreover, people who have undergone gene enhancement will have a shorter lifespan, meaning that Shen Tianyuan can only live to be 60 or 70 years old at most. He might not outlive himself, and I'm afraid I'll have to outlive him. It's heartbreaking to think about. If Shen Tianyuan knew that Ning Tianyuan thought of him this way, he would definitely feel ashamed. Because his S rank wasn't earned through hard work, but rather through cheating, it had absolutely nothing to do with hard work. As for being highly vigilant, Shen Tianyuan was indeed quite vigilant, but not to that extent. The killer was exposed mainly because of the stench. Shen Tianyuan had just taken some time to search for the source of the stench. The stench was found to be coming from a newly dug hole containing many household items, some of which were rotting. This cave must be the assassin's hiding place. After the assassin crawled out from underground, he carelessly failed to seal the opening, allowing the stench of decay to escape. This was noticed by the perceptive Shen Tianyuan, leading to the failure of their mission. As for lifespan, Shen Tianyuan did not undergo gene enhancement, but rather achieved S-level lifespan through his nanobody. Therefore, it does not actually shorten lifespan. The scenario that Ning Tianyuan feared, a parent outliving their child, will not happen. But then I realized that Shen Tianyuan was actually older than his grandfather Ning Xingho. In reality, Shen Tianyuan is the older, white-haired man. From this perspective, it's quite possible for an elderly person to outlive their child. It was Shen Tianyuan who gave it to him. Therefore, Ning Tianyuan's sympathy for him was completely unnecessary. Instead, he should have thoroughly despised this cheater. Halfway down the road, two people came towards us. It was Ning Gaofeng and his son Ning Liangjing. Shen Tianyuan and Ning Tianyuan exchanged a glance. Sure enough, it's here. Ning Gaofeng quickly stepped forward and grasped Ning Tianyuan's hand, saying, "Second brother, Liangjing and I have come to see second sister-in-law. Every time I think of my second sister-in-law's untimely death, leaving you and the children behind, I feel an unbearable heartache." Ning Gaofeng spoke with such sincerity that Ning Tianyuan might have been moved in the past. However, after learning his true identity, looking at his affected behavior, Ning Tianyuan just wanted to vomit. Ning Tianyuan suppressed the nausea welling up inside him and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, "Thank you for coming to see Ling Ling." "Not at all. We're all family, and family members should love and care for each other." Both of them were lying at that moment, and they both knew that the other was lying. Ning Tianyuan turned his gaze and fixed it on Ning Liangjing. Ning Liangjing noticed Ning Tianyuan's gaze and kept telling himself not to be nervous or afraid. But his body was trembling uncontrollably, and his face was pale and covered in cold sweat. "Anyone with eyes can see there's something wrong," Ning Tianyuan said. "Gao Feng, what's wrong with Liangjing? His body is shaking and his face looks terrible." Ning Gaofeng explained, "This kid is too naughty. He went out this morning without looking where he was going and almost got hit by a spaceship. He's still not back to his senses. Although he wasn't feeling well, today is the anniversary of my second sister-in-law's death. So how could he not come? That's why I dragged him along." Ning Tianyuan wasn't stupid. He could naturally see that Ning Liangjing's fear actually stemmed from a guilty conscience. This further confirmed his suspicions. Ning Tianyuan really wanted to publicly sever ties, but he couldn't do that. Ning Gaofeng is, after all, his biological younger brother and the governor of Anning Prefecture. Even if he had huge suspicions, he couldn't do anything to Ning Gaofeng without solid evidence. But Shen Tianyuan didn't think so. Chapter 197, The Queen Insect. That old man didn't notice at all. Seeing that Ning Tianyuan seemed normal, Ning Liangjing genuinely believed that he hadn't discovered anything. Ning Gaofeng, however, looked grave. His behavior doesn't seem unusual, but that's how he always is. Even if he suspects us, he won't show it unless he has evidence. So we can't let our guard down. Ning Gaofeng paused for a moment and continued. But to find out whether he suspects us, we still need to find out what exactly happened in the cemetery. The cemetery was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, and the weather was fine and sunny. It appears that nothing unusual has happened. This puzzled the father and son. Where's the assassin? They can't just disappear without a trace. Ning Liangjing pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Ning Tianyuan had already discovered the existence of the assassin and had already dealt with him? But he pretended not to know and came to worship as usual, actually to lure the snake out of its hole and take the opportunity to observe our reaction. If that's the case, then his scheming is truly terrifying. Ning Liangjing also thought it made sense. Ning Gaofeng said, "In any case, we need to keep a low profile for a while. Dealing with him is not something that can be done in a short time. We will find a chance to deal with him in the future." Their idea was good, but unfortunately, they only anticipated Ning Tianyuan's thoughts and completely overlooked Shen Tianyuan's existence. Because they looked down on Shen Tianyuan from the bottom of their hearts, believing him to be just a lucky gigolo. In their eyes, Shen Tianyuan was less of a threat than a dog. After all, the dog still dared to bark at them a couple of times. But Shen Tianyuan dared not. On the spaceship that returned, Shen Tianyuan asked Ning Tianyuan how he planned to deal with them. Ning Tianyuan said, "Wait, since they have such wolfish ambitions, they will definitely make another move. We'll catch them red-handed then." Shen Tianyuan disagreed. "That's too passive. We should take the initiative. We have no evidence and cannot take action against them based on mere suspicion. Ning Gaofeng and his son are not just anyone. Evidence is needed to deal with them." Shen Tianyuan said, "But revenge doesn't require evidence. As long as we're sure, we can take our revenge." Ning Tianyuan frowned. "Do you intend to retaliate in kind and kill them outright?" "That's right, they did it. So why can't we?" "He has S-class bodyguards by his side. Although I have SS-class bodyguards, I can't send him to assassinate him. I don't need your SS rank. I have mine. Of course, if you have the heart to do it, I can spare their lives and leave them to lie in a harmless vegetative state for the rest of their lives." Ning Tianyuan smiled bitterly. Turning them into vegetable patients and letting them lie there until they die is crueler than killing them directly. When they wanted to kill us, did they ever consider cruelty? They failed this time, but there will be a next time. I can't guarantee they'll be so lucky every time. Father-in-law, you must make a decisive decision. Ning Tianyuan closed his eyes and remained silent, recalling everything that had happened recently. To be honest, he really didn't want his own flesh and blood to kill each other. But the tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. Ning Gaofeng attacked them one after another, and even went so far as to try to kill their entire family. His children were his Achilles heel, something Ning Tianyuan could not tolerate. Ning Tianyuan opened his eyes and made a decision. I agree, but as I said before, there needs to be a reasonable explanation for killing him. He can't be assassinated without a clear reason. A suitable person needs to take the blame. Shen Tianyuan had already thought it through. Father-in-law, do you have any Japanese spies on your hands that you have but haven't revealed? Humans and the true sun races are mutually hostile, and the two races are extremely similar. So, sending spies to each other is a routine operation. Some spies, even after their identities have been confirmed, will not be arrested immediately. After all, spies who have already been exposed no longer pose a threat. On the contrary, they can be used against them. Provide them with genuine intelligence that poses no real threat. Until the crucial moment, they would pass him false intelligence that could turn the tide of the battle. Ning Tianyuan said, there are indeed a few. What do you want to do with them? Send a few spies to Ning Gaofeng so he can expose them. Ning Tianyuan didn't realize for a moment that sending Ning Gaofeng to catch spies was essentially asking him to gain merit. Shen Tianyuan said, it is a merit for the human race, but it is an enemy for the Zhenri race. Therefore, it is reasonable that the Zhenri clan retaliated by killing Ning Gaofeng. Moreover, this incident provided an even stronger reason to take action against the Zhenri tribe in the future. Ning Tianyuan nodded slowly. It's worth a try. After returning, Shen Tianyuan first went to the underground bunker to check on Bai Shuang. The upgrade of White Frost is still in progress. At this moment, Pan Geng returned and told Shen Tianyuan what had happened during the duel. I heard that Chairman Xiong's attempt to frame someone backfired, and he ended up getting himself implicated instead. This should make the reputable Merchants Association behave itself. However, subsequent developments differed slightly from what Shen Tianyuan had anticipated. As soon as Shen Tianyuan logged into StarCraft 2, he saw a strange scene. Someone was spamming the chat, and the person who was all over the internet was him. The people who spam the screen are all members of the reputable Merchants Association. But unlike before, it wasn't him being insulted. Or was she licking him? Human canon, welcome to the game. Mr. Round Heaven and Square Earth. True love is invincible. Welcome to the game, Mr. Heaven and Earth. Philosopher King Male Sign, welcome. What are these guys up to? I was at odds with him in the early hours of this morning, but by evening, I'd become his lapdog. Shen Tianyuan was puzzled, and the other players were also puzzled and frustrated. The two sides' feud these past 2 days has been a real treat for these onlookers. But now they've inexplicably reconciled, so naturally we can't get any more gossip. But the most upset were the 100 online trolls hired by Shen Tianyuan. The reputable Merchants Association compromised, so there's no need for them to confront them anymore. It's really sad to see this high-paying job, which was both enjoyable and allowed them to utilize their talents, gone. Some intelligent people see things even more deeply. This reputable business association had been running rampant in the district for many years, but it was only a few days before it was completely subdued by Tianyuan Difong. What does this tell us? This illustrates that the concept of a flat earth and a round heaven possesses immense energy. He's a big shot. If you can curry favor with them, even just a little something slipped through your fingers will be enough to feed and entertain them. So they also joined the ranks of those who flattered the idea that the sky was round and the earth was square. The human canon sent a message. Mr. Tianyuan Difong, we were blind to your greatness and offended you before. We hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against us. To express our sincerity, we would like to offer you a gift. Please accept it with a smile. Shen Tianyuan received an email in his inbox. Shen Tianyuan opened it and saw the following. All members of the Credit Merchants Association sincerely apologize to Mr. Tianyuan Difong. To express our gratitude, we present you with a gift. Please accept it. The email attachment, judging from the icon, is a yellowish-brown thing, like a dirt egg. Shen Tianyuan pointed at him, and immediately the item description appeared on the earthen egg. The Queen of the Kigis Zerg is in hibernation. Chapter 198, Emerging from the Cocoon. The Queen of the Kigis Zerg is in hibernation. Isn't this exactly the treasure that Shen Tianyuan has been longing for? I thought it would be quite a while before I received it, but the unexpected joy came so quickly. Meanwhile, the human cannon, a communication tool, sent a message explaining the situation. This Kurjurian Zerg Queen was revealed in the first hour of the update and was subsequently acquired by their association at a high price. Later, after Shen Tianyuan acquired the Kigis alien insects, They originally wanted to sell them to Shen Tianyuan, but were stopped by the former chairman, Mr. Xiong. As the former president paid the price he deserved, they suddenly realized their mistake and immediately decided to donate it to Shen Tianyuan free of charge. Furthermore, they solemnly declared that they had severed ties with the former chairman and only sought to resolve their conflict with Shen Tianyuan. At this point, Shen Tianyuan understood. These people were frightened after seeing Chairman Xiong go in, fearing that Shen Tianyuan would send them in as well. That's why they're offering him gifts and begging for mercy. Having understood the whole story, Shen Tianyuan accepted the gift. They also stated that they would not pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, the human canon was overjoyed. They thanked him repeatedly and promised that they would serve him at any time if Shen Tianyuan needed them. After 3 days of fighting, the reputable Merchants Association was finally subdued, eliminating the biggest obstacle to acquiring goods in the district. This move is also intended to make an example of someone. With the example of the reputable Merchants Association set before us, anyone who wants to cause trouble for Shen Tianyuan will think twice. Most importantly, they actually obtained the Queen of the Kyrgyzstan for free as a result. This was definitely a worthwhile investment. Shen Tianyuan did not rush to materialize the Queen of the Kyrgyzstan. Instead, he returned to the game manor and specially set up a breeding farm there to raise the parasitic centipedes. As mentioned before, the parasitic centipede used to control the starry whale must be a mutant that has mutated to a length of more than 1 meter. Fortunately, there are mutation potions in the game. All Shen Tianyuan had to do was cultivate a large-sized parasitic centipede in the game and then materialize it. The cultivation method is very simple. Feeding pregnant parasitic millipedes a mutation agent will cause their offspring to mutate. Although the effects of mutations are uncontrollable, as long as the base number is large enough, there will always be a few that meet the requirements. Upon entering the breeding farm, all one could see were countless parasitic millipedes writhing and twisting on the ground, a sight that truly made one's scalp tingle. They are quite plump, and their production date is approaching. The results will be ready then. After confirming that there were no abnormalities at the breeding farm, Shen Tianyuan began to manifest. Successfully deployed a level 4 biocontroller and gained 250 experience points. Successfully deployed the level 3 biological controller and gained 250 experience points. Then, Shen Tianyuan took out the queen of the Kyrgyz alien insects, successfully manifesting the Kyrgyz zergling after dripping the droplet grants 250 experience points. Shen Tianyuan exited the game and looked at the object in his hand, which was about the size of an ostrich egg. This was the queen of the Kyrgyz, which could devour an entire galaxy when fully developed. Shen Tianyuan touched the rough, round shell. It didn't seem to be an eggshell. The game also states that this queen is in a dormant state. Does this mean that these are not eggs for the queen insect to lay, but rather nests for the queen insect to hibernate in? Shen Tianyuan took a small portion from the outer shell and had it tested. It was confirmed that this was indeed not an eggshell, but a special mixture of minerals. In order to safely remove the queen of the Kyrgyzstan, Shen Tianyuan immediately went to look up relevant information about the Kyrgyzstan. The hatching of Kegurtsai eggs requires a large amount of energy. Usually, the eggs are parasitized by the adult insects in other organisms, and the eggs grow by absorbing the nutrients of other organisms. However, these are not insect eggs, so the same method cannot be used. Shen Tianyuan flipped through the scroll again and finally found a record about the queen insect's dormancy in a tattered scroll. As mentioned before, the Kyrgyzstan consume an astonishing amount of energy, so they can quickly deplete the energy in their surroundings. When their energy is depleted and no new energy source is found, the Kyrgyzstan will die off one by one until the entire species is wiped out. However, there is one exception: the queen of the Kyrgyzstan. When the queen runs out of energy, she does not die like other Kyrgyzstan. Instead, she forms a dormant cocoon and enters a dormant state. In hibernation mode, the queen's life activities almost cease and energy consumption is nearly zero. Therefore, the queen insect can remain dormant for a very long time, reportedly up to thousands or even tens of thousands of years. When the surrounding environment changes and becomes full of energy again, it will naturally awaken the queen insect from her dormant state. After all that, it turns out that both the awakening of the queen from hibernation and the hatching of the eggs require energy. I understand, that's all. From now on, everything will be fine. Shen Tianyuan then had Agua prepare a large amount of nutrient solution, and then put the queen's dormant stone cocoon into it. Gurgle. After the queen's dormant cocoon was placed inside, a large number of bubbles immediately appeared, and the nutrient solution visibly dropped several centimeters, clearly being absorbed by the dormant cocoon. But after waiting for more than an hour, the dormant stone cocoon did not change at all, just like an ordinary stone. Could the records in the documents be incorrect? Or perhaps the queen insect has been dormant for too long and has already died. Or perhaps it drowned in a nutrient solution. No, that shouldn't be the case. The Kegzer Zerg can survive in the extreme environments of space, so being submerged in water is a piece of cake for it. So what exactly happened? Even when it was mealtime, the dormant stone cocoon still did not react. Shen Tianyuan instructed Agua to take good care of it, and then went to eat. Halfway through the meal, Agua rushed over and waved his little paws at Shen Tianyuan from a distance, indicating that something was wrong. When Shen Tianyuan returned to his room, he saw that the dormant stone cocoons soaking in the nutrient solution were spitting out wisps of black substance. Furthermore, the color of the nutrient solution had changed from its original dark green to an almost transparent color, indicating that the nutrients had been absorbed. Shen Tianyuan then replaced the nutrient solution in the dormant stone cocoon with a new one. The dormant stone cocoon continued to absorb nutrients from the nutrient solution and expelled black substances. This cycle repeated many times, continuing until midnight. This activity then slowed down. Then Shen Tianyuan saw the dormant stone cocoon move slightly. As the shaking frequency increased, the stones on the surface continued to fall off. The dormant stone cocoon is getting thinner and thinner. First, a dark purple claw tore through the last cocoon and emerged, followed by a second claw, and finally a strangely shaped creature emerged from the cocoon. The first thing it did after crawling out was to target Shen Tianyuan. Chapter 199, It's not an insect, it's Lord Gamo. This queen has an oval body, is dark purple in color, has a pair of large compound eyes, an imbricate arrangement of abdominal dorsal plates, a pair of antennae on her head, and 4 pairs of legs on her thorax, with the first pair of thoracic legs being particularly chelicerae. Simply put, this queen insect looks like a large-sized ground beetle. It doesn't look fierce at all. Instead, it seems rather dull. This is completely different from the Kigese alien insect recorded in the book. According to records, the Kegzer Zerg is described as having a twisted and ugly appearance, and is synonymous with terror. On second thought, it makes sense. The Queen Zerg primarily serves a reproductive role within the Zerg race, so she doesn't need a fierce combat appearance. Shen Tianyuan noticed that after emerging from its cocoon, the queen insect had been staring at him with her large compound eyes, which seemed to reveal a sense of wisdom. But how could that be? It's just an insect. Its purpose is simply to produce and control the Zerg for itself. As he spoke, Shen Tianyuan took out a level 4 biocontroller and prepared to put it on the queen insect. Shen Tianyuan stepped forward with the biological controller, and the queen insect immediately retreated. His large, compound eyes revealed a look of vigilance and intimidation. But Shen Tianyuan paid no heed to the intimidation of an insect and was about to forcibly install a biological controller on it. The queen insect's antennae twitched. Suddenly, a strange sound, like sawing wood, rang out. "If you don't come over, I'll eat you." Shen Tianyuan stopped what he was doing, not understanding the meaning of this confusing conversation. What's even stranger is that the sound seems to be coming from the insect, but how can an insect talk? Soon, the voice rang out again. "But you're not allowed to come, or you'll eat me." The words were still incoherent, but Shen Tianyuan seemed to be able to understand some of the meaning. The voice appeared for the third time. "Don't come any closer, or I'll eat you." This time the meaning is clear. Shen Tianyuan also realized the source of the sound. It was indeed the insect in front of him. This insect can actually talk. It seems it's not a mindless creature, but rather possesses some intelligence. But it doesn't matter anymore. It is destined to become a puppet under a biological controller. Shen Tianyuan approached again, holding the biocontroller step by step. The queen insect retreated while raising her carapace, like a porcupine in self-defense. Shen Tianyuan deployed his armor and walked towards it. The queen spoke again. "The Zerg will never be slaves. That's not up to you." After saying that, Shen Tianyuan grabbed the insect queen and forcibly put the biocontroller on her. In an instant, the queen insect seemed to be frozen in place, completely still. "That's fine. Attack." Shen Tianyuan issued an order to the queen insect. However, The queen insect remained completely still. Attack! Shen Tianyuan issued another command, but the queen of insects still did not respond. Defend, retreat. Shen Tianyuan issued other commands, but the queen of insects did not respond. Shen Tianyuan frowned. What's going on? This has never happened before. Shen Tianyuan picked up the queen insect. Its body was stiff, as if it were dead. Shen Tianyuan realized something was wrong and quickly used a life detector to scan the queen insect. He discovered that its brain activity was rapidly weakening and its brain was dying. Furthermore, this appears to be a behavior that is voluntary. This is suicide. Shen Tianyuan recalled what the queen insect had just said. The Zerg will never be slaves. In an instant, Shen Tianyuan understood. The queen insect is using suicide to resist being controlled. Give me liberty or give me death. Living things are always about survival. But rather than be controlled, it chose death. Its behavior immediately moved Shen Tianyuan. Shen Tianyuan then made a decision. There aren't many creatures that Shen Tianyuan can admire, but this queen insect is one of them. Shen Tianyuan removed the biological controller from the queen insect's head. Shen Tianyuan used the life detector again and found that the decline in the activity of the queen's brain had stopped, but there was no sign of recovery. Shen Tianyuan said, I know you can understand. I will no longer control you. You don't have to die. A few seconds later, the queen's thoracic legs twitched and her large compound eyes regained their luster. Shen Tianyuan said, You have proven you will not to be a slave with your life, so we can have a proper talk. The premise for this discussion is that I must maintain my independent and free will. It would be best if you could let me go. Shen Tianyuan found it amusing. This insect really knew how to take advantage of any opportunity. Shen Tianyuan shook his head. That's impossible. I went to great lengths to wake you up. How could I let you leave for nothing? The queen's antennae twitched twice. You awakened me so that you could control the Zerg army through me, didn't you? Shen Tianyuan did not hide anything. That's right. The queen insect said, Then we can make a deal. Explain. I can help you control the Zerg army, but you have to meet my requirements. Explain. The queen insect raised her 4 legs and waved them. You must provide me with food, drink, and entertainment. Shen Tianyuan was stunned. Just now, he committed suicide over a mere disagreement. Such a principled insect actually had such a vulgar pursuit. However, having something to strive for actually makes things easier. Shen Tianyuan nodded. I can agree to that, but you need to understand one thing. I need your Zerg army to fight for me. Many will die, and they are all your offspring. Are you willing to let your children die? The queen insect licked a drooping antenna. What's there to be reluctant about? As long as there's enough nutrition, the offspring are endless. So, to me, they're just consumables to help me live a better life. The queen insect answered so decisively and directly. Not only is he a vulgar worm, but he's a piece of trash. Shen Tianyuan said, I will provide you with a safe and comfortable environment for eating, drinking, and having fun, but you must not leave without permission otherwise. The queen insect was nonchalant. As long as you serve me well, I won't leave. I'll give you a list of what I want from you and what I hate. The man and the insect discussed the details of the transaction in detail and finally reached an agreement. The world is truly amazing. Shen Tianyuan would never have imagined that he would one day make a deal with insects. After the discussion, the queen insect said, There is something important I need to correct you on. Shen Tianyuan said, Tell me, insects. This is what I wanted to say. It wasn't an insect, it was Lord Gamo. At a steam bun? Yes, it's Gamer. Gamer is the name passed down from ancient times to the noble queen of the Zerg. So you should address me as Lord Gamer. It was originally an insignificant title, and under normal circumstances, Shen Tianyuan wouldn't care and would just go along with it. But this time, Queen Gamer clearly wants to use Lord Gamer to take the lead, which is not a good start for the cooperation. Therefore, Shen Tianyuan would not agree. Who do you think you are, you little bug? Calling yourself, sir? Let me tell you, impossible. You're a bug. It's not a bug, it's Lord Gamo. Chapter 200. The two clash. Snowball takes the blame. The man and the insect ultimately failed to reach an agreement on the name, so we simply call each one its own. By the way, I also have something to say. Why can you speak the human language, bug? Gamo held his 2 antennae high. Not an insect, but Lord Gamo. This is a skill passed down from my noble Zerg queen lineage. It allows me to rapidly learn a target's language through their brainwaves. It turns out that Gamo was awakened and staring at him in order to read his brainwaves and learn his language. Shen Tianyuan felt that being able to read brainwaves probably meant more than just language learning. So he went at her, saying, "Hey, that's all. The so-called noble skills inherited from the Queen of the Kurzurg are nothing more than learning a language. Nothing special." Gamo, of course, retorted, "Humph, what do you know? Besides learning languages, we can also sense each other's true emotions. Real emotions. This guy is weird enough. I'll have to be careful of him in the future." Gamo was only halfway through its sentence when it sensed Shen Tianyuan's brainwaves were filled with pleasure and immediately realized, "You cunning human, you're trying to trick me. This is what you said yourself." Gamo's tentacles twitched as if he were about to explode. "I want delicious food. Bring me all the best things you humans have." This is what they call turning grief and anger into appetite. "I promised you, and I will do it. However, you need to demonstrate your value so that I feel you're worthwhile. What do you want? You produce a few Cogsy Zerg first, and I'll see how strong they are." Gamo, "Okay, come out." "What came out?" "Male, yes, I am the queen, but I can't have one offspring. I need strong males to be with me." Shen Tianyuan, "I almost forgot about that. This is troublesome, as he only has one Kurgerzerg now. I wonder when we'll receive the next new Kegzerzerg." Shen Tianyuan said, "Cough, there isn't a male one." Gamo thought Shen Tianyuan was joking. "That's a good idea." "No, that's not true." Gamo exploded. "Humans without strong males, half the fun of my life is gone. Why did you wake me up if there aren't any strong males? It will happen in the future. Since there are no strong males, then I'll eat and eat delicious food." Shen Tianyuan had no choice but to ask Agua to bring him some good food. Shen Tianyuan suddenly felt a bit cheated. This bug didn't demonstrate any value. Instead, it put on quite a show. 2 minutes later, Gamo was happily eating the pet food can. "What is this? It tastes so good and is so nutritious. I really like it." Shen Tianyuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. As expected, an insect is still an insect, an alien bumpkin who has never seen the world. They just gave them some random things, and that was it. Gamo suddenly raised his head. "Human, I think I can sense mockery in your brainwaves. Is there something wrong with the food you give me? How could that be? This is the best." Shen Tianyuan wasn't lying. This was indeed the best pet food available. Gamo was full after eating only 2 cans of food. He patted his belly and said, "All right, I'm full. Find me a place to sleep. This bug really lives like a big shot." While Shen Tianyuan was taking a bath that night, Gamo, who was lying on his back sleeping on the floor, suddenly opened his eyes. Gulu rolled over, crawled outside, and glanced at the bathroom. Humans, do you really think I'm so easy to fool?" But his path was immediately blocked by a figure. It was Agua. Agua said, "You alien bumpkin, where are you going?" Because there was no information about Gamo in the database, Agua automatically referred to it as the earthworm, which has the closest physical appearance. "You're the bumpkin." Gamo launched himself forward, knocking Agua to the ground, and then slipped away. "Master, the turkey has run away." Soon, Shen Tianyuan noticed Agua's shouts and ran out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe. Shen Tianyuan said, "What bumpkin?" But upon realizing that Gamo was missing, he immediately rushed out to look for him. Gamo is, after all, a level 4 creature. If it were to injure someone while wandering around the Ning family's residence, that would be a bad thing. More likely, it encountered guards and was executed on the spot. While Shen Tianyuan was pondering where Gamo might have gone, suddenly, a loud crash of breaking dishes came from the kitchen. Shen Tianyuan rushed over and arrived at the kitchen door. Just then, a broken plate flew out, and Shen Tianyuan caught it with 2 fingers. Looking inside, one sees the kitchen in complete disarray, with broken dishes scattered all over the floor. 2 figures clashed and entangled fiercely in the kitchen. The battle was extremely fierce. 2 figures, a snowball of white. The other one is Gamo, who just ran away. Seeing that they were fighting more and more fiercely, they were about to tear down the kitchen. Shen Tianyuan immediately deployed his armor and separated the 2 small creatures. "Squeak, let me go, or I'll beat this thing to a pulp." But the 2 still bared their teeth and looked as if they were about to fight at any moment. "Behave yourself. Otherwise, you won't have food for 3 days." Shen Tianyuan's words hit the 2 little ones where it hurt. They immediately became obedient. With a light footstep, Ning hurried over. The noise from the kitchen had clearly woken her up as well. Shen Tianyuan couldn't expose Gamo, So he shoved it into the nearby trash can and warned it not to make a sound. Ningning asked, "What's wrong, husband?" Gameo cannot be exposed, so we have to sacrifice Snowball. It's Snowball. It's so naughty. It's made a mess of the kitchen. I'll give a good scolding. Ningning nodded without suspicion. Yes, husband, go and rest early. The housekeeping robot has already tidied up the kitchen. Okay, good night. Good night, my husband. Ningning was only wearing a thin nightgown because she got up in a hurry. As she turned to leave, her beautiful figure was faintly visible, which made Shen Tianyuan feel a fire ignite within him. At this moment, Gameo climbed out of the trash can, looked at Shen Tianyuan, and said, "I sense your emotions, they were very intense. Clearly, you want to be with that woman." Gameo uttered a string of words that he couldn't type. Turns out this isn't just a vulgar worm, it's a pervert. This insect knows more than most people. At this moment, Gamora said, "Human, you are too cunning. You actually tried to fool me with that kind of thing. If it weren't for my keen sense of smell, which detected that there was something delicious here, I would have really been fooled by you." So that explains why Gameo only ate such a small amount of canned food before. It had already decided to come to the kitchen and steal some food. As a result, I ran into Snowball in the kitchen. Both of them are very passionate about food. Naturally, they started fighting over food.